A common worker turns his life around with daily check-ins. A Ferrari on the first day, then a building the next. The check-in system transforms me from a salary slave to a millionaire. Chapter 1. First check-in. Reward a Ferrari. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the check-in system. A mechanical voice sounded in Xuanfeng's mind. Shortly after, a semi-transparent light screen appeared before his eyes, displaying 2 large words. Check-in. No way. A system, like a cheat code, actually appeared on me. Xuanfeng felt a surge of excitement. He was a recent college graduate who had started working at a small company after graduation. He worked overtime every day, feeling as overworked as a dog under the company's pressure. He had thought he would live out his life mediocre and unnoticed, but now, unexpectedly, heaven had given him a system. Nothing more needed to be said. He resolutely checked in. Xuanfeng tapped the light screen hard, and the word check-in quickly changed to checked in. Ding. First check-in. Reward. Ferrari 488 supercar. Ferrari 488. Xuanfeng pinched his cheek and immediately looked it up online. This was a super sports car from Ferrari, worth between 3 and 4 million, a true luxury car. At his current salary, Xuanfeng would have to work 70 or 80 years without eating or sleeping to afford it. And now, he just received it as a reward for a simple check-in. It was too exhilarating. But the problem was, where was the Ferrari? Ding. Please go to parking space 54 in section C of the underground parking lot. The system prompt rang out. Suddenly, a specific location appeared in Xuanfeng's mind, and at the same time, a car key appeared in his pocket. He took out the key and looked at it. Xuanfeng was now certain that what had just happened was not a hallucination. He really did have a check-in system. So, without delay, he hurried to the parking lot to see what his newly rewarded car looked like. Xuanfeng rushed to the underground parking lot as fast as he could. In a secluded corner, he discovered the striking red Ferrari. Its streamlined body and unique design nearly made his mouth water. Finally, he was part of the privileged car-owning class. Suddenly, Xuanfeng heard a sound that stirred his emotions. Following the noise, he saw a BMW rocking violently. Wasn't that the car belonging to his boss, Xinjie? Getting wild, huh? Skipping the hotel for the night and going straight for this in the parking lot. TSK. Exciting. Truly the boss lifestyle. But from now on, I'll definitely surpass you. Xuanfeng picked up his phone and dialed his girlfriend Xiao Chuchu, eager to tell her the good news. Ringing. The sound abruptly stopped the BMW's motion. The ringtone was coming from inside the car. Xuanfeng's expression changed instantly. He gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles whitening from the effort. Hey Xuanfeng, what's up? When the call connected, the ringing in the car simultaneously stopped. Where are you? Xuanfeng's voice trembled slightly. I'm outside shopping with my girlfriends. I don't have time to talk. But, Xiao Chuchu spoke calmly, her tone showing no hint of guilt. Xuanfeng let out a bitter laugh. Shopping with her girlfriends. Now that was a flawless alibi. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have doubted her. You don't have to pretend anymore. I'm right here in the underground parking lot, standing beside your car. The call was cut off. Moments later, a disheveled man and woman climbed out of the car. The man was none other than company owner Xinjie, around 30 years old, and the woman was none other than his girlfriend Xiao Chuchu. Xiao Chuchu wore an expression of extreme impatience. She looked at Xuanfeng with neither guilt nor remorse, only disdain. Didn't expect you to find out like this. Well, it wouldn't have made sense to keep hiding anyway. Xuanfeng, we're breaking up. Don't come chasing after me anymore. Xuanfeng was deeply wounded by Xiao Chuchu's dismissive tone. Xiao Chuchu, how could you do this to me? Xiao Chuchu remained completely expressionless, and even frowned in irritation. Xuanfeng, we're all adults. It's time to face reality. You earn only 5,000 yuan a month. You can barely afford your own life. How could you support me? Grow up. This society is harsh. Losers like you have no right to be in love. Xuanfeng gave a bitter smile. He hadn't realized he looked so pitiful in Xiao Chuchu's eyes. Fine. It was her loss, failing to recognize the opportunity when it came. You didn't value me when I was down and out. Don't be upset when I ignore you after I make it big. Xuanfeng quickly regained his composure and nodded. Fine, let's break up. From now on, we have no relationship. Keep cozying up to your rich boss. Just hope you don't regret it later. Xiao Chuchu frowned slightly. Xuanfeng's indifferent attitude annoyed her a bit. How could Xuanfeng remain so calm? He was supposed to be heartbroken, begging her to stay. Xiao Chuchu tugged Xinjie's sleeve and sweetly cooed. Darling, how about you fire this guy? Let's see how he manages after being unemployed right out of college. Xuanfeng smirked coldly. No need to wait for the bus. I have my own car, and it's better than the BMW you're driving now. Ha ha. Xiao Chuchu exaggeratedly burst into laughter, as if she had just heard an enormous joke. Xuanfeng, can't you stop talking nonsense here? I know your situation better than anyone. Not only cars, you couldn't even afford a single tire. We're all acquaintances here. It's just pointless to brag. Just leave already. If you keep this up, you'll only make yourself look pitiful. All right, Xiao Chuchu, that's enough. Let him keep what's left of his dignity, Xinjie calmly said with a smile. He's just trying to save face. No need to embarrass him further. Xiao Chuchu nodded. Darling, you're so kind. You're way better than Xuanfeng. He can't even compare to a single hair of yours. Ha! Xinjie laughed loudly. Xuanfeng didn't waste any time arguing with this despicable couple. He walked to the side, took out his key, and pressed the button on it towards the eye-catching Ferrari parked nearby. Beep beep. The car lit up. Xuanfeng lifted the car door and sat in with a blank expression. The unique roar of a sports car filled the air. A streak of black smoke came out of the exhaust pipe as Xuanfeng pressed the accelerator and drove off. Xiao Chuchu and Qin Jie stood there dumbfounded, their mouths wide open, large enough to swallow an egg. Chapter 2. Check in for the second time. The reward is a building. Watching the flashy luxury car drive out of her sight, Xiao Chuchu was instantly stunned. Qin Jie was also shocked. At a glance, he recognized the car as a Ferrari 488, worth at least 4 million RMB fully loaded. Even he didn't dare to buy one. An ordinary employee, driving a car even better than his? Suddenly, Qin Jie slapped his thigh and exclaimed with realization, I get it. I know where his car came from now. What happened? Xiao Chuchu quickly asked. Seeing someone she once looked down upon suddenly driving a luxury car that she had always dreamed of left her in a mixed emotional state. Indescribable, a mixture of regret, sorrow, frustration, and anger. She had to find out the truth about Chun Feng's luxury car, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep for days. Qin Jie sneered slightly. Do you really need to think about it? That car must be rented, all for showing off. Online people have already exposed this kind of trick many times. Those penniless losers rent luxury cars for a high price, pretending to be rich second-generation playboys to seduce girls. Someone who doesn't know the truth might fall for it. I bet he knew about you in advance and specially rented the car to make an impression, to make you regret everything. If you really believe it, then you've fallen into his trap. Xiao Chuchu exhaled in relief. So that's how it is. She thought so too. A good-for-nothing loser like him could never afford such a great car. It was just a rental. That made sense. Chen Feng was nothing but an office worker whose monthly salary barely covered his basic living costs. He could only try to save face by renting a fancy car. Chen Feng definitely didn't expect that someone as smart as her had already seen through everything. On the other side, Chen Feng drove the Ferrari back to his rented apartment, buying several boxes of beer and a bottle of baijiu. Today, he wouldn't stop drinking until he passed out. Xiao Chuchu, from now on, the two of us are done. It was you who wronged me first. If anything happens later, don't blame me for being ruthless. That night, Chen Feng drank heavily. The next morning, he didn't wake up until 9 o'clock. The first thing he did after opening his eyes was to open the system. No way. He was afraid that what happened yesterday was just a dream. Check-in system. Host, Chen Feng. Check-ins, 1. Status, not checked in. Why is it not checked in yet? Chen Feng was surprised. Last night he had clearly checked in, and it had only been over 10 hours ago. But no matter what, there was a reward for checking in. Why not check in again for free? Chen Feng quickly tapped the check-in button. Ding, you've checked in for the second time. Reward, a commercial office building. The system prompt sounded, and the status changed from not checked in to checked in. There was also a countdown below. Chen Feng looked closer and noticed the countdown was 21 hours, not 24. That meant he could check in again at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. It worked similarly to some games. Regardless of what time you log in, you are considered checked in for the day. The check-in refreshes at a fixed time the next day. After confirming the system was valid, Chen Feng closed it and started looking for the commercial building the system mentioned. Yesterday's Ferrari was in the underground parking lot, so where would this building be? Very soon, Chen Feng found a document next to his bed, labeled with the 4 characters, Golden Summit Mansion. Golden Summit Mansion? Isn't that where the company currently operates? From what Chen Feng knew, Golden Summit Mansion had a total of 23 floors. Though it had been built for over a decade and its location was nothing special, it housed more than 30 companies. The annual rental income alone reached millions. With just this building, Chen Feng could live comfortably for the rest of his life. This system was just too powerful. Chen Feng was so excited that he nearly jumped up. Ding ling ling. Just then, his phone rang. Chen Feng looked at it. Unknown number, but he still answered. Hello, is this President Chen? Chen Feng frowned. I do surname Chun, but who are you? Hello President Chun, I'm Zhu Wei, the administrator of Golden Summit Mansion. I just received notice from the previous owner that you've purchased the entire Golden Summit Mansion and are now the new owner. Is this correct? Chen Feng nodded vigorously. Yes, Golden Summit Mansion now belongs to me. President Chun, I would like to ask when you are planning to come by, so that I can prepare accordingly for your arrival. In addition, since the building just changed owners, the staff would also like to meet you. No problem, I will come right away. Okay, I will wait for you downstairs. Chen Feng hung up the phone and rubbed his hands together. The landlord life he had always dreamed of was finally about to begin. From now on, he could live comfortably every day, just collecting rent like those relocated households. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, Chen Feng's phone rang again. As soon as he picked up, he heard a loud roar from the other end. Chen Feng, you bastard, why aren't you at work yet? Do you even want to keep your job? If not, just quit right now. Chen Feng immediately frowned. The one calling was Xiao Peng from the company, a guy who always bossed around ordinary employees like them, treating them like dogs. And his mouth was particularly foul. He often insulted people. Back then, Chen Feng could only endure this kind of person. After all, he had only graduated half a year ago, and if he got fired, it would be hard to find another job. But now, he no longer had any reason to run. He shouted back without hesitation. That's right, I don't want this job anymore. Fine, then don't come back. Die at home. Xiao Peng hung up the phone directly. Humph. Chen Feng snorted coldly, put on his clothes, and quickly went downstairs. Downstairs, several people looked at his Ferrari 488 with green eyes full of envy. Oh my god, when did such a luxury car start appearing around here? If I had this car, I'd probably Pao-Gochi'd every day in my cup. Strange, nobody around here should be able to afford a car like this, right? I just checked online, this car costs over 4 million yuan. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Chen Feng pressed the key, lifted the door, and sat inside the car. He stepped on the accelerator, black smoke shot out from the exhaust pipe, and a deafening roar followed. Chen Feng turned the steering wheel, stepped on the gas, and drove away, leaving behind a group of envious onlookers. Soon, he arrived at Golden Summit Mansion. Underneath the building, a well-fed middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward. "Hello, are you President Chen?" "That's right. We just spoke on the phone," Chen Feng nodded. Chapter 3. Fired. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Zhu Wei, the building property manager." Upon learning that Chen Feng was the new boss, Zhu Wei's attitude turned extremely enthusiastic. This was someone who could decide his future after all. "Why don't you show me around this building? I want to know all the details." Chen Feng shook hands with Zhu Wei and carefully examined the Golden Peak building. Although he had previously worked in this very building, back then he was just an ordinary white-collar worker, a regular workhorse getting exploited. Now, Chen Feng was the owner of the Golden Peak building, the master of this entire structure. Same building, but the feeling was completely different. "No problem, Mr. Chen. Please follow me." Zhu Wei eagerly took Chen Feng to tour Golden Peak building. "Mr. Chen, the Golden Peak building is doing quite well. Dozens of companies have their offices here, including financial firms, gaming companies, real estate agencies, studios, and so on. It's very diverse, and the rental income is stable every month. There are 15 employees working at the building, mostly for cleaning and facility management. Some companies clean their own spaces, while others outsource it to us." Zhu Wei had worked in Golden Peak building for 5 or 6 years, so he was very familiar with it. He took Chen Feng to tour each floor one by one. When they reached the 7th floor, Chen Feng saw the company's sign, and his eyes lit up. He turned to Zhu Wei. "Wait here for a moment. I need to go inside and take care of something." "No problem, Mr. Chen. I can wait however long it takes," Zhu Wei nodded. Chen Feng quickened his pace towards the company office. Although he had been fired, he hadn't received his salary for this month yet, several thousand yuan. He couldn't just give it up. Just as he entered the office, he saw Xiao Peng yelling at people. "What are you all good for? You can't even handle such a simple task well. Do you want to work or not? If not, then get the hell out. These young people these days just don't understand gratitude or the value of hard work." Seeing this familiar scene, Chen Feng couldn't help but sneer slightly. Humph. Xiao Peng still had that nasty tongue. Good thing he wouldn't have to deal with him anymore, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to endure it. At that moment, Xiao Peng turned his head and spotted Chen Feng, a mocking expression spreading on his face. "Chen Feng, you don't need to come begging me for mercy. Let me tell you, President Qin just stopped by and said you're fired. Don't come here to work anymore." "Fired?" Several senior employees looked at Chen Feng in surprise, expressions of schadenfreude forming. Chen Feng had joined the company as a fresh graduate and was now being fired shortly after graduation. With little work experience and no longer being considered a new graduate, it would be difficult for him to find work in the future. Chen Feng didn't feel like arguing with these people, and calmly said, "I already knew this. I just came to finish the paperwork. Follow me then." Xiao Peng waved his hand. Once the two were gone, the office erupted with chatter. Poor guy, getting fired without reason. Strange. Chen Feng's performance had been pretty good lately. He stayed overtime voluntarily almost every day until late night. "How come he was fired?" a senior employee questioned. "I know about this," another said. "I saw Chen Feng's girlfriend, Xiao Chu, come to work this morning with President Qin, arms linked together. They even stayed in the office for quite a while." "Oh, that's how it is. It makes sense. Chen Feng is just a nobody, can't even afford a house or a car. Compared with President Qin, there's a huge difference. If it were me, I wouldn't pick Chen Feng either." The senior employees started gossiping loudly. Inside the office, Chen Feng quickly completed his paperwork. After all, it was just a small company, so the process was relatively simple. After watching Chen Feng sign the papers, Xiao Peng said sternly, "According to company policy, your remaining salary will be transferred to you on the 21st of next month. However, since you were terminated, according to regulations, all your full attendance and performance bonuses will be deducted." Chen Feng gave a cold chuckle, waving his hand. "Fine, I already knew that. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Chen Feng knew all too well what this company was like. They kept making people work overtime and intentionally delayed salary payment to the end of the following month, thereby holding 1 month's worth of wages from the employees, openly and shamelessly. Xiao Peng chuckled coldly, saying in a lecturing tone, "Chen Feng, since I see you're still young, I'll speak from my heart for a moment. When you work elsewhere in the future, you must learn to read the atmosphere, obey the rules and follow orders, otherwise you won't make it anywhere in life." Chen Feng was so enraged by Xiao Peng's shamelessness that he laughed. "Who are you trying to act like here? Just because you've been slacking around a few more years than me, you have the nerve to lecture me?" Xiao Peng's face turned grim. "Ungrateful bastard. We're just trying to help you, and you don't even appreciate it. Hurry up and get out. You're no longer an employee of this company." Without another word, Chen Feng turned around and walked off. "Actually, I didn't even want to stay here anyway." Just as Chen Feng walked out of Xiao Peng's office, Xiao Chu suddenly appeared from somewhere, loudly sneering. "Chen Feng, don't show off by renting a luxury car anymore. That's so lame, you know? I know exactly what kind of background you come from. Do you really think you can afford a Ferrari?" Just then, Xiao Peng walked out of the office, puzzled and asking, "What Ferrari?" Xiao Chu shot Chen Feng a look, intentionally raising her voice. "Last night, Chen Feng specially rented a 4.88 million Ferrari and drove it in front of me just to pretend he's a rich second generation. I saw through him on the spot." "Is that so?" Xiao Peng immediately burst into laughter. "Chen Feng, You really crack me up. Real rich people are always low-key. Judging from your appearance, you're definitely destined to be a loser your whole life. Buying a Ferrari to show off? Please, that's hilarious. The other senior employees looked at Chen Feng with expressions full of contempt. If you were actually rich, it wouldn't be a big deal, but pretending to be rich when you're not, putting on airs and straining beyond your means, that really is quite lame. Chen Feng also smiled. Xiao Chu, are you so sure that car was rented by me? If it's not rented, how else could you have gotten it? Someone like you couldn't possibly afford a luxury car like a Ferrari. Xiao Chu snorted coldly. Even if you didn't eat or drink for your entire life, you still couldn't afford such a luxury car. I'm just trying to help you. If you don't change this flashy habit of yours, you'll definitely go nowhere in life. Hee. Chen Feng shook his head, no longer interested in arguing with Xiao Chu. How come he had never noticed how annoying this woman was before? He simply walked past Xiao Chu and headed straight for the exit. Losers, she snorted again, haughtily turning and walking away. President Chen. In the hallway, Zhu Wei saw Chen Feng coming out and greeted him, casting a curious glance toward Qin Jie's company. Chen Feng had no intention of explaining anything to Zhu Wei, so he simply said, "Let's go. Keep showing me around." Zhu Wei nodded. "All right, President Chen, please follow me." Chapter 4, Fun Shortage. Under Zhu Wei's lead, Chen Feng spent more than an hour touring the Golden Tripod building, carefully getting familiar with the place. After the tour, Zhu Wei brought Chen Feng into the office and showed him relevant documents and financial receipts. Chen Feng read through them carefully and found the lease contract of Qin Jie's company. "Zhu Wei, this document states that excellent tax payment method is 2 months deposit and 3 months in advance. Also, according to the receipts I just looked through, it's already been 4 months since their last rent payment." "Yes," Zhu Wei nodded. "This is the thing, Boss Chen. Although the contract specifies payment every 3 months, a 1-month delay is pretty normal under normal circumstances. After all, every company could face a cash flow shortage sometimes. It's not just excellent tech. Other companies occasionally have this situation too. Usually, we don't urge them. We only chase them after the due date." Chen Feng nodded understandingly. After all, in business, harmony brings wealth. Sometimes when funds are tight, a 1-month delay really is quite normal. If it were another company, Chen Feng wouldn't have pursued it, but as for Qin Jie's company, he definitely wouldn't let it go. "Zhu Wei, call the people from Excellent Tech and tell them to move out of the Golden Tripod building immediately. We're canceling the lease," Chen Feng said coldly. "What?" Zhu Wei was greatly surprised. "Boss, is it really necessary? This company has been renting from us for 3 years, and our cooperation has been relatively pleasant. It's not necessary to drive them away just because of a 1-month delay in rent. Also, they've already paid 2 months as deposit, so practically we haven't suffered any loss." Chen Feng nodded understandingly. "I know, but I have a grudge with that company. I just don't want them renting here anymore. Is there any problem with that?" Zhu Wei paused for a moment, then hurriedly nodded. "No problem. I'll call them right away." Inside the office, Qin Jie and Xiao Chu were flirting. "I've helped you get rid of that annoying guy Chen Feng. How are you going to thank me?" Qin Jie winked suggestively. "Naughty boy, we are in the office now. We'll talk about it tonight." Xiao Chu pushed Qin Jie slightly. "That's why it's exciting being in the office," Qin Jie continued persistently. Knock knock knock. "Boss Qin, bad news. Just now Manager Zhu from the Golden Tripod called and said we're over a month behind in rent and ordered us to move out immediately," Xiao Peng said as he walked through the door. Qin Jie showed an expression of impatience. "Damn, didn't I tell them we were having cash flow issues and would pay in half a month?" Xiao Peng displayed helplessness. "Boss Qin, Manager Zhu just said we have to move out. No discussion. Even paying the rent won't change it." Qin Jie grumbled. This Zhu Wei really is being too pushy, chasing the rent like it's life or death, and making up such a lame excuse. "Xiao Peng, go and withdraw some money from the company account and go up to the top floor to pay the rent. And tell him that next time if he acts like this again, don't blame me for moving the whole company out. There are plenty of office buildings around here besides his." "Understood, Boss Qin." Xiao Peng nodded. "Why don't I go along too? I haven't been to the top floor yet," Xiao Chu said with curiosity. "Okay, you come along too then," Qin Jie agreed. Soon, Xiao Peng and Xiao Chu went up to the top floor and arrived at the building property management office. "This place is actually quite big," Xiao Chu said, somewhat surprised. Xiao Peng nodded. "Yes, this building is entirely owned by them. They can have as much space as they want. I once calculated, just the rent income from this single building is at least millions every year, and it's guaranteed profit. Way more lucrative than running a company." Xiao Chu immediately showed envy. "That's so great. I wish this building was mine." Xiao Peng rolled his eyes. "You're just daydreaming. This building is worth at least hundreds of millions. Even if you worked your entire life, you couldn't afford to buy it. And even Boss Qin has no hope." Sighing, Xiao Chu said, "I wonder who owns this building exactly. It must be a big business tycoon." As they were speaking, the two walked inside and saw Chen Feng sitting on the sofa. Xiao Peng was momentarily taken aback. "Chen Feng, what are you doing here? Where is Manager Zhu?" Xiao Chu wore a look of disdain. "Chen Feng, we've already broken up. You're not here to hound me, are you? Let me be honest with you. There's no way for us anymore. You're just not good enough for me." Chen Feng instantly smiled. "Xiao Chu, don't be so self-centered. I have absolutely no interest in you anymore." Xiao Chu smiled too. "So you're not here to bother me. Then why are you here? Don't tell me you've already found a job here." Chen Feng glanced at Xiao Chu and nodded. "You guessed right. I'm now the owner of the Golden Tripod building. The whole building belongs to me." "Uft." Xiao Chuchu couldn't help it and burst into laughter, as if she had just heard a funny joke. Ha ha. Chenfeng, you're saying you're the owner of the Golden Tripod building? Are you out of your mind? Talking nonsense like this. Do you even know how much this building is worth? You actually dare to say you own it. Xiaopeng shook his head while laughing. Chenfeng, don't think you can be a boss just because you're sitting on a sofa striking a few poses. Life is tough out there. People like you will never make it. Listen to me. Take my advice. Work hard from now on. Stop daydreaming. If you follow my advice and work diligently for 10 years or so, you'll probably be able to save enough for a down payment on a house. Chenfeng sneered. I don't need to explain myself to the two of you. Believe it or not, I don't care. Xiaopeng frowned. How come you can't understand even the simplest advice? Fine, I'm not going to waste my breath on you anymore. With that, Xiaopeng took out his phone, preparing to call Manager Zhu at the building's property office. Manager Xiao, why are you here? Right at that moment, Zhu Wei entered, carrying a file. Xiaopeng's eyes lit up. Manager Zhu, you came at just the right time. This guy was just fired from our company and is now refusing to leave. Quickly call security and get him out before he disturbs your business dealings. Zhu Wei gave a strange look. You said that Mr. Chun here was an employee fired from your company, and you want me to call security to eject him? Exactly. Xiaopeng, still not catching on, nodded dumbly. Zhu Wei couldn't help laughing. Mr. Xiao, did something go wrong with your head? This Mr. Chun is the new owner of the Golden Tripod building, my direct boss. Are you seriously asking me to kick him out? Are you joking? What? Xiaopeng froze instantly, his mouth wide open in shock. The Golden Tripod building, owner. Xiao Chuchu's expression immediately became incredibly exaggerated. Chapter 5, I'm just here to slap your face. Xiaopeng swallowed hard. Manager Zhu, you're not kidding me, right? Zhu Wei smiled. Do you think I'd make a joke about something like this? That's impossible. He's just a poor nobody. There's no way he can afford this entire building. You've been scammed, Xiao Chuchu shouted. She felt like her heart had been gripped tightly, and she was overwhelmed with discomfort. Zhu Wei glanced at Xiao Chuchu coldly and snorted. Believe it or not, I don't need to explain myself to you. How can it be true? How can it be true? Xiao Chuchu's face turned pale. Chenfeng was actually the owner of Golden Tripod Mansion, which meant he had at least 100 million in assets. He was dozens of times more powerful than Qinjie. If she had known this earlier. Xiao Chuchu felt bitter inside. Chenfeng raised his head and said icily, I'll ask you two to please leave my office. Don't interfere with my work. Xiaopeng forced a bitter smile. Then the call from Director Zhu saying he's not going to renew the lease is true? Zhu Wei nodded. That's right. Director Chun has said that we won't have any more cooperation with your company in the future. Xiaopeng inhaled sharply through his teeth, didn't say anything else, and immediately dragged Xiao Chuchu downstairs. All the way, Xiao Chuchu seemed dazed and lost, like a soul wandering aimlessly. Soon, he knocked on the door of Qinjie's office. Director Qin, it's bad. Something huge has happened. Qinjie frowned. What's going on? Do you really have to be in such a panic, Xiaopeng? Xiaopeng took a deep breath and said seriously, Director Qin, do you remember Chenfeng? Qinjie nodded. Yeah, what about him? He's the owner of Golden Tripod Mansion now, and he wants us out. He said we must move out immediately. What? Qinjie was so surprised that his mouth gaped open, unable to close for quite some time. Don't joke with me, Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng gave a bitter smile. Director Qin, would I make a joke like this? This is absolutely true. Just now I went to see Zhu Wei, the property manager at the top floor, and he told me it directly. Qinjie immediately became anxious. His company currently had two major projects, both extremely urgent and needing to be delivered soon. If they were forced out of the building, he would have to relocate, set up equipment again, which would waste a huge amount of time. Normally, wasting time wouldn't matter much, but the two current contracts were big ones, very hard to get. And if he couldn't finish on time, he wouldn't only lose the payment, but also have to pay a breach penalty, resulting in a direct loss of at least several million. Not to mention the invisible damage like loss of reputation. Qinjie had worked hard for many years, finally gaining some achievements. Now all of it could collapse in an instant. Let's go, Xiaopeng. We'll go up and find Chenfeng. Qinjie could no longer sit still and immediately stood up. Boss, judging from what Chenfeng looked like, he seemed serious, Xiaopeng carefully replied. Qinjie angrily shouted. How could you not tell me earlier about something this big? Xiaopeng smiled bitterly. Who could have predicted that a boss worth hundreds of millions would work at a company as a regular employee, diligently working for months, even often volunteering for overtime? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even he couldn't believe it. However, Xiaopeng didn't say that out loud. Now that Qinjie was furious, if he rashly spoke up, he might become the scapegoat. Qinjie didn't care about anything else anymore. He hurriedly pulled Xiaopeng straight to the top floor, where they met Chenfeng, who was sitting on the sofa reading documents. Qinjie, how could you still have time to come looking for me? Don't forget, you are no longer a client in this building. You must move out before the end of today. When he saw Qinjie arrive, Chenfeng's tone was icy cold. After hearing that, Qinjie trembled slightly and forced a smile. Chenfeng, there's no need to be so extreme, right? Although this building is yours, the real estate market hasn't been good lately, especially office buildings. The vacancy rate has even reached 40%. Besides, I am a quality client. If you drive me out, you will suffer great losses too. Chenfeng immediately smiled. Qinjie, you actually make a fair point. Unfortunately, I just don't feel like listening. Today I'm here to humiliate you, to drive you out. No matter what you say, it won't help. No more nonsense. Before 12 o'clock today, Either you move out by yourself, or I'll have security drag you out. Get the hell out, and stop barking here like a dog. Qin Jie was so angry that his body shook uncontrollably. He himself was a business owner and usually treated respectfully. Being insulted like this by Chen Feng, how could he endure it? Enraged, Qin Jie pointed his finger at Chen Feng and shouted, "Chen Feng, you win this time. But remember, this is not over." After saying that, Qin Jie stormed downstairs angrily. Xiao Peng followed Qin Jie downstairs with a bitter smile. As the old saying goes, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Who could have imagined that Chen Feng, who was just a dismissed employee a few hours ago, had suddenly become the owner of the building? Back at the company, Qin Jie quickly gathered all the employees and said solemnly, "Everyone, stop what you're doing and start preparing to move the company's things downstairs. We're changing locations." Changing locations? Director Qin, this is too sudden. The technical director was taken aback. We still have several projects to handle. This will waste a lot of time. Qin Jie's expression darkened. Just do as I say and move. Stop making excuses. The technical director was immediately scolded into silence. The other employees, seeing how angry Qin Jie was, naturally dared not provoke him and wisely started moving things. However, the moment Qin Jie entered his office, the employees began whispering among themselves. That's strange. Why would we suddenly have to relocate for no reason? Yeah, we've been here for several years already, and we still have 2 major projects to finish. If we can't complete them, it'll be a huge loss. I heard it's something to do with rent, but I don't know the details. A few employees murmured in low voices, but Xiao Chuchu remained silent. She clearly understood the entire situation and knew exactly why the company had to suddenly move. But she had no intention of revealing the truth. With the few people who knew keeping quiet, the other employees remained in the dark and could only work hard to move the company's equipment outside. Soon, Zhu Wei walked in with several security guards, smiling with hidden mockery. Listen up, people of Jichu Company. Because you've defaulted on the building rent, you're ordered to move out before noon today. If you haven't left by noon, we will take action directly. Seeing this, Qin Jie, who was directing the employees, couldn't help but curse loudly. Damn you, Chen Feng. You've gone too far. I swear I'll get even with you someday. Chapter 6, the 10x cashback card. Watching Qin Jie leave the building with his belongings, accompanied by his employees with their tails between their legs, Chen Feng felt an extreme sense of satisfaction. He wasn't one of those overly forgiving people who would still show mercy after being bullied. No matter who it was, if they provoked him, Chen Feng would definitely take revenge fiercely. With a system at his disposal, what was the point of living the same timid and submissive life as before? Life was all about enjoyment. In the past, Chen Feng had lacked the ability and could only stay low and obedient. But now that he had this cheat code, continuing to play the meek would just make him a fool. When the time comes to show your sharp edge, you must show it. Qin Jie was the first to suffer the consequences. The only pity was that this move only served as retaliation against Qin Jie himself. Xiao Peng, that bastard supervisor, and Xiao Chuchu, that sly girl, were still getting away with it, which annoyed Chen Feng slightly. But no worries, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. With his system, he would grow at an astonishing rate, and sooner or later, he would be far ahead of Xiao Peng and Xiao Chuchu, leaving them unable to even see his taillights. That night, Chen Feng chose to stay at the Golden Mansion building. His office alone was 300 square meters in size, which included a 60 square meter bedroom, much bigger than his rented place. Moreover, this building was his own property, which felt completely different. Given the option of living in his own space, who would willingly live in a rented pigeonhole? After moving his important belongings into the building by car, Chen Feng immediately sent a WeChat message to the landlady saying he no longer needed the rental, even waiving the deposit. However, the landlady was actually a decent person. After checking the house and confirming that it hadn't been damaged, she refunded the deposit. This greatly improved Chen Feng's impression of her. Before long, it was already late at night, but Chen Feng kept tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. There were only 8 or 9 hours left until he could check in again on the system. The first time he had checked in, the system rewarded him with a luxury car worth more than 4 million yuan. The second time, he received a building worth over 100 million yuan. So what kind of reward would the third check-in bring? The more he thought about it, the more excited Chen Feng felt, and sleep just wouldn't come. Eventually, he got up and took out his phone to play games. Actually, it was true, playing games was a great way to kill time. Developing a big-name video game required hundreds of millions of dollars in funding, hundreds or even thousands of team members, years of meticulous work, constant striving for perfection, all to make the game more entertaining and addictive for players. Once he got immersed in the game, time flew by, and it was already 6 o'clock the next morning. The moment check-in time arrived, Chen Feng opened the system and pressed the button eagerly. Ding! Third check-in complete. Reward, 10x cashback card. 10x cashback card. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He quickly opened the so-called 10x cashback card to examine it. 10x cashback card. Within 7 days, you will receive a cashback 10 times the amount of any purchase, up to a maximum of 10 million yuan. Hiss. Chen Feng inhaled sharply through his teeth. 10 times the cashback meant that for every yuan spent, the system would reward him with 10 yuan. The 10 million yuan cap meant that if he spent 10 million yuan, the system would give him 100 million yuan in return. Combined with the original 10 million he had spent, it meant the system had effectively given him a total reward of 110 million yuan. True to its reputation, the system was generous with its rewards. 7 days, spending 10 million yuan. 7 days, 10 million yuan. Chen Feng murmured to himself excitedly. Now the problem was, where could he get that 10 million yuan? Although the system had rewarded him with a luxury car and a building, these were fixed assets, not cash. Right now, the only cash Chen Feng had in hand was just a few thousand yuan. Even if he tried to borrow from online loan companies, at most he could probably get only dozens of thousands, far short of the 10 million mark. Many entrepreneurs worth hundreds of millions of yuan were just like Chen Feng, rich in assets, but lacking in ready cash. He had to find a way to get the 10 million yuan as soon as possible, so that he could fully utilize this 10x cashback card. Chen Feng picked up his phone. As the saying goes, when you have questions at home, consult Xiandu Google. Although more and more advertisements were popping up in search results, there were still some practical resources available. How to borrow 10 million yuan in the shortest possible time. Chen Feng searched on his phone and quickly found a large number of answers. Then he opened Jihu, a Q&A website, Tieba, Baidu Forum, and other platforms. Basically, he asked on every possible forum. Although the answers varied widely, most people recommended going to a bank. Without a doubt, banks were the only institutions capable of providing such a large sum in a short period of time. After all, that's what banks are for. It looked like he would need to get in touch with a bank. Chen Feng felt a slight headache. In the past, as a nobody, he had interacted with banks, but only with tellers and ATMs. However, for a 10 million yuan loan, the decision-makers would at least be managers or branch presidents. In the past, if Chen Feng wanted to take out a 10 million yuan loan, people would have thought he was dreaming. But now, with a car worth 4 million yuan and a building worth 100 million yuan, securing a 10 million yuan loan wouldn't be a problem. After breakfast, Chen Feng called Zhu Wei and asked, "How much money is available in the account right now?" Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment, then replied honestly, "Before yesterday, there was nothing. However, after you kicked out the outstanding tech company, 2 other companies paid their overdue rent. Now we have 300,000 yuan in the account." 30,000? Huh? Chen Feng nodded. "Withdraw all of it and transfer it to my personal account." "All right, I'll take care of it right away." Zhu Wei nodded without asking any unnecessary questions. Chen Feng was the boss. How much money he wanted to take out was entirely his own matter. It wasn't his place to question. "Oh, by the way, one more thing. Which bank are we keeping our money in? Do you have the contact number of someone internal at the bank?" Chen Feng asked earnestly. He had just checked online and found that it was better to get a loan from a familiar bank since they already knew your situation. "The bank we're using is the Hancheng branch of Huaxia Bank. I have the phone number of one of their managers," Zhu Wei answered truthfully. "Good. Give me his number. I need to talk to him." Soon, Zhu Wei completed the tasks, transferring the money to Chen Feng's account and providing the contact number. After obtaining the phone number, Chen Feng wasted no time and dialed it directly. "Hello, who is this?" "This is Manager Lu, right? This is the owner of Golden Mansion Building. I want to apply for a loan." Chen Feng got straight to the point. "No problem. How much do you need? And do you have any collateral?" Manager Lu agreed without hesitation. "I do have collateral. The collateral is Golden Mansion Building itself. This building is worth over 100 million yuan." Chen Feng replied concisely. "Great, great, great. As long as you have collateral, there's no issue. So when can we talk? What if you come here? I'm waiting for you at the top floor of Golden Mansion Building." "No problem. I'll come over right away." Chapter 7. The first time being approached by a girl. More than an hour later, Chen Feng met with Manager Lu. Competition within the bank was also fierce, and a quality client was a scarce resource. After checking the information on Golden Peak Mansion, Manager Lu rushed over as quickly as possible. "Hello, President Chen. I'm the manager of the Han City branch. If you're looking for a loan, you've come to the right place," Manager Lu said edly, grabbing Chen Feng's hand as soon as they met. His expression toward Chen Feng looked like how one would look at a gorgeous beauty. "Manager Lu, I'll be straightforward. I need a 10 million loan, and the faster the loan process the better," Chen Feng said bluntly without any pretense. The time limit for the cashback card was 7 days. Chen Feng needed to spend the money as quickly as possible, otherwise there would be significant losses if he missed the deadline. "No problem. As long as the collateral is sufficient, getting the loan won't be an issue," Manager Lu assured without hesitation. Secured loans were the bank's favorite type. Even if the client couldn't repay, the bank could take the collateral to recover losses. Not to mention that Chen Feng's collateral was the Golden Peak Mansion worth over 100 million yuan. A 10 million loan was, strictly speaking, actually profitable for them. This was a high-quality asset that they didn't fear being unable to liquidate. Chen Feng smiled. "Manager Lu, maybe you didn't understand me clearly. This 10 million loan is urgent. It would be best to get it done within 3 days. If it can't be completed in 3 days, there's no point anymore." Manager Lu's eyebrows tightened. "That's a bit complicated." The usual loan approval process was quite lengthy, usually taking at least 2 weeks, and sometimes lasting up to 1 or 2 months. Getting it done within 3 days really was putting someone on the spot. Chen Feng nodded. "It's because it's urgent that I'm coming to your bank. Otherwise, I could scrape together 10 million by myself. Why would I bother with you people? I just want to know one thing. Can you do it? If yes, then approve the loan right away. If not, then forget it, because I can always go to someone else." Manager Lu's brows furrowed even deeper. He wasn't doubting Chen Feng's words. With just this building alone, collecting several million in rent annually was effortless. For a boss like this, 10 million really wasn't a big sum. "I may ask, what exactly do you plan to use this 10 million for?" Manager Lu suddenly said. "I plan to use it to buy something." Chen Feng replied truthfully. Manager Lu nodded and gravely said, Getting it done in 3 days is no problem, but the interest rate will have to be a little higher, at least 8%. Also, the loan term cannot be less than 1 year. As long as you agree, I'll immediately go make the necessary arrangements. Within 3 days, I guarantee this loan will be processed for you. Chen Feng laughed. No problem. Manager Lu smiled as well. I will also need some documents to prove to the approval committee that you are indeed the owner of this office building. I have all those documents, and they're very comprehensive. In that case, there truly shouldn't be any issues at all. With my connections at the bank, this loan will definitely go through. Manager Lu guaranteed, pounding his chest confidently. The confirmation of the successful loan allowed Chen Feng to relax. Now everything was ready except for the final piece. As soon as the bank approved the loan, he could start happily shopping. The system really could have been more straightforward. Why not simply reward him with cash? That way, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of borrowing from a bank. Moreover, the next check-in time had shifted to the next day at 6 p.m., making it a 36-hour interval. Chen Feng felt puzzled about this new frequency of the system's check-in intervals. It seemed as though each check-in time was gradually increasing. At this rate, after only a few more check-ins, he'd have to wait extremely long intervals. Well, never mind. There was no need to overthink it now. The rewards from just these 3 check-ins alone were enough to guarantee him a wealthy life for the rest of his days. One shouldn't be too greedy, wanting everything. To wait for this check-in, Chen Feng had spent the entire night awake. Finally managing to get it done, he now felt exhausted and decided to go home for a nap. Before taking a nap, Chen Feng made a phone call, asking Zhu Wei to transfer the 30,000 yuan rent that had been credited into his account. Maybe he was just too used to being broke before. If the money wasn't in his account, he always felt a bit uneasy. After confirming the money had been transferred, Chen Feng slept peacefully. He slept soundly through the entire time until evening arrived. After waking up, Chen Feng went to a high-end restaurant nearby that he had always wanted to visit, but had previously been too intimidated to enter. Frankly speaking, the food in a high-end restaurant really was a bit better than that from roadside street stalls. Chen Feng ate heartily and happily. After dinner, Chen Feng drove the Ferrari he'd received from the check-in reward to a bustling bar. He had known about this bar for a long time, but had always been too afraid to enter. Because someone had told him that the consumption there was very expensive and the environment was complicated, easily leading to problems. This had prevented Chen Feng from ever daring to come before. But now things were different. He had money. Money gave him confidence. As long as a man was wealthy, no matter his appearance, he would naturally become self-assured. Chen Feng was now very confident. Places he had once been too afraid to enter, he now dared to go. As he drove the car into the parking lot, the security guard at the entrance greeted him warmly. Wow, that sports car is a Ferrari, worth millions. A girl saw Chen Feng stepping out of the supercar, and her eyes lit up instantly. Hey Jia, what someone drives has nothing to do with us. Let's just go inside quickly. Sonya rolled her eyes beside her. Jia shook her head. Xiaoya, this is where you're wrong. Those who can afford to drive a sports car are definitely wealthy. It's rare to meet someone like this. If we don't go say hello now, we might never get another chance. With that, Jia grabbed Sonya and walked toward Chen Feng. Handsome guy, are you here to check out the red hot bar? Want to go in together? Someone actually approached him first? Chen Feng was slightly surprised. This was the first time a girl had ever initiated a conversation with him. But after seeing Jia's gaze sweeping toward the Ferrari beside him, Chen Feng understood. This girl had her eyes on his car. TSK, this world was indeed practical. As long as one had money, they could enjoy the attention of beautiful girls. Chen Feng looked Jia up and down, his eyes flickering. This girl had a pretty good figure. Her curves were visible even through her clothes. She must feel amazing to touch. Since she had been so proactive, what reason did he, a man, have to be afraid? After all, he wasn't the one losing out. With the system by his side, if he didn't take the chance to be a bit more carefree and stylish, he would be wasting the system's reward. Chen Feng smiled. No problem, beautiful. We can go in together. By the way, what's your name? Jia also smiled. Handsome guy, my name is Jia. I'm a student at the nearby university. What about you? What's your name? I'm Chen Feng. Oh, and by the way, what's this beautiful lady's name? Chen Feng shifted his gaze toward the girl standing beside Jia. Chapter 8. The beauty takes the initiative. Strictly speaking, Jia was only modestly pretty, with a slightly more provocative figure. But the beauty standing beside her was like a classical painting brought to life. Exquisitely featured, radiating elegance and grace that made her look like a court lady from ancient times. In terms of looks, this girl clearly surpassed Jia. She's my roommate, Sonya. This is her first time here. Jia felt a little sour inside. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. That's quite a coincidence. This is my first time here too. Sonya didn't speak at all, not even glancing at Chen Feng. She appeared completely indifferent toward him. A slight sense of regret stirred in Chen Feng's heart, but at the same time, his interest increased. That was just human nature. The harder something was to obtain, the more one desired it. The colder Sonya seemed, the more restless he became inside. Still, he wasn't the kind of fool who would grovel for attention. If someone refused to acknowledge him, he wouldn't foolishly pursue them. Since Sonya had shown indifference, he might as well turn to Jia. Although this girl wasn't as pretty as Sonya, she was much more proactive. The three of them entered the bar together. Inside, colorful lights flickered wildly, and people were dancing energetically on the dance floor. Passionate music blared so loudly, it almost drowned out everything else. Sonya immediately furrowed her brows, revealing disappointment. So this was what a legendary bar looked like. It appeared too chaotic and noisy. Songya gently shook Heejie's delicate arm. Heejie, this place is no fun at all. Let's just go back. Heejie rolled her eyes. Sis, we just arrived less than a minute ago. Leaving so soon is just too boring. At least sit down for a while first. Saying this, Heejie led Chinfeng to a booth and began chatting while ordering 2 drinks. Worth mentioning was that Songya did not order any alcohol, choosing fruit juice instead. Handsome guy, what does your family do? Soon after sitting down, Heejie started probing Chinfeng about his background. Chinfeng understood exactly what Heejie was thinking and intentionally put on a show of bragging. To be honest, I run a small business. Not much, I just make a few million a year. Heejie's eyes sparkled. So much? Then you must be super rich. Chinfeng shook his head modestly. Not really that much. And all this time I've been focused on earning money, so I'm still single. Upon hearing this, Heejie's thoughts started turning and she began urging Chinfeng to drink. Beside them, Songya drank her juice and tried several times to tell Heejie to leave, but was repeatedly shot down. Chinfeng realized that this woman would not be easy to get close to, so he deliberately ignored her and continued chatting with Heejie enthusiastically. When the conversation seemed to warm up enough, Chinfeng suggested, let's dance together. Heejie agreed enthusiastically without hesitation. Okay, let's go together. Songya frowned. Heejie, let's go back. The dance floor is too messy. I see a lot of men taking advantage of women while dancing. Heejie's eyebrows furrowed too. If you want to go back, then go alone. We don't need to wait for me. With that, Heejie actively pulled Chinfeng onto the dance floor. Songya lightly furrowed her brows, gave Heejie a worried glance, and ultimately chose to remain seated at the booth. Once on the dance floor, things became convenient. Chinfeng intentionally touched Heejie's body while dancing. Wasn't that precisely the whole point of coming here to dance? Heejie didn't shy away. She allowed Chinfeng's advances freely, merely shooting him a slight glare when his hands moved too boldly. This girl truly had an excellent figure, youthful skin that felt incredibly smooth, and a daring personality, all of which started to ignite Chinfeng's passion. The dance floor was dimly lit and filled with people, providing perfect conditions for subtle touches, although any serious advances would have been impossible. What about going outside? I'll treat you to dinner. Chinfeng whispered huskily into Heejie's ear. Heejie cast him a seductive, glistening gaze and shook her head. Sorry, handsome. Our school gates close at 11. Damn. Chinfeng almost swore aloud. You're telling me this when you've got me all worked up? No problem. We can return before 11. But Heejie shook her head again. I still have to study afterwards. Now Chinfeng started feeling anxious, and he gave Heejie a slightly firmer squeeze. Let go of me. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out like a cold bucket of water dousing Chinfeng. He turned to look, only to see a man stubbornly clinging to Songya. Beautiful lady, we're all just out having fun. Why be so cold? Just one dance, what harm could it do? I told you I don't want to dance. Let go of my hand now. Songya pulled her hand away from the man. Appearing slightly embarrassed, the man's brows knit tightly together. At that moment, Chinfeng stepped forward and blocked his path, his voice sharp with anger. What do you think you're doing? The man hadn't expected someone to intervene and was momentarily stunned. What's this got to do with you? I'm her friend, so does that make it my business? Chinfeng stared coldly at this sudden intruder. The man hesitated, sizing up Chinfeng, and sensing he might be trouble, he quickly backed down. I just wanted to ask the beautiful lady for a dance. If she doesn't want to, then forget it. With that, the man walked away. Seeing Heejie return, Songya clung to her delicate hand like she was her last relative. Heejie, let's go, okay? This place is just too chaotic. This. Heejie hesitated slightly. Taking the opportunity, Chinfeng spoke up. Yeah, maybe you should go. I'll drive you both back. Heejie could only sigh. Alright then. But seriously, you came to a bar yet still can't relax. Songya didn't argue back. Right now, all she wanted was to leave this place. Chinfeng led the 2 girls out of the bar and toward the parking lot. The man who had been bothering Songya earlier seemed a bit unwilling to let go. His eyes shifted, and then he followed them quietly. He quickly ran to the parking lot and pulled his car out in advance, driving straight towards Songya. Beautiful lady, are you heading back? Let me give you a ride. He was driving a black Range Rover worth over $1,000,000. Its sleek and powerful appearance gave off a strong sense of dominance. In the past, he had used this very car to charm many girls who admired wealth and status. No thanks. Chinfeng refused the man's offer and pulled out his car keys, pressing a button on the key fob. Beep beep. A crimson-red Ferrari lit up like a king awakening from the darkness of night. The Range Rover owner was momentarily stunned, speechless, and quietly drove off. This guy's car was way cooler than his own. He couldn't even compare. No wonder he managed to hook 2 beautiful girls at once. He must be loaded. Under the bright moonlight, the scarlet Ferrari looked like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky. Chinfeng drove the Ferrari, feeling the cool wind blowing in his face. The night breeze was extremely refreshing, washing away Chinfeng's irritation and gradually calming his mood. Chapter 9. The advantage is in my hands. It wasn't long before Chinfeng dropped off the 2 girls, Songya and Heejie, at the entrance of the university. As soon as the car stopped, Songya couldn't wait to get out and head back to her dormitory. Heejie wasn't in such a rush. Smiling, she took out her phone and displayed her phone number. Under the night sky, her fair arm appeared almost dazzlingly white. Handsome guy, let's exchange contacts. It'll be easier to reach each other next time. Chinfeng shook his head. No thanks. Heejie was slightly surprised. Why not? Do you look down on me? Chinfeng gave her a half smile. If you really want my number, go out to dinner with me. Otherwise, no deal. He was taken aback. This? Calmly, Chen Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a lighter, and took a blissful puff. Beautiful girl, if you want my number, come with me now. If not, just get out. He coquettishly said. Handsome guy, our school has very strict rules. Can we go out another time? Chen Feng didn't reply and continued smoking. He had figured it out. He realized that He had been intentionally baiting him earlier, letting him get some small advantages, then intentionally keeping him at arm's length. She aimed to reel him in with a long line. Undeniably, today's college students were getting sharper and sharper. But Chen Feng wasn't foolish. He caught on while they were on the road. He wanted to hook him, but she still lacked the finesse. If it had been Sonya, it might have been different. As long as he had a Ferrari, girls like He would always be around. But if He refused to go out with him today, it would be hard to find another girl driving a Ferrari again. He held all the cards in his hands, so Chen Feng remained utterly calm. After He tried a few more words, Chen Feng remained unmoved. What's wrong, He Why don't you get out yet? Sonya urged impatiently from outside. Beautiful girl, have you made up your mind? If not, just get out now, Chen Feng said coolly. At first hesitating, He soon showed determination. Just wait for me a moment. She stepped out of the car, spoke briefly with Sonya, and then re-entered the car. As soon as she got in, she snapped at him. Fine, I'll go out to dinner with you now, you trashy guy. Are you satisfied? Chen Feng smiled, tossing away the cigarette butt. It's just dinner, is it really that hard? He rolled her eyes at him. Humph. Chen Feng could tell this girl's resistance was beginning to waver, so he didn't talk more, and simply drove her straight to the Golden Summit building. What place is this? Didn't you say you were taking me for dinner? Wait a moment. I left something in my office. Come upstairs with me. After parking the car and turning off the engine, Chen Feng pulled He upstairs by her small hand. Looking at the towering building, He wore a subtle expression and asked, which floor is your company on? Which floor? Chen Feng smiled. The entire building belongs to me. Now tell me, which floor should I be on? Surprised, He asked. This entire building belongs to you? Of course. Let me tell you, just the rental income from this building brings me several million yuan a year. I make money lying down. TCH, how vulgar. Though outwardly rolling her eyes, secretly, He gripped Chen Feng's hand even tighter. Without hesitation, Chen Feng directly led He into the top floor office, motioning for her to sit on the bed. Aren't you supposed to pick something up? Why are we sitting down already? Well, after such a long walk, we need to rest for a bit. You didn't have to sit beside me though. I'll just sit for a minute. You're not refusing that, are you? Okay, then just a minute. Don't worry. The next morning, Chen Feng woke up in high spirits. Looking at the time, it was already 9 a.m. He had already gotten up, dressed, and was sitting on the edge of the bed playing on her phone. On the nearby table was the breakfast she had bought for Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng waking up, He shot him a glare. Yesterday you said you'd be a beast if you came in, so why did you come in anyway? Chen Feng casually took the breakfast over, smiling as he replied, if I come in, I'm a beast. If I don't come in, I'm even worse than a beast. Well then, I might as well choose to be the beast. Humph, shameless, He coldly remarked. In a good mood, Chen Feng didn't argue with He. After breakfast, he drove her back to the university. Whoa, a Ferrari. How cool. I wish that car was mine. Strange, anyone at our school rich enough to afford such an expensive car? The red Ferrari stopped at the school gate, quickly drawing attention from others. He stepped out of the car, pleased by the scene unfolding. She waved at Chen Feng and briskly walked toward the campus, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Chen Feng smiled, started the car, and drove away. Soon after entering the campus gate, He met Sonya. Seeing He, Sonya frowned, pulling her aside into a corner. Did you spend the night with that guy named Chen Feng yesterday? He nodded. Yes, so what? Sonya couldn't help shaking her head. What do you mean, so what? You two moved way too fast. You're being irresponsible toward yourself. Come on, this is the 21st century. People are more open-minded now. Don't be so conservative. Besides, Chen Feng is a really good guy. He's very gentle, and his family background is great too. Sonya sighed. He, don't take my words the wrong way, but that Chen Feng definitely doesn't look like a decent guy. Otherwise he wouldn't hang out in a place like a bar. I don't think anything good will come out of you dating him. Upon hearing this, He immediately showed dissatisfaction and rolled her eyes. Mind your own business. You don't need to meddle in mine. After saying that, He walked away, leaving a frowning Sonya behind. Ding, 4th check-in completed. Reward, all-seeing camera. Task activated. Please start a company. Any type is acceptable. What the heck? Chen Feng felt a bit confused right after clicking check-in. Why had a task suddenly appeared? He tried to retrieve the all-seeing camera but discovered that he couldn't. It could only be claimed after completing the task. This was rather annoying. Starting a company wasn't a big deal. It was just a matter of going through the procedures. However, the appearance of this task signified a potentially unfavorable trend. Would he now have to complete tasks every time he wanted to receive a reward? If this task was simple, what about the next one? What if it turned out to be much more difficult? Chen Feng suddenly smiled, realizing how greedy he was being. With the system, he already had a car and a house, things that many people could only dream of getting in their entire lives. He was already living a life he couldn't have imagined before, yet he wasn't satisfied and still wanted more. Human desire truly had no limits. Fortunately, starting a company these days was relatively convenient. The government had simplified the procedures significantly to encourage entrepreneurship. With the right connections, Xuanhuan managed to complete all the formalities in half a day and officially became a company owner. Chapter 10, The All-Detecting Camera. The company founded by Xuanhuan was named Xuanhuan Culture and Media Company, Limited. The reason for choosing culture and media was mainly because Xuanhuan planned to eventually develop toward the entertainment industry. The reason was very simple. He had his eyes set on those celebrities. Every time he surfed the internet, Xuanhuan could always see some messy posts claiming that no matter how pure and innocent female celebrities looked on the surface, behind the scenes they already had countless wealthy patrons and had been posed in countless compromising positions. Towards such posts, Xuanhuan always felt admiration mixed with jealousy and resentment. Why could others possess so many beautiful and charming women, enjoying their company left and right, while he could only remain all alone, barely managing a girlfriend who ultimately ended up under someone else's belt? After Xiao Chuchu's betrayal, Xuanhuan finally understood. This society was brutally realistic. If you had no money, you were nobody. If you had money, you had everything. It was laughable to think about it. How yesterday Jia had been so proactive, yet Xuanhuan hadn't even spent a penny on her. Simply revealing the Ferrari and the building had been enough for her to half-willingly give in. In the morning she even actively paid for breakfast, appearing as if a dutiful wife. But if Xuanhuan didn't own a luxury car, if there was no Ferrari, would Jia still have been so proactive? That's just how real life was. Back then, Xuanhuan had merely been a regular office worker, afraid to dream of anything. Now, since he had finally come into some money, not enjoying it fully would make him an idiot. Once the company procedures were completed, Xuanhuan decisively claimed the system reward, the all-detecting camera. Fortunately, the time taken to complete tasks wasn't counted toward the check-in time. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would regret to death. However, this time, the check-in time shifted to 2 days later. All-detecting camera. Function. When taking a photo of any item, an extremely detailed evaluation will be provided. Remarks. You can trust it, but you shouldn't blindly believe in it. The camera's appearance resembled a small cube, approximately the size of a matchbox, entirely black with a button on top. When using the camera, simply aim it at the item you wish to appraise, and it would immediately provide a detailed evaluation. This camera could be used infinitely, but its power supply required some time to recharge automatically, allowing for about 3 uses per day. To test the capabilities of this camera, Xuanhuan took it up and snapped a photo experimentally of his mobile phone. This is an iPhone 1 model that has been used for 1 year and 8 months, with a remaining lifespan of 2 years and 6 months. Note 1. This is a groundbreaking mobile phone product. Note 2. It ushered in the tide of the mobile internet era. Note 3. It has undergone much wear and tear. Proper care is necessary to extend its life. Xuanfeng's eyes lit up, filled with pleasant surprise. This camera was pretty powerful, like those legendary magical artifacts. With this device, one could cast appraisal spells in the real world. Using it to identify gems or antiques would surely bring unparalleled success. Of course, Xuanfeng didn't intend to use the camera for such purposes. After all, his current life was already quite comfortable, making appraising antiques completely unnecessary. Nevertheless, having such a special treasure still pleased him. It signified he now possessed an ability that others couldn't dream of. Perhaps because happiness brings a good spirit. Soon after, Manager Lu called, saying they could go to the bank to complete the loan procedures. Xuanfeng still had a 10-fold cashback card from the system as a reward that he hadn't had time to use, mainly because he hadn't had money before. Once he got the money, he could immediately create 100 million in cash by spending 10 million. One must know, this would be hard cash. Many business owners worth billions couldn't produce 100 million in cash. Now, although Xuanfeng did have some assets, he indeed lacked liquid funds and struggled with every action, a wealthy man only in name, not in reality. But once he spent that 10 million, everything would change. President Xun, I only got 4 hours of sleep last night just working on your case. Manager Lu complained when he saw Xuanfeng. Looking at the bloodshot eyes, Xuanfeng knew he wasn't lying. Later, let me treat you to a meal. Manager Lu smiled. Haha, no problem. In fact, successfully issuing a 10 million loan was a beneficial thing for him too, offering considerable help. The main banking business was to absorb deposits and then lend them out, with quality loan clients being a scarce resource for banks. Especially someone like Xuanfeng who was using a building worth 100 million as collateral for a 10 million loan. Such clients were hard to find even with a lantern. Because this loan absolutely guaranteed no losses, only the amount of profit varied. With Manager Lu leading the way, getting the 10 million loan was simply a matter of signing some documents for Xuanfeng. To prevent getting scammed, Xuanfeng secretly took a photo of the contract with his newly acquired camera. After confirming everything was fine, he happily signed his name. From this moment on, he officially became a man with 10 million in his account. As if trying to secure their relationship with this big client, the bank even gave him a VIP card and granted Manager Lu some time off in advance, so the two could have dinner together to build rapport. To be honest, it felt pretty good being treated with such importance. After all, nobody wants to remain an obscure nobody for life. It would make existence itself feel rather meaningless. President Xun, no need for extra words. Whenever you need a loan in the future, just come find me. Within my authority, I can decide for myself. Manager Lu was delighted, slightly tipsy from the alcohol. Mainly, he was proud of achieving such results and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. A 10 million yuan loan wasn't much or little. It was the no risk involved that made it rare and valuable. Rest assured, whenever I need a loan, I will definitely come to you. Chen Feng smiled and raised his glass in a toast to Manager Liu, who couldn't speak sweet words when necessary. It was nothing more than exchanging a few pleasant phrases. In the past, Chen Feng always found such socializing annoying. But now that he had money, he suddenly realized this kind of interaction didn't bother him at all. In fact, he even felt at ease. Money truly had the power to change a person. Once a man acquired wealth, confidence immediately kicked in. Having a good meal together and building some connection with Manager Liu, Chen Feng then returned to Golden Summit Mansion. Currently, it was the only place he had to go. He wasn't sure why, but strangely, this apartment he had previously liked now suddenly seemed a bit cramped. Perhaps because his wallet had gotten heavier. After all, Golden Summit Mansion was an office building. Living there could never match the comfort of a luxury mansion. Luckily, he still had that tenfold cashback card. He'd go buy a villa tomorrow. Hijia, what are you doing? Hijia, why aren't you replying? Have you started looking down on me? Hijia, well, I don't feel like talking to you either. You're just a jerk. Hijia, please, just reply to my message. Have you really not given me a second thought? Chapter 11. This cabbage must be mine. Looking at the series of text messages on his phone, Chen Feng, who had just woken up, couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected to become so popular. Only in one night, Hijia had become attached to him. Of course, Chen Feng was well aware that this had nothing to do with his personal charm. The main reason was that he was rich. If he were still an ordinary white-collar worker like before, would Hijia still be this enthusiastic? Probably she would treat him with indifference, just like Xiao Chu used to. He couldn't leave the girl waiting for too long either, or she really would get angry. Hijia's body was quite good, and her voice was enticing too. Chen Feng was certainly unwilling to let go of such a beauty. After breakfast, Chen Feng immediately called Hijia. The call connected almost instantly, and Hijia's annoyed voice came through the phone. You finally remembered I exist. Chen Feng smiled faintly. I had several business deals yesterday, didn't even have time to eat. I just didn't see your messages. Really? Of course. You know I have a big business to manage, and there's lots of socializing every day. Oh, I see. On the other end of the phone, Hijia hesitated slightly, her irritation fading significantly. Actually, she wasn't sure whether Chen Feng was telling the truth or not, but his explanation sounded reasonable, and she could find no fault in it. Most importantly, she didn't want to lose Chen Feng either. By the way, are you free? I was just thinking of looking for you. Sure, of course. Upon hearing they were going to meet, Hijia's previous hurt feelings immediately disappeared. She quickly confirmed a time and place with Chen Feng. Why are you so happy today, Hijia? Sonia beside her asked curiously. Hijia smiled. My boyfriend is coming to meet me soon. Boyfriend? Sonia frowned slightly. You mean that guy from the bar the day before yesterday? Hijia nodded naturally. Of course it's him. Who else could it be? Sonia furrowed her brows slightly. But didn't you scold him yesterday, calling him a playboy who ignores people? That's because he was busy with business. He didn't ignore me on purpose. Anyway, he's coming soon. Hijia quickly began to get ready. Women dress to please the one they care for. She wanted to show Chen Feng her best side. Soon, Hijia reached the school gate, and Sonia along with her boyfriend came along too. Originally, Hijia didn't want Sonia to come. Although they were best friends, Hijia knew clearly that Sonia was much prettier. When the two were together, men's eyes would definitely be drawn to Sonia. That was acceptable normally, but not on such an occasion. Hijia didn't want to be the ugly duckling. Unfortunately, Sonia was stubborn by nature. Worried that Hijia might be taken advantage of, she insisted on coming, and even brought her boyfriend Lu Feishing along. Xiaojia. Shortly after arriving, Hijia heard a familiar voice. Turning her head, she saw Chen Feng sitting in the car, waving at her. A phone. Hijia ran over happily and gave him an affectionate kiss. Chen Feng readily accepted her tender kiss and asked curiously, why are they here? Though he had seen her once before, he couldn't help but be amazed by Song Ya's picture-perfect features, a flash of greed briefly flickering in his eyes. This woman was incredibly beautiful, like a graceful and pure white lotus blossom, untouchable and sacred. He was just worried about me, so they followed along. Hijia replied casually, though her tone was clearly unhappy. Perhaps Song Ya was genuinely looking out for her, but her looks put Hijia, who had gone to great lengths to dress up, in the shadow of an ugly duckling. Hijia wasn't thrilled about that at all. Nobody wants to be the green leaf, especially in situations like this. Chen Feng, however, was quite happy. Although Song Ya didn't seem to like him much, at least he could feast his eyes on her beauty. The only annoying thing was the bright and handsome young man next to her. Who's that guy next to Song Ya? A friend of yours? Chen Feng asked casually. Hijia hurried to explain. Not my friend. That's Song Ya's boyfriend. Oh, so it's Song Ya's boyfriend. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Although on the surface he seemed relieved, he actually felt quite annoyed inside. Why should this pig get such a good cabbage? If anyone was to take this cabbage, it should be him. Unfortunately, Song Ya wasn't someone like Hijia who chased after money. She had always treated Chen Feng with indifference, so he could only suppress his restless desires. One could only say that young female college students who hadn't yet experienced the harshness of real life were always a bit hard to charm. Still, even if it was hard to win her over, Chen Feng wasn't ready to give up just yet. This cabbage, he was determined to get his hands on it. Hijia, so this is your boyfriend? His appearance is pretty average. Just as Chen Feng was secretly making up his mind, Song Ya and her boyfriend Lu Feishing walked over. Chen Feng already disliked Lu Feishing on sight, and likewise, Lu Feishing also found Chen Feng somewhat unpleasant. As a pure young student on campus, Lu Feishing naturally had an instinctive aversion to people from the real world, thinking they were too vulgar. Not to mention Chen Feng had even driven a flashy Ferrari, stealing his spotlight. Chen Feng smiled. A man shouldn't rely on looks but on his career. To be precise, on his money. Lu Feixing's expression darkened slightly. What's so great about being rich? You're just a few years older and more experienced than me. Once I graduate, it won't take me long to surpass you. Chen Feng merely smiled at Lu Feixing's words, making no rebuttal. Youngsters who hadn't yet tasted the bitterness of society often talk tough. In his early days, he had been just like Lu Feixing, thinking rich people were nothing special, dreaming of becoming the richest person in the world. But later, after reality had mercilessly smacked him around, he finally understood just how cruel this society could be. Without family support, without connections, without a special skill, one could only become a lowly office worker. Okay, everyone calm down. Hejia, remember to come back early. Songya quickly stepped in to mediate. Hejia shot Lu Feixing an icy glare. Chen Feng also had no interest in arguing with Lu Feixing. He pressed the accelerator and left with Hejia. But just before leaving, he specially took out a disguise camera and took 2 photos of Lu Feixing and Songya. He wanted to see what kind of appraisal the camera would make of these 2 people. You shouldn't have spoken like that just now. Don't you know he's Hejia's boyfriend? Songya said helplessly. Lu Feixing's face darkened further. Didn't you see the way that guy looked at her? Obviously, he had ill intentions. Songya shook her head. That doesn't prove anything. Just don't be so impulsive in the future. Lu Feixing reluctantly nodded, but inwardly, his impression of Chen Feng had sunk to the lowest depths. 21-year-old boy Lu Feixing. Note 1. His personality is somewhat impulsive. Note 2. He didn't sleep well last night. Chapter 12. She's still so pure. Note 3. He is 179 centimeters tall. A 21-year-old girl named Songya. Note 1. She is a conservative girl. Note 2. She is still a virgin. Note 3. She has never even kissed a man. Chen Feng's expression suddenly became subtle. Especially after reading the last piece of information about Songya, ripples of emotion stirred in his heart. He had just taken that photo with the camera randomly, mainly to test how well it captured people's images. However, when he took the photo of Songya, Chen Feng really wanted to know if Songya was still a virgin, because this was something he particularly cared about. Unexpectedly, the camera actually displayed that information. Songya wasn't only a virgin, she hadn't even experienced her first kiss. In other words, Songya was actually still very pure. Thinking of this, a tingling feeling suddenly stirred in Chen Feng's heart, especially when picturing Songya's graceful and classic face. His heart burned with desire. He had to find a way to separate Songya and her boyfriend quickly. Otherwise, the two might take that final step at any moment, and then everything would be too late. Unfortunately, Songya wasn't gold-digging like Hejia. Otherwise, things wouldn't have been so complicated. Sweetie, what are you thinking about? Hejia wrapped her arm around his shoulder. Because they had already exposed themselves to each other, she didn't hesitate to let Chen Feng enjoy quite a bit of closeness. Nothing much, Chen Feng casually replied. Even under threat of death, he wouldn't reveal the truth. Otherwise, Hejia would certainly give him an icy stare and might even curse him as a pervert before walking away. Of course, there was also a certain chance that Hejia might become his accomplice. At the moment, the two were walking down the street, each carrying numerous shopping bags. After taking out a 10 million loan from the bank, Chen Feng's first thought was how to spend it quickly. After all, the cashback card given as a check-in system reward had a time limit. The earlier it was used, the better. So, he took Hejia shopping at the mall, spending hundreds of thousands of yuan without restraint. You never know until you see. The difference between people was huge. A single piece of clothing could cost several thousand yuan, almost equal to Chen Feng's monthly salary. However, these were necessary expenses. Since they now had money, there was no need to be stingy. Chen Feng was not a person who hesitated to spend money. Also, it was a form of compensation for Hejia. Sweetie, you're so sweet. Hejia snuggled close to Chen Feng, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. He had bought her a lot of great things, collectively worth over 100,000. There's a saying, to find out whether a man truly loves you, watch whether he's willing to spend money on you. Chen Feng was willing to spend so generously, which proved he truly loved her. Actually, for Chen Feng, this was just small change. His primary purpose was to use up the tenfold cashback card. Later, he intended to check out a few villas for sale, but he wouldn't bring Hejia along for that. The reason he spent so much on her was also to make their eventual breakup easier later. Of course, Hejia remained completely unaware of this, feeling proud and happy inside about how generously Chen Feng spent on her. She even thought that her decision 2 days ago to not reject Chen Feng had been extremely wise. If she had rejected Chen Feng back then, would such a wealthy man ever have looked at her? Thinking about this, Hejia nearly melted into Chen Feng's arms. With mutual affection, the following events naturally unfolded. Chen Feng took Hejia to a hotel to conduct a business deal worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Although Hejia wasn't a top-tier beauty, her figure was truly alluring, making the experience extremely enjoyable. After an affectionate and intimate session, Chen Feng drove Hejia back to her dorm. Wow, so many shopping bags. When Hejia returned, her roommates immediately stood up from their seats. Isn't this the lipstick trending online recently? It's over 1,000 yuan. And this bag must cost 10,000 at least. TSK, this face cream is a luxury brand. Seeing the items Hejia brought back, her roommates' eyes couldn't help but light up with fascination. Even Songya felt some envy. After all, who wouldn't desire nice things? They were all just young girls. at an age when they were fascinated by superficial pleasures and had almost no resistance to luxury goods. Their excitement only grew further after receiving the gifts He-jie specially brought for them. He-jie herself was also very pleased and couldn't help glancing at Songya. So what if you're prettier than me? Would your boyfriend be willing to buy you such things? Could he even afford them? Oh, I almost forgot to tell you all. Next week is my birthday. I'm going to book a hotel and throw a party. All of you definitely have to come. I'll introduce you to my boyfriend. He-jie proudly raised her head, announcing like a proud peacock. Of course, we'll definitely come to your birthday party. We've been eager to meet your boyfriend for a while now. I'll come too. The roommates nodded simultaneously, partly for the birthday celebration and partly out of curiosity about He-jie's generous and well-off boyfriend. Seeing this, He-jie couldn't help but smile. A 22-year-old girl named He-jie. Note 1. She's a bit vain and cunning. Note 2. She's been with 3 men. Note 3. She's a gold digger, but she's also a loyal woman. He-jie actually had been with 3 men? Chen Feng's eyes flickered with regret, and he couldn't help shaking his head. Earlier, he had hesitated about completely breaking up with He-jie, since this woman wasn't bad overall except for her materialism. Also, she was easy to control. But after seeing that He-jie had been with 3 men, Chen Feng suddenly lost all interest in her. He had a certain sense of prudishness in that regard. This was just who Chen Feng was, a chauvinist. Also, through this photo session, Chen Feng confirmed that if he focused his mind on the desired information while taking a photo with the camera would display corresponding information. No wonder it was the check-in system's reward. It was indeed powerful. Moreover, it seemed like there were other abilities waiting for him to uncover, though that would require using it again. The camera had already used up all its available uses for today, and he'd have to wait until tomorrow to use it again. Mr. Chun, here are the house documents. I'll leave them here for you. In the living room, a mature woman wearing business attire placed the documents on the table. Thank you for your trouble, Manager. You handled the paperwork for me so quickly. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Manager Li smiled lightly. It's all part of our duty. Well then, if there's nothing else, I won't bother you further. After saying that, Manager Li left, even taking the household trash with her upon departure. It was truly a considerate service. Of course, an even bigger reason was due to the value of the villa Chen Feng had just purchased. A 3-story house with a garden and swimming pool, along with a basement and elevator, located in a very favorable position. The price was astronomical. 1.91 million yuan, and that was even after a discount. It was nearly the most prestigious residence in the city. Chapter 13, 99% will lose money. Chen Feng also bought a Mercedes-Benz worth about 700,000 yuan. Although the Ferrari was cool, driving it around would be too flashy and not very practical in daily use. So Chen Feng decided to buy another low-profile new car. After handling these random affairs, it was almost time for the 4th check-in. Without the camera's appraisal system, Chen Feng wouldn't have found a satisfactory house so quickly. Ding, 4th check-in completed. Reward, Misfortune Doll. Ding, quest activated. Go to Chang'an Road number 58, find Zhang Yang, and place the Misfortune Doll within a 10-meter radius for 30 minutes. This mission seems a bit strange. Chen Feng scratched his head, took the Misfortune Doll rewarded by the system, and drove towards Chang'an Road to find Zhang Yang. Along the way, he curiously used the camera to take a picture of the Misfortune Doll. Surprisingly, the result showed it was merely an ordinary doll worth less than 10 yuan. Unable to detect anything unusual, Chen Feng put the doll aside. It wasn't long before he arrived at number 58 Chang'an Road and knocked on the door. Zhang Yang, are you here? Who is it? A feeble voice came from inside the room. I need to talk to you about something, Chen Feng replied calmly. Soon, he heard movement from inside, and then the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s with an average appearance. Who are you? I don't know you. The middle-aged man asked curiously. I'm here to see Zhang Yang, Chen Feng said without changing his expression. That's me. What do you want? Zhang Yang gave a strange look. Chen Feng turned serious. Something very important. Very important? Zhang Yang hesitated slightly and opened the door wider. Are you here to invest in my new drama? Exactly. Chen Feng nodded and walked in. I'm the owner of xuanhuan Culture and Media. Haven't heard of it. Want something to drink? Zhang Yang pulled out a disposable paper cup. Sure, my company just started. By the way, how did you hurt yourself? Chen Feng glanced at Zhang Yang's left hand, which was wrapped in a splint. Zhang Yang bitterly smiled and shook his head. You won't believe it. I just slipped and injured myself while walking. Luckily, it's not serious, or else I would have become disabled. You wouldn't believe how unlucky I've been lately. I even fell into a sewer while walking on the street, found a cockroach in my food during a meal, and even while sitting in the store minding my own business, the chair suddenly collapsed out of nowhere. Zhang Yang seemed to be starved of human contact, and started chattering nonstop as soon as someone showed up. Really? That unlucky? Chen Feng looked genuinely surprised, subtly pulling out the Misfortune Doll rewarded by the system for a glance. The doll slowly began to be covered by a layer of dark aura, seemingly drawing from Zhang Yang. So it's indeed something odd. Chen Feng felt a tingle of realization but kept listening seriously to Zhang Yang's story on the surface, occasionally nodding or responding with a few words. Cough, cough, and that's how it was. Can you believe I was that unlucky? Zhang Yang sighed deeply. That's extremely unlucky indeed. Chen Feng nodded. At this point, the Misfortune Doll had absorbed all of Zhang Yang's dark aura, turning pitch black. Misfortune Doll. Function. Can impose a single instance of bad luck on someone. Can be used once a day. Note. Use with caution. Thank you so much. I don't know why, but the moment I saw you, I felt like we were on the same wavelength, so I just had to share everything. Hope it didn't bother you. Zhang Yang smiled apologetically. Not at all. Chen Feng waved his hand. The misfortune doll was now successfully charged. He was ready to leave. Oh, you were serious about investing in my new drama, weren't you? Zhang Yang's eyes lit up in anticipation. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, what's your new drama about? Actually, Chen Feng had plans to develop his presence in the entertainment industry, but hadn't yet found the right approach. The entertainment industry was complex, encompassing various fields such as film and television production, artist management, media distribution, variety shows, and much more. For someone inexperienced to jump in blindly, the odds of losing money were practically certain. Chen Feng did have some money, but he certainly wasn't interested in losing it. He wanted to make money. Who wouldn't want to build something meaningful? Originally, investing in the drama was just a pretense to get close to Zhang Yang, but now Chen Feng genuinely felt intrigued. Could it be that the system had guided him here for a reason? Was Zhang Yang actually a hidden gem of talent waiting to be discovered by him? His modern-day Bolo? Here, this is the script for my new drama. Zhang Yang handed Chen Feng a small notebook. Lollipop King. Chen Feng read the title and immediately felt uneasy. Why did this title instantly feel terrible? Exactly, this is my carefully crafted script. I drew inspiration from an Island Nations animated series. I guarantee it will definitely be a hit, Zhang Yang explained excitedly. Chen Feng didn't dare to respond immediately and opened the script notebook. Then, his expression changed. Because he discovered, he simply couldn't understand it at all. A script was completely different from a novel. It was mainly divided by scenes and simply didn't match normal reading habits. Except for a very small number of professionals, most people found scripts completely confusing. Chen Feng himself certainly wasn't a professional, and he genuinely couldn't comprehend this script. Yet he was too embarrassed to reveal his ignorance in front of Zhang Yang, so he casually asked instead, "So you're also a screenwriter?" Zhang Yang confidently nodded. "That's right, I can write scripts, direct, handle lighting, storyboarding, props, you name it. If you invest in me, you absolutely won't lose money." Feels even more unreliable now. Chen Feng muttered inwardly, quietly pulling out the camera and taking a picture of the script. Yo-Yo King script. Note 1. This TV series is very simple to shoot. Only requires good special effects. Note 2. Low production cost. Only 3 to 5 million yuan needed. Note 3. Will only be liked by minors. Practically impossible to recoup costs. 99% will incur losses. Chen Feng's heart tightened. Where's the so-called talent I was promised? Is this what the system found for me? A TV show with a 99% chance of losing money. Only an idiot would invest in this. Although he wanted to develop his presence in the entertainment industry, he had never intended to lose money. In an instant, Chen Feng shifted from investor mode to figuring out how to politely decline. What do you think? How's my script? Zhang Yang looked at Chen Feng eagerly. Chen Feng blinked. This show of yours seems like it doesn't quite cater to adult tastes. Zhang Yang slapped his thigh. Mr. Chen, your insight is amazing. Exactly, I specifically wrote this script for minors. Currently, there's still a lack in this area domestically, and I believe it will definitely cause a sensation. Chen Feng sneered inwardly, already resolved to reject the proposal. Chapter 14. Where's the promised thoroughbred? Still, to prevent any accidents, he took another appraisal photo of the script. Yo-Yo King script. Note 1. This drama is something only minors would like. Note 2. It's nearly impossible to recoup the production costs. There's a 99% chance it will result in a loss. Note 3. Normally, it's impossible to recover the costs, but if combined with a special strategy, it could generate substantial profit. Chen Feng's expression changed. What's going on here? Why did the appraisal camera's evaluation change again? Could this script actually have potential? After using it for these past few days, Chen Feng had already gained a good understanding of the appraisal camera's shortcomings. That is, every time it was used, the camera only provided part of the information. If you wanted more detailed insight, you need to take multiple pictures to gradually uncover the full picture. Originally, Chen Feng had decided to give up, but seeing this new note made him hesitate. With a special strategy, this drama could become profitable. But the question was, what exactly was this special strategy? Why didn't it just display the full details already? Chen Feng felt helpless. The camera could only be used 3 times per day, which seemed like a lot at first, but in actual use, 3 times was far from sufficient. But today's quota was already exhausted. If he wanted to keep using it, he would have to wait until tomorrow. If tomorrow's 3 appraisals still didn't give him the information he wanted, he would have to wait until the day after. After careful consideration, Chen Feng finally made up his mind. Director Zhang, I really like your script, but investing in a TV drama is a serious matter. I'd like to take the script home to read through carefully, consider it thoroughly, and then give you an answer. No problem. Zhang Yang's expression remained calm. In the entertainment industry, this sort of thing was quite normal. A project, from initiation to casting, filming, and final broadcast, could drag on for 2 or 3 years. Taking time to consider was only natural. After returning home, Chen Feng wasted no time. The very next day, he immediately used the camera to appraise the script again. The first appraisal yielded no useful information, just useless data. On the second appraisal, Chen Feng finally saw what he wanted. Yo-Yo King script. Note 1. This drama has extremely low production costs. It's nearly impossible to recover costs through normal channels. Note 2. This drama could take a different approach. It could be treated as a toy advertisement. Note 3. This drama could be treated as a toy advertisement. given away for free to TV stations to increase exposure, and profits could be generated by selling yo-yos to minors. What the F*******. Chen Feng's expression changed immediately. Treated as a toy advertisement, not selling the drama itself, but selling toys instead? Such an approach actually exists? It was as if Chen Feng had opened a door to a brand new world. He hadn't been idle these past few days. He had put in a lot of effort to get into the entertainment industry and get close to celebrities. He had researched extensively. Generally speaking, there was only one way for a drama to profit, by selling it to TV stations. There were hundreds of TV stations in China. Selling to multiple networks meant profits could be made. First-run rights, rerun rights, these areas offered various options. At the same time, online streaming rights and international broadcasting rights also existed, though these benefits were generally only available to huge hits. If a show flopped, it would basically be dead in the water. To put it bluntly, making money with a drama was a one-shot deal. It all depended on whether a TV station was willing to pay top dollar. However, the appraisal camera had revealed a completely different strategy. The drama wouldn't make money by selling itself, but instead by selling toys. At first glance, it sounded absurd, but upon deeper reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. It actually appeared feasible. Chen Feng's passion immediately surged as he began researching related materials. He discovered that this approach already had successful precedents overseas. Ultraman was one such example. By selling Ultraman suits and transformation devices, they raked in massive profits. They produced a new drama every year, continuing production happily. Chen Feng quickly gained confidence. He immediately took another appraisal of the script. Yo-Yo King marketing strategy. Note 1. Expand exposure by giving it to TV stations for free, and make money selling yo-yos. Note 2. It is crucial to secure both the TV drama rights and toy copyrights to prevent piracy. Note 3. Treat the drama as a toy advertisement, and make profits by selling yo-yo toys. With roughly the same results, Chen Feng's confidence solidified immediately. This deal is solid. The system really had recommended a promising project to him. Although it wasn't the traditional, thoroughbred investment, as long as it made money, who cared? Chen Feng immediately called Zhang Yang. Half an hour later, Zhang arrived at Chen Feng's office. Mr. Chen, have you decided to invest in my TV drama? Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled like he had seen a savior. Finally, after struggling for so many years, he had finally risen from a mere production assistant to a director, completing a significant leap in his life. As for whether this drama would make money or not, Zhang Yang hadn't even considered it. This was his life's passion. How could it possibly fail? Once he finished shooting it, the TV stations would definitely offer a high price, and he'd become a famous director. Facing Zhang Yang's eager gaze, Chen Feng decisively nodded. That's right. I've made my decision. I'll invest 5 million to produce the drama. But I have one condition. The copyright for this drama must belong to me, along with the yo-yo copyrights and all adaptation rights. Everything must go to me. Zhang Yang paid no attention to the copyright issues, nor did he care about the yo-yo. His eyes only focused on one thing. 5 million. I'm going to get rich. I'm finally becoming a director. Thus, the two of them, in a warm and friendly atmosphere, discussed and agreed on the main terms. In short, Chen Feng would provide the funding, Zhang Yang would do the work, and together they produce a TV drama destined to start a new trend. Of course, what each considered a trend was entirely different from the other's vision. Once the partnership was decided, Chen Feng supplied the money while Zhang Yang provided the effort, and they quickly put together a production team. In this area, Zhang Yang played a big role. All those years hadn't been wasted. He truly had some connections, although slightly exaggerated. Cameramen, script supervisors, lighting technicians, sound engineers, makeup artists, prop masters. All the necessary departments were covered and completely equipped. Chen Feng also contributed his fair share of effort. At first, he felt a bit uneasy, thinking his abilities were limited. But with the appraisal camera, his confidence shot up immediately. Even if he didn't know how to do anything else, he still had the camera. A boss doesn't have to know everything, but he must have good judgment. With the camera, Chen Feng's shortcomings were instantly compensated. Products from the system were always guaranteed top quality. Zhang Yang was even more excited and energetic than Chen Feng. You could never imagine how much potential a middle-aged man in his 40s could unleash once he finally got a rare opportunity. Chapter 15. Why did he suddenly fall? Thanks to Zhang Yang's efforts, the preparations for the filming progressed at the fastest possible speed. Chen Feng noticed that most of the crew was nearly ready, so he began to focus on the toy factory. He had never forgotten. In order to profit from this TV series, selling broadcasting rights wouldn't be enough. The real money was in selling toys. That was the strategy given by the camera. Compared to the smooth preparations for the film crew, things related to the toy factory had become a bit more complicated. However, Chen Feng was not in a hurry. Although filming the Yo-Yo King wouldn't be difficult, from shooting to airing, it would take no less than half a year. He still had plenty of time. Hejia's birthday was also approaching, and Chen Feng specially offered the villa he had just bought as the venue for her birthday party. His generous intentions weren't purely altruistic. His true motive lay with Songya. Whoa, Hejia, is this your new boyfriend's villa? It's so big. There's even a swimming pool, just like in the dramas. The garden is so beautiful. If I could live in a villa like this someday, I would be so happy. Looking at the villa, Hejia's friends couldn't help but show their envy. University students were at exactly the age when vanity was strong. Having not yet faced the harshness of society, they still harbored unrealistic dreams about their futures. Seeing such a luxurious house all of a sudden, everyone was overwhelmed with admiration. In the midst of their compliments, Hejia's vanity was greatly satisfied. Like a proud swan, She looked down upon everything around her. What's the big deal? It's just a villa. Lu Feixing couldn't help but mutter enviously. As Songya's boyfriend and Jie's good friend, he had also received an invitation. Yet while watching this luxurious villa, his inner self was just as shaken as anyone else's. This was the first time he truly realized the gap in financial strength between himself and Chen Feng. Although he still held some self-confidence in his heart, facing Chen Feng directly, he had already lost the calm he used to have. Songya herself felt a bit envious of Jie too. Such a luxurious villa, such a grand birthday banquet. It was normal to feel envy. After all, to make this birthday event special, Chen Feng had specially spent hundreds of thousands to hire a professional team from outside. Without the tenfold cashback card that returned hundreds of millions, Chen Feng wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money. Facing this birthday party that resembled a fairy tale, Jie was moved almost to tears. As soon as she saw Chen Feng, she couldn't resist giving him a sweet kiss. Naturally, Chen Feng accepted it without hesitation. Although, truth be told, he had already grown slightly bored of Jie. Perhaps this was just a common male shortcoming. Before obtaining something, one was consumed with desire, but once in possession, one soon grows tired of it. There's a saying, behind every goddess lies a guy who has **** her until he vomits. Chen Feng hadn't quite reached that level yet, but right now, he was nearly tired of playing with Jie. She had an amazing body, but her face was always a bit lacking, even with makeup unable to improve much. Shantan Buxing, Zhou Buxing. Watching Lu Feixing happily holding hands with Songya, Chen Feng's heart was filled with disgust. Damn, this kid really has dog's hit luck. That's some good fortune. Since obtaining the misfortune doll, Chen Feng had yet to find a chance to test its real effect. Originally, he had planned for Xiao Chuchu and Qin Jie, the two despicable ones, to be the first subjects. Unfortunately, since they moved out of the building, there had been no news of them. Combined with Chen Feng being quite busy recently, he lacked the energy to go searching for them. Therefore, regarding the misfortune doll's real effect, Chen Feng himself wasn't sure. Luckily, now he had the perfect test subject right in front of him. Strange. But exactly what felt wrong, he couldn't quite explain. Songya looked at Lu Feixing strangely. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Probably just went to sleep too late last night. Lu Feixing casually explained. Be careful. Just at that moment, someone walked next to him, stumbled slightly, and the wine glass in their hand hit Lu Feixing directly. In that sudden moment, Lu Feixing had no time to react at all. The wine glass solidly smashed onto his face, pouring all the liquid over him. What's wrong with you? Don't you watch where you're going? Lu Feixing was extremely upset. I'm so sorry. The girl who accidentally hit him kept apologizing. Indeed, the blame was on her. Though angry, Lu Feixing couldn't bring himself to be too harsh on the girl. After all, they were classmates, seeing each other often. Plus, she hadn't done it on purpose. After muttering some complaints, he could only tell the girl to go away. Xiaoya, I'm going to the restroom for a moment. Okay, go ahead. Lu Feixing headed toward the restroom. This face full of wine needed to be cleaned up in the restroom. But whether it was because the floor was too slippery or his eyes were blurred by the wine, no one could tell. As soon as Lu Feixing walked into the restroom, he took a major tumble. Keep in mind, he was 1.8 meters tall, and he fell face down with full force. A solid thud echoed from the restroom. A scream like a slaughtered pig rang out. What happened? What happened? Several people who were using the restroom rushed out and saw Lu Feixing lying on the floor. He wouldn't die, but his face was ruined, his nose was broken, and blood was gushing out uncontrollably. Quickly get me to the hospital, Lu Feixing cried desperately. What happened? It seems someone slipped and fell in the restroom. He's really unlucky. Everyone started murmuring among themselves. Chen Feng, together with Jie and Songya, sent Lu Feixing to the hospital. After all, the accident happened at Chen Feng's villa, so it was only appropriate to check on him. At the same time, Chen Feng also wanted to see how strong the misfortune doll's effect really was. The nasal bone is broken. Surgery must be performed immediately, and it most likely won't heal back to its original state. The doctor quickly made the diagnosis. Jie widened her eyes in shock. It can't possibly be that exaggerated, right? It was just a slip. The doctor shot Jie a look. The consequences of a slip can be huge. I've even seen people die just from slipping and falling. Compared to that, breaking your nose isn't even that bad. Hurry up and pay the deposit, or else delaying the surgery could cause infection and serious consequences. How much does the surgery cost? Songya quietly asked. A deposit of 2,000 yuan, but finishing the whole surgery definitely won't cost less than 10,000 yuan, the doctor explained in detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Feixing's heart dropped. 10,000 yuan was honestly not much. Working people could easily afford it, but for a university student on a tight budget, this was a huge sum. Right now, he simply couldn't afford it. Chapter 16. What are you going to do about it? In an instant, Lu Feixing's false pride was shattered, and only then did he realize the truth. He couldn't even come up with 10,000 yuan. I'll cover this for now, and you can pay me back later. After all, this happened at my place. Chen Feng generously covered the surgery fee. After all, Lu Feixing got into trouble because of him. Needless to say, this move was quite clever, instantly making Lu Feixing feel ashamed, and even Songya began to see him in a new light. After returning home, Jie became unusually clingy, asking for it again and again until Chen Feng was nearly drained dry. In the morning, Chen Feng got up supporting his waist, finally understanding the saying. There's no land too tough to plow, but there sure are oxen that work themselves to death. No way. He definitely needed to rest his body over the next few days, otherwise his health would collapse completely when he had more girls. It would be better to wait for the next sign-in and hope the system gave him some techniques or body-enhancing items, so he could solve this problem permanently. Mr. Chun, 5 million is already a very fair price. You should know, if I wasn't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't even consider selling this factory to you. In a tea house, a man in a suit wore a clearly impatient expression. Xuanhuan looked just as unimpressed. Your factory is deep in debt from upstream and downstream suppliers, and the equipment is years old. How dare you ask for so much? That's really too much. The man shrugged. Take it or leave it. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, picked up his phone, and walked out. Over the past few days, he'd visited several factories. After a lot of effort, he found one willing to sell, but the other party clearly had no intention of negotiating and quoted an outrageous price. So it was just because he looked young. Well, if you're unwilling to sell, then I'll just open my own factory. After all, yo-yos are new. No one has much production experience. A new factory or an old one makes little difference. Did you really think there's no alternative but your factory? TCH, acting all tough. My factory earns 2 million annually, and I'm selling it for 5 million, and you still don't want it? Inside the tea house, the owner rolled his eyes. Just another rich second-generation brat trying to make a splash. He'd definitely end up losing all his capital. On the sidewalk, Xuanhuan wore a serious expression. Buying a factory was no longer an option. He would have to start his own, and quickly. The strategy provided by the identification camera was clear. Once the TV show came out, they had to immediately release this new toy and flood every street and alley. Because there was absolutely no technological barrier for this kind of new toy, piracy would be easy, and without stocking shelves in advance, there would be no profit. The camera had already provided ready-made strategies, so naturally Xuanhuan would follow them. He knew his own limitations quite well. In terms of talent, he was just an ordinary person. Without the camera, his entrepreneurship would likely end in failure. Thanks to the camera, he had superior foresight. Whether that foresight would translate into reality depended on his own efforts. Halfway through driving, Xuanhuan stopped to relieve himself. Suddenly, the BMW beside him started vibrating. What the hell? A car shaking. Doing something wild in broad daylight. Impressive. But why did this car look so familiar? Xuanfeng's expression suddenly changed. Wasn't this the BMW belonging to that bastard Qinjie? So this bastard was actually here? Just then, the vibration in the BMW stopped. Qinjie walked out of the car with a satisfied expression, followed by Xiao Chu-Chu, her face flushed. Shit, Xuanfeng. Qinjie looked even more stunned than Xuanfeng. Never did he expect to run into the person he hated the most at a place like this. Xiao Chu-Chu was also clearly surprised, somewhat embarrassed. For some reason, unlike the last time when she acted completely unashamed, this time she inexplicably felt shy. Perhaps it was because she hadn't considered Xuanfeng a man before, but now that she knew Xuanfeng was rich, she had started treating him like a real adult. Qinjie suddenly grinned and provocatively pulled Xiao Chu-Chu into his arms. Even if you're a rich second generation, what can you do? Your girlfriend still got fucked by me. I could make her strike any pose I wanted. What could you do about it? Xuanfeng's expression darkened. Although he no longer had any feelings for Xiao Chu-Chu, seeing this despicable couple still angered him. Maybe he didn't check the almanac before going out today. Nothing seemed to go smoothly. Xuanfeng, how have you been lately? Lying around at home collecting rent must be pretty comfortable, huh? But you only have that ability because of your family. Without your family, you're nothing. You thought expelling me from Jinding would ruin me? Hehe, it doesn't work that way. Now I found an internet cafe to work from. No rent, free cleaning, and staff. If the computers break, I can call a technician anytime. It doesn't interfere with my 2 projects at all. See that? This is the gap between you and me. Without another word, Qinjie began to mock. Back then, being driven out of Jinding was his greatest humiliation. He almost collapsed completely, but fortunately, he quickly came up with an idea and started operating from an internet cafe. Although it caused some delays, the 2 important big contracts were ultimately not affected and could be completed with quality guaranteed. As long as the company operates smoothly, all other issues are minor problems. That's the capability of an entrepreneur, something you, a rich second-generation brat relying on family support, simply don't possess. In the same situation, you would have already failed. Fairly speaking, Qinjie did indeed have some talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it to this position today. When Xuanfeng expelled Qinjie from the Golden Summit, besides venting his anger, he also targeted the fact that at the time, Qinjie had 2 major contracts that were very time-sensitive. If they weren't completed on time and to standard, he would face claims for breach of contract. But unexpectedly, that bastard solved the problem by immediately setting up operations in an internet cafe. Now upon seeing Xuanfeng, Qinjie was immediately full of bravado. Because now, Xuanfeng couldn't do a single thing to him. Xuanfeng suddenly laughed. Qinjie, you really do have ability. Impressive, damn impressive, I admit defeat. Xuanfeng gave Qinjie a thumbs up, then simply turned and walked away. Just like that, back down. Qinjie was somewhat stunned. This damn Xuanfeng actually gave in this easily? Who cares, as long as he submits. Now that he no longer works in the Golden Summit building, they would practically have no more interactions in the future. However, after Xuanfeng entered the elevator, Qinjie suddenly shivered, feeling a chill run through his body. What the hell is going on? Why does it feel so cold suddenly? Could it be that he had been sleeping with too many women lately, damaging his health? Qinjie tightened his coat and pulled Xiao Chu-Chu into the company's new office location. His 2 big contracts were still in progress. Although the current momentum was good, until the orders were completed, nothing was certain. Operating from an internet cafe was just his improvisation. Although he bragged about it constantly, in reality, there were still many disadvantages. It was only suitable as an emergency solution, not sustainable. Chapter 17. What are you boasting about? Qin Jie had already started looking for a new office location. Once he finished handling these two big orders, he would move there immediately. In order to work without any disturbance, he even rented an entire floor. Imagining the wonderful future ahead, Qin Jie headed upstairs to the second floor to prepare himself a cup of tea. Who knew? As soon as he reached the second floor, his foot suddenly slipped. He fell straight down, rolling like a gourd all the way from the top. Boss Qin, the internet cafe manager, was stunned watching this scene. He had seen people falling before, but never like this. Ouch! Qin Jie cried out painfully, struggling to get up. Falling was really painful. As he struggled, Qin Jie's hand just happened to touch the large refrigerator standing beside the stairs. Whether the fridge had already been unstable or he knocked it over, it began falling straight toward Qin Jie. Luckily, Qin Jie reacted quickly and dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding having his head crushed. Only his head avoided it though. His right arm did not. With a loud bang, Qin Jie's arm was crushed beneath the fridge. Ah, help me! Qin Jie screamed out in a painful voice like a slaughtered pig. Getting hit by a refrigerator was much more serious than his previous fall. While the fall might have only resulted in some injuries, getting hit by the fridge could leave his arm permanently disabled. Soon enough, an ambulance arrived downstairs, and Qin Jie was carried out painfully. Teach you to be arrogant. Chen Feng smiled triumphantly after seeing this scene. He had been too busy recently to bother with Qin Jie, but this bastard came looking for trouble himself. In that case, Chen Feng would be happy to grant him his wish, allowing this guy to die as he wished. Aren't you so arrogant? Can you still act big now? Right. Since you won't rent from me, I can't really do anything obvious to you. But you didn't expect this, did you? Grandfather has some secret advantages. Though I can't do anything openly against you, my subtle methods will be enough to ruin you completely. Chen Feng disliked both Qin Jie and Xiao Chu Chu, but he hated Qin Jie more. He couldn't help it. After all, women were naturally attracted to strength, and women like Xiao Chu Chu who valued appearances and vanity were everywhere. Chen Feng had encountered quite a few of them recently. Compared to that, he disliked Qin Jie more. He was already over 30 years old, using his rich life experience to take advantage of young girls. He had even dared to brag in front of Chen Feng. If Qin Jie had known that Chen Feng had special advantages, he wouldn't have been so arrogant, but unfortunately, he didn't. After being treated in the hospital, Qin Jie continued to lament his terrible luck. He would need 100 days to heal from the broken bones. For the next few months, he wouldn't be able to use his right hand. Luckily, it was his arm that got injured instead of his legs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to go anywhere and would have stayed in the hospital day after day. Chen Feng followed all the way to the hospital to confirm where Qin Jie's ward was. This annoying dog was truly deserving of hatred. One misfortune wasn't enough to satisfy his anger. It had to happen multiple times. You dared to mess with me and even try to cheat on me. Wait until I ruin you for good. Unless I leave you permanently disabled, I won't stop. It might seem very petty, but Chen Feng was simply a petty person. Ah, Chen Feng, why are you here? Sonya was quite surprised to see Chen Feng at the hospital. She was Lu Feixing's girlfriend and had come here to take care of him naturally. But why was Chen Feng here? Chen Feng smiled slightly. After all, whatever happened to Lu Feixing happened at my place. I should come see him, at least out of common courtesy. Sonya was a bit surprised, her impression of Chen Feng improving significantly. Even though he liked women, his integrity couldn't be questioned. She had no idea that Chen Feng had actually come here only to confirm Qin Jie's location for further retaliation. It had absolutely nothing to do with Lu Feixing. However, since Sonya had misunderstood, pretending wasn't a bad idea. Chen Feng quickly bought a fruit basket downstairs and entered Lu Feixing's ward together with Sonya. At this time, Lu Feixing was feeling deeply sorrowful. Although he had broken his nose, this kind of external injury was quite easy to treat. Thus, the surgery was completed quickly, and all he had to do now was recover. Though the operation was simple, its consequences were severe. He had been disfigured. That was facial damage. With a shattered nasal bone, once it healed, his nose would basically be crooked. It was mainly because of his height of 1.8 meters. Height usually was an advantage, but sometimes it could become a disadvantage. For example, when falling, someone 1.6 meters tall would also be hurt, but not this badly. Lu Feixing's mood was gloomy. Although men generally didn't value appearances as much as women did, he had been quite handsome. Good looks still mattered a lot to a guy, okay? Now that his nose was crooked, could he still keep his status as the campus heartthrob? And with a crooked nose, would Sonya still want to stay with him? Women cared about looks, okay? Especially college girls who hadn't yet been hit hard by the reality of life. You could say his mood was extremely sensitive at this moment, and he was deep in disappointment. However, seeing Chen Feng and Sonya come to visit him together, Lu Feixing's mood improved slightly. Lu Feixing originally had a little resentment toward Chen Feng, but seeing Chen actually brought a fruit basket to visit him, he felt somewhat touched. Thank you, Chen Feng. I never thought you'd actually come to see me. You know, not even my roommates from the dorm came. It's nothing. After all, the accident happened at my place, so I should come and check on you. Chen Feng smiled slightly, feeling a bit amused inside. If Lu Feixing knew that Chen Feng himself was the one behind his fall, would he still feel so touched? Well, since he was already here, Chen Feng could at least pretend to be polite. He chatted a bit with Lu Feixing, then left together with Sonya. Sonya, let me give you a ride back. Your school is quite far away, and taking the bus alone is inconvenient. Okay. Sonya nodded in agreement. She had practically no guard up against Chen Feng anymore, and yes, taking the bus was indeed inconvenient. Oh, this car looks different from the one you had last time. Oh, the Ferrari was too flashy, so I bought a new one. Chen Feng said it casually, while Songya listened with amazement. Just because the car was too flashy, he bought a new one? That was seriously over the top. Likewise, she envied He even more now. Everything went smoothly during the ride. The next day, Chen Feng went to the hospital again. Inside his hospital room, Jie sneezed unexpectedly while on the phone giving instructions. What was going on with him? Why did he suddenly feel so cold? Didn't he just close the window? Honey, what's wrong? Jie's wife, Liu, looked at him strangely. Nothing. Maybe it's because of the cast. I just feel a bit uncomfortable. Unable to find the reason for his sudden chill, Jie set the phone aside. Chapter 18, Misery Loves Company. Fortunately, it was just his hand that got injured. After being observed at the hospital for 2 days, he would be fine and could go home to recover. Otherwise, it would become quite troublesome, as the company could easily run into problems without him. This was a common weakness of small companies, lacking in institutional safeguards and mainly relying on the founder's personal initiative. Since your arm is already in a cast, lie down and rest well. Don't keep moving around. If your hand bones break again, you might really end up disabled. Liu gave a gentle reminder. She had been married to Jie for several years and always managed the household well. The fact that Jie had a mistress on the side had always been hidden from her. After all, this other woman was just for fun. If he really divorced Liu, he wouldn't even get past his family's disapproval. Many young girls who had just entered society thought they could move up through looks alone, but they were dreaming too much. Older men were much smarter. Letting them have some small benefits was one thing, but expecting big gains? That was just wishful thinking. Here, drink this soup. Liu handed a cup of chicken soup to Jie from a thermos. As Jie reached for it, his hand shook slightly, and the scalding hot soup immediately spilled all over him. Hot, hot, hot. Jie jolted like he had been electrocuted, shaking uncontrollably. Who exactly had he offended to be this unlucky? Liu's eyes widened. I'll help you wipe it off. Come on, let's go to the bathroom to clean up. Jie had no choice but to follow Liu toward the bathroom. Halfway there, however, his foot slipped and he fell hard again. The newly fitted cast shattered completely upon impact. Shattering along with the cast were the bones in his hand that had just been reset. Oh! Jie screamed like a slaughtered pig, and it wasn't over yet. The nearby nurse, either startled or tripped by the broken pieces of plaster, stumbled forward and crashed right into Jie. Bad enough as that was, the nurse happened to be holding a needle in her hand, one that had just been loaded with medication. PHSSSH. This time, Jie couldn't even scream. His eyes rolled back, and he looked like a dead fish. Chen Feng shook his head beside him. Sigh, what's the point of being so arrogant? Don't you know the saying, misfortune arises from your own doings? Honey, are you okay? Liu was completely flustered. It was only a trip to the bathroom to wash up. How did things suddenly go so wrong? Jie was already married? Chen Feng paused, then quickly walked over. Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin's wife? I'm a friend of Mr. Qin's. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Still dazed, Liu instinctively shook Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng then helped call people over to lift Jie onto a hospital bed, which they rushed into the emergency room. While Jie was being treated, Chen Feng decisively took action. Ma'am, let me tell you the truth. Mr. Qin has a mistress outside the home. Her name is Xiao Chu. Indeed, that was the real reason why Chen Feng had come to see Jie. Help him recover? Dream on. He came to make things worse for him. He hadn't expected this guy to hide things so well. He had a wife at home, something no one at the company knew. So, the red flag still waving at home while flying colorful banners outside. Huh? Well, he'd make damn sure to bring that red flag crashing down. After hearing about Jie's affair, Liu's expression instantly changed. She immediately took note of everything Chen Feng had told her. Of course, she wasn't naive. Next she'd need to think of ways to verify the information. Still feeling smug about Jie's downfall, Chen Feng headed to Lu Feixing's ward. Lu Feixing was practically moved to tears. Chen Feng, I never expected you to treat me this well. My girlfriend even broke up with me, but you still come to visit me every day. Haha, you broke up with Sonya? Chen Feng's expression changed. What was going on? It had only been a day, yet such a big change had already occurred. Yes, we really broke up. She said we weren't compatible, Lu Feixing replied helplessly. Chen Feng was genuinely surprised for a moment, but upon thinking it over carefully, it seemed quite normal. How many romances in college could actually last? Just like him and Xiao Chu, barely a few months out of school, and they had already split. The breakup of Lu Feixing and Sonya was actually quite normal too. College relationships were always inherently fragile. So did that mean he now had a chance? Chen Feng's heart stirred. Still, he maintained his composure and gracefully comforted Lu Feixing, moving him deeply. If Lu Feixing had known that the main reason Chen Feng had come to visit was to heap even more misfortune onto Jie, he might have fainted from rage. Back home, Chen Feng returned to his villa, shut the door, and stayed alone in his room. Because the 6th check-in time was approaching, compared to the previous one, this check-in had been spaced nearly a week apart. Clearly, each subsequent check-in interval had become much longer than before. However, the rewards the system had already given were more than enough to satisfy Chen Feng. Whether it was the identification camera or the misfortune doll, both were incredibly magical. Especially the identification camera, it was practically a divine artifact. Anyone who obtained it could easily build a substantial business. Therefore, Chen Feng felt particularly excited about the item for the 6th check-in. Ding! 6th check-in completed. Reward, Constitution Elixir. Constitution Elixir. After consumption, it can effectively enhance the body's physical constitution. Chen Feng's eyes lit up immediately. To him, this Constitution Elixir was even better than the identification camera and the misfortune doll. No matter how powerful the identification camera and the misfortune doll were, they were still external objects. The Constitution elixir, however, directly strengthened his body. Without hesitation, he downed it. Xuanhuan tilted his head back and poured the Constitution elixir into his stomach. Almost immediately, a surge of fire rose from his chest and abdomen, spreading to every part of his body. Xuanfeng's expression changed. He tore off his clothes, dashed into the bathroom, and turned on the shower. The cool water sprayed over his body, suppressing the burning heat inside him. Not long after, he turned off the shower head and walked over to the mirror. His skin had turned whiter, his body had grown taller, and most importantly, his single abdominal muscle had become six-pack abs. This Constitution elixir caused way too much change. Wanting to test exactly how much his physique had improved, Xuanfeng called Hejia. It had been several days since they last met. "Wow, what's going on with you? How come you suddenly look so much better?" When Hejia saw Xuanfeng, her eyes sparkled in surprise. "Really?" Xuanfeng carefully examined his reflection in the mirror. It seemed like he really did look a bit better. His skin had become much paler, and as the saying goes, pale skin covers 100 imperfections. Fair complexion genuinely T-sung one's appearance. Xuanfeng's mood inexplicably improved a little. Who wouldn't want to be good-looking? After a brief exchange of greetings, the two began discussing a multi-million-dollar business deal. Previously, Xuanfeng relied on his youth to go toe-to-toe with Hejia in bed, but he couldn't last long in a prolonged session. But this time was different. Xuanfeng completely overwhelmed Hejia, leaving her defeated and begging for mercy. Chapter 19. A significant boost in strength. What the hell is going on? Why are you suddenly so much stronger? Hejia was shocked and suspected whether Xuanfeng had taken some kind of pills. Xuanfeng was extremely proud of himself, his male pride greatly satisfied. Then he said coldly, "Hejia, let's break up." "What did you say?" Hejia's expression changed. "Why are you suddenly saying this?" Xuanfeng showed not a trace of guilt. "There's no reason. I just suddenly lost interest in you. Let's break up directly." In truth, Xuanfeng didn't feel the slightest guilt toward Hejia. They had only known each other for over 10 days, but Xuanfeng had already spent nearly 500,000 on her. No matter how he looked at it, Xuanfeng felt he had been considerate and generous enough. Moreover, Hejia wasn't even a virgin anymore. Originally, if Hejia had been pure, even if her looks were just average, Xuanfeng would have given her a good future and simply kept her. But she had to be second-hand goods. If that was the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. When it came to this, Xuanfeng had a sense of purity obsession. In the end, Xuanfeng still broke up with Hejia and gave her 100,000 as a breakup gift. He was still very generous in this regard. Money was earned to be spent after all. The next day, Xuanfeng went to a dinner appointment, which was organized by Zhang Yang. Recently, Zhang Yang was in a particularly confident and flourishing state, in an excellent mood. Because he had become a director, that was a major leap in life. Once people learned that he had become a director, his former friends treated him with great respect. Some even wanted roles in his TV dramas. As for these people, if Zhang Yang could use them, he would. If not, he would discard them directly. After all, he was already in his 40s and clearly knew what should and shouldn't be done. Precisely because of this, Xuanfeng hadn't replaced him. Although the script was his, the copyright had already been obtained by Xuanfeng. If Zhang Yang couldn't satisfy Xuanfeng, he would be replaced any time with someone else. What could he do? In this day and age, money talks. Apart from those seeking roles, some were there asking for investments. Wasn't the dream of directing exclusive to Zhang Yang? Many people wanted to be directors too. Hearing that Zhang Yang was being supported by a rich second generation, others with directing ambitions could no longer sit still. One by one, they wanted Zhang Yang to make introductions. Coincidentally, Xuanfeng also wanted to invest in a few more movies. Now he had nearly 100 million cash at hand. It would truly be a waste not to invest it. However, after carefully reading these scripts, Xuanfeng found them unreliable. Needless to say, these aspiring directors were considerate. They provided literary scripts that were convenient to read. But the content was too dull, completely uninteresting, not even arousing Xuanfeng's desire to appraise them. At most, he promised on the dinner table to consider them seriously later, which of course meant not considering them at all. On the way back, Xuanfeng couldn't help but say, "I'm telling you, Zhang Yang, your friend's scripts are completely unreliable. None of them even have basic logic. I can't even understand them." Zhang Yang showed an embarrassed expression but had no way to refute this. Upon a little reflection, it was clear. If these people had genuine talent, they would have succeeded long ago, so why would they need to rely on him for connections? Talents indeed existed in the wild, but there were even more self-important mediocrities. "Boss, I can't help it either. The truly promising projects have already been invested in by big companies. How could they end up outside?" Zhang Yang sighed with helplessness. Every industry had its barriers, and the film and television industry was no exception. The truly good projects were consumed internally as tools for resource exchange. Even if you had money, you couldn't get in. Although Zhang Yang had been in this business for decades, he was still just a minor figure. If it hadn't been for Xuanfeng's support, he still wouldn't know where he'd be, perhaps doing odd jobs on some crew. How could he provide good investment opportunities for Xuanfeng? To put it bluntly, if there really were good opportunities, why wouldn't he take them himself? Xuanfeng sighed. "Forget it. Just focus on the film crew. I'll find ways to handle the investments myself." Seeing Xuanfeng act this way, Zhang Yang's heart immediately became anxious. This was the rhythm of falling out of favor. "Boss, actually, I heard a piece of news earlier. There's an art film that's lacking investment. I heard this art film is quite good." "Art film?" Xuanfeng frowned. "Art films are purely money-losing ventures, aren't they?" Zhang Yang nodded. "Yes, they lose money, but the point is that they can compete for awards. As a serious media and culture company, we certainly need some trophies as our storefront. Investing in 1 or 2 art films is quite timely. Many big companies do this. They know it will lose money, but they still invest in art films. The goal is to win awards and elevate talent. Xuanhuan nodded. It did make sense after all. Relying on the Yo-Yo King, the company could easily stay profitable and survive. At this point, it was indeed time to consider winning awards. So he asked directly, "What's the name of that art film you mentioned, and how much investment does it need?" Zhang Yang smiled. "It's called Heartbroken for Many Days, a project by Jiang Huateng. He's an experienced, veteran director." As soon as he heard there was an investor, Jiang Huateng immediately flew over. Xuanhuan now realized that this so-called famous director was not much different from ordinary directors. The moment someone was willing to invest, he came rushing in like a shark smelling blood in the water. Heaven and earth may be vast, but nothing is greater than money. Inside the meeting room, after the staff served tea and water, Jiang Huateng began describing the film's basic plot. He spoke very passionately, and Xuanhuan was slightly moved. Zhang Yang nodded nonstop beside him. Truly worthy of a renowned director. His speaking skills were amazing. Listening to him, even Zhang Yang felt like investing, though unfortunately, he had no money. The one who actually made the decisions was still Xuanhuan. "Director Jiang, be straightforward. How much funding do you need?" Jiang Huateng raised one finger. "Is it 1 million? No problem, I'll invest the entire amount." Xuanhuan waved his hand generously. For him now, merely 1 million wasn't even a big number. Jiang Huateng smiled and shook his head. "Add a zero." Xuanfeng's eyes immediately widened. "What? Director Jiang, you're not joking, right?" He now considered himself part of the industry and understood many inside secrets. Although art films generally received high ratings, they had one common feature: they didn't make money. This single flaw alone was enough for all major film and television companies to avoid interest in art films. Occasionally, they invested in 1 or 2, only to promote talent or win awards, just to avoid looking completely barren. Therefore, the production budgets of art films were generally very low. Most were just 1 to 2 million, and films with budgets of just a few 100,000 were very common. Exaggeratedly speaking, some art films were even shot with only tens of thousands of yuan. Xuanhuan had thought at most Jiang Huateng would ask for 1 or 2 million, which he would still consider a worthwhile investment. But he never expected Jiang Huateng to ask for 10 million. Chapter 20. A literary film destined to lose money. This much money could have funded the production of 2 Yo-Yo King films. Why invest at all in a literary film destined to lose money? Jiang Huateng also showed a bitter smile. With his qualifications and connections, if he were to really make a mainstream film, securing investment wouldn't be a problem at all. But making a literary film meant people would think twice before investing. Nowadays, making money wasn't easy, and no one was willing to join Jiang Huateng in what seemed like reckless folly. Even Xuanhuan hesitated. He could come up with 10 million, but investing it all in a literary film destined to lose money made him reluctant. "Director Jiang, here's the script. Why don't you take a look first?" Jiang Huateng said, seeing Xuanfeng's expression and knowing in his heart that this deal would likely fall through. Still unwilling to give up entirely, he handed the script to Xuanfeng. Xuanfeng could now Manchang understand scripts to some degree, and as he looked through it, he found it was pretty much as Jiang had described, just a small love story about heartbreak. After thinking for a moment, Chen secretly used the appraisal camera to snap a photo of the script. If this literary film didn't lose too much money, he might just throw in a bit of investment. Title: Movie Script, Heartbreak from Many Days. Note 1. This is a literary film. Note 2. This film has the potential to become a blockbuster. Its box office earnings will generally not be less than 100 million yuan. Note 3. If the right strategy is chosen, this film could earn more than 300 million yuan at the box office. Xuanfeng's expression froze. This was supposed to be a literary film destined to lose money? Clearly, this was a money-making machine, a movie guaranteed to profit. Who said it was destined to fail? Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen. Jiang Huateng called out twice, clearly exasperated. I know that a 10 million budget for a literary film might be asking too much. If you don't want to invest, I can find someone else. No. Xuanfeng immediately reached out, stopping Jiang Huateng. A film destined to be a massive hit. A few 10,000, just for show? Director Jiang, in principle, I'm in on this film. I'd like to know, how much investment have you raised so far? I've already secured 1 million yuan. Actually, I can forego the director's fee. No need for that. You must accept the director's fee. You worked hard directing this film. How could you not take the director's pay? Xuanfeng said sternly and convincingly. Oh, and Director Jiang, I'm highly optimistic about this film and want to fully fund it. Could you please remove the other investors from the project? Jiang Huateng was stunned, suddenly questioning his own sanity. Was there actually someone rushing to invest in a literary film? Could it be that he hadn't really woken up properly this morning and was hallucinating? Cough, cough, Mr. Chen, these investors mainly agreed because of me. It might be difficult to suddenly exclude them. That's so. Xuanfeng felt a little regret, but on second thought, he shrugged it off. Anyway, he already held the lion's share. Leaving a few crumbs for the others wouldn't matter much. Alright, I'll invest the remaining 9 million. I've already chosen the lead actor, Jiang Huateng suddenly added. Xuanfeng rolled his eyes. I won't interfere with that. This Jiang Huateng, could he think that Xuanfeng was going to pull some kind of sleazy stunt? Come on, what was more important, women or making money? This film had a very high chance of becoming a huge box office success. He certainly wouldn't do anything to jeopardize his own money tree. Jiang Huateng still felt a bit uneasy, mainly because the investor had agreed too readily, making him feel suspicious. While signing the contract, he checked it repeatedly, ensuring there were no disadvantageous clauses before finally signing. After the contract was signed, Jiang Huading finally felt relieved. After half a year of running around, the investment issue was finally settled. He could go back now and begin filming. Once Jiang Huading left, Zhang Yang's expression turned odd. Mr. Chun, I also want to shoot a literary film. Which director didn't suffer a little from artistic idealism? After achieving career success, they always wanted to try something different. Chun Feng rolled his eyes again. You'd better finish Yo-Yo King first. How's the production team shaping up? Zhang Yang nodded. We're nearly ready. We could start shooting in 3 days. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. I'll definitely make this TV drama great. A big hit, fulfilling your expectations. Chun Feng looked at Zhang Yang with a strange expression, but ultimately said nothing. Could he possibly tell Zhang that Yo-Yo King was definitely going to lose money? A big hit was guaranteed, but it wouldn't be the TV show that became famous, but the yo-yo itself. So, Chun Feng patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, gave him an enthusiastic pep talk, then immediately called Sonya. He really needed an administrative secretary these days. As the saying goes, when there's work to do, let the secretary handle it. When there's nothing to do, cough, cough, cough. Sonya was the perfect candidate. Receiving Chun Feng's call, Sonya was somewhat surprised. She glanced nervously at the sad Hejia and quietly left the dormitory. Frankly speaking, her impression of Chun Feng was quite positive, and with the semester nearing its end, she really needed to start thinking about internships. If she waited until graduation to find a job, all the good opportunities would be long gone. Chun Feng's invitation came just in time. At the same time, the perceptive Sonya also realized that Chun Feng's invitation wasn't innocent. He hadn't asked her to be his secretary because of her work ability, but for other reasons. Even knowing that, after hesitating for a long time, Sonya still agreed. After all, Chun Feng was genuinely outstanding, the best man she had ever met among all the men she'd known. It was really hard for her to say no. Thus, the two agreed. Sonya would start working the next day as Chun Feng's administrative secretary. It wasn't a personal assistant role, but Chun Feng was already very satisfied. No problem, take it slow. He wasn't the kind of guy who rushed into things. Now that he was finally rich, Chun Feng realized how easy it was to attract women. You didn't even need to make a move. Beautiful girls would just naturally stick around. Money could solve 99% of problems. With enough money, 99% of girls could be won over. The next day, Sonya arrived at the Golden Summit building for work. Chun Feng didn't rush to touch her or make any advances, but seriously introduced her to her duties. This relieved Sonya. Although she had mentally begun to accept Chun Feng, girls were naturally shy and didn't want to give in too easily, otherwise, men wouldn't value them. Relaxing a bit, Sonya was then shocked to discover just how big Chun Feng's business really was. Not only did he own a building worth hundreds of millions, but he also had an established film and television company already handling 2 major projects. Heartbreak for many days was purely a financial investment, where besides sending over a few accountants to supervise, there was little else to do. But Yo-Yo King was the flagship project of Chungfeng Media and was about to start shooting. However, just the name, Yo-Yo King, sounded kind of terrible, especially when she arrived at the shooting site and saw a group of actors seriously playing yo-yos. Her expression turned particularly strange. This was just too embarrassing. Chapter 21. This is beyond embarrassing. When the first scene began, watching the 2 actors gazing intensely at each other and fiercely playing yo-yos, Sonya was so embarrassed she felt like she could dig out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with her toes. The male lead dramatically threw his yo-yo up high and shouted Roshia Edley, Crimson Holy Light. The opponent also looked serious, as if holding not a yo-yo, but a legendary divine weapon capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Roaring. Soaring Eagle. Sonya couldn't help but close her eyes. The sight was just too painful to watch. Chun Feng felt awkward too. No wonder the appraisal camera said this drama was destined to be a loss. The scene was beyond embarrassing. Other crew members seemed to share the same sentiment. A few couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Although no one could accurately predict whether a drama would be a hit, with those awkward lines and the concept that playing a yo-yo could save the world, no one could really believe in this show's success. Director Zhang Yang, however, looked completely serious and even offered some praise. He walked over to explain to Chun Feng, Mr. Chun, don't think this way just because the set looks awkward. After adding special effects and airing officially, it won't seem awkward anymore. There have been successful examples in the island country. We are learning from their proven model and will definitely succeed. Chun Feng patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder. Old Zhang, you've my full trust. Go ahead and do it boldly. Indeed, he had full trust. The drama was already destined to lose money, so why worry? To ensure a big hit, Chun Feng had used the appraisal camera on the script more than 10 times and understood the filming essentials even better than Zhang Yang. This drama revolved around yo-yos. Actors, lines, effects were all just props, as long as the yo-yos stood out. It didn't matter if adults felt embarrassed. The show just needed to not embarrass children. Zhang Yang remained unaware of Chun Feng's true thoughts and was still deeply touched by this visionary leader supporting him. Since the boss trusted him so much, he was determined to shoot this drama perfectly. On the way back, Sonya couldn't help asking, this drama is so awkward. Really, would anyone watch it? Chun Feng smiled. Adults definitely won't watch it, but as long as kids like it, that's enough. Why? Sonya looked puzzled. Being a college student, she was still inexperienced in the real world, not to mention the film and television industry. Chun Feng happened to have studied a lot lately and naturally gave Sonya a crash course. Xiaoya, don't let all those dramas shooting each year fool you. In reality, less than 1 in 10 of the film dramas get broadcasted, and of those aired, only 1 in 10 make money. That means among 100 dramas, only one really earns profit. Most others just lose money, the only difference being how much. What? It's that exaggerated? Then why would you still invest in a TV drama? Sonia was stunned. Most people, unless professionals, probably didn't even know this. Of course I have confidence, but I never plan to profit from the drama itself. The real profit will come from the yo-yo ID. Then Xuanhuan explained his drama plus yo-yo sales strategy to Sonia. The idea came from the appraisal camera, and Xuanhuan had developed it thoroughly. Both the yo-yo factory and the drama production were already prepared. All that remained was to finish post-production and broadcast. Looking at Xuanhuan talking confidently, Sonia couldn't help being slightly entranced. When do men look the most attractive? Precisely when they exude confidence. Many middle-aged men could easily charm innocent youths through smooth talk. Moreover, Xuanhuan's wasn't empty talk, but a viable business plan. Plus, he happened to be slightly good-looking. With all these combined, Sonia found herself starting to fall. Actually, Xuanhuan really was excellent. In the evening, Xuanhuan gallantly dropped Sonia back to her campus. However, to avoid suspicion and not provoke Hejie's feelings, Sonia sneaked back secretly without letting anyone see her arriving with Xuanhuan. Looking at Hejie, who had become listless since breaking up with Xuanhuan, Sonia actually felt a thrill of guilty pleasure. In the next few days, Xuanhuan went about his business methodically, urging the toy factory to accelerate yo-yo production while also checking the progress of Yo-Yo King filming. As time passed, the 7th sign-in quietly arrived. Ding, you've completed your 7th sign-in. Reward, Dream Realization Card. Dream Realization Card. Function, write your dream on the card, and for a certain period afterward, that dream will become reality. Note, dreams must not be overly exaggerated or unrealistic, or they will fail. Looking at the small white card in front of him, Xuanhuan began to think seriously. What kind of dream should he write? How about becoming the leader of the United States? But such an exaggerated dream would likely be impossible to achieve. Besides, what was the point of being a leader anyway? Always living under the spotlight with no freedom at all. After going through various dreams in his mind, Xuanhuan made his decision. He took out a pen and carefully wrote on the card, I wish for a beautiful, sexy, and highly capable older woman to come to my company to apply for the position of general manager, fall in love with me at first sight, love me passionately, and remain devoted to me forever. That's right, this was Xuanhuan's dream. Who wouldn't want a beautiful and admiring woman by their side? Besides, Xuanhuan really was lacking a capable general manager. He could rely on the appraisal camera for assessing talent, but management wasn't exactly his strong suit. He needed a professional to handle all of that. And wouldn't it be even better if that professional was stunningly attractive and completely devoted to him? After thinking for a while, Xuanhuan added one more sentence. She must be a virgin. He had certain standards in this regard, and she must also be 100% loyal. After adding these two conditions, Xuanhuan activated the dream realization card. This dream should be reasonable, and it should have a very good chance of success. A few seconds later, the card caught fire and vanished into thin air. The dream was confirmed. Soon, an extremely capable and attractive older woman would come to apply at his company. Just as Xuanhuan was imagining what the woman might look like, the company phone rang. Hello, is this President Chen from Chungphone Culture and Media? My name is xuanhuan, and I saw your job posting online. Are you looking for a general manager? Yes, that's right. Xuanhuan replied, nodding enthusiastically. The system was too amazing. The moment the dream was approved, someone had already called. Xuanhuan made an appointment with her. Not long after, xuanhuan appeared before Xuanhuan. Instantly, Xuanfeng's eyes went wide. Chapter 22. The system understands my dream too well. She had an almost perfect face, resembling a mythical fox fairy from legends, charming and captivating. Especially her perfect curves, which were enough to make anyone's mouth go dry. At this moment, there was only one thought in Xuanfeng's mind. The system really understands my dream too well. Xuanhuan had seen many men captivated by her beauty before. She had intended to cough slightly to bring this man back to his senses, but for some unknown reason, when she saw Xuanfeng's clean and handsome face, her heart couldn't help but pound rapidly. What's going on? Why is my heart beating so fast? What is this tingly feeling? Xuanhuan covered her chest. The two continued to gaze at each other as the air was filled with a pinkish atmosphere. Cough, cough. Finally, Xuanhuan was the first to regain his senses, coughing slightly and nodding in satisfaction. This general manager is absolutely perfect. Miss Xiao, right? May I ask about your work experience? Although he had already decided inwardly on her, the formalities still needed to be followed. Cough. Xuanhuan blushed and sat down, flashing her seductive eyes while briefly introducing her background. Master's degree, worked at a Fortune 500 company after graduation, but was laid off for special reasons, fluent in 3 languages. This resume should have been impressive, yet Xuanhuan's tone was hesitant and her voice barely above a whisper. For some reason she couldn't explain, her heart beat faster and faster, making her words lack confidence. Xuanhuan knew exactly why and became even more certain about his dream girl. After briefly listening to Xuanhuan's experience, Xuanhuan nodded without hesitation. Congratulations, Miss Xiao. From now on, you are part of Chungphone Entertainment. The treatment will absolutely satisfy you. Thank you, President Chen. Xuanhuan exhaled in relief. However, whether it was due to landing the job, or because she could stay close to Chungphone, only she herself truly knew. Needless to say, Xuanhuan was truly capable. In just half a day, she grasped the entire company's situation and came to Chungphone with the documents. President Chen, I'm somewhat confused. Why does our cultural media company own a toy factory? Moreover, It seems to be a recent establishment. Are you considering expansion into manufacturing? Chen Feng shook his head. Since he had confirmed that Xiao Shanshan was 100% loyal to him and would never betray him, he shared his entire plan with her. After hearing Chen Feng's plan to promote yo-yo sales using a TV series, Xiao Shanshan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Using a TV drama to advertise toys sounded extravagant at first, but upon deeper reflection, it actually seemed highly feasible. In overseas markets, there were already successful cases of this business model. Disney and Ultraman had both achieved success through this approach. At present, the Chinese market remained untouched, indicating massive potential. If that's the case, I have an idea. Yo-yos are usually a toy that only boys like. What if we shoot another TV series targeting girls' toys? Chen Feng paused slightly. Xiao Shanshan truly possessed great capability. After Chen Feng learned about this business model through the camera, all he had planned was to shoot a great TV series and sell more yo-yos. But Xiao Shanshan thought more comprehensively. Not only were the little boys' wallets getting targeted, she wouldn't mind squeezing a few coins from the little girls' pockets as well. You make a good point. I'll assign this task to you. You'll have full authority. Chen Feng immediately made the decision. This was exactly what he had imagined being a boss should feel like, delegating everything while he just needed to decide at key moments. Unlike before, when everything had to be handled personally, without anyone available for help. Xiao Shanshan gave Chen Feng a sideways glance, then took out a document. I looked at the company's license and basically found we already have everything needed for the film and television industry. I believe that aside from investing in and producing TV dramas, we should also get into artist management. Even promoting just one second-tier celebrity to stardom could generate significant commercial value, bringing substantial added benefits to the company. No problem. Go ahead with confidence. Anything you propose, I fully support. Chen Feng decisively delegated full authority. This was exactly his dream. He had to delegate responsibilities. In fact, Chen Feng had long grown tired of direct company management. Now, finally finding someone to share the burden, he was only too happy. The company currently lacks recognition, so I don't think it's necessary to sign too many people, because we also don't have enough resources for training. However, there are two people we must definitely sign, the male and female leads of Yo-Yo King. That's also for the sake of future sequels. Additionally, I need to conduct a full financial cleanup of the company. Currently, the finances are in a very messy state, which makes it impossible for me to draft plans and is also detrimental to the company's future development. Xiao Shanshan explained her plans for the company, and Chen Feng nodded continuously as he listened. See, this is what's called professionalism. From now on, he could completely stop worrying about company matters. The dream card was just too impressive. Otherwise, where else could he find such a highly capable and stunningly beautiful girl? The key point was her 100% loyalty to him. After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng transferred 90 million into the company account, leaving only 10 million for himself. After all, he still needed some money for personal expenses, and 90 million was already a huge amount, enough to last a long time. Upon discovering she now had access to nearly 90 million in funds, Xiao Shanshan felt a surge of ambition and was determined to develop the company to repay Chen Feng's trust and kindness. They had only just met not long ago, yet Chen Feng had already entrusted her with such a large sum. This kind of recognition and trust must be repaid with her utmost loyalty and dedication. Just as Xiao Shanshan was thinking hard about how to better develop the company, Sonya entered the office. Although she was interning at Changfeng, she actually had a very flexible schedule, needing to work only 2 or 3 hours a day, and could even choose not to come at all if she wanted. After all, Changfeng Entertainment technically only had one project at the moment, so Sonya had little to do. When she discovered a new, exceptionally beautiful woman had suddenly appeared in the office, she immediately showed a look of shock. Especially when she saw Xiao Shanshan's extremely sexy figure, Sonya couldn't help but feel a little insecure. Her own figure was actually just average. Her main advantage was her charm, which had earned her the reputation of campus beauty in school. Yet compared to Xiao Shanshan, Sonya felt completely outshone in every aspect, almost dominated in all key areas, especially physical appearance. In an instant, a sense of crisis surged in Sonya's heart. Chapter 23, Xiao Chuchu returns. Originally, she had always maintained a certain level of reserve around Chen Feng. However, now there was another competitor nearby, and this competitor was not only prettier, but also had a better figure. Because of this, Sonya couldn't help but lose her composure. Director Chun, who is this elder sister? Sonya walked toward Chen Feng with a smile, her tone unusually gentle. Chen Feng smiled slightly. She's the new general manager I just hired. She's in charge of company management. When I'm not around, she can basically represent me. Sonya's expression froze for a moment. She had only been absent for a day, yet so many changes had happened in the company. Unable to help herself, Sonya moved closer to Chen Feng's ear and whispered softly. How capable is she? Can she manage the company well? Chen Feng glanced at Sonya with a half smile. Previously, Sonya had been a bit resistant to such intimate gestures. That was just how women were. Even though they were already willing inside, they still insisted on pretending to be aloof, waiting for the men to make the first move. What Chen Feng disliked most was this exact point. Who says men aren't human just because they're expected to always be the ones to make the first move? Would it kill women to take initiative once in a while? Now things were better. Sonya had finally taken the initiative. Looks like people really needed a bit of pressure to change. Don't worry, I've already assessed her. Song Shanshan is very capable. I'm completely confident leaving the company in her hands. How could he not be confident? She was chosen by the system after all, his dream girl. Hearing Chen Feng say that, Songya had nothing else to say, though her heart was still filled with displeasure. It felt just like something that originally belonged to her was about to be snatched away. Knock knock. Zhu Wei walked in. Director Chen, there's a woman outside named Xiao Chuchu asking to see you. Should I let her in? Xiao Chuchu. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Looks like that woman hadn't been able to keep her place on Qin Jie's team anymore. After all, he had inflicted 3 consecutive streaks of bad luck on Qin Jie. Now, not only had Qin Jie broken his right hand, but he had even fractured his leg and would at least have to lie in bed for half a year. Without a doubt, his company was bound to be affected. Small companies like that heavily relied on the leadership of their founder. Without the leader present, they would easily fall apart. Worse still, Chen Feng had leaked the news of Qin Jie's infidelity to Qin Jie's wife, Li Yu. Li Yu was after all the official wife, and Qin Jie's parents supported her. With Qin Jie now incapacitated, it naturally fell upon her to manage affairs. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chuchu, an unofficial mistress living in the shadows, undoubtedly found herself in a difficult position. This world wasn't full of opportunities. Did she really think offering her body would guarantee success? Did she ever consider that without something more valuable, how much could her body possibly be worth? Let her come in. Chen Feng nodded. It wasn't that he had lingering feelings for Xiao Chuchu. He just wanted to mock her a little. Unfortunately for him, that's exactly how petty he was. Besides, Xiao Chuchu's current situation was partially his doing. Not taking the opportunity to witness her downfall would be a shame. Zhu Wei nodded and immediately left. Soon after, Xiao Chuchu walked in. Her expression looked somewhat tired. Despite her carefully applied makeup, it couldn't hide the exhaustion deep in her eyes. Chen Feng's guess was spot on. She had indeed been unable to remain at Qin Jie's company. Injured and lying in hospital, Qin Jie left Li Yu in charge of the company, and she immediately had her eyes set on Xiao Chuchu. How could a legitimate wife show any tolerance towards a scheming mistress trying to steal her place? If it weren't for the fact that there were 2 major contracts to manage, which could not be delayed, Li Yu might have already taken drastic action. Even without such action, Xiao Chuchu had no future in the company. She was left with no choice but to resign. She did contact Qin Jie. Unfortunately, he was currently fighting for his own survival, unable to give her any assurances. With no other choice, Xiao Chuchu decided to look for other options. Being a recent graduate who was laid off only 6 months after joining her first company, she definitely wouldn't find a good job elsewhere. Besides, she also heard that Chen Feng now owned a skyscraper and had become a diamond bachelor. So Xiao Chuchu made up her mind to come to him. At most, she'd apologize sincerely and Chen Feng would surely forgive her. Chen Feng had been absolutely obsessed with her before. He would definitely welcome her back. However, the moment she walked into the office, Xiao Chuchu froze. Since when had Chen Feng ended up with 2 beauties by his side? One was classic and dignified while the other was incredibly attractive. Together they completely overshadowed her. Xiao Chuchu, what brings you here today? Chen Feng asked directly. Xiao Chuchu appeared embarrassed. The confidence she had held upon a rival vanished in an instant the moment she saw the 2 beauties. After stuttering for a while, Xiao Chuchu reluctantly spoke up. Chen Feng, there's something very important I need to tell you. Can you ask them to leave first? Sorry, but one is my secretary and the other is the general manager of my company. They're both important people who can't just leave. If you have something to say it here directly. As if he'd let her get away with that. She's just an ex-girlfriend. How could she have the audacity to ask his 2 new companions to leave? Xiao Chuchu hesitated for a moment before reluctantly saying, Chen Feng, can the 2 of us get back together? I know I've wronged you in the past, but that was only because I was deceived by that bastard Qin Jie. Actually, I've always loved you in my heart. Let's just forget our past and start fresh, okay? I promise I will treat you right this time. Huh? Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. This woman truly had some nerve. She had clearly been pushed out from Qin Jie's side, yet she actually had the audacity to come back to him wanting to reconcile. On what grounds? Just because she had a big face? Xiao Chuchu, you really have the gall to say that. Back then when I had nothing, you dumped me without a second thought. Now that I've succeeded in my career, you're back trying to reunite with me. You think you're worthy? What exactly are you anyway? Just a cheap pair of worn-out shoes that everyone's already stepped on. Why do you believe I'd even want you back? Let me tell you straight, girls like you. I could have 100 prettier ones throwing themselves at me with just a wave of my finger. Chen Feng mercilessly mocked her without hesitation. He was no soft-hearted fool. Trying to benefit from him was simply wishful thinking. Xiao Chuchu looked astonished. She hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so harsh in his words. It's just her own fault for being ruthless and heartless to Chen Feng back then. Otherwise, Chen Feng wouldn't have treated her like this. Feeling the shocked gazes from Songya and Song Shanshan, Xiao Chuchu was so embarrassed, she wished there were a hole she could crawl into. Chen Feng, even though we're broken up, we did date for a while. You don't have to be so ruthless, right? Xiao Chuchu defended. Puffed. Chen Feng sneered. Yeah, right. Then you cheated on me. Got Qin Jie to fire me. Lucky for me I succeeded. Otherwise, what would I have become? A fresh graduate who just got fired shortly after graduation. Xiao Chuchu had no retort and could only plead. Chen Feng, can't you just give me one more chance? After all, we used to be a couple. Chapter 24. Why should I take you back? Opportunity. Chen Feng's lips curled into a sneer. It's not like I can't give it to you. Kneel down right now and please me properly, and I'll consider giving you a chance. What did you say? Xiao Chuchu looked stunned. You didn't understand? I said get on your knees and please me. Only then would I consider forgiving you. After all, you're already tainted. Who knows how many times Qin Jie has had you? If you don't offer something special, why should I stay with you? Just because you have a big face? Chen Feng said mercilessly. Chen Feng, you're going too far. I may not be as rich as you, but I do have my dignity, Xiao Chuchu replied, her face flushed with anger. Yeah right, that dignity of yours that gets violated by Qin Jie every day in his car. It must have been completely destroyed by now. And you still expect me to take you back? Chen Feng sneered. You bastard. Xiao Chuchu angrily cursed and turned to leave. Chen Feng snorted coldly, not the least bit inclined to stop her. Just another used-up slut. Who cares? She actually thinks she can get a good price just because she's been in a relationship before. She doesn't even realize how little she's worth. Chen Feng, weren't you a bit too harsh? Even if she was in the wrong, she's still a girl. Was treating her like that really necessary? Sonya couldn't bear to watch anymore. Chen Feng gave Sonya a cold glance. Then you can leave with her. Sonya was furious, yet helpless against Chen Feng. In the past, maybe she would have walked away to throw a little tantrum. But now, with Xiao Shanshan, her rival, sitting right there, if she left, wouldn't that just hand this fox demon a free victory? Chen Feng knew Sonya was angry, but he had no intention of comforting her. So what if you're the campus queen? Don't even think I'll beg you to stay. Chen Feng was definitely no desperate guy fawning over women. He'd never grovel to any girl. He was a very chauvinistic man. Any woman who was his had to obediently follow his words. President Chun, in 2 days is the press conference, 4 many days without a breakup. I think we should attend. Xiao Shanshan suddenly sat before Chen Feng. Why? Chen Feng looked puzzled. A press conference like that was nothing more than a banquet where people ate and drank. What was the point of going? Seeing Chun Feng's expression, Xiao Shanshan smiled slightly. President Chun, our company is still at a stage of no popularity. In this situation, we can't even dream of participating in major projects, let alone having projects come to us. Therefore, we need to build up our reputation and establish connections within the industry, so that others will know about our company and give us the qualifications to participate in projects. Chen Feng nodded slowly. Xiao Shanshan made sense. The company had been around for a while, and although it had taken on 2 projects, they were essentially entertaining themselves without any outside awareness. In this situation, they weren't getting any high-quality projects. In fact, no projects had come to Chen Feng at all. The only one, many days without a breakup, had been brought in by Zhang Yang, and even that was considered a risky art film expected to lose money, which was how they managed to get it. I see. Then when the time comes, we'll go together and make some appearances in front of the industry peers. I'm going too, Sonya said firmly. Xiao Shanshan smiled sweetly. President Chun is the company boss, and I'm the general manager. Our participation is for the development of the company. As for you, a mere secretary, what are you going there for? Just a chance to go on vacation. Sonya was furious again, unable to find any rebuttal, let alone a way to fight back. She turned to Chen Feng, finding he had no reaction, seemingly agreeing with Xiao Shanshan's words. This was so infuriating. That mistress was attacking too fiercely for her to withstand. It seemed she had no choice but to take the initiative with Chen Feng, otherwise that mistress would take over. As if that wasn't enough to upset Sonya, Xiao Shanshan added, I looked at your job application. You're still a student, right? You'd better focus more on your studies. Jiang Huateng is a famous director. With more than a decade in the business, his connections are exceptionally strong. At this grand press conference, all the main cast and production team had arrived, along with representatives from several investors. Although the total amount of money they contributed was less than 1 million yuan, outsiders didn't know the details. All they saw was that the drama had many financiers. Quite a number of reporters had come as well, including some of Jiang Huateng's friends. Unlike Zhang Yang, who was basically unknown, Jiang Huateng's upcoming film had already drawn attention in the industry from the beginning. However, everyone was rather puzzled why he insisted on producing an art film destined to lose money. Could it be that he's grown tired of producing normal dramas and developed an intellectual itch to express something profound? Especially after the film's investment was quickly secured, the reporters became even more intrigued. These were perfect news stories already handed to them. Who on earth, or rather, which rich benefactor, had chosen to support this guaranteed money-losing project? For this very reason, Chun Feng's appearance was highly anticipated from the start. When everyone found out he was the so-called eccentric wealthy benefactor, their expressions turned notably complex. And when people learned that his company had also invested in a TV drama about yo-yos, they instantly concluded he was a reckless wastrel who had too much money and no idea how to spend it. Who would watch a TV series about yo-yos anyway? In this day and age, the popular genres on television were clearly family-in-law dramas and ancient idol dramas. Nevertheless, thanks to Chun Feng's actual million-dollar investment, no one dared to underestimate him outright. Several underappreciated directors even got ready to pull out scripts that had sat untouched for years, eager to see if they could charm this golden goose into funding their work. After all, everyone secretly wanted to be supported by a generous benefactor. Luckily, Jiang Huateng valued Chun Feng's patronage a lot and had given him a good seat, right next to a female celebrity. Unfortunately, this actress had been famous for many years already. Although she maintained her appearance well, she wasn't Chun Feng's type. To put it bluntly, she wasn't even half as attractive as Xiao Shanshan's little finger. Today, Xiao Shanshan had dressed particularly professionally to leave a better impression. A white shirt, a tailored skirt suit, black stockings, and even glasses, which slightly masked her good looks. Although she lacked that usual charm that captivated everyone, she exuded a more mature and elegant air. Many reporters and men stole glances at Xiao Shanshan, which only caused the women present to grow quietly irritated. Of course, same gender repels. The reporters were also highly interested in Xiao Shanshan, especially after she sat in the producer's seat. Many of them aimed questions at her. Hello, Miss Xiao, may I ask if you are appearing in this film? Sorry, our company offers great benefits, and I have no current plans to switch careers. May I ask why your company chose to invest in a literary film that is destined to lose money? Is it because as a newly established company, you haven't been able to secure quality projects yet? Chapter 25, The Press Conference. This reporter's question was much more sharp. Xuanhuan, who had been smiling beside her, now looked a bit unpleasant. One after another, people insisted this art film was destined to lose money. Even big companies in the industry thought so. Otherwise, why would this famous director have to go to Changfeng to seek investment? He barely managed to secure funding, yet people kept beating the dead horse. Who says art films are destined to lose money? I'm going to shoot one that makes money just to show you all. Xuanhuan silently swore in his heart. Recently, he had heard these words so many times that his ears had calluses. He was not made of clay. He definitely had some anger burning inside. At the same time, he began to worry that Xuanhuan wouldn't handle the reporter's questions well. These guys were the kind who enjoyed watching drama and didn't mind if things escalated. If a scandal happened during the press conference, it would be trouble. Xuanhuan smiled calmly. We believe in director Xuanhuan's talent. The reporter then turned the spotlight onto Xuanhuan. Director Jiang, what box office results do you expect from this film? Can it live up to the trust of Changfeng culture media? Internally cursing, Xuanhuan still maintained a smile on his face. We have done our best in every aspect of this film. Please just wait and see. What was on his mind could never be spoken out loud. If he did, there's no doubt it would be headline news tomorrow. He could only respond with vague generalities. Seeing that no exciting news would come out, the reporters quietly backed off. After all, they couldn't force anyone to say anything. After going through the usual formalities, the press conference concluded and the reporters left happily with their red envelopes. Don't think that many people are genuinely interested in attending a press conference like this. Most were hired, partly to raise visibility and partly to keep the reporters from being too harsh. Besides the reporters, others who came just for appearances also left, including the female lead. Only the core members remained. President Shun, thank you for your investment. Without you, this film probably would have been aborted. Xuanhuan specifically toasted Changfeng and also raised his glass to Xuanhuan. It was only now that he learned Xuanhuan was actually the general manager of Changfeng Media. Although he inwardly thought she probably only got there through underhanded means, he still showed the proper respect. Although Changfeng had agreed to fund the project, only a small portion of the money had been transferred. The remaining funds would be released based on production progress, a common industry practice. If he didn't respect this general manager properly, she could easily mess with him by delaying payments, and that would be absolute torture. Director Jiang, in business matters, there's no need for gratitude. Our investment is based on confidence in the film's potential, but we hope to appoint our own producer. Xuanhuan smiled gently, but Xuanhuan's face instantly froze. The producer managed the entire crew and was involved in nearly everything except actual filming. Naturally, Jiang wanted to give this important position to a close friend to ensure things ran smoothly. But if Changfeng wanted to place their own person, this could be problematic. Didn't we agree in the contract that you would not interfere with production? Xuanhuan said helplessly. We certainly won't interfere with filming, but since we are providing the funding, we do have the right to supervise its usage. Xuanhuan replied firmly. Well, I guess that's okay. Xuanhuan could only nod in agreement. He who pays the bills makes the rules. You say it's that way, then it is. And it was indeed common practice for the investors to appoint the producer, so it wasn't particularly offensive to Jiang, just a little instinctively annoying. Xuanhuan wasn't the type to push excessively. After Jiang agreed, she didn't press for further demands, nor did she ask to interfere with casting decisions, which brought relief to everyone present. While it was understood that the investor called the shots, they still had pride. Pushed too far, and they'd be angry too. Before getting into the car, Changfeng curiously asked Xuanhuan, do you really think this film can make money? Unlike Changfeng, Xuanhuan wasn't idle and clueless. She knew the entertainment industry well and was able to judge scripts accurately. Before coming here, she had already read the script for Heartbroken for many days. It's hard to say. The theme is very fresh and innovative. It might just become a huge hit, depending entirely on audience reactions. If people like it, everything will go smoothly. If not, Xuanhuan answered cautiously. Changfeng suddenly felt immense respect. No wonder she was the dream girl, capable and insightful, seeing the huge potential in this film. Unlike everyone else who thought it would definitely lose money, differing only in how much. Thankfully, Xuanhuan hadn't confidently declared it as a guaranteed blockbuster. Otherwise, Changfeng might start to suspect whether she was some sort of oracle. He had confirmed the film would definitely make money only after carefully identifying it through the camera lens. If Xuanhuan could see it just by looking, where would that leave Changfeng? The audience will definitely love it. This film is going to be a huge hit. It's just a matter of making more or less money. Changfeng spoke firmly. Who wouldn't want to show off in front of a beautiful woman? Miss Xiao. As the two were about to get into the car, a middle-aged man in a suit came running up from behind. Miss Xiao, let me give you a ride. As he spoke, the middle-aged man pointed toward his own car, a BMW worth around 7 or 80,000. Who the hell are you? Changfeng frowned and stepped forward. As a man, how could he not see the greed in the middle-aged man's eyes? Daring to covet my woman? You must not know how to write the word dead. Miss Xiao, I'm Wu Mingwen from Perfect Entertainment. I have a fantastic project in hand, a movie titled 3 Kingdoms. I wonder if you might be interested. Wu Mingwen didn't even spare a glance at Changfeng, treating him directly as an assistant. His gaze never left Xuanhuan. Though wearing glasses, Xuanhuan had lost none of her charm. but instead gained an air of intelligence and grace she hadn't before. Truthfully speaking, she was even more attractive this way. No wonder this middle-aged guy had rushed over without even finding out who she was. But the problem was, she was his girl. Xiao Shanshan said nothing but turned her eyes toward Qin Feng for instructions. Wu Mingwen hesitated for a moment, finally realizing that Qin Feng was actually the one in charge. And you are? I'm the boss of Qin Feng. I have zero interest in your Three Kingdoms project. And by the way, next time you're trying to pick up girls, don't even bother showing off a BMW. A car worth less than 1,000,000 yuan. Do you even have any shame? Qin Feng sneered, waved his hand dismissively, and pulled Xiao Shanshan into the car. Wu Mingwen was furious. This was the first time anyone had treated him so disrespectfully. He was a VIP at Perfect, an industry giant. Besides, at least he had a car. What's Qin Feng got to be so arrogant about riding in a taxi? Boss, there's no need to get angry over someone like that. I would never look at him anyway. He doesn't even compare to a single hair of yours. Xiao Shanshan, sensing Qin Feng's irritation, reached out her delicate hand to gently comfort him. Chapter 26. Has the boss fallen asleep? Qin Feng naturally didn't take his anger out on Xiao Shanshan. He knew Xiao Shanshan was 100% loyal to him. All of this was just Wu Mingwen's delusion of grandeur. Don't worry, I'm not angry. Watch how I deal with him. Xiao Shanshan hesitated slightly. Perfect Entertainment was an industry giant. Qin Feng was merely a small newcomer. Although wealthy, its influence was nowhere near the same level. Qin Feng didn't bother explaining to Xiao Shanshan. He asked the driver to pull over to the roadside, then took out the doll of misfortune and inflicted a curse of bad luck onto Wu Mingwen. The lovesick Wu Mingwen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Wu Mingwen glanced suspiciously around but saw nothing out of the ordinary and decided not to think too much of it. Perhaps the wind was just too strong earlier. Sigh. Having such a beauty right before his eyes but unable to approach her, it was indeed a frustrating feeling. Although separated by a taxi, that elegant and graceful figure remained deeply imprinted in his mind. Just as Wu Mingwen was daydreaming about Xiao Shanshan, a car from the adjacent road drove past. Its wheel hit a small pebble, sending it flying. The pebble just happened to strike Wu Mingwen. Wu Mingwen clutched his cheek and cried out in pain. Bright red blood started flowing down from his wrist continuously. Pebbles flung from beneath speeding tires could accelerate surprisingly fast, and the destructive power they carried was immense. Pain-ridden Wu Mingwen immediately abandoned all thoughts of beautiful women and limped toward his BMW to get some tissues and clean up. Just then, another car came along, again, at the worst possible timing, and directly hit Wu Mingwen, sending him flying, rolling several times on the ground. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Trying to hit on my girl, now you know the consequences. Driver, take us to the Emperor Hotel. He ordered the driver to start the car. The show had been excellent. There was nothing more worth watching here. What just happened? Xiao Shanshan looked bewildered. How come in just over a minute, Wu Mingwen got hit by a car? That was just way too unlucky. This is what happens when you show off. Qin Feng sneered coldly. Xiao Shanshan looked suspiciously at Qin Feng. Could it possibly be related to the boss? However, she had no evidence to support her suspicions, so she didn't voice her thoughts. The doll of misfortune was a special item given by the system. Unless someone saw it in action, no one could possibly figure it out. Even going to the police station would only result in being called a lunatic. Wu Mingwen himself was even less likely to suspect anything. He would simply think he was extremely unlucky. Once he got to the hospital, he would have no interest in paying attention to Qin Feng anymore. That evening, Qin Feng stayed at the hotel, feeling a bit restless. He and Xiao Shanshan had separate rooms. After all, their relationship hadn't been clarified yet. Even though he clearly knew Xiao Shanshan had fallen head over heels for him and was completely loyal, Qin Feng hadn't said anything openly or done anything too forward. After all, she had only just joined. Yet now at night, alone in his room with Xiao Shanshan just next door, there was indeed something quite exciting about the situation. The proverbial lone man and woman, flammable material nearby. After all, Qin Feng was a man, and a young, passionate one at that. He'd broken up with He Jie days ago. It had been a long time since he'd last done any business with a woman. The feeling of holding back was getting almost unbearable, especially since Xiao Shanshan was so beautiful. So, why not take the opportunity today to take things further? After all, the distance between them was like paper thin. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to knock on Xiao Shanshan's door, a knock suddenly came at his own room's door. Boss, are you asleep? Her sexy and charming voice floated through the door. Upon hearing Xiao Shanshan's voice, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Could it be that she also couldn't bear the loneliness? Or maybe she could no longer suppress her overwhelming feelings and had decided to confess. Come to me, let me comfort your lonely heart. Qin Feng quickly opened the door and his eyes widened at the sight. Xiao Shanshan appeared to have just taken a shower. Her long, black hair flowed naturally over her shoulders. Her features were enchanting and alluring, especially her voluptuous chest, which caused Qin Feng's nose to heat up instantly. Most importantly, she was only wearing a bath towel that covered only a small portion of her body, revealing tantalizing glimpses. Boss, big news, Jido Corporation is about to raise funding. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. So what if Jido Corporation is raising funding? What's it got to do with us? Xiao Shanshan's expression turned serious. Boss, have you ever played Warcraft 3? Played it many times in college, but I stopped after graduation. Boss, I've played Warcraft 2, and I reached 1700 points on the ladder. So I clearly understand the potential of this type of game. I think, if we lower the threshold for Warcraft, this game will definitely become even more popular. So, Jido Corporation shares my idea. except that they have people and resources, and have already started putting it into practice. The game they're developing, Hero Federation, is of the same type as Warcraft, but with a lower entry barrier. Once completed, it's sure to be a huge success. Xiao Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. So you came here to talk to me just about business? Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. This was not what he had imagined at all. Xiao Shanshan stared in shock, only now realizing how improper it was for her to come in alone. Late at night, wrapped only in a towel, in a room with a single man. It was practically an obvious signal of temptation. She had always been careful and upright. Why hadn't she been cautious at all with her boss? Boss, I'm sorry. I'll come back tomorrow to talk. Xiao Shanshan blushed. Qin Feng suddenly grabbed Xiao Shanshan's delicate hand. Since you're already here, why leave so soon? After saying that, Qin Feng picked Xiao Shanshan up and tossed her onto the bed. He wanted to discuss a business deal worth hundreds of millions. The next morning, when Xiao Shanshan saw Qin Feng's mischievous smile, she couldn't help but lightly punch his arm with her small fist. That boss of hers was truly despicable, even bringing office sexual harassment into the workplace. But Pen Fan. She loved this kind of boss precisely, otherwise she wouldn't have resisted not even once. Boss, did you think about what I said last night? Over breakfast, Xiao Shanshan looked seriously at Qin Feng. Looking at Xiao Shanshan elegantly eating a youtiao, Qin Feng couldn't help but recall the delightful memories from last night, especially the obedient image of Xiao Shanshan kneeling obediently before him, serving him devotedly. No problem, as many times as you want. Qin Feng replied absent-mindedly. Xiao Shanshan hesitated for a moment before realizing what he meant and couldn't help blushing again. Boss, I was talking about Jido Corporation's funding. They're raising $8 million this time. It's our best chance to get involved. If we miss this opportunity, that company will basically have nothing to do with us anymore. That's what you were talking about. Qin Feng sounded slightly disappointed. $8 million, around 60 million RMB. The company can definitely come up with that money. But are you sure that company really has that much potential? Chapter 27. Acquiring shares of Finger Company. I'm absolutely sure Warcraft is the most popular game among college students. Hero Federation is similar to Warcraft, but has a lower barrier to entry. I believe it will definitely become a big hit. Qin Feng nodded. It's worth considering. Give me the relevant materials when the time comes. Qin Feng completely trusted Xiao Shanshan's capabilities, but this was a 6 million investment. He had to be cautious. After returning, Xiao Shanshan immediately handed the related documents to Qin Feng, who quickly took one photo of the materials with his camera. Finger Company materials. Note 1. The font on the document is very neat. Note 2. It is bound with A4 paper. Note 3. There is a lot of English on it. Identification failed. It could only be said that the materials were too generic to yield any useful information through identification. Shanshan, organize the game development materials for me. I'll keep the company documents for now. Indeed, the company materials were practically useless. In this era, basically all game companies were similar. The only thing that distinguished them was the quality of the games they produced. If a game became a hit, the company became valuable. If it flopped, the company would disband. Therefore, identifying the company wasn't as practical as identifying the game itself. After all, there were plenty of good companies that still made terrible games. Although slightly puzzled, Xiao Shanshan obediently gathered the game development files and handed them to him, including some original documents from Finger Company. This time, the identification was different from the last. Hero Federation Development Plan. Note 1. Similar to Warcraft. Note 2. Potential for great success. Note 3. Low completion rate. High risk of failure. Qin Feng frowned slightly. The results seemed contradictory, but he had already become accustomed to the camera's one-sided evaluations, so he tried again. The results were the same as before. It wasn't until the next day, after identifying the files 5 times in total, that Qin Feng finally made a decision to invest in Finger Company. According to the identification, this game had the potential to become a long-term hit. That was more than enough. A 100% success rate was impossible. Anything around 80% was already outstanding. Shanshan, I've made up my mind. I'll give you 6 million. Buy the shares of Finger Company. Qin Feng leaned back in his office chair, speaking in an exaggerated tone. 2 months ago, he had still been a pitiful white-collar worker, but now he could afford to invest 60 million to acquire a foreign company. Boss, we won't need that much. Xiao Shanshan shook her head. Isn't their financing goal 8 million USD? At that rate, the money shouldn't be enough. Qin Feng replied seriously. Xiao Shanshan smiled. Boss, many people are optimistic about Finger Company. Strictly speaking, investors aren't in short supply for them. They would never allow us to buy all the shares. They'd lose control of the company. Qin Feng's brows furrowed. Finally confirming that Hero Federation had great potential, he had prepared for a big investment to show his keen insight, only to find out that others also saw the potential. That felt very frustrating. Now he was confident about the game's future, and especially wanted to swallow the entire pie. So he asked seriously, is there any way to acquire the entire company? Completely. Why? Xiao Shanshan looked confused. Investing was inherently risky. Nobody could guarantee a 100% success rate for any project. Even if she believed in Finger Company, it was unnecessary to invest everything. If it failed, the company would suffer severe losses. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment. He couldn't explain the camera's ability to Xiao Shanshan, so he simply said with a serious expression, Shanshan, my gut tells me that Hero Federation will definitely be a huge success. Finger Company's stock value will surge due to this game. Therefore, I want complete control of this company. Xiao Shanshan hesitated, then nodded. Okay, If that's the case, I'll go to the US and try to get all the shares of Finger Company. But this way, the funding gap will be huge. We'll need a premium to acquire all the shares. How much premium? At least 30%. I estimate that a full acquisition would cost around 80 million, which is more than 10 million USD. 80 million. Chen Feng frowned slightly. That was nearly all the cash the company had right now. Filming for the Raleigh King series was ongoing. The combined budget for the film crew and the toy factory was at least 13 million, possibly even 15 million. The TV drama wouldn't cost much, mainly requiring bulk production of yo-yos. Although Breakup Days had already started filming, movie production was far more intricate than TV production, roughly taking 4 or 5 months. The funds would have to be transferred in batches, which added up to another 9 million. After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng nodded. There would definitely be some cash flow shortages, but not too much. As long as Yo-Yo King succeeded, everything would work out. Alright, 8 million is not a problem. I want all the shares of Finger Company. Shanshan, you go to the US. Don't worry, boss. I won't disappoint you. Xiao Shanshan nodded as well, her beautiful big eyes glowing with determination. Truthfully, with her beauty, she could easily find some rich second-generation guy and live an easy life. But she insisted on forging her own path. How could one possibly live without any aspirations? Chen Feng felt the same way. He could have lived a relaxed landlord's life with Golden Summit Mansion and 100 million in cash, but he refused to do so. He wanted to build something meaningful. Besides the basic physiological needs, humans also had the need to realize self-worth. In that aspect, Xiao Shanshan shared his views. After making the decision of acquiring as much Finger Company stock as possible, the two of them started preparing for the task. First, there were the formalities. For such an international acquisition, all the paperwork had to be in perfect order. Luckily, Chen Feng had paid someone to find an agent. Besides, purchasing shares was different from purchasing a company, and the requirements weren't high. It could be processed locally. Once the procedures were mostly settled, preparations for Xiao Shanshan's trip to the US began. This trip was no simple task. She had to deal with Finger Company itself, and also 2 other companies that had purchased Finger Company shares. Her mission was extremely challenging. After all, since others had invested money into Finger Company's shares, they obviously believed in its promising future. Under such circumstances, persuading them to give up their shares would require a much greater price. Or worse, they might not agree to sell at all. The more difficult the situation became, the more excited Xiao Shanshan felt. Additionally, to ensure her safety, Chen Feng specially hired 2 female bodyguards for her. No one would ever be allowed to hurt someone who belonged to him. Chapter 28, The Reward, Genetic Serum. After finishing those tasks, it was already time for the 8th check-in. This one had taken about half a month since the last one, which was unusually long. Unquestionably, the next check-in would take even longer, and accordingly, the reward would be better. Ding! 8th check-in completed. Reward, 1 dose of genetic serum. Genetic serum. Effect, Chen Feng Wei physical enhancement with no side effects. Note, requires a strong physique to support, otherwise the enhancement might fail. The genetic serum was a blue liquid inside a test tube, looking absolutely surreal. Trusting the system completely, Chen Feng wasted no time using it right at home after obtaining it. Such a precious item, of course, should be used on himself first. If there were extras, he could consider sharing it with those close to him, but outsiders? Not a chance. Upon injecting the serum into his body, a cold sensation instantly spread throughout Chen Feng's body. He shivered in place for a moment, then decided to just sleep it off, and the symptoms faded by the time he awoke. The next morning when Chen looked into the mirror, he was slightly shocked by the transformation. Previously, he had been slightly handsome, but still within normal human range, just fair skin and good complexion. Now, his skin appeared crystal clear, almost like jade, so delicate it looked as if it would leak water. It was inhuman. His handsomeness had also increased significantly. I guess I can now be considered a real heartthrob. If I dress up a bit, I might even debut as a star. Chen Feng felt extremely delighted. Who wouldn't want to look more handsome? Men might not value looks as much as women do, but improving one's appearance, even slightly, was never something people would refuse. And this was only the change in appearance. The other changes were even greater. His physique and mental agility had improved dramatically. Now I should be considered a true genius. Chen thought somewhat narcissistically. Good morning, Mr. Chen. At work time, Sonia entered the office. Although the company was slow, she came every day anyway, especially since Xiao Shanshan joined. She stayed as long as possible, afraid of losing favor in an instant. Now that Xiao Shanshan had gone to America, Sonia finally felt a bit relieved. It couldn't be helped. A woman like Xiao Shanshan put immense pressure on others. Both her looks and figure overwhelmed every other woman. Boss, these are today's documents. Sonia handed a pile of scripts to Chen Feng. Wind Chaser Entertainment finally had some recognition now. Some directors and screenwriters had started submitting scripts to them, hoping to get some investment. Unfortunately, most of the submissions were artsy movies, and usually, bad ones at that. Perhaps Chen's previous investment in the romantic comedy, Love's End, gave them the wrong impression, leading them to believe Wind Chaser preferred artistic cinema. As if Chen Feng had no interest in funding films that were certain to lose money. When the company had more funds, he wouldn't mind spending a little on such projects to build a good reputation or even win an award or two. But currently, with cash flow tight, there was no way Chen would spend money on charity projects. Chen carefully read through these scripts and, without even needing his camera of identification, could tell they were all duds. Perhaps 1 or 2 were decently misunderstood, but Chen had no interest in projects with a high probability of loss. Ultimately, it was because Wind Chaser's visibility was still too low. Though it had gained some attention due to the movie Love's End, within the industry, Wind Chaser remained a relatively obscure name. In the short term, Chen couldn't really change that. Every newcomer in every industry faced the same situation. After completing the day's main tasks, Chen suddenly noticed Song Ye staring at him intensely from the side. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Song Ye snapped out of her trance, her face turning red. Well, what is it? Nothing. I just think you look especially handsome today. Really, really handsome. Song Ye said shyly. She was never a particularly fangirl kind of girl, but for some reason, Chen today was especially charming, like a magnet, drawing her eyes unwilling to leave. Chen smiled faintly, knowing this was the effect of the genetic serum. Now, he no longer needed financial power. He could attract girls just by looks. That was definitely a welcome change. By the way, do you want to go out shopping together? I haven't gone out in a long time. Song Ye suddenly suggested. Chen hesitated briefly and then nodded. There was nothing much happening at the company now. Going out for a walk wouldn't be bad, and it would also be a good chance to strengthen the bond between them. Xiao Shanshan had already left, and she wouldn't be back for at least 10 days. During this gap, someone needed to step in, and Song Ye was a perfect choice. This wasn't being a playboy. It was more like sharing his broad and generous heart with more girls. It was a kind of sacrifice. When she heard that Chen Feng agreed to go shopping with her, Song Ye's eyes lit up immediately. That fox like Xiao Shanshan was finally gone. This was the perfect opportunity to get closer to Chen. Plus, now that Chen had become so handsome, it would be her loss if she let him slip away. Thinking about this, Song Ye couldn't help but smile charmingly. Soon, the two headed to the shopping mall together. Song Ye had just received her salary, 5,000 yuan. This gave her a sense of confidence, and she began spending freely. For a college student, 5,000 yuan was an unimaginably high wage. Moreover, Song Ye didn't like spending Chen Feng's money, which was something that set her apart from Hejia. In fact, she even bought a shirt for Chen Feng. After finishing shopping in the morning, Song Ye wanted to keep going in the afternoon. This was the difference between men and women. Men shopped to buy things. Women simply enjoyed the act of walking around the mall. They could carry a milk tea for hours without finishing it, just to hold it for posing. That's just how women were. Even when they arrived at the arcade to play claw machines, Song Ye insisted that Chen Feng hold her milk tea for her, because she planned to get another one later. Xiaoya, why are you here? A surprised voice sounded from the side. Chen Feng turned around and couldn't help but frown slightly. Standing before him was a woman who looked completely average, both in looks and figure. That alone might have been acceptable, but she had also heavily applied makeup, which instantly gave people a negative impression. Lu Xiaohua, what are you doing here? Didn't you go to work after finishing the college entrance exam? Song Ye couldn't help but look surprised and delighted. Lu Xiaohua smiled. I got a job in this very city. Look, this is my boyfriend Zhu Yu. Hello. Zhu Yu nodded slightly. His eyes were locked tightly onto Song Ye's delicate face, as if they had hooks on them. Chapter 29. You must apologize. Hi. Song Ye politely nodded, feeling uncomfortable under Zhu Yu's intense stare and developing an immediate dislike. Still, she was happy to meet Lu Xiaohua. They were high school classmates and once very close best friends. Lu Xiaohua curiously asked, Xiaoya, aren't you in college now? How come you have time to hang out? College is pretty free, as long as you don't fail your classes. And I'm not far from graduating anyway. Is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. Haha yeah. When Chen Feng was mentioned, Song Ye's face lit up with joy. Today at the mall, many girls couldn't help but secretly glance at Chen Feng, which made her feel particularly happy. The two chatted enthusiastically, leaving Chen Feng unable to even get a word in. Before long, they even made plans to get something to eat together. Once they got outside and Zhu Yu arrived in his car, Lu Xiaohua asked, Xiaoya, where's your boyfriend's car? Let me see it. Song Ye shook her head. It was too congested on the road, so he didn't drive. Zhu Yu sneered sarcastically from the side. If you don't have a car, just say so. It's not like we'll discriminate against you. Lu Xiaohua smiled too, with a trace of smugness in her smile. Xiaoya, we're best friends, so some words might sound harsh but they're true. I'm telling you, good looks alone are useless. You can't live off of them. These days, money matters more. Song Ye slightly frowned. Xiaohua, what exactly do you mean by that? Xiaoya, your looks are wasted on a poor student. If you trust me, I can introduce you to some rich guys who will take care of everything for you. By now, Song Ye couldn't help but feel angry. Xiaohua, I consider you a friend. How could you say such things? I'm saying this for your own good. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother telling you. Lu Xiaohua frowned. Otherwise, she wouldn't even bother with Song Ye just because of her pretty face. I appreciate it, but I don't need your help. I can take care of myself. With that, Song Ye took Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng, let's go. Don't leave so quickly. Zhu Yu stepped forward with a fake smile, blocking their way. If you leave like this, you're not giving me any face at all. Chen Feng calmly stepped in front of Zhu Yu, smiling. And what do you want then? Zhu Yu couldn't help but frown. Chen Feng was over 6 feet tall, a good half a head taller than him, physically towering over him. Even so, Zhu Yu didn't show fear. After all, he thought, Chen Feng was just an inexperienced student. What could he possibly do with his height? Not much. Your girlfriend just needs to apologize to my girlfriend, and then you can go. Apologize? That's right, apologize. Zhu Yu nodded confidently. Chen Feng flashed a bright, sunny smile. So you want us to apologize? No problem, I'll do it right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng slapped Zhu Yu across the face, sending him flying with one blow. Come on, seriously, a mere little hoodlum dared to provoke him? Completely unaware of his place. You dare hit me. Zhu Yu's eyes turned blood red, unable to believe what had just happened. I hit you on purpose, Chen Feng sneered contemptuously. There was no use talking sense to this kind of person. The best way to teach them a lesson was through brute force. Damn you, I'll fight you to the end. Zhu Yu lunged at Chen Feng. Unfortunately, his pathetic fighting ability was no match for Chen Feng, who easily kicked him away with a single foot. Only then did Zhu Yu realize just how monstrous a person he had angered. You brat, you just wait right here. After leaving this threat behind, Zhu Yu quickly got into his car and sped off, leaving his own girlfriend, Lu Xiaohua, behind. Sonya, how could you do this? I was genuinely trying to help you. So why did you hit my boyfriend? Lu Xiaohua angrily confronted. Sonya was so outraged by Lu Xiaohua's audacity that she almost laughed. Can't you see clearly? It was your boyfriend who started it with us first. Lu Xiaohua pursed her lips and replied. No, it was clearly you who did wrong. Sonya wanted to argue, but Chen Feng reached out and stopped her. Never mind. It's pointless to argue with such an idiot. Let's just go eat. Now you're getting scared, Lu Xiaohua scoffed. Chen Feng frowned, thinking this woman was truly annoying. He briefly considered giving Lu Xiaohua some bad luck, but decided against it. Actually doing so might cause her serious injury, like broken limbs or a hospital visit. It could be done, but there was no need. Mostly, he was doing this out of consideration for Sonya. Chen Feng ignored Lu Xiaohua and directly took Sonya to a nearby fast food restaurant, ordering 2 meals. Lu Xiaohua didn't leave either, sitting outside instead. Nobody knew exactly what she was planning. Soon, Chen Feng figured it out. Zhu Yu actually came back, not only alone this time, but also bringing a minivan. Lu Xiaohua excitedly rushed forward, pointing out Chen Feng's location to Zhu Yu. Sonya witnessed this too, hesitating as she said to Chen Feng, maybe we should leave first. There are too many people on the other side. Don't worry, just stay here and watch. Chen Feng smirked confidently and walked outside. Come on, did they think his body enhanced by gene enhancers was fake? Although the opposing side had many people, to him, they were no different from a group of elementary school students. Besides, these petty thugs, all they relied on was having more people. Only 2 or 3 of them were actually willing to fight. Once he dealt with them, the rest would naturally back down. Seeing Chen Feng step out, Zhu Yu's expression quickly turned arrogant. Hey kid, weren't you just being so cocky? You were so strong earlier. Come on, let's see how strong you are now. If you've got the guts, try moving again. The reason Zhu Yu was so arrogant was because he had brought 5 men this time, all tall and imposing, quite intimidating. Chen Feng's expression became subtle, and the men Zhu Yu brought also appeared strangely uneasy. But Zhu Yu mistook that for fear, and his arrogance immediately flared up further. I'm telling you now, it's already too late for you to regret. Unless you kneel down and kowtow to me, otherwise don't blame me for being harsh. Chen Feng completely ignored that idiot, and instead looked at the muscular man next to Zhu Yu. Li Heng, what's going on? Why aren't you guys staying at your workstations during working hours? Li Heng gave a helpless bitter smile. Boss, sorry, we didn't know it was you. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. So you're saying if it were someone else, it'd be okay to leave your post during working hours? Li Heng promptly apologized clearly. Sorry boss. Zhu Yu was stunned. Brotherly, why are you apologizing? What does boss even mean? Chapter 30, attack speed can be increased. Li Heng slapped Zhu Yu in the face and yelled, You idiot. This is our boss, also your father's immediate superior. You dare to provoke him? Do you have a death wish? Zhu Yu was shocked beyond belief, his expression an extraordinary mixture of emotions. That's right, Li Heng was a security guard at Golden Tripod Mansion. If Chen Feng wasn't mistaken, Zhu Yu should be Zhu Wei's son. The two even looked somewhat alike. Once he learned Chen Feng's identity, Zhu Yu didn't dare say a threatening word and quickly turned to leave. He had taken his father's car to show off, only to end up offending his father's boss. Without a doubt, when he got home, his father would definitely punish him, perhaps severely. Sonya also sensed something was off and rushed out of the fast food restaurant. What just happened? Why are they so afraid of you? Chen Feng smiled and explained the whole situation to Sonya, who listened with great surprise. So Zhu Yu is Zhu Wei's son? Most likely. Even if not a son, they must be close relatives. This world is too small. Chen Feng nodded. He too found it quite coincidental. This brief incident did not affect the relationship between Sonya and Chen Feng. In fact, it made it stronger. Especially at that moment when Chen Feng stood up for her, shielding her from the confrontation, Sonya had completely fallen for him. The reason why the hero rescuing the beauty remains a classic is because it really works. From that moment on, Sonya's heart could no longer hold any other man. That evening, disregarding Sonya's playful resistance, Chen Feng took her directly back to his villa. Sonya blushed deeply but didn't refuse. Yet at the most critical moment, she suddenly stopped Chen Feng. Chen Feng, tell me the truth. Have you and senior sister Shan ever done this? Which one? Chen Feng pretended to be clueless. You know what I mean. If you've done it with Shan, then I won't do it with you either. No way. I have my pride and will never allow you to play around with others behind my back. Chen Feng looked wronged and replied. How could that be? My relationship with Shan is extremely pure. It's just a professional superior-subordinate relationship. I hired her because of her capability. Sonya sighed with relief and finally relaxed. That's good. I'm not a petty person either. You can keep her in the company, but absolutely no relationship with her. Of course, I will also satisfy you. Any position you want is fine. Really? Chen Feng asked seriously. Sonya nodded. Then call me daddy. Why? It increases attack speed and also shortens the cooldown time of big skills. Sonya's face was now red as a tomato. Originally, she had intended to refuse, but thinking about that fox like Xiao Shan, she finally whispered, Daddy. The rest of the night was uneventful. When Chen Feng woke up refreshed the next morning, Sonya was still asleep. She was simply too exhausted from the previous night. It was her first time, and combined with Chun Feng's extraordinary stamina, the outcome was inevitable. Every part of her body had been put to use before finally satisfying Chen Feng. Unfortunately, this girl's combat power wasn't enough. Alone, she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand Chen Feng's attacks anymore. Shan would need to be added to the team. As for the promise made last night, that was just a joke. Words spoken in bed could never be taken seriously. The rice was already cooked. Even if Songya wanted to regret, it was too late. Not to mention Chen Feng would never allow her to. Of course, Songya was still asleep and unaware of these things. Otherwise, she'd probably cry in rage. Such poor judgment in choosing people. And she didn't even have time to be angry. She stayed in bed resting until the start of work hours. Chen Feng wasn't bothered by this at all. Currently, the company wasn't too busy, so it didn't matter much whether Songya worked or not. Not long after arriving at work, Zhu Wei came to find Chen Feng, his face filled with regret. I'm really sorry, President Chun, about yesterday. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you, Chen Feng said with a smile. Zhu Wei exhaled in relief. Thank you for your understanding, President Chen. I will definitely do better from now on. No need. I don't need your better performance anymore. You should just resign. What? Zhu Wei was stunned. However, regardless of that, this building belonged to Chen Feng. If he decided to let him go, there was no way Zhu Wei could resist. After some discussion, Zhu Wei was given a generous severance package before eventually being dismissed by Chen Feng. This decision to let Zhu Wei go was one that Chen Feng had thoroughly considered. It wasn't a sudden impulse. Zhu Wei had been working here for over a decade. He knew the place inside and out. Keeping him around would mean Chen Feng could avoid unnecessary worries. Very convenient indeed. But precisely because Zhu Wei had stayed too long, Chen Feng felt uneasy about him. Why was Zhu Yu able to call on the building's security guards to fight for him yesterday? At the end of the day, wasn't it simply because they were too familiar with each other, making the guards more willing to listen to Zhu Wei? As a boss, it was never a good thing if employees below you formed close alliances. Taking this opportunity to get rid of Zhu Wei would make it easier for Chen Feng to command the others. Zhu Wei's departure didn't cause the slightest ripple. At the end of the day, they were all just workers. As long as their benefits remained unchanged, others wouldn't care much about one person's departure. The filming for Yo-Yo King was progressing extremely smoothly, and by now about half of the scenes had been shot. According to Zhang Yang's report, just another month would be enough to finish. The main reason why the speed was so fast was because this TV series was comparatively rough. Once again, the focus was on the yo-yo. All other characters, plots, and everything else were just tools for highlighting the yo-yo. In order to properly emphasize the yo-yo, special effects were essential. As long as flashy visual effects were added, no matter how awkward the lines were, the show would look cool and dazzling when broadcast. Concerned about the visual effects, Zhang Yang specially took time to leave the filming site, and together with Chen Feng found a well-known domestic special effects studio, preparing to ask them to handle the production. Upon learning an important client had arrived, the special effects company almost cried tears of joy. Finally, some business. If no business had come in soon, they would have had to eat bran and cabbage and eventually disband and return to their hometowns. This wasn't an isolated case in the industry. It was the situation for the entire industry. This company had once done visual effects for Hollywood, yet still struggled terribly. Other effects companies were naturally even worse off. The main issue was that clients worried too heavily these days. Everyone wanted to pay just a pittance, practically making the companies work for free. Additionally, there were simply too many special effects companies. To secure a single project, every company slashed their prices more than the next. But for survival, these companies had no other choice. Chapter 31, A Reasonable Client. When the special effects company named xuanhuan learned that Chen Feng and his team would need several hours of visual effects, they became extremely excited. As long as they landed this big order, the company could enjoy a comfortable future, feasting on delicacies and reveling in luxury. However, once they truly understood Chen Feng's demands, the owner of xuanhuan was shocked. You're certain you just wanted to emit light? These effects are so simple. Are you sure they meet your needs? The owner of xuanhuan said, barely able to speak from disbelief. Since when did clients have such low demands? Haven't clients always asked for things like a black that radiates every color of the rainbow? And haven't they all wanted effects comparable to Hollywood? Why do you only require something that glows? Who would want to watch such low-quality visual effects? This isn't even half a cent quality, it's like 3/10 of a cent. Wait, let me add one more condition, said Director Zhang Yang from the side. The xuanhuan owner breathed a sigh of relief. That sounds better. Raising the requirements a bit benefits both sides. You get high-quality effects, and we earn a bit of cash. A win-win situation indeed. The light has to be bright enough, but not too glaring. The xuanhuan owner's smile froze on his face. This additional requirement felt like no requirement at all. In truth, Zhang Yang wanted Hollywood-grade effects, but he was a rookie director. And at this point, only Chen Feng was willing to fund his project, so circumstances forced him to cut corners. Besides, Chen Feng had convinced him earlier, this is a TV show for children. Even the best visual effects wouldn't impact them much. All they need is something flashy and cool. Thus, the result came to be. The xuanhuan owner really wanted to jack up the price to pad his wallet and improve the working conditions of his studio staff. But given the extremely low demands of Chen Feng and his team, he simply couldn't raise it. After an unheated negotiation, both sides finally settled on what could be considered a decent price for the effects required in Yo-Yo King. 1.5 million yuan. That was still because Chen Feng demanded a short turnaround time. Otherwise, the price could have been even lower. The reason for such a low cost lay in the extremely basic demands, something even a typical programmer could handle. With these kinds of projects, any company could take them on. Taking that into consideration, the xuanhuan owner eventually signed the outsourcing contract for the effects. Mosquito meat might be small, but it's still meat. Although the requirements were low, it could still be considered a big project. Missing this opportunity would make any special effects company weep. What can you do? Industry standards are the same everywhere. We just can't afford to be picky. After resolving the visual effects issue, the biggest problem with the TV drama Yo-Yo King was also solved. Director Zhang Yang reported that filming was proceeding smoothly and could wrap up in as fast as 1 month. Popular male lead novel, Divine Pill Emperor. Hot fantasy masterpiece, full novel free. Falsely accused by enemies, Qin Sheng was blessed with the memories of the Pill Emperor after a calamity. The main reason filming Yo-Yo King went so quickly was due to Chun Feng's requirements and the positioning of the show. This was positioned as a tokusatsu drama, meant specifically for children. Precisely because of this unique positioning, the requirements for the drama weren't as high, and many aspects could be overlooked. Kids aren't as picky as adults. As long as their main demand is met, all other issues are trivial. Even if the production quality is somewhat poor or certain flaws are exposed, they don't care, as long as it's entertaining. In addition, Zhang Yang also drew from mature experiences from the island nation and his rich on-site directing experience within the crew, both contributing to the unexpectedly smooth filming of Yo-Yo King. Chen Feng was highly satisfied with the filming progress and decided to reward Zhang Yang with a generous bonus after filming wraps. At the same time, Chen Feng went to the toy factory to start selling yo-yos. Even though Yo-Yo King hasn't aired yet, the yo-yos themselves could already be sold. There weren't any toys like this on the market at the moment, so he believed children would love them. Actually, even without the drama Yo-Yo King, these yo-yos alone would have been a hit. Such a novel design, with diverse gameplay, naturally attracted children's attention. Like marbles, though just small balls, children are drawn to them irresistibly. The TV series Yo-Yo King would only speed up the yo-yo's popularity. In fact, Chun Feng's judgment was spot on. To be precise, the appraisal from the Gen Ding camera was accurate. As soon as the yo-yo was introduced to the market, it immediately drew the attention of many students due to its unique design. Boss, what is this? Little kid, this thing is called a yo-yo. It's super fun. Do you want to try it out? How do you play with it? It's simple. The basic move is timing, then comes jumping, followed by planetary rotation. You just do it like this. The well-trained store owner demonstrated a few yo-yo moves, and the child's eyes lit up instantly. This kind of unique toy was the easiest way to capture a child's attention. So without hesitation, he pulled out his money and bought the yo-yo, along with a booklet titled Beginner's Guide to Yo-Yo Techniques. After practicing all night, the boy brought the yo-yo to school the next day, quickly becoming the coolest kid around. Seeing the brand new and flashy yo-yo, all the other kids' eyes sparkled with fascination. As soon as school was out, they rushed to the stationery store and bought the latest yo-yos available. Thus, yo-yos began to spread everywhere. Inside the toy factory, the plant manager was giving Chen Feng a report on recent results. The current sales situation looks optimistic, but payment from the distributors hasn't arrived yet. We'll need to follow up. Also, we priced the yo-yos too low and gave too much discount to motivate the retailers, which means we're not making much profit. Chen Feng nodded. This situation wasn't really worse than he had anticipated. After all, yo-yos didn't require much technology. If the price wasn't kept low, pirated versions would flood the market. In short, the domestic market environment was truly unpleasant. Newcomers like them weren't trusted easily, so they had to give more profit to retailers in order to get their support. Every industry treated newcomers this way, nothing unusual. No problem though. The yo-yo sales were still in the warming up stage. When Yo-Yo King was broadcast, that would be the real moment of impact. Just keep up the current pace in the factory. No need to take any special action right now. Just stock up on large quantities. Wait a while longer, and then distribute all the inventory at once. Chapter 32, Beginning of the Yo-Yo Sales. Oh, by the way, have the yo-yos named after the characters of Yo-Yo King been made already? They have been produced and are currently being prepared for shipping. The factory manager quickly responded. Chen Feng nodded only after hearing that. Earning money from ordinary yo-yos was merely hard work. The real profits came from the character named yo-yos. It was the same principle as branded clothing. 2 pieces of clothing cost the same to make, but one is branded and sells for twice the price of the unbranded one. The same applied to yo-yos. After confirming that the toy factory was running smoothly, Chen Feng returned to the company to handle the legal affairs. Chen Feng had applied for patents on the yo-yos a long time ago, and anyone daring to copy them would soon face a lawsuit. Even though counterfeits couldn't be completely avoided, he had to find ways to minimize their impact. Otherwise, there was no way to earn real money. Needless to say, Chen Feng was now busier than ever. A series of small tasks kept him constantly occupied. At times like this, he would especially miss Xiao Shanshan, who had already left. If she were still here, he could hand all these matters to her, and she would handle them even better than he could. Then, Chen Feng could leisurely enjoy his life. Unfortunately, Xiao Shanshan was gone, and Sanya wasn't capable of taking over that responsibility. But compared to the yo-yos, the matters at Finger Company were indeed more important. The yo-yos might bring some profits, but they weren't huge, and managing production was exhausting with constant worries about counterfeits. Unlike games, which, once successful, could generate profits effortlessly with incredible profit margins and no worries about cash flow. And indeed, Xiao Shanshan hadn't disappointed Chun Feng's expectations. She had already contacted an investment firm that held part of Finger's shares. The negotiations were going quite smoothly. The firm held about 15% of the shares and was willing to sell them at a 20% premium. This meant that Ride the Wave would soon control about half of Finger's total shares. As for the remaining shares, acquiring them wouldn't be easy. It would require much more time and effort. Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but complain a little while reporting this over the phone. Of course, complaint or not, she was truly enjoying the process of striving for success in her career. She belonged to that kind of born career woman, quite unlike Chen Feng, the lazybones. Time flew by in this busy routine. Soon enough, the 9th check-in opportunity arrived. Chen Feng looked forward to this check-in reward greatly. If possible, he really hoped to receive another dream card. A capable older woman like Xiao Shanshan. Anyone would be delighted to have a few more like her. So he resolutely clicked to check-in. Ding. 9th check-in completed. Reward, 10 strength-enhancing pills. Strength-enhancing pill. Effect, effectively improves human physical constitution. Note, effects are minimal on those with already strong physical conditions. The appearance of the strength-enhancing pills came just in time for Chun Feng's immediate needs. After all, recently Song Ye had been suffering quite a bit, needing long hours of sleep daily just to recover her energy. It was mainly because her physical condition was weak and couldn't withstand Chun Feng's intensity. Also, Song Ye was stubborn in character, insisting on monopolizing Chun Feng all to herself. Therefore, Chun Feng felt he must teach her a lesson to realize that exclusivity was not a good thing. Want to monopolize? At least have some self-awareness. Of course, a girl like Song Ye, with a classic elegance, only needed a slight lesson, not too harsh. After all, Chun Feng himself would end up feeling sorry for her afterward. The pills could improve Song Ye's weak physical constitution, making them perfectly suitable for the current situation. One had to say that this system was really thoughtful. It always solved Chun Feng's urgent problems just in time. After receiving the pills, Chun Feng didn't rush to give them to Song Ye, but decided to try one himself first. Perhaps it was due to his superior physique, but after taking the pill, Chun Feng didn't feel the slightest effect. Unlike the physical enhancement potion and gene serum before, which showed immediate and noticeable results. After confirming that the pill had no effect on him, Chun Feng gave up and returned home to the villa with the pills. Song Ye was quietly cooking at home, as Xiao Shensan was away from the company, so she didn't bother going to work. Strictly speaking, Song Ye belonged to the traditional and virtuous type, the kind of girl meant to be married and kept at home. Work simply wasn't something within Song Ye's forte. Looking at Song Ye wearing a yellow sweater, gracefully tending to the soup, Chun Feng walked up, hugged her from behind, and reached out to touch her. What are you doing? I'm still cooking. Song Ye scolded gently. Though her voice carried protest, she did not resist his actions. After so many days together, she had long since gotten used to Chun Feng's mischievous ways. No choice, you know I'm a strong one. Chun Feng sighed helplessly on purpose. He was at an age full of youth and vitality, and his physique had been enhanced. His stamina was especially robust. One person truly couldn't satisfy him. Don't. I was almost dead yesterday, barely recovering. If you do this again now, you're going to kill me. Song Ye was scared and immediately begged. Then will you still oppose me finding other sisters for you? Chun Feng grinned mischievously. Song Ye didn't answer. Truthfully, she really didn't want to share her boyfriend with others, but Chun Feng was simply too strong for her to bear alone. After hesitating for quite some time, Song Ye resignedly said, Xiao Shanshan is okay, but no one else. Chun Feng smiled proudly. It seemed Song Ye had finally been conquered by him. Previously, she had seemed immovable in her stance, but now that she realized she couldn't handle him on her own, she finally came around, allowing someone else to share the burden. Boundaries were often broken little by little. Now that Song Ye had accepted 2 people, in the future, she could accept even more. If things continued like this, the future looked promising. Since Song Ye had softened, naturally Chun Feng also wanted to reciprocate. He took out a strength-enhancing pill and fed it to Song Ye. What is this? Song Ye widened her eyes and asked. A good thing. How do you feel now? Chun Feng seriously asked. A feeling, my body feels tingly, a little itchy, kind of sleepy. As she spoke, Song Ye actually closed her eyes, peaceful and elegant like a sleeping beauty in a fairy tale. Chun Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was this what they called reaping what he sowed? Helpless, Chun Feng had no choice but to cover Song Ye with a quilt, letting her sleep it off for now. By the next day, after Song Ye woke up refreshed and energetic, Chun Feng thoroughly tested how much her physical strength had improved. It turned out that Song Ye's body was indeed significantly stronger, though not to an exaggerated degree, roughly equivalent to someone who had transformed from a non-exercising person to someone who exercised regularly. Chapter 33, The Live-Action Special Effects Legend. Chun Feng then gave Song Ye the second strength enhancement pill. This time, Song Ye didn't fall asleep. She simply felt extremely tired. 2 pills should be enough, so Chun Feng wouldn't give Song Ye a third one, mainly because the system rewarded him with 10 pills. He had already taken 1 for himself, leaving 9. Each of the others, Xiao Shanshan, Song Ye, his father, and mother, received 2, which used up 8 pills. As for the last one, it would just depend on the situation. Chun Feng was a person who valued fairness greatly. When it came to those close to him, benefits had to be evenly distributed. After resolving Song Ye's physical issues, Chun Feng could fully focus on his career. Actually, there wasn't much for him to do anyway, since the company's account barely had enough money to maintain daily operations. Nothing else could be done with the remainder. Luckily, the TV series Yo-Yo King had finally been completed. Compared to other TV dramas, Yo-Yo King was filmed at an incredibly fast pace. Within just 3 months, the entire production, filming, special effects, editing, and so on, was finished. As for the quality, it was passable. After all, Zhang Yang was quite experienced, and with Chun Feng personally overseeing everything using his appraisal camera, the series was confirmed to meet the standards. That alone was sufficient. As a local, Xuanhuan managed to contact the director of the children's channel at Dahan City television station through some connections. After all, it was a tokusatsu series, primarily targeting children, so naturally it had to approach the children's channel. Although online streaming was becoming increasingly popular, with Sweet Potato TV already having a solid viewership, most people still habitually watch shows on traditional television. Online streaming was merely a supplement, mainly used by younger audiences. Since it was a legitimate production company with proper licensing and had already invested millions in the drama production, Xinfeng and Zhang Yang easily arranged a meeting with the channel director. Unfortunately, the other party showed little interest in purchasing the series. Tokusatsu? This subject feels quite new, and whether children will like it is difficult to say. Plus, yo-yos are seen as dangerous toys. Parents may feel uneasy seeing them. After a quick viewing of the edited footage, director Tao shook his head vigorously. Asking him to be the first person to try something entirely new like tokusatsu was truly asking too much. Moreover, Tao, who was diligent in his duties, had actually watched the entire series from beginning to end. After finishing it, his first impression was that it was painfully awkward, with utterly ridiculous dialogue. Then there was that yo-yo, showy to the extreme. Each appearance came with a light pollution overload. This was a thoroughly terrible series, and he had no intention of buying it. Director Tao, this kind of show is very popular in Japan. Series like Ultraman and Kamen Rider are great examples. I can assure you, the kids will definitely like it, and the ratings won't be low either. Zhang Yang, the director, became anxious and desperately tried to convince director Tao. This series was his life's work. If it couldn't air on television, it would essentially be all for nothing. You mentioned it yourself, it's from Japan. Whether it will be popular domestically is another matter. Besides, we already have an Ultraman series being imported and aired by another network. With that as the benchmark, how can I be sure your Yo-Yo King will work? Director Tao continued shaking his head. As a channel director responsible for buying content, he had met countless directors and producers. If it were a successful, renowned director, perhaps he'd show some respect, but for a newcomer like Zhang Yang, earning trust was just too difficult. Zhang Yang wanted to argue further, but beside him, Xinfeng stopped him with a slight smile. Director Tao, based on your years of experience, what do you think this tokusatsu series is worth? Tao paused, then raised a single finger. 10,000 per episode? Tao shook his head. A total of 1 million. Tao gave him a cold stare. 10,000 per episode, final offer. Zhang Yang's eyes immediately widened. Yo-Yo King had a final total of 40 episodes. At 10,000 per episode, that would only bring in 400,000 yuan, a price so low that it would be almost a total loss. The production cost for the series was as high as 5 million yuan. The broadcasting rights for the first run were the most valuable. Selling them at this price would make the show an absolute disaster in terms of revenue. Xinfeng simply smiled slightly. Sure enough, it was really tough being a newcomer. Despite the series having considerable ratings and potential to become a hit, simply being unknown caused others to hesitate to offer a high price. Still, he had expected this result from the start. Forget the money, Director Tao. We are willing to give this series to the Han TV station for free broadcast. Xinfeng said calmly. What? Director Tao widened his eyes, doubting whether he had misheard. Free? Was there actually such a good thing? But the experienced and shrewd Director Tao quickly showed a suspicious look. What's your catch? If it's too outrageous, we'd rather not take this drama. Director Tao was a seasoned veteran who had seen it all. He had met producers before who claimed to offer dramas for free, only to demand a year's worth of primetime advertising rights in return. Xinfeng smiled slightly. Our condition is simple. We only ask that you air an advertisement for our yo-yo product during the broadcast. Is that all? Director Tao immediately smiled and nodded without hesitation. Come on, this was a free offer. Even if the quality wasn't great, it didn't matter. It would at least fill up the time slot. Taking advantage of Director Tao's good mood, Xinfeng quickly drafted and signed an agreement with him. The agreement stated that Xinfeng Entertainment would freely give Dahan television station the first-run broadcast rights for Yo-Yo King, and in return, Dahan TV promised to promote it in advance and provide a 15-second commercial slot. Worth noting was that this 15-second commercial would be inserted in the middle of the drama episodes. Xinfeng was already satisfied with these conditions. After signing the contract with Director Tao, he politely declined the invitation to dinner and left Dahan television station. Why, Mr. Chun? Why would you give away our drama for free? Our production quality is acceptable. Even if Dahan television doesn't want it, other stations certainly would. As soon as they stepped out of the television station entrance, Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask. Compared to Xinfeng, Zhang Yang placed more importance on this drama, since it was his debut work, crucial to his future career. I know the quality is acceptable, but right now we don't have a reputation. To reach our goal would take a long time, and it wouldn't help promote our yo-yo products. Promote yo-yos? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Xinfeng smiled and explained the entire plan of using the drama to promote yo-yo sales. He especially emphasized that the yo-yo factory was already operational and working at full speed. Zhang Yang stared in shock. So from the very beginning, your plan was to make money from selling yo-yos, not from selling the drama. Chapter 34. Who wouldn't want a free TV drama? Selling the drama to TV stations, how much money can you really make? As a newcomer, you're bound to be underpaid. Even if the first-run viewership rating is a hit, the second-run and third-run rights, not to mention the online streaming rights, won't fetch a high price either. So why not switch our approach and use it as a promotional tool for yo-yos? Xinfeng naturally nodded in agreement. He hadn't wasted his time these past few days. He kept using the Ding camera to broaden his thinking, and his abilities had indeed grown a lot. Xuanhuan nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the guy could be a boss. His mind just worked differently. He himself was still thinking about making a high-quality drama series, but apparently, the other party had already jumped straight into selling yo-yos. So that meant his script wasn't really impressive after all. Suddenly, Xuanhuan felt a bit bitter. He had thought he finally met a connoisseur, but the connoisseur turned out to be interested in yo-yos all along. Over the next few days, Feng and Xuanhuan traveled across the country, to Shaxi, to Jingxi, to Hai City, to Changxi, Dangxi. Pretty much every TV station that could be named, Feng had visited once. And the attitude of those TV stations was hardly different from that of the Dahan TV station. Comments like, "This is the first time trying a superhero live-action series. The quality seems so-so," or "Parents might not accept it," were common. In short, they considered him a newcomer offering a fresh genre, and thus felt uncertain and unwilling to take risks. But the moment they heard it was free, those TV station directors suddenly became enthusiastic. Who doesn't like free stuff? Even if it was just for filling airtime, it was good enough, and at least you didn't have to pay anything. Thus, Feng reached cooperation agreements with 15 TV stations across the country and sold the first-run broadcast rights for Yo-Yo King. Since it was free, the TV stations became much friendlier. 7 of them agreed to air the show on their general channels, while the rest chose children's channels. Of course, the 7 that agreed to air it on general channels still assigned it to the worst time slots, either midday or late at night, hardly a time when anyone expected it to gain much traction. Feng didn't care, though, because he'd already achieved his goal. The Yo-Yo King drama had been widely promoted by his free strategy. In the coming weeks, children across the nation would all know about the yo-yo toy. Meanwhile, as Feng contacted major TV stations, the entire film and television industry also got wind of Chintide Culture's surprising strategy, giving away the dramas they produced for free. Originally, Chintide Entertainment already had a certain level of notoriety in the industry due to its investment in a lot of heartbreaks. Now with news of giving dramas away for free, the company became even more famous. Do you remember Chintide who invested in a lot of heartbreaks? They're actually giving away their dramas for free to TV stations. Really? Is that even true? Are there actually such idiots? Are they just swimming in money and don't know how to spend it? I heard it's a superhero live-action series. Who dares to produce this genre? Do they think we're in Japan here? Amid the buzz, Chintide Entertainment earned quite the reputation in the entertainment industry. At the same time, however, it also provoked the hostility of numerous production companies. By giving dramas to TV stations for free, you've given them the perfect excuse to slash our budgets. How exactly are the rest of us supposed to survive? But as for all that animosity, Feng didn't care the least bit. After running around all over the country, he was completely worn out and needed a good rest. In the end, the problem lay in the lack of talented people under him. If only the system provided a few more dream cards, he could acquire more loyal subordinates. Having only a strict, mature woman in the company made things feel quite monotonous. Ideally, he hoped for other types as well. Cute young girls, cold beauties, gentle types, a collection of all sorts. Moreover, he initially entered the film industry for the beauties of the entertainment world. Now he was officially in the industry, but unfortunately, as a new face, none of those gorgeous celebrities would even give him a second glance. One could only say the revolution isn't complete yet. Comrades must keep striving. Plus, the company's operating funds were nearly depleted. Both investing in film and television and acquiring shares in game companies had been expensive. At this point, what little money remained on the company's account was practically useless. It could only sit and wait for payments to come back. However, now that Yo-Yo King had officially aired, the company's cash crunch wouldn't last much longer. In a certain apartment, Wu Mingwen was lying on the sofa, flipping channels to watch the Han TV station's children's channel. He had heard that the Yo-Yo King drama produced by Chintide Entertainment was about to air, and wanted to check out the quality of the show. The main reason he wanted to specifically see it was because he couldn't forget the glimpse of that stunning goddess xuanhuan he had seen before. Honestly, after spending so many years in the film and television industry, Wu Mingwen had seen countless beautiful women. In fact, quite a few of them had even crossed the line into something beyond friendship. But xuanhuan was different. She wasn't like those other women. Her elegant and intellectual aura was truly captivating. Unfortunately, he had not managed to establish a connection with her last time they met. And from the look of things, that beauty seemed to have some kind of connection with the boss of Chintide, possibly even involved romantically. It was simply too unlikely that someone so beautiful would actually be interested in him. Rich and handsome people always had the advantage. So, Wu Mingwen had basically abandoned any thoughts about xuanhuan. All he wanted was to take a look at the TV drama this company gave away for free and see how bad its quality might be. Upon reflection, though, it wasn't difficult to deduce that if it was something given to TV stations for free, its quality must be terrible. Otherwise they wouldn't be giving it away. Just another foolish stunt by a rich second-generation brat with too much money to spend. Back and forth, tricks endlessly changing, not so simple. The theme song began playing, and Wu Mingwen slightly nodded his head. Although it was just a generic pop song, its quality was passable, successfully highlighting the theme of the show. Looking at the opening animation sequence, the production quality seemed pretty decent. Instinctively, Wu Mingwen raised his expectations for this drama. However, the moment the real show started playing, his expression suddenly changed. What the hell is going on? They're just playing with yo-yos, so why did they go to such extravagant lengths? It looked as if they weren't holding yo-yos at all, but rather some divine weapons. And the special effects, too dazzling. Besides the yo-yos, you couldn't see anything else. Wu Mingwen was stunned. This TV drama completely surpassed his imagination. Other bad dramas usually failed due to low-budget costumes, makeup, and filming. But this drama, strictly speaking, wasn't bad at all. It was actually up to basic production standards. The main problem lay in how awkward the content was. Since when had playing with yo-yos become so stylish? They made those toys look like something sacred. It was simply too awkward. Unable to take it anymore, Wu Mingwen immediately switched channels. Watching this drama any longer would only torture his eyes. Dad, don't change the channel. I want to watch the show we just saw. Just then, his elementary school-aged son, Wu Qi, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 35. This TV drama is a bit awkward. Wu Mingwen was taken aback. You like watching that TV show just now? Yeah, it's so exciting, and the yo-yo even glows. Wu Qi nodded. Glowing? What's so great about that? Wu Mingwen scratched his head and switched the TV channel to the yo-yo program. Since the kid wanted to watch it, he might as well let him. Wu Mingwen didn't think much about it and decided to play on his phone instead. Not long after, 2 episodes of Yo-Yo King finished playing, and Wu Qi quickly ran in front of his father. Dad, I want a yo-yo. I want one that glows. Wu Mingwen was stunned and dumbfounded. What the hell? That thing is nothing but light pollution, and you like it? Wu Qi's reaction was basically the same as most children's reactions. Kids don't think in complex ways. They can't really understand complicated things. Yo-Yo King, as a tokusatsu drama specially produced for children, was undoubtedly an innovation in China, and it naturally enjoyed a lot of benefits. After all, few people had the time to watch TV dramas at home during the day, and children made up a large portion of those who did. As expected, the ratings for Yo-Yo King skyrocketed. The Great Han TV station, having aired it first and placed it in prime time, achieved an 8% viewership rating, nearly matching the popularity of the hottest dramas. This result made Tao, the director of the children's channel at Great Han TV, overjoyed. This was a tremendous success. They had acquired a hit drama for free. Their performance for the year was definitely secure. Likewise, other TV stations, previously uncertain about airing tokusatsu dramas, quickly started broadcasting the show once they saw its potential, hoping to boost their own ratings. With the support of these additional stations, Yo-Yo King became even more popular, which naturally increased the popularity of the yo-yo toy itself. Upon realizing this, director Zhang Yang felt regret. Sigh, we really shouldn't have given the drama to so many TV stations for free. We're losing a lot this way. Chen Feng shook his head. You're wrong. I'd say we're making a fortune. Do you know how many yo-yos we've sold in these past 2 weeks? How many yo-yos did we sell? Zhang Yang asked curiously. 1 million, and that's just the beginning. So many. Zhang Yang was shocked. The show had only aired a few days ago, yet they had already sold so many yo-yos. Chen Feng simply smiled without answering. Of course. Otherwise, who in their right mind would give the TV show away for free? On the surface, it seemed like a loss to give a hit show to the networks for free. But in reality, the yo-yos were flying off the shelves. And unlike the TV drama, which was a one-time deal, yo-yos could be sold steadily over many years. Seeing Chen Feng's confident look, a sudden curiosity stirred in Zhang Yang. How much profit can you make from one yo-yo? A regular yo-yo makes just 1 yuan profit. 1 yuan profit for a regular one? What about the special ones? Zhang Yang began to sense something. Chen Feng showed a confident grin. The special yo-yos, those named after characters in the drama, each make at least 10 yuan profit. 10 yuan each? So much. Zhang Yang looked astonished. Chen Feng smiled again, but didn't say exactly how many of the special yo-yos had been sold. Don't underestimate a simple yo-yo with no technology in it. When it becomes popular, it really can make money. Estimates suggested this single yo-yo could bring Chen Feng a net profit of over 100 million yuan. Why so much? Mainly because kids' money is just too easy to make. Even though Yo-Yo King's ratings couldn't rival those of the big annual hits. If just one kid in a school watched the show and brought a yo-yo to school, the others, out of competition or simply following the trend, would rush to buy them too. The TV drama was merely the starting spark. The main reason was that the yo-yo offered a novel playstyle and was a relatively trendy toy. Of course, while it made money, it also brought troubles. With the popularity of the yo-yo, counterfeit yo-yos inevitably appeared. Chen Feng naturally detested these fakes and immediately ordered the legal team to file lawsuits. This was someone stealing directly from his pocket. He couldn't possibly allow that. Unfortunately, because of China's legal environment, the cost of piracy was extremely low. Lawsuits could at best slightly curb the flood of counterfeit yo-yos, but completely eliminating them was impossible. Without these counterfeit manufacturers, Chen Feng would have made even more money. Still, there was good news as well. With the rising popularity of Yo-Yo King, a swarm of TV stations came knocking, trying to obtain second-run and third-run broadcast rights. Meanwhile, the two giants in video platforms, Tudo and Penguin Video, also reached out, eager to secure exclusive online streaming rights. The only pity was that the most valuable first-run broadcast rights for Yo-Yo King were already gone. As a result, the price for the second-run rights wasn't high, selling for just several 100,000 yuan, acquired by 3 TV stations. In contrast, the online streaming rights brought Chen Feng a huge surprise. Penguin Video, with its strong financial backing, paid a shocking 4 million yuan total for exclusive online streaming rights, at 100,000 yuan per episode. Chen Feng was stunned by the result. He couldn't figure out why Penguin was willing to pay so much. One could only say that Penguin really had deep pockets, going all out to promote its own video platform. Ultimately, after some rough calculations, the sale of broadcasting rights alone earned Yo-Yo King nearly 1 million yuan, an outcome that left Chen Feng quite puzzled. It seemed like the appraisal camera had made a mistake. Just by selling broadcasting rights, Yo-Yo King was already breaking even. Or maybe he had simply misunderstood at the beginning. At the airport, Chen Feng spread his arms wide, warmly welcoming Xiao Shanshan's return. Shanshan, I've missed you so much. Xiao Shanshan shot him a look. If you really miss me that much, why didn't you contact me every day? Chen Feng's expression didn't change. Isn't it because of the time difference? When I was sleeping, you were working. When you were sleeping, I was working. So to avoid disturbing your rest, I had no choice but to keep my longing in my heart. Charming talker. Xiao Shanshan rolled her eyes. And do you like my charming talker? Chen Feng said with a cheeky smile. Xiao Shanshan gave him a seductive glare, said nothing, then stepped forward toward the car. She didn't know what had come over her. She had inexplicably fallen for this guy and had completely lost herself to him. Boss, Finger Corporation's 90% stake is now secured. And it was thanks to the additional money you sent. Otherwise things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. In the car, Xiao Shanshan dutifully began her work report, though she couldn't help but glare at Chen Feng every time he tried to touch her thigh. Chapter 36. Mainly because the yo-yos are selling well. Good job, Chen Feng nodded. Xiao Shanshan had been working hard in the US for several months to secure the shares of Finger Company. She had contributed significantly and deserved a generous reward. Next, he would personally reward Xiao Shanshan with tens of billions. Boss, we've already spent 100 million yuan on acquiring the shares of Finger Company. If the new game they developed doesn't succeed, that money will be a complete waste. Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry, I'm confident in Hero Federation. Besides, didn't you also believe this game has huge potential? Chen Feng calmly replied. He had used the appraisal camera over a dozen times to confirm repeatedly that this game would definitely be a hit before deciding to invest heavily. Games are a great business opportunity. Just like the CEO of Shengda, who became the richest man in Xia country after making over $1 billion in a year from one game, Legend. Hero Federation would definitely not be worse than Legend. Xiao Shanshan didn't understand where Chen Feng's confidence came from. Although she also believed in the potential of this type of game, what if it failed? 100 million yuan was nearly all the company's available cash flow. This wasn't just an investment anymore. It was almost a gamble. But since the deed was already done, regret wouldn't help much. From now on, they could only rely on their own abilities to ensure the company received the deserved returns. Boss, does the company still have money? Xiao suddenly asked. The company still has about 20 million on the balance sheet, and that amount will gradually increase over time. How come there's so much? Xiao Shanshan was puzzled. She remembered that when she left, the company's cash balance was nearly depleted. Later, another 20 million had been transferred to acquire the shares held by Finger Company's management. In theory, the company should now be an empty shell. It's mainly because the yo-yos are selling well. Many Dongxing industry peers have come asking for licensing rights and have paid substantial deposits in advance, Chen Feng said with pride. Although the yo-yo was widely pirated, there were still many official manufacturers. After noticing how popular the toy had become recently, these official manufacturers one after another approached Chen Feng, hoping to get licensed to produce yo-yos. Chen Feng hadn't refused any of them who came knocking. He collected licensing fees and then granted authorization. Depending solely on one factory to satisfy the nationwide market was impossible. Licensing other factories was the best option. Besides, if he didn't license them, he'd just be handing the profits over to the pirates. Licensing them meant he wouldn't make as much as others might, but at least he'd get a share. In addition, Chen Feng had established an international yo-yo alliance and planned to hold an international yo-yo championship in a few months. Of course, using the tournament as a platform to launch an official tournament edition yo-yo to make a little extra profit was only natural. Xiao Shanshan had been in the US for a long time and didn't know much about these yo-yo matters. Upon hearing the company still had funds, she quickly said, Boss Chun, when I came back, Finger Company had almost completed developing the game. The public beta is about to start. I tried the beta version and found the quality to be quite good. I think we can start forming a gaming company in advance to operate the Chinese server for Hero Federation. Chen Feng nodded. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Oh right, Boss Chun, I think the company should focus more on developing the gaming industry. Compared to movies and TV shows, games can generate profit faster. A successful game can remain in operation for years, almost like a cash cow. No problem, I'll leave all these matters to you. Hearing this, Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but smile with frustration. Boss, why does everything fall on me? Are there no other people in the company? You're the boss's wife. If you don't do it, who will? Chen Feng replied naturally. Xiao Shanshan's face turned red. Soon, Chen Feng drove back to the villa and brought Xiao Shanshan with him. Where are we? Why did you bring me here, boss? Xiao Shanshan looked at the swimming pool and the beautiful garden inside the courtyard, her expression full of confusion. Chen Feng calmly said, This is the villa I bought, and it will be your home from now on. After saying that, Chen Feng held Xiao Shanshan's hand and walked into the living hall. Songya, Xiao Shanshan. When Songya and Xiao Shanshan saw each other, their expressions first showed surprise, then turned subtle. Especially seeing Songya in casual home clothes, Xiao Shanshan's look was particularly strange. She clearly remembered that when she left, Songya had shown a hesitant and conflicted attitude towards the boss, but only after a few months, they were already living together, with Songya even cooking for the boss. Could she claim she had expected this all along? Then why had he brought her here too? Could it be that the boss wanted? Before either of them could ask, Chen Feng casually said, Xiaoya, Shan, you two already know each other, so I won't bother introducing. Oh, and from now on, both of you are my women. Don't forget to get along and don't start any arguments. Hearing Chen Feng's explicit words, Xiao Shanshan and Songya exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of shyness. But neither rejected Chun Feng's statement, which clearly meant they accepted each other's presence. Xiao Shanshan couldn't help pinching Chen Feng lightly. Boss, how did you manage this? I remember, Xiaoya has a rather conservative personality. How did you make her accept me? Chen Feng smiled slightly. Sonya's obedience had cost him many long nights of effort. Unless she had been completely won over, Sonya would never have accepted another woman. Of course, there was no need to tell Xiao Shanshan about the complicated details. It was better to just show her in practice. Without a word, Chen Feng grabbed Xiao Shanshan and Sonya and headed toward the upstairs bedroom. Wait, there's still soup cooking on the stove. Sonya couldn't help crying out in alarm. That's not important. Ignoring the pair's feeble resistance, Chen Feng was ready to play a very interesting game with them. Over the next few days, Chen Feng indulged in all sorts of games with Sonya and Xiao Shanshan, nearly forgetting all about work and not wanting to leave the house. Unfortunately, both Xiao Shanshan and Sonya rejected Chun Feng's suggestion to keep playing for a few more days. Xiao Shanshan especially wanted to work every single day. With no choice, Chen Feng could only give Xiao Shanshan 2 body enhancement pills. Xiao Shanshan's physique was much better than Sonya's. After taking the pills, the effect wasn't as immediate as it had been for Sonya, but her physical fitness improved significantly. Her flexibility had also increased greatly, unlocking many new techniques. The items rewarded by the system are amazing. Chen Feng thought he really should give it a 5-star review. Of course, that was secondary. The main point was that with improved health, she would have more energy for work. Chen Feng absolutely refused to let Xiao Shanshan, such a beautiful woman, get worn out by overworking. Chapter 37. I'm definitely going to do it. Boss, this is the company development plan I wrote. Take a good look at it. In the office, Xiao Shanshan handed a set of documents to Chen Feng. Compared to the lazy Chen Feng, Xiao Shanshan was much more dedicated. She was the career-driven type of woman. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't work a single day. Luckily, with Xiao Shanshan helping out, Chen Feng could now conveniently slack off under the guise of legitimacy. Accepting the documents handed over by Xiao Shanshan's delicate hands, Chen Feng carefully read through them. According to Xiao Shanshan's plan, the company's top priority would be setting up a game division to prepare for the operation of Hero Federation's Chinese server. Then came the preliminary preparations for Yo-Yo King Part 2, along with the related preparations for the yo-yo competition. There was also the production plan for female-oriented superhero shows. These matters, originally extremely chaotic, were meticulously organized by Xiao Shanshan, enabling Chen Feng to be as lazy as he wanted. Good. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Shanshan had practically grown calluses from hearing Chen Feng's praise so many times. She sat directly on the sofa, showcasing her seductive, stunning figure. Boss, do you have any instructions regarding the entertainers the company is about to sign? Female, beautiful, with a good figure. Oh, and they must be virgins, Chen Feng said seriously. Xiao Shanshan was silent for a moment. Boss, if we go down the path of backstage manipulation, it will greatly affect the company's development. I'm definitely going to do it, Chen Feng replied firmly. Humph. Xiao Shanshan exhaled deeply, her eyes almost rolling to the heavens. How had she fallen for such a lazy and lecherous boss back then? After a long time, she rubbed her forehead and said, Fine, I will help you carefully select qualified entertainers. However, if you insist on backstage manipulation, please notify me in advance so I can minimize the damage. All right, Chen Feng nodded. Xiao Shanshan was indeed his dream girl, willing to help him build a harem. What a great girl she was. Oh, and remember to persuade Xiaoya too, and also help me persuade the new girl. And besides that, remember to find me a secretary who's both capable and beautiful. Chen Feng added another order. This was the life of a boss. Let the subordinates handle the work. He just needed to give orders. Xiao Shanshan gave him a look of disdain, but ultimately nodded anyway. I'm already helping you find a secretary. By the way, a director named Yang Xiyuan came by with a script, wanting to seek investment. Yang Xiyuan. Chen Feng's expression turned slightly serious. Is he famous? He knew Xiao Shanshan's personality well. If she mentioned him so seriously, then Yang Xiyuan definitely wasn't an average director, at least not a complete failure. He previously directed 2 movies. One artistic film won an award, and the other commercial film was profitable, though the profit wasn't significant. Xiao Shanshan seriously described Yang Xiyuan's background. With such a successful director, he shouldn't have trouble getting investment, Chen Feng frowned. Xiao Shanshan smiled. Well, we are now a well-known entertainment and film company in the industry. Isn't it normal for famous directors to approach us? Chen Feng nodded. Riding the Wind culture had finally gained some reputation in the industry and was beginning to receive attention from renowned directors. Soon, Chen Feng met Yang Xiyuan in the reception room. The director was average-looking, in his early 30s, and exuded a mature aura. Hello, President Chen. It's an honor to finally meet you. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Yang Xiyuan politely greeted him first. Hello, Director Yang. I've seen your first movie before. It was a very profound film. Chen Feng responded with a warm greeting, quickly striking up a conversation with Yang Xiyuan. Chen Feng was very familiar with such situations. After a calm exchange for a while, they got straight down to business. Yang Xiyuan pulled out his script, and Chen Feng flipped through it briefly, discovering it was a martial arts drama. Instantly, Chen Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Martial arts dramas had been in a slump in recent years, and few production companies were interested in them. Yang Xiyuan probably hit roadblocks elsewhere and now turned to him. Compared to those well-established industry giants, Riding the Wind culture wasn't quite attractive enough. Only second-tier directors and scripts approached them. While thinking, Chen Feng used the identification camera to snap a picture of the script. Imperial Guard's movie script. Note 1. This movie is a minor innovation in traditional martial arts dramas. Note 2. This script consists of 32 pages in total. Note 3. The sixth word in the third line on page 2 of this script is incorrect. After reading the notes, Chen Feng remained expressionless and took another picture. Chen Feng was already very familiar with the identification camera. It was convenient to use, but required multiple scans to extract truly useful information from the clutter of data. After taking 3 consecutive photos, Chen Feng confirmed that this movie had a high probability of profitability. He finally nodded. Director Yang, I'm very interested in this film. In principle, we can invest. Yang Xuanhuan exhaled in relief and smiled. President Chun indeed has an eye for talent. This is my 3rd film, and I'm confident it will definitely make money. Hee, Director Yang, let's talk business now. How much investment do you think this movie will require in total? Including production costs and promotion, approximately around 40 million. I can waive the director's fee, but I do require profit sharing as the director. Is that so? Chen Feng maintained a calm expression. Yang Xuanhuan was a successful director, so wanting to maximize his own interests was normal. Profit sharing was reasonable. However, the exact percentage needed to be carefully discussed. The two talked for about half an hour but still didn't reach an agreement. Finally, they decided to continue the negotiations the next day. The reason for postponing the discussion until tomorrow was twofold. One was because Chen Feng feared the identification camera hadn't fully revealed the script's key information, and secondly, his 10th check-in time was about to arrive. The system was his lifeline. It was much more important than investing in a movie. Returning to the office, Chen Feng waited patiently for a while. Once the check-in time arrived, he clicked without hesitation. Ding! 10th check-in complete. Reward. Omnipotent simulation robot. Omnipotent simulation robot. Details, a robot from the future, the crystallization of advanced technology. Function, an all-capable robot that can almost do anything, a perfect assistant for humans. Note, its usage period is only 3 years. When Chen Feng saw the system's reward, his expression changed. An omnipotent simulation robot from the future sounded so cool. And this robot even had a face sculpting feature. Did he even need to think? Of course he would sculpt a girl's face. Chen Feng definitely didn't want to look at a male face every day. Of course, face sculpting required skill. Chen Feng specially searched online for a famous game character named Tifa's 3D model and began sculpting carefully. Chapter 38, The Omnipotent Robot. It took more than half an hour, but Chen Feng finally finished adjusting the facial features. Although the model was based on Tifa, the difference between 2D and 3D was undeniable. Therefore, while the robot's face resembled Tifa, it also had clear distinctions. She had eyes as gentle as flowing water and delicate, refined features. Combined, they formed a woman with a soft and tender appearance. That's right, this time Chen Feng had sculpted a gentle face. After confirming the modeling, Chen Feng clicked the confirm button and materialized the all-around realistic intelligent robot. Inside the office, a woman with a neutral expression appeared out of nowhere. She nodded at Chen Feng calmly and said, "Master." Chen Feng couldn't help but slap his forehead, realizing his oversight. He had successfully made a soft, gentle face, but the problem was that the robot had no emotions. A gentle-looking face paired with a completely expressionless demeanor somehow felt awkward. "Can you smile a bit?" Chen Feng couldn't help but ask. The robot smiled quickly, like blooming flowers and rippling water. And seemingly sensing Chen Feng's thoughts, the robot proactively said, "I am an intelligent robot. The system contains various personality templates. Master, you can set my personality." Such a feature? No wonder it was a high-tech intelligent robot. Impressive indeed. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he decisively selected the gentle personality. The robot's expression softened instantly, as gentle as spring water. Wow, the effect was indeed immediate and visible. "Master, if I may suggest, you should give me a name so I can better integrate into human society and assist you in completing various tasks," the AI robot suggested again. "Write a name." Chen Feng smacked his forehead again. Although she was a robot given as a system reward, he couldn't keep calling her robot all the time. She needed a proper designation. What name should he pick? Chen Feng thought for a while before selecting a name that he found fitting. "From now on, your name will be Njishui." "Yes, master." And Njishui smiled slightly, gentle as flowing water. For a moment, Chen Feng almost got lost in admiration. Though he clearly knew she was just a robot, the face he had sculpted looked too perfect, giving him an odd feeling. "Oh right, can you have children? And do you have the related documents?" Chen Feng asked curiously. He could swear that when he asked this question, he had absolutely no ulterior motives, just sheer curiosity. And Njishui shook her head. "Master, I am a robot. I do not have normal physiological functions, nor am I capable of mating with humans or bearing children. As for documentation, I can solve that through technical means, by hacking into relevant websites and altering the records." Well then, apparently she was a proper robot. Slightly disappointed, Chen Feng nodded. "All right then, you'd better sort out your identification matters. Let me know if you need help." And Njishui nodded, then asked Chen Feng for a computer and began skillfully typing away with nimble fingers. The speed of her fingers dancing over the keyboard left Chen Feng feeling inadequate. Truly an all-around robot. She was even skilled in hacking. "Boss, there's a document needing your signature." "Oh, who is this woman?" At that moment, Xiao Shanshan walked into the room and noticed the unfamiliar presence of Njishui. That gentle, spring water gaze stirred internal alarms in her heart. Cough, cough. Chen Feng cleared his throat. "Shanshan, let me introduce you. This is Njishui. She's my new secretary." "Secretary?" Xiao Shanshan frowned. But you told me this morning to help you look for a new secretary. How come you found someone so quickly, and such a beautiful one at that? It's fate. I didn't expect to coincidentally meet in Jishui so soon. Perhaps I was just lucky. Chen Feng gave a vague explanation. Xiao Shanshan shot Chen Feng a glare. I understand. I will make sure to get along well with this secretary. With that, Xiao Shanshan walked out directly. In the afternoon, and Jishui completed all the arrangements. She created a background story in which she was a mountain villager from a remote area deep in the mountains, having just registered for citizenship a year ago. Her family had passed away long ago, and she lived alone. Needless to say, this identity was flawless. China's vast territory contained many treacherous terrains with unregistered villagers scattered around. Fabricating such an identity made it almost impossible for anyone to disprove. Master, I'm done. And Jishui stood up. Watching her at work, Chen Feng felt as if he had hit the jackpot. He casually handed in Jishui the script of the Jinui series that Yang Xiyuan had delivered earlier that morning. You take a look at this script. What do you think the box office will be? And Jishui accepted the script and flipped through it in just a few minutes. After thoughtful consideration, she replied seriously, this is a solid script. The projected box office revenue is over 100 million. If released during a favorable time slot, it could potentially be even higher. Chen Feng's eyes widened, shocked beyond belief. This robot really was beyond comprehension. Now it could even predict box office numbers? This ability was simply terrifying, surpassing even Xiao Shanshan's skills. But all the better, with a secretary like this, everything would become much easier from now on. Chen Feng could finally relax and let things slide without worry. The next day, he used the appraisal camera to analyze the script 3 more times. After confirming that the script had a high probability of being profitable, Chen Feng decisively decided to invest in Yang Xiyuan's project and proceed with the production of the movie Jinui. However, the total budget for the movie was cut down to 35 million yuan. In addition, Yang Xiyuan would receive a 5% share of the box office earnings. Meanwhile, Fengqing Entertainment would assign a producer and financial personnel to monitor fund allocation. Yang Xiyuan agreed to all these terms without objection. After all, the initial 4 million figure was intentionally exaggerated for negotiation purposes. His bottom line had always been 3 million. At 3 million, he could practically finish filming the movie. 35 million was still perfectly acceptable. As for assigning a producer and financial supervisor, that was standard practice in the film industry, so Yang Xiyuan naturally had no objections. News traveled fast in the entertainment world. As soon as Jinui was officially announced, other production companies immediately caught wind of it. Soon afterward, they contacted Fengqing Entertainment by every means possible, hoping to get their own artists cast in the movie, especially for the main roles, which were highly coveted. Projects in the entertainment industry were limited, especially quality ones. Consequently, such good opportunities were intensely competed for. Yang Xiyuan had prior successful experience, and Fengqing Entertainment wasn't an unknown company either. The combination of these two factors led many to view the project optimistically, especially the casting roles. In the face of this situation, Yang Xiyuan remained calm and decided to hold an audition, selecting the actors fairly based on merit. Chapter 39. The Robot in Jishui Goes Online. Of course, while the casting was claimed to be fair, some roles had already been decided internally. For example, the 2 yo-yo champions who were contracted with Writing Entertainment. They didn't need to audition and were given 2 major roles directly. Perhaps the 2 weren't entirely suited for the parts, but Yang Xiyuan had no choice but to accept. Writing Culture had invested money, so demanding 2 roles was only natural. No one could object. Many film and television companies shot movies and dramas using exclusively in-house contracted artists, not leaving any room for outsiders. In comparison, Writing Culture was actually quite decent. The casting location was set at the Golden Summit Mansion. A lot of space there remained unrented, and one entire floor had been turned into the production company's office by Chen Feng. The place was huge, more than enough space for auditions. Once word spread that the movie Jinui would be casting here, anyone who heard the news and had connections showed up. Some were even top-tier celebrities. Chen Feng was part of the auditioning staff and held the ultimate decision-making power, though he actually knew very little. But since he was the one funding the project, who could say otherwise? The reason the audition was set here was because Chen Feng longed to experience the casting process himself. During the Yo-Yo Champion days, the company was virtually unknown, with small-scale selections. When Heartbroken for Many Days came around, all the major roles were already set. There had been no opportunity for him to make choices. Only this, Jinui, offered a grand production that drew attention from the industry, with many beautiful actresses trying out. Many of them were quite well known. Chen Feng felt a stirring excitement. Truthfully, the reason he had entered the entertainment industry in the first place was for moments like this. What was it like to enforce couch casting? He really wanted to try it out. After all, life should involve trying unique experiences. It's only then one truly lives. However, after auditioning several people in a row, Chen Feng felt quite disappointed. Sure, these actresses were beautiful, but their talent was just average, far behind in Jishui and Xiao Shanshan. His taste in women had gotten sharper lately. Ordinary girls just couldn't move him anymore. He wasn't desperate enough to go for anyone he saw. After all, he still had standards. Just as he hesitated whether to just leave, a woman entered from outside, instantly capturing Chen Feng's attention. Her skin was snow white, her figure graceful and delicate, with a uniquely serene elegance. Like a celestial fairy sculpted from jade, her appearance was refined and pure. An absolute beauty. A rare beauty, no less dazzling than Xiao Shanshan or in Jishui. Chun Feng's expression turned serious, his posture unconsciously straightening. This was what casting was about. Hello, director. My name is Gao Yu, and I'm here to audition for the role of Xian. Gao Yu politely bowed to Yang Xiyuan, who was in charge of casting. Yang Xiyuan gave a bitter smile and shook his head directly. Sorry, Miss Gao, you don't suit our movie. Chen Feng was taken aback, sensing something was off. With the beauty of this girl alone, she was already a great addition to the film. Why would Yang Xiyuan, the director, turn her away? Even if she wasn't suitable, couldn't they at least have her perform a scene before deciding? Gao Yu's expression shifted, but she managed a wry smile. Director, if the role of Xian doesn't fit, perhaps another role would. My acting skills are excellent. I promise you won't be disappointed. Yang Xiyuan decisively shook his head again. Miss Gao, please, don't say more. Whether it's Xian or any other role, I won't give you either. We're just an ordinary production team. We can't afford to offend someone as powerful as young Master Yi. Gao Yu's face paled instantly, but she eventually said nothing, merely nodding slightly before turning to leave. Her retreating figure was strikingly desolate. What was going on? Chun Feng's curiosity piqued as he turned to Yang Xiyuan. Director Yang, what just happened? Who is this young Master Yi? Yang Xiyuan dared not be careless, and immediately explained the situation regarding Gao Yu and young Master Yi. As it turned out, Gao Yu was an artist from a small agency who once played a minor supporting role in a TV drama. To be honest, such newcomers were everywhere in the entertainment industry. Some might get lucky and rise, but most disappeared into obscurity. But Gao Yu was different. During a banquet, she caught the eye of young Master Yi, a big shot in the industry who held stakes in several entertainment companies, including Huai. Though not officially the head of any entertainment company, he was incredibly powerful behind the scenes. Then, young Master Yi took a liking to Gao Yu and wanted her to become his woman. If it had been a regular minor celebrity, she probably would have agreed. After all, young Master Yi was famously generous in the industry. He might sleep with them, but he certainly didn't hold back on resources. Many female stars were actually eager to catch his attention. Unfortunately, Gao Yu refused, and not only that, she even threw a glass of wine straight into Ye's face. Then things really escalated. Yi openly declared he would blacklist Gao Yu. Not only that, he bought out her entire agency and directly sued her for breach of contract. Gao Yu's family background was actually quite decent, but when faced with someone like young Master Yi, it was no match. They ended up nearly bankrupted. Gao Yu had originally hoped to pay off her debts by taking acting roles, but with Ye's influence, no production team dared to employ her, not even for the smallest extra part. Wow, really? This kind of thing actually happens. Chen Feng felt a bit shaken. Yang Xiyuan remained expressionless. This kind of thing is pretty common in the entertainment circle, especially for unknown artists. For a bit of resources, you don't even have to say anything. They offer themselves. Originally, Miss Gao's conditions were pretty good. If she'd been lucky, she might have even become famous. But, who asked her to offend young Master Yi? I need to step out for a moment. Chen Feng didn't say anything else and immediately left the casting site. In broad daylight, in a society that claimed fairness, such darkness still existed. No words needed. This must be dealt with. He walked out of the room without acknowledging the surprised glances from others, rushing after Gao Yu. Miss Gao, please wait a moment. Gao Yu turned around in surprise. She seemed to recognize Chen Feng as the man who had been present during the auditions, her expression growing slightly emotional. Hello, is there something you need? Chen Feng took a moment to observe Gao Yu carefully, then smiled. Miss Gao, I do have something to talk about. But this isn't the right place. We need a more private setting. Would that be okay? No problem. Gao Yu nodded. Chen Feng casually escorted Gao Yu toward his own office. On the way, he subtly adjusted his position and used the appraisal camera to analyze her. As he did, Chen silently focused on the information he most wanted to know. 25-year-old female, Gao Yu. Note 1. She is 168 centimeters tall. Note 2. She is still a virgin. Note 3. She is feeling extremely nervous right now. After secretly reviewing this information, Chen Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief. Chapter 40. Gao Yu is confused. Fortunately, it seemed that this Gao Yu was indeed a woman who kept herself clean and upright. If that was the case, then helping her wouldn't be a problem. Taking the opportunity, Chen Feng snapped another couple of photos of Gao Yu, hoping to gather some useful information. Note 1. She has a slight preference for good looks. Note 2. Her underwear is white. Note 3. She's on her period today. Note 4. Her high heels are a year old already. Note 5. Her phone only has 26% battery left. Note 6. She's feeling confused and has already begun wavering, preparing to compromise with a big shot and accept the rules of the game. As always, the identification camera offered plenty of seemingly useless information. However, fortunately, buried among all that useless data was one crucial piece of information. This woman was actually planning to compromise with young Master Yi. Chen Feng felt slightly surprised, but thinking about it carefully, it did seem normal. Life wasn't a fairy tale, and adults lived in a realistic world, where there weren't many people who remained steadfast and unbowed. Moreover, wasn't this good news for him? If Gao Yu could accept young Master Yi, then accepting him shouldn't be an issue either. He was quite the handsome guy, after all. Such a beautiful flower, it would be such a waste to leave her to young Master Yi. The right course of action was to let him pluck her himself. Looking at Gao Yu's graceful figure, Chun Feng's mind started churning with different thoughts. He began pondering how he should phrase things later to get her to accept him. Shui, make me a cup of tea. Chen Feng gave the instruction, and Zhe Hui walked out gracefully. Gao Yu looked somewhat taken aback. The spacious office and the stunningly beautiful secretary both exceeded her expectations. Miss Gao, please have a seat. Chen Feng gestured and wore a serious expression. To put it bluntly, I'm the owner of Changfeng Entertainment, and I'm also the investor behind the movie Brocade Guard. I can personally decide who will play the role of Xian. Gao Yu slowly nodded. Actually, when she arrived at the office and saw that Chen Feng had a beautiful secretary, she had already guessed his identity was not ordinary. She simply wasn't sure what Chen Feng's intentions were in calling her over. Did he want to help her? No, impossible. Young Master Yi wielded great influence in the industry. Since Chen was part of the entertainment circle, there was no way he wouldn't know how powerful young Master Yi was. Chen Feng took a serious look at Gao Yu and decided to be direct. Frankly, I'm attracted to you. I want you to be my woman. If you agree, you will play the role of Xian, and I can promise that our company will wholeheartedly support your career in the future. Gao Yu's expression changed. Her eyes flickered, and suddenly she fell silent. Chen Feng was somewhat curious. What had that glance meant just now? Anger? Sadness? Despair? Still, he didn't feel any psychological burden over the idea of sleeping with her in exchange for favors. They were both adults and needed to be responsible for their own choices. Although his actions were somewhat despicable, for Gao Yu it was actually a good option. He wouldn't have bothered if she were average looking. Moreover, Gao Yu herself had similar intentions, hadn't she? Rather than letting such a beautiful girl settle for young Master Yi, wouldn't it be better for her to end up with him instead? President Chen, do you know that I've already incurred young Master Yi's wrath? After a period of silence, Gao Yu suddenly spoke up. Chen Feng nodded. I know. However, I don't even consider that so-called young Master Yi worth taking seriously. Once you're with me, you won't need to fear any threats from him ever again. Gao Yu closed her eyes, her lashes trembling slightly. Can I have a few days to think it over? No problem. Chen Feng nodded. He was confident deep inside, believing that this girl would eventually give in sooner or later. Furthermore, with him as an option, she should no longer feel the need to seek out that so-called young Master Yi anymore. That would be more than enough. Time was on his side. With the system's existence, one day he would surely stand at the pinnacle of the world, wielding tremendous power. Just a certain young Master Yi wasn't even worth mentioning. Master, and Zhihui walked in and started giving Chen Feng a shoulder massage. The pressure was moderate and very comfortable. Undoubtedly, this robot really was useful. The only pity was that she was just a robot, pleasant to look at, but impossible to taste. Help me investigate young Master Yi, and also look into Gao Yu. Chen Feng gave the instructions indifferently, and Zhihui's work efficiency was terrifying. As a robot, she didn't need to eat or drink. She only needed to stand under sunlight to recharge, and could then remain active for many days. Moreover, she was an all-capable robot from the future. So, very soon, and Zhihui had fully uncovered the background of this young Master Yi. Born into a military compound family, young Master Yi had some power passed down from his father, though it wasn't at the top tier. Still, he was capable of dominating the entertainment industry, and handling a small celebrity was easy for him. Most importantly, and Zhihui had managed to uncover some compromising information on young Master Yi. Information that, if leaked, might not completely ruin him but would definitely bring serious consequences. TSK, the robot provided by the system really was powerful. It could actually accomplish such a task. It was easy to imagine that young Master Yi would do everything in his power to cover up these scandals and hide them secretly. Yet, and Zhihui had still managed to dig them out, which gave Chen Feng a pleasant surprise. As for Gao Yu's information, her family used to be financially stable, but after the recent incident involving a breach of contract and the resulting fine, their resources had been drained, years of savings gone. The house she lived in wasn't even owned, merely rented. In addition, and Zhihui had dug up her chat logs with others, as well as some private childhood photos. Chen Feng found the data rather amusing to read. This feeling of completely knowing everything about someone. It was fascinating. Moreover, this cold and elegant type like Gao Yu used to have her hair styled in emo fashion in her younger days. That contrast was quite amusing. Unaware of being fully investigated by Chen Feng, Gao Yu returned home and attempted to find out something about Chen Feng using her own methods. But with her limited capability, what she could uncover was nothing more than knowing he owned a few companies and had produced some TV dramas. Still, she did confirm that Chen Feng was a powerful figure. After hesitating for 2 days, Gao Yu finally chose to return to Changfeng Entertainment and seek out Chen Feng. Yes, I accept your offer. In the end, Gao Yu chose Chen Feng. After all, if she had to be someone's mistress, why not choose a man who looked good? These past few days had been extremely stressful for her. She entered the entertainment industry hoping to gain fame and fortune, but ended up losing a fortune instead. Her parents had even been dragged into the mess. Outwardly, she maintained a firm, unyielding appearance, but inside, she was deeply confused. Chen Feng's appearance had provided her with a new option at just the right time. Even without Chen Feng, she probably would have eventually taken that step anyway. Chapter 41. Everything was uncovered. Good. Chen Feng nodded. You can rest assured, I keep my word. The role of Xian belongs to you now, and I'll fully support your career going forward. Oh, right, take a look at this. It'll save you from worrying about everything. Chen Feng handed Gao Yu a file envelope. Gao Yu casually took it, opened it, and her expression quickly changed. Inside were photos of young Master Yi, the very nightmare that had haunted her for so long. Gao Yu's hands trembled slightly. She carefully examined the contents of the file, her expression growing increasingly serious. Inside were dossiers on young Master Yi, his family background, his social connections, and all his dirty secrets. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The greatest fear in life comes from the unknown. Before this, Gao Yu had only known that young Master Yi was powerful, capable of blacklisting her with a single sentence, but she had no real information about him, which was precisely why she feared him. But now, Chen Feng had dug up everything there was to know about young Master Yi and laid it all bare before Gao Yu. And just like that, her fear vanished. Because now she knew everything about him. She even held damaging information that, if released, would bring young Master Yi to his knees in disgrace. Remember what I told you before? As long as you follow me, that so-called young Master Yi is nothing. You won't have to worry about him ever again. Chen Feng spoke with tremendous confidence. His aura was highly infectious, causing Gao Yu to instinctively nod in agreement. Indeed, she no longer feared young Master Yi in the least, for she now held all his secrets in her hands. Now, it was Chen Feng who frightened her. To be able to dig up such an individual as young Master Yi, uncovering even his dirt, this was truly terrifying. What if, one day she offended him? At this thought, Gao Yu shuddered involuntarily, her gaze toward Chen Feng now filled with awe. I've already brought the contract. Sign it, and the role of Xian is yours. As for the agency contract, you can take your time to think it over. The terms I offer are very flexible, and I promise you, once I say I'll promote you, you'll definitely become a star. Gao Yu slowly nodded. At this point, she no longer had any intention of backing out. By aligning herself with Chen Feng, life in the future should be easier. She wouldn't have to worry about unwanted troubles. News in the entertainment industry travels fast. No sooner had the casting for the movie concluded than word that Gao Yu would be playing the role of Xian had spread throughout the industry. Many were secretly waiting to see the production company's embarrassment. Although Changfeng Entertainment had begun to build a reputation in the industry, its foundations were still shallow, nowhere near the level of young Master Yi. Xuanhuan, the director who had recently experienced heartbreak, even specially called Chen Feng to explain everything about Yi and Gao. He had assumed that Chen Feng had unknowingly been deceived by Gao Yu. But the truth was nothing of the sort. Chen Feng had done this deliberately. Jiang Huateng found the situation troublesome, but now that it had come to this, there was little he could do. Money talks, and he was only a director. Now that Chen Feng had made his decision, what could he really do? Without Chen Feng's investment, this movie probably wouldn't even have been made. Deep in his heart, Jiang had already prepared himself for the possibility that this film would be shelved for years. If even Jiang Huateng, a minor character, had heard about this incident, then naturally the person at the center of the storm, young Master Yi, had also found out. Young Master Yi's real name was Yi Qingyang, a second-generation elite. Upon learning that someone had dared to cast Gao Yu as the lead, he felt a hint of displeasure. Don't you know the power of me, the great young Master Yi? Don't think I'm powerful only because of my fame. I wield real influence in the shadows. Even the so-called big shots in the entertainment industry feared him, and many of them actively sought his favor. That was his power. It's always easier to get things done when you have connections in high places. The moment he learned of this incident, Yi Qingyang immediately ordered his men to investigate Chen Feng. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. After all, he was no ordinary rich kid, raised from childhood with elite education and immersed in a world of cunning politics and power. He wasn't without methods. He had to understand the situation thoroughly before making a move. Quickly enough, Yi Qingyang uncovered everything about Chen Feng. A single building, several companies, and investments in a few films and TV shows. To be honest, when he saw that information, Yi Qingyang was quite surprised. That's it. With such limited resources, you dare to challenge me? Have you gone mad? Or have I simply become too lenient? You're nothing more than a fledgling company less than half a year old. How dare you stand up to me? Thinking it through carefully, Yi Qingyang decided not to go too far. He would give Chen Feng a call first. If the other side is willing to back down, we can just let this matter drop. After all, he's also a business owner, not comparable to a small-time star like Gao Yu. In Jinding Mansion, and Ji Shui picked up the phone, listened for a moment, and then handed it to Chen Feng. Master, it's a call from Yi Qingyang. Oh, Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. He felt a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Yi Qingyang to call him directly. Interesting. Since the other party had already reached out, maybe it wouldn't hurt to talk. Hello, young Master Yi. Chen Feng greeted casually. Hello, I'm Yi Qingyang. I suppose you've heard of me. Of course. Who in the entertainment industry doesn't know about young Master Yi? Chen Feng replied with a cheerful tone. Hearing that, Yi Qingyang felt even more displeased. If you know who I am, why would you still dare to cast Gao Yu? Is this a provocation? Mr. Chen, let me get straight to the point. That woman Gao Yu and I have some bad blood. I don't want her continuing in the entertainment industry. Could you do me a favor and remove her from the production team? Yi Qingyang had no mood for small talk with Chen Feng. Besides, they didn't even know each other. No need to waste time with idle chat. He decided to come straight to the point. Chen Feng chuckled. Face? How much is your face worth, Mr. Yi Qingyang? Calling you young master is only showing you respect. If I don't give you face, what exactly are you? To be honest, Gao Yu is now my woman. Be smart and stay out of it, or else don't blame me for being rude. Yi Qingyang was stunned. How long had it been since someone dared to shout at him like this? Once he came back to his senses, he was so furious that he trembled. All right, I'll remember every word you said. Then he hung up the phone directly. Damn it. How dare you speak to me like this? Yi Qingyang was furious. Such a minor business owner, with less than $1 billion in assets, dared to be so arrogant. If I don't teach him a lesson, how will people take me seriously in the future? I must show him what's what. In the office, Chen Feng returned the phone to Ji Shui. As for Yi Qingyang, he hadn't truly taken him seriously at all. He possessed the system as an overpowered advantage. He was destined to become a big shot. Compared to that, Yi Qingyang really didn't amount to much. He also disliked the strategy of pretending to be weak only to strike back later. If you had the power, just use it. No need to hide and let others underestimate you. Chapter 42. The robot wants to be a killer. Master, shall I go to Dying City right now and eliminate this person? Suddenly, Ji Shui, who was standing nearby, made a suggestion. Chen Feng gave her a strange look. There won't be any trouble, right? Not at all. I can make his death look like an accident, and it won't implicate you in any way. And Ji Shui replied calmly. No wonder she was an all-purpose robot from the future. She was just too capable, even doubling as an assassin. But in the end, Chen Feng still shook his head. No need. I already have dirt on him, enough to make him submit. Besides, this is a society governed by law now. By the way, how's the stock trading going? How much have you earned so far? Chen Feng happened to discover that Ji Shui could also trade stocks, and even better than a stock god. So he entrusted her with his idle funds, letting her make money with money. So far, we've made 10 million yuan, but as the capital increases, the speed of earning money will slow down. And Ji Shui replied calmly. 10 million. Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. I remember the principal I gave you was only 10 million, and it's only been half a month. And Ji Shui smiled gently. Master, stock trading depends on the market situation. It doesn't have much to do with time. Recently, the oil futures market has been doing very well, which is why I was able to earn so much. Once the capital becomes larger, it won't be so easy to make money anymore. Chen Feng waved his hand. Forget it, I don't understand this area. You can proceed freely. Just update me on the basic situation periodically. All right, master. And Ji Shui nodded and continued trading stocks on the computer. As a robot from the future, she could monitor the stock market 24 hours a day without interruption, always maintaining composure. Compared to ordinary stock gods, she was even more impressive. With her help, Chen Feng could literally lie back and earn money. The company's affairs were handled by Xiao Shanshan and Ji Shui, while family matters were taken care of by Songya. Chen Feng was surprised to find himself with free time, earning money without lifting a finger. He was quite satisfied with this situation. There was nothing wrong with being a kept man, and others couldn't even achieve such a status even if they wanted to. Moreover, both of these women were absolutely loyal to him, so Chen Feng could feel 100% reassured. Very few people knew that Ye Kenyang had called Chen Feng, and Ye Kenyang certainly wouldn't go around telling others about his misfortunes. However, several other matters soon spread throughout the entertainment industry. First, the project approval for Jinyui was rejected, with the reason given being that violent content could easily influence the public negatively. Then, the license number for the game Hero Federation was suddenly denied, the reason being that it didn't align with the domestic tone of green and healthy entertainment. The film Heartbroken for many days wasn't so bad. Production was still ongoing, thanks to Jiang Huang's connections, and there was nothing really scandalous about a story about heartbreak. Still, these first two incidents alone were enough to throw Changfeng Entertainment into chaos and demonstrate young master Ye's methods to the people in the industry. Jinyui's director, Yang Siyuan, even halted the preparation of the production team and directly came to Gold Summit Building to find Chen Feng. This movie was his life's work. If things continued like this, it wouldn't benefit him at all. If young master Yi got angry and blacklisted him too, he would be ruined. Looking at the anxious Yang Siyuan before him, Chen Feng smiled. Director Yang, go back first. I'll give you a resolution within 3 days. Yang Siyuan bitterly laughed. Mr. Chun, why don't we just fire Galyu from the crew? The penalty for breaking the contract isn't worth much. This is a 40 million yuan production. It can't be affected by just one woman. Haha. Director Yang, if you don't want to direct anymore, feel free to leave, but you'll have to pay me the penalty fee. Also, I said give me 3 days. Within 3 days, I'll settle everything. Chen Feng's smile was warm, but Yang Siyuan shivered involuntarily. From the moment he signed the contract, the matter was no longer something he could control. Leaving the crew was possible, but leaving meant that this movie would have absolutely nothing to do with him anymore. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Siyuan truly didn't dare to do that. Alright, Mr. Chun, I'll wait 3 more days. In the end, Yang Siyuan compromised. He had no choice. He couldn't bear to give up this film, and the penalty fee was quite steep. Yang Siyuan soon left and resumed preparing the crew. Now, only Chen Feng and Ji Shui remained in the office. Regarding Yang Siyuan's wavering, Chen Feng wasn't at all moved. Such things were quite normal. There was no need to get angry. He had been prepared for this situation from the start. Provoking Yi Kenyang and drawing a full-scale counterattack from him was merely part of Chen Feng's plan. Shui, it's time to start. Give me the phone. Chen Feng gave a light order, and Ji Shui smiled gently, nodding before handing the phone to him. In Dying City, Yi Kenyang smiled when he saw the call from Chen Feng. Previously so arrogant, now finally scared and calling to beg for mercy? If you had kept up that tough attitude, I would have respected you as a real man. But now you've backed down. It won't be easy to resolve things without paying some price. Filled with the pride of a victor, Yi Kenyang answered Chen Feng's call. Mr. Chun, how have you been lately? Is everything going smoothly with your company? Don't worry, young master Yi. My company is running exceptionally well. Just a few days ago, we made over 10 million yuan. Even if you died, my company would still be doing just fine. Is that so? But I heard your movie's approval was rejected, meaning it can't be released. TSK, a 40 million investment, and it can't be released. That's quite a loss, isn't it? Yi Kenyang sneered coldly. Still trying to act tough even after backing down. How laughable. Chen Feng chuckled. Just a small issue. The movie's only just in its early production stage anyway, and if it gets approved later, there won't be any loss at all. I think your movie definitely won't get approved. It'd be better for you to disband the production team early to avoid wasting more money. Is that so, young master Yi? By the way, That kiss mark on your neck is pretty cute. TSK TSK, you really had a good night last night, still not up at 9 o'clock. And the girl beside you, her figure is quite hot. Yi Qingyang abruptly sat up from his bed, shock flashing across his face. How did he know? Had he planted surveillance cameras here? Yi Qingyang's heart tightened, instantly losing all his previous calmness. How? How did you know? Did you plant surveillance in my room? Hee hee. Relax, I wouldn't stoop to such methods. Turn around and look at the computer next to you. Check the files I sent you. Yi Qingyang abruptly turned his head and was astonished to see that the computer had powered on by itself, without his operation. Most notably, the webcam on top was now directly pointed at him. Quickly dressing, Yi Qingyang rushed to the computer and saw a new file on his desktop. After opening it and reading its contents, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chapter 43, Yi Qingyang gives in. You, how could you have these things? Who gave them to you? Have you shown them to anyone else? Hee hee, young master Ya, let me remind you, cyberspace isn't as safe as you think. Some things should never go online. Also, I haven't released this material yet, but if my movie project and game license aren't approved within 3 days, I'll hire online commentators to spread this all over the internet. Then, everyone in the country will get to enjoy those photos and videos. That's all I have to say. You think it over. After that, Chen Feng hung up the phone decisively, giving Ye Qingyang no room for negotiation. Dealing with a mere second-generation rich kid was too easy. This was merely a small test for him. The next day, Ye Qingyang personally flew to Dahanshi and went to Golden Tripod Tower to meet Chen Feng. Come have some tea. Chen Feng warmly had Njishui serve tea to Ye Qingyang. Despite his difficult situation, Ye Qingyang couldn't help glancing at Njishui several times. What a beautiful woman. Especially her gentle and graceful demeanor. It could easily enchant a man. Compared to her, the women around him were practically plain and ordinary. For a moment, Ye Qingyang even felt a twinge of jealousy. How could this bastard Chen Feng have such a high-caliber beauty by his side, while he himself had never come across anyone like that? But seeing Chen Feng's half-smiling, half-serious gaze, Ye Qingyang quickly brought his thoughts back. His future was still uncertain. He shouldn't be thinking about such random nonsense. Once he got through this crisis, he could get any woman he wanted. Young master Ye, what business brings you to visit me? Chen Feng asked directly. He had no interest in playing games, so he decided to get straight to the point. Ye Qingyang asked quietly. Chen Feng, how did you get those things? Chen Feng smiled. Didn't I already tell you before? The internet isn't as secure as you imagine. You thought that encrypting the files on your cloud storage meant nobody could find them? Naive. You didn't even install antivirus software on your computer. One hacker can control it easily. Ye Qingyang's expression turned suddenly dark. Obviously, no one would be happy knowing their most private information had been exposed. I don't want to talk about the past anymore. As long as you destroy the files, I will forget everything that happened, and I won't interfere with your matters anymore. Chen Feng couldn't help shaking his head. Listen, young master Ye, did you skip grades in elementary school, or something? Do you really think things like this can just be destroyed? A few mouse clicks, and you can make hundreds of copies. Even if I truly destroyed the files in front of you, would you believe I don't have backups? Furthermore, you have no way of verifying. You don't even understand computers. How can you possibly confirm anything? Ye Qingyang frowned, but had to admit that Chen Feng made a solid point. Such information was genuinely hard to erase because you could never know whether the other party secretly kept a copy. With a simple USB drive, copies could be multiplied infinitely. Inside, he was furious at himself. Why had he been so stupid as to store such crucial evidence on a computer, especially one that was connected to the internet? Forget about destroying them, Ye Qingyang said grimly. I only have one request. Those things must never leak. Only you should know about them. As for that, it depends on your performance, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Actually, I have no interest in you personally. It's only because you came to provoke me that I even had someone investigate you. Don't worry, I accept the bet and the consequences. This time, my sincerity will surely satisfy you. Ye Qingyang reached into his briefcase and silently handed Chen Feng a few documents. Chen Feng quickly glanced through them and found they were share transfer agreements and a company transfer document. What's this? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. I admit defeat this time, and I won't oppose you anymore. I've already made arrangements for your issues with the Ming Dynasty Secret Police and the game license. They should be approved in a couple of days. Additionally, here are the share transfer documents for Hawaii and the transfer letter for Crystal Entertainment. Please consider these as a gesture of my sincerity. Just promise me you won't leak that information again, and we'll be friends. If you need any help in the future, feel free to come to me. Ye Qingyang said this seriously. Indeed, he was a tough negotiator himself. Once realizing that Chen Feng had damaging evidence on him, he immediately backed down, doing everything he could to appease him. After all, the consequences of such exposure would be devastating. It wouldn't matter so much if he personally faced disgrace, but if his family got dragged into it, then everything would be ruined. The story of Li Gang served as a cautionary tale. Ye Qingyang didn't dare to take the risk. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Hawaii was currently the most powerful entertainment company in the country. Although 2% equity wasn't a large stake, its value was at least over 300 million. As for Crystal Entertainment, that was the company where Gao Yu had once signed a contract. It was precisely through the agency agreement of this company that Ye Qingyang had framed Gao Yu. This Ye Qingyang, indeed, knew how to show consideration. Chen Feng decisively signed his name on the documents. Since you've been so straightforward, I've got nothing more to say. I promise I'll keep those materials buried so deeply that no one else will ever see them. And actually, there's no deep hatred between us, so you don't need to worry about me targeting you in the future. Ye Qingyang let out a sigh of relief. Hadn't he offered all this just to obtain Qinfeng's assurance? Crystal Culture wasn't a big deal. The company itself wasn't worth much. But the shares in Huai were a real treasure. Giving them away was genuinely painful for him. But it was fine. As long as his family's resources remained intact, money was something he could always earn back. Although this loss was considerable, at least the matter was resolved. Having suffered such a major setback, Ye Kanyang had no desire to stay longer than necessary. After sharing a meal with Qinfeng and exchanging contact information, he took his leave. Both parties handled the entire affair discreetly. However, the approval of the Ming Dynasty's secret police project and Qinfeng's sudden emergence as a Huai shareholder still sent a clear signal to everyone. Certainly, something must have gone wrong somewhere. Who was young Master Ye? A second-generation insider with tremendous influence and connections throughout the entertainment industry. What was this Qinfeng Culture? Why was it able to handle this matter so effortlessly? Silently and subtly, Qinfeng Culture had flexed its muscles in the industry, and everyone quickly recognized its strength. What had originally been a very difficult film production preparation suddenly became extremely smooth. At the groundbreaking ceremony, numerous industry insiders showed up to support the event, creating an atmosphere akin to a festival. Meanwhile, the game license quietly came through as well. Xiao Shanshan seized the moment to officially launch the Chinese server of Hero Federation. At that time, the game was already gaining popularity in Europe and America. Many hardcore gamers went to play on foreign servers. Once news of the Chinese server's launch spread, many rushed to register accounts. Chapter 44. Who could have thought he would move so fast? Other companies had indeed reached out to Qinfeng Culture during this time, willing to pay for the national server agency rights. The highest offer even went up to 50 million, and that was just for 1 year. Xiao Shanshan rejected all these approaches without exception, even turning down Tencent and NetEase, two giants in the gaming industry. Are you kidding? Such a money-making tree. Why would I hand it over to you? Keeping it for ourselves is so much more profitable. Everyone knows that games make money faster than robbing a bank, and popular ones are no different from gold mines that never run dry. In just half a month, Hero Federation has become the hottest PC game in the country. Especially in internet cafes, nearly half the players are hooked on this game. Now tell me, why did you give up the shares of Xiaodo Company back then? Inside the conference room, Ma Teng, CEO of Tencent, was furious. Wang manager, you explain. Why did we fail to acquire the shares of Xiaodo Company back then? A middle-aged man stood up with a bitter smile. Mr. Ma, when Xiaodo was raising funds, we were indeed paying attention. But by the time we applied for funding, all the shares had already been snapped up. We simply couldn't act fast enough. Ma Teng felt incredibly annoyed. Back then, when Xiaodo was raising funds, Tencent had already noticed. Funds were already being arranged. But who would have thought that just a single step behind was enough for the shares to be taken? After all, investing tens of millions requires normal procedures, but just those few days were enough for someone else to get ahead. Is there any other way? Like buying other shares of Xiaodo Company and trying to gain control of the company, making a surprise move from under the cauldron. That might not be possible. Over 90% of Xiaodo's shares were acquired by Qinfeng Culture, and the rest are in the hands of Xiaodo's executives. Even if we got them, it wouldn't be enough. Ma Teng couldn't believe his ears. Again, how could they move so fast? If the game became a hit, the people who held shares would not easily sell them off. Cough cough. Wang manager cleared his throat carefully. Boss, actually, it wasn't like that. Qinfeng Culture had already bought all the shares of Xiaodo before the game even launched. Ma Teng frowned. Then how much was Xiaodo valued at back then? About 10 million USD. But in fact, it was essentially a shell company, possessing nothing but an unreleased game. Wang manager smoothly reported the figures, since he was in charge of relevant operations. 10 million USD to buy a shell company? Are they crazy? Isn't this like gambling? Don't they fear that the game fails, and the company becomes worthless? Ma Teng was completely baffled. 10 million USD was no small amount. Not even him could assemble that kind of money immediately. The other executives fell silent as well. Yes, it truly was a mad move. Before the game launched, they had already spent hundreds of millions in cash to acquire all the shares. If it had failed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And yet, they succeeded. With this one game, they leaped directly into becoming a major game company. Looking at the current momentum, it might even recreate the golden age of legend, staying hot for years. Ma Teng felt it too thick. The game and QQ numbers were the two pillars of his company. The success of Hero Federation meant the reduction of his gaming segment's income, a serious impact to the company. After thinking for a while, Ma Teng said seriously, form a team immediately. Copy, no. Take inspiration from this game to develop a new client-based game, and use the QQ traffic to beat them. Also, prepare a new team to try to talk with Qinfeng. We need to see if we can establish a partnership, allowing our QQ number to log into their game. Even if they ask for share exchanges, we can accept. As Ma Teng issued the orders, the giant Tencent company began to move into gear. Not just Tencent, companies like NetEase and Ugame, all the major players in the industry, had also contacted Qinfeng, all hoping that Qinfeng would give up the agency rights or sell the Hero Federation game. As for all these companies knocking on the door, Qinfeng rejected them all. Are you kidding me? How could Qinfeng possibly hand such a profitable game to others? Bear in mind, it had only been half a month since the game launched, and already this game brought Qinfeng tens of millions in income. And that was only from the domestic server, not even counting overseas revenue. Such a money tree, there was no way Qinfeng would give it to anyone. These companies could do nothing but feel helpless with Qinfeng's reply, while also feeling another toothache. You little son of a gun, running an entertainment company. You could just focus on making movies, right? Why did you suddenly have to jump into the gaming industry? Isn't sexually harassing female celebrities much more enjoyable? But no matter how much it hurt them, the gaming industry had indeed welcomed a powerful new player. Although at the moment xuanhuan only had one elite game and no capability to develop new games, when it came to resources and strength, they were in no way inferior to the industry giants. This was no joke. Think back to the days when Xingda became a dominant force in the industry just by the Legend. Even though it was now in decline, Legend itself had become a nostalgic treasure for an entire generation. There were certain similarities between the gaming industry and the film industry. Both industries valued only one thing: results. As long as you had a successful title under your name, all other issues ceased to be problems. But compared to the film industry, the gaming industry was outright profitable. The speed at which it made money far exceeded that of making films or TV dramas. Over 4 months ago, xuanhuan had invested 10 million into the film Many Days of Heartbreak. Even now, the movie wasn't even finished yet. And even if it was completed, it would take months before it could be released. And even after its release, recovering the investment would take another several months. From the moment the money was spent until the returns came back, this process could take up to a year at best, or 2 or 3 years at worst. If luck was bad and the film never got released, the investment would be gone, just like that. In contrast, the gaming industry made money much faster. As soon as a game was launched, as long as players started spending, money flowed in immediately. Compared to the film industry, it was practically instant. Seeing how fast and how much money Hero Federation generated, xuanhuan quickly shifted her focus to the gaming industry. She physically spent more time in the gaming department than in the film department, showing her preference with her actions. If it wasn't for the fact that the film industry could still bring in some revenue, and xuanhuan still placed some value on it, xuanhuan might have already written a proposal urging xuanhuan to shut down the film department. So much effort wasted, just to make a small amount of money. Take a look at the gaming department downstairs. They only had a few people, and yet they were making dozens of times more than the film department. How could they face themselves? There was no doubt that the film department had lost favor in xuanhuan's eyes. She had already suggested to xuanhuan that the company should expand its gaming department. Simply delete one game was no longer enough for her. She wanted the company to have the capability to develop and produce its own games. Chapter 45. I'm truly wronged. xuanhuan wisely chose to heed xuanhuan's suggestion, as she was truly his trusted aide and a pillar of the nation. Her words had to be taken seriously. After seeing the profits generated by the gaming department on the financial reports, xuanhuan couldn't help but admit that compared to film and television production, games indeed held greater potential. Moreover, unlike other companies, xuanhuan had a unique advantage. He possessed the appraisal camera, which allowed him to predict in advance whether a game would be profitable through appraisal. These past few days, xuanhuan had been in high spirits. The popularity of the game and in Zhishui's financial maneuvers had caused his fortune to skyrocket rapidly. His fame had gradually spread, and even during a symposium for entrepreneurs, the local government had specially sent someone to personally invite him to attend. Although that meeting contained absolutely no useful information and was a complete waste of time, it did, in a way, reflect his growing status. Unfortunately, Sonya's semester had begun. Although college students generally enjoyed a lot of freedom, Sonya was an ambitious girl. That meant, for the foreseeable future, her focus would likely shift toward her studies. xuanhuan felt somewhat helpless. He had already grown accustomed to Sonya attending to him daily, and her absence was proving a bit hard to adjust to. Since the residence was quite far from campus, Sonya couldn't shuttle back and forth between the two locations, so she had no choice but to rent a house near school. As for why she didn't live in the dormitory, there was no way around it. Sonya had her reasons. Although she hadn't intended to steal her roommate's boyfriend, xuanhuan was just too excellent and handsome. Moreover, every time, xuanhuan could bring her to soaring heights, experiencing unparalleled bliss, making him difficult to let go of. To prevent any unwanted rumors, Sonya merely asked xuanhuan to drop her off at the school gate and didn't allow him to drive on a campus. Even so, when the two of them stood together, they were like a crane among chickens, naturally drawing many gazes. Sonya naturally had a great foundation, and with her physical constitution enhanced by the strengthening pill, combined with xuanfeng's constant attention and care recently, her beauty had surpassed all limits. As soon as she stepped out of the car, many people were instantly mesmerized. Seeing this scene, xuanfeng smiled smugly. Look, keep watching. Too bad you can only look. Moreover, the goddess you long for every day will obediently get into various positions each night, using her voice to help boost my attack speed. Don't smile at those girls. Sonya suddenly slapped xuanfeng's arm. xuanfeng gave her an innocent look. I didn't. Don't deny it. Look how flirtatiously those girls are smiling. Sonya huffed coldly. xuanfeng was speechless. He really hadn't noticed those girls just now. He had been paying attention to the boys, alright? Wait. But as a man, why was he looking at other men? What a terrible thought. What Sonya said made sense. He should focus on those girls instead. And upon closer inspection, xuanfeng indeed saw many attractive candidates, especially the new students, dressed youthfully and vibrantly, making one's heart stir. Alright, drop me off here. The rest I can handle myself. And don't flirt with other girls outside. You can only have the two of us. Sonya turned around and warned xuanfeng sternly. No problem, as long as the two of you can actually defeat me. xuanfeng replied with a mischievous grin. Sonya blushed and shot him a glare. She didn't know how xuanfeng did it. He was just too powerful with his spear techniques. Even together, the two of them couldn't beat him. Especially during certain times of the month when one of them had their period, they had to resort to other methods to satisfy him. If you calculated that in, The two of them might not even be enough for him. Fine, I can accept Sister and Jishui, but absolutely no one else. Songya reluctantly widened her limits once again. 3 women was her absolute limit, not one more. Chen Feng's expression suddenly became awkward, and Jishui was a robot. How could she ever join their games? But Chen Feng couldn't explain this to Songya, who might even believe he was already involved with Jishui. Chen Feng felt deeply wronged. He truly had no thoughts toward Jishui. How could he have feelings for a robot? Chen Feng had always treated Jishui like a high-quality action figure that could move around. At most, it was just that this figure was extremely capable and could handle any task assigned to her. Unfortunately, saying that out loud would earn no belief. A man and a woman living closely together, entrusting all important matters to the female. How could anyone believe that the two of them were completely innocent? Chen Feng himself wouldn't believe it either, yet he and Jishui were indeed as innocent as could be. He might have had the thoughts, but he genuinely lacked the means to act on them. See? Just mention Sister and Jishui, and your expression changes. Men are all no good, humph. Songya turned around and left, leaving Chen Feng to shake his head with a bitter smile. Handsome guy, can I get your phone number? Songya had barely walked away for over a minute when a charming figure gracefully approached. Her eyes were enchanting, her skin as white as snow, her face exquisitely beautiful like a fairy. Oh, a top-tier beauty? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He was a loving and broad-minded man. Whenever he saw a beautiful girl, he couldn't help but want to embrace her and offer sincere comfort. If possible, he'd rather play some exclusive two-person games with her. You can have my number, but you have to kiss me first. Chen Feng smiled faintly. If in the past he had to rely on money to flirt with girls, now he could charm them purely with his looks. After his genes were enhanced, he naturally exuded a special charm that strongly attracted females. Every time Chen Feng went out, many girls would secretly steal glances at him. Some bolder ones would even come up and ask for his phone number. Unfortunately, Chen Feng looked down on ordinary girls. He would never give his number to anyone who wasn't a top-tier beauty. This girl barely met the standard. The girl's expression turned surprised. She hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so bold, even bolder than she was. But as she looked at his handsome face, she blushed, then gathered her courage and gave him a kiss. There, can I get your number now? Chen Feng smiled and recited his phone number to her. At the same time, he learned the girl's name, Xuanhuan. Looking at the phone number saved in his phone, an idea suddenly popped into Chen Feng's mind. Since the PC version had an instant messaging tool like QQ, why couldn't there be a similar one for mobile phones? That way, they wouldn't need to spend money on phone calls in the future. Chen Feng made a mental note and planned to ask Xiao Shanshan or Jishui later whether such an idea was feasible. Vivian, what were you talking to him about? At that moment, a plain-looking young man came running from across the street, his face full of tension as he stared at Xuanhuan. Chapter 46, There's already someone. Everything he wore was basically branded, and the watch on his wrist was instantly recognizable to Chen Feng as a Rolex, worth about $1 million. What a rich guy. A playful glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. The clothes he himself wore were indeed inferior to this young aristocrat's, and even his car was just an ordinary Mercedes-Benz. Lu Yu, my business has nothing to do with you. When she saw the young man approaching, Xiao Nianwei's face darkened. Lu Yu had been chasing her persistently, refusing to give up easily. The problem was, Lu Yu's appearance was just too plain. With some acne scars on his face, he definitely wasn't her type. Hearing Xiao Nianwei's tone, Lu Yu's expression became somewhat awkward. He didn't say anything, just stood there motionless. Seeing this, Xiao Nianwei shot Lu Yu a glare and turned toward the school gate, running off. After all, she already got Chen Feng's phone number, so there would be plenty of chances to contact him later. No need to rush things now. After Xiao Nianwei left, Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief and walked toward Chen Feng, speaking in a heavy tone. Brother, give up. You and Wei Wei are impossible. Chen Feng chuckled, finding the whole situation amusing. Why do you say that? Lu Yu showed signs of impatience. Can't you see it for yourself? Do you even know about Xiao Nianwei's family background? How much money they have? I won't go into details, but look at this watch on my hand. It's a Rolex, worth $1.3 million to buy. Snap out of it, brother. The real world is ruthless. You're way too far below her standard. Her family will never approve. To tell you the truth, my family runs a company. If you agree to delete her phone number, I can offer you some business opportunities. This could be a rare chance for you. Chen Feng nodded. Not bad. A hint of joy flickered on Lu Yu's face. You agree? No. I meant you're a pretty good guy. Too bad your face doesn't match up. Chen Feng laughed. A flash of anger appeared on Lu Yu's face. Truthfully, he wasn't really ugly, just plain looking. Besides, for men, money mattered more than looks, and he had never cared about his appearance before. Unfortunately, Xiao Nianwei did care. She was highly appearance conscious. Alright, your performance was great, but you made one mistake. Real strength doesn't need to be shown through fancy appearances. Don't look down on my car. It's worth less than $1 million, but my personal net worth is at least several billion. Try to see clearly, brother. If you go around like this, you'll easily get taken advantage of when you get into society. Saying this, Chen Feng patted Lu Yu's shoulder and turned around to drive away. Previously, if someone had treated him like this, he would have certainly been angry, because back then he truly had nothing. But now, he had already let go of such thoughts. As the saying goes, the more one lacks something, the more one pays attention to it. Before, Chen Feng had no money, so he cared deeply about people pointing that out. Now that he had become a big boss, naturally, he no longer cared. The incident with Lu Yu was nothing but a small episode, and Chen Feng barely gave it a thought as he drove straight back to the company. Seeing Chen Feng return, Xiao Shanshan hurriedly said, Boss, you're back just in time. The game department has finished expanding, so you can go check it out. Also, we need to determine what type of game we're going to make next. It must be decided in advance. What about Yo-Yo King 2 and Magic Little Sweetie? How are they coming along? Aren't those projects supposed to have started earlier? Chen Feng asked curiously. Xiao Shanshan replied casually. That's not important anymore. Chen Feng widened his eyes. What do you mean not important anymore? Sigh. Boss, with the current situation, the profits from the film department for the entire year might not even match the profits from the gaming department in a single year. Also, the cash return cycle from the film industry is extremely slow, taking at least a year. It's better to focus on games. What are you talking about? The film department still makes money, right? Chen Feng said, half laughing, half annoyed. It does make money, but not much, and very slowly. Xiao Shanshan replied indifferently. Though the gaming department had only existed for a little over a month, in her mind, it had already become the company's most important department. Shaking his head, Chen Feng decided not to argue with this money-obsessed girl. Instead, he shared the idea that had come to him earlier. Shanshan, with smartphones getting increasingly popular, have you considered us developing a mobile chatting app, something like the desktop Penguin software? You mean MiXin and YXin? MiXin, YXin. Yes, these two software applications aim directly at the desktop Penguin. Among them, MiXin is developed by Dammy, currently very popular among young people. YXin is a new feature from China Telecom, offering free SMS services. At the moment, it's the most popular. Then there's Penguin, rumored to be developing a mobile version soon. So there are already related software available. Chen Feng felt somewhat disappointed. He thought he had come up with a brilliant idea, but apparently someone else had beaten him to it, by a considerable margin. Xiao Shanshan nodded. Yeah, this market has already been taken. We should focus on games. With Hero Federation, we got off to a smooth start, and we should keep pushing forward. No. Just then, and Ji Shui suddenly interjected. The market hasn't been completely taken yet. Right now, most people are still using old-fashioned phones. In the future, they will definitely try to switch to smartphones. This is the best opportunity for expansion. If we miss it, in a couple of years, catching up will be almost impossible. Xiao Shanshan frowned. Why must we develop a chat application? It doesn't even make money, and it definitely won't earn as much as games. And Ji Shui smiled gently. Penguin wasn't profitable in the beginning either, but through the synergy between Penguin and gaming, the company became the king of the gaming industry. We should follow their path. Perhaps chat software alone isn't profitable, but we can use it to drive traffic to our games. Xiao Shanshan had no rebuttal, feeling somewhat convinced by Ji Shui's argument. Chen Feng nodded. Shanshan, I think Ji Shui makes a good point. We should replicate the success Penguin had on desktop platforms. Mobile internet is a golden opportunity, and we must seize it. He clearly knew that Shanshan was good at company management, but when it came to predicting the future, she couldn't match Ji Shui. After all, Ji Shui was a full-function robot from the future. Almost everything she said turned out to be correct. Fine, I'll find people as soon as possible to develop the software, Xiao Shanshan agreed. Hiring a few dozen more programmers wasn't a big deal for Chen Feng now. With games as their money-making machine, Chen Feng had abundant cash flow, enough to support expansion in multiple directions. So after a brief discussion, Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but urge Chen Feng to go to the game department and decide on the next project for the company. That was the real priority at the moment. As for the chat app, it was just a side project after all. Chapter 47, Mobile Games Are the Future. This is Wang Chong, the manager of the game department. He's been handling most of the department's operations lately. When they arrived at the game department, its senior management had already gathered, watching Chen Feng with a mixture of respect and awe. This was the big boss, the man whose decisions would shape their futures. Still, this big boss seemed a bit too young. Did he even graduate from college yet? Wang Chong was in his 30s, an aging, bespectacled middle-aged man, his hair thinning, the hairline visibly retreating, clearly bearing the marks of a programmer. Seeing Chen Feng, Wang Chong stepped forward politely to shake hands and exchanged a few casual greetings. The two had already met before. This was just another chance to get more familiar with each other. After a brief chat, Chen Feng took a seat and cut straight to the point. So, have you all decided what type of new game you're going to develop? Wang Chong nodded. We've just about settled it. We've decided to draw inspiration from the once wildly popular game Legend and develop a guild-focused MMORPG. Legend's success proved that this game model works, and with today's technological advancements, we can improve upon its visuals. We can also learn from its shortcomings. Wang Chong launched into a detailed explanation. Clearly, this was his domain of expertise, and he spoke with evident confidence. Though Chen Feng was wealthy, he had limited knowledge about games. He couldn't tell whether Wang Chong's ideas were sound or not, so he silently turned his gaze toward Ji Shui. Her judgment was what he truly trusted. Ji Shui caught Chen Feng's eyes and slightly shook her head. Chen Feng had no choice but to suppress his urge to question further and listened quietly to Wang Chong's specific plans for the game. After finishing, Wang Chong looked at Chen Feng expectantly. Chen Feng nodded and gave a standard response. That sounds solid. Get the design proposal out as soon as possible, especially the budget. That has to be carefully calculated. No amount of talking could reveal whether the plan was viable. Even if there were apparent flaws, Chen Feng wouldn't have been able to identify them just by listening. However, once the design proposal was out, he could use his appraisal camera to assess whether this game had the potential to succeed. With this cheat ability, any game Chen Feng developed would find it hard not to succeed. Wang Chong had no idea about Chen Feng's secret thoughts. He thought his ideas had earned the boss's approval and nodded excitedly. Don't worry, boss. I'll get the plan done in no time. After the meeting ended, Chen Feng asked in Jishui, do you really think Wang Chang's idea can succeed? And Jishui was an all-around robot from the future. She understood games better than anyone in the company, and could even design an entire game on her own. If anyone could judge properly, it was her. Combined with the appraisal camera, and Jishui was Chun Feng's double insurance. And Jishui slowly shook her head. Just hearing him speak isn't enough to spot any problems. We need to wait until the design plan comes out. Chen Feng nodded reluctantly. By the way, Master, I need to remind you about something important. And Jishui's expression grew serious. Go ahead. Seeing her seriousness, Chen Feng also became solemn. And Jishui was like his Zhuge Liang. Her words demanded attention. Master, I believe the company should dedicate some of its resources toward mobile gaming rather than focusing all its efforts on PC games. Why do you say that? Because not everyone owns a computer, but almost everyone owns a smartphone. As smartphones' capabilities continue to improve, mobile phones will certainly become the most essential device in people's lives, and mobile gaming will dominate the gaming industry. We need to plan ahead. Chen Feng nodded. That makes sense. It truly did. Computers were too bulky. Chen Feng couldn't possibly carry one around wherever he went, but his phone? He carried that with him everywhere. According to recent surveys, only 10% of households across the country owned a computer. That was why internet cafes were so popular, but the number of people owning mobile phones was growing fast. The company should definitely shift part of its focus toward mobile games. That was where the future of gaming lay. Thank goodness he had Jishui's guidance, or he might have overlooked this crucial point. Now that he noticed it, the solution was simple. Just hire more people. With the company's abundant cash flow, hiring posed no problem at all. What's more, Chen Feng had just been reminded of something by Jishui. Sigh. If that's the case, watching movies and TV shows on mobile phones will probably become the mainstream too. Maybe we should develop a similar app. And Jishui shook her head. I wouldn't recommend that. Why not? Chen Feng frowned in confusion. Compared to the cash flow of games and the reach of the chat application, video software should be a lower priority. Besides, it generates revenue slowly, so we shouldn't invest too much time and energy into it, which could negatively impact company development. And Jishui spoke with utmost seriousness. Chen Feng suddenly smiled. And Jishui's suggestion was indeed correct, but unfortunately, she didn't understand human nature. The entertainment industry was full of beautiful young women. Early planning was essential. He, after all, was a man determined to become the emperor of the entertainment industry. Still, and Jishui did have a point. The PC game development, the mobile game planning, the chat app development, the investment in film and television, and the expansion of the toy factory. There was simply too much going on recently. It would be better to slow down. He wouldn't abandon the entertainment industry. It was definitely where he'd dive headfirst and defeat every competitor eventually. What's on my schedule next? Chen Feng suddenly asked. We're pretty much done for today. If you have time, you can go check in on the film department to push for the progress on Balala the Little Witch and Yo-Yo King. Also, Su Zheng wants to meet with you. Su Zheng? That comedian? What does he want from me? Chen Feng asked, slightly surprised. He wants to make a movie and is coming to seek investment. Another investor pitch. Has he sent over the script? It's already been sent. Oh right, I remember he's with Enlight, right? Why didn't he ask Enlight for funding? Chen Feng asked again. I'm not sure, but I suspect it might be because he started out as an actor, so Enlight doesn't trust his ability. Chen Feng shook his head and didn't press further. Nowadays, the number of people seeking his investment could line up from here to the United States. He usually couldn't even be bothered to meet with ordinary people. Only scripts of exceptional quality would earn him a personal meeting. But Su Zheng, at least, had some reputation. So fine, he'd meet him. Whether or not to invest would ultimately depend on the script. If it could make money, then he'd invest. If not, even the god of wealth himself wouldn't get his approval. Chen Feng was no philanthropist. Every penny he invested had to yield returns. Boss, President Chun. When Chen Feng arrived at the film and television department, everyone stood up immediately. Chapter 48, a movie with a 10 billion box office. Zhang Yang was relatively calm. Since he already knew Chen Feng pretty well and had met him many times before, he remained fairly composed, unlike the others who looked very nervous. There's no need to be so formal. Everyone, please have a seat. Zhang Yang, how's the script development for Yo-Yo King Season 2 going? Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand casually, while Jishui silently stood behind him. The main storyline has already been drafted. It continues from the first season and still features the two main actors from the previous installment. However, as Miss Xiao mentioned, filming won't start until next year, so I haven't begun assembling the crew yet. That's right. Chen Feng nodded. You know, we don't make money primarily by selling the TV series themselves. The main profit comes from selling the merchandise. Since most people have already bought a yo-yo once, they probably won't buy another one so soon. By next year, when they get tired of their old yo-yos, we can release the new season and sell the new yo-yo designs alongside it. Zhang Yang nodded. He clearly understood the strategy of the company's film and television department since Xiao Shanshan had explained it to him many times before. However, the company's current strategic focus had suddenly shifted to the gaming department, which left Zhang Yang, a veteran of the film department, feeling a bit unsettled, so he quickly added, Director Chen, I've already finished writing the Ba La La Xiao Emocian script. We've already made money off young boys' pocket money. Now it's time to make some off young girls. People usually raise their sons frugally and indulge their daughters. They tend to be stingy with boys, but generous with girls. I'm confident that once Ba La La Xiao Emocian is released, it will sell like hotcakes. Chen Feng's expression turned serious. You want to direct Ba La La Xiao Emocian? Zhang Yang paused, then nodded. Yes, Since we can't start filming Yo-Yo King yet, I want to direct xuanhuan. After all, I am a director for the company, and since this is a TV drama prepared by the company, I naturally have to take responsibility. I see. Chen Feng hesitated slightly, but xuanhuan was completely different from Yo-Yo King. Yo-Yo King targeted boys, emphasizing on yo-yos and teenage angst, while xuanhuan was about magical transformation and catered mainly to girls. Their styles were completely different. Could Zhang Yang really pull this off? Still, Zhang Yang had been with the company for a long time, and since he had made this request directly, Chen Feng couldn't just flatly refuse. Zhang Yang, you know this TV drama is different from Yo-Yo King. Its primary audience is female, which is somewhat different from your usual style. Zhang Yang became anxious and immediately said, Director Chun, it's still a TV drama after all. The production process is similar, and moreover, xuanhuan is much easier to film than Yo-Yo King. Magical transformation is actually much easier to depict on screen. Oh, Chen Feng's interest was slightly piqued. He hadn't expected that Zhang Yang could actually see through the essence of this show. Okay then, Chen Feng said after a short silence. I'll let you direct this TV drama. You can name the budget, but I need to warn you beforehand, I won't tolerate any nonsense this time. Last time, during the production of Yo-Yo King, one of the prop artists, either out of sheer audacity or desperate need for cash, had attempted to fabricate expenses. Xiao Shanshan discovered the scheme and reported it directly to the police. The company had sufficient cash reserves, so Chen Feng didn't mind increasing the budget a bit, but if anyone thought about pulling tricks behind his back, he wouldn't be so forgiving. Zhang Yang shuddered slightly inside but vowed confidently, Rest assured, Director Chun, this time I will supervise personally. There won't be any loopholes. I guarantee the production will go smoothly. Chen Feng nodded. In this aspect, he trusted Zhang Yang quite a bit. After all, as a director, it was ultimately in his best interest that the TV drama succeeds. Besides, Chen Feng also had the appraisal camera as his hidden advantage. Although it required sorting through a massive amount of information, it could effectively detect any potential cheating or misconduct. The company was now on the right track, with Xiao Shanshan and Ji Shui overseeing the internal affairs. Although Chen Feng wasn't as capable as the two of them, he had the unique advantage of his special ability, his appraisal camera. In a way, this made him even more powerful than the two powerhouses. Therefore, the company's future looked very promising. Sure enough, using his special ability, Chen Feng quickly discovered a movie with enormous profit potential. Movie script, Lost in Thailand. Note 1. This is an excellent comedy. Note 2. This movie has great potential. As long as it is properly produced, publicized, and released at the right time, its box office revenue will not be lower than 10 billion. Note 3. There is a 95% chance this movie will earn a significant profit. When he saw the information revealed by the appraisal camera, Chen Feng couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief. No way. The box office for this movie would actually reach 10 billion? Chen Feng carefully and thoroughly flipped through the movie script. There was nothing particularly special about it. It was simply a regular comedy script, and even its setting was placed in Siam, something quite disconnected from the domestic context. At first glance, it seemed like just an ordinary movie, yet no one could have imagined it had the potential to gross over 10 billion at the box office. Currently, domestic movies only just barely reached 10 billion in revenue. Who would have thought this film had the potential to surpass that number? Looking at the investment cost, it was only 30 million, yet the profits could exceed 300 million. Domestic companies that could earn profits exceeding this amount within a single year were extremely rare. Chen Feng suddenly smiled, feeling quite amused. Who would have guessed that such a promising and profitable movie would literally walk right through the door on its own? After photographing the script multiple times with his camera to confirm the potential of Lost in Thailand, Chen Feng decisively instructed Ji Shui to call Su Zheng, asking him to come to the company to discuss high-level investment matters. When Su Zheng learned that Cheng Feng Culture was willing to invest, his heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he immediately took a flight to come, even bringing along his wife, Tao Hong, the dragon girl he had met during the filming of a drama. Unfortunately, time never spares beauty. The former peerless beauty was now only faintly preserving her past charm, making her presence more of a minor addition in this matter. Su Zheng had brought her along mainly to add prestige. After all, Cheng Feng Culture had a considerable reputation in the industry. Even Yi Xiao had ultimately been forced to back down after offending them. Their power was undeniable. Moreover, Cheng Feng Culture had expanded into manufacturing and the gaming industry, both of which had been developing very well, making them more promising than the average entertainment company. As long as Cheng Feng Culture was willing to invest, even if it wasn't a large sum, it still signified a solid starting point. With Cheng Feng Culture's brand name behind him, Su Zheng could immediately take the lead and attract sufficient investment from other companies. Su Zheng was an actor, and even more so, a successful actor. He once filmed Chunguang Can Lanju Ba Jia together with Tao Hong. The drama had extremely high ratings, and later on, he participated in several consecutive movies, all of which performed very well at the box office. Chapter 49. I'm investing in this movie entirely. From this perspective, Su Zheng's acting career could be considered highly successful. He was a qualified actor. However, Su Zheng had ambitions. He didn't want to be just an actor anymore. At over 30 years old, his acting roles were becoming limited, so he wanted to transform his career. He wanted to become a director. To this end, Su Zheng specially purchased a script he thought was excellent, and then sought investments. His first stop was Gongshan, his former company. Gongshan agreed to invest, but refused to offer Su Zheng a director's profit share, because Su Zheng had never proven himself in directing. There were many actors, and even more actors who wanted to become directors, but very few succeeded. Even if Su Zheng was willing to forego director fees, or even acting pay, Gongshan still refused to share the profits. In this situation, Su Zheng could only approach other film companies to seek investments. Other companies had even harsher terms. Some even asked him to sign equity bet agreements. Frankly speaking, no one believed in his ability. Submitting the script to Chifeng was merely out of faint hope. Su Zheng himself wasn't confident. He clearly understood his position and had even started considering accepting Gongshan's conditions. In this context, Chen Feng extended a friendly hand and offered him a profit share. Su Zheng immediately switched sides. Hello, President Chen. Never thought you'd be so young. You're really impressive at such an early age. Su Zheng couldn't help but praise. But what he really thought in his mind was, being born rich really is a skill. Mr. Su Zheng, let's skip the pleasantries. We are very optimistic about this script and have decided to invest, Chen Feng said seriously. Great, Su Zheng smiled. In fact, Gongshan also agreed to invest. I just asked for director's profit sharing. How much do you want? 10%. That's quite high. I can give up director fees and even my acting salary. I believe this movie will definitely make money, enough to cover my losses. I believe it will make money too, but 10% is still too much. After all, Mr. Su Zheng, you're an actor by trade, with no experience at all, not even as an assistant director. After some verbal back and forth, they settled Su Zheng's share at 5%. Chen Feng originally wanted to push lower, but taking into account the possibility of future cooperation and his reputation within the industry, he ultimately agreed to 5%. Su Zheng wasn't entirely satisfied, but since Chen Feng was willing to pay the acting and director fees regularly, he had no grounds to object. The conditions were actually quite generous, especially for a new director. Strictly speaking, he might even profit, considering nobody knew how the film would fare after its release. It could even result in losses. Su Zheng took a sip from the water glass on the table. Director's profit share will be set at 5%. But President Chen, the total budget of this movie is 30 million. If your investment is too low, the other investors might not agree. Don't worry, there won't be any other investors. This movie will be fully funded by our company xuanhuan. Chen Feng smiled calmly. All of it. Su Zheng was momentarily stunned. Are you sure? Don't you want to collaborate with other companies to share the risk? No. Chen Feng slowly shook his head. I said it before, we are highly confident in this movie of yours. Therefore, we don't want to share the pie with anyone else. Hearing this, Su Zheng couldn't decide whether to feel grateful for Chen Feng's trust or amazed at his audacity. One should know, nothing in the entertainment industry hated more than having only one investor funding entirely. Until a movie's release, no one knew if it would turn a profit. A single mistake could lead to a total loss. Without going far, take the recent example of a famous director, Master Xingye. He earned money as an actor, got eager to become a director, started filming a fantasy epic, ended up in huge losses, his company went bankrupt, and he spent years working off debts. This was exactly why Su Zheng insisted on finding investors. Even though he had strong belief in the movie, he himself dared not gamble. But Chen Feng did. And this complexity overwhelmed Su Zheng. So he patted his chest and promised solemnly, since President Chen has so much faith in me, I promise not to goo-foo your expectations. Once back, I'll start preparing the team and try my best to shoot and finish this movie as soon as possible. Don't worry, I believe in you. Chen Feng patted Su Zheng's shoulder. After finalizing the investment for Taizhong, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little proud. Those with inside help were simply remarkable, earning a fortune without even realizing it. After the movie is released, Gongshan people will surely feel very frustrated. A film that could have made a fortune slipped away just because they were unwilling to give Su Zheng a profit share. It was snatched away by xuanhuan. That money was originally meant to be theirs, but they accidentally got beaten to it. Perhaps Gongshan's top management would even hold a grudge against him. But Su Zheng no longer cared. This movie, from production to release, would at least take 1 year. By then, a small company like Gongshan would no longer be in Chen Feng's eyes. Even now, Chen Feng wasn't afraid of Gongshan coming looking for trouble. President Chen, what are you smiling about? Xiao Shanshan noticed Chen Feng's deed expression and couldn't help asking. Just invested in a great movie. How could I not smile? Is it the newly signed Hajong? Exactly. But the business department said this movie carries a high risk because the filming location has changed from China to Siam, which might make it hard for audiences to relate. They even suggested we only invest part of the budget and bring in several other companies to co-invest, so the risk wouldn't be too heavy. Don't worry about them. Genius is always ahead of its time. I believe in my own vision. I'm certain this movie will be a huge hit, even break box office records and shock everyone. Fine. Xiao Shanshan shrugged. I'll do as you say. After all, you're the boss. Anything else? The mobile game department has already started recruitment. Do you want to go check it out yourself? She asked. No need. Let Shui handle it. I trust her judgment. Shui, what a sweet nickname. Xiao Shanshan smirked, leaning closer to Chen Feng's ear. We're already this close. Aren't you going to tell me what's really going on between you two? Her breath was warm and sweet, making his heart stir. But deep inside, Chen Feng couldn't help but bitterly laugh. You're right. And Shui is just a robot. Can't do anything at all. What relationship? Not even a real one. You'll find out eventually. Chen Feng waved it off with a dismissive hand. Chapter 50 The Huai Gala. Xiao Shanshan curled her lips and finally decided not to press further. Men being a bit fickle was fine, as long as they still had her in their hearts. Besides, Chen Feng never missed his dues. In fact, he always gave more than expected. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't. A TV station from Japan has approached us, wanting to import Yo-Yo King. Also, many foreign toy companies are contacting us hoping to buy yo-yos. You handle these negotiations, and be sure to get a good price. Chen Feng nodded decisively. It was a good thing for a Japanese TV station to want to air the drama, and there was no reason for Chen Feng to refuse. Making foreign currency from yo-yo sales was also a major benefit. Foreign children were rich, especially those in America and Europe, developed regions where toy prices could be set high. One annoying issue, however, was the potential for foreign piracy of yo-yos, something Xuanhuan couldn't manage due to the distance. In fact, even domestically, there were many regions they couldn't keep up with. One last thing, Hawaii is holding a gala. Would you like to go check it out? Hawaii's gala. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding. Hawaii was an industry giant, integrating film and television production, variety shows, artist management, distribution, and cinema chains all in one. Compared to Xuanhuan, they were at a completely different level. Of course, Hawaii also wouldn't dare underestimate Chen Feng. Currently, Chen Feng was a shareholder of Hawaii, although only with a small stake. The process through which he gained it had been quite dramatic though. Moreover, he even had the CEO's phone number, and they had exchanged a couple of calls before. Hawaii's gala had quite a reputation in the industry. Those attending included collaborating companies, directors, producers, and actors. It was almost like the Spring Festival Gala, except without any performances. In reality, nobody really came to watch performances. Everyone attended for their own purposes. Some came to negotiate cooperation, some to raise funds for projects, while others came merely to connect with potential investors. This was a place where fame and fortune danced together, full of both hunters and prey. To ensure the gala's success, Hawaii had specially booked a banquet hall. It was bustling with constant streams of people entering and exiting. After Chen Feng entered with xuanhuan, only a few people paid attention to them. Most regarded them as ordinary guests. After all, Xuanhuan Entertainment had only been established for about half a year. Without the previous Yi Qingyang incident, they wouldn't even have been qualified to attend this gala. Who wasn't a big shot here? Chen Feng and xuanhuan weren't yet famous enough to be instantly recognizable, so naturally few paid attention to them. Upon realizing this, xuanhuan couldn't help but let out a soft snort, feeling quite displeased. Her annoyance grew when she noticed some overweight men casting greedy looks her way. In the company, she commanded respect and obedience. Yet here, barely anyone cared. Chen Feng patted xuanhuan, signaling her to stay calm. The lack of attention actually made Chen Feng feel more relaxed. As for the other's indifference, he didn't care at all. From the moment he acquired the system until now, barely half a year had passed, yet he had already achieved this much. With more time, he was confident he would surpass everyone present here. Let's go. Just treat it like a dinner party, nothing to be disappointed about. Don't forget, we're not only an entertainment company, but also a gaming company. Our cash flow is far healthier than everyone here. Chen Feng tried to comfort her. xuanhuan nodded, yet she still felt annoyed. She was the one who had suggested shifting the company's focus toward gaming in the first place. Yet witnessing this scene still made her uncomfortable. The two quietly grabbed a glass of wine, intending to blend into the gathering discreetly. President Shun, President Xiao, long time no see. A familiar face came into view. Oh, it's President Wu. How's your injury? Chen Feng smiled upon seeing the man. The person approaching was Wu Mingwen, a senior executive at Perfect, who had once set his eyes on xuanhuan, only to end up in the hospital thanks to Chen Feng's cursed doll. Several months had passed since that incident, and judging from Wu's appearance, he seemed to have recovered. Wu Mingwen gave a bitter smile. Sigh, don't remind me. I was just incredibly unlucky last time. Chen Feng chuckled secretly. Unlucky? No, your problem was angering me. Too bad for Wu, but if someone dared cross him, Chen Feng would retaliate decisively and mercilessly. He had already decided, if Wu Mingwen dared to maintain ambiguous relations with xuanhuan again today, he'd surely end up hospitalized for a second time. Fortunately, Wu Mingwen wasn't that much of an idiot. After his hospitalization last time, he had investigated Xuanhuan culture thoroughly through various channels. This was no small company. In fact, it had substantial backing. Even the young master, Yi, had to yield to them. Moreover, Xuanhuan culture had already expanded into the gaming industry, with one currently skyrocketing hit game under its belt. In terms of strength, it wasn't inferior to any of the companies present here. After all, games were a highly profitable business. The most critical point was that Chen Feng was the company's boss, and xuanhuan's relationship with him was clearly intimate. Someone like that, Wu Mingwen simply couldn't afford to offend. After all, he was just a company executive, an office worker. His job might be optimized at any time. How could he possibly compare with a boss? Therefore, Wu Mingwen came to apologize, subtly hoping xuanhuan wouldn't hold a grudge. Xuanhuan readily accepted the excuse, and Chen Feng didn't mind either. He had already taught Wu Mingwen a severe lesson last time, so naturally, he was willing to accept Wu's apology. Wu Mingwen exhaled in relief and wasted no time, quickly leaving to find others. He had company tasks to handle at this banquet and couldn't linger for long. However, Wu Mingwen's visit attracted others' attention. It was almost laughable. In the industry, Chen Feng and xuanhuan actually weren't as well known as Wu Mingwen, even though he was just an ordinary executive. That was because Chen Feng and xuanhuan were newcomers, while Wu Mingwen had been scrambling in the entertainment industry for several years. Wang Jun, Hawaii's top leader, even showed a trace of surprise on his face and excused himself to Xuanhuan, the light picture executive he had been talking with. Hold on, a friend is coming over. I'll go say a few words to him. Who is it? Xuanhuan asked curiously. Who could have such prestige to make Wang Jun drop everything and go personally? He was the boss of Light Pictures, ranked consistently in the industry's top 3, after all. The boss of Xuanhuan Entertainment, also currently a shareholder of our company, though with only a small stake. Xuanhuan Entertainment? Chenghua's expression changed slightly. Why, what's the matter? Wang Jun asked, noticing. From his expression, it seemed there was a story behind it. Chenghua quickly regained his composure. Nothing much. Just a project we were interested in was snatched away. You know Su Zhang's film Tai Chi Bounces Back. If it was something you were interested in, how could it be snatched from you? Wang Jun found it strange. Chapter 51. A movie that will definitely explode at the box office. Chenghua revealed a bitter smile. Su Zhang wants a share of the box office revenue. Can you imagine how impossible that is? He's a rookie director. What qualifications does he have? Originally, I was just planning to ignore him, but who knew he would turn to Qingfeng instead? You could still invest as a minority investor. Wang Jun was still puzzled. No, it's fully covered by Qingfeng, not leaving us a single crumb. That bold. Wang Jun widened his eyes in shock. What kind of courage was that? Didn't they fear losing money? Take their Huai brothers, for instance. Even for projects they were highly optimistic about, they'd only occupy the majority stake at most. That's just how things were. Nobody dared to put all their eggs in one basket. People preferred to earn less rather than take on too much risk. Maybe it's because they have abundant cash flow. They have a very popular game on the market now, lots of people playing it in internet cafes. Chenghua felt bitter inside. Don't be fooled by his prominent status in the film industry. Making money was truly difficult. After painstaking investments, when profits finally came in, the return period usually took 1 or 2 years. That wasn't anywhere near as fast as game revenue. What of that? Don't worry, I'll go over and talk to him later. I'll help you get a small share, Wang Jun smiled. Forget it, it's just a comedy movie. I don't care that much. Chenghua waved his hand dismissively. It's better to resolve feuds than prolong them. This matter should be clearly discussed. Who knows? We might even have the chance to collaborate in the future. Wang Jun patted Chenghua's shoulder and, holding a glass of red wine, walked towards Qinfeng and Xiao Shanshan. He was the star of the wine party. Many eyes were on him. When people saw Wang Jun deliberately approach Qinfeng, many expressed surprise and started asking around who these two people were. President Chen, I never expected you to be so young. And this beside you must be President Xiao. Absolutely beautiful. Wang Jun approached and started chatting with Qinfeng. Needless to say, Wang Jun was extremely good at socializing, witty and humorous. He talked very happily with Qinfeng. Qinfeng wasn't a piece of wood, either. Since a big boss had come personally, naturally he should show proper respect. Xiao Shanshan smiled gently and occasionally added a sentence to the conversation. The atmosphere among the three was very friendly. Seeing that the conversation was going smoothly, Wang Jun casually said, "Oh, by the way, I heard you recently invested in a project, and you even invested entirely in it." Qinfeng nodded. "Brother, I really have to advise you. It's better not to invest fully, it's too risky. You know how many companies have gone bankrupt just because of one film. No need for President Wang to worry. I have full confidence in this movie." Qinfeng smiled. Come on, he had a cheat ability. There was absolutely no risk involved in investing. Wang Jun couldn't continue. How come this young guy was so stubborn? Why did he refuse so directly, leaving him with no way to respond? Didn't he know the most important skill in business circles was smoothness? Ahem. Actually, the thing is this. This project was originally favored by Enlight, and they were going to lead the investment. Now you've intercepted it halfway, which breaks the rules. How about giving out a bit of the share? It's better for everyone. Qinfeng curled his lips. What was he talking about? This movie had the potential to break domestic box office records. Why should he give up a share? As for breaking the rules, it was even more ridiculous. What rules were there in business? There was only one rule in the commercial world, making money. As long as you made money, no rule was that important. My apologies, President Wang, but I won't give up the shares. If the people from Enlight aren't satisfied, they can come talk to me themselves. Wang Jun's expression stiffened. How come he wasn't even given the slightest face? Ahem. How about this, Qinfeng? You know the movie 1942, right? That's Feng Xiaojing's project. If you are willing, I can give you 10%. Wang Jun said, clearly showing signs of pain. Qinfeng's expression turned slightly surprised. He certainly knew who Feng Xiaojing was. The so-called Little Steel Cannon, who originally pioneered the concept of the New Year comedy genre, was a famous director in the industry. A director like him certainly wouldn't lack funding. Countless investors were eager to directly shove money into his hands. As for the project 1942, Qinfeng had also heard about it before. It was Huai's key project. The filming budget alone required 200 million yuan, a blockbuster among blockbusters. After all, the number of films achieving over 100 million yuan in domestic box office was still extremely rare. Huai was even spending 200 million yuan to shoot this film, which clearly showed the significance of this project within Huai. It was like a golden goose, and Huai had released only a very small share of the investment because they firmly believed the movie would bring them substantial returns. Now Wang Jun was actually willing to offer a portion of the share. It genuinely surprised Qinfeng. After thinking carefully for a while, Qinfeng finally shook his head again. President Wang, there's no need to say more. I won't give up my shares. Wang Jun had nothing to say anymore. He had already given his best offer, but even then, Qinfeng still refused. So, there was really nothing he could do. To put it plainly, this was originally a matter between Enlight and Qinfeng. Wang Jun had interfered hoping both sides would give him a little face, but now he'd failed completely, and it was somewhat embarrassing. Luckily, Wang Jun had been through many such situations. He managed a forced smile, said a few more words to smooth things over, and then left with a laugh. Boss, why didn't you agree? I've heard of the 1942 project before. That's one of the top resources in the industry. There are countless people who'd love to get involved. Xuanhuan, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but ask. 1942 and Lost in Thailand were completely incomparable. If Lost in Thailand was like a small roadside restaurant, then 1942 would be a five-star hotel. The two were simply not in the same category. Shan, do you believe in my judgment? Chen Feng suddenly turned to ask. Shan nodded without hesitation. Believe it, of course I believe it. Although Chen Feng rarely got involved in daily operations and wasn't too familiar with how the company ran, she truly admired his eye for opportunities. The Yo-Yo King, who had turned a TV drama into a toy advertisement, making yo-yos the hottest toy in the country, with even many foreigners seeking them out. Then there was the investment in Finger Company. Before the game was even finished, he boldly bought out most of the company's shares, and then Hero Federation exploded in popularity, causing the value of those shares to skyrocket several times over in just a few months. These two incidents alone fully demonstrated the sharpness of Chen Feng's instincts. Good. Shan, I can clearly tell you this. Lost in Thailand will definitely be a huge box office success. It might even break domestic box office records. In fact, when Wang Jun had offered him a share in the 1942 project, Chen Feng had actually been somewhat tempted. But after careful thought, he felt the deal simply wasn't worth it. After all, Lost in Thailand had only cost 30 million to produce, yet its expected revenue was over 300 million, yielding a profit margin of 1,000%. What about 1942? It had a production budget of 200 million. Even with optimistic projections, assuming it broke box office records and grossed 20 billion, the final profit still wouldn't match Lost in Thailand. Chapter 52. Finally, someone notices. If that's the case, why should Chen Feng bother changing his decision? Was it merely out of fear of offending Dongshan, Raylite? Come on, the most important thing in doing business is making money. If you fear this and fear that, you might as well stop doing anything. Faced with Chen Feng's straightforward refusal, Wang Jun felt a bit unhappy inside, but Chen Feng was, after all, a boss himself. Although he wasn't as strong as Huai in the film and television industry, he had also ventured into the gaming field. In terms of overall strength, he was no weaker than Wang Jun. Thus, Wang Jun quickly let go of his irritation and shook his head decisively after finding Chenghua. Sorry, brother, I couldn't get it done. Chen Feng is very firm. He thinks the project is great and doesn't want to give up even a small share. Chenghua frowned slightly. Forget it. It's just one movie anyway. It could end up losing money. Wang Jun exhaled in relief. I'm glad you think that way. By the way, I've got a project here that I'm sure will interest you. It's Feng Xiaojing's 1942. Are you interested? Since Chen Feng wasn't willing to give any face, Wang Jun simply gave the share to Gongshan, Raylite. First, it would share the risk, and second, Raylite's strength far surpassed Chen Feng, especially in the film and television industry. Raylite was light years ahead of Chen Feng. In that case, I'm very interested. Chenghua's eyes lit up. A project like 1942 was much better than Dong, Tai Fun, and he certainly didn't want to let go. The two bosses enthusiastically discussed the matter and finally agreed that Raylite would invest 2 million for a 9% share, with one role to be played by an actor from Raylite. While the two bosses were immersed in discussion, on the other side, people finally began approaching Chen Feng and Xiao Shanshan, chatting with them. After his conversation with Wang Jun, attention had finally shifted to them. Chen Feng still held a certain reputation in the industry. With the company's boss present, getting noticed was no small matter. Perhaps there would be opportunities for future cooperation, and that was especially true for lesser-known directors and actors, who were particularly enthusiastic. Chen Feng welcomed everyone who approached him. After all, being smooth and adaptable was the most important part of doing business. Damn it, take your dirty hands off me. Just as Chen Feng was chatting happily with a director, someone suddenly shouted from the side. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn in that direction. Chen Feng looked over in surprise as well. What was going on? At a party full of industry elites, there was still some sort of trouble? A young girl with an angry expression glared at a plump middle-aged man. On his face were wet, red wine droplets. At once, many wore expressions of eager spectators. But looking at the scene, without needing any explanation, many could guess what had just happened. Nothing unusual. A middle-aged man had tried to make advances, but he'd met someone with a fiery temper and had wine poured over him. He had lost face as a result. This sort of incident was extremely common in the entertainment industry and happened every moment. Sure enough, the conversation that followed confirmed their guess. I'm telling you, I'm an actress, not someone to be bought and sold. Show me a little respect. The girl said furiously. The middle-aged man just gave a cold snort, saying nothing, and calmly wiped the wine from his face with the napkin on the table. At the sight of this, Wang Jun's face changed immediately. Sorry, buddy. I need to take care of something right away. After excusing himself to Chenghua, Wang Jun immediately headed toward the middle-aged man. Oh no, that cute little beauty is going to have it bad. Xiao Shanshan smirked. Why do you say that? Chen Feng asked curiously. That person is an official, a leader who oversees the entertainment industry. He may not have money, but he definitely has power. The girl seems to be just an ordinary artist. How could she possibly come out unscathed? Even Wang Jun would be reluctant to offend him. Xiao Shanshan whispered softly. You know all this? Chen Feng asked somewhat surprised. Xiao Shanshan rolled her eyes. Of course. Do you think running a company is easy? There are so many different people to deal with. For the company's development, you wouldn't believe how much I've worried behind the scenes. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Thank you for your hard work. You don't sound the least bit sincere. Xiao Shanshan rolled her eyes again and then whispered in his ear. That young girl is clearly in trouble. Do you want to be her heroic savior? Why should I play the hero? Do you think I'm that free? She's really pretty though. Look at her fresh and pure vibe. Even I, as a woman, feel enchanted. There are beautiful women everywhere here. It's different. Others use makeup, but this girl is naturally beautiful, not like the ones who only look good with makeup. So what does that have to do with me? Xiao Shanshan looked at Chen Feng oddly. Boss, you're really not going to get involved? If you don't, this pretty girl is definitely going to suffer, maybe even end up forced into bed tonight. That's the path she chose for herself. Chen Feng replied with no change in expression. Xiao Shanshan was momentarily taken aback and gained a new understanding of Chen Feng's personality. In truth, Chen Feng had absolutely no interest in getting involved in this matter. On the surface, the young beauty seemed to have been wronged, but in reality, if she hadn't entered the entertainment industry, she wouldn't have encountered such situations. Wanting to earn money without giving anything in return. Where in the world could you find such a good deal? Put bluntly, as long as this woman was unwilling, was there really anyone who dared to force her? After all, the law wasn't a joke. Chen Feng had no intention of getting involved in other people's affairs. Sure enough, after Wang Jun reached the girl's side, he ignored what had just happened and sternly said directly, Zhangxi, what kind of job do you think you're doing? Apologize to Director Zheng immediately. But boss, it's his fault. Zhangxi tried to defend herself. Wang Jun's face darkened. Apologize. Zhangxi showed a grievance in her expression but dared not argue. I'm sorry. Director Zheng generously smiled. It's okay. Just a small misunderstanding. It's all cleared now. Thank you for your tolerance, Director Zheng. Wang Jun smiled and exchanged a few words with Director Zheng, easily smoothing over the awkwardness. Director Zheng seemed to have completely forgotten the earlier embarrassment and chatted cheerfully with Wang Jun. Soon, an older woman pulled Zhangxi away, and the wine reception returned to calm, as if nothing had happened at all, except for the absence of the young girl named Zhangxi. What? You want me to sleep with him tonight? Zhangxi was extremely shocked. Wang Jia, are you kidding? I'm a celebrity, for God's sake. If this gets out, how can I ever hold my head up in the entertainment industry again? Wang Jia rolled her eyes. Xiaoxi, don't say I didn't warn you. In this place, celebrities mean nothing. Director Zheng oversees film and television censorship. The company can't afford to offend him. If you don't keep him company, there's no future for you in the entertainment industry. To avoid offending him, the company will definitely blackball you. If I'm not mistaken, your contract with the company is 15 years, right? And only a year and a half has passed. Think about it. How many people have 13 years to waste? Zhangxi's heart quivered at once. Chapter 53. What do I care if you succeed or not? Let alone being shelved for 13 years. Even 3 years would be unbearable for her. As for terminating her contract, that was even more impossible because she simply couldn't afford the buyout penalty. Was she really supposed to sleep with that middle-aged, greasy man? Thinking of the leering look from Director Zheng earlier, Zhangxi felt a wave of nausea rise in her chest. She was young and beautiful, still waiting for her Baoengdu by Ma Wangzi, her ideal Prince Charming. Could she really give up her purity like this? No, absolutely not. Zhangxi shook her head firmly. Ms. Wang, I can't agree to that request. Not agree. Ms. Wang sneered. Wake up and stop thinking too highly of yourself. If the company didn't promote you, do you really think you could become a star? These days, three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged women are everywhere. Let me tell you, others would be thrilled for the chance to accompany Director Zheng. Zhangxi couldn't help but ask. So is sleeping your way to success the only option? Can I rely on my own abilities? Ms. Wang rolled her eyes. How can you still be so naive at your age? Ability? Are you joking? What abilities do you have? There are countless women better than you out there. If you don't cooperate, why should we give you any opportunities? You know Gao Yu, right? She offended young Master Yi last year and was immediately shelved. If it weren't for luck landing her the boss of Chengfeng's attention, she'd still be at home starving. Don't blame me for being pragmatic. This is how the entertainment industry works. It's your choice how to proceed. Think carefully. With that, Ms. Wang turned and left. They were all adults now. There was no need to spell everything out. Everyone chooses their own path and must bear the consequences. Zhangxi sat helplessly on the chair, her expression full of anxiety and confusion. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had a few drinks and quickly found the evening boring. He turned to Xiao Shanshan. Let's go. This party's pointless, and I'm starving. Let's go grab something to eat. All right. Xiao Shanshan wanted to stay a bit longer in hopes of landing a good project, but seeing Chen Feng growing impatient, she simply nodded in agreement. Boss, several directors approached us at the party, hoping to get investment from us. Some actors and actresses even want to sign with our company. What do you think? Humph, Chen Feng scoffed. What kind of project would actually seek us out? As for signing with our company, handle it yourself. As long as they're worth developing, it's fine. All right, Xiao Shanshan nodded. Truthfully, Chen Feng wasn't wrong. Currently, Chen Feng Entertainment could barely say it had solidified its place in the industry, just barely standing shoulder to shoulder with other entertainment companies. In terms of strength and reputation, though, it was still far behind those established companies. Thus, quality projects naturally wouldn't seek them out. Real good projects, like 1942, when Huai Entertainment might want to share some risk by selling shares, required something in return. For example, giving up shares in your own promising project, or helping them promote a certain celebrity in your TV drama. That's how the entertainment world worked, intertwined and interdependent. Chen Feng had only just earned the right to sit across the table from other companies, but getting them to share truly quality projects would take a bit more time. That's why Chen Feng said the banquet was useless. It was nothing more than meeting people, getting their faces familiar, and nothing else. When they decided to leave, They didn't bother saying goodbye, but simply set their glasses down and walked out of the banquet hall. However, just as they reached the parking lot, an urgent voice suddenly came from behind. Mr. Chun. Wait a second, Mr. Chun. Chen Feng turned around. Seeing the person running toward them, he showed a surprised expression. You're Miss Zhangxi, the one who spilled wine at the party? Yes, that was me. Zhangxi nodded and got straight to the point. Mr. Chun, the truth is, I came here to find you. I heard that Chengfeng culture is in need of new talent. How about signing me? Chen Feng looked perplexed, exchanging glances with Xiao Shanshan beside him. Xiao Shanshan's expression was also complicated. Indeed, many young actors had approached Chengfeng tonight hoping for a chance, but most were struggling actors or came from small companies. For someone like Zhangxi, coming from a major agency, it was truly rare. Why do you want to join our company? Huai Entertainment is much bigger and stronger than us, isn't it? Chen Feng asked. Zhangxi helplessly smiled. Exactly because Huai is too big, with too many female artists competing. I can't get any good resources there, which is why I'm considering joining your company. The real reason was that she had heard Chengfeng culture had powerful backing, wasn't afraid of making enemies, and was even a shareholder of Huai. In her current situation, only Chengfeng had the capability to protect her from being blacklisted and shelved. Chen Feng's expression became amused. Miss Zhang, under normal circumstances, an actress of your caliber joining our company would be something we'd welcome with open arms. However, right now, you've already offended Director Zhang. If we were to accept you, it would mean provoking Director Zhang. We don't have the guts for that. Zhangxi grew anxious. But your company isn't even afraid of young Master Yi. Director Zhang is just one person. If you sign me, I guarantee you won't regret it, because I will definitely become famous in the future. I can help you earn lots of money. Ha! Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud, while beside him, Xiao Shanshan shook her head helplessly. This girl was just too naive. What does your future stardom have to do with us? Let me tell you straight, sooner or later, whoever I want to make famous, I can make famous. It's just a matter of how much effort it takes. As for offending young Master Yi, the reason we protected Gao Yu was because she agreed to be my lover. That's why we were willing to protect her and give her enough resources to rise to fame. What about you? What do you have that would be worth my offending Director Zhang? You should know, he's currently in charge of the entire entertainment industry. You? Zhangxi's face turned pale. She hadn't expected President Chun to speak so bluntly. But since she had come all this way, it meant she had already made up her mind. Zhangxi stared directly at Chen Feng and gritted her teeth. I can also be your lover. Oh, Chen Feng's expression became a half-smile. He examined her up and down, his bold gaze seemingly wanting to devour her entirely. Zhangxi felt uneasy inside, but, thinking of her current predicament, she still stood rooted to the spot obediently, even raising her chest slightly, where her tender young buds formed a seductive curve. Zhangxi was extremely confident about her appearance. Unlike other actresses, she didn't rely on makeup to be beautiful. Her natural face alone was enough to outshine them all. Otherwise, Director Zhang wouldn't have taken a liking to her earlier. Chapter 54, You're nothing. After all, a man in that position would never lack women. If not for Zhangxi's stunning beauty, how could she possibly attract Director Zhang? She had also thought it through. Since it's all about unwritten rules anyway, why not pick someone more handsome? At the very least, compared to Director Zhang, Chen Feng looked much more tolerable. Moreover, Chen Feng obviously had several women around him. Chances were that he had already been drained dry and might not even have time to come looking for her. Seeing the determination in Zhangxi's eyes, Chen Feng smirked. With your face, you could Vanchang qualify as my mistress. Too bad I already have quite a few women. One more won't make a difference, nor will one less. But Chow, I'm missing a little female dog. How about it? If you're willing to be my little female dog, I'll promise to protect you and give you opportunities to become famous. You bastard. Zhangxi widened her eyes, furious. A female dog? He actually had the nerve to say something like that. She had originally thought Chen Feng was at least somewhat decent, but who knew he was actually even more perverted than Director Zhang? What a shame such a handsome face was wasted. Not willing? Then just leave. Chen Feng sneered dismissively. Do you think you've got diamonds inlaid in your place or something? You think just because you want to be my mistress I have to agree? Let me tell you, just now at the banquet, countless actresses wanted to sleep with me. Compared to them, what are you? It's me giving you the honor to ask you to be my dog. Others would love to be if I asked, but I won't even let them. Shameless. Zhangxi suddenly raised her hand. Xiao Shanshan, who had been calmly watching on the side, could no longer stay still. She quickly reached out and grabbed Zhangxi with a wrist lock. Daring to hit me? Chen Feng grinned slyly. Originally I had no interest in you at all, but seeing you like this, I feel slightly intrigued now. Shanshan, hold her tight, don't let her run. You bastard, what are you planning to do? I'm telling you, I'll call the police. Zhangxi trembled inwardly and felt scared. This was a parking lot, and there wasn't a single person around. If Chen Feng intended to do anything to her, she was completely helpless. You think I'm afraid? Chen Feng sneered, then signaled Xiao Shanshan to take Zhangxi into the car. Xiao Shanshan looked hesitant for a moment, but, seeing Chen Feng's firm expression, eventually sighed and dragged Zhangxi into the car. Soon after, the car started vibrating rhythmically. After a long while, Zhangxi got off the car with red eyes and screamed furiously at Chen Feng. You bastard, you just wait. One day I'll make it on my own, and let you know that this entertainment industry doesn't need any unwritten rules. After yelling, Zhangxi limped away and ran off. Inside the car, Chen Feng comfortably stretched, then patted Xiao Shanshan's little bottom playfully. Drive? I'm hungry, he said casually. Xiao Shanshan let out a bitter smile, then started the car. Soon, the two found a roadside barbecue stall filled with local flavor, ordering lots of grilled food and beer. Chen Feng bit into a skewer, then took a big sip of beer, sighing with satisfaction. Comfortable. It's been a while since I last ate at a roadside stall. Feels nostalgic. I remember in college, we often came out with the dorm mates. Too bad now that we're working, nobody keeps in touch anymore. Even in group chats, no one speaks up. Xiao Shanshan also took a sip of beer. It's normal. University students are more innocent, so they easily bond. But now that we've entered the real world and known its harshness, people don't get in touch unless they've made it big. Like me, few classmates from college still keep in touch, and high school classmates have already gone completely silent. By the way, boss, may I ask you something? Xiao Shanshan showed hesitation on her face. Chen Feng bit into another skewer. Ask. What are we if not close? No need to be so careful. Boss, earlier on, all you had to do was say yes, and she would have agreed. Why did you insisting on? Why did I insist on saying things so harshly, right? Yeah. Xiao Shanshan nodded, looking at Chen Feng with curiosity. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Because I disliked the look of her arrogant attitude. As if just because she's pretty, every guy would fall for her. I wanted to let her know clearly that she's absolutely nothing to me. Don't act all innocent when you're the one begging someone. But just now, that could have been illegal. Xiao Shanshan hesitated as she spoke. No problem. She has no evidence. If it ever goes to court, she'll be the one who ends up in trouble. Chen Feng replied casually. Boss, can you please not do things like that again? With your status, you can find any woman you want. If you really need a woman, I can help you find one. Why go about it this way? Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but advise. She was 100% loyal to Chen Feng and didn't want him to make any mistakes that would lead to irreversible consequences. Chen Feng looked seriously at Xiao Shanshan. Shanshan, I know you have my best interests at heart, but remember this. Whatever I do in the future, you just need to follow orders and not think too much about it. Can you do that? Looking at Chen Feng's solemn expression, Xiao Shanshan's mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Eventually, she nodded seriously. Yes. Why? What did you say? She ran off. Wang Jun wore an expression of exasperation. Ms. Wang nodded. Yes, nobody can find her now, and she isn't answering her phone. TSK, does she think she's in some kind of place where she can do whatever she wants? Doesn't she know that without the company's cultivation, she wouldn't have become a star? Now the company is offering her an opportunity, and she dares to turn it down ungratefully. Wang Jun angrily cursed. What should we do about Director Zhang? He's still waiting. Ms. Wang couldn't help but ask. Wang Jun frowned and sighed helplessly. What else can we do? I'll have to go tell him myself. Oh, and tell Ling Ling, the one still at the company, to come along with me. Soon, Wang Jun met with Director Zhang. Although he was worth billions, he still couldn't afford to offend Director Zhang too much. After all, the man was in charge of film and television censorship, a very important role for Huai's development. After Zhang Shi fled, he quickly called on Ling Ling. Ling Ling was a top female star, known far and wide, and was many levels above Zhang Shi. She was Huai's reigning diva. Seeing that Wang Jun had brought this famous actress, Director Zhang was extremely satisfied. However, men always want more. What's in the bowl isn't enough when they can still see what's in the pot. He still couldn't forget the pure and youthful Zhang Shi. While his hands roamed inappropriately over Ling Ling's body, he asked discontentedly, "Where's that Zhang Shi? Why didn't she come?" Director Zhang, I'm really sorry, but Zhang Shi has gone home and isn't answering her phone. It looks like she won't be available today. Don't worry though, I will blacklist and bury her soon. Once she suffers for a while, she'll behave and obey us. Chapter 55, New Game Design Plan. Upon hearing Wang Jun's words, Director Zhang knew he had no chance. Since the other party was unwilling, he really couldn't force the issue. His influence just hadn't reached that level yet. Still, he felt quite unhappy inwardly. Such a charming young beauty would now have nothing to do with him. Oh right, didn't your company recently sign a new female star named Cici? She's practically an angel. Why not let her accompany me? Director Zhang's eyes turned crafty as he came up with another demand. Men always liked innocent girls when they were out, especially pure image celebrities. Wang Jun shook his head. Director Zhang, you got it wrong. We haven't successfully signed Cici yet, and even if we did, it wouldn't work. She's a top-tier female star, absolutely impossible. This won't work either, and that won't work either. Director Zhang increased the pressure in his voice with dissatisfaction, but was still helpless. Just as Wang Jun didn't want to offend him, he actually didn't want to offend Wang Jun either. The man was, after all, the company's big boss. If it really came down to a fight to the death, he would be the one who suffered. Then he could only take his frustrations out on the cold beauty. This woman was specifically trained by Huai for social situations and extremely mature. Ding. 11th sign-in. Reward. 3 enhancement cards. Enhancement card. Function. Can be used to comprehensively enhance an object. Note. It can cause the object to evolve, though there are limits. On the plane, Chen Feng claimed his sign-in reward on schedule. It had already been 50 days since his last sign-in, and now Chen Feng had once again received something valuable. After clearly reading the enhancement card's functions, Chen Feng immediately thought to use them on the appraisal camera. Though convenient, the camera usually required 7 or 8 uses, and sometimes even more than 10, before yielding definite information, which frustrated Chen Feng. Now with the enhancement opportunity, naturally Chen Feng couldn't afford to miss it. I'm going to freshen up. With that excuse, Chen Feng left the crowd and placed the enhancement card on the appraisal camera. In the next instant, the enhancement card transformed into a faint ray of light that merged into the camera. The camera further reduced in size, now looking more like a wristwatch, and its name also changed. Appraisal camera. Function. Can appraise objects and provide precise evaluations. Note. It is an enhanced item, Both efficiency and accuracy greatly improved. Xuanhuan tried snapping a photo of the faucet in the restroom and found that the camera's capabilities were indeed significantly enhanced. The information obtained was practically all valuable details. Its usage count was still limited to 3 times, but the battery recharge speed had greatly increased, restoring once every hour. Meaning under extreme conditions, Xuanhuan could now use it 24 times a day, an epic improvement compared to only 3 uses a day previously. At the same time, Xuanhuan also enhanced the curse doll, which became the curse doll. Curse doll function can cast curses on others, with effects determined by the user. Note, handle with caution. Just like before, the doll had undergone an epic level enhancement. First, the range of cursing had increased, from previously only within 3 meters to now within 100 meters. It could also curse others via specific mediums, such as hair, nails, blood, or undergarments. The curse doll could also store the aura of 3 different individuals in advance. The curse effects had also greatly improved, including but not limited to nightmares, physical weakness, mental fatigue, hair loss, misfortune, and more. Even more importantly, this curse doll could now be activated by a drop of blood and merged into the body, a convenience infinitely greater than before. With this item, if anyone ever offended him again, Xuanhuan could easily ruin that person's life. Truly, the system's products were all top-notch. These 2 enhancement cards completely upgraded the power of Xuanfeng's current tools. There remained one last enhancement card, which Xuanhuan decided to keep carefully for special circumstances. After all, something so valuable must only be used on exceptional items to maximize its effect. Returning to his seat, Xuanfeng's expression was clearly cheerful. What happened? Xiao Shanshan asked curiously. Nothing much, just remembered something happy. Xuanhuan casually replied. The system was his greatest secret. He wouldn't tell anyone, even if Xiao Shanshan was 100% loyal to him. After landing, Xuanhuan rested for a few days before returning to the office. The design draft for the new game was already completed and waiting for him to make the final decision. Xiao Shanshan, the workaholic, returned to the company just half a day later, a sharp contrast to Xuanfeng's rather relaxed pace. But then again, who could blame him? He was the boss. Upon arriving at the company, Wang Chong brought out the design plan and handed it to Xuanfeng. Xuanfeng picked it up and carefully examined it. It was so long and so messy. If it was a script, Xuanfeng could manage to understand it after brushing up a bit. But with game design documents, it was genuinely difficult to make sense of them. Without at least 1 or 2 years of dedicated study, you wouldn't even understand what the terminology meant or what it represented. Luckily, Xuanfeng knew his limits and didn't hesitate. He immediately used the appraisal camera. Unknown game design plan. Note 1. This is almost a direct reskin of Legend, with no real design changes. Note 2. There are many aspects of this game plan that could be improved. Note 3. It's already outdated. At most, it might keep players addicted for a few months, but there's a high chance of losses. Humph. Xuanfeng let out a long breath. Thankfully he had the appraisal camera, or else he would have been in real trouble. Boss, what do you think of this design plan? Seeing Xuanfeng's expression change, Wang Chong couldn't help but ask. Not great. It's not much different from Legend. Xuanfeng decisively shook his head. Wang Chong gave a bitter smile. Boss, I know it's not much different from Legend, but there's no choice. It's the safest design plan, having been used countless times with successful precedents. As a game developer, Wang Chong had once thought of being innovative, but after thinking it through, he still didn't dare to take the risk. Game development cost a lot of money. If it failed, he simply couldn't afford the consequences. Therefore, he chose the most conservative, safest approach possible, preferring to earn less money in exchange for reducing risk. In his 30s, with elderly parents and children to support, it was better to be safe. Thus, Wang Chong created this game design plan that Xuanfeng was not entirely satisfied with. Manager Wang, Legend has been popular for 10 years already. Now, there are many games on the market imitating it. Even if our visuals are slightly better, we'd still struggle to win users away from them. Therefore, we need innovative gameplay, unique mechanics, and bold approaches. Boss, innovation comes with risks. Wang Chong couldn't help himself from replying. Go boldly, believe me, I trust you. Xuanfeng patted Wang Chong's shoulder. Chapter 56, Mobile Game, Dragon Soul Warrior. Of course, he knew that innovation came with risks, but he had the appraisal camera, which could determine the feasibility of a design plan in advance. With such a powerful tool, there was absolutely no risk in developing a new game. Wang Chong didn't know about this, but since the boss had given orders, he couldn't disobey. He could only leave with a helpless, bitter smile. Xuanfeng had spoken politely, but Wang Chong hadn't really listened to a word. After years in the corporate world, he knew all too well that a boss's words often didn't count for much. If the game succeeded, everything was fine. If not, he might very well be made the scapegoat and fired. After Wang Chong left, Ying from the mobile game department walked in. She was exactly 30 years old. Though her seniority was far less than Wang Chong's, Xuanfeng had viewed her through the appraisal camera and knew her abilities weren't any weaker than Wang Chong's. Ying had a steady personality. After entering, she placed the game design proposal directly on Xuanfeng's desk. Although the mobile game department lagged behind the PC game department in terms of establishment and manpower, mobile game development was much simpler than PC games due to the limited performance of mobile devices at the time. As usual, Xuanfeng glanced at the design proposal, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He found that this design was very concise and included several illustrative drawings of gameplay scenes to aid understanding. Even a complete outsider like Xuanfeng could easily comprehend it. Since he could understand it so easily, Feng didn't rush to use the camera for appraisal, but began reading it carefully. The mobile game Ying had designed was essentially a traditional 2D side-scrolling game, similar to Contra or Super Mario, except that the levels and visuals had undergone significant changes, with gameplay also considerably enriched. Unfortunately, mobile devices at the time were simply incapable of producing a heavy mobile game like Hero Federation. Looking just at the design plan, Feng found the mobile game quite interesting. He wanted to play it as soon as possible. As for how good it truly was, he still needed to check it with the appraisal camera. Mobile game design, Dragon Soul Warrior. Note 1. An excellent game design proposal with little room for improvement. Note 2. With proper implementation, it will almost certainly generate profit. Note 3. Suggest adding more vivid and spectacular visual effects to the ultimate skill animations. After viewing the appraisal results, Feng revealed a satisfied expression. While the PC game department had disappointed him a little, the mobile game department had given him a big surprise. Ying was truly a talented person. Though less experienced than Wang Chong, her ability stood out. At the very least, her proposal was comfortable for Feng to read. Ying, this design proposal is excellent. Go ahead with it as written. Whatever budget you need, I will fully support you. Oh, and remember to make those ultimate skill animations more dazzling. That would better meet market expectations. I understand, President Chun. I will do exactly as you instructed. Ying nodded. Though she didn't quite understand why the boss wanted to modify the ultimate skills, such a minor request didn't need to be rejected. Wait, don't rush off just yet. Feng stood up from his executive chair and led Ying to the sofa, speaking kindly to her. I remember you've only been with the company for half a month, right? Yes. I was hired by President Xiao and then promoted to department head responsible for mobile game development. How do you feel about the company? Do you feel comfortable working here? Ying felt a moment of tension in her heart. The company environment is great, and President Xiao has been very considerate to me. I feel quite comfortable here. Noticing that Ying seemed a bit uncomfortable, Feng decided to be straightforward. Then what's your opinion about the future of mobile games? Ying's expression turned serious. I believe that mobile games will inevitably surpass PC games in the future and become the most important category in the industry, with its market share far exceeding that of PC games. Why do you think so? President Chun, this isn't a wild guess or an attempt to exaggerate the importance of my department. It's a conclusion drawn from industry development trends. According to official reports, the number of people in China who own mobile phones has already reached 800 million, of which 15% own smartphones. As for computers, the numbers can't even compare with mobile phones. The most critical point is that a mobile phone can be carried around anytime, allowing people to play whenever they want. This is something computers can never achieve. Feng nodded repeatedly as he listened. Ying really was good. Her views actually aligned with those of Shui. To be a leader in the mobile game department, it wasn't enough just to be able to lead a team in developing games. One must also fully understand future mobile game trends. In this aspect, Ying's capability was clearly up to standard. Encouraged by Feng's attentive expression, Ying's heart filled with excitement, and she continued to speak. Regarding the development trend of mobile games, I believe it will follow the same path as PC games, starting from the simplest 2D side-scrolling games like Contra or Super Mario, and gradually evolving into time-consuming and resource-heavy games like Warcraft or Starcraft. Our mobile game department should also follow this trend when developing new games. Hey manager, what you said makes perfect sense. Keep it up, I won't let you down. Feng smiled, feeling even more satisfied with Ying. This guy was indeed a talent. He had really struck gold this time. Pleased to receive the boss's recognition, Ying was visibly happy. She nodded, exited the office with excitement, and went on her way to develop the new game with full confidence. Not long after Ying left, Xiao Shanshan entered Feng's office. Boss, I heard you rejected the game department's design proposal and told them to redo it. Yeah. Why? There are many successful examples in the market already. Shanshan, you don't understand this. Would you still want to eat the same dish you've been having for a long time? Because there are already too many similar games in the market, this one is destined to be unpopular. Fine, I don't know much about this. I'll leave it to you. Xiao Shanshan shrugged helplessly. That's right, Shanshan. You should trust my judgment. Feng smirked playfully, then suddenly pulled Xiao Shanshan into his arms and started groping her. We're still in the office. Let's talk about it back home, Xiao Shanshan protested softly. Exactly because we're in the office that it's exciting. Don't worry, nobody will come in. Shui is guarding the door for me. Ignoring Xiao Shanshan's resistance, Feng carried her onto the office desk. After quite a while, Xiao Shanshan finally walked out of Feng's office with a flushed face, continuing her work managing company affairs. Feng, on the other hand, began appraising scripts that might turn a profit. Since the founding of Feng, many screenplays for TV dramas and films had been submitted, all seeking investment. In this world, there would never be a shortage of people who felt misunderstood or those chasing dreams. Feng had already gained some recognition in the industry, so naturally, scripts weren't hard to come by. Perhaps among them lay the next Zhang Yimou, the next Taigu, Thai director? Asterisk. Chapter 57, The Qiao Family Estate. Because too many scripts had been submitted, and Feng's Jinding camera couldn't evaluate too many at once, he had no choice but to set aside most of them and evaluate only a few that had been pre-screened. Now, with a major upgrade to the Jinding camera, Feng could screen scripts without restraint. With the help of the Jinding camera, after a few days, Feng selected 3 good projects from more than 50 candidates. And these more than 50 projects had already been initially filtered. Any script even slightly decent would have been sent to Feng. From this, It was evident how unreliable the film industry could be. One could only say that most people weren't unrecognized talents. They simply lacked talent altogether. Shui. Boss, you called me. And Ji Shui pushed the door open and walked in. Contact the people behind these projects. Have the company negotiate with them about the investment required. And Ji Shui nodded and was about to proceed. Wait, have you finished checking what I asked about? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Boss, I checked thoroughly. There's no problem at all. The Golden Summit building and the 100 million cash all came through normal channels. And Ji Shui replied earnestly. That's good. Chen Feng nodded. He had always wanted to know where the system money had come from. Previously, he lacked the means to find out. But now with Ji Shui's help and confirmation that everything was clean, he finally felt at ease. Not long after, Xiao Shanshan came knocking. Boss, did you make a mistake? Why is one of the movies you invested in an obviously unprofitable art film? No mistake. This art film has great depth. It should win awards. For a film production company, occasionally investing in award-winning art films is perfectly normal. Chen Feng replied calmly. Xiao Shanshan hesitated, then silently nodded. Currently, Changfeng culture had firmly established itself in the entertainment industry and was also flush with cash flow. In this situation, investing in a money-losing art film for awards did carry some necessity. Besides, art films weren't even expensive, costing only a few million at most, which was nothing to the company. A few minutes after Xiao Shanshan left, Chen Feng's phone suddenly buzzed, indicating a text message. It's my birthday tomorrow. Can you come? Chen Feng suddenly remembered. It was that beautiful girl he had met at the school gate the other day. Her name seemed to be Qiao Nianwei, with a wealthy admirer named Lu Yu attached to her side. We're not even close. Why should I go to your birthday party? Chen Feng quickly replied. Soon, the other party responded with a message. Then what would make you want to attend my birthday party? Sleep with me. In a bright room. Xiao Nianwei nearly threw her phone from anger after reading that message. What do you think I am? Do you even know how incredible my status is? But thinking about Chen Feng's refined and handsome face, her heart unexpectedly softened. She then lay on her bed, struck a seductive pose, took a photo, and sent it to Chen Feng as a multimedia message. Sleep with me. Dare you come? 8 p.m. tonight. Addresses. Upon seeing this extremely seductive multimedia message, Chen Feng immediately felt a surge of emotion. Come on, what couldn't he dare? He had the guts to tear the sky apart. Thus, Chen Feng called for Ji Shui, stating authoritatively, I want to know everything about this woman, 3 minutes. On it right away, boss. And Ji Shui replied calmly. At 8 p.m., Ji Shui drove Chen Feng to the entrance of an estate. Yes, an estate. Xiao Nianwei's home wasn't just a villa. It was a vast estate covering a large area. Chen Feng had previously asked Ji Shui to investigate Xiao Nianwei's background and discovered her status was far from ordinary. She was a genuine heiress with incredible wealth. The Qiao Group operated across various industries, including mining, real estate, healthcare, and more, a genuine industry giant. There were even rumors that the Qiao family was descended from the famous late Qing dynasty merchant Qiao Zhiyou. Xiao Nianwei was the only daughter of Qiao Yan, the head of the Qiao Group. Her birthday party was naturally extravagant, with celebrities and business tycoons gathering from all directions. Although Chen Feng had already reviewed detailed information about the estate in advance, when he actually saw it in person, he couldn't help but show signs of astonishment. This estate was truly massive and beautifully located right beside the river, offering picturesque river views anytime. Inside the estate, there were artificial hills and serene ponds, pavilions and terraces, along with elaborately trimmed ornamental plants. Chen Feng had previously thought his own villa was pretty decent, but now, seeing this estate, he immediately felt his own villa was barely better than a doghouse. This is truly the mansion of a prestigious and wealthy family. Someday, he would definitely live in a place like this too. No, it must be even better than this estate. Led by the attendant, Ji Shui parked the car in the parking lot, and then Chen Feng followed the servant toward the prominent large villa. Before leaving, Chen Feng glanced at the cars in the parking lot, exclusively luxury vehicles. $1 million models were considered somewhat modest here, and many were worth tens of millions. One could easily imagine who drove such cars. This was the legendary extravagant banquet of aristocrats. Compared to this, he was just a nouveau riche. Following the attendant, Chen Feng walked to the entrance. Inside the villa, a group of well-dressed men and women held wine glasses, chatting in small clusters, some bursting into hearty laughter. Hardly anyone noticed Chen Feng's arrival. Even if someone had noticed, no one would have paid him any attention. Chen Feng had only grown wealthy half a year ago, and very few here would recognize him. Chen Feng, you came. Xiao Nianwei popped out from somewhere, her face beaming with a smile. She wore a dark blue evening gown that perfectly highlighted her slender and graceful figure. Her features were delicate and clear-cut, dazzling like a bright star in the night sky. Chen Feng didn't hesitate. Boldly, he took Xiao Nianwei's smooth, soft hand and said directly, You invited me like that. How could I not come? Xiao Nianwei's face flushed slightly, but she did not pull away. Instead, she whispered, My father wants to see you. He's in the back. Xiao Yan. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. This was a powerful business tycoon, someone far superior to him at present. Yes. Xiao Nianwei nodded. Fine, then I'll meet him. Chen Feng remained indifferent. After all, it was just a meeting. No big deal. He really wanted to meet Xiao Yan, the leader of the Qiao Group. Xiao Nianwei led Chen Feng to the back. Along the way, many people saw her and greeted her warmly. At the same time, when they saw Chen Feng boldly holding Xiao Nianwei's hand, their expressions turned strange. Xiao Nianwei smiled and briefly responded to their greetings, then ignored them. As for Chen Feng, he remained completely silent, quietly observing the crowd. But Lu Yu wasn't so easily shaken off. When he saw Xiao Nianwei pulling Chen Feng toward the back, his expression immediately changed. Chapter 58 Xiao Yan. Vivi, where are you taking him? Xiao Nianwei rolled her eyes impatiently. Lu Yu, this has nothing to do with you. Seeing this, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over. Xiao Wei, what's going on? Uncle Lu. Facing this middle-aged man, Xiao Nianwei's attitude became slightly more respectful. Because this man was Lu Yu's father and also an old friend of her own father. Chen Feng also recognized this man. He had learned about him through Jishui's research. His name was Lu Jiangwo, another billionaire like the Qiao family, mainly involved in real estate and construction. Although Lu Jiangwo clearly saw that Xiao Nianwei was not very polite toward Lu Yu, his expression barely changed. Instead, he smiled. Xiao Wei, is this your boyfriend? He looks pretty handsome. Xiao Nianwei smiled. Yes, that's my boyfriend. Dad wants to meet him. Uncle Lu, I'm going now. Go ahead. Lu Jiangwo smiled gently. Lu Yu was so angry he nearly exploded. How could this happen? This guy had only known Vivi for a few days, and suddenly he was her boyfriend? Now they were even meeting the parents? No way. He couldn't accept it. He, Lu Yu, had grown up with Vivi since childhood. How could he let her slip away to some random guy who popped out of nowhere? Immediately, Lu Yu wanted to chase after her. Lu Jiangwo quickly stopped him. Where are you going? Dad, I'm going after Vivi. She already has a boyfriend. What are you chasing for? Didn't you see she's going to meet old man Xiao already? Can't you find someone else? With your capabilities, what woman can't you get? Even a celebrity wouldn't be a problem. I want Vivi only. Lu Yu clenched his teeth. Lu Jiangwo was speechless. He and Xiao Yan had a decent relationship, having collaborated for over a decade. Lu Yu and Xiao Nianwei had also grown up together, so logically their relationship should be quite good. But Tianpan Xiao Nianwei wasn't interested in his son, because she was a beauty lover who liked handsome and good-looking guys. Why are today's youth like this? Back in our days, we didn't care about looks at all. As long as the person was suitable for settling down, that was good enough. And yet his own son still couldn't let go of Xiao Nianwei, desperate to win her over. Really frustrating. Are you two sworn enemies or something? Chen Feng didn't know how complicated and upset the Lu father and son felt about him, because he had already met Xiao Yan, under Xiao Nianwei's guidance. After seeing Chen Feng, Xiao Yan nodded approvingly and extended his hand first. Hello, you must be Chen Feng. I'm Vivi's father. You can call me Uncle Qiao. Chen Feng reached out and shook Xiao Yan's hand respectfully. Hello, Uncle Qiao. I'm Chen Feng. How was your trip over? Was there traffic? No, the road was pretty smooth. Haha, good. How are your family members? They're quite well. Just like any elder, Xiao Yan asked one question after another. Slightly annoyed, Chen Feng came straight to the point. Uncle Qiao, why exactly did you invite me here? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiao Yan simply smiled without answering immediately. Instead, he motioned to the distant butler. The butler approached Chen Feng, bowed slightly, and asked, Hello, Mr. Chen. May I ask what you'd like to drink? Chen Feng frowned slightly but Ven Chang answered. A glass of plain water, please. All right, I'll prepare it right away. The butler turned and began preparing the drink for Chen Feng. Interrupted by the butler, the rhythm of their conversation quietly shifted back to Xiao Yan's control. Looking at Chen Feng with a smile, he said, Chen Feng, the truth is, I've done some research on you. To be honest, you're really impressive, still young, yet already a company boss, acting in TV dramas, investing in movies, and launching a game that's extremely popular among the youth. To be honest, you surpass me. When I was your age, I was still working in the mines. I struggled to secure a mine and had to bribe people high and low to make some money. If I wanted a second mine, I had to wait years. Sometimes the mine was sold, yet the money would be paid only months later. Sometimes they would delay it indefinitely, even refusing to pay eventually. Damn, what a terrible situation. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. Xiao Yan really knew how to talk. Xiao Yan also burst into laughter. Thinking back now, it really was hard. Because it was too difficult when I was young, and I've endured too much suffering. I don't want my daughter to go through the same hardships. Chen Feng, I'm a lot older than you, so calling you Xiaofeng is okay, right? Chen Feng nodded. Sure, Uncle Qiao. You can call me Xiaofeng if you'd like. Xiao Yan wore a satisfied expression. Let me be honest with you, my daughter is a strong-willed girl. She said she's taken a liking to you and wants you to be her boyfriend. Truth is, I think that kid from the Lu family is better. They grew up together, and if they were together, I'd feel at ease, knowing that Lu kid would definitely treat my daughter well. Unfortunately, my daughter is grown up now and has her own opinions. She won't listen to me and insists on choosing you. It's free love, I understand that, no way around it. This is the new era. Since she thinks so highly of you, I can only agree. But there's one condition, you mustn't have any other women around you. Chen Feng smiled slightly, looked straight into Xiao Yan's eager gaze, and without hesitation shook his head. No. Xiao Yan's expression immediately darkened, all previous warmth gone. A multi-billionaire like him. Did this guy really think he was an ordinary person? Back when he was doing business, it had been much harder than now, especially in mining. The corruption in the industry was countless. Xiao Yan had started from the mining business and risen all the way to today. How could he possibly have a mild temper? The only reason he had been so pleasant just now was because his daughter, Xiao Nianwei, liked Chen Feng. Without Xiao Nianwei's factor, he wouldn't have even bothered to glance at Chen Feng. Do you know that I only have one daughter, Wei Wei? After I'm gone, all these billions will be yours. With such a vast fortune, you can't even commit to liking only my daughter. Xiao Yan glared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head. No. And I don't even care about your billions. Believe me, within a year, I will surpass you. Xiao Yan was so angry he could barely catch his breath, glaring furiously at Chen Feng. Right at that moment, the butler arrived with boiled water. Chen Feng took it, drank it leisurely, and completely ignored Xiao Yan. Humph, sly old fox. You were controlling the conversation rhythm just now, and now you want me to obey you? Absolutely impossible. I even have an external cheat system. Without considering your daughter, I would have already turned hostile. To be straightforward, Mr. Qiao, your money, I don't want it and I don't care. Eventually I'll earn my own wealth. But as for your daughter, she's beautiful, with an amazing figure. I'm taking her. Xiao Yan stared wide-eyed, trembling with fury. Get out. Fine, I'll leave. If it wasn't for Wei Wei begging me to come, I wouldn't have come here at all. Chen Feng stood up directly and turned to leave. He moved fast, catching everyone off guard. He reached outside the villa and was nearly at the parking lot when Xiao Nianwei finally chased after him. Chapter 59. Anyway, he's in good shape. Wait, Chen Feng, wait for me. Chen Feng said helplessly. Vivi, I'm sorry. I had a fight with your dad. Xiao Nianwei shook her head. It's fine. I often get him angry anyway. Anyway, he's in good shape. A little more anger won't hurt him. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. Only a daughter could say something like that. Could you ask for a bit of manners? But he actually liked this kind of personality. At that moment, Ji Shui stepped out of the car and looked at Chen Feng. Xiao Nianwei's eyes lit up as if she had spotted a one-of-kind treasure. She quickly ran toward Ji Shui. Wah, miss, what's your name? You're so beautiful. Can I have your phone number? I want to keep in touch. Ji Shui smiled gently like flowing water, but didn't respond. Instead, she looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng walked over. She's my secretary. Her name is Ji Shui. If you want to contact her, just call me. Secretary. Xiao Nianwei turned around. You mean the kind where you have them do all the work when you need something, and then just ignore them when you don't? Chen Feng was stunned. This girl was way too direct. Even if other people thought the same, they would never actually say it out loud. However, seeing her expectant gaze, Chen Feng still nodded. He didn't want to hide anything like this. That's great. Xiao Nianwei cheered happily. Then the three of us can hang out together. I love playing with handsome young men and beautiful ladies. Even if it's in bed? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask. Sure, no problem. Xiao Nianwei nodded without hesitation. Chen Feng was shocked. This girl was too open. She actually accepted the idea of a threesome. Had she already lost her virginity? If that were the case, he would just play around, but definitely wouldn't seriously accept her. That was just the kind of person he was. Chen Feng quickly assessed Xiao Nianwei. 24-year-old female, Xiao Nianwei. Note 1. She is a serious looks-focused person, practically incurable. Note 2. What she values most in a person is their skin condition. She's obsessed with smooth skin. Note 3. She's still a virgin. Chen Feng was taken aback. He looked carefully at Ji Shui again. Indeed, Ji Shui's skin was whiter than milk, delicate and tender like it could be pinched and leak water, a condition normal people could hardly achieve. That was because Ji Shui wasn't human, her skin was synthetic. As for himself, after taking the genetic serum, his skin was much better than an average person's, reaching a level normal people could never match. As the saying goes, fair skin covers 100 flaws. Even with unchanged facial features, better skin would instantly make both men and women more attractive. 没想到超年为是一个眼空中的皮肤控，而且喜欢那种超出常人的皮肤。难怪见到他跟Andre Soy就能上了呢，而且还是一个处，那就更好了。没错的，直接带走。很快，小燕就知道了最近跟着Chen Feng走的消息。听到这个消息之后，小燕差点没气死。有这样的女儿吗？人家都跟你老爸吵架了，你还跟着人家走？你没看到你爸还在这吗？这生日还过不过了？大家都来了啊！刘建国听到这个消息之后，赶紧去找小燕，劝自己这个老灰。老哥，别气了，现在孩子就这样，都不听话，我儿子也不听话，女儿不听话也就算了，问题是那个叫Chen Feng的家伙，居然干骂我，太不爽了。小燕气得在房间里斗来斗去。刘建国眨眨眼睛，那要不我帮你教训教训他？小燕犹豫了一下，点点头，行，教训一下也好，省得现在的年轻人不知道天高地厚。刘建国笑了，很快带着自己的儿子刘煜开车走了。儿子啊，那个Chen Feng和小燕那老小子闹翻了，两个人不对付，让我找个机会教训一下。看好了，刘煜顿时就笑了。Chen Feng和小燕不对付才好，就是不对付才有他的机会啊。刘建国皱了皱眉，还是那句话，你没必要纠结微微的，他那个人我知道，根本不可能看上你，你找别人难道就不行吗？刘煜沉默不语，刘建国顿时在心里叹息起来，这个儿子啊，怎么就是不听话呢？老乔的女儿不听话，他的儿子也不听话，年轻人都不听话。算了，谁叫这是自己的儿子呢？还是先教训一下那个叫做Chen Feng的，让他心气松了，然后再想办法劝吧。As for how to teach Chen Feng a lesson, Liu Jiangwo already had a plan in mind. He had long been involved in municipal construction projects in Dahai City and was very close with officials at all levels. He only needed to say a word, and he could easily cause Chen Feng trouble. In China, personal connections are the most important. For someone like Chen Feng, who had only recently become wealthy, beating him down was as easy as playing a game. Wah, you actually have two such beautiful girls here. When Xiao Nianwei was brought to the villa by Chen Feng, her eyes instantly lit up. Xiao Shanshan and Songya both had very high injury, exactly the type she liked. Although these two big sisters weren't as good-looking as in Jishui, their skin was still better than hers and far superior to ordinary people's. This kind of skin condition was practically unattainable for normal people. The reason for that was because Xiao Shanshan and Songya had both been physically enhanced by Chen Feng using strengthening pills. For ordinary women, even with daily skincare routines, they could never achieve such results. Xiao Nianwei just happened to be a person obsessed with skin quality, especially loving those with good skin. At times, being with her gave Chen Feng a strange feeling. He felt like he wasn't the one seducing Xiao Nianwei, but rather that Xiao Nianwei had cuckolded him. That was because Xiao Nianwei didn't refuse him being with other women at all. She was, in fact, the quickest girl to accept the idea that Chen Feng already had other women. So Chen Feng decided to bring Xiao Nianwei to the villa. Although this place wasn't as grand as her family's mansion, it was her hometown. As for Xiao Shanshan and Songya, those two wouldn't object either. After all, both women had been persuaded by him, day and night, through his tireless efforts. Well, this time he could try with 4 people. However, only after a few days of enjoying himself, Xiao Shanshan came looking for Chen Feng. Boss, something's wrong. The fire inspectors are here checking things out. So let them check. It's not like they haven't checked before, Chen Feng said indifferently. Xiao Shanshan frowned slightly. Boss, this time is different. The fire inspection came with no prior notice, and they've been here this whole time without leaving. What? Chen Feng was startled. He immediately stood up. An unannounced fire inspection indicated this was serious, and that they hadn't left yet meant this wasn't purely an inspection. It was practically looking for trouble. Who was it, exactly, that dared to target him? With a serious look on his face, Chen Feng hurriedly drove to the company together with Xiao Shanshan. Chapter 60. There are still 2 pretty girls. Now Qingfeng Group was growing bigger and bigger. It occupied 2 entire floors of the Golden Summit building, filling up the whole structure. To make more space, they had even paid off another company to vacate the premises. Among the nearby office buildings, Golden Summit was the only one nearly fully rented with a thriving population. Even during holidays, there were always lots of people around. It was now working hours. Everyone should have been at work, yet instead they were all standing in the hallway, whispering among themselves with expressions of curiosity. On the upper floor, people in uniforms were conducting inspections. Chen Feng furrowed his brow when he saw this, and walked over to ask grudgingly, Captain Xiao, what exactly is going on here? Captain Xiao was in charge of fire safety inspections. The two had even shared a meal before and were on decent terms. Why would he suddenly show up to cause trouble? Captain Xiao didn't say a word. He gave a meaningful glance and pointed at another man in uniform nearby. He is Mr. Wang, a section chief from the provincial department. If you have anything to say, speak to him directly. Chen Feng immediately understood. It wasn't Captain Xiao's doing. This Mr. Wang was behind it. So, Chen Feng turned to Mr. Wang, his tone low and stern. Section Chief Wang, I don't mind the fire inspection per se, but isn't this too much? With the way you're doing this, how are we supposed to work? Without work, how are we supposed to create economic value or pay taxes to the city? Mr. Wang was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hearing Chen Feng's words, he let out a sneering laugh, looking disdainful. I'm just doing this for your own good. A lot of people don't understand fire safety at all. What if a fire breaks out? In the end, it's you who would suffer. I'm just trying to help eliminate potential risks, yet you don't even appreciate it. Chen Feng laughed bitterly, his fury hidden behind his smile. You call this helping us identify risks? What you're doing is clearly looking for excuses to harass us. Mr. Wang's smile didn't reach his eyes. He leaned close to Chen Feng's ear, whispering sneeringly, right? I'm just looking for an excuse to hassle you. So what? What can you do about it? Chen Feng smirked coldly, whispering back in the same low tone. I obviously can't do anything official to you here on the spot. However, I'd advise you to leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Mr. Wang smiled and turned his head away without a word. Clearly, he didn't believe for a second that Chen Feng could do anything to him. He was, after all, a government official. Seeing this expression, Chen Feng inwardly smirked with cold disdain. You think I'm an easy target? Fine, I'll show you exactly what happens when you mess with me. Without a sound, Chen Feng secretly used the curse doll to collect Mr. Wang's aura and placed a curse upon him. Mr. Wang suddenly felt a chill race through his body. He couldn't help but shiver. Strange, I'm dressed quite warmly. Why do I feel so cold all of a sudden? Then, he inexplicably started feeling dizzy, a dull pain creeping into his head. Section Chief Wang, are you not feeling well? Maybe you should go to the hospital for a checkup, Chen Feng suddenly said beside him. Don't worry, I won't let my health interfere with official matters, Mr. Wang said indifferently. Still, you really should get checked out. Looking at you, I suspect you might be haunted by evil spirits. Coincidentally, I know a Taoist priest who might be able to help you. Saying this, Chen Feng spoke in a mysterious tone and casually handed him a business card. Mr. Wang couldn't help but laugh. Evil spirits haunting me? You think this is a horror movie? Still, he took the card. But deep down, he didn't take Chen Feng seriously at all. The next second, Mr. Wang suddenly felt a very cold breath blowing onto the back of his neck. He shivered involuntarily. Who's there? Mr. Wang's hair stood on end as he quickly turned his head. But no one was behind him. Everyone was watching him with strange expressions. Chen Feng stood 3 steps away, looking at him with a half-smile. Wang felt puzzled, but slowly turned his head back. A few minutes later, he felt again a breath blowing onto his neck. This time, Mr. Wang sensed it clearly. The breath was ice cold, and he felt it instantly. A chill crawled down his spine. Could it really be that I've been haunted by something sinister? Originally, Mr. Wang had intended to inspect for a while longer, but every so often, someone would blow a cold breath on his neck. Unable to bear it anymore, he hastily left with his men. But even after getting into the car, the situation didn't improve. From time to time, his neck would feel a strange chill, no matter how many times he turned his head around. It felt as though someone invisible was staring at him from behind. This sensation was just too terrifying. Thinking of this, Mr. Wang could no longer sit still. He ordered the driver to head straight to the hospital. He wanted to thoroughly examine himself and find out if something was wrong with his body. Why did he keep feeling a cold breath blowing on his neck? Could it be possible that he was truly haunted by something unclean? Boss, this guy is clearly here to cause trouble. If it only happened once, it'd be okay. But if he comes every day, we won't be able to work at all. Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but say. Chen Feng smiled confidently. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. According to our examination, there's nothing physically wrong with you. You're sure? Right now, I can still feel someone breathing on the back of my neck. Section Chief Wang asked anxiously. That sudden chill was too creepy, making his hair stand on end. There's definitely nothing wrong. We've never seen a case like yours before. Maybe it's just nervous exhaustion from overwork. Perhaps you should take a few days off and rest properly. The doctor reviewed the test results, but found nothing at all. Fine. Section Chief Wang took the medical report, frowned, asked for leave from his office, and returned home alone. He had family, but they didn't live in Han City. They lived elsewhere. He only visited during holidays. Being alone at home, Wang felt increasingly uneasy. He constantly felt as though someone was watching him from behind. That cold breath from behind was unbearable. Even when he wrapped a scarf tightly around his neck, it was useless. The chill still came through. After wrapping up, the heat from his neck made that cold feeling even more intense. Section Chief Wang was almost going crazy. What the hell was going on? Why had things suddenly turned like this? Could it really be that Chen Feng had done something? Suddenly, he recalled what Chen Feng had told him in the morning, that he was haunted by evil spirits. At the time, he hadn't believed it. But not long after, he began feeling someone breathing on his back. And now, he had deliberately provoked Chen again. If this wasn't Chen's doing, even Wang himself wouldn't believe it. Realizing this, Section Chief Wang quickly took out Chen Feng's business card and dialed the number. At that moment, Chen Feng was playing a game, Hero Federation, developed by Zaihead Company. Seeing the call from Section Chief Wang, he smiled faintly. Only a few hours had passed, already couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 61. This man is terrifying. Hey, Director Wang, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly call me? Director Wang swallowed hard and whispered. I feel a chill down my neck. Is it something you're doing? I don't understand what you're saying. But if you want to resolve your problem, come to my office. After saying that, Chen Feng hung up the phone decisively, giving Director Wang no chance to speak further. Hearing the busy tone on the other end of the phone, Director Wang stood still for a moment. This Chen Feng was too arrogant. But as another cold gust blew behind him right on cue, Director Wang resolutely walked out the door. He was truly scared out of his wits. This terrifying sensation of someone constantly breathing down his neck was too dreadful. If he could resolve it, he was willing to pay any price. Soon, Director Wang took a taxi to Golden Summit Building and headed straight to Chen Feng's office. Director Wang, how do you feel now? Chen Feng sat in the executive chair, his tone mocking. Oddly enough, as soon as he entered Chen Feng's office, that spine-chilling sensation vanished immediately, bringing a huge relief to Director Wang. It was definitely your doing, wasn't it? Wang looked at Chen Feng with fear. People fear nothing more than the unknown. This ability of Chen Feng was just too bizarre, truly terrifying Director Wang. Correct. Chen Feng nodded. Wang Xiao, there are people you can't afford to mess with. Otherwise, you'll end up in a very ugly situation. How do you know my name? And aren't you afraid I might report this to the police? Wang Xiao's expression changed repeatedly. There's more than just your name I know. Take a look at this. Chen Feng threw a bound document to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao picked it up and flipped through it, his expression immediately changing. Inside were all his personal records, from birth to his work life. No detail was missing. There were even events he himself had almost forgotten. They had only known each other for less than a day, yet Chen Feng had completely uncovered all his secrets. This was terrifying beyond imagination. Seeing Wang Xiao's shock, Chen Feng smiled. Report to the police? Do you think they care about you? Would you tell them I have magic and that I use sorcery on you? Do you think they believe you? Wang Xiao swallowed hard and looked at Chen Feng with a mixture of awe and fear. This man was simply terrifying. What do you want from me? Chen Feng smiled. It's not about what I want. It's about what you want. Tell me, who sent you to hassle me? It was Lu Jiangwo. He sent me to cause you trouble. He wanted to teach you a lesson. Wang Xiao confessed everything obediently, not daring to hide a single detail. Humph. At least you're honest, Chen Feng said, visibly satisfied. In fact, Chen Feng had already asked Ji Shui to investigate the matter of Lu Jiangwo, sending Wang Xiao a few hours earlier. Moreover, he had taken the opportunity to dig out Lu Jiangwo's full information, a man who started his fortune through city infrastructure contracts and later expanded into real estate. He had very strong political connections in Han City and even support at the provincial level. Truthfully speaking, he had quite a few shady chapters in his early days. Chen Feng originally couldn't care less, but since Lu Jiangwo dared to target him now, he definitely wouldn't show mercy. I was going to let you suffer a bit and stay in the hospital for several months, but since you were cooperative, I'll let it go this time. Here, deliver this folder to Lu Jiangwo and pass along a message from me. Chen Feng handed another folder to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao weighed the folder in his hand and asked, unable to resist his curiosity, what is in it? That's none of your business. You only need to ensure the message and the package are delivered. Or do you want to die mysteriously one day? Seeing the cold glare in Chun Feng's eyes, Wang Xiao shivered in fear. I understand. I'll deliver it to Lu Jiangwo immediately, and believe me, I'll never come after you again. Chun Feng waved his hand, smiling. Go then. Don't bother me again. Otherwise, next time, it won't just be a simple scare. In Wang Xiao's mind, Chun Feng was basically equivalent to a great demon king. As soon as Chun spoke, he quickly hugged the folder and left, not daring to pause even for a moment. After Wang Xiao left the office, Chun Feng's expression turned serious. Zhishui, keep monitoring both Wang Xiao and Lu Jiangwo. Report immediately if there's any movement. At once, master. And Zhishui responded respectfully from her quiet spot beside him. As a product of advanced future technology, and Zhishui's methods were far beyond current times. With her surveillance, neither Wang Xiao nor Lu Jiangwo could escape Chun Feng's grasp. Director Wang, why did you come so suddenly? Is there something important? Lu Jiangwo received Wang Xiao in his office. Wang Xiao gave a bitter smile. Mr. Lu, I had no choice. If I didn't come now, I'd be ruined. Lu Jiangwo laughed helplessly. Director Wang, what's going on with you? With your status, who could possibly ruin you? Wang Xiao swallowed hard and handed over the folder he was holding. To be honest, the Chun Feng you sent me to harass is terrifying. I can't afford to offend him, and I definitely won't dare to cause him trouble ever again. Oh, and this is something he asked me to give you. Also, he wants me to pass along a message for him. Lu Jiangwo was stunned, frowning slightly. You're saying Chun Feng is someone you can't offend? That's impossible. According to my investigation, he's just a newly rich kid with a lucky break, acquired a profitable gaming company, and climbed his way up from there. Wang Xiao shook his pale face. Mr. Lu, what you found out is completely false. Let me tell you the truth, he's terrifying. 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than you can imagine. Listen to my advice, surrender quickly, or you will die. Hearing this from Wang Xiao, Lu Jiangwo felt both confused and creeped out. He knew Wang Xiao well connected, promising future. He had worked hard to build a relationship with him in the past. Yet now, just one day later, Wang Xiao was completely broken, his soul practically gone. Lu Jiangwo himself wouldn't have been able to reach that point. Could it be that Chun Feng actually has a deeply hidden background? Had he unknowingly provoked someone terrifying? Lu Jiangwo furrowed his brows, and an uneasy feeling started growing inside him. Hesitant, he accepted the folder and began to flip through it. It didn't take long before Lu Jiangwo's expression changed, because inside the folder were his personal records. It contained many of his secrets, some even illegal. How did Chun Feng have this information? He thought he had erased everything carefully. Lu Jiangwo's hair stood on end. The contempt he previously held for Chun Feng vanished in an instant, replaced with immense shock and fear deep inside his heart. Chapter 62. Someone you shouldn't offend. What did he tell you to say to me? Lu Jiangwo asked cautiously. He said he is very angry about this matter and wants it resolved. But he said that we must show sincerity. Otherwise, don't blame him for being impolite. Wang Xiao whispered. Lu Jiangwo frowned deeply. Mr. Lu, I've delivered the message. I must go now. For our friendship's sake, I still advise you to apologize quickly. Otherwise, you're going to end up in a really bad situation. After finishing his words, Wang Xiao left in a hurry. He now held Chun Feng in absolute fear and awe, no longer daring to get involved in this affair. After Wang Xiao left, Lu Jiangwo sat on his office chair, his mind in chaos. It seemed he had caused a major problem, offending someone he absolutely shouldn't have. Could he really apologize to that young kid Chun Feng? As Lu Jiangwo was deep in thought, suddenly, his phone rang. Is this the father of Lu Yu? Your son has just been in a car accident. Please come to the hospital as soon as possible. I'm on my way. Lu Jiangwo's expression changed. Without further hesitation, he rushed to the hospital. 2 days later, at the Qiao family estate, Lu Jiangwo helplessly handed a document to Chun Feng. This is my sincerity. Please, Mr. Chun, be generous and let me go. Chun Feng calmly accepted and examined the document. It turned out to be a land and property transfer deed. The location was quite decent. One piece of land and a building, worth well over $1 billion. $1 billion? This was no small amount. Even for Lu Jiangwo, this must have been a painful sacrifice. Chun Feng signed his name on the document and said, all right, in the future, don't provoke me again. There are people you just shouldn't mess with. For people like this, teaching a lesson was enough. Actually killing someone would make Chun Feng feel uneasy with himself. Lu Jiangwo exhaled deeply. Thank you. I'll definitely learn from this experience. With that, Lu Jiangwo left hurriedly, as if chased by a demon. Chun Feng smiled. It seemed this guy was really scared of him. Indeed, in front of the cursed doll, those rich folks were pathetic and powerless. On the sofa nearby, Xiao Yan wore a shocked expression. How exactly did you do it? Lu Jiangwo has very strong connections. How did you make him back down so quickly? Did you contact the top authority? Xiao Yan gave a mysterious look. Chun Feng glanced at him sideways. Don't ask things you shouldn't. Xiao Yan immediately fell silent. Damn it, you sure know how to be blunt. Don't you know I'm your father-in-law? However, recalling Lu Jiangwo's respectful and fearful demeanor toward Chun Feng earlier, Xiao Yan ultimately said nothing. Initially, he somewhat looked down on Chun Feng, thinking he was nothing but a newly rich upstart. But now, seeing how badly Lu Jiangwo had been treated by Chun Feng and how generously he had given in with such a valuable gift, his previous contempt completely disappeared. In terms of fortune and influence, Xiao considered himself Lu Jiangwo's equal. If Chun Feng could push Lu to such a pitiful state, then he, Xiao Yan, would be equally vulnerable. Yet why did he still feel somewhat displeased toward Chinfeng? Decades of hard work and nurturing at home had been spoiled by this guy, who not only took advantage of their precious cabbage, but also simultaneously messed with others without caring whether he could handle them all. That thought felt terrible. What made it worse was that their cabbage seemed to enjoy it, as if it was actually happy. What a mess. Old Xiao, I'm off. Feel free to find me if you have any problems. I'll protect you. Chinfeng picked up the asset transfer document and happily left. Earning a $10+ billion mansion in 3 days. Just ask, who else in the world can do that? Of course, it was luck. Lu Jiangwo provoked him first, and Chinfeng simply gave a reasonable counterstrike, and thus obtained this fortune. Such opportunities weren't common. Unless he disregarded everything, using the cursed doll to threaten others and amass wealth recklessly. But that kind of act would eventually lead to backlash. Chinfeng wasn't that foolish. With Lu Yu no longer interfering, Chinfeng lived comfortably. Each day at the company consisted of flirting with the girls and using his identification camera to spot potentially worthwhile investment projects. After having his game proposals rejected by Chinfeng 3 times in a row, Wang Chang from the PC gaming department finally came up with a game design plan that satisfied Chinfeng. Endless Stars Game Design Plan. Note 1. This is a very novel game. Note 2. The game design concept is somewhat immature, with many aspects open to improvement. Note 3. This is a game design plan with great potential and a high possibility of generating profit. After quietly identifying the game design plan using his identification camera, Chinfeng silently nodded. It seemed the game department hadn't wasted their time, finally producing a design plan that was at least acceptable. Not bad. This game is pretty good and relatively innovative. The game department can now go all out and strive to complete its development as soon as possible. Wang Chang let out a breath of relief. He had finally satisfied the boss. For over a month, the group of game designers had wasted countless brain cells, coming up with several game design plans, all of which had been rejected by the boss. Initially, they tried to borrow ideas from some of the more popular classic games, simply reskinning them, but the results of the first 2 attempts were also rejected. When they discovered that the boss didn't like reskinned games, they focused on thinking creatively and trying to innovate, only to be rejected once again. Eventually, they went with a half-referenced, half-innovative approach, putting in a tremendous effort to develop this game design plan that finally managed to please the boss. After retrieving the proposal, Wang Chang hesitated slightly before finally saying, "Boss, to achieve the desired effect with this game, the cost won't be small. We designers estimated that at minimum, it'll require at least 300 million yuan, and time-wise, it will take about a year." Chinfeng raised an eyebrow. Although the game industry could be profitable, it was also expensive. Designing and developing a good PC game would cost at least hundreds of millions. If it succeeded, the investment could be recouped. But if it failed, all the invested and development funds would be completely wasted. Leftover game code would be practically worthless, like garbage. From a risk perspective alone, the risk involved in the gaming industry was not smaller than that in the film industry. Wang Chang was now rather worried that if the company faced a cash flow problem halfway through development, or worse, if the boss suddenly felt it was too costly and decided to cut the budget, then the final result of the game would be questionable. Don't worry, don't be afraid to spend money. The company has plenty of cash flow, and I won't restrict your budget. Chapter 63. Someone copied. Chinfeng immediately understood what Wang Chang was worried about and gave a quick assurance. Currently, Chinfeng Games had 2 profitable projects, Hero Federation and Zhishui Finance. The company had an abundant amount of funds, so investing 500 million into a game was practically nothing. Wang Chang felt slightly relieved. For the boss to make such a guarantee was actually quite reassuring. Therefore, he grabbed the game design proposal and quickly walked out. To create a game that would satisfy the boss, Wang Chang had exerted every effort, further thinning his already limited hair. Finally, the boss was satisfied. Now his next mission was to develop the game in the shortest possible time and release it to market for consumers. Soon after Wang Chang left, Xiao Shanshan walked in. "Boss, I have some bad news to tell you. Next Monday at 8 a.m., Deju Technology will release their new game, Hero Continent." Chinfeng thought for a moment. Hero Continent? Is this a copied version of our Hero Federation? Xiao Shanshan nodded. "Yes. Here is the information I found online about Deju Technology. Boss, you can take a look." Chinfeng accepted the file and carefully read through it. Deju Technology had been established for 3 years. So far, they had launched 3 successful games: the web games Flirtatious Swordsman and Fickle Emperor, and the PC game Invincible Legend. Seeing these, Chinfeng couldn't help but chuckle. With titles like Flirtatious Swordsman and Fickle Emperor, it was easy to guess the nature of those games. As for Invincible Legend, it was clearly a remake of that classic hit game Legend from years back. Besides these, Deju Technology had also copied many other popular games, though only 3 had achieved success. In those 3 years, Deju had developed no fewer than 20 games, almost all of them clones of successful titles. They were truly a company built on copying. Shanshan, if I recall correctly, Hero Federation has only been on the Chinese server for about 3 months, right? Xiao Shanshan nodded. Yes, just 3 months on the Chinese server, but if counting from the overseas server launch, it has been 4 months. Chinfeng snorted slightly. Then let's assume this company spent 4 months on it. But so what? A complex game like Hero Federation, even if it obviously has some influences, with only 4 months of development time, the final product is probably quite rough. Don't worry, this is just another get-rich-quick game company. They're probably just trying to ride Hero Federation's success for a quick profit. I understand, boss. Xiao Shanshan nodded. Actually, her opinion was the same as Chen Feng's. Both believed that Daiju technology was only after a quick payday and that their game wouldn't pose any real threat to Hero Federation. Soon after, Xiao Shanshan left. Chen Feng remained in his office studying the Daiju technology materials. Commercial competition, after all, was difficult to avoid. After all, in the gaming industry, you copied me, and I copied you. Once a game became popular, similar competing games would soon flood the market. Take Legend, for example, the classic that once dominated internet cafes and remained popular for 7 or 8 years. Even now, people still created similar titles. In fact, when Wang Chong first became the head of the game department, his instinctive reaction was to consider copying Legend. Then there was Happy Farm. Originally developed by another company, once it became successful, Penguin quickly released a clone, Penguin Farm, and completely overshadowed Happy Farm. This kind of commercial competition was unavoidable, and Chen Feng was not afraid of it. It was just a matter of adapting as necessary. The real enemies of Chen Feng weren't small fry like Daiju Technology, but rather the domestic giants, Penguin, Wang Yi, and Shanda. They were Chen Feng Entertainment's real threat. Moreover, just like Daiju Technology, they were likely developing competitive games similar to Hero Federation. However, compared to Daiju's short-sighted pursuit of fast money, these large companies looked further ahead. Their true goal was the entire 5v5 game market. Therefore, they would certainly polish their games to a much higher standard before releasing them, directly competing for dominance in the same game market. As the launch date of Daiju's Hero Continent approached, the company began investing money into advertising the game. Slowly but surely, the game's popularity was rising. Promotional chatter began to appear on online forums and Tieba. There's a brand new game launching tomorrow called Hero Continent. The OP swears on his honor that it's going to be awesome. Reply from second floor. Quick, look what's on the ground. OP's honor. Third floor. Hero Federation has definitely been popular lately. A lot of my classmates are playing it. I wonder if Hero Continent, which looks similar, is any good. Fourth floor. It's clearly a copy. Even the names are almost the same. Fifth floor. This is how it is nowadays. Every company copies. Even big companies like Tencent do the same. Sixth floor. Might as well give it a try. I've gotten a bit tired of Hero Federation recently. Similar comments could be seen all over various Tieba forums and websites. Hero Continent hadn't even launched yet, but had already generated significant buzz. When the game officially launched, Chen Feng, who had nothing better to do, decided to download it right away and log in. The first thing that appeared was a 30-second long cinematic sequence. On a vast land, a square-shaped continent appeared, divided into 3 lanes. Lavishly designed generals led their troops from altars. Then, hero after hero flashed across the screen, each displaying flashier skills than the last, creating a dazzling spectacle. Chen Feng nodded appreciatively. The cinematic quality was quite good. Although it was only a few dozen seconds long, it must have cost at least millions to produce. Daiju Technology really invested heavily in it. After the cinematic, the tutorial started. Chen Feng followed the game's instructions and played through once. The content was indeed quite similar to Hero Federation, though in some details, it was far inferior. That was understandable. After all, this was a new release rushed out in just a few months. It couldn't possibly match the polish and effort that Changfeng Games had invested into their game. Not to mention that Changfeng had already been live for over 4 months, collecting massive amounts of player data that allowed them to improve the game accordingly. After finishing the tutorial, Changfeng officially started playing. Even during the very first match, the loading process stuttered badly. After finally getting in, the opposing player had already logged in 5 minutes ago. The initial gaming experience was pretty bad. As he continued playing, various bugs kept popping up. At one point, his character even got stuck in a wall. The overall gaming experience could only be described as absolutely terrible. Chapter 64, Garbage Game. It should be noted that Chen Feng himself was also a player of Hero Federation. He occasionally played a couple of matches and had even reached the astonishingly high rank of King, which made him a veteran player. He represented the mainstream gaming population. If his experience in the game was bad, that meant the game wasn't very popular among regular players. After Minchang playing 2 matches, Chen Feng chose to log off and then accessed a gaming forum to search for comments about Hero Continent. Sure enough, there were already a large number of negative reviews here. Damn it, Hero Continent is such a terrible game. It was promoted like something beautiful, but it plays like crap. Don't even talk about it. The graphics in the game made me dizzy, and those skills, flashing like strobe lights, nearly blinded my eyes. SOSO, playable Minchang, but not worth investing too much effort into. Can I say I lagged 4 times in one match? This game is clearly a half-baked product. After reading the reviews from experienced players on the forum, Chen Feng's heart settled. He then visited other gaming forums and found that the feedback was largely similar. Only a few were slightly different. It seemed that most players weren't very fond of this game, with only a small minority showing interest. People's tastes are different. Even the worst game will have a few fans. But once the game's profits fail to keep up with investments, its closure is only a matter of time. Hero Continent was clearly a game with a high start and a low decline. Whether it could continue was hard to say. What happened in the next few days indeed didn't go beyond Chen Feng's expectations. Hero Continent became more and more popular, yet the criticism also increased. Interestingly, some players, whether by mistake or on purpose, started bashing Hero Federation along with it. Yet strangely, the more people criticized, the more popular Hero Federation became. The reason was that the aggressive marketing of Hero Continent attracted many players unfamiliar with this genre of games, but due to Hero Continent's poor quality, they ended up being drawn into Hero Federation instead. It was an effortless victory. Boss, the investigation report on the new game Hero Continent is ready. Take a look. Xiao Shanshan handed a document to Chen Feng. As he accepted the report, Chen Feng instinctively pulled Xiao Shanshan into his arms, and she showed no resistance at all. The office was soundproofed, and Ji Shui was guarding outside. So Xiao Shanshan allowed Chen Feng to indulge himself. She had been managing the company for more than half a year and had become much more capable. She now exuded an executive's aura, and many people in the company dared not meet her eyes directly. But in private, Xiao Shanshan was still his little sweetheart, obedient beyond belief. She followed Chen Feng's every instruction without question. No matter what poses he asked her to assume, she would do so. It seems like, judging from the report alone, Hero Continent's trend looks good. Chen Feng said as he flipped through several pages. Xiao Shanshan shook her head. It might look good now, but Hero Continent is way too pay to win. Whoever pays more money gets stronger stats. Obviously, it'll only last for a few months at most. Once there are too many high-power players, the game will collapse. Chen Feng laughed. Tech is a pay-to-win company to begin with. It's normal for them to release this kind of game. They have to recoup their investment. Unlike us, who picked up a bargain when Finger Company's stock hit rock bottom and had already recovered our costs long ago. Also, did you notice? The naming of Tech's games is similar to ours. While they're imitating us and riding on our popularity, they're actually drawing new players who eventually end up playing our game. In other words, the ones who are benefiting are us. We don't have to do anything for now, just wait quietly. Our game has slightly better quality, and will definitely defeat Tech in the end. I see, boss. Xiao Shanshan let out a weak breath. Also, stop moving around. I have something serious to talk about. Go ahead. Chen Feng did not remove his hand. Somehow, the more seriously Xiao Shanshan tried to act, the more Chen Feng wanted to tease her. It took quite a while before Xiao Shanshan adjusted her clothes and gave Chen Feng an angry glare, finally getting down to business. Boss, currently the company's development has hit a bottleneck. Both movies and games take a long time to launch, and revenue cycles are even longer. Our profits mainly come from Hero Federation, plus the finance department managed by Ji Shui. Financial risks are too high. Although Hero Federation earns a lot, having only one successful game is definitely not enough for the company. What do you mean? My point is, the time required for game development is too long. We need to utilize this gap. If possible, it would be best to acquire an existing game from outside. Chen Feng suddenly realized. So you've set your eyes on another game again. Xiao Shanshan took out her tablet and began presenting. This game is called Minecraft. It's a sandbox simulation game. Players have nearly infinite freedom within it. It launched around the same time as Hero Federation. Though its popularity is slightly lower, data shows that its user retention rate is higher. A company from Sweden? Its market valuation is actually 30 billion. Chen Feng glanced at the numbers and felt slightly shocked. 30 billion in cash. He could come up with it if needed, but that would require selling off some assets, which might cause certain cash flow issues for the company over the next few months. There's no need for a direct acquisition, and to be honest, we're not quite ready for that yet. What I mean is, we should first try to negotiate the domestic distribution rights, and then slowly acquire their shares through other means. Chen Feng silently assessed the game, confirming that Minecraft had tremendous potential, almost on par with Hero Federation, and finally nodded. All right, you'll handle the negotiations then. Yes. Xiao Shanshan nodded excitedly. Besides this, there's another game called Blade and Soul, developed by a gaming company from South Korea. I think it has great potential as well. So which one are you planning to approach first? Both, actually. But I plan to go to South Korea first because there's a TV station there that wants to license Yo-Yo King. I can take that opportunity to go. Plus, Blade and Soul has just launched. It's showing potential to become a huge hit, but it hasn't exploded yet. Negotiating early means we can get a better price. Chen Feng looked contemplative, then slowly shook his head. No, you go to Sweden to negotiate the Minecraft distribution rights. I'll go to South Korea to discuss Blade and Soul. Xiao Shanshan furrowed her brow. You go? But you're the boss. Chapter 65, Shopping Spree. What's wrong with the boss? Who says the boss has to stay in the company all the time? I've wanted to travel abroad for a long time. South Korea, which is relatively close to us, is a good choice. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Plus, there were the South Korean girls. If he remembered correctly, there was a girl group called Girls' Generation becoming extremely popular recently. He wondered if he could get a chance to see them during this trip. Xiao Shanshan nodded. Okay then, let's work separately. By the way, boss, how about we make a bet? A bet? What kind of bet? A bet on who can accomplish the goal faster. And what happens to the loser? The loser will do one favor for the winner. Deal. I accept. Chen Feng nodded. How will your ly? Xiao Shanshan then revealed a confident smile. Through their time working together, she discovered that although the boss had sharp insight and a unique perspective, he wasn't very skilled in interpersonal relationships. Coincidentally, that was exactly her strength. So this bet was definitely in her favor. Chen Feng also smiled. He was someone with an advantage, and within Ji Shui, an all-capable robot. Assisting him, securing the rights for a game should be effortless. After finalizing the plan, the two quickly booked their flights to Sweden and South Korea. Xiao Shanshan carefully selected two sharp and capable employees from the company for assistance, while Chen Feng calmly chose to have Ji Shui accompany him. For such tasks, Ji Shui was more than enough. After all, she was fully competent. On the plane, Chen Feng, traveling abroad for the first time, felt slightly excited and kept walking around. This was his first time sitting in first class. Compared to economy, it was spacious. Normally, they could only book business class within China. Sir, is there anything I can assist you with? A flight attendant politely approached. No, just stretching my legs a bit after sitting for a while. Chen Feng smiled slightly, feeling a little awkward. The flight attendant hesitated briefly before cautiously asking, "Excuse me, is the girl over there your girlfriend?" Chen Feng couldn't help but glance at the flight attendant. That question felt a bit off. Was she trying to flirt with him? Well, the girl was slim with a nice figure and decent facial features. Perhaps spending a little time with her wouldn't be bad. Chen Feng shook his head. No, she's just my secretary. Your secretary? Even better. Could you please ask her about her skincare routine? The flight attendant brightened up. Chen Feng replied blankly, forget it. Hers is natural. No matter how much you take care of your skin, you won't reach her level. With that, Chen Feng returned to his seat. This self-delusional feeling was quite unpleasant. After this small incident, Chen Feng and Njishui landed and officially set foot in South Korea. The first impression South Korea gave Chen Feng was meticulousness. On the streets, regardless of gender or age, everyone wore makeup, appearing exceptionally dazzling. However, thanks to his enhanced physical capabilities and sharp vision, Chen Feng could look beyond their heavy makeup and see the ordinariness underneath. He also noticed faint, unnatural traces on some people's faces. Chen Feng couldn't help shaking his head. Was it really necessary? There was nothing wrong with pursuing beauty itself, but when beauty became an obsession, it became a bit unhealthy. In the end, natural beauty was the best. Nevertheless, he wasn't a South Korean. Perhaps such a trend was normal in this place. Hello, beautiful. My name is Park Jong-nam. May I get to know you? As the two were exiting the airport, a sunny and handsome young man suddenly approached and greeted Njishui in Korean with a smile. Njishui gently smiled and shook her head. Sorry, I don't wish to know you. Park Jong-nam's eyes lit up. You can speak Korean? That's great. I thought you were a Chinese girl. Since you thought I was Chinese, why are you speaking Korean to me? Park Jong-nam had no response. Chen Feng, who had listened to this incomprehensible bird language for a while, finally interjected. Shui, who is this guy? What's he saying? Master, he's a South Korean who assumed I'm an inexperienced Chinese girl and wants to hit on me. And Njishui gently responded. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. Did he actually say that? No, master. I actually detected his thoughts through his scattered brainwaves. He hasn't actually said those words out loud. Wow, you can even read people's minds. Chen Feng was greatly surprised. This all-capable robot was too terrifying. Master, mind reading requires close proximity and highly active thoughts from the target. It's not like what you're thinking. I can't access their memories directly. And Njishui smiled gently. Even so, that's still pretty terrifying. Good thing. I'm lucky you're mine. Otherwise I would have been scared out of my wits. Chen Feng let out a slight sigh of relief, while a sense of excitement rose inside him. The stronger Njishui was, the greater the advantage it would be for him. Miss, what else are you saying to him? Park Jong-nam smiled and asked. And Njishui shook her head. Hello, Mr. Park. This doesn't concern you. You'd better leave now. Park Jong-nam's expression changed. Miss, there's no need to be so cold, is there? I'm just sincerely trying to get to know you. I don't want to get to know you, and whether your intentions are sincere or not is something only you yourself know. And Njishui firmly shook her head again. Park Jong-nam didn't realize that his impure thoughts had already been completely exposed by Njishui. As for his handsome appearance and elegant way of speaking, these held absolutely no meaning to Njishui, a robot without emotions. Seeing Njishui's firm rejection, Park Jong-nam had no choice but to glare at Chen Feng with resentment before turning around and leaving. What a shame. A beautiful flower stuck on a pile of cow dung. Damn it, asking for trouble. Understanding the contempt in Park Jong-nam's eyes, Chen Feng, who was already impatient, promptly placed a curse on him, bringing about some misfortune. The effects of the curse weren't that strong, just enough to make Park Jong-nam break an arm and stay in the hospital for several months. Chen Feng was a forgiving person. He would never kill someone just because he didn't like them. As Park Jong-nam was leaving, he suddenly felt a chill for no apparent reason, but then shook his head and walked away. Soon, the sound of an ambulance rang out nearby. Chen Feng and Njishui arrived at the pre-booked hotel, rested well for the night, and headed to the TV station the next day to discuss the Yo-Yo King series. After the drama aired in Japan, it achieved excellent ratings, which even led to the yo-yo toy becoming a sudden sensation, spreading its popularity to every street and alley. Of course, even without this drama series, yo-yos had already started to spread gradually from China to other countries, with an international league currently in the planning stages. Seeing this potential, the South Korean TV station invited Chen Feng's company in hopes of introducing this drama series. Chapter 66. You can actually read minds. As they arrived at the foot of the television station building, the station xuanhuan, who had been informed in advance, had already come downstairs to greet them. He extended his hand enthusiastically. Hello, Mr. Chun. My name is Kim Tae-myong. I'm the full authority responsible for this TV drama acquisition. Chen Feng also extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Kim. I didn't expect you to speak Chinese, and so fluently too. Kim Tae-myong smiled. Of course. I once earned a certificate in Chinese. Originally the station was going to send me to China to discuss acquiring the dramas, but I didn't expect you to come here personally. I had business to attend to in South Stick, so I thought I'd stop by. Let's not waste time here. Let's go to the meeting room to discuss further. Kim Tae-myong led Chen Feng into the television station. Unlike China, television stations were very limited in South Stick. Only a few dozen existed, and among them, merely 3 dominated 80% of the market share. Currently in negotiations with them was Seoul Broadcasting System, one of the top 3 networks. With such a prestigious status, employees at the station all bore a distinct sense of confidence in their expressions. However, when they noticed Chen Feng and Ji Shui, many people showed looks of surprise. Especially Ji Shui, with her gentle and delicate aura, left countless young men in stunned admiration. Seeing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle internally. If these men knew Ji Shui was actually a robot, he wondered what expressions they would wear. Would they be embarrassed by their brief infatuation? "Master, are you okay?" From a distance, an elegant female secretary suddenly asked. "That girl is so beautiful. Go ask who she is." A sharp young man stared at Ji Shui with a dazed expression. Ji Shui's gentle, pure aura deeply stirred something within him. The elegant secretary glanced at Ji Shui in the distance and revealed a stunned expression herself. How could there really be such a beautiful girl in the world? No wonder the young master wants to know her name. "Understood, master. I'll go ask right now." The secretary nodded and hurried toward the meeting room. Quickly, she knocked on the door and entered, offering an apologetic smile. "Sorry for the interruption, Director Kim. May I trouble you to come out for a moment? I have urgent business with you." Kim Tae-myong, who was discussing specifics with Ji Shui, paused in confusion. Recognizing the secretary to the group's young master, he offered an apology to Ji Shui and quickly stepped out. "Secretary Lee, did you need me? Has the young master given any instructions?" Secretary Lee nodded. "I just want to ask you, who is that girl discussing things with you inside?" "She's from China. She's the personal secretary of chairman of Triumph Group. She's here to negotiate the acquisition of a television series." Kim Tae-myong honestly shared all he knew about Ji Shui. Unfortunately, what he knew was quite limited. He only knew she was Chun Feng's secretary. Beyond that, he had no further details. "Secretary, huh?" Secretary Lee frowned. "Do you think there might be something going on between Ji Shui and her boss?" "This? I don't know. But from appearances, it doesn't seem likely, because Ji Shui is extremely capable. When negotiating with her, I felt as if she could completely read my thoughts." "Okay, I understand. You can go back and continue talking with them. But remember, drag things out and don't reach any agreement yet." "I understand, Secretary Lee." Kim Tae-myong swiftly returned to the meeting. Secretary Lee, on the other hand, returned to relay what she'd learned to her young master, Lee Won-yu. After hearing that Ji Shui was her boss's secretary, Lee Won-yu's expression changed. He clearly understood the importance of such a secretary to a boss. Having such a young, beautiful woman beside him, it was very possible that the two had something hidden going on between them. "Secretary Lee, can you confirm if there's a relationship between that secretary and their boss?" "I'm sorry, master, but I cannot do that." "Damn it," Lee Won-yu cursed under his breath. Thinking about Ji Shui, a woman of such gentle beauty, possibly sharing intimate relations with another man, left him feeling as if he had swallowed something bitter. After thinking for a moment, Lee Won-yu's expression darkened. "Secretary Lee, go tell Kim Tae-myong to offer them slightly favorable conditions. Tonight, we'll invite them out for drinks at our group's hotel." Secretary Lee stiffened slightly, then quickly bowed her head. "Understood, master. I know what to do." Lee Won-yu then gave a slight smile, his mood somewhat improved. Tonight, he would have the opportunity to fully appreciate this beauty, to make up for the ache in his heart. Whatever he desired, he always managed to obtain. There was nothing he couldn't get. Soon, Secretary Lee went back to the meeting room and passed Lee Won-yu's instructions on to Kim Tae-myong. Kim Tae-myong's heart sank slightly, and his expression turned a bit sour. As a senior employee of the television station, he had heard some rumors and vaguely knew what kind of person his young master really was. South Stick was a country ruled by conglomerates, and their young master was none other than the heir of the Hyundai Group, one of the 4 major conglomerates. His influence was enormous, almost capable of doing whatever he pleased. Many young women had been taken advantage of by this Lee young master. There had even been an incident before, although it was later covered up. Now, the young master wanted to use such a method against foreigners, and he even asked him to help. If anything happened, would he become the scapegoat? "Kim Tae-myong, did you hear me clearly?" Seeing that Kim Tae-myong still hadn't responded, the secretary frowned, his tone turning serious. "I understand, Secretary Lee. I will do as you instructed." Kim Tae-myong nodded helplessly. After all, the television station was merely a subsidiary company of the Hyundai Group, and he was just a small official here. He couldn't possibly defy the young master. Sigh, if you're targeted by the young master, you can only blame your bad luck. Only then did Secretary Lee nod with satisfaction. "Do a good job. After this matter is settled, the young master will not forget your efforts. You've been with the station for many years. I think it's time for a promotion." "All right, I understand." Kim Tae-myong's spirit slightly lifted. Then, he pushed open the meeting room door and walked in. Inside the meeting room, Chen Feng had already shown signs of impatience. These people from South Stick were just too slow. Was importing a TV drama really worth such an extended discussion? "Sorry for the interruption. We had an urgent matter at the station, causing you to wait longer than expected." Kim Tae-myong bowed politely and began detailed negotiations with Ji Shui. This time, both sides picked up the pace. An agreement was quickly reached. Seoul Television would purchase the South Stick broadcasting rights of Yo-Yo King for 350 million won. All in all, this was a fairly good deal. Chen Feng nodded decisively. Seeing the agreement finalized, Kim Tae-myong smiled. He stood up and Ruching Ly invited them. "To celebrate our successful agreement, tonight I would like to treat you all to dinner. There's a restaurant I know with excellent, chewy beef. How does that sound?" Chapter 67. The young master has his eyes on her. Chen Feng nodded. "Sure, I'd love to taste Korean cuisine as well." Kim Tae-myong smiled more deeply. "Then it's settled. I'll notify you both in advance tonight." Don't be late. Originally, Kim Tae-myung had wanted to invite Shin Fong to tour the television station, but his offer was curtly declined by the impatient Chun. He had already seen plenty of TV stations before. Why bother visiting theirs? Kim didn't insist. He warmly escorted Chin out of the station and even helped hail a cab for him. Back at the hotel, Chin had originally planned to go out and explore the local scenery, but Ji Shui pulled him into the room. Master, Kim Tae-myung means me no good. What's wrong? What did you read in his mind? Chin asked. In the second half of the negotiations, his attention wasn't fully on the talks. By reading his brainwaves, I discovered that the chairman's son from his group ordered him through his secretary to find a way to invite us to a hotel. And this young master often uses such tricks to play with women. Chin couldn't help but laugh. Another fool who was bewitched by Ji Shui's appearance. If he really succeeded, he'd be in for a shocking surprise, finding out there's literally nothing between Ji Shui's legs. Just imagining the scene amused Chin greatly. Master, what are we going to do? Ji Shui asked calmly. Chin Fong smiled faintly. What else can we do? Now that they've dared provoke us, we must teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Daring to mess with me? They're practically asking for it. I understand, Master. Ji Shui lowered her head quickly. That evening, Chin Fong and Ji Shui gladly attended the welcome party hosted by Kim Tae-myung. At the event, Kim enthusiastically introduced the chairman's son from his company. Mr. Chun, Secretarian, this is Mr. Lee Won-kyu, one of our station's board members. He highly appreciates the drama series, Yo-Yo King. Thus, he specially came to join us tonight. Let's give him a warm welcome. Chun Fong politely clapped his hands, and Ji Shui even shot Lee Won-kyu a seductive glance, instantly making him dizzy and smitten. Lee's heart skipped a beat, completely enchanted. Could it be that this girl has taken a liking to him? Well, he was young, wealthy, and handsome. Of course women liked him. Countless girls dreamed of jumping into his bed, and Ji Shui's subsequent behavior further solidified Lee's belief. During dinner, she kept casting flirtatious glances his way. While clinking glasses, she even deliberately brushed her small hands against his, igniting a fire in his heart. Under Ji Shui's provocative charms, Lee felt himself about to lose control. Luckily, his careful preparations worked. Everyone at the table, after drinking the spiked wine and eating the drugged dishes he had arranged beforehand, began to collapse in dizziness. Especially his coveted beauty, and Ji Shui, who sat silently with her eyes closed, her face flushed, glowing with breathtaking charm under the lights. Lee swallowed hard and nudged his secretary, only to be shocked to find her unconscious as well. What was going on? He was confused. Didn't his secretary already know about his plan? Then why was she passed out too? Well, no time to think. He had to move this beauty he'd been fantasizing about to his room first. Driven by lust, Lee failed to realize the slightest anomaly in the situation. Without hesitation, he scooped up Ji Shui into his arms and eagerly headed upstairs. He was going to finally indulge in the pleasures he had imagined. After Lee left, the seemingly drunken Chin Fong immediately got up, gave a cold sneer, then swiftly followed. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lee had no idea that his entire plan had been completely uncovered by Ji Shui through her mind-reading ability. Both Chin Fong and Ji Shui had only pretended to be drugged to give him the opportunity. As for his secretary and the others at the table, Ji Shui had knocked them out herself to prevent any interference. To carry out his indecent plan, Lee had specifically cleared the room of other employees. That made it even easier for Chun to follow him quietly. Quickly, Lee carried Ji Shui into a pre-prepared room and threw her roughly onto a large bed filled with suggestive decorations. Under the warm yellow light, the beauty's exquisite body lay sprawled before him, embodying all the beauty the world could offer. Lee's eyes turned red with desire. His breath came in heavy pants. Without further delay, he hastily stripped off his clothes and lunged toward Ji Shui. In the next moment, Ji Shui opened her eyes and gave a charming smile. A chill ran through Lee's spine. What happened? Why was she awake? He was certain he saw her drinking the heavily drugged red wine. In reality, Ji Shui, as a robot, didn't need to eat or drink at all, let alone be affected by human sedatives. Before Lee Won-kyu could figure out the reason, Ji Shui gently kicked him, sending him flying. Bang! Lee crashed into the wall, a pained expression on his face. And that was only because Ji Shui had deliberately held back her strength. If she had used her full power, Lee Won-kyu would have been kicked to death already. D*MNU. You dare kick me. Lee's face turned furious. Clap, clap, clap. What a wonderful performance. A mocking voice came from the side. Lee turned his head and saw Chin Fong, who had just been passed out at the table, standing in the doorway, his face filled with sarcasm. You too. Lee was first taken aback, his drunken mind quickly sobering up, before his face suddenly showed realization. You already knew, didn't you? And the others collapsing. That was your doing too. Chin Fong smiled. Since you figured that out, it seems you're not completely stupid. Lee slowly stood up, his expression dark and brooding. Then, surprisingly, he spread his hands in surrender. So, what do you want to do? Chin Fong sat down on the bed, speaking with great interest. I haven't decided yet. What do you think? What should I do with you? Lee smiled slightly. You might not know my identity yet. I'm the chairman's son of the Hyundai Group, and also a board member of this TV station. I can decide the station's purchasing quotas. I heard you run an entertainment company and have produced many TV dramas. I can authorize that your company's products be given priority from now on. That offer should be quite decent, right? Chin Feng's face turned more mocking. Do you really think this matter can be resolved that easily? Lee's face turned cold. Then what? What else do you want? Let me tell you the truth. Don't even talk about me not having done anything yet. Even if I did, you still couldn't do anything to me. You, a Chinese man, have no idea how powerful I truly am. Let me tell you the truth. Even if I committed murder, I wouldn't have to go to jail. Chapter 68. My female secretary is a gift for you. Chen Feng shook his head. In fact, he had known all along that there was no way to deal with this guy through normal means. There's a famous saying, Bao Man Shang Tongzhi Nanbong Shi Zhengfu, Dan Shi Jisong, Tongzhi Nanbong Shi Taifa San Xing, Shanbat, Lurtan, LG country's true rulers. Many idealistic people try to expose the darkness of the chaebols by making movies, TV dramas, and other methods. But ironically, no matter how popular these movies become, the chaebols remain unshaken. Li Wenqiu himself is part of the chaebol, and not just any part. He's at the core. He belongs to the ruling class of this country. Through normal means, getting a confession out of him is absolutely impossible. That's why he dares to act so boldly. Even though he was caught, he still looks so self-righteous. Because he firmly believes that Chen Feng can't do anything to him. On the contrary, what Chen Feng should worry about now is his own life safety. That's how terrifying Li Wenqiu's influence is. But unfortunately for him, he messed with Chen Feng. And Chen Feng, well, he cheated death. I clearly know your strength, and I know that even if I go to the police, nothing will come of it. But you should remember this. There are people in this world you just can't provoke. Facing the self-assured Li Wenqiu, Chen Feng gave him a calm smile. The next second, Li Wenqiu suddenly felt a chill run through his body, and he shivered involuntarily. Soon after, he showed an expression of unbearable pain, and then slowly collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he suddenly felt as though countless knives were tearing through his insides like a storm. No, it wasn't just a feeling, real knives. And suddenly, all kinds of illusions appeared before his eyes. He seemed to see a pale-faced woman standing in front of him, giving him a sinister smile, then the next moment transforming into a pile of white bones. It was like watching a blood-red full moon rise, and that crimson moonlight burned their bodies like flames. Then, he saw his own body transform into a skeleton, stripped of all sensation. This place was no longer the human world, it was hell. Li Wenqiu screamed in despair. Now how do you feel? Chen Feng's voice sounded out, and instantly, the horrifying sensations disappeared. Li Wenqiu was stunned, dazed, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Mr. Li, now, do you still think I can't do anything to you? Seeing Li Wenqiu's stunned look, Chen Feng asked again. Li snapped back to reality, his expression filled with terror. That feeling from just now, like being thrown straight into hell. He never wanted to experience it again. At this moment, in his mind, Chen Feng was even more terrifying than a demon. Why you? Who exactly are you? Li asked fearfully. Chen Feng replied with a question. What do you think? Are you a yin-yang master from Legends? Or a psychic from sci-fi? Do such things really exist in this world? Li guessed desperately. What had just happened was clearly beyond anything a normal human could do. Chen Feng smiled slightly. You can guess all you want. You only need to know one thing. You're in my power. Alright, Mr. Li, no more stalling. We're not finished yet. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? And don't waste my time with ridiculous offers again. My patience has limits. Li Wenqiu dared not ignore Chen Feng's words anymore. He began to rack his brain thinking of how to properly compensate him. His eyes suddenly swept over in Jishui, who stood beside Chen Feng, and his eyes lit up. I can give you my female secretary. My secretary? Chen Feng blinked, an image of that graceful, elegant woman from the banquet table immediately appearing in his mind. Undeniably, Li was pretty lucky to have such a classy secretary. What a pity. Chen Feng shook his head firmly. I have no interest in second-hand goods. Second-hand? Li hurried to explain. No, I haven't touched her yet. Chen Feng smirked slightly. Such a beautiful woman working by your side for so long, and you managed to hold back? No, that's not what you're thinking. Secretary Li was assigned by my father. I dared not lay a hand on her. Li hurried to clarify. You mean Li He? Chen Feng asked. Li nodded quickly. No wonder this guy hadn't dared touch his secretary. Compared to Li He, a chairman of Hyundai Group and a business titan, Li Wenqiu was merely a small fry. Naturally, he wouldn't dare let a woman affect his father's perception of him. After all, everything he had came from his father. Without his father, he was nothing. So no matter how beautiful and seductive his secretary was, he simply couldn't act on impulse. If it weren't for Li Wenqiu being completely terrified by Chen Feng, and the fact that he really had nothing good to offer, he wouldn't have painfully resorted to offering his secretary. After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng shook his head. No need. I'm not interested in your secretary. Though the secretary was lovely, she was actually assigned by Li He, that old man. If he touched her, it would surely alert Li He. So better forget it. Not that he feared Li He, but right now Chen Feng didn't have the ability to ignore everything, nor could he act recklessly. Li Wenqiu was instantly at a loss. Then, I really can't offer anything else. Chen Feng immediately showed an expression of disdain. Come on, you're at least the son of the Hyundai Group, and you're telling me you can't offer anything at all? Li Wenqiu's face turned red. Truth is, I'm not as powerful as you think. My father keeps a tight leash on me. My every move is under his surveillance. Even the television station, I don't have much authority over. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. So, Li Wenqiu was only shining on the surface. That made sense too. For a second-generation heir, when the first generation is still in power, how much authority could the next generation really have? That's why rich second-generation heirs tend to enjoy indulgence, because they can't really take over the family business. Seeing the look of contempt on Chen Feng's face, Li Wenqiu felt deeply ashamed. But there was nothing he could do. he really had nothing of substance to offer. All his assets were known by his father, and he couldn't offer them publicly. Fine, give me one of your hairs, Xuanhuan suddenly spoke. Hair. Li Yuanqiu was stunned. To him, a single strand of hair was nothing, but remembering the agony he'd just experienced, handing it over might lead to terrifying consequences. In folktales, there were plenty of stories about sorcerers casting curses using someone's hair. Thinking of this, Li Yuanqiu hesitated. If he gave away this strand of hair, would Xuanhuan use it to curse him in the future? However, as Li Yuanqiu met Chen Feng's increasingly cold gaze, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a single strand of his own hair. Worry about the future later. Getting through this immediate crisis was the top priority right now. Chapter 69, You're Too Late. And Zhishui walked over, took the strand of hair, and placed it in Chen Feng's hand. In the next instant, the strand of hair vanished, absorbed directly by Xuanhuan into the cursed doll, becoming the medium of the curse. If Li Yuangue ever acted against him in the future, Xuanhuan needed only to think of it, and Li Yuangue would wish for death. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of the hair, Li Yuangue felt a chill in his heart, and his reverence toward Xuanhuan deepened. This guy was definitely not ordinary. He really shouldn't have offended him. All right, Master Li, let's call it even. My request isn't high. All I need is for you to do one favor for me in the future. Xuanhuan stood up and led in Zhishui outside. Li Yuangue felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. Finally, everything had been resolved. However, the images of Xuanhuan and Zhishui remained firmly etched in his mind, leaving a deep and lasting impression. For Xuanhuan, this incident with Li Yuangue had been nothing more than a minor episode, and the future request was merely a passing remark. It was just an idle piece on a chessboard casually placed for later use. While Li Yuangue might be a big shot for others, to Xuanhuan at this point, he truly wasn't much of anything. The next day, Xuanhuan and Zhishui went to the TV station to sign the contract, with the terms unchanged from the previous discussions. As for the complicated expression on Kim Taemyong's face, Xuanhuan simply pretended not to see it. Last night's events were known only to the three of them. What outsiders thought was of little concern to him. The Yo-Yo King's broadcasting rights for South Korea sold for a good price, putting Xuanhuan in a great mood. But soon, that good mood vanished. We're very sorry, Mr. Chun, but the Chinese agency rights for our game have already been sold. The representative from the Game Blade and Soul wore a look of helplessness. Frowning, Xuanhuan asked, how could that happen so quickly? Before coming here, we hadn't heard anything about this yet. The representative shook his head. The company involved is China's xuanhuan. They presented very favorable conditions, and after discussions, most of our board agreed to cooperate with them. Xuanhuan was speechless. Xuanhuan really had acted fast. Yet, upon deeper thought, it did seem quite normal. South Korea's gaming industry had always been advanced. Domestic publishing rights for major South Korean games had long been highly coveted. Previously there was Mir and later Dungeon and Fighter, both long-lasting, popular games currently generating massive profits. Given these precedents, domestic game developers had kept a close eye on South Korea's game industry. With Blade and Soul becoming a huge hit in South Korea, expecting competitors not to notice was clearly impossible. xuanhuan, with its extensive experience, surely hadn't missed this opportunity. Undoubtedly, it had dispatched a team as soon as possible to South Korea to negotiate importation as quickly as it learned of the situation. I wonder if it's still possible to negotiate. Our company can also offer generous terms. The game rep smiled. It's too late now, as they're in the middle of signing the contract. It really was a matter of timing. Arriving just as the contract was being signed wasn't fortunate at all. Looks like there truly was no chance left now. Once a contract was signed, breaking it would require paying a penalty. Xuanhuan and Zhishui could only leave, disappointed. Just as they walked out of Blade and Soul's office, they hadn't even managed to leave the building yet. Suddenly, Xuanhuan heard the sound of someone running from behind. He turned and saw a middle-aged man running toward them, waving his hand. Mr. Chun, hello. I'm Zhao Mingyang, a manager from xuanhuan. Hello, President Zhao. Xuanhuan politely responded, shaking his hand. May I ask what brings you here? Zhao Mingyang smiled. Nothing urgent really. I just heard you were here, so I specially came to greet you. Your company's Heroes Union has become the latest sensation in China. You can see people playing it everywhere in internet cafes. As the head of the game department, I've always been quite curious about you, Mr. Chun. Today, I finally got to meet you in person. Xuanhuan smiled faintly. Since Zhao was eager to come meet him, turning cold would only make him appear petty. I didn't expect myself to be so well known. Fame itself is a form of ability, Mr. Chun. By the way, may I ask why you're here? Zhao Mingyang wore a curious expression. The same as your company. Xuanhuan replied candidly. We came to negotiate the rights for the Chinese version of Blade and Soul. However, we didn't expect xuanhuan to have acted so quickly and finalized the deal so soon. Zhao Mingyang smiled brightly. Of course, with precedents like Legend and Dungeon and Fighter before us, the domestic market has always been closely watching the developments in the South Korean gaming industry. Now that Blade and Soul is becoming a huge hit, we naturally had to act early. President Zhao, securing the rights to such a popular game must have come at quite a cost, right? It did take some effort, but I believe it's all worth it. Blade and Soul will certainly become as popular as Legend and Dungeon and Fighter. In that case, I'll offer my congratulations in advance. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. Xuanhuan and Zhao Mingyang exchanged a few polite words before Chun turned to leave. Having missed out on the Chinese server rights for Blade and Soul was undoubtedly a serious setback for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had personally used the camera to assess it. Blade and Soul definitely had the potential to become a highly successful game. Originally, coming to South Korea had been with the clear intention of securing blade and soul early on, but the final result had been deeply disappointing. Walking down the street with his brows furrowed, Chen Feng was deep in thought. Beside him, Ji Shui suddenly offered a new suggestion. Master, I have a good idea. What idea? Chen Feng turned his head. We go after the rights for a competing game similar to Blade and Soul. Ji Shui suggested calmly. Instantly, Chen Feng's expression brightened. Ji Shui's suggestion immediately broadened his thinking. The more he thought about it, the more practical this suggestion seemed. Competitive games often had similar styles and gameplay mechanics, like Happy Farm and Penguin Farm, or Audition and Penguin Dance. In the gaming industry, whenever a hit game emerged, imitators always rushed to copy it in hopes of capturing a slice of the market. And these copycat games weren't necessarily of poor quality. Some were even more polished than the original. Take for example Penguin Farm and Penguin Racer. Blade and Soul being such a popular South Korean game, it was certain that there would be several similar competing games in the South Korean market. Although they may have lost to Blade and Soul in competition, it didn't necessarily mean the quality of those games was worse. Perhaps their marketing strategies simply failed to keep up, or there were other factors affecting their performance. Since the rights for Blade and Soul's Chinese server couldn't be obtained, purchasing a similar competing game was definitely a solid alternative approach. Chapter 70. Someone jumped in. Currently, there's no similar style game in the domestic market. As long as the marketing strategy keeps up, surpassing Blade and Soul is not impossible. Chen Feng became increasingly excited the more he thought about it. He couldn't help but give Ji Shui a tight hug. Shui, you're truly awesome. Ji Shui gave a gentle smile. It's my honor to relieve you of worries. Chen Feng nodded. Let's go back to the hotel and check out how many games from South Korea are similar to Blade and Soul. Just as the two were preparing to quickly return to the hotel and re-establish their target, a girl desperately jumped from the bridge nearby. Plunk. Immediately, a splash erupted on the water surface. Help! Someone jumped into the river. Crowd quickly gathered around, showing anxious expressions. Some shouted in panic. Is there anyone who can swim? Is there anyone who can swim? Someone actually attempted suicide. Chen Feng curiously looked under the bridge and noticed a slender figure struggling in the water desperately. Perhaps before jumping, she had a determined will to die. But the moment she actually felt the fear of death, the girl immediately became frightened and no longer wanted to die. Shui, can you swim? Chen suddenly asked. Ji Shui nodded. Yes. I also have first aid capabilities. I can jump down and definitely save her. You go save her then, Chen said. Although he considered himself not a good person, he couldn't stand by and watch someone die either, especially when he actually had the ability to save lives. Of course, if he didn't have the capability to rescue someone, he definitely wouldn't recklessly jump in. Following Chen Feng's signal, Ji Shui ran to the edge of the bridge and leapt, just like a graceful mermaid. When she hit the water, she didn't even create a splash. This level was probably enough to win a diving championship. In the river, Ji Shui also demonstrated extremely proficient swimming skills. Like a mermaid, she effortlessly swam to the girl, approached from behind, secured the drowning girl, and then pulled her toward the shore. The entire rescue process was quick and efficient with no unnecessary movements. Indeed, she was a versatile robot from the future. Please move aside. I'm her friend, said Chen Feng as he ran from under the bridge to the shore. Just like before, Ji Shui was already performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on the girl with perfect first aid techniques. Cough, cough. The girl started coughing, spitting out several mouthfuls of river water, showing a pained expression. Ji Shui gently patted her shoulder. Are you alright? Chen asked. At this moment, he noticed the girl was unexpectedly beautiful, pure and flawless like a cloud of mist, refreshing one's heart just to look at her. I'm fine. Thank you, Mississippi. Ji Shui shook her head. No need to thank me. It's my duty. Where do you live? I'll take you back home. The girl who jumped shook her head. No, I don't want to go back. They are all bad people. So she had a conflict with her family? Chen Feng estimated the girl's age. She should not be over 16 yet. This was the most self-centered and immature age, prone to causing some accidents because of momentary discouragement. He asked multiple times, but the girl was still unwilling to tell them where she lived. Chen Feng had no choice but to call the police and let them handle the situation. The police arrived quickly, bringing the three of them to the station and trying to contact the girl's family. Soon, a sophisticated and charming beauty entered the police station anxiously asking the officers. Hello, officer. Where's my sister? Big sister. I'm here. The rescued girl spoke weakly. The mature beauty immediately turned around, her eyes full of joy. Thank goodness, Huizhen. When I received the police call, I thought you were injured. The rescued girl, Huizhen, shook her head. I'm fine. Soon after I jumped, I was rescued by this beautiful elder sister. The mature beauty exhaled in relief, turned to Ji Shui, and gave a solemn bow. Thank you so much for saving my Huizhen. I'll definitely reward you. Ji Shui shook her head. There's no need to thank me. You should pay more attention to your sister. This time, she was lucky enough to meet me when she tried to commit suicide, but next time if she attempts this in a place with no one around, she may not be so lucky. The mature beauty's expression became serious. I understand, but regardless, I still need to thank you. Without you, Huizhen might have been completely lost to us forever. This is not the place to talk. May I invite you to our home? Please rest assured, I will certainly show you proper gratitude and give you a satisfying reward. Ji Shui nodded. All right. Chen Feng, sitting beside her, showed a hint of hesitation but didn't object, and got into the mature beauty's luxury car together with Ji Shui. Master, This car is a custom-made Land Rover, extremely expensive. And Ji Shui whispered specifically into Chun Feng's ear once they were seated. Who is this woman, and why did you agree to go with her? Chun Feng asked insistently. He knew that Ji Shui was equipped with an extremely advanced artificial intelligence system, possessing a judgment ability even sharper than humans. If she had agreed, there must be a good reason for it. That was precisely why Chun Feng hadn't refused the woman's invitation earlier. After all, he truly didn't care much for an ordinary gesture of thanks. Master, this woman's name is Li Jinjin. She is the eldest daughter of Li Xuanhe, chairman of Samsung, and is known as the Princess of Samsung. Establishing contact with her will bring us considerable invisible benefits in the future, and Ji Shui explained softly. Chun Feng curiously asked, how did you recognize her? Master, after arriving in this world, I downloaded data from the internet to build a database in my mind. I can identify any celebrity or anyone who has left traces online, and Ji Shui whispered. Chun Feng nodded. Good, very impressive. So water could even function as a Google. Knowing the woman's identity, Chun Feng no longer felt rushed to return to the hotel, choosing instead to quietly sit in the car and think about what he should do next. Then he realized he couldn't really do anything because there was almost no overlap between his current business, Chun Feng, and Samsung. There was no possibility of cooperation. The only thing they could possibly utilize was Samsung's extensive network of connections in South Korea. As the top conglomerate, Samsung was practically the undisputed king in South Korea. With their connections, many things would become much easier to accomplish. As he was pondering, Li Jinjin drove Chun Feng and Ji Shui into a luxurious villa, where servants were already prepared with everything. As for Li Huijin, the girl who had tried to commit suicide, Li Jinjin directly sent her back to her room to rest properly. Chapter 71. The Tragedy of the Samsung Princess. Thank you both for rescuing my sister. Actually, I didn't say this outside, but my real name is Li Jinjin. My father is the chairman of Samsung, so I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. No need, Miss Li. Truthfully, we don't lack anything. How about we just exchange phone numbers and discuss further matters later? And Ji Shui replied. You two are ethnic Chinese, right? Li Jinjin asked slowly. Chun Feng and Ji Shui nodded at the same time. Samsung, as a multinational enterprise, has many assets in China. Perhaps I could offer you a well-paid job. Surprisingly, Li Jinjin spoke this sentence in perfectly fluent Mandarin. Miss Li, perhaps you don't know that I myself am a Chinese billionaire with assets exceeding $1 billion. I truly don't need the job you're offering. $1 billion? Li Jinjin revealed an expression of shock. Such a number, in any country, could rightfully be considered the wealth of a genuine tycoon. Although his wealth was not yet comparable to her father's, one mustn't forget that her father had spent several decades building his fortune. The handsome man in front of her couldn't even be 30 years old. Looking at his delicate, youthful skin, someone might even believe he was only 20. If this man truly possessed a fortune of $1 billion, then indeed, ordinary gifts would hardly move him. For a moment, Li Jinjin fell silent. At this moment, a drunken, handsome man staggered into the villa, shouting loudly. Li Jinjin, come out here. Seeing this man, a flicker of disgust and helplessness passed through Li Jinjin's eyes. Chun Feng curiously turned his head to take a look. If he wasn't mistaken, this must be the legendary security guard. Before they came here, Ji Shui had given him a brief introduction about Li Jinjin's personal story. When she was young, the beautiful and youthful Samsung princess had fallen in love with a regular security guard, an event that had shocked countless people back then. Upon learning about this, Samsung patriarch Li Xuanhe nearly died from rage. Determined to break them apart, he forcibly separated the couple. Yet Li Jinjin was persistent and threatened to kill herself unless she could marry the security guard. Eventually, due to sheer desperation, Li Xuanhe had to consent to their marriage. Everyone thought this was a classic rags-to-riches love story where the poor young man marries into the aristocracy. However, once Li Jinjin became pregnant, reporters exposed the security guard's affair with a mistress, and the scandal quickly hit the headlines, even becoming well known in China. Because of this incident, Li Jinjin became the laughingstock of many, gradually withdrawing from Samsung, no longer participating in its management or operations. After hearing this absurd story, Chun Feng was also quite curious. Just how handsome was this guard that he could completely bewitch Li Jinjin? Now that he saw him face to face, the man was indeed good-looking. His features were naturally striking, clearly those of a handsome guy. But his pale, sickly complexion and swollen under-eye bags lowered his overall appeal. Jinjin, where are you, Jinjin? The legendary security guard, Ren Yuze, shouted. Li Jinjin stood up furiously. Idiot. This is your home, not a place for you to drunkenly make trouble. Get out. Clearly, Ren Yuze paid no attention to Li Jinjin's words. Spotting a strange man sitting on the sofa, he immediately flew into a rage. Damn it, who the hell are you? Why are you here in my house? Tell me, are you trying to seduce my wife? Li Jinjin was practically at the end of her tether. He's my guest. Get out of here immediately. However, if Li Jinjin could really control Ren Yuze's behavior, none of the subsequent troubles would have ever happened. Under the influence of alcohol, Ren Yuze's emotions had clearly spiraled out of control. He ignored everyone else and directly viewed the handsome Chun Feng as a romantic rival. You dare flirt with my wife? Asking for a beating. Without further ado, Ren Yuze furiously lunged at Chun Feng. Chun Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Even if Ren Yuze was sober, Chun Feng wouldn't have considered him a threat, let alone in his current intoxicated state. Facing Ren Yuze's aggressive advance, Chen Feng simply raised one hand and decisively slapped him across the face. Slap. Ren Yuzhe spun around like a ridiculous top twice before collapsing onto the ground. On his still relatively handsome face appeared a bright red handprint. This. Li Jinjin was stunned. After a brief moment, she quickly regained her composure and apologized to Chen Feng. I'm so sorry, honored guest. You must have been frightened. Chen Feng shook his head. Miss Li, he's just a piece of drunk trash, not worth mentioning to me. But there are some words I must say. Your meaning is? Miss Li, I've heard something about your story before. I want to say that a marriage with a huge gap in social status is doomed to be unhappy. Now that you already know this guy is a scoundrel, why not just break up with him decisively? Li Jinjin gave a bitter smile. Actually, I've thought about breaking up before, but I already have a child. I don't want my child to grow up without parents. That would hurt her too much. Chen Feng shook his head again. Miss Li, your thinking is wrong. A tragic marriage brings far more harm to a child than being raised in a single-parent family. Look at this trash on the ground. Do you think your child can learn anything good by continuing to stay with him? A father like this isn't a positive role model at all. He can only bring pain to your child. Li Jinjin's body trembled. Yes, what's the point of keeping such a bastard of a father around anyway? When the child grows up and sees what a bastard her father is, wouldn't she surely feel ashamed? Chen Feng's words truly woke Li Jinjin up. Because Chen Feng was advising her from the child's perspective. Poor are the hearts of parents. Their greatest concern isn't themselves, but their children. Wasn't the reason she had tolerated the bastard Ren Yuzhe all these years precisely for the sake of the child? After realizing that keeping Ren Yuzhe around would only bring negative influence to her child, Li Jinjin's mindset changed completely. You bastard, you actually dared to hit me. Ren Yuzhe, eyes bloodshot, climbed up from the floor. Although the slap Chen Feng had delivered earlier was hard, it had effectively sobered Ren Yuzhe up. Ren Yuzhe stared at Chen Feng with killing intent in his eyes. Damn brat, do you even know who I am? Do you believe I can put you in jail with just one phone call? Enough. Li Jinjin's face darkened. Ren Yuzhe, this isn't a place where you can act wild. Get out of here immediately. Chapter 72. Imyoji goes mad. Imyoji looked at Li Jinjin with disdain. You unfaithful woman, now you dare to yell at your husband? I see, you must have been attracted to this young man's looks. A flash of anger appeared in Li Jinjin's eyes as she decisively slapped him across the face. Demon, shut up. Slap. Stunned, Imyoji covered his face, staring at Li Jinjin in shock. This woman actually dared to hit him. Then, Imyoji instantly exploded in rage. Li Jinjin, you dare to hit me. Do you even consider me your husband anymore? You unfaithful woman, how dare you hit your husband? Looking at Imyoji jumping around like a mad monkey, Li Jinjin's eyes flashed with deep disappointment as she summoned the security guards. You too, drag them out. Yes, Mississippi. Two tall and muscular villa guards bowed in acknowledgement. What nonsense. You're my wife, this is my house. How dare you throw me out? By what right? This house was given to me by my father. Also, I'm formally notifying you. From tomorrow onwards, you will no longer be my husband. I've made up my mind. I'm going to court tomorrow to file for divorce. Li Jinjin said coldly and sternly. Imyoji stood there in shock. Even the guards paused for a moment. Was Miss breaking up with this scum? Regaining his senses, Imyoji went berserk, shaking off the guards in panic. Like a dog being abandoned, he scrambled to crawl in front of Li Jinjin. Jinjin, how can you break up with me? Don't you remember our child? I'm breaking up with you precisely for the sake of our child. You, a piece of trash like you, can only be a bad role model for my child. Seeing Li Jinjin's serious expression, Imyoji immediately felt anxious. After all, he was merely an ordinary security guard, with nothing behind him. All along, it was only because of Li Jinjin's status as the wife of the Samsung Group's princess that he could pretend to be powerful and earn people's respect. Once he divorced Li Jinjin and lost Samsung's protection, he would return to his original state. At that time, the issue wouldn't merely be about money. It would be about whether or not he could even survive. Jinjin, please don't leave me. I beg you. If we break up, where will I go? You secretly bought several properties outside already. Jinjin, don't you remember our past? Don't you remember our love? Imyoji had better not bring it up. When he did, Li Jinjin's anger instantly erupted. Love? You dare to talk about love with me? When I was pregnant, you quickly took up with another woman. Security guards, I don't want to see this bastard again. Get him out quickly and make sure he's never allowed in again. The two guards swiftly dragged Imyoji away like a dead dog. Jinjin, 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 you can't treat me like this. I'm your child's father. Jinjin, Jinjin. Imyoji screamed hysterically, hoping Li Jinjin would change her mind. But he had wounded Li Jinjin's heart too deeply, leaving her with no desire to even acknowledge him. Seeing that she wouldn't respond, Imyoji first fell into despair, then turned his hatred toward Chen Feng, shouting wildly. It's your fault. It's you, isn't it? You charmed Jinjin with sweet talk. Let me tell you, you will regret it. You will certainly regret it. Once the guards dragged Imyoji away, the villa fell silent immediately. With reddened eyes, Li Jinjin deeply bowed to Chen Feng. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage to make this decision and get rid of this trash. Miss Li, everyone makes mistakes, and that is not your fault. Forget the past, and embrace a new life ahead. A new life. Li Jinjin's eyes sparkled with hope. Yes, once she was rid of Imyoji, a new life awaited her, and it was all thanks to Chen Feng's awakening words. Thinking of this, Li Jinjin's heart overflowed with gratitude toward Chen Feng. After that, the three of them had a warm and pleasant conversation. Thanks to Njishue's emotional intelligence, their discussion was smooth and enjoyable. Li Jinjin even cooked a meal on the spot to demonstrate her culinary skills. When they left, both Li Jinjin and Li Huijin walked out to see them off. Li Huijin even insisted on accompanying them to the hotel, showing more enthusiasm than Li Jinjin. It almost made Chen Feng start to believe that this young girl had a liking for him. But once they reached the hotel entrance, the young girl's fox-like mask instantly dropped. Shui Jijia, can you come with me for a moment? I have something to say to you, Li Huijin said hopefully, looking at Njishui. Njishui bluntly shook her head. Sorry, Miss Li, but if you have something to say, just say it here. We still have things to take care of. Li Huijin pouted in displeasure and shot Chen Feng a fierce glare. Chen Feng immediately felt speechless. Njishui rejected you. Why the hell are you glaring at me? At the same time, a hint of curiosity rose in his mind. What could this young girl possibly want to say to Njishui? Shui Jijia, I heard you were this guy's secretary, right? Njishui nodded. Li Huijin smiled sweetly. Shui Jijia, since you're already working for someone, why not come work for me instead? Whatever salary he pays you, I'll pay you 3 times as much. No, 10 times. As long as you're willing to work for me, I can pay you 10 times the salary. Chen Feng's eyes widened. Brother was kind enough to let Njishui save you, and now you're trying to poach my employee. So disgraceful. Facing Li Huijin's tempting offer, Njishui calmly shook her head. I'm sorry, Miss Li Huijin, but I enjoy working with Director Chen, and I have no intention of leaving him at the moment. Li Huijin instantly grew anxious. Njishui Jijia, this guy is clearly not a good person. You mustn't trust him blindly. Chen Feng, standing beside them listening, frowned. Good one, young lady, daring to badmouth me right to my face. Do you want a spanking or something? Li Huijin continued. Shui Jijia, you probably know my father is the chairman of Samsung Group, right? He's very wealthy. Once I come of age, he will give me a large sum of money as startup capital. The amount won't be small at all, at least 100 billion Korean won. Back then, I can entrust all of that money to you. You'll be able to do whatever you want, and I promise not to interfere. With such a good opportunity, why do you insist on working for this guy? Njishui shook her head again. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Li Huijin, but I currently have no interest in starting my own business, nor any intention of leaving the company. Chapter 73, Poisoned by Njishui. Why? Li Huijin cried out why? Why don't you want to come work for me? Are you doubting my sincerity? Actually, I'm serious. When I was struggling in the water, it felt like I was abandoned by the world. When I was in despair, you appeared, like a beam of light. I was captivated by you. So everything I said was real, not just some impulsive words. Chen Feng's face was expressionless. It's over. Another person had fallen for Njishui's charm. The realistic artificial skin in Njishui had bewitched countless people, mostly men, but also many women. Li Huijin was just the latest victim. Facing Li Huijin's affectionate confession, Njishui shook her head again. Miss Li Huijin, please stop harassing me. I won't leave my boss, and I don't want to hear any more from you. Li Huijin shot a fierce glare at Chen Feng. What kind of magic did this guy cast on Shui, making her so loyal? Fine then, if you don't want to, I won't push. But no matter what, I won't give up. One day, I'll make you change your mind. Whatever you like, Miss Li. We have other things to attend to, so we'll go back first. And Njishui gave Chen Feng a meaningful look, and the two returned to their hotel room together. Li Huijin surprisingly and stubbornly followed them all the way up. Upon discovering the two were sharing a room, she couldn't help screaming. My God, you two are of opposite genders. How can you stay in the same room? How can you possibly stay in the same room? Shui sister, did he force you into this? Tell me the truth, and I'll stand up for you. And Njishui completely ignored her. Chen Feng felt wronged beyond belief. Ever since Njishui showed up as his secretary, many people had assumed the two were having an affair. In reality, nothing had happened at all. Njishui was a robot, with no genitalia underneath. How could Chen Feng possibly have a relationship with her? As for booking a single room, it was purely for convenience reasons. Since Njishui was a robot, she could be on call all day and night, never needing to sleep. So what harm was there in sharing a room? Yet after witnessing this scene, Li Huijin immediately interpreted it as evidence that Chen Feng was coercing Njishui, and the way she looked at Chen Feng was now as if watching a thief. Chen Feng couldn't be bothered with this naive little brat anymore. If she wanted to stay, let her stay. He didn't believe she'd still be able to hang around after nightfall. Anyway, he now needed to work seriously with Njishui to find a replacement for Blade and Soul. With Net1 having already preemptively seized the Chinese server rights to Blade and Soul, a game expected to achieve major success, their plan now was to seek out a rival game similar to Blade and Soul and challenge Net1 head-on domestically. Chen Feng originally thought a major hit like Blade and Soul would surely attract many imitators competing against it. They'd simply have to choose one that was most similar and best suited for the Chinese market. But in reality, he was mistaken. South Korea, though a developed country, has limited land area and relatively small population size. Thus, its gaming market is quite narrow. There were only about a dozen competing games similar to Blade and Soul. After weeding out those shoddily made solely for making a quick buck, the viable options were reduced to only 2 or 3. After careful screening by Njishui, Chen Feng finally settled on a game called Valley of the Winds. This decision came after careful consideration. For one thing, the appraisal camera gave him a safety net, allowing him to confirm this game definitely had great potential. Additionally, the company that made the game was on the verge of bankruptcy. Yes, the company was nearly bankrupt. As a small enterprise, when the CEO saw Blade and Soul's tremendous success, he impulsively decided to create a similar game. not expecting to surpass Blade and Soul, but simply hoping to earn some money to keep the company afloat. Unfortunately, he failed. Being a small company, lacking marketing channels and enough influence, he couldn't shake Blade and Soul's dominant position. Instead, he ended up losing most of his players to Blade and Soul, a mere tool for the competition. In Chen Feng's opinion, their game was of good quality, perhaps not much inferior to Blade and Soul. Certain features were even quite unique. Yet in the end, this game still flopped. This is the cruel reality of the game industry. Creating a good game doesn't necessarily guarantee success. Many factors, promotion, operations, distribution channels, and more, could determine a game's success or failure. Even a single minor flaw could endanger the game's entire survival. Even if you did nothing wrong, you might still lose simply due to bad luck, defeated by another game and forced to give up your share of the market. Valley of the Winds was exactly this kind of game. It was decently made, but after launch, right under its nose stood a big overlord called Blade and Soul, and all around it were several other similar competitor games. As a result, Valley of the Winds was quickly crushed. The company's CEO had already started considering whether to give the employees their computers as partial compensation for unpaid wages. There was no way around it. Back then, in order to create Valley of the Winds, the company had poured all its cash reserves directly into the project. The failed project still hadn't recouped its costs, and now the company survived on just a trickle of monthly income. When he learned that someone actually wanted to buy his company, the CEO was almost moved to tears. Finally, someone came forward to take over, and it was none other than a warm and hospitable Chinese investor. To make a good impression on Chen Feng, the CEO specially arranged a Rolls-Royce for transportation, and the entire staff came out to bow and welcome him, all in hopes of negotiating a better price. Chen Feng didn't disappoint, offering a generous amount. 50 million. Frankly speaking, the development cost alone of Valley of the Winds was already more than 50 million, not to mention the later promotion and operation expenses. But who could blame him? His game had failed. Despite still being operational and generating some income, daily earnings kept declining. If the day ever came when it couldn't even cover its operating and maintenance costs, the game would be officially declared dead. A failed game is just a pile of useless code, nearly worthless. 50 million was already a fair and kind price, at least compensating for part of the loss. The CEO had already decided to leave the risky game industry behind and shift toward other more profitable sectors. Chen Feng carefully selected a new vice president named Park Sangming. This guy had worked in the company for many years, and after verification through the appraisal camera, proved to have solid ability. Thus, Chen Feng decided to promote him. Like the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. After assuming office, Park Sangming immediately followed Chen Feng's instructions to prepare for the launch of the Chinese server version of Valley of the Winds. At the same time, he humbly accepted Chen Feng's suggestions and carried out a series of modifications to the game, aiming to better fit the preferences of Chinese players. This was also the second reason why Chen Feng decided to acquire the company. The game company behind Blade and Soul was a major company in South Korea, and they had their own strong will. Even if one were to obtain the Chinese server agency rights, it would still be just a partnership. Chapter 74, Acquisition of Wind Valley. In case there are issues with the domestic server, or if domestic players want certain changes, Blade and Soul may not necessarily listen to them. After all, it's a cooperative relationship, and they have their own will. But with Wind Valley, it's different. The company belongs entirely to him. Everyone in the entire company are just tools, their sole purpose being to expand into the domestic server. Each one is more obedient than the last. This time, there's potential for a real fight. Wind Valley isn't necessarily doomed in the Chinese market against Blade and Soul. On the contrary, it has a great chance to strike back. After completing the acquisition of Wind Valley, Chen Feng had essentially finished all his affairs in South Korea. In the following days, he took a nice tour around the country. Li Weijin, this little follower, was always trailing behind him. Of course, it wasn't Chen Feng whom Weijin was clinging to, but rather Ji Shui, her gentle and kind Sui Sui elder sister. And when she discovered that Chen Feng had shamelessly made Ji Shui carry his things, Li Weijin instantly exploded. Are you even a man? Letting Sui Sui elder sister carry things for you. Don't you feel ashamed as a grown man? Worth mentioning, this was said in Korean by Li Weijin, and then translated to Chen Feng by Ji Shui. Having been in South Korea for so many days, Chen Feng had also learned quite a few Korean words, but he still hadn't reached the level of conversing with locals. Facing an angry Li Weijin, Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Mind your own business. Your Sui Sui elder sister doesn't even mind. So why do you care? If you don't like it, just leave. Unable to do anything about Chen Feng, Li Weijin turned to persuade Ji Shui, Sui Sui elder sister. Look, this bad guy simply doesn't respect you. So how about you follow me instead? I would never make you carry things like that. And Ji Shui smiled gently, and once again rejected her. As Chen Feng's robot, she had no concept of betrayal. Thus, Li Weijin could only sulk while following them, and even ended up carrying a few shopping bags because she was worried that Ji Shui might be overworked. Seeing the fragile girl struggling with shopping bags, Chen Feng became even more enthusiastic in his shopping. You've hated me every day, now I'm finally getting my revenge. Of course, being a grown man, he couldn't really buy that much. Most of what he bought were presents for Songya and Xiao Shanshan. After finishing shopping, they prepared to leave South Korea. China was where Chen Feng truly belonged. When Li Weijin heard that Chen Feng was leaving, she was extremely reluctant. She once again pleaded with Ji Shui to stay, only to be rejected again. To comfort the little girl, Chen Feng specially invited her to enjoy some authentic South Korean barbecue. It must be said, South Korean barbecue is quite delicious, with a very unique flavor. The barbecue was delicious indeed, even more so when paired with Li Weijin's pitiful facial expressions. Because Chun Feng's barbecue was grilled by Ji Shui, and to prevent her Sui elder sister from overexertion, Weijin reluctantly started helping to grill the meat as well. Li Weijin felt very displeased in her heart. She, the second princess of Samsung, has actually fallen to such a level. Actually serving a man together with another woman? Why is Chen Feng such a jerk? Why won't Sui elder sister leave him? Could it be she has some dirt on Chen Feng? Otherwise, could it possibly be that Chun Feng's charm has broken through the sky, making Sui elder sister devoted to him heart and soul? Glancing at Chen Feng carefully, although she really disliked him, Li Weijin had to admit that Chen Feng was quite handsome, especially his skin, which was smoother and finer than girls. She wondered how he could look like that. Could it be that Sui elder sister likes this type? Li Weijin was very confused. She was also heartbroken. Sui elder sister, are you really going to leave? Can't you stay a little longer? You know I'm rich. Your future with me is much brighter than with that guy Chen Feng. And Ji Shui didn't even turn her head. Sorry, Miss Li Weijin, I've already refused you many times. I believe you should understand my determination by now. You can just call me Weijin, I don't mind. Li Weijin corrected. But at that moment, Ji Shui had already ignored her. Despite her affection toward Ji Shui, for an emotionless robot, Weijin wasn't much different from a stray cat or dog on the roadside. Her gentle personality was only a simulation, artificial intelligence mimicking human behavior. Thus, Li Weijin's devotion was inevitably misplaced. Unfortunately, Li Weijin was stubborn. Therefore, when Chen Feng and Ji Shui were about to leave the next day, Li Weijin still showed up tirelessly to see them off, firmly saying, Sui elder sister, perhaps you only see me as a child, but let me say this. I'm serious. No matter what happens, I won't give up. Alright, Shui, let's board the plane. Chen Feng waved his hand impatiently, pulling Ji Shui toward the boarding passageway. Damn bastard. One day I'll take you away from Shui no matter what. Li Weijin clenched her teeth in anger, then gazed longingly at Ji Shui, hoping her Shui elder sister would turn her head just once to look at her. Unfortunately, that never happened. Until the moment they boarded the plane, her beloved Shui elder sister didn't look back once, obediently following Chen Feng all the way onto the aircraft. Not long after, a passenger jet took off from the airport, carrying away the beloved Shui elder sister of Li Weijin's heart from South Korea. Finally, I'm rid of that clingy little girl. Chen Feng stretched comfortably. For a while now, the annoying Li Weijin had been like a shadow sticking close to him. Whenever he asked Ji Shui to do something, she'd glare at him with great disdain, which made Chen Feng feel really depressed. Come on, Ji Shui was his personal property. He should be able to use her however he wanted, right? What did it have to do with Li Weijin? Please, if he hadn't given the order, do you think Ji Shui would have saved her? You're dreaming too much. Even if all of humanity perished, Ji Shui, an emotionless robot, wouldn't care in the slightest. If it weren't for Ji Shui being a robot who couldn't do anything like that, Chen Feng would actually have considered playing with her beloved Shui elder sister, right in front of that little girl Li Weijin, just to see the look on her face. But saying that, Li Weijin was still a very pretty girl. Though young, she had everything going for her, and when she grew up a bit more, she would surely become a real beauty. Seeing such a beautiful girl around every day definitely stirred Chen Feng's feelings. But that girl, ever since being rescued by Ji Shui, had actually become obsessed with Ji Shui and barely gave him a glance. This made Chen Feng feel especially irritated. When he returned to the company and received the bad news from Xiao Shanshan, Chen Feng's mood worsened even further. Failed to obtain the Chinese server publishing rights for Minecraft. Chapter 75, I will never give up. Yes, Xiao Shanshan replied bitterly. I already offered them very favorable terms, but this company simply has no interest in launching a national server. Why? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask. Xiao Shanshan shook her head. Frankly, I don't know why either. It's obvious that Minecraft has been very successful, and the domestic market is definitely large enough. Once they agree, the Minecraft game company could make money effortlessly, but they still refuse. Chen Feng frowned. Could it be that they want to open up the Chinese market themselves? Markets are limited, and often only one winner emerges within each game genre. If Minecraft enters China, similar games will inevitably face a major impact for at least a year, and the competitive environment will worsen significantly. Xiao Shanshan shook her head again. That's what puzzles me the most. They don't want to grant us the agency for a Chinese server, nor have they any plans to tap into the Chinese market. They're simply unwilling to take any action. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. Well, everyone has their own ambitions. We can't force them. If they're unwilling and uninterested, there's nothing we can do. Let's leave it at that for now. You worked hard on this trip to Sweden. Go home and rest properly. I understand. Xiao Shanshan looked somewhat dispirited. This trip to Sweden could only be described as a complete failure, yielding no results whatsoever. Not everything in this world can be achieved solely through effort. Seeing Xiao Shanshan's downcast expression, Chen Feng offered some comfort. Shanshan, don't be sad. This failure isn't your fault. The company owner simply has his own opinions, and it doesn't really have anything to do with you. The new year is coming soon. Take some time to relax, and we'll fight again next year. Yeah, Xiao Shanshan nodded before saying reluctantly. How about we develop a game similar to Minecraft, and take the domestic market first? The company doesn't have the capacity to do that now, and even if we tried, success isn't guaranteed, Chen Feng explained. Xiao Shanshan sighed, clearly disappointed. Deep down, she knew it wasn't a great idea, but she just couldn't shake the bitter feeling of defeat. This was, after all, her first major failure. Fortunately, Qinfeng focused extra attention on her in the next few days, helping her recover from her disappointment and resume managing the company. With the new year approaching, things at the company suddenly became busier than ever. Year-end bonuses and salary raises needed to be handled properly, or employees wouldn't feel motivated or secure at work. After dealing with these issues, Qinfeng thought the year would quietly pass. However, just before the Spring Festival, an unexpected major news rocked the gaming industry. The Chinese server for Blade & Soul has launched. The launch of Blade & Soul's Chinese server came as a complete surprise to Qinfeng. He hadn't heard even a whisper about it before. He and Net1 had almost simultaneously gone to South Korea, but because Qinfeng moved slightly slower, Net1 secured the agency for Blade & Soul's Chinese server. Then, Net1 returned immediately to prepare for the release of Blade & Soul's Chinese server. Qinfeng, however, remained in South Korea with Njishui, focusing on acquiring competing games. Once the acquisition of Valley of the Winds and reorganization of the company structure began, inevitably things were delayed. Before returning, Qinfeng had reminded Park Xiangming that the top priority for the company was to launch the Chinese server for Valley of the Winds, but the process was still too slow. After all, Valley of the Winds was only a small company, and a lot of personnel had left recently due to internal restructuring, so they were even more short-staffed. How could they compare to Blade & Soul, which had sufficient manpower? After deciding to cooperate with Net1, they quickly developed the Chinese server version, seizing the first move. Undoubtedly, Net1 had some competence. Their Chinese server operation proved quite successful. On launch day, servers were overloaded with players, and overall reviews were highly positive. Looking at the data compiled by the staff, Xuanhuan frowned. The situation didn't look good. Boss, how much longer until the Chinese server for Valley of the Winds launches? I just called and checked. Probably about another month. A month. Xuanhuan shook her head. In that time, Blade & Soul would probably have already attracted all the players who enjoy this kind of game. Once Valley of the Winds finally launches, players will already have established themselves in Blade & Soul. Why would anyone bother playing Valley of the Winds anymore? Qinfeng also sensed the problem, but was truly helpless regarding the Chinese server's launch timing. The company in South Korea was already moving as fast as it could, and couldn't go any faster. Don't worry, Shanshan. We still have a chance, and besides, we only spent 50 million on the acquisition of Valley of the Winds. Even if it fails, it won't have a major impact on the company. Also, don't forget Tencent's Penguin Farm and Penguin Kart Racing. They launched much later than Happy Farm and Crazy Racing Kart, right? Yet in the end, Penguin Farm and Penguin Kart completely drove Happy Farm and Crazy Racing Kart out of the market. Xiao Shanshan gave a bitter smile. How could these light casual games be compared to a heavy-duty game like Blade & Soul? Plus, Tencent had its own platform, Penguin Number, to drive traffic. But as for Qinfeng, they had absolutely nothing. Still, there was really nothing they could do at the moment. The game hadn't even launched yet. Nothing they did now would make a difference. They could only watch helplessly as Blade & Soul continued to conquer the market. Oh, by the way, boss, in recent days, several copycat games similar to Hero Federation have been launched. What happened? They didn't create much impact. All these games are of really poor quality. Qinfeng nodded his head. In the gaming industry, plagiarism was extremely common. When a successful game came out, there could be hundreds of similar clones. Yet among them, only one or two would actually survive. For the 5v5 genre, Hero Federation was leading by far. There was no need to worry about it for now. For now, it was more important to watch Net1's Blade & Soul closely. This game's momentum seemed quite terrifying. Many forum users and gamers had already begun discussing Blade & Soul. Its stunning visual style, carefully crafted quests, and highly playable gameplay generated a great deal of discussion. One issue, however, frustrated many players. The game was developed by a South Korean company, and its localization in China wasn't handled particularly well. Certain details always felt a bit off to Chinese players. Still, minor flaws couldn't overshadow its brilliance. Blade & Soul was an exceptional game. Combined with Net1's massive resources and distribution channels across the gaming industry, it was like pouring oil on fire, like a scholar meeting a beauty. From the moment it launched, Blade & Soul's data skyrocketed. It had become the hottest game of the second half of the year, temporarily overshadowing even Hero Federation's popularity. Qinfeng had even received a lot of insider information suggesting that many game companies, seeing how wildly successful Net1's Blade & Soul had become, had already started developing similar titles hoping to grab a share of the pie. Some even went so far as to assign creative geniuses to combine Hero Federation and Blade & Soul into a brand new game. In an interview with one of these designers, the guy even swore he would revolutionize all existing gameplay mechanics and create a completely original, trend-setting new gaming experience. Chapter 76, Going Home for the New Year. Qinfeng couldn't figure out how Hero Federation and Sword Spirit, two vastly different games, could possibly be combined. Still, seeing the designer's confident expression, he decided to give him the benefit of the doubt for now. He could always laugh about it later, once it failed. Then came the 12th daily login. Ding! Day 12 login complete. Reward, 200 enhancement pills. The system message rang out, and Qinfeng's face lit up. These enhancement pills had arrived at just the right time. The Spring Festival was coming up, so it was time to go home to visit his parents. His father and mother had worked hard for so many years. As they aged, they were starting to develop various minor health issues. The enhancement pills were perfect for them. They would improve their physical condition and allow them to live longer. As for who he'd take home with him, Qinfeng had already decided. He would bring in Njishui. After all, Njishui was a robot, all alone in the world with no place else to go except with him. His parents had always been anxious about his marriage. He was certain Njishui, as an excellent daughter-in-law, would satisfy them. Of course, there was also a more important reason. Chen Feng had grown so used to having the robot and Jishui around that it would feel odd not having her nearby. As the spring festival approached, work at the company was drawing to a close, and a long vacation was about to begin. Chen Feng had long been ready to go home. He was originally from Hunan province. His hometown wasn't actually that far from Han City. It was a small, little-known county town in Dai City, about 4 or 5 hours by car. For such a distance, Chen Feng chose to drive there himself, though he wouldn't be the one behind the wheel. It would be in Jishui. After all, robots don't need rest. It would be a shame not to put her to use. When the car finally pulled up Lo Xiao, under the building, it even caught the attention of old Master Wang. Oh, isn't this young Chun from next door? He actually owns a car now. Grandpa, this is something I bought. Chen Feng couldn't resist showing off a bit. After one becomes rich, to return home without displaying one's success is like wearing fine clothes at night. It's pointless. Flaunting one's success when returning home and showing off a bit is perfectly normal and can also bring pride to the family. Why not? The neighbors welcomed Chen Feng warmly when they saw him return. After all, they had watched him grow up. And Jishui, however, stole the spotlight. Everyone who saw her complimented her. Fortunately, Jishui's advanced AI handled the situation gracefully, allowing Chen Feng to relax a little. After dealing with the neighbors, Chen Feng walked into the apartment building and opened the door to his home. The first thing he saw was old Chen slouching on the sofa watching TV, looking quite lazy. Old Chen was already over 50 this year, a regular civil servant who had spent his whole life working hard, and now he was just waiting for retirement, enjoying a blissful and comfortable life. His mother sat beside him reading a magazine. When she saw Chen Feng return, her eyes lit up. My son's back. When she saw the graceful Jishui standing beside Chen Feng, her expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of joy. This young lady here is? Mom, you've always been nagging me to find a girlfriend. This is my girlfriend. Her name isn't Jishui. His mother's expression suddenly darkened. How come you found someone like this? Chen Feng was taken aback. Seriously, Mom? You're actually rejecting her. And Jishui's appearance was extremely deceptive. She had fooled countless people before. How come his mother wasn't satisfied this time? His mother hurried forward with a smile to greet Jishui. Young lady, you're just too beautiful. How on earth did you end up liking my iPhone? He really doesn't deserve you. And Jishui returned a gentle smile, glancing at Chen Feng briefly. Her expression was no different from any normal human being. She smiled slightly. Auntie, Feng is really amazing. His mother shook her head. I know this little rascal better than anyone. What a good-for-nothing appearance he has. To find someone like you, our ancestors must have done many good deeds. Never mind, old Chun, quickly bring out that gold bracelet I hid last time. At this point, old Chun couldn't even be bothered to watch TV anymore. Seeing how beautiful Jishui was, he immediately ran off to fetch the gold bracelet without hesitation. Then, the two of them pulled Jishui aside, asking about her well-being and showing care, subtly probing into Jishui's family background. When they learned that Jishui was actually from a mountain village and lived alone without any family, they were deeply moved and sympathized with her. His mother even directly threatened Chen Feng on the spot. If he ever mistreated Jishui, she wouldn't consider him her son anymore. Of course, a significant reason was also because Jishui was particularly good at conversation and knew exactly how to please the older generation. After all, she was an all-capable robot. While the two women were chatting, old Chen motioned to Chen Feng and quietly took him aside to speak in a hushed tone. I heard that now you've started your own company, and you're in the gaming industry specifically. Yeah, Chen Feng nodded. Since acquiring the system, he had been thinking about how to explain things to his family. It was definitely not possible to directly say he had obtained the system, but explaining how he became rich wasn't too hard. Chen Feng had called home several times, telling them he had made some money through stock trading and then started a company that developed a popular game, making him a successful entrepreneur. At first, his family was rather against such things. As older generations often were, they were naturally distrustful of stock trading and video games. You couldn't say they were old-fashioned, just that every generation had its own perspective. But later, when they found out Chen Feng had truly struck it rich, they stopped opposing things so much. Still, deep down, old Chen felt it wasn't reliable. Taking the chance while his son was back, he quickly tried to persuade him. Son, I know you've made a lot of money from stocks, but in the end, it's not a proper path. Sooner or later, you'll lose it all. I know so many people who like stock trading, and in the end, they all lost money. Listen, you should stop trading too. Now that you've made some profit, it's better to quit while you're ahead. This thing is too risky. It's worse than gambling. I know. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. That's why I don't trade stocks anymore. I'm making games now and doing some investments. Games? Old Chen frowned. Compared to stock trading, he had an even deeper prejudice against the gaming industry. When Chen Feng was young, he would sneak out to play arcade games, and for that, he had received many beatings with bamboo sticks. In old Chen's mind, games were like spiritual opium. They could only lead people into ruin. Not only should you not play them, you shouldn't even look at them. Now that Chen Feng was making games, it was equivalent in his mind to selling drugs. He was simply harming people. Son, listen to me. Games are a dangerous thing. Do you remember Young Lee upstairs? He didn't get into college because of his obsession with gaming. Eventually, he just went off to work as a laborer. Now, tell me, is that the kind of future you want? You did right by quitting stocks, but making games, that's bad. If you create them, you're just ruining others. Chen Feng helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even after so many years, old Chen not only failed to overcome his prejudice, he'd become even more stubbornly biased against games. It could only be said that sometimes, the old generation's thinking was truly rigid. Chapter 77. How could you find someone like this? With people like this, sometimes you really can't communicate with them, because our core values are just too different. Dad, I'll speak plainly with you. For this game, I've already poured all the money I made from stock trading into it. If I don't finish it, that millions of dollars will be flushed away. What? Old Chen looked incredulous. Making a game costs millions of dollars? This isn't gold or silver. How could it possibly cost millions? Chen Feng shrugged his hands. If I hadn't told you, would you believe me if I said I could earn millions from stock trading? Making games is the same. It's incredibly expensive. A few million is just for a small game. Some companies even spend billions developing games. This. Old Chen was nearly dizzy. There are actually people spending billions to make these harmful things, and the country doesn't even regulate it. Dad, this thing can't be controlled, because people naturally have the need to play, just like you sometimes go fishing with your old buddies. That's different. Fishing is fishing, and games are games. Fishing can cultivate one's character and mind, while games are spiritual opium. Forget it, I won't argue with you. I just want to ask you, if I don't make games, what else can I do? The money is already invested. If I stop making games, I'll go bankrupt immediately. You wouldn't want your own son to go bankrupt, right? Also, I majored in computer science in university, which perfectly aligns with this industry. Tell me, if I don't make games, what else can I do? Chen Feng spoke with strong reasoning. Old Chen had no words to respond. He didn't even fully understand computers, let alone know what could be done within the computer industry. Besides, he couldn't come up with millions of dollars either, and he certainly wouldn't watch Chen Feng go bankrupt helplessly. After thinking for a while, Old Chen could only sigh. Fine, just make your games then. Anyway, you're grown up now, and I can't control you anymore. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After so much effort, he finally got that old-fashioned man to accept reality and leave him alone. Dad, don't worry about these things. I can handle them myself. Also, games aren't as bad as you imagine. If games were truly harmful, why would so many people willingly get hurt by them? Are they all stupid? Never mind this. Let's talk about that girl you brought home. I took a look. She's a good girl. You must treat her well. Don't worry. Chen Feng patted his chest promisingly. And Ji Shui's surface-level synthetic skin was simply too convincing. After being at their home for only a few hours, she already captured the hearts of both his mom and dad. That's better. Chen Feng could finally avoid his parents constantly nagging him about getting married. Moreover, he could use Ji Shui to persuade his parents and subtly change their perspectives. There was one thing Chen Feng hadn't expected though, that Ji Shui's effect would be so strong that she bonded so quickly with the elders, forming a united front with them. Seeing how attentive they were to her, it was clear that they had been deceived by Ji Shui's appearance and accepted her as the future daughter-in-law of the Chen family. Even old Chen, on several occasions, quietly reminded Chen Feng to treat Ji Shui nicely, not to bully her, and to show some responsibility as a man. Chen Feng could only roll his eyes while listening to this. What era was this still? Why did they still follow such outdated ideas? Nowadays, girls are no longer as simple as they were 2 or 3 decades ago, and pursuing a girl is no longer about being good to her. Being blindly nice to a girl will only make you an obsequious guy. Only by improving yourself can you truly attract girls. Unfortunately, he couldn't say that out loud, because they wouldn't listen anyway. They still followed those old ideologies strictly, and their views were simply not going to change. Luckily, Ji Shui was a robot, and she followed every order from Chen Feng unconditionally. Otherwise, his status at home would plummet instantly. In fact, during the few days of the Chinese New Year, Chen Feng had already started showing signs of becoming like a servant. Any trivial task would be assigned to him by his mom. So Chen Feng would just assign it to Ji Shui. That made his mom roll her eyes repeatedly. Later, since she saw that Ji Shui herself was willing, she didn't comment anymore. After all, it's impossible to work. He would never work in this life. The following days brought the boring routine of visiting relatives, so Chen Feng simply sent Ji Shui back and let her supervise the company instead. Ji Shui was very important to the company, perhaps even more important than Chen Feng himself. At the moment, just having her appear briefly in front of his parents and leave a good impression was enough. There was no rush to do more. Thus, this new year passed quite uneventfully. Taking the opportunity of the New Year celebration, Chen Feng secretly crushed a strengthened pill into powder and mixed it into other things, feeding it to his parents. To avoid suspicion, he specially divided the doses over more than 10 days and fed them bit by bit. The effects after administration were immediate. Both his dad and mom appeared 2 or 3 years younger, and some chronic illnesses they had carried for years naturally disappeared. Naturally, his parents were puzzled for a while by this phenomenon, but Chen Feng covered things up so well that they couldn't possibly trace it back to him. Since their health had genuinely improved, they eventually dropped the matter. As for Chen Feng, he could finally breathe a little easier. He still had 100 strengthened pills remaining. From now on, each time the new year came around, he would secretly give his parents 1 pill just like this time, improving their physical condition until the pills eventually lost their effectiveness. After everything was done, Chen Feng felt relieved and returned to the company, ready to refocus and strive to take his business to the next level. However, just a few days after returning, Xiao Shanshan brought him some bad news. Boss, Penguin's heroic glory has launched. Oh, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, showing no major reaction. Truthfully, this was something he had already anticipated. Penguin's reputation for plagiarism was well known within the industry. Previously, there was Penguin Farm, followed by Penguin Rave, Penguin Racer, and Penguin Crossfire. All of the above games were copied from others. More shockingly, Penguin actually managed to drive the original creators out of business. Penguin Farm defeated the original Happy Farm. Penguin Rave defeated Rave Group. Penguin Racer defeated Crazy Racing, Kart Rider. Though the original Crossfire remained, Penguin's version had greatly reduced its popularity. Given this history, it was normal for Penguin to copy. It would actually be strange if they didn't. Shan, don't panic. We've always known this could happen, right? Come on, let's go check out Penguin's new game. Let's see how it really looks. Chen Feng patted Shan's shoulder and led her into the meeting room, turned on the computer, and downloaded Heroic Glory. Once inside the game interface, Chen Feng's expression slightly changed. The interface looked surprisingly pleasant. Although he hated to admit it, the interface actually appeared more appealing than Heroic Union. Why was that? Chen Feng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Chapter 78. My status at home is lower than that of a dog. Next to him, Shan frowned. This isn't good, Mr. Chun. Penguin clearly understands domestic players better. The design and layout of this game interface are evidently more in line with the habits of local players. Chen Feng suddenly realized the truth. No wonder the interface looked more pleasing to him. It was because Penguin was a Huaxia-based game company, and their game designers were also Huaxia people. Compared to foreign game designers, Penguin's designers clearly understood domestic players better. The games they created were far more in tune with the habits of local players. Finger Company was different. Most of their designers were from Europe and America, and therefore, the games they created clearly catered more to the tastes of Western players. Before, without direct comparison, he hadn't thought much of it. Now that there was Hero Glory as a competitive product, the difference became immediately apparent. After noting this in his mind, Chen Feng continued to look through the heroes' skill descriptions, as well as their talents, runes, and similar elements. As he kept reading, Chen Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. Penguin was just too shameless. These hero skills were clearly copied directly from Hero Federation. Even the runes and talents were nearly identical, showing almost no difference at all. After trying out several rounds of gameplay, Chen Feng became even more furious. The tower-pushing mechanics and monsters in Hero Glory were practically no different from those in Hero Federation. One could even say they were carved from the same mold, differing only in superficial skin and background set in a heavily altered ancient setting. Boss, Penguin is despicable. This is complete plagiarism. There's practically no modification at all. Shan had also noticed this and was furious. Chen Feng himself was also very angry. Ever since Hero Federation became a huge hit, many similar competitive games had appeared on the market. However, even then, those games were merely similar to Hero Federation. They had changed quite a few settings. But what Penguin had developed, Hero Glory, was practically identical to Hero Federation, almost as if copied directly from the same template. We must sue them in court. We absolutely cannot allow Penguin to openly plagiarize our game like this, Shan said, clenching her teeth. Chen Feng shook his head. Filing a lawsuit alone won't help. The legal regulations in this field are still quite weak domestically. Even if we win the case, they'll just pay a small fine. It won't make any real difference to Penguin. Are we really going to just let it go? No, I'm just telling you not to expect too much. Currently, domestic regulations in this area are still quite incomplete, Chen Feng replied, shaking his head. We will definitely file a lawsuit, but we should get Finger Company to join us so we can initiate a transnational lawsuit. Only then can we create a significant impact on Penguin. Shan nodded in agreement. If only Chen Feng sued them, it would simply become a domestic dispute with minimal influence or likelihood of drawing serious attention. However, if they joined forces with Finger Company and launched a transnational lawsuit, the impact would be far greater and put more pressure on Penguin. In addition to getting Finger Company to sue Penguin for plagiarism, we also need to hire online commentators, get them onto major game forums, and steer the public discussion so that all players become aware of Penguin's plagiarism. Although this won't directly affect Penguin materially, even slowing down their expansion a little or giving players a slightly worse impression would be worth it. We will fund the online commentators from the company account. We must be willing to spend the money. Don't worry, boss. Our company has abundant cash flow. It's more than enough to compete with Penguin. Shan was full of confidence. Although the company was currently spending a lot, its revenue was equally staggering. Hero Federation alone was sufficient to keep the company running smoothly, not to mention the financial operations led by Shui. As an AI, Shui made money through finance faster than a robbery. Sometimes, when Chen Feng checked the revenue figures, even he felt astounded. Thanks to Shui's financial expertise, Chen Feng no longer had to worry about cash flow issues. In fact, he had already planned to buy land for building cinemas, because Shui had predicted that real estate and land prices would continue to rise, and that purchasing land at this point would be a guaranteed profit. In such circumstances, allocating a sum of money to hire online commentators was more than feasible. Remember, while hiring online commentators to smear Penguin, we must simultaneously promote our own game and draw in more players. I understand, Shan nodded. All these actions will only serve as temporary solutions, not addressing the root of the problem. The key lies in improving our game quality. When you meet with the people from Finger Company later, tell them we want some changes made to the game so it better suits domestic players. This. Shan's brows furrowed. Boss, this might be difficult. Back when we acquired them, we promised not to interfere in Finger's operations. Besides, compared to the domestic market, the European and American markets are actually more important and more profitable. Chen Feng shook his head. That's not what I meant, and I don't intend to interfere with the game's design at all. What I mean is, we should ask them to hand over the rights for the domestic version. In the future, Our company won't only be responsible for operating the game, but also for localizing it, making it better suit the habits of domestic players. If that's the case, Finger Company might agree. I'll go talk to them about it right away. Let's do it this way for now. This is all our company can manage at the moment, Chen Feng said, waving his hand dismissively, signaling Xiao Shanshan to leave. In the following days, Chen Feng continued to monitor the data of Hero Glory. The results, frankly, were quite discouraging. Penguin was simply too powerful. Even before Hero Glory launched, they had launched a massive promotional campaign. Posters, in-store promotions at internet cafes, forum advertisements. Nothing was left untouched. Additionally, they had Penguin ID and Penguin Farm, two existing games that could drive traffic to Hero Glory. Especially Penguin ID, which almost every Chinese internet user already had. A simple event, like giving away in-game diamonds for logging into Hero Glory, was enough to create tremendous hype for the game. This level of traffic-driving capability was something Changfeng culture simply couldn't match. It had only existed for less than a year, without the necessary channels or influence. On game forums, Hero Glory was receiving overwhelmingly positive reviews as well. Though clearly a copy, Penguin had strong production capabilities and did an exceptionally good job in localizing the game. The overwhelming popularity of Hero Glory immediately affected Chongfeng's Hero Federation. The rate of growth in its player data began to slow down noticeably. Fortunately, Hero Federation had already been online for more than half a year and had established a base of loyal players. Otherwise, the situation would have been far worse. Facing this crisis, Xiao Shanshan couldn't stay calm anymore. She began aggressively spending on advertisements, directly confronting Penguin and trying to snatch players back from them. However, the results weren't very promising because Penguin's strength in this area was just too overwhelming. Forget everything else. Even just one of their games, Dungeon, had a level of popularity not inferior to Hero Federation. Just a simple crossover event, such as giving away equipment or crafting materials in Dungeon for logging into Hero Glory, could surpass Chongfeng's advertising efforts by a huge margin. Chapter 79, Penguin's Plagiarism. With the same amount of money, Penguin's user acquisition effect was nearly 3 to 4 times that of Chintech. This was a gap in sheer strength, something Chen Feng couldn't do much about. After all, Penguin had been established much earlier. With no other choice, Chen Feng decided to take an alternative route and asked Xiao Shanshan to contact Finger Company more closely and prepare the lawsuit materials as soon as possible. He couldn't let Penguin get away with acting so arrogantly. At the same time, something amusing yet frustrating happened. Wang Yi had also released its competing game called Heroes of the Three Kingdoms during this period. Compared to Penguin, they were slightly better. Though it was still a copy, it had been wrapped in a skin based on the Three Kingdoms period, making it look quite different from Heroes of the Federation and giving it a more legitimate appearance. Perhaps because Penguin's Heroes Glory had become too popular, it had stimulated Wang Yi into rushing out their game without finishing testing. Just 3 days after launch, Heroes of the Three Kingdoms encountered a serious bug. User accounts started losing data, and a large number of players couldn't log in. Countless players gave Wang Yi a piece of their minds, calling them every name under the sun. As a result, Wang Yi's newly launched game had to be taken offline after only a few days, a true example of launching for nothing. Amid the stream of bad news, there was one silver lining. Mobile game Longhun Warrior launched during this period, and downloads skyrocketed continuously, with very promising revenue data. It was estimated that it would recoup production costs in just a month. The mobile game department scored a major hit, and at the same time, the PC game department continued developing Endless Starfield steadily. Chen Feng occasionally visited the team and used the appraisal camera to offer suggestions for improvements, hoping to make this game a blockbuster and reverse the current weak position of Chintech. Eventually, after long negotiations with Finger Company, Xiao Shanshan finally brought Chen Feng some good news. Xiao Shanshan rushed in, beaming with excitement. Boss, good news. Finger Company has agreed to hand over full control of the China server to us, but they require us to synchronize with the international server. Chen Feng nodded. Of course, our advantage is that this is an international game, so naturally I won't give up this edge. Finally, there was some positive news. Watching the data for Penguin's Heroes Glory climb steadily had made Chen Feng increasingly frustrated, especially since their Heroes of the Federation stood almost no chance. Communication with Finger Company, based in the United States, was difficult due to the time difference. Moreover, as an American company, Finger was quite arrogant and unwilling to listen to even the headquarters. Had it not been for the original acquisition agreement prohibiting interference, Chen Feng might have considered replacing the management entirely. Luckily, eventually both sides had come to an agreement. Finger finally gave in and agreed to hand over the China server, keeping only the right to guide and supervise operations. Boss, besides this good news, there's another one. To counter the surge of gaming competitors worldwide, Finger has decided to engage in an arms race. They plan to release 2 new heroes per month, totaling 24 heroes in 1 year. This means that every half a month, Heroes of the Federation can initiate a large-scale promotional campaign, ensuring the game's popularity remains consistently high. The next hero Finger plans to release is the Dragon Monk. He will be a jungle hero with a relatively high difficulty to play, but his moveset is incredibly fluid and stylish. He's also a Chinese-themed hero, specifically designed by Finger to appeal to the Chinese market. Chen Feng frowned slightly. Are there other competitors emerging against Finger in other regions? Xiao Shanshan nodded. Yes. According to my investigation, since Heroes of the Federation was launched, a flood of games imitating it have emerged across North America, Europe, South Korea, and elsewhere, putting great pressure on Finger. To deal with this and seize market share, Finger decided to accelerate hero updates as well as overall version iterations, hoping to dominate the gaming market as quickly as possible. Also, they requested that this year's dividends be fully reinvested. What do you think about this? No problem. Compared to dividends, capturing the market really is more important. Chen Feng agreed readily. After all, the company had a solid cash flow. Not taking the dividends from Finger North America wouldn't affect company operations at all. Boss, now that Finger Company has agreed to let us fully take over the China server, who should we assign to manage it? You know, right now almost all our staff are already involved in game development. That's fine. We can just keep hiring more people. In fact, Hien came to talk to me a few days ago, saying she wants to expand the mobile game department and develop more titles. Xiao Shanshan frowned slightly. Are we expanding the mobile game department again? Yes, Chen Feng nodded. Longhun Warrior's successful launch means it's definitely making money, so Hien wants to take this opportunity to apply the successful experience and develop more games. After all, mobile games will be the mainstream in the future, so expanding is a good thing. Alright, I understand. I'll let the HR department pay attention to this. Xiao Shanshan nodded and hurried out. Not long after, and Ji Shui came in. Boss, Jiang Huadeng called and invited you to a celebration banquet. Do you think you should go? A celebration banquet? Chen Feng tapped his head, recalling. That was his first film investment, an art film that had been widely believed to lose money. However, it had turned out to be a true dark horse, and more specifically, a wildly successful super dark horse. Back in November last year, Many Days Without Love had officially premiered, earning 180 million yuan in its opening week. When it finally left theaters, its total box office revenue reached 360 million yuan, becoming a classic example of making big returns from a small investment. Those who had initially doubted the film had been proven wrong, and many companies had begun greenlighting similar romance films to copy its success. As for the director Jiang Huateng, he had enjoyed great success and became a highly sought-after director, often invited by major film and television companies. Actually, Jiang had invited Chen Feng to the premiere as well. But at that time, Chen had been in South Korea, so he sent someone from the company to attend on his behalf without personally showing up. Alright then, I'll go and give Jiang Huateng a little face. After all, he helped me make 100 million yuan. Chen Feng nodded. Okay, I'll handle the flight and hotel arrangements, and Ji Shui nodded. By the way, boss, Win Messenger has been online for 5 months now, and its market share keeps rising. I'm planning to hand this software over to someone else. His name is Jiang Xiaohu. Would you like to meet him? Win Messenger, Chen Feng mused. This had been a spontaneous idea born out of a flash of inspiration. Later, when Ji Shui had emphasized how important it was, Chen had handed the project to him for management. As an all-around capable assistant, Ji Shui hadn't disappointed Chen. He not only rapidly developed the software, but also managed its operations so effectively that Win Messenger's market share kept climbing, now ranking third among similar apps. Chapter 80, Starting an Arms Race. Of course, this software was currently burning money like crazy. Within just half a year, it had burned through 100 million yuan, with no hope of profitability in sight. Chen Feng didn't care too much about it, and had always left it to Ji Shui to handle, within reporting directly to him. After all, Ji Shui was competent at everything and absolutely loyal to him. Chen Feng asked, must we meet him in person? Ji Shui nodded. It would be better to have a face-to-face meeting. Encourage him during the conversation, and promote him to manager with the corresponding benefits. Alright, call him over later. Chen Feng showed a solemn expression and nodded. In the current company, no one was indispensable except Ji Shui. She was the very soul of the company. How Chen Feng managed the company largely depended on Ji Shui. Since she said this, that meant Jiang Xiaohu was important and that it had reached the point of needing a face-to-face meeting. Not long later, Jiang Xiaohu walked in from outside. He looked younger than 30, wore a pair of glasses, and his appearance even had a bit of scholarly grace. Hello, boss. Jiang Xiaohu greeted nervously. He had only been in the company for less than half a year and had only met Chen Feng a handful of times, and those times were all from afar. This was truly the first time they had met face-to-face. Although he had just joined the company recently, Jiang Xiaohu still had some understanding of his boss. From investing in TV dramas and movies, Chen Feng had become one of the most powerful players in both the domestic entertainment and gaming industries in just 1 year. Moreover, even powerful figures like Assistant N and President Xiao remained loyal to the boss, which showed just how strong the boss's personal charisma must be. Please, have a seat. Chen Feng warmly invited Jiang Xiaohu to sit and poured him a cup of tea. I looked through your information. You're actually older than me, so I'll just call you Brother Tiger. Chen Feng maintained a friendly tone, and Ji Shui said this man was a talent who could help expand Fengxin, so Chen Feng had to take him seriously. The respectful attitude from Chen Feng made Jiang Xiaohu feel flattered and appreciated. He quickly waved his hands and said, No way, no way. President Chen, just call me Xiaohu. There's no need to be so formal. I'll still call you Brother Tiger. And don't be too hung up on the way we address each other. I'll ask you something. What's your opinion on the current Fengxin software? Jiang Xiaohu's expression turned serious. The outlook of the project is very promising. After 3 months of promotion, our market share has reached 15%, making us currently the third most popular instant messaging software on the market, right after Chia and Mixiao. Chen Feng slowly nodded, and Ji Shui had been periodically reporting on company affairs to him, and Fengxin's instant messaging software was part of that. Under Ji Shui's guidance and Jiang Xiaohu's hard work, Fengxin's market share was still quite promising. It stood second only to the old industry leader Chia and Xiaomi's Mixiao. Chia had the advantage of cross-functionality with PC clients, practically monopolizing the market, while Mixiao, established more than a year ago, was very popular among the younger generation. As for the former industry giant Eason, it made a huge mistake during New Year celebrations by suddenly announcing a charge for messages, which immediately led to its collapse. Taking advantage of Eason's collapse, Fengxin quickly seized part of its market, reaching the industry's third place. Good job. Keep doing well and don't worry about spending. The company values the Fengxin project highly. Just come directly to me if you need money. I'll consider the funding request. Additionally, I've noticed your performance during this period, so I've decided to promote you as the manager of the Fengxin project. Jiang Xiaohu's heart quivered with excitement, a happy expression appearing on his face. Who wouldn't want their efforts to be recognized? With both money and support from the boss, Jiang Xiaohu was immediately moved and nodded repeatedly. Boss, you can count on me. I'll definitely beat Mixiao and crush Chia. Chen Feng smiled, chatted with Jiang Xiaohu for a while, boosted his morale, and then sent him away. Actually, being a boss wasn't too difficult. Just provide enough money and show a little respect to your talented employees, and that's enough. Of course, the key point was giving enough money. Without sufficient financial backing, even if you speak eloquently, nobody would listen. At a hotel in the capital city, Chen Feng and Ji Shui slowly stepped out of a rented luxury car, attending a celebration party for many days of romantic breakups. Tonight, there were two main guests at this celebration banquet. One was xuanhuan, and the other was Chen Feng himself. When xuanhuan learned that Chen Feng had arrived, he personally came out to greet him, accompanied by two familiar figures, Wang Jun, the head of Huai Brothers, and Hua, the head of Enlight Media. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised but somewhat expected Xuanhuan's personal reception, but seeing Wang Jun and Hua coming together was genuinely unexpected. These two big bosses really didn't need to be this polite, right? Chen Feng hurried forward to greet them. 1 foot of respect deserves 1 zhang of return. Since they were showing him so much respect, he couldn't possibly act aloof or distant. Before Chen Feng could even open his mouth, the three of them quickly pulled him into a corner and began chatting privately. It turned out that Wang Jun and Hua had their eyes on the copyright of Many Days of Heartbreak and wanted to buy it. To be honest, when they learned that this small to medium budget artistic film, Many Days of Heartbreak in Winter, had surprisingly become a massive box office hit, both Wang Jun and Hua almost regretted it so much that they could see their own intestines turning green. If they had known this movie would be such a huge success, there's no way they would have allowed such a great project to slip into Chen Feng's hands. Back then, Jiang Huatang had first approached them, major players in the industry, with the script. But because they didn't believe in artistic films and thought they would lose money, they had passed on the opportunity, thus allowing this gem to end up with Chen Feng. Now that things had unfolded, it was too late to regret. These two business leaders, having learned their lesson, were now deeply determined to immediately jump onto similar romance film projects, while also exploring whether Chen Feng would be willing to transfer the copyright to them. One film, Many Days of Heartbreak, had opened up an entirely new genre in romantic cinema. If the next romantic film could market itself as a sequel, it was bound to make a fortune. Neither of them were willing to let go of such an opportunity. As soon as they heard Chen Feng had arrived, they rushed out with Jiang Huatang to greet him. Once Chen Feng understood what was happening, he showed a contemplative expression. Frankly speaking, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He truly hadn't thought about whether or not he was willing to sell. If they were to continue producing Many Days of Heartbreak, it really did seem like it could make a lot of money. Plus, it could be adapted into a TV series, meaning another round of profit. Beside him, Jiang Huatang couldn't help but feel envious. Though he was the film's director, the ownership of this project didn't actually belong to him. His presence here was simply due to these powerful figures recognizing his talent. That's just how the entertainment industry worked. When Many Days of Heartbreak was nothing more than a script for an artistic film, investors didn't even want to look at it twice. But the moment the film became a massive box office hit, the project instantly became everyone's favorite delicacy, something so desirable that even leftovers would be fiercely fought over. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Feng glanced at Ji Shui. Chapter 81, Others Give Face. Ji Shui immediately leaned into Chen Feng's ear and whispered, "You can sell it for about 20 million. Anything less would be a loss." Seeing this, Wang Jun and Hua exchanged glances and looked surprised. They had assumed that Ji Shui was just the kind of secretary who was useful only when there was work to be done and otherwise idle. They hadn't expected her to have such significant influence over Chen Feng. It seemed that this woman definitely needed to be taken seriously. With Ji Shui's support, Chen Feng quickly made up his mind and turned to look at Wang Jun. "Director Wang, if I'm not mistaken, your company has an artist named Zhang, she who's been shelved. Is that correct?" Wang Jun hesitated briefly and then nodded. "Yes, she's not very obedient." "Why? Are you interested in her too, Director Chen?" "I want her agency contract," Chen Feng said straightforwardly. Wang Jun nodded. "No problem. Since you, my brother Chen, have asked, I naturally have to give you face. However, regarding this copyright matter, 10 million plus Zhang, she's agency contract. That works." Wang Jun nodded in agreement. In fact, this price was still within his gishan, and getting rid of a liability in Zhang Shi to acquire the Heartbroken for Many Days copyright was actually a profitable deal for him. As for why Chen Feng insisted on getting Zhang Shi, Wang Jun couldn't be bothered to ask. He wasn't that curious. Watching helplessly as the deal concluded before his eyes, Hua grew anxious. Wang Jun, who had come along with him, had gained something, but he had nothing. That wouldn't do it all. "Director Chen, are you sure you don't want to think it over? I can go up to 20 million. Hua hastily spoke up. He had come to this celebration banquet specifically for the copyright to Heartbroken for many days, only to see it snatched away by Wang Jun. That would make him look far too ineffective. Sorry, Director Chung. We'll have to wait for another opportunity for cooperation. Chen Feng offered an apologetic smile, while Wang Jun gave Xuanhuan a reassuring smile. Xuanhuan furrowed his brows and pondered silently for a moment. I heard your company is planning to remake a martial arts drama recently, a revised version of Huang Yi's Twin Dragons of the Great Tang. Chen Feng nodded. Yes. In fact, recently, Fengsheng wasn't just expanding into the gaming industry. Its expansion extended to the film and television industry as well, production, artist management, cinema chains, and even variety shows. Under Nji Shui's leadership, Fengsheng was steadily and methodically expanding, drawing constant attention from the industry. Otherwise, Cheng Hua and Wang Jun wouldn't have personally come to meet Chen Feng. They came in person because they believed Chen Feng had the qualification. The Twin Dragons of the Great Tang TV series was Fengsheng's latest project. The previous series, or Brat, had already been successfully broadcast on television, achieving great ratings, not only earning profits from selling broadcasting rights, but also making substantial money from related toys. Since the film and television division was performing so well, expanding naturally made sense. The Twin Dragons of the Great Tang was a carefully selected project by Nji Shui. Chen Feng had also recognized the show's hit potential, so it immediately became the core project of the film and television department. Little did they expect that Cheng Hua, the big boss himself, would take interest in it as well. Would you allow me to get involved a bit? We can all make money together. Our company has several quality resources that I believe you will find appealing. Cheng Hua earnestly said. Our company has several projects as well. Wang Jun chimed in unwillingly to be left out. Witnessing this, Chen Feng felt a mixture of emotions. After striving for nearly a year, he had finally earned recognition from these two men, achieving a status of equal footing with major companies in the industry. Their willingness to share their best resources with Fengchang indicated that they acknowledged Fengchang's capabilities and accepted it as one of their own. Next, Chen Feng discussed in detail with both men, establishing a series of cooperation arrangements. Of course, these were only initial agreements. Specific details still required further negotiation by their respective employees. But the key part was establishing the intention. The rest of the negotiations were just minor details. After finishing the discussion on resource exchange, the relationship among the three men improved significantly. Cheng Hua cautiously brought up the idea of participating in the movie Tai Chiong, even offering to pay more. He was increasingly convinced that Tai Chiong was an excellent project, and missing it would be too regrettable. Chen Feng, however, declined without hesitation. Are you kidding? Tai Chiong was a golden opportunity, practically a gold mine. It could potentially break box office records. There was no way he would let others get involved. Haha, it seems these Jiwei bosses have made some great gains. Why don't you have a look at my script? Taking advantage of the positive atmosphere, Jiang Huateng took out the carefully prepared script. After going through all this trouble to host the celebration banquet, wasn't it for the purpose of attracting investment? Chen Feng took the script and silently read through it. It was a screenplay somewhat similar to Heartbroken for Many Days, also adapted from a famous novel, but with a sci-fi twist. Science fiction, huh? Wang Jun and Cheng Hua frowned. Sci-fi films were notoriously expensive to produce, and there had never been any successful precedents in China. Seeing their reaction, Jiang Huateng smiled lightly and explained, actually, it's a love story with a sci-fi label, something like Heartbroken for Many Days. Hearing this, the two bosses felt intrigued. After all, Heartbroken for Many Days had become a huge hit, giving the impression that similar scripts could also be highly profitable. Still, the film's production cost, over 300 million, was a bit shocking. It was impossible for one company to fully fund it alone. They would definitely need multiple investors to co-finance. The three began discussing the details, clearly preparing to invest. Even without reading the script itself, the film was clearly worth investing in simply because of Jiang Huateng's name. One blockbuster, Heartbroken for Many Days, had already turned Jiang Huateng into a popular director and darling of the capital. Taking the opportunity, Chen Feng used the appraisal camera to examine the script. The Sea Fortress movie script. Note 1. The film's theme is not clearly defined, and its approach is outdated. Note 2. The probability of making money is low, while the chance of losing money is high. Note 3. This is an outdated, mediocre film. To make a profit, a low-probability event would have to occur. Chen Feng blinked his eyes. No way. Was this movie actually this bad? This was the script Jiang Huateng had carefully selected, based on a story by the popular writer Nan Jiang. To be as faithful to the original as possible, the original author had even been specially invited to write the screenplay. And yet, this was the result? Chen Feng looked sympathetically at Wang Jun and Cheng Hua. He could guess they hadn't expected that Jiang Huateng, who had just made a big hit, could then proceed to make such a terrible film. Well, there was no need to warn them. Even if he spoke up, they probably wouldn't believe him. Maybe they would even think Chen Feng was intentionally trying to deceive them. In the business world, anything could happen. Gentlemen, I'm a bit thirsty. I'll go get a drink first. Chapter 82. The Sea Fortress. Do you want it or not? Chen Feng handed the script back to Jiang Huateng. Jiang Huateng looked at Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, what about the investment then? Chen Feng gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, our company is short on cash recently. Knowing how bad the script was, there was no way he would invest. Wang Jun and Cheng Hua looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Such an outstanding project, and they didn't want it? They didn't think this movie would lose money. From their experience, this project seemed pretty reliable. a famous work adaptation, talented director, and a traditional romantic love story. Not investing would just be foolish. Since Chen Feng was unwilling, they gave up. The three of them talked happily while Chen Feng walked into the banquet hall, drank a glass of orange juice, and chatted briefly with the two lead actors. The red envelope would be given by the director. It wasn't something he needed to handle. Compared to the last Hawaii party where Chen Feng attended and nobody paid attention to him, this time, a lot more people recognized him. Broken heart for many days, the elite guards, lost in Thailand, Yo-Yo King, Bara Shao Maxian, Balala Shao Emosian, the Sui and Tang dynasties, double dragons. In just 1 year, Changfeng Entertainment had shown extremely strong momentum, drawing attention from the entire entertainment industry. Even Wang Jun and Cheng Hua dared not underestimate Chen Feng, let alone these stars. In the entertainment industry, stars are actually only middle level. The upper echelon is occupied by entertainment giants and big capitals. Chen Feng represented capital. After entering the banquet hall, a crowd of people surrounded him, greeting him as Brother Feng and President Chen, which gave Chen Feng a splitting headache. Facing the Ruqing, enthusiastic artists, directors, and screenwriters, Chen Feng managed to fend them off after a while. Sometimes, being too famous wasn't actually a good thing. Throughout this process, Ji Shui's role was very clear. With her beside him, all the attractive female celebrities who originally wanted to introduce themselves shamefully backed off, saving Chen Feng a lot of trouble. After finishing his social obligations, Chen Feng ate something to fill his stomach while Ji Shui dutifully stood by his side. Just then, a beautiful middle-aged woman in her 40s, still exuding charm, approached Chen Feng and smiled. "Hello, President Chen." Chen Feng immediately showed a polite smile. "Hello." It was obvious again, an attempt to get closer, perhaps with a project needing investment or simply wanting to be recognized and leave a good impression for potential future collaboration. The middle-aged woman chatted enthusiastically with Chen Feng and finally revealed her purpose. She wanted her daughter to join Chen Feng's company. "Your age seems a bit old," Chen Feng said helplessly. Chen Feng Entertainment had requirements when signing new people, right? At her age, she could probably only play mothers now. No, not me, my daughter Xiaoxi. I think you might have heard of her." "Oh, her." Chen Feng nodded. He really had heard of that female star's name before. She had acted in famous TV dramas like Demigods and Semi-Devils and The Return of the Condor Heroes. She had even earned a nickname, Fairy Sister. But now, this Fairy Sister was in a very embarrassing situation. At the beginning, Shishi was signed under her godfather's company with excellent resources and indeed was promoted to stardom. When the contract expired, the two parties parted ways. At that time, Shishi was a major hot topic in the entertainment industry. Companies like Hawaii and Enlight Media had both reached out with offers. To get Shishi to join, Hawaii even specially provided top resources, a China-US co-produced film titled The Warrior's Blade, and invited top stars like Jackie Chan and Jet Li to act in it, clearly showing their sincerity. It was the first time Hawaii had valued a female star so highly. As a top entertainment company, it had always been the case that female stars begged to join them. However, halfway through, no one knew exactly what happened between them. She didn't join Hawaii, nor did she sign with any other company in the industry and remained an independent artist. This infuriated the two bosses of Hawaii. "I give you such top resources, yet you ghost me? Do you really think you're so special just because you're a hot celebrity?" Soon, Hawaii issued a ban, and an avalanche of negative gossip about her poured in. Rumors such as her having an abortion at 13 due to a love affair, having been trained by her godfather from childhood, even that her mother and daughter were both involved in some Yangzhou thin horse rumors, and more. The wildest rumor was even that she was a transsexual. More absurdly, some people actually believed those rumors. Compared to Hawaii as a giant, a mere pure image female star was just too fragile. Under Hawaii's attack, the Fairy Sister was in a very pitiful state, without a single acting job or endorsement, just staying home idle all day. It was indeed pitiful to the extreme. The entertainment industry is very realistic. When you're famous, everyone's your friend. When you're not, everyone will try to kick you while you're down. Currently, Shishi was in exactly that situation, almost like a rat crossing the street. Everyone shouted to beat her up. Lu Xiaoli was also terrified. Originally, her daughter Cici was still a top female star in the industry, enjoying the most elite resources in the entertainment world. But after offending Hawaii, she instantly became a jinx, and even stopped attending events, afraid of being hounded by reporters. In this situation, Lu Xiaoli could only turn her attention to Changfeng. They were the only company unafraid of Hawaii and capable of protecting her daughter. After Ji Shui explained the whole situation to him, Changfeng helplessly shook his head. "Sorry, I just talked with President Wang. I really can't get involved in this." President Wang from Hawaii had shown him several kindnesses, giving him full face on multiple occasions, so Changfeng couldn't keep ruining things for them. As the saying goes, the more friends, the wider the path ahead. Although Changfeng wasn't afraid of Hawaii, he didn't want to make enemies unnecessarily. Besides, this whole mess was mostly Lu Xiaoli's own fault. She had accepted a top-class project like the Warrior's Blade, yet ended up ghosting Hawaii. No wonder they were angry. Seeing Chun Feng's refusal, Lu Xiaoli immediately became anxious. Since her divorce from her husband, her entire focus had been on her daughter, determined to mold her into an international superstar. Everything had been going well. Lu Cici, starting from her role as Bai Xiu Zhu in Golden Fin Family, Jean Fin Shijia, had landed a classic role every year, becoming the top female star in China and every young man's dream girl. But now, that dream had clearly shattered. Just a simple celebrity status was no match for Hawaii's fury, and the only potential backer she could find had just rejected them. Lu Xiaoli spoke a few more words, even agreeing to slightly harsher contract terms. But Chen Feng still shook his head. He truly didn't want to offend Huai over just one female star. At that moment, and Zhishui leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Boss, Lu Cece still has very high commercial value. Signing her could be profitable. Plus, she's currently the only actress in the country with that fairy image. She's truly irreplaceable." Oh, Chen Feng hesitated momentarily, then nodded. "All right then, let me have my assistant add your WeChat first. As for the rest, we can talk more later." Chapter 83. What's so special about a celebrity? All right, we can talk. Lu Xiaoli nodded. It was good that they could talk. The real problem would be if they couldn't even talk, which would complicate things. After dealing with Lu Xiaoli, Chen Feng continued mingling at the banquet for a while. This celebratory feast organized by Jiang Huateng was quite grand. The enormous banquet hall held dozens of tables, all lavishly filled with mouth-watering delicacies. But clearly, few people here had come for the food. They were all here for networking. Food could always be eaten anytime, but gatherings like this one, where industry heavyweights were all present, were rare opportunities. "Hello, Mr. Chen." At that moment, a rather young and inexperienced-looking guy approached Chen Feng. "Hello, do you need anything?" "Mr. Chen, hello. I'm a graduate from the directing department of the Beijing Film Academy. My name is Du Wei, and I have a movie idea. If it gets made, it will definitely make money." Chen Feng started feeling slightly annoyed. Here we go again. Another person convinced he was a misunderstood genius. Ever since he founded the entertainment company, he'd met hundreds, maybe even thousands, of people trying to find investors. Most of them weren't misunderstood talents. They simply lacked any real ability. "Mr. Chen, here is the project proposal. It's a sci-fi film." Du Wei handed Chen Feng a script, clearly exuding confidence. But Chen could see the nervousness hidden beneath Du Wei's confident appearance. It was obvious his faith in the script wasn't as solid as he tried to appear. Chen Feng felt a sense of annoyance. He was going to flip through it briefly, hand it back, and get rid of this guy. He really didn't feel like dealing with people who thought highly of themselves these days. Fresh out of school, and already trying to make a film? Who did this guy think he was? Habitually, Chen ran a quick scan over the script. Klein's Legend, movie script. Note 1. This is an excellent movie script. Note 2. This film requires a skilled director. Note 3. This movie will most likely make a profit. Chen Feng, who was about to hand the script back casually, froze for a moment. He silently opened the script and decided to read it carefully. But he soon realized this wasn't the right place to study a script. Looking directly at Du Wei, he said, "Let's find a quiet place and talk properly." "How does that sound?" "Of course." Du Wei nodded repeatedly. His biggest fear was Chen Feng flipping the script back at him without even glancing through it. Now that Chen was willing to find a quiet place to talk, it meant there was actually a chance this might work out. "Hun Koth, Langer Rinjiao Dala Yiger Anjing de Difang, Chen Feng Jiajug Bungong, Kai Shi Chakan Jurgug Du Wei de Jirba, Ling Ta Jing Yadik Shi, Jura Jingran Shi Yibu Kehuan Fang, Archia Shi Yibu Shijian, Xinhuan de Kehuan Fan, Zhiyang de Panzik, Soa Shi Hua Yi Jing Zai Guanei Hai Shi Di Zu Chu Shan, Dan Dan Jiri Dat, Jirang Chen Feng, Doi Jurgug Du Wei, Sung Chila, Yi Su Jingpai, Soa Shi Hua, Ruguo Bu Shi Jian Ding Zhao Shangji, Chir Ding, Jirabu Ding Da, Nungo Zhan Shan, Ta Kan Ding Bu Hui Do Kan, Jirabu Ding Yan, Shi Ta de Laoban, Ye Kan Ding Bu Hui Tozi, Yan Yin Hun Jan Dan, Hai Pa Feng Shan, Di Zu Chu Shan, Jiu Yi Wei Jia, Zhijian Shiqing, Zai Guanei, Mayo Cheng Gong de Shanli, Toju de Fengshan Shizai Shu Tai Dalat, Da Jia Zhan Shan, Do Bu Rong Yi, Mei Sri, Hui Ba Chan Toju Dao, Yibu, Kehuan Fan Li Man, Shen Feng Shenwen Dao, Zhibu Ding Ying Xiao Dosak Chan, Tai Neng Go Pai Chulai, Du Wei, Ya Yi Ju Ji Dong de Xinqing, Yiger Yi, Do Xiao, Chengbring Yiger Yi, Jiao Gil Yiger Yi, Wo Bao Zheng Neng Go Pai Chulai, Archia Chan Bu Neng Sao, Sala de Huar, Da Bu Dao, Wo Sheng Yao Cheng Shan de Xiaoguo, Chen Feng Jing Zhoulat, Yiger Yi de Chengbun, Archia Hai Bu Neng Sak, Niya Sir Jundagan Soa, Yibu Kehuan Fan, Archia Hai Xiao, Yiger Yi de Chengbun, Zhermag Da de Zhizoa, Guanei, Nungo La Dao, Zhermag Doa, Toju de Daoyan Guji, Jiu Nemag Jiga, Dana, Adridoi, Bu Bal Koa Du Wei, Rinjia Jang Huateng, Lanshir Pilot Haji Bu, Soli, Hayo Yibu, Pao Funkima, Shirlankan Doatan, Zhircayo Yongqi, Pai Kehuan Fan, Ni Ya Chu Chir Yiger, Gong Bi Yir de Baoyan, Samadzofin, Do Mayo, Jiran Jiu Ganyao Yiger Yi, Lai Pai Kehuan Fan, Jir Yijing Bu Nung Yong Yongqi, Lai Xingrong Lut, Wanchen, Jiu Shir Yi Shang Tankat, Chen Feng Mayo Dafu Du Wei, Shir Shanze, Bar Jirban Kanla Yiban, Hun Yo Shio de Jirban, Dan Pai Shir de Nandu Mingshan Hungal, Yiban de Dayan Pa Shir, Ba Wobujo, Yo Yirla Yisha, Chen Feng Gui Du Wei Lila, Yi Ge Janding, Ta Shang Yao Zridao Zirga Jia Hua Cheng Thuk, Shir San Soi, Nansheng, Du Wei, Bai Ju Yi, Zhi Shi Yi Ge Tansai, Bai Zhou R, Ta Shir Daoyan Fangman de Tansai, Chan Xie de Zhi Shi Yi Ge Ji Huat. Note 3. This is a 1,000-mile horse who needs a Bo Lu to discover him. If you invest in him, you won't regret it. Chen Feng took a sip of water. He felt like his worldview had just been shaken. This guy who seemed so ordinary and full of wild ideas turned out to be a genius in the director industry. Truly unexpected. At first, Chen Feng thought this fellow was arrogant. Someone with no accomplishments whatsoever asking for a 100 million investment. It was simply crazy. But after reading the appraisal from the Jian Ding Zhao Shangji, he fell silent. Indeed, Only a true genius would dare to do this, boldly spending 100 million to produce a sci-fi film with no precedent right from the beginning. That said, Dewey was only able to meet someone like Chen Feng, who had the Jin Ding Jiao Shangji. With anyone else, as soon as they heard he needed a 100 million investment to shoot a sci-fi film, and that he was just a fresh graduate, no question about it, they would immediately call security and have this madman thrown out. You're Mr. Dewey, right? Chen Feng's expression turned serious. I really like your script, but I do think a 100 million budget is somewhat exaggerated. Dewey became anxious immediately. But this film can't reduce its budget. If the costs are cut, then I won't achieve the effects I want. Chen Feng smiled and stopped him. I'm not suggesting reducing the budget. What I mean is, have you signed with any company yet? Dewey shook his head. Then how about joining our company? We're in need of a director. If you become our director, investing in this movie won't be a problem. Dewey showed a look of hesitation. Signing with a company brought both advantages and disadvantages. It wasn't an easy decision for him. Of course, I know this might seem sudden. You definitely need some time to think about it. All right then, let me know in a few days. Here's my business card. Feel free to call me anytime once you've decided. Chen Feng handed his business card to Dewey, then returned the script to him before walking off in a very stylish way. He was certain Dewey would accept, because aside from him, there was no one else in this world who would invest 100 million in Dewey to shoot a sci-fi film. After all, 1,000-mile horses are common, but bowless are rare. Chapter 84. This guy is nuts. Without financial backing, even if you are a genius like Dewey, you still won't get the chance to show your talent. The discussion with Dewey about the script had taken a bit too long. By the time Chen Feng returned to the ballroom, almost everyone had already left. Seeing this, Chen Feng didn't linger. He simply bid farewell to xuanhuan, politely declined his investment suggestion for the ocean fortress, and left the ballroom. Rejected twice by Chen Feng, xuanhuan didn't persist either. This wasn't last year anymore, when he was just an ordinary director wanting to make a romantic art film, but no one dared to invest. Now the situation was different. One film, 33 Days of Heartbreak, had become the year's biggest box office hit, and he himself had become a sought-after director. To put it bluntly, even if he walked out with a blank script now, someone would still dare to invest. You don't want to invest? There are plenty of others willing to. It makes no difference whether you're involved or not. How could a local businessman like you understand my pursuit of art? You'll regret it when the box office explodes. On the other side, Dewey left with a heavy heart. He needed to seriously consider Chen Feng's proposal. Hero Glorying Lila, Xin Yilin Banban Gongxian, Yichu, Zheng, Yinglai, Zhong Da Taozheng. Hero Federation released a new hero, the Dragon Monk. With graceful moves and flashy skills, he quickly rose to dominate the jungle. Thumb Games accuses Hero Glory of plagiarism and has already sued Penguin Interactive. The latest masterpiece from Soaring Studio, Valley of Winds, is coming soon. Stay tuned. Inside the company office, Chen Feng browsed the latest gaming news on his computer. Overall, after a series of moves, Soaring had finally managed to resist the assault from Hero Glory. Currently, in the 5v5 game genre, Hero Federation held approximately 50% of the market share, Hero Glory 35%, and the remaining 15% was split among other games. Additionally, players from those smaller titles continued to flow into both Hero Federation and Hero Glory. Hero Federation still maintained an advantage, but Hero Glory had also stabilized its position and established its own player ecosystem. It wouldn't be easy to eliminate them in the short term. As Chen Feng was reading the news, Xiao Shanshan walked in through the door. Boss, the litigation documents from Thumb Games have been prepared. The court date is also set. And as per your request, I've hired a lot of online commentators to spread the rumor about Penguin's plagiarism across major game forums. I see. Chen Feng nodded. This matter had started long ago, but Chen Feng had little hope for the final outcome. The legal framework regarding such issues in China was too weak. Even if the lawsuit succeeded, the final verdict would probably only result in a fine and an order to make certain modifications. Such punishment was barely a scratch for Penguin Interactive. There's one more thing. The Chinese server for Valley of Winds is ready for launch, and the promotion materials are all set. Would you like to review them beforehand? Any changes compared to the last report? No. Then no need. The ecosystem for Online 1 has been established now. It's unlikely they will collapse anytime soon. Let's leave it as is for now. Got it. I'll start the preparations. Xiao Shanshan nodded. Chen Feng found himself with some free time again. Being a boss, whether busy or not, depended on your approach. If you micromanaged everything, you'd definitely be overwhelmed. But if you delegated, you could end up quite relaxed. In fact, most bosses were busy because they never fully trusted their subordinates. But Chen Feng was different. He had Xiao Shanshan and Enji Shui overseeing the company, so he could afford to be laid back. Very soon, Enji Shui arrived and interrupted Chen Feng's relaxed state. Master, Lu Xiaoli and her daughter Lu Cici are here. Also, that director from last time, Dewey, came with them. Bring Dewey to my office first. Let Lu Xiaoli and Lu Cici wait in the reception room for now. Enji Shui left quickly. Not long after, she brought Dewey into the office. Dewey, you're here. Please, sit down. Toward this prodigy of the director's world, Chen Feng's attitude was particularly courteous. He led him to the sofa and personally poured him a cup of fragrant tea. The same actions carried different meanings when done by different people. If an ordinary person acted this way, Dewey wouldn't care. But coming from Chen Feng, the CEO of a big company, this gesture moved Dewey slightly. Mr. Chen, I've made my decision. I'd like to sign with your company, Dewey said solemnly. After returning from the celebration banquet last time, he mentioned Soaring's willingness to sign him to a few close friends, and they all agreed it was a great opportunity, urging him to accept immediately. A golden opportunity falls from the sky, and here you are hesitating instead of grabbing it immediately. The film director industry is notoriously tough. Without connections or background support, why would anyone give you a chance to direct? If you're lucky, after wasting away for decades, you might finally get the opportunity to direct your first film and soar. If you're not lucky, you might never get any shot. Not to mention Chen Feng was willing to give Dewey 100 million yuan just to direct a sci-fi film. To put it bluntly, even established directors would jump at such an offer. They might even be willing to sell their souls. And you, a newcomer, what gives you the right to hesitate? Dewey thought about it later and realized he had been unreasonable. After all, he had no fame or connections. A big boss like Chen Feng had already offered him an opportunity, yet he was being indecisive. That was simply being impolite. So, after discussing the specific terms with Chen Feng for a while, he came over to sign the contract. It was a standard industry director contract, actually even more lenient in its terms, except the duration was slightly longer, 10 years. But in reality, time wasn't a big issue. Many directors would be more than happy to stick with a single company for life because it meant job security and not having to worry about running out of projects. After confirming that the contract contained no issues, Dewey signed it happily. President Chen, from now on I'm officially your employee and will be counting on you for my livelihood. Chen Feng smiled and shook Dewey's hand. Rest assured, you won't regret it. Then, about the Klein saga? Dewey rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining with expectation. He was truly eager to make this film and prove his ability to everyone. Since I promised you, of course I won't go back on my word. But there is one condition. The cast must be prioritized from our contracted actors, along with cameramen, prop artists, and others from the company. Don't worry, President Chen. I understand. As long as they're not completely unqualified, I'll give priority to people from our company. Dewey nodded. He had just a bit of pride, not ignorance of social etiquette. Chapter 85. Plagiarism has no consequences. A movie funded by one's own company, shouldn't it be used to promote the company's own actors? Would you actually use it to boost outsiders instead? That just didn't make sense. Unless the company truly had no suitable actors available, or none that fit the project's needs. Only then would someone consider hiring outsiders for the sake of the project's success. Once they'd reached a basic agreement on these points, the two men discussed some of the specific details, and then Chen Feng made a phone call, sending Dewey to the finance department to collect the money. Of course, this 100 million wouldn't be given as a single lump sum. It would be divided into several installments. Plus, the production team would specially assign a financial officer to monitor the set, checking for any corruption or waste by the director or crew members. A producer would also be assigned to accompany Dewey specifically to check his spending and prevent reckless financial decisions. After resolving the issue with Dewey, Chen Feng then walked toward the meeting room, where a female celebrity was waiting to sign with him. Inside the meeting room, Lu Xiaoli anxiously paced the room, her eyebrows tightly knitted. Lu Qianqian sighed helplessly. Mom, you've been walking so long already. Aren't you tired? Go sit down and rest for a bit. You said Mr. Chen would come already. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Could it be that he no longer wants to sign us? Lu Xiaoli muttered, frustrated. She originally thought that since her daughter was, after all, a top female celebrity, even if she had been recently struggling, coming to Chen Feng should at least merit an enthusiastic reception, if not a fully rolled out welcome. She originally thought that since her daughter was, after all, a top female celebrity, even if she had been recently struggling, coming to Chen Feng should at least merit an enthusiastic reception, if not a fully rolled out welcome. Yet upon arrival, except for an assistant leading them to the conference room and offering them tea, no one had even come by to check in on them in the hours that had passed. What did that mean? It meant this company simply didn't value them. If they truly valued them, how could the situation be as ignored as it was now? At that moment, Chen Feng pushed the door open and walked in, wearing a faint smile. You two must have been waiting anxiously. Let's not waste time. Take a look at this contract, please. With a smile, Chen Feng handed them the pre-prepared contract. Lu Xiaoli offered a polite smile and quickly grabbed the contract, starting to read through it intently. As she read, Lu Xiaoli's expression changed, surprised, angry, and filled with hesitation and inner conflict. This was a talent management contract, an ultra-long-term contract practically equivalent to a modern-day indentured servitude agreement. The term alone was 10 whole years. This is too extreme. 10 years. Do you still consider Qianqian a rookie? She is a top-tier actress in China. Qianqian, stop reading. We can't possibly sign under these conditions. Lu Xiaoli tried to snatch the contract back, but Lu Qianqian still finished reading it and wore an expression of hesitation. This contract was indeed extremely strict, but it also came with excellent guarantees. Most notably, the guaranteed minimum income for the 10 years totaled over 1 billion yuan. 1 billion yuan clearly spelled out in black and white, written plainly in the contract. But at the same time, the restrictions were extremely high. Signing it meant her entire life would be under Chen Feng's control, with nowhere to escape. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Is there something unsatisfactory about this contract for you both? Lu Xiaoli frowned. Of course, we are not satisfied, Mr. Chen. The terms of this contract are too strict. There's not even the slightest bit of freedom left. Even newbies in the entertainment industry shouldn't be treated this way. Isn't this exploitation? Lu Xiaoli was indeed money-oriented, but she was also a mother who absolutely wouldn't push her own daughter into the fire. She clearly understood that once they signed the contract, their lives would basically fall completely under this man's control. If you obeyed, then it might be okay, but if you didn't, he could torture you mentally and physically using countless methods. That's exactly how a lot of entertainment agencies in South Korea and Japan operated. She definitely wanted to sign both herself and her daughter with Chungfeng, but for at most 5 years, and with just a regular talent management agreement. Her main goal was to find a strong backer for her daughter to quickly clear away the smear campaigns surrounding her. If this continued, Liu Qianqian's career could very well be ruined forever. Madam Liu, take a closer look at the contract. Did you notice the guaranteed income alone is 1 billion yuan? Do you think that's unreasonable? Do you believe me when I say that if I threw this contract outside, not a single person in the entertainment industry would turn it down? But the terms are too harsh, Liu Xiaoli said with visible inner turmoil. Indeed, as Chen Feng said, a guaranteed 1 billion yuan income. This contract was already generous. If someone else got such a contract, they likely wouldn't refuse it either. Only a fool would say no. Just how many people in this world could possibly earn 1 billion yuan in 10 years? Other people's situations, Liu Xiaoli didn't know, but her family was genuinely broke. Ever since breaking away from Chun Jinfei's camp, almost all of their previous earnings were lost. Plus, the blacklisting and smear campaign by Huai also drained them of considerable funds. If they weren't at the end of their rope, there was no way she would have come looking for Chen Feng. Looking at Liu Xiaoli's struggling expression, Chen Feng smiled. Madam Liu, let me be frank with you. I'm cooperating very well with the 2 Wang presidents from Huai. Without sufficient benefits, why would I risk offending them for your sake? Please don't try to haggle with me by saying your daughter is a top-tier actress. You should know the current online sentiment better than me. Right now, Liu Qianqian has practically become a public pariah, with almost negative commercial value. Without my support, you two wouldn't even have a chance to step out. To be honest, it's only because I believe Miss Liu has potential that I offered you this generous guaranteed contract. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even consider signing them. Let me put it bluntly. Without you, Liu Qianqian, there's still Zhang Qianqian, Li Qianqian. These days, it's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but as for 2-legged women wanting to enter the entertainment industry, there's no shortage. Just a so-called fairy elder sister? Let the media issue more press releases, and I can create a second or third one anytime. As for what you'll do next, think it over carefully. Having said that, Chen Feng left. They didn't want the face given to them. If it weren't for Ji Shui saying that Liu Qianqian had potential, Chen Feng truly wouldn't have cared much about the two of them. Celebrities might seem glorious in the eyes of ordinary people, but before business tycoons, they're merely at the bottom of the food chain. Last year, Liu Qianqian had still been in her prime, hailed everywhere as the fairy elder sister. Yet now, she'd directly become a rat crossing the street. Everyone shouts at her. Why? Because she had offended Huai. Though not openly blacklisted, it was obvious that Liu Qianqian could no longer survive in the entertainment industry. Without his support, Liu Qianqian would basically have to bid farewell to the entertainment world. Internet users have short memories. After 2 years or so, they'd probably forget all about them. Once Chen Feng left, Liu Xiaoli immediately felt helpless and could only turn her gaze toward her own daughter. Qianqian, what do you think of this contract? Her daughter had grown up and had her own thoughts now. Perhaps it was time to let her make her own decisions. I think this contract is actually quite good, Liu Qianqian replied seriously. But what if he has bad intentions? Then you'd be completely at his mercy, Liu Xiaoli whispered. Chapter 86, A Harsh Contract. Liu Qianqian shook her head. Mom, I think President Chen has a point. If we don't offer them something, no one would dare anger Huai for my sake. I know you want to raise me into a big star, but look around now. Who's willing to make movies with us knowing they might anger Huai? Only by signing a contract can we turn things around. Putting it bluntly, even if he has ill intentions, what can he do? This contract guarantees 10 billion yuan. With that amount, what can I accomplish later on? Would someone else offer us such favorable terms? Liu Xiaoli looked at her daughter, who seemed to have grown much more mature, and sighed. Sigh, you've grown up. Make your own decisions then. 2 of you. Have you made your decision? Are you going to sign or not? Please give me a straight answer. Chen Feng pushed the door open with a smile and walked in calmly. He genuinely didn't care either way. A mere celebrity, given his current power, it wouldn't be hard to promote her at all. His situation was completely different now. He no longer needed to chase girls. The ones with ulterior motives, those seeking resources, were the ones begging him for attention. He certainly didn't lack for women. If not for the deep impression Liu Qianqian had left through the roles she once played, Chen Feng wouldn't have even bothered signing her. If she were another unknown newbie, instead of offering 10 billion as a guarantee, just a few million would have sufficed. Unlike now, when even offering 10 billion in guaranteed income didn't seem enough, and she still hesitated. Chen Feng had already made up his mind. If these two still couldn't tell a good opportunity when they saw it, he'd just buy internet trolls and smear them the same way Huai did, ensuring they'd never dare to show their faces again. That's just how petty he could be. President Chun, I've made my decision. I agree to sign the contract. From now on, I'll count on you for everything. Liu Qianqian stood up. Her face turned slightly red when she said for everything. Perhaps imagining something. Once the contract was signed, whatever Chen Feng told her to do, she would have to do it. She'd have absolutely no room to resist. Therefore, her attitude was quite straightforward. Chen Feng took the contract and saw Liu Qianqian's name on it. He nodded with satisfaction. Now that you're officially under my wing, naturally I'll protect you. Don't worry, I'll talk to President Wang. I believe he'll do me that favor. Liu Xiaoli finally let out a sigh of relief. At last, they could stop worrying about online smear campaigns. There were indeed advantages to signing this contract. She was well aware of Chengfeng's strength. Huai wouldn't dare provoke it easily. They probably would just drop everything quietly, pretending nothing had happened. Oh, by the way here, take this and go find Chen Jinfei. Some debts are due to be settled. With a gesture from Chen Feng, and Ji Shui entered the room, handing them a tablet. Lu Xiaoli accepted it. Opening the device, she found only one folder. Upon opening it, shockingly, it contained evidence of some of Chen Jinfei's illegal dealings. Lu Xiaoli's eyes widened. Lu Qianqian frowned deeply. President Chen, how did you get this? If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Once an act is committed, traces are always left behind. I remember you two paid quite a lot when you broke the contract with Chen Jinfei, right? Take this to confront him. He owes you an explanation. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. He certainly disliked women becoming arrogant because of favor. This display was also to let the two understand his power. As for the evidence of illegal activity, it had actually been very easy to obtain. After all, in the real estate industry, people who know, understand. And Ji Shui had needed less than 10 minutes to dig it up. Still, the effect had been remarkable. Lu Xiaoli looked at Chen Feng as if seeing a ghost, and Lu Qianqian also appeared shocked. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qianqian shook her head again. Forget it. It's long over. I don't want to use this against him. After all, it was him who originally made me famous. Lu Xiaoli smiled awkwardly. Right, President Chen. And we have nothing to do with that side. Those online rumors are all nonsense. How could I possibly push my own daughter into the fire? Chen Feng chuckled disdainfully. A man taking in, for no reason, a single mother with a child, treating her so well, even throwing a coming-of-age ceremony worth hundreds of thousands. He even named a new apartment complex after both of them. You say you have nothing between you. Do you yourself even believe that? Lu Xiaoli immediately panicked. Our Qianqian truly has nothing with him. Chen Feng raised his hand. Relax, I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have signed a contract. I'm picky about such matters and only want someone untouched. That's why I'm willing to give Qianqian a chance. I don't really care about your entanglements with Chen Jinfei. I just don't want him to keep getting away with things so easily. Qianqian, I admire your loyalty. But still, the balance needs to be restored. Since you're unwilling to approach him, leave it to me then. Lu Xiaoli asked cautiously. President Chen, what exactly are you planning to do? Chen Feng wore a half-smile, pulled Lu Xiaoli closer, and pinched her butt. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I'm just taking back what belongs to you. Lu Xiaoli's eyes widened in shock, and her body stiffened. With so many people around, how could he dare to do this? Lu Qianqian also looked startled, but after glancing at the calm and Ji Shui, she guessed that Chen Feng must have done things like this frequently at the company. Maybe even this secretary was part of his harem. Come to think of it, this secretary was truly beautiful, especially with that gentle and water-like demeanor that made one feel enchanted. After testing Lu Xiaoli's softness a little, Chen Feng withdrew his hand. This was just a preventive warning for the mother and daughter. He didn't mean to go all the way now. He wasn't so eager. He took out a check and wrote in 30 million, then handed it to Lu Qianqian. Consider this the signing bonus. Use it well. Lu Qianqian accepted the check, her heart surging with emotion. She knew that Chen Feng and her godfather were essentially the same breed. The only difference was that Chen Feng was younger, more capable, and willing to spend more money. To survive in the entertainment industry, having such a backer truly made things easier. Aligning with Chen Feng was better than bowing to older men. At the very least, Chen Feng had good looks, which made the situation more bearable. As the company's general manager, Xiao Shanshan quickly learned about the two contracts and came over shaking her head. Are you serious, boss? A debutante director gets 100 million yuan to make a sci-fi film, and a scandal-ridden female celebrity gets a 10 billion guarantee contract. Your decisions are getting harder and harder to understand. Chen Feng smiled and pulled Xiao Shanshan into his arms, then motioned to Ji Shui to guard the door. Xiao Shanshan had long grown used to Chen Feng's behavior and didn't resist. She twisted her body slightly, adjusting to a comfortable position, letting Chen Feng take liberties. Believe me, Du Wei is a genius. He only lacked the opportunity to prove it. Give him 100 million, and he'll deliver us a rich return. Chapter 87. Your fate lies in my hands, not heaven's. As for Lu Cici, isn't it exciting to have a fairy sister of your own? Chen Feng smirked with a playful grin. But you didn't have to spend 1 billion on it. She's been splashed with quite a bit of dirty water lately. Can the company even break even? Xiao Shanshan huffed in dissatisfaction. Don't worry, this deal won't be a loss. When have you ever seen my judgment go wrong? Chen Feng replied confidently. After some intimate moments, Xiao Shanshan eventually left. Although she was the company's manager, the final decisions always rested with Chen Feng. She never opposed his decisions. She would only make minor adjustments to them. The release of Valley of the Wind was coming up soon, and she had a lot on her plate. After Xiao Shanshan left, Chen Feng suddenly asked, Shui, has Zhang Shi or Gao Yu contacted you before? Zhang Shi used to be an actor under Huai Brothers. Later, refusing to be subjected to the industry's backstage manipulations, she approached Chen Feng for help. But Chen Feng hadn't given her any face, instead giving her quite a harsh lesson. Eventually, she left disgruntled, while her contract was taken over by Chen Feng from Huai. As for Gao Yu, she was a celebrity from a small company. After offending a powerful figure in the industry due to a particular incident, it was Chen Feng who helped protect her and provided her with good opportunities. Master, no, neither Zhang Shi nor Gao Yu have made any attempt to contact you. They're both seeking their own opportunities now, and Ji Shui answered seriously. Heh. Chen Feng shook his head. If they insist on relying on themselves, let them be. No need to pay attention to them anymore. You continue watching over the company. If anything important comes up, just inform me as you did before. Understood, Master, and Ji Shui nodded. In the Net1 office, Zhao Mingyang checked the time on his phone and decisively clicked to download Valley of the Wind. A long time ago, he had taken notice of the company Chenghuang. Though it originally belonged to the entertainment industry, it had insisted on diving into the gaming sector and succeeded remarkably well. Their game, Hero Federation, had become the world's most popular title, becoming a prehistoric behemoth that had plunged straight into the swamp of the gaming industry. Previously, in South Korea, he encountered them under the same roof as the company behind Bladestorm. Their objective was identical: to secure the agency rights for Bladestorm. Zhao couldn't help but admire Chen Feng's foresight. Reality had proven that Bladestorm was an exceptional game. Since the launch of its Chinese server, its popularity skyrocketed, bringing in continuously growing revenue day by day. It was currently the company's cash cow. Originally, he thought once the Bladestorm Chinese server rights were secured, the chapter would be over. For xuanhuan to capture this market share, they would require at least several months to replicate something of comparable quality. By that time, Net1 would have already raked in enormous profits, content, and satisfied. Not every game could be sustained for years like Dungeon and Fighter. Most games' lifespans barely extended beyond a few months. Unexpectedly, within just less than 2 months, xuanhuan released Valley of the Wind. Upon checking, Zhao found out that the game was originally developed by a South Korean company specifically to copy Bladestorm. Learning this had filled Zhao Mingyang with admiration. When Bladestorm was taken away, xuanhuan's owner could swiftly pivot to securing the agency rights of its competitive counterpart, a line of thinking few ordinary people would come up with. Having been in the gaming industry for many years, Zhao understood clearly that there wasn't much difference between competitor games and the original, except the former typically came out earlier. Sometimes, competitor games could even surpass the original since they could learn from the predecessor's ideas. Both domestically and internationally, there were countless examples where competing titles drove the original games out of business. Perhaps the best example was the Penguin Company, from Tencent. From QQ Farm, to Speed Mobile, and now Hero of Glory, Tencent had been copying others all along. And not only did they continue growing stronger with each copy, but they ultimately established themselves as the game industry's dominant player. Valley of the Wind was obviously directly aimed at Bladestorm. As the operator of Bladestorm's Chinese server, Zhao naturally paid close attention to this new title challenging it directly. He downloaded it at the moment servers went live. Thanks to the company's lightning-fast internet speed, the moment the download finished, Zhao Mingyang clicked enter. As the initial in-game scenes loaded, Zhao's expression turned gloomy. It wasn't because the game's graphics were bad, quite the contrary. Its visuals were very refined and clearly tailored to appeal to Chinese players' aesthetics. This didn't bode well. Zhao was fully aware that Bladestorm was a South Korean-developed game. While it also belonged to the Han cultural sphere, there were definite differences compared to Chinese players' preferences. Some subtle details and settings weren't quite in sync with local expectations. Unfortunately, those aspects couldn't be altered because their rights only covered operation, not modifications, which remained solely under Bladestorm's control. Even if he reported the issues to the Blade and Soul Company, they might not necessarily respond. Unlike Valley of the Wind, which was purely a subsidiary of xuanhuan, doing whatever xuanhuan wanted, placing whatever content xuanhuan demanded, and modifying the game however they pleased. After watching for a while, Zhao Mingyang chose to log in. When he logged in, he selected his Hero Federation account. As expected, it worked, and he even received an in-game gift pack. Predictable. Zhao Mingyang smiled. Almost all major game companies had their game accounts interconnected. Take the Penguin account or Net1's email account, for example. The advantages of doing this were obvious. New games would receive considerable attention upon launch, and user retention would improve. Why were big companies so difficult to collapse? Because when they launched a new game, they already had successful old games to bring in traffic. Net1 had been in the gaming industry for many years and had countless successful titles. As soon as a new game launched, even a simple event could bring in hundreds of thousands of players. This kind of innate advantage. How could ordinary small game companies possibly compete? From this perspective, xuanhuan truly had good luck. As soon as it entered the gaming industry, it had a hit domestic game, Hero Federation. Just this one game alone would likely bring Valley of the Wind tens of thousands of active players on launch day, more than the total player base of many other games. After entering the game, Zhao Mingyang carefully selected a character and played through part of the content. It was quite similar to Blade and Soul, but had many details adjusted specifically to appeal to domestic players. Additionally, the game's pay-to-win elements were much milder compared to Net1. Zhao had no objections to this. After the company worked hard to obtain the Chinese server rights from South Korea, of course they wanted to profit handsomely. If the pay-to-win wasn't strong enough, the company wouldn't make any money, and there would be no point in continuing to operate the game. Even if they did earn money, they still had to share part of the revenue with the Korean developer. Therefore, Blade and Soul's overt monetization strategies, which had caused considerable player backlash, were understandable. Chapter 88, Find a way to discredit him. Compared to that, the microtransactions in Valley of the Winds were very light, and the in-game environment was significantly better than Blade and Soul. Without a doubt, this game would definitely have a longer lifespan than Blade and Soul. This is truly coming on strong. Zhao Mingyang furrowed his brows tightly. They definitely needed to find a way to contain it. On the second day of Valley of the Wind's launch, Zhao Mingyang held a meeting, ready to curb the game's rising popularity. In this industry, there was absolutely no room for sentiment between companies. The gaming market was only so large, and the number of players who enjoyed this type of game was fixed. If your game attracted more players, naturally it meant fewer players for mine. Should we just sit back and allow you to erode our market? NetEase had extensive experience in this area, as did most major game companies, when it came to suppressing competitors. I think we should sue xuanhuan for plagiarism. Regardless of whether we win or not, At least we can steer public opinion in that direction and smear Qingfeng with negative rumors. Zhao Mingyang nodded in satisfaction. Sometimes netizens lack discernment and were easily swayed by public opinion. Even if something were false, if enough people repeated it, it could become accepted as truth. The suggestion of suing Qingfeng for plagiarism is great. Any more ideas? I think instead of attacking Qingfeng directly, we should focus more on promotion. We could hire more internet trolls to hype things up on game forums, or coordinate with other departments to drive more players to our game. We could also hold a tournament. The game has been out for almost 3 months now. A martial arts grand tournament would be perfect. We can buy trolls online to spread rumors that Qingfeng's game is terrible and reduce their player count. Soon, a large number of suggestions poured in, and they were all highly feasible. Once implemented, these tactics wouldn't cause Valley of the Winds to crash overnight, but suppressing its popularity definitely wouldn't be an issue. Zhao Mingyang wasn't foolish enough to expect Qingfeng to abandon Valley of the Winds altogether. He'd be satisfied as long as they could slow the rate at which they acquired new players. At Qingfeng Group, in Qinfeng's office, Xiao Shanshan walked in and handed Qingfeng a report. Boss, good news. Valley of the Winds earned 30 million in revenue during its first week, and the number of registered users has already exceeded 200,000. At this pace, profitability is just around the corner. Qingfeng took the report and nodded. That Valley of the Winds achieved such results came from multiple factors. Firstly, it was the traffic driven by Hero Federation. As a hit game, Hero Federation initially provided a great deal of exposure for Valley of the Winds, especially through a collaboration event when the servers first launched, which brought in the first batch of active players. Secondly, the massive advertising campaign before the game's launch was effective. Unless someone had absolutely no interest in games, seeing the high-quality ads would naturally entice them to click in and check it out. Combined with the fact that Valley of the Winds itself was a quality title, and with Blade and Soul having already paved the way, achieving these results was only natural. Boss, there's also bad news. Right now, there's a lot of negative talk about Valley of the Winds online, and NetEase plans to team up with the South Korean version of Blade and Soul to sue us for plagiarism. Hehe, as expected. Let the PR team mobilize and have the legal department prepare for the fight. Qinfeng's expression remained calm. This was a familiar tactic. This was how game companies operated. It was just normal business competition, nothing unusual. Everyone played the same game. According to the current trend, Valley of the Winds was definitely profitable, so it wouldn't matter even if NetEase filed the lawsuit. And even if, by some miracle, the lawsuit was lost, at most it would result in a fine of a few million. Compared to the profits of a successful game, such a fine was nothing but a drop in the bucket. Why else do you think copycat games ran rampant in China? The same trend was more or less the same overseas. There's another piece of news. NetEase's Blade and Soul has announced a martial arts tournament and has already begun investing to hype it up. This is having a significant impact on us. Is that so? Qingfeng frowned. Can we do the same? Xiao Shanshan shook her head. No. Our game has only been out for a week. There's no way we can hold a competition like that yet. The players' levels and overall population simply won't support such an event. In that case, let's just wait and see. Let NetEase take the spotlight for now. With their heavy monetization model, I don't think Blade and Soul will last much longer anyway. Qingfeng snorted in dissatisfaction. Competition between similar games was truly a battle to the death. After all, Qingfeng wasn't Tencent, lacking Tencent's traffic powerhouse. For copycats to defeat the original work was still quite difficult. Alright, I understand. I'll continue to keep an eye on this project. Xiao Shanshan walked out. What followed was Qingfeng keeping a close watch on the redo and data of Blade and Soul Online. Undeniably, NetEase, as an established game company, proved its reputation well. With rich experience in game operations, it quickly stole the spotlight away from the newly launched Valley of the Winds, and the growth of its data was also slowing down. Although the game could still be profitable, clearly the potential earnings had decreased. Discovering this frustrated Qingfeng deeply. In fact, the speed at which Valley of the Winds was making money couldn't compare to the financial gains from Njishue's operations. Not even mentioning Hero Federation, film production, or artist management. Combined, they still couldn't rival Njishue's financial earnings. Njishue was a versatile robot without any emotions, operating in finance like someone cheating the system. Were it not for Qinfeng's instructions for Njishue to stay low-key and create multiple fake accounts for operations, Warren Buffett's title as the stock god might well have gone to Njishue instead. Even so, Qinfeng's secret net worth rivaled that of the publicly recognized richest man. He just didn't wish to make it obvious. Money was something Qinfeng definitely didn't lack. Now, he simply wanted to achieve something significant in his career. One lives only once, and should always leave behind some kind of mark. He didn't expect to change the world, but at least wanted to have his name remembered in history. Qinfeng had high hopes for Valley of the Winds, hoping to replicate Tencent's strategy, using a competing game to defeat Blade and Soul. But unfortunately, the result had been far from satisfactory. Master, the CEO of Tangerine has come for a visit and is now in the meeting room. This appointment was previously scheduled. Also here is the boss of Qingwei Animation, seeking investment. And Njishuei entered the office. Go see the CEO of Tangerine first. As for Qingwei Animation, let him wait. Qinfeng replied casually. The CEO of Tangerine was coming to discuss cooperation, while Qingwei Animation was just begging for money. Clearly, Tangerine should be given priority. Tangerine CEO was a rare female executive in the industry, named Tang Yinong. She had founded the company in 2003 and spent 7 or 8 years struggling to bring it to its current status. Although not as prominent as Huai or Gongshan, Tangerine was still a first-tier entertainment company and an industry giant. For such a capable and powerful female executive to visit personally, Chen Feng naturally had to show her due respect. President Tang, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person after long admiration. Tang Yinong was already in her early 40s, yet maintained an elegant appearance with timeless charm and eyes sharp enough to seem to peer straight into one's soul. A woman who single-handedly managed a company valued at billions, President Tang was by no means simple. However, upon meeting Chen Feng, she courteously smiled, saying, "To be honest, I've also been looking forward to meeting President Chen." Chapter 89. Using celebrities to promote the game. Chen Feng and Tang Yinan had a good chat about the industry's development before she finally revealed her true intention. She had her eye on the Tang Dynasty Heroes project and wanted to secure a role for someone from her company. Actually, at the very beginning, Tangren had received a promise that there would definitely be roles in the project. Unfortunately, later on, after Chen Feng talked with Wang Jun and xuanhuan, Tangren was squeezed out and the roles were grabbed by celebrities from Hawaii and Gongshan. This was, in fact, a common occurrence in the industry. For a quality project, there would inevitably be a struggle among multiple parties before the casting was finalized. Sometimes, even the director couldn't make the final decision. Initially, when Chen Feng was merely a small fish in the industry, naturally no one paid much attention. But once it grew bigger and stronger, it had to integrate into the circle, otherwise, it would be collectively resisted. Luckily, Chen Feng had sufficient cash reserves and didn't need investment from other entertainment companies. Otherwise, the project would have been even more complicated. Hearing that Tang Yinan wanted a role, Chen Feng also showed a difficult expression. "Director Tang, normally since you came in person, I should grant you this favor. But you know, these roles already have candidates. I can't just assign them randomly." Tang Yinan smiled. "Do you know Chinese Paladin?" Chen Feng nodded. "Of course I know. Liu Qianqian, who signed a few days ago, had become famous because of Chinese Paladin 1. The title of Fairy Sister also originated from that time. Our company is about to start a new project. It's the sequel to Chinese Paladin. We can exchange resources between our two companies." Upon hearing that, Chen Feng smiled. "There we go. Why would I give roles to you for nothing? But if you can bring good resources, there's no problem. All right, just send people over for auditions later. As long as they're not far off, the role will be theirs." Of course, the so-called audition was merely a formality. Since the big boss Chen Feng had already agreed, how could the director or the producer disagree? Unless they didn't want their jobs anymore. Tang Yinan nodded and continued. "I also heard that you're going to shoot a sci-fi movie, and reportedly the investment will reach 100 million yuan. Yes, but the male and female leads of this movie have already been set. One is from our company, and one is from Hawaii. Neither can be replaced." Chen Feng directly replied. What he implied was that the leads were already locked in, but other roles were not yet set. If she really wanted a role, she should show some sincerity. If the offer was good enough, it was possible to consider. "Actually, it's not a role that I want. We have a few directors at our company who wish to transition into the big screen. How about you let one of our Tangren directors direct the film, and we can also invest a part of the funding as well." Tangren had developed for so many years and had already established a solid foothold in television dramas. Tang Yinan was gradually becoming dissatisfied with just staying in the small screen industry. She wanted to enter the big screen business and get into the film industry. But by relying only on her own company, she felt somewhat uncertain. Films were huge investments. If they failed, they could literally ruin the company. Therefore, she intended to find someone to collaborate with. Chen Feng was an excellent partner. It was a company newly established not long ago, and the director they brought in was just a recent graduate. What did that indicate? It suggested that Chen Feng lacked resources in this field. So why not let them come in? They had several TV drama directors who wished to make the transition anyway. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. It wasn't anger, but he found that there was a bit of oversight in his own operations. He recognized through his camera that Du Wei was a genius, so investing 100 million yuan was normal. But clearly, others didn't see it that way. When they learned that Chen Feng had assigned a 100 million yuan production to Du Wei to direct, outsiders were astonished beyond measure, and even some inside the company had expressed dissent. It seemed that in the future, he needed to be more careful in this regard, to operate more smoothly, so that all parties could accept the outcome. "Director Tang, you don't need to worry about this matter. 100 million yuan means nothing to Chen Feng. We don't need investment from the outside." After hearing this, Tang Yinan felt somewhat speechless. Although she knew that Chen Feng had dual developments in both entertainment and gaming, making it have sufficient funds, she never expected them to be this generous. They actually didn't care about the 100 million yuan. Did they really not worry about losing everything if the movie flopped? If the game was really this profitable, shouldn't Tangren also consider developing in this direction? Relying solely on a single industry was highly prone to problems. Diversified development was the correct path. "Director Chen, are you really not going to consider this? Actually, we have several very popular artists in our company who could contribute a great deal to the movie. For us, it would truly be a win-win situation." Chen Feng smiled and was about to refuse without hesitation. Just kidding. He believed in Du Wei's capability 100%, and movies often succeeded based on content. How much box office appeal those small-screen celebrities from Tangren really had was still uncertain. As for popularity, wait a second. Popularity. A sudden idea flashed through Chen Feng's mind. Right. Celebrities have high popularity. Why not use that to drive traffic to the game? As soon as he thought of this, Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and a flood of ideas instantly rushed into his mind. "Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen?" Tang Yinan looked puzzled. Why had he suddenly gone silent? Chen Feng snapped back to reality, smiled, and carefully said, "We won't need any investment or director replacement. Director Du is quite capable. I believe he'll deliver exactly what I expect. But as for cast roles, there's no problem. Oh, by the way, Madam Tang, do you know our company has several games under its name? I know. What? Chun Feng smiled subtly. Then are you interested in having your company's artists sign on for multiple endorsements? Quickly, Chun Feng and Tang Yinan reached a preliminary agreement, preparing to use the popularity of Tangren's artists to help boost the game. It was only a tentative agreement because Chun Feng couldn't make the decision alone. He needed to go back and discuss it with the game department to confirm the feasibility of this plan. If it turned out to be viable, then not only would Tangren be contacted, but also Huai and Gongshan. The most influential celebrities in the industry were still within these major companies. Though the original goal hadn't been fully achieved, Tang Yinan was quite satisfied. This visit had already yielded significant results. She had achieved part of her objective. Chun Feng also felt that he had gained a great deal. After returning to the company, he immediately held a meeting, calling over the staff from the Valley of the Wind department and presenting his idea. Star endorsements and celebrity-driven promotion. Kai Yong, the project manager from Valley of the Wind, thought for a moment and then nodded slowly. Sounds good. But gamers, mostly dine on, and the fan base of celebrities don't really overlap much. Actually, it was difficult to find a common ground between celebrities and games. Chapter 90. He actually knelt down. Since the fan bases of celebrities and game players often do not overlap, some celebrity fans are mostly otaku, others are entirely female, and some are even older than 30. Expecting them to play games is unrealistic. Different types of games attract different players. Fans don't necessarily play games just because they like a celebrity. Another factor is that celebrity endorsements are expensive. The production cost of a game is already exorbitant. Adding endorsement fees becomes unaffordable for many game companies. Rather than spending money on celebrities whose promotional effect is uncertain, it would be better to invest in established user acquisition channels whose effectiveness has already been proven. After hearing Kai Yong's explanation, Chun Feng realized he had been somewhat too naive. You think you're smart, discovering a brilliant idea that nobody else has thought of, wrong. Actually, everyone has thought of it, but they just decided not to proceed because of the high risk. After pondering for a while, Chun Feng said solemnly, is there a way to bypass these disadvantages and yet utilize celebrities' popularity to attract new users? Kai Yong frowned. If someone else had made this suggestion, he would definitely have scolded them. But since this was the boss, he decided to think carefully. Kai Yong frowned. If someone else had made this suggestion, he would definitely have scolded them. But since this was the boss, he decided to think carefully. After discussing with others from the game department, they actually came up with a rather decent idea. That is, organizing an event and inviting celebrities to participate. Jianling had its martial arts conference. Since we don't have that many players to begin with, let's skip the martial arts conference and directly invite celebrities to take part in our event, having them dress up as in-game characters and compete in the game. This type of competition doesn't need to be overly professional. The sole aim is to use the celebrity's popularity to attract new users. After all, the veteran players have already spent so much time and energy in Swords and Soul. It's unlikely they'd want to leave the game. Therefore, the key to growth still lies in acquiring new users. Moreover, inviting a celebrity to attend a single event is much cheaper than a full endorsement. And since Chun Feng has connections in the entertainment industry, perhaps they could even get it done for free. This is an advantage unique to Chun Feng, one other companies cannot easily replicate. Those wanting to copy us can only do so after spending a few years within the entertainment industry, gaining the same level of influence. As for the spokesperson, Kai Yong chose Lu Qianqian, who had just signed with the company. She was known as Fairy Sister and enjoyed great popularity among male otaku, perfectly overlapping with the gaming audience. Of course, most importantly, she was an in-house artist, which meant significantly lower endorsement fees. Overall, the plan aimed to attract new users at a minimal cost by leveraging celebrity popularity. It was the first attempt, so no one dared guarantee the outcome. Results would have to speak for themselves. However, if this approach truly succeeded, it would open up a new marketing channel for future games, allowing celebrities' popularity to drive growth. Chun Feng could be credited with blazing a new trail for the gaming industry. Chun Feng and the Wind Valley team discussed for quite a while before finalizing the overall event plan. Next, they would need to consult with other companies and check which celebrities were available. Once that was settled, it was already noon. Chun Feng was about to have lunch when Ji Shui reminded him, Master, the representative from Qingwei Animation is still waiting. Do you really not want to meet him? Prompted by Ji Shui, Chun Feng suddenly remembered that he hadn't met the representative from Qingwei Animation yet. There were simply too many people seeking investment meetings. It was impossible for Chun Feng to take everyone seriously. But this Qingwei Animation representative had actually waited so long. It surprised Chun Feng, and even stirred a slight sense of guilt. He decided to have Ji Shui go and inform this Mr. Wang, inviting him to join them for lunch. The owner of Qingwei Animation was Mr. Wang Zhou, in his early 40s, bald, and clearly a man who had endured many hardships. Upon meeting Chun Feng, Mr. Wang's demeanor was awkward and unassertive, nothing like the typical boss. Entrepreneurs are often polarized. Those who succeed wield great influence, treated like kings everywhere they go. Those who fail struggle even more than the lowest level office worker, often with no time to rest. Mr. Wang was clearly among the latter. Chun Feng already knew Mr. Wang's background through Ji Shui. Previously a freelance illustrator, he had accumulated his initial fortune and then ventured into entrepreneurship, investing more than 30 million renminbi into an animated film called Kiba. Unfortunately, upon release, it earned only 10 million at the box office, a loss so great that the company nearly went bankrupt. Therefore, entrepreneurship involves risks. Investment must be approached with caution. If it hadn't been for the camera and Shui's presence here to check everything, perhaps Chen Feng might have ended up worse than Mr. Wang himself. Looking at Mr. Wang, who nervously handed him a document, Chen Feng showed him some respect by pretense flipping through it, while secretly scanning it with the camera. Script for Kiba 2 animated movie. Remarks 1. The script details are well developed, and the worldview is complete. Remarks 2. This is a decent film, but the plot still needs polishing. Remarks 3. The environment isn't suitable for release. The film will most likely result in a loss. After reading the appraisal, Chen Feng was instantly speechless. If it's very likely to incur a loss, why would I even bother investing? Thus, after pretending to glance through the script for a bit, Chen Feng directly handed it back. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't invest in this script. You know, animated films aren't doing well these days, and your previous movie was already a loss. Chen Feng didn't say it outright, but he believed Wang Zhou would understand. Actually, it wasn't just him who wouldn't invest, probably no other boss would either. Because nobody likes to gamble their own money away. Wang Zhou's expression immediately darkened, but he didn't give up. Mr. Chun, I won't hide this from you. Our animated movie actually received great reviews, with a rating as high as 8.5 on Dubon. This is the most authoritative Dubon rating there is, and many viewers are hoping we'll make a sequel. I believe there's still a chance to make a profit. Chen Feng frowned slightly. Mr. Wang, we're both adults. Must we speak so plainly? Your movie clearly won't make money. How could I possibly invest? That's all I'll say. If you have a better project in the future, feel free to come find me. But with this one, there's no point. You know the situation with domestic animated films. Do you really think any of them have grossed more than 50 million so far? Wang Zhou was left speechless, because he knew that Chen Feng spoke the truth. Anyone with common sense could see this project was unreliable. Otherwise, why wouldn't anyone have invested in it already? Seeing that Wang Zhou had nothing more to say, Chen Feng finally felt satisfied and stood up, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, bang! After walking a few steps, a dull sound came from behind him. Chen Feng turned his head and saw Wang Zhou had actually knelt down. Chapter 91. The sword spirit begins to invite death. Wow. Chen Feng was genuinely startled. Who could handle a boss, especially one in his 40s, who suddenly dropped to his knees? President Wang, don't do this. You're making this really awkward for me, Chen Feng said, while pulling Wang Zhou back up, and gestured for Shui to guard the door to prevent anyone from witnessing the embarrassing scene. President Chen, I'm begging you. Please, just invest this once. Wang Zhou said with a tearful gaze. To be honest, this movie is my passion project. I know the market for animated films isn't doing well and that it's basically a black hole, but I just want to make it. And there are quite a few fans who support it too. President Chen, you might not know, but we've already raised 3 million yuan. Much of that money came from fans, and some of it was even the breakfast money from kids. I really don't want to let them down. I get it. Just please stand up first. Chen Feng pulled Wang Zhou up forcefully, fearing that he might fall to his knees again at any moment. Wang Zhou then droned on for a while, mostly explaining details and concepts about the movie. He even took out the script for Kiba 3 from his briefcase. It was only then that Chen Feng realized that Wang Zhou wasn't planning to make just 1 or 2 films, but rather several films that together would build a complete Kiba universe. Chen Feng truly didn't know what to say. The market for domestic animated films was clearly in decline, and it was almost impossible to turn a profit. Yet this man still insisted on pushing forward. Chen Feng was baffled, but also moved. A man in his 40s suddenly kneeling. It was an emotionally intense moment. So, Chen Feng took both the scripts for Kiba 2 and Kiba 3 and used his camera to analyze them several times in succession, confirming once again that the films would, without a doubt, result in financial losses. Not because the films weren't good, just that the domestic environment simply wasn't ready for them, and the audience base wasn't large enough. It was the same as how people decades ago couldn't accept overly complex or artistic films. Yet, in the end, Chen Feng still decided to go ahead and invest. The main reason was Wang Zhou's passion. Although Chen Feng himself wouldn't be foolish enough to charge headfirst like this, he did deeply respect people chasing their dreams. Another reason was that Chen Feng believed investing in this film would actually benefit him. Even though it was a guaranteed loss, it could also help divert attention from himself. After all, with his camera ability, nearly every movie he invested in succeeded. That might be fine in the short term, but in the long run, it could raise suspicions. At times like these, investing in 1 or 2 films intentionally designed to fail could dispel those doubts. Therefore, after serious consideration, Chen Feng ultimately decided to fund Wang Zhou's project. When Wang Zhou heard the news, he was overjoyed beyond words. Really, President Chen? You're truly willing to invest in this movie? Chen Feng nodded. Yes, I was moved. That's why I decided to invest. Wonderful. President Chen, how much are you willing to invest? How much is left? I'll cover it all. All of it. Wang Zhou felt like he must have misheard. He had expected Chen Feng would invest a few million as usual. Typical industry practice was to have multiple parties invest in a single project, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect such an extravagant gesture. Wang Zhou swallowed hard. President Chen, you're not joking with us, are you? Chen Feng smiled calmly. Of course not. We can sign the contract later. Just to be clear beforehand, my company will assign a financial supervisor and a producer to oversee the process. Also, I really like the world building of your film, but the plot still needs refinement. It has to be more complete. Even though he didn't expect to profit from the animated film, Chen Feng still wanted to ensure its quality, just for his own sense of satisfaction. Wang Zhou showed no resistance at all and nodded repeatedly. When you're the one providing the money, you're the boss. You get to decide. Quickly afterward, Wang Zhou went downstairs to sign the contract and left in high spirits. Then came the promotional event for Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. Kai Yong and the game department discussed for several hours and submitted multiple plans. Chen Feng then used his camera to assess each proposal to determine which one was the most viable. This was the reason behind Chen Feng's confidence in proposing celebrity-driven promotion. While others were approaching this for the first time and feared the risks, he had his camera, allowing him to see the risks in advance. Thanks to this cheat code, Chen Feng was extremely confident in the effectiveness of the marketing event. He was determined to show Wang Yi a thing or two and let them see his true strength. After several days of discussions, Chen Feng finally gave the green light to the game plan and decided to host the event in Dashai City, the most economically developed city in the country. The event was named the Valley of the Wind Carnival and would feature the participation of 13 invited celebrities. These celebrities had been carefully selected, all in their 20s, and their fan base perfectly covered the gaming demographic. On the day of the event, they would cosplay characters from the Valley of the Wind game and play alongside fans on site. At the same time, the entire event would be broadcast live on a relatively new streaming platform, an uncommon practice at the moment. Lu Qianxian, who had recently signed with the company, landed a fortunate opportunity to become the game's ambassador. Her endorsement fee, after negotiations, was set at 3 million yuan per year. This was also a first in the gaming industry, and Kai Yong himself had taken some risks. However, Chen Feng had confirmed through his camera that the outcome would be fairly good, which was why he had chosen Lu Qianxian. Once the event plan was finalized, Chen Feng, along with Ji Shui, Xiao Shanshan, Kai Yong, Lu Qianxian, and her agent, boarded a plane bound for Dashai City to begin preparations. Just after boarding the plane, Kai Yong moved closer to Chen Feng with a grin and asked, "President Chen, do you know about the scandal that came out yesterday involving Blade and Soul?" Chen Feng frowned. "What scandal?" Kai Yong chuckled. "Yesterday, after the martial arts tournament in Blade and Soul ended, they made a huge blunder, offering a reward item that only gave a discount. To actually obtain it, you had to pay extra." Chen Feng asked, puzzled. "That's not too bad, right?" Kai Yong nodded. "Right, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a big deal. But some netizens who play the Korean server discovered that the Korean version gets the same item without having to pay. Once this news spread domestically, it really upset the players here, and they all started accusing NetEase of discriminating against Chinese server users. They got roasted online really badly. What great news. Perfect. Go ahead and buy some online commentators. Use this opportunity to bash them while subtly promoting our own game." Chen Feng felt secretly delighted. He hadn't expected that NetEase, which had been performing well, would now self-destruct. He had to seize the chance to pile on while they were down. If they could even convert some Blade and Soul players over to Valley of the Wind, that would be even better. Kai Yong was extremely excited. For this situation to happen with Blade and Soul made him the happiest person of all. He was practically wishing for NetEase's Blade and Soul division to keep messing up every single day. That way, the Valley of the Wind could dominate the entire market and keep generating profit steadily. Chapter 92, The Entertainment Industry Needs Backing. With that, he hurried over to make a call, arranging to discredit Blade and Soul. He spoke excitedly until the plane took off, and only after the flight attendant reminded him several times did he finally turn off his phone. Even so, Kai Yong's excitement didn't fade, as he happily remarked, "I guess Net1 did this to get some extra revenue, but they ended up crashing instead." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Although Net1 had managed to snatch the Chinese server rights for Blade and Soul, acquiring such rights wasn't easy. First, there was the agency fee. For a popular game like Blade and Soul, the annual licensing fee was definitely no less than 3 million, almost on par with developing a new game. Additionally, Net1 had to share part of their profits with the Korean headquarters. Chen Feng had already inquired about the exact terms. Net1 and the Blade and Soul company split the profits 50-50. That meant for every yuan Net1 earned domestically, half a yuan had to go to the Korean Blade and Soul headquarters. Combined with server and game operation costs, Net1's actual profits weren't that high. In fact, they were even less than those of the Korean game company, who told them they couldn't develop such great games themselves. Under such circumstances, to boost revenue, it was only natural for Net1 to pressure players to spend more. It wasn't just Net1. This was the case for all game companies domestically and even globally. After all, everyone developed games to make money. If you won't let me earn, then why should I develop games at all? I might as well go home and rest. Initially, Chen Feng's operational strategy was also planned to follow Net1's approach, implementing heavy monetization to maximize profit. It was only after Chen Feng used the appraisal camera to analyze several operational strategies that he confirmed light monetization was better than heavy monetization, allowing longer-term operation and more revenue. Thus, he chose the light monetization plan. Even then, many of his subordinates didn't understand, believing that they were making less profit. Most people were short-sighted. They couldn't see the bigger picture, only hoping to earn as much money as possible in the shortest time possible. If even Chen Feng's company, where he made all the decisions alone, had such issues, then it was even worse for those other joint stock companies with several directors involved. The airplane wasn't a place for lengthy conversations, and after exchanging just a few words with Kai Yong, Chen Feng returned to his seat to rest. After a while, Chen Feng suddenly felt a strong urge to pee and went toward the restroom, where he was surprised to find a flight attendant waiting for him. "I heard from others that you're the boss of an entertainment company. right? She asked. Somewhat taken aback, Chen Feng directly nodded. That's right. What's up? Do you want to become a star? As he said this, Chen Feng took a moment to glance at the flight attendant, unable to help but feel his eyes brighten. The flight attendant had the appearance of a Chinese ethnic minority, with deep-set eyes and a high nose bridge, giving her an exotic charm. Particularly in her flight attendant uniform, she looked even more attractive. Chen Feng had always been fond of uniform fetishes, but fake uniforms could never compare with the real thing. Instantly, impure thoughts filled his mind. After all, Chen Feng's physique had been enhanced. His sexual stamina was abnormally strong. Other than Songya, Xiao Shanshan, and Xiao Nianwei, who had also taken enhancement pills, several women together were barely able to satisfy him. Therefore, he was truly unrestrained when it came to acquiring women. What could he do? Who told him he was just that strong? Of course, ordinary women were merely playthings, receiving a few gifts or benefits before being discarded. Only those exceptionally outstanding women would earn his acknowledgement, joining his harem. The flight attendant shook her head. It's not that I want to become a star. It's my younger sister. She's 20 years old now and just got into the Beijing Film Academy. I heard that every time she has free time, she goes to film crews trying to get a role, but she hasn't obtained even one yet. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. That's a bit too naive. You know, even before the filming starts, most of the roles have already been decided. As for the remaining few, they're like crossing a narrow bridge amidst a sea of soldiers. Without some connections, it's really hard to get a role. Those who truly believe that showing up at filming locations will land them a role are fools. Even if you are excellent, at best you might become a background extra. The flight attendant nodded. Yes, that's exactly what my sister said. She realized that if she wants to act, eventually she has to sign with a company. Without a powerful company backing you, you can't even obtain a single role. Many filming crews are actually funded by talent agencies. They'll naturally promote their own people first. Chen Feng smiled. So you want to find a good company for your younger sister? The flight attendant shyly nodded. Right. I saw fairy sister Lu Cece with you, so I figured your company must be no ordinary one. Chen Feng felt a bit surprised, not expecting this flight attendant to actually be quite observant. She'd managed to judge their company's strength just from Lu Cece's presence. Thus, he directly asked, do you have any photos of your younger sister? Our company is quite strict. We don't sign just anyone. Yes, of course I do. They're right on my phone. I can show you. There are even videos. The flight attendant replied quickly. Isn't mobile phone supposed to be turned off during the flight? That was in the past. Modern planes are advanced now. Turning your phone on won't cause any problems, as long as you don't make calls. We're only looking at photos anyway. With that, the flight attendant started showing Chen Feng pictures and videos of her younger sister. Chen Feng's intuition was correct. With such a pretty older sister, the younger one was naturally no slouch either, perhaps even more beautiful. The girl in the photos and videos was the alluring, seductive type, exuding sex appeal. Not bad. Chen Feng nodded approvingly. Based on looks alone, she was worth signing. Not to mention, she had an equally beautiful sister. A sister duo was a big bonus, especially in certain situations. Having both together brought a thrill that could send a person soaring to the heavens. Unaware of Chen Feng's perverted thoughts, the flight attendant thought she had found a promising opportunity for her sister, and excitedly said, my sister has been the school beauty since childhood, and even won awards for dancing. What's her name? Guilina Jia. And yours? Mine. The flight attendant was slightly surprised but honestly replied, I'm Guilina Na. Chen Feng smiled. Signing her won't be a problem, but the entertainment industry is a dark place. It's full of unwritten rules. Do you really think your sister can endure all that? Guilina Na was taken aback and hesitated. Can't it just be about talent? Talent? Chen Feng scoffed. Who doesn't have talent? When everyone has talent, of course I will choose those willing to offer something extra. Don't you agree? As he spoke, Chen Feng placed his hand on Guilina Na's shoulder, his tone becoming intimate. Would you be willing to offer something for your sister? Guilina Na's face flushed. She hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so bold as to make a move right on the airplane. Surprisingly, she felt no resistance inside. Deep down, in fact, she was secretly thrilled. Maybe it was the bonus from Chen Feng's good looks. Handsome men didn't need unwritten rules. They could still attract girls without them. Chapter 93. Got a great deal. Guilina felt that she wasn't at a disadvantage at all. She had actually gained something valuable. What if I'm willing to offer myself? She murmured shyly, a rosy blush spreading across her cheeks, making her look especially charming. Then I can sign your younger sister with the company and even give her a good role. Chen Feng smiled, using both hands to gently push her downward. Guilina shot him a glance filled with protest, hesitated slightly, then obediently and submissively started giving him oral pleasure. This is my business card. Call me once you get off the plane. Chen Feng handed Guilina a business card and turned to leave with a Xiaosai air. Guilina gazed at him dreamily but tightly gripped the card in her palm. The pleasant flight passed quickly. After landing, Chen Feng and his group checked into a pre-booked hotel in grand fashion. Shortly after settling in, Chen Feng, together with Nji Shui and others, headed to the event location, a newly renovated cinema. Nji Shui had carefully selected and purchased it not long ago, marking the very first step toward building Qingfeng's cinema chain. To become a giant in the entertainment industry, owning a cinema network was essential. Huai and Gongshan already had their own chains, so Chen Feng also needed to take this critical step. However, unlike Huai or Gongshan, Qingfeng's cinemas were entirely purchased, both land and building. This idea came from Nji Shui, who argued that full ownership would ensure the healthy operation of the cinemas while also benefiting from potential property value appreciation. an obviously risk-free investment. Without hesitation, Chen Feng followed in Zhishui's suggestion. He trusted her judgment completely. This event for Fengguyu would be held together with the cinema's grand opening. It served dual purposes, saving on venue expenses and helping bring in crowds for the cinema's launch, an arrangement full of advantages. Mr. Chen, just as they arrived at the entrance of the cinema manager, Lu Huayun, led his staff out to warmly greet them. Lu Huayun used to be a supervisor at another cinema and had been hired here after a competitive recruitment process. In his 30s, he appeared smart and capable. How's everything going with the cinema? Haven't run into any trouble, I hope. Chen Feng asked casually. Lu Huayun chuckled. No trouble at all. Since we haven't officially opened yet, what kind of problem could there be? Though referred to as a cinema, the place was in fact a fully functional shopping complex, with some shops already moved in. Yet due to low foot traffic, the atmosphere was somewhat quiet. After a quick glance around, Chen Feng found nothing particularly wrong and nodded with satisfaction. Since we're about to open soon, everyone's been working hard. We'll give each of you a 1,000 yuan bonus when the time comes. Thank you, boss. All the staff members showed expressions of excitement. Now that's a great boss. Workers don't care about much else besides pay, and Chen Feng knew exactly what they wanted, so he gave it to them. After returning, it wasn't long before Galatina showed up to fulfill her promise with Chen Feng. Before getting into business, Galatina asked, "Is what you said on the plane true?" "Of course it is. I'm going to buy my own private jet soon. Then I'll invite you to work as a flight attendant. You'll definitely earn much more than now." Chen Feng nodded. A pair of sisters, that's the fun. What's the point of just one? Besides, a private jet wasn't something he couldn't afford. And Zhishui had already begun contacting companies for him to arrange the purchase, including a yacht that would later be placed in the Yangtze River, leading directly to his private estate. Yes, the estate had already begun construction on the bank of the Yangtze River. To obtain the proper permits, Chen Feng had put in considerable effort. Once the estate was complete, he would move in together with all his beauties. Hearing Chen Feng's promise, Galatina's eyes became tender and full of deep emotion. Though flight attendants appeared glamorous on the outside, in reality, they were nothing more than air service staff. She had long grown tired of that job. Only before had she been unable to find anything better. Now with Chen Feng's promise, she was deeply moved and determined to serve him with all her heart to make sure he'd be completely satisfied. As the saying goes, wife is not as satisfying as concubine. Concubine not as good as someone you've stolen, and neither compares to someone you almost had but never could. Chen Feng found this proverb particularly insightful. Even though he already had xuanhuan, a peerless beauty, upon meeting the new girl, Galatina, he found himself falling for her again. Thankfully, xuanhuan remained absolutely loyal to him. Even if she ever discovered something, she'd just roll her eyes at most, or even actively help out. With such a great partner by his side, Chen Feng naturally felt no restraint. A few days later, the event officially began, and as the boss, Chen Feng had to participate. However, he only needed to do the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The rest would be taken care of by others. Besides, none of the fans or spectators who had come from afar were there to see Chen Feng. They didn't even know who he was. All their attention was on the celebrities. Mr. Chen, great news. Kai Yong, who had been closely monitoring the results, went straight to Chen Feng with a glowing complexion. Just received news from the gaming department. The number of game registrations has skyrocketed. In just one day, we gained over 100,000 new users. Chen Feng nodded. He had actually anticipated this result from the start. After all, when finalizing the event plan, he had already used the camera to verify that such an outcome was nothing surprising. Most of these users were drawn in by the celebrities. They probably downloaded the game out of temporary curiosity. Therefore, we must follow up with in-game events and try to convert these celebrity-attracted players into active users. Understood, boss. We'll make sure to take care of it. Kai Yong nodded repeatedly. No wonder he's the boss. Unperturbed and composed, remaining calm even when faced with good news. It looked like he still had much to learn. As the two were discussing, Lu Huayun hurriedly passed by, his expression grim. Manager Lu, Chen Feng called him. Lu Huayun, seeing it was Chen Feng, forced a smile. President Chen. What's wrong? You look terrible. Sorry, President Chen. Something just happened up ahead. But don't worry, I'm heading over right now to handle it. It definitely won't affect the event. Something happened? Chen Feng frowned. Only then did he notice a group of people gathered not far away, as if something had indeed occurred. I'll go with you. Lu Huayun smiled helplessly. All right then, President Chen, please come with me if you'd like. So, Chen Feng and Lu Huayun walked toward the growing crowd. Kai Yong hesitated slightly, then followed. After all, Chen Feng was his boss. If he wanted to make an impression, he needed to seize every opportunity. Move, get out of here right now. Why should I go? Are you guys bullying people? Before even reaching the crowd, Chen Feng could already hear a heated argument coming from within. Lu Huayun's face darkened. To encounter something like this right after the opening, this would surely leave a bad impression on the boss. He couldn't help but feel furious. What's going on? Lu Huayun pushed into the crowd and loudly demanded with authority. Chapter 94, Healing Pill. Seeing Lu Huayun approach, the cinema security guard hurried over like someone seeing a savior. Director Lu, this person is causing a disturbance and refuses to leave. Who caused the disturbance? Obviously it's you people who didn't pay. An old man who clearly looked untrustworthy shouted loudly, appearing aggressive. In his hand, he held a xuanhuan wrapped in red cloth, which immediately made Chen Feng frown. Lu Huayun gave a cold snort. An experienced man like him could tell what was happening without asking. But today, since the boss himself was here, Out of caution, he still questioned the security guard briefly, wanting to hear the whole story. As expected, it was exactly as he had guessed, a common nuisance causing trouble. The event had been proceeding well when this old man had suddenly appeared from somewhere, blowing his xuanhuan. When security came, he didn't leave but actually asked for money. This was far from unusual to Lu Huayun. There were many such people in the world. They would simply take some musical instrument and start performing inside a store, then demand payment from the shop owner. If they got too little money, they wouldn't leave until they got a satisfactory amount. Even calling the police wasn't very effective, as these people technically weren't breaking any laws, and at most would be detained for a few days before being released again. The worst part was that those who did this kind of thing were often frail-looking elderly men. Police officers feared that they'd stage an accident or fake injuries, and could be in trouble if anything really happened. Combined with the national character of preferring to settle things quietly, these nuisances existed everywhere and couldn't be completely eradicated. Looking at this old pest screaming away, Lu Huayun didn't really have any better solution either, and pulled out a $100 bill and handed it to the old man. "You can leave now, right?" The old man quickly put the note into his pocket, then picked up the xuanhuan again and began to play. Beep beep, beep beep. The piercing, far-reaching sound of the instrument known as the king of musical instruments traveled far, even disrupting the celebrities at the event. Lu Huayun was both startled and furious. "What do you mean? You took the money and still won't leave?" The old man finally stopped, then rubbed his thumb and index finger together. The meaning was clear enough. Lu Huayun was furious. He never expected this old pest to be so greedy. 100 yuan wasn't even enough. After all, in the half hour since the man appeared, he had already earned $100 with no cost at all. It should have already been a profitable deal, yet still couldn't satisfy his greed. No choice. The event was important, better to just pay to avoid trouble. Sighing, Lu Huayun stretched out his hand to retrieve his wallet from inside his jacket, preparing to suffer a significant loss. The old man smugly put down the xuanhuan, eyeing Lu Huayun's wallet like a shark catching the scent of blood. He knew the bigger the venue, the more they feared causing trouble. He had come at the right time. This time he could definitely make at least 500 yuan. He could come once every few months like this, and it could add up to thousands per year. Just as Lu Huayun was about to hand over the money, Chen Feng suddenly reached out to stop him. Surprised, Lu Huayun said, "Boss." Chen Feng frowned slightly. "How could you handle things like this? Once you give in and pay today, will there ever be peace tomorrow?" "But boss, if we don't give him money, he'll keep causing trouble here. I'm afraid it'll affect the event." "Don't worry, just watch me." Chen Feng smiled, then directly stepped forward and snatched the old man's xuanhuan. After snatching it, he immediately threw it on the ground and crushed it underfoot. "You dared ruin my xuanhuan," the old pest cried out in shock and anger. That was his means of making a living. Haha. Chen Feng sneered coldly, not even wanting to speak to trash like him. He immediately ordered the security guards to grab the old man. Beating me, the old man shouted loudly, attempting to draw attention. This was his usual method to scare others away. Chen Feng smiled, and simply ordered the guards to cover the old man's mouth so his voice wouldn't be heard. Lu Huayun was stunned, a look of concern on his face. "Boss, what if he calls the police?" "So what if he does? We didn't beat him, didn't scold him, and there are no injuries on him. What can the police do against us? At most, they'll just mediate." "You handling the situation like this really disappointed me. As a cinema manager, how could you let this minor nuisance so easily blackmail us?" Chen Feng frowned, rebuking him. Frankly speaking, this kind of person existed everywhere. But for Lu Huayun to fail at handling such a simple issue really made Chen Feng feel disappointed. Lu Huayun was deeply ashamed. "I'm sorry, boss. I've disappointed you. Let's just forget this for now. From now on, I'll see how you behave." Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Although Chen Feng wasn't very satisfied with Lu Huayun, there was currently no one else to replace him. So for now, he could only leave things as they were. Most people grew from inexperienced to capable, so it wasn't fair to be too harsh on Lu Huayun. This unpleasant little incident didn't affect the carnival at all. Both the fans and celebrities had a great time. After the event ended, Kai Yong seized the opportunity to launch a powerful marketing campaign, and the results were impressive. Within just a few days, Feng Zigu gained hundreds of thousands of new registered users, and tens of thousands more active users. With the increase in active users, game revenue, and other metrics naturally rose as well. Compared to paying non-bang companies' MMO game web Soul Calibur, Feng Zigu's figures might still lag slightly in some areas, but in terms of profitability, it had definitely surpassed them. Chen Feng was in a good mood. After the event, both Kai Yong and Xiao Shanshan flew directly back to the company to handle business. But as the boss, Chen took this opportunity to stay in Dahai City for a few days of sightseeing, together with Gulatinga. At the same time, Chen completed his 13th check-in. Ding! 13th check-in completed. Reward: 100 healing pills. The healing pill looked like a mini version of Maltesers, only in white, and the system description of it was astounding. Healing pill. Function: panacea that can cure all diseases, including but not limited to limb regeneration, cancer, AIDS, etc. Note: a so-called panacea is actually not universal. The healing pill was undoubtedly an incredible treasure. Getting sick was something everyone could not avoid. Minor illnesses could be treated with money, but people feared incurable diseases that modern science couldn't cure, then they would be helpless. Now with the healing pill, Chen Feng no longer had to worry about anyone close to him falling ill. Feeling elated after obtaining the healing pills, Chen Feng took Gulatingna and headed back to Dahan City. However, he didn't bring Gulatingna to meet Songya and Xiao Nianwei. but instead bought her an apartment and arranged a stable living situation for her. Chen also gave her an official position at the company so she could receive a regular monthly salary. Chapter 95, Delicious Delicacies. Chen Feng also took the opportunity to meet Galina Jia, the younger sister of Galatina. As expected, she was also a young beauty, even more attractive than her elder sister, exuding youthful energy. However, Chen Feng didn't make any advances towards her. Instead, he arranged for her to sign an artist contract and then had the artist department cast her in a role in Tang Dynasty Heroes. Super Singer Variety Show Proposal. Note 1. This is a modified version of the extremely popular Voice of China currently on the market. Note 2. It will be an excellent variety show if launched before Voice of China. Note 3. Earning money requires heavy investment, with every aspect proceeding smoothly, yet the profit margin at the end won't be very high. Chen Feng shook his head slightly before turning to the next variety proposal. Delicious Delicacies Variety Show Proposal. Note 1. This kind of variety show has not yet appeared on the market. It is completely original and fresh. Note 2. This variety show demands extremely high filming requirements. Note 3. There's huge potential for this show to go viral. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he appraised the proposal again. Delicious Delicacies Variety Show Proposal. Note 1. This show has great potential to become a hit, provided the key elements are properly executed. Note 2. High-tech filming techniques are required for production. The filming team must be of excellent quality. Note 3. The permanent guest cast must have hearty appetites, and the food must be visually appealing. Chen Feng smiled, gaining a clear idea in his mind. After waiting for a while and allowing the Jingding Zhaoshangji appraisal camera to replenish its appraisal quota, Chen Feng appraised it a few more times, feeling extremely satisfied with the Delicious Delicacies proposal. He hadn't expected someone in the company to be so talented. Originally, Chen Feng had only hoped for a moderately successful variety idea. He never imagined that he'd found one with the potential for massive success. He glanced at the name of the person who designed the proposal. Lin Fan. Chen Feng used his walkie-talkie to contact Ji Shui. Ji Shui, tell Lin Fan from the film department to come find me in my office. Yes, President Chen. And Ji Shui's voice came through the walkie-talkie, as melodious as the gentle clinking of fine jade. Soon enough, Lin Fan arrived. He was in his 30s, unremarkable looking, with even a small bulging stomach hinting at weight gain. When he saw Chen Feng, his attitude bordered on fawning. President Chen, I heard you called for me. Yes, this variety show proposal, you submitted it, right? Chen Feng handed the Delicious Delicacies proposal to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took it and read it, nodding once he verified its accuracy. That's right. It was I who submitted it. Last month, the company said it wanted to develop variety show productions and specifically asked us to submit ideas, saying they would use whoever's idea was best. So I wrote this and submitted it. Very well written, quite creative. Chen Feng stood up, led Lin Fan to the sofa, and had Ji Shui serve tea. Lin Fan appeared rather flustered by the warm hospitality. He was merely an ordinary cinematographer in the film department, while Chen Feng was the company's boss, a huge gap between them. Yet, he never imagined that Chen Feng would treat him with such courtesy. Can you tell me how you came up with the idea of making this kind of show? Chen Feng asked curiously. Lin Fan scratched his head shyly. You know that CCTV released a documentary called Delicacies of China last month. I noticed it was quite popular. Many people like watching it. At that time, the company asked for show proposals, so I thought, why not adapt it into a variety show? Since there was nothing similar in the market, it might become a hit. Here, Lin Fan smiled awkwardly, seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed. President Chen, that was just a random idea of mine. If you think it's unreasonable, forget it. No. Chen Feng shook his head. Your idea makes perfect sense. Currently, the market is flooded with talent shows, game shows, and dating programs. A completely new food-themed variety show like this could draw massive interest. Really? Lin Fan asked excitedly. The feeling of being recognized was great, especially by the boss himself. Yes, I believe this variety show is excellent. Are you interested in producing it? Lin Fan felt his heart pounding. Thump, thump, thump. You mean? I mean, Chen Feng smiled. The company will fund it. You'll be the director, and we'll make this show our hit for this year. Me be the director. These 4 words rang through Lin Fan's mind. He felt as if he were dreaming. Otherwise, how could such good fortune land in his lap? This was truly an opportunity to be a director. Although it was just a variety show director position, it was still a director role, one that was light years ahead of being a cinematographer. President Chen, but I've never been a director before. What if I mess it up? Lin Fan felt a bit uneasy. Chen Feng smiled. Earlier, when Lin Fan had walked in, Chen Feng had used the appraisal camera twice in a row to evaluate him, confirming that this guy was capable of directing the show well. That was more than enough. He had complete faith in the camera's appraisal abilities. Don't worry. If I'm willing to hand this show over to you, I'm not afraid of you messing it up. Believe in my judgment, and believe in yourself. This show's proposal was your own idea. You're definitely capable of handling it. Lin Fan nodded, excited. On one hand, he was inspired by Chen Feng's motivational talk. On the other, he had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. At middle age, when a rare chance finally presented itself, how could he possibly give it up? He had to go all in. If he failed, at worst he'd just pack his bags and leave. If he succeeded, he'd completely turn his life around. Chen Feng nodded with a smile, served him a bit more encouragement, and then dismissed him. Soon after, Ji Shui entered the office. How's the video website plan coming along? Chen Feng casually asked. There was no need for politeness with Ji Shui. It wouldn't serve any purpose. My lord, I've already completed the software. It's superior to every video playback software currently on the market and is ready to launch at any time. Good, Xuanhuan nodded. No wonder it was in Jishui, truly reliable. Pick a good date and prepare for the video software to go live. By the way, I want you to manage the video website at the beginning. I don't trust anyone else with it. Xuanhuan took this matter very seriously. With the video website up and running, Rising Phoenix would not only match Huawei in the entertainment industry, but potentially overtake them and seize the opportunity to become the dominant force in the industry. My lord, I am capable of managing it. But there is one important issue you must be aware of, and Jishui said solemnly. Go ahead. And Jishui's expression was unusually serious, and although Xuanhuan knew it was most likely feigned, he was still affected by it. My lord, the most important part of a video website is its content, including movies, TV dramas, animations, variety shows, documentaries, and so on. Chapter 96 Video Websites and Search. If there's no corresponding content, no one will watch the videos, no matter how good the software is. Xuanhuan frowned and countered. How did others solve this issue? For example, Qi and Penguin Video, and that a station, Todo. And Jishui nodded. Master, this is exactly what I want to say. Most of the content on their websites is pirated, meaning these video platforms mainly operate in a gray area, and only a small portion of the content is legally purchased by themselves. And doing this comes with legal risks. If no one investigates, it's fine. But if someone does, you could end up in jail. So serious. Xuanhuan was startled, then frowned. If that's the case, how dare other video websites operate this way? And Jishui answered earnestly. The reason other video websites do this is mainly because no one is enforcing regulation strictly. Capital is greedy. For profit, they're willing to take legal risks. What should we do then? Should we still proceed with the video website? Could something go wrong? Xuanhuan frowned. He had worked hard to build his business to its current state, and he definitely didn't want to end up in jail. And Jishui nodded. If you fear legal risks, you can choose not to launch the video website. However, if you wish to continue developing in the entertainment and mobile internet industries, you must have your own video platform. What's your advice? Should we proceed or not? What's the probability of something going wrong? And Jishui advised. I recommend proceeding because expanding your business landscape requires having a video software platform. Piracy is actually beneficial for the promotion of video software. Since I exist, we can access any resource available on the internet, which will help attract more users. But how about legal risks? Let me make this clear. I'm a coward and don't want to go to jail. Master, you don't need to worry about that. My plan is to use pirated resources at the beginning to attract users. Midway through, we will invest in officially licensed content and sue other websites for piracy, completing our commercial expansion. As for legal risks, they are actually small because everyone is doing the same, and the relevant legal system is still incomplete. This is still a gray area. We can complete our transition before stricter legal enforcement kicks in. At worst, we might only be fined. So many people are operating this way. Everyone can't be arrested. As long as we keep a low profile and avoid being made an example of, there shouldn't be significant problems. With Njishui's reassurance, Xuanhuan nodded. He had full confidence in Njishui's abilities, and if others could operate like that, why not him? All right then, let's do it your way. But remember, keep it low-key. I really don't want to end up behind bars. At all times, prioritize my safety above everything else. And Jishui nodded. All right, master. Also, I believe I should explain to you how the video industry will develop in the future. In the future, video content will eventually be divided into long-form, mid-length, and short-form videos. Long-form videos refer to content longer than 15 minutes. Mid-length videos are between 1 to 15 minutes, and short-form videos are under 1 minute. With the development of 4G networks, mid- and short-form videos will gradually become mainstream, and long-form content will decline. You mean to say we should cover mid- and short-form videos in addition to long-form content? Xuanhuan frowned slightly, and Jishui shook his head. Not yet, because smartphones and 4G networks haven't fully matured yet. When the right time comes, I'll remind you right away to launch the corresponding mid- and long-form video software. Xuanhuan nodded. Maybe he wasn't strong in business, but with Njishui assisting, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. Master, currently what we need to focus on is still the search software. According to my information, Google is about to exit China. I think we could fill this market gap. Search? Isn't that Baidu's stronghold? Their Tieba is incredibly popular. Are you sure we can win? Xuanhuan frowned. The video website and instant messaging areas were still competitive fields with many players, and entering them now wouldn't pose too many problems. However, in the search sector, Baidu had already dominated. Entering now would almost certainly be suicidal. Didn't they see that even Google was preparing to run away? And Jishui shook his head. Master, search is extremely important in the internet age. The company must have a foothold in this field. Without it, we'll be dependent on others. As for Baidu, they've already captured more than 80% of the market. In the short term, it's difficult for us to defeat them. I estimate it would take over 5 years and an investment of more than 100 billion to completely surpass them. So we're still going ahead with the search business? Are you sure the company's cash flow can handle it? And Jishui nodded. Cash flow isn't an issue. The search sector is like the expressway of the internet age, and it's crucial for our company's future development. All right then. Xuanhuan nodded. After all, everything relied on Njishui. Since she insisted on it, he might as well follow her suggestions. As an intelligent robot, her core principle was 100% obedience to her master, and all her actions were for his benefit. With such a capable and absolutely loyal subordinate, Of course Chen Feng had every reason to trust her. Master, and Ji Shui continued, I hope you approve my plan to acquire Google's operations in China to enter the search market. This is the proposal document. I just sent it to your computer. Chen Feng opened the file on his laptop and skimmed through it. He quickly noticed the acquisition price Ji Shui had set for Google's China operations was staggering, up to 5 billion yuan. That was the company's entire cash reserve. Fine. Proceed as you said. Chen Feng nodded. Most of that money was earned through Ji Shui's investments in stocks, futures, and foreign currencies. Chen Feng believed that, since she had earned that money, she could certainly bring it all back. Boss, have you lost your mind? Xiao Shanshan stormed into the office. What kind of spell has Ji Shui cast on you to make you believe her so thoroughly? I'm only hearing about this huge decision now. Chen Feng shook his head. Ji Shui hasn't bewitched me. Search is crucial for our company's development. With it, we can dominate the mobile internet industry. But that's 5 billion yuan. 5 billion. Our entire cash flow. If anything goes wrong, the company will suffer a major setback. Xiao Shanshan was nearly frantic. Shanshan, calm down. Don't forget, the company still owns over 1 billion yuan worth of fixed assets, not to mention our even more valuable stake in Jidong Company. Even without the 5 billion, the company won't be affected. Besides, most of that money was already earned by Ji Shui. Chapter 97, Promotion and Raise. Chen Feng smiled and pulled Xiao Shanshan into his arms. Boss, I'm not questioning your decision, nor do I doubt Ji Shui's capabilities, but have you noticed that Ji Shui holds too much power? Her position is merely that of an assistant and secretary, yet she's essentially managing the entire mobile internet division, social chat, video websites, and soon the search business. She even gets involved in other company affairs, including promotions, finance, HR, and more. She's just an assistant, a secretary, yet she has the final say on major company matters. Don't you think that's taking things too lightly? Xiao Shanshan was clearly emotional. It was obvious that this frustration had been buried in her heart for a long time. Xiao Shanshan had endured it for so long, and finally used this opportunity to vent everything. A general manager who had less influence than a secretary, she was genuinely annoyed. Chen Feng remained silent. How should he explain things to Xiao Shanshan? And Ji Shui wasn't an ordinary person. She was a robot, an all-powerful robot from the future. After getting to know her during this time, Chen Feng was convinced of Ji Shui's strong abilities, even stronger than Xiao Shanshan's. But if he said that out loud, Xiao Shanshan would definitely get angry. Shanshan, do you believe in me? Chen Feng asked seriously. Of course I do. Xiao Shanshan nodded, her eyes extremely serious. Maybe you won't believe it, but I want to say, I would even be willing to die for you. I believe you too. Chen Feng smiled and gently pinched Xiao Shanshan's smooth cheek. He knew Xiao Shanshan was being sincere because, on the dream card long ago, she had written exactly like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted the daily operations of the company to Xiao Shanshan. Shanshan, Ji Shui is just like you. I treat both of you the same way. I trust Ji Shui just like I trust you. To me, you are like my left hand and right hand. Without either, I'd be incomplete. Of course, from now on, I'll learn from this lesson. Whenever there's something big, I will definitely discuss it with you. Besides, I've decided to promote you. Really? Xiao Shanshan's eyes lit up. Although she was absolutely loyal to Chen Feng, who wouldn't be happy about a promotion? Yes, I've decided to give you a promotion and make you vice president. As for Ji Shui, she'll be the general manager and still my secretary. How does that sound? Chen Feng comforted her. This was the best solution he could think of, promoting Xiao Shanshan while officially making Ji Shui her subordinate, even if only nominally. There was no need to consider Ji Shui's opinion since she was a robot without emotions, but Xiao Shanshan was a normal person. When she got upset, she needed to be appeased. Xiao Shanshan smiled, obviously quite satisfied with Chen Feng's solution. Even though she knew perfectly well that in reality, Ji Shui wouldn't really be under her authority, at least officially, her title was higher. She was the vice president, while Ji Shui was merely a general manager, a rank higher than her. Okay then, but from now on, any major company matters must notify me. Oh, right, the Hero Federation Chinese server team has been reorganized. We should choose a person to lead it. Also, Penguin's Hero Glory recently launched an event called the Celebrity Entertainment Match. Xiao Shanshan reported. Entertainment match? What's that? Chen Feng's interest was piqued. It seems similar to our Valley of the Winds festival. They're inviting celebrities with lots of young fans and holding competitions. Apart from the celebrities battling each other, there are also competitions between celebrities and their fans, or between celebrities and professional players. Maybe because our world championship is currently generating so much heat, they created something similar as a countermove to prevent us from stealing all the spotlight. Chen Feng nodded. He was aware of the Hero Federation World Championship, which was currently being held in Paris, France. During the tournament period, the game's popularity had kept rising, and the market share had steadily climbed. He wasn't surprised at all that Penguin had copied their event. It had practically become their traditional skill. But there was one thing that confused him. Where was Sword Spirit? Has Sword Spirit done anything? Logically, we held a festival event, and they should have been the most anxious, right? After all, those two games are quite similar in genre, and their target audiences greatly overlap. Xiao Shanshan shook her head. No clue. They haven't launched any new activities recently, and seem completely unaffected by our market expansion. Chen Feng felt a bit confused. What kind of strategy is this? Sword Spirit, a major hit game, remains idle in the face of competition? Don't they want to make money anymore? Anyway, it was none of his business. After all, Valley of the Winds was doing well lately and earning more and more money. That was all that mattered. After a while, Chen Feng checked the time and headed directly toward the newly established variety show production department. Today was the day the detailed plan for the Delicious World variety show was finalized, and he had to go check it out in person. Variety shows were an essential part of the entertainment industry, and Delicious World was CM Company's first ever variety program. It had to succeed. Boss Chun. Seeing Chen Feng arrive, Lin Fan quickly stood up. Compared to a few days ago, he clearly looked more confident. Perhaps it was due to his recent promotion. Where's the detailed plan for the show? Let me see. Chen Feng got straight to the point without any small talk. Boss Chen, please take a look. Lin Fan handed over the detailed proposal, which was clearly much thicker than before. Chen Feng didn't waste any time. He quickly went through it 3 times to confirm that the show's direction hadn't deviated, then flipped directly to the last page to look at the budget. 12 episodes total. 3 million per episode. That made for a total cost of 36 million. Humph. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. This Lin Fan really had guts, spending 36 million on a variety show, and not even an action-packed or drama-filled one, but one focused purely on eating. You could even say that 36 million was enough to produce a high-quality TV drama, or even a major motion picture. Seeing Chen Feng's expression change, Lin Fan quickly explained. Boss Chun, it's like this. The show might seem simple, just about eating, but the production quality is really important because we need to make the eating process look visually appealing. Then there's the promotion and publicity, which also cost money. The biggest expense is the guest appearances. I was thinking of... Stop. No need to explain further. Chen Feng raised his hand to stop him. Lin Fan's heart sank immediately. He knew it. This budget was going to be tough to get approved. After all, 36 million for a variety show was quite outrageous. It could even fund a big budget movie. He just didn't know how much Boss Chun would cut the budget down to. 30 million? Or 20 million? If the budget was too low, this show wouldn't meet the standards he envisioned. Well, 36 million sounds a bit unappealing. I'll round it up to 40 million for you. If it's not enough, you can come back and ask me again. I only have one requirement. You must deliver a result that satisfies me. Chen Feng said decisively. Lin Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 98. Why not accept my proposal? No wonder he's the boss. He's truly generous. Instead of cutting the budget, he actually increased it. That's impressive. With this extra 4 million, whether it's added to promotion or used for inviting celebrities, it would surely create a tremendous effect. And the fact that more funding could be added later makes it even better. For a moment, Lin Fan felt a surge of gratitude, like a scholar willing to die for a true admirer. Such a boss was truly rare to come by. No wonder he became the boss. He had that rare kind of magnanimity. Chen Feng remained expressionless. He was already ready to spend billions to buy Google. To him, a few tens of millions for a variety show really wasn't a big deal. Work hard on it. I'm looking forward to your good news. Chen Feng gave Lin Fan a pep talk, poured some motivational words into him, and was about to leave. Being a boss was simple. Just provide the money and support. The rest of the work, ambitious employees would naturally take care of. Wait a second, boss. There's another thing. Lin Fan quickly stopped Chen Feng. What is it? Chen Feng looked puzzled. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. Well, I want to invite Lu Cici to be a regular guest on this variety show. Then go talk to her. Why are you telling me? Chen Feng looked unimpressed. Boss, female celebrities are very strict about their body management. This kind of eat-and-eat variety show will definitely affect their figures. Under normal circumstances, they definitely wouldn't accept it. Also, the artist department and ours are not the same division, Lin Fan said hesitantly, the meaning obvious between the lines. Chen Feng smiled. Really, going to me won't help you. I rarely interfere with the artist department. Also, this show definitely needs someone with a good appetite. Lu Cici might not be suitable. How about letting her be a guest in the first episode? That way, it can create hype for promotion while also making it easier for her to agree. Alright, why didn't I think of that? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Boss, you're absolutely right. I'm going to start hiring right away. With that, he ran out of the office. But a few seconds later, shouting came from outside. Lin Fan, you shameless guy. Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. He hurried out of the office and saw someone grabbing Lin Fan's collar and raising a fist, clearly trying to hit him. Stop. Chen Feng stepped forward immediately. Boss. Hello, boss. Hello, President Chun. Everyone outside greeted him quickly. Even the man who had tried to hit someone was startled, immediately lowered his hand, and called out respectfully, Boss. What's your name? What's your conflict with Lin Fan? Why do you want to hit him? Boss, my name is Xuanhuan. I'm a photographer from the film and television department. I'm here to report that Lin Fan deceived you, Xuanhuan said through gritted teeth. Chen Feng was baffled. How did he deceive me? President Chun, didn't you say before that the company was planning to expand into the variety show field and asked us to submit variety show proposals, saying whoever submitted the best one would get the job? Yeah. Chen Feng nodded. Xuanhuan immediately pointed his finger at Lin Fan, shouting angrily. But this guy deliberately hid other people's proposals and only submitted his own. That's how he got the opportunity to direct this show. Chen Feng glanced oddly at Lin Fan. Whose proposal did he hide? My plan. This was a plan I spent a whole week writing, a variety show plan that would definitely be a blockbuster if filmed. Your variety show plan is called Super Singer. Xuanhuan looked confident. I created this proposal inspired by the currently most popular singing show, The Voice of China. I also added fresh mystery-solving elements. Once filmed, it would definitely be a big hit. Hee. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. He really couldn't understand where this guy's confidence was coming from. To think that just filming it would ensure a big hit. There were already so many singing shows on the market that audiences were completely fed up. Even if every aspect of the show was perfectly done, It could at most only bring in some minor profits. Zhang Wei, you're misunderstanding Lin Fan. I've already seen your super singer proposal before. Seen it? Then why didn't you choose my show? Clearly it would have been a guaranteed success once filmed. Zhang Wei questioned angrily, unwilling to accept it. Taste the World is a bit more novel compared to your super singer. But my show already has successful examples in the market while Taste the World doesn't have any competitors of the same type. Zhang Wei became very emotional. Chen Feng felt slightly annoyed, his face turning serious. I don't owe you any explanation for this. No way. You must explain it to me today, or I won't let you leave, Zhang Wei insisted stubbornly. Chen Feng smiled. You still don't get such a simple principle? Your proposal just wasn't good enough, and I didn't consider it worth pursuing. That's all the explanation there is. Zhang Wei's face shifted from pale to red, then from red to dark green with rage. Fine, since you look down on it, then I'll find somewhere that appreciates me. I quit, Zhang Wei said furiously. Suit yourself. This company is open for coming and going. You can leave anytime you want. Chen Feng waved his hand impatiently. Never would he have imagined he could encounter such a strange person. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you regret it. Deeply regret missing out on a genius like me. Zhang Wei glared fiercely at Chen Feng before turning and walking away. Shaking his head, Chen Feng felt bewildered. It was just that he hadn't liked his variety show proposal. He couldn't understand why someone would get so angry, claiming he would surely regret it. Out of curiosity, Chen Feng activated an appraisal toward Zhang Wei. Male, 28 years old, named Zhang Wei. Note 1. Graduated from the Beijing Film Academy with excellent results. Note 2. Came from a decent family background and has rarely experienced serious hardships throughout his life. Note 3. Possesses some talent, though not particularly remarkable. After reading through Zhang Wei's information, all Chen Feng felt was disbelief. That's it. He had originally thought Zhang Wei might be a hidden genius like Dewey, just lacking an opportunity. It turned out he was just an ordinary person. Chen Feng couldn't figure out where this confidence of Zhang Wei's had come from. Lin Fan, work hard and don't let this bother you. Chen Feng comforted Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. President Chun, don't worry, I will definitely do well with this variety show and let them see that you didn't misjudge me. Good. That's determination. Keep it up. Chen Feng patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and then left. Such a minor incident couldn't have any real impact on him. Meanwhile, Ji Shui led an acquisition team directly toward Google's Asian headquarters in Hong Kong. Who knows what Google was thinking? It was obvious that mainland China was the largest market, yet they insisted on locating their headquarters in Hong Kong. Perhaps in their minds, Hong Kong could represent China as a whole. But reality had proven they were wrong. From the moment China's internet industry took off, Google aggressively entered the Chinese market, attempting to replicate the success they had seen elsewhere, hoping to dominate the entire Chinese market. Chapter 99, Windwalker Search Engine. Who would have thought that Qiandu would emerge and defeat them so badly they scattered like a boy army? After 10 years going in circles, seeing no profit and their market share shrinking day by day, Google finally couldn't hold on anymore and was preparing to leave the heart-wrenching Chinese market. At this moment, Ji Shui showed up with his team at their door, ready to take over the market vacuum they were leaving behind. Google's mood was complex. As a global capital giant, they were always the ones acquiring others. Now, unexpectedly, someone was trying to acquire them. Though it was just a market they were planning to abandon, the feeling remained complicated. Ji Shui didn't care about their mood and immediately offered a price of $100 million. Upon hearing this number, Google's representative almost wanted to shoot Ji Shui. You only offer $100 million for 10% of the search market? Why don't you fly into the sky then? Over the years, Google had invested more than 10 times this number. But soon, they were defeated under Ji Shui's sharp verbal attacks. Originally, without us, you wouldn't get even a penny and we're preparing to exit the Chinese market. Now we're offering $100 million and you're still not satisfied. Why don't you fly into the sky? Unwilling to give in, Google continued negotiations. At first, it was a vice president, then it became the president. They still didn't win because they discovered the two of them combined couldn't argue past Ji Shui. So they formed a negotiation team, 10 people in total, all expert negotiators. 10 people against one, logically speaking, this should have been solid. But it turned out even worse, Ji Shui engaged in debate with the group, single-handedly taking on all 10. And he still won. This instantly made Ji Shui famous. Google's CEO even wanted to poach him on the spot, offering an extremely generous package. Initially, when he saw that a delicate-looking woman had come for the acquisition negotiation, he had thought she had probably climbed the ranks using her body. Now he knew, she didn't need her body. Her eloquence alone was terrifying. Ji Shui occasionally threatened to give up, saying better no deal at all. Luckily, Google's CEO wasn't the jealous type. He immediately informed Qiandu, saying that if you don't want it, we can sell to Qiandu instead. Although Qiandu thought they weren't worth much and that they could easily swallow that market share themselves anytime, Google managed to raise the price again. Eventually, the deal was struck at $50 million. Chen Feng took over Google's search software and also absorbed Google's 11% market share. The news spread and instantly shook the market. Another player had entered the search engine market, and judging from their momentum, clearly a super shark. At Qiandu's headquarters in Shenzhen, an executive meeting was held, with Qiandu's boss Li Hong sitting in the main seat. Everyone, what do you think? Will Chen Feng's newly launched Windwalker search engine pose a threat to our search engine? An executive wearing glasses stood up. Presently, Chen Feng Group's move looks ominous. Originally, Google already held 12% of the search market, surpassing the total of Sogu and all other search engines combined except us. Now Feng has upgraded the software. I tried using it and found that it surpassed ours both in search accuracy and convenience. What's worse, it obviously suits Chinese users' habits much better. If this continues, it could be a big threat. Are you sure Windwalker's search accuracy is better than ours? Li Hong's voice dropped lower. I'm sure. The bespectacled executive nodded. I even took it to the tech department for testing. Feng's software is indeed superior to ours. How can this be? Li Hong frowned. Seemingly simple, a search engine actually has high technical barriers. Every year, Qiandu recruited large numbers of programmers to optimize the software before eventually improving the accuracy and usability of Qiandu search to its current level. Now, a company newly entering the search engine market surpassed them in search accuracy. It was almost absurd. No wonder Feng dares to enter the search engine market. It turns out they had such an ace up their sleeve. Weird, where did they get this technology from? Did they buy it from Google? The scariest part is, their search engine has no advertisements. It looks much cleaner than ours. That's impossible. Without ads, how can they make money? Whispers spread among Qiandu's executives. Silence. Li Hong swept his gaze over everyone present. They probably don't include ads because they want to capture the market with that advantage. Nothing to worry about. They won't be able to last long. They'll add ads soon enough. The Qiandu executives nodded in agreement. Exactly, Feng Group won't last long. The biggest revenue source for search engines is ads. Without ads, there's simply no way to earn money. Feng can keep this up for a few months at most. In the long run, they'll still have to add ads. Unless they don't want to make money at all. By the way, I heard something earlier. When Feng approached Google, they not only wanted the mainland China market, but also Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, and Southeast Asia search markets. They even offered as high as $4 billion, but Google refused. A well-connected executive suddenly spoke. Of course, if I were Google, I wouldn't let go either. They've completely dominated those markets, without any competition. It's like a never-ending gold mine. Why would Google give that up? Someone scoffed. Feng has big ambitions. Looks like they not only want mainland China, but the entire Asia-Pacific region. Hee. Li Hong let out a cold laugh. Search, video websites, social media, and communications. Feng really has grand ambitions. Do they think they can swallow the entire mobile internet? Don't they even check if they have the capability? Enough. No matter what Feng does, we just need to focus on ourselves. Li Hong loudly interrupted the executives' discussions. Manager Liu, you don't have to worry about the PC side for now. Just handle the mobile end. With more and more people using smartphones, we must seize the first mover advantage. Whether it's the mobile internet or the PC internet, we must become the strongest search software. We must reach a point where when people want to search for anything, the first thing that comes to mind is our Qiandu. Understood. Manager Liu stood up. Li Hong nodded with satisfaction. He wasn't worried about the PC end. 90% of users were already Qiandu's customers. They were used to using Qiandu by now, so even if Feng's search software was better, they wouldn't switch. Right now what worried him most was the mobile end. As more and more people use smartphones, clearly smartphones would become mainstream. The more so, the less room for relaxation. However, Li Hong had full confidence in the products he had built. Chapter 100 please. Qiandu on the PC platform had already accumulated sufficient user reputation. When it came to searching online, the first name that came to people's minds was always Qiandu, and even the term Qiandu itself had become synonymous with searching. Under such circumstances, when people thought about searching, they instinctively turned to Qiandu. This was the result of years of reputation building. For Feng to try to surpass them now was practically impossible. By the way, from now on, all products from Feng Company must be placed at the very bottom. We can't allow them to siphon traffic from us anymore. And also, hire more tech experts and find ways to optimize our software. Li Hong added a couple more instructions. A mere Feng didn't matter much. It was far from capable of challenging Qiandu's dominant position in the field of search. Master, according to my plan, we should first focus our efforts on the mobile platform. In 2 or 3 years, we will gradually overtake Qiandu and become the leader in the search industry. Given our significant disadvantage at the moment, we cannot run any advertisements in the early stages. Only then can we stand a chance against Qiandu. It is estimated that we will face a loss of about 2 billion in the first year. Of course, this is the total global loss. After just 1 year, we should begin to turn a profit. Within 3 years, we will dominate the domestic market, and within 10 years, we will dominate the global market. And Ji Shui explained calmly. Very good. Feng nodded in satisfaction. No wonder she was in Ji Shui. It seemed as though taking over someone else's market was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 in her hands. Since she was so confident, he might as well leave it to her. Master, according to your instructions, our next strategic focus should be on the video player. To establish a dominant position for our video player in the market, the key lies in the content, especially exclusive content. We should work on 2 fronts simultaneously. First, strengthening our own content production capabilities to acquire more content. Second, reducing our opponent's content resources and attracting more users to our platform. And Ji Shui continued articulately. Feng smiled. Just so happens, Japan's Tokyo Broadcasting wants to buy the copyright to our Balala the Magic Fairy. In that case, we might as well take this opportunity to negotiate with them. You know how pleased the Kiwi and Penguin Video must feel about the piracy? Let's take a more radical approach. Mr. Chun, it's been a while. Anda Masao from Tokyo Broadcasting Television was an old acquaintance of Feng. The last time Tokyo Broadcasting imported Yo-Yo King, it was Anda Masao who had come for negotiations, and he had left Feng with a favorable impression. This was the second time Anda Masao visited China, though this time his purpose was somewhat different. You mean you'd like to purchase the adaptation rights to Balala the Magic Fairy? Chen Feng took a sip of tea. Hi. Please allow us this opportunity, Mr. Chun. Anda Masao gave a crisp, polite bow. Chen Feng remained expressionless. A bow from the Japanese wasn't worth much, and he didn't care much about such formalities. What interested him was the information that Anda Masao had revealed. According to what Anda Masao disclosed, after Tokyo Broadcasting aired Yo-Yo King previously, the video viewing figures and ratings had both been impressively high. The Japanese public especially loved this sort of dramatic, heroic action series. Series like Ultraman and Kamen Rider had been originated by them. However, upon realizing that what they enjoyed watching was actually a Chinese drama, quite a few sensitive Japanese people felt deeply uncomfortable. After all, the two nations had a complicated history. Though decades had passed, there were still plenty of people in both countries who disliked each other. As a result, Tokyo Broadcasting faced fierce backlash and was directly condemned by media outlets as a traitor. Of course, such criticism didn't really affect the TV station that much. It just shrugged it off. As long as the money kept coming in, the criticism was of little concern. Therefore, when they discovered that Chung Feng had produced an adorable girl-focused superhero show, they again considered importing it. But perhaps because the backlash from last time had left a deep impression, this time they decided to purchase the full copyright and produce it themselves. This model was not that different for Chung Feng compared to an import arrangement. It was merely a matter of selling the copyright rather than merely the broadcast rights. Of course, they would pay less money this time because purchasing copyright meant they would have to invest in production themselves, which was more complicated than simply buying broadcasting rights. Originally, this was a deal that didn't need thinking, since money like this was essentially free for the taking. However, Chen Feng wanted to use this opportunity to enter the Japanese market. Japan was a leading market in the Asia-Pacific region, even globally. Successfully opening up this market would be like discovering an endless gold mine. Moreover, the Win Video player from Chung Feng Group had just launched recently. Backed by massive advertising and comprehensive content, it had already become one of the top 10 video players in the rankings. On the surface, the data looked impressive, but in reality, compared to the top video players, Fengxing Video was like a junior trying to keep up. To surpass them, the best approach was to acquire exclusive rights to those classic neon TV dramas, thereby enriching their content library. Furthermore, Fengxing Video could also use these copyrights to sue other video platforms and IG them. Besides, Neon had many cute young female stars, and quite a few actresses who were known for their body donations to the industry. All of them were over there waiting for Chen Feng. Mr. Chun, Anda Masao gently reminded when he noticed Chen Feng had zoned out. Chen Feng gave Anda Masao an apologetic smile. Sorry, Indican. I was thinking about something else just now. That's okay, Mr. Chun. But regarding the copyright issue, have you made a decision yet? If it's a question of price, feel free to let us know. No, it's not about price. Chen Feng shook his head. Our company isn't short on money. What we want is something else. Something else? What is it exactly? Anda Masao furrowed his brow. Same thing, copyrights. Chen Feng smiled. Specifically, the copyrights to those past hit dramas from your Tokyo Broadcasting. This. Anda Masao shook his head. Mr. Chun, I really can't make that decision. I know that. So in a few days, I will personally visit Neon and discuss it with the person who can make decisions. You want to come to Neon, Mr. Chin? That would be absolutely wonderful. Our television station will certainly extend a warm welcome. Anda Masao bowed deeply to Chen Feng again. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although deep down he held no particular fondness for the people of Neon, he had to admit, they really had excellent manners, making one feel warmly welcomed. However, just a few days later, Chen Feng's goodwill toward the people of Neon quickly evaporated. We're very sorry, Mr. Chun. Ishii Kazuo from Tokyo Broadcasting gave a smooth, practiced bow. As for the copyright issue, we're afraid we cannot agree for now. We sincerely apologize. Chen Feng looked puzzled. Mr. Ishii, the copyrights we're requesting are all for TV dramas that have already finished airing. You're just letting them sit idle anyway. If you sell them to us now, you could actually make some money. How could you refuse such a great opportunity? Chapter 101. Is this your attitude? Ishii Kazuo bowed again. I'm very sorry. Due to some special circumstances, we really apologize to Mr. Chun. Then what about the Magic Baby Magic Little Mermaid issue? Ishii Kazuo replied with an awkward smile. Well, we'll have to reconsider that. Chen Feng was truly angry this time. Mr. Ishii, the right to adapt Magic Baby Magic Little Mermaid was originally approached by your people contacting me to negotiate. Now I personally came to Japan, but you tell me you need to think about it. Is this how you welcome guests from Japan? We are really very sorry. Ishii Kazuo bowed again in a textbook perfect manner. However, at this moment, Chen Feng had already grown deeply resentful toward Japanese people's excessive bowing, always being vague and evasive in speech, only resorting to bows when it mattered most. There was practically no sincerity at all. Shui, let's go. Seeing there was no fruit to be gained from this meeting, Chen Feng had no choice but to turn and leave. If TBS refused to talk, then so be it. He could go elsewhere. Japan wasn't short of television networks after all. At the same time, a hint of suspicion rose in his mind. What exactly happened at TBS that made them this slow and insensitive? Chen Feng left the meeting room in a rather bad mood, with no heart to pay attention to his surroundings. Please wait a moment. Before Chen Feng had completely exited the TV station, a balding man in his 40s suddenly ran up behind him. My name is Karada Jiro, an executive in charge of the production bureau at TBS. An executive was roughly equivalent to a department director of the company, considered mid to upper level management within TBS. Do you have something to say? Chen Feng looked puzzled. Kurata smiled slightly. Mr. Chun, I'd like to say this. You should stop wasting your time here in Tokyo. We will never buy your drama series. What do you mean? Chen Feng's expression turned cold. I think I've made myself quite clear, Kurata replied. Tokyo is a dangerous place, Mr. Chun. You should return home sooner rather than later. So this is your so-called hospitality? You want me to leave? Then at least give me a reason. Kurata Jiro shook his head, saying nothing more, and walked away. Chen Feng stood there completely bewildered and turned to look at Nji Shui. His understanding of Japanese was self-taught through Nji Shui, so it was pretty decent. But obviously, knowing the language alone wasn't enough to navigate this kind of situation now. Master, he intentionally said that to try to make you leave Japan. Nji Shui whispered into Chen Feng's ear. Why? Chen Feng frowned. Why would he want me to leave Japan? What do they gain from this? It seems related to some internal power struggle in their upper management, but the specific reasons, I don't know. Nji Shui shook her head helplessly. Her mind-reading ability wasn't all-powerful. She could only read thoughts when she was within a certain range of the person, and even then, only those thoughts the person had already had in their mind. Never mind, we'll check it out later. Such high-level internal conflicts usually can't be kept completely secret. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Only the first day arrived in Japan, and they'd already received a cold shoulder. It was a bit disheartening. Back at the hotel, Nji Shui quickly got online to search for information, and she soon found some news. Master, I just checked, and apparently, the president of TBS passed away a few days ago. Our experience today might be related to that incident. The station president died? Why would they be so anxious to chase me away? How could my matter possibly affect their selection of a new station president? Chen Feng murmured to himself, half questioning. Nji Shui shook her head. Sorry, Master. The internet only shows these limited details. If you need more information, give me some time, and I can obtain it through eavesdropping, tracking, or other methods. Forget it. Chen Feng waved his hand. Ultimately, TBS is just one TV station among many in Japan. No need to waste so much effort on them. If they don't want to negotiate, we can simply go to other networks. For example, Tokyo Broadcasting Network, Fuji TV, and also those well-known movie and TV production companies like Tsuburaya Productions, who made the globally famous Ultraman series. These are the companies that we should really focus on. For now, just ignore TBS. Understood, Master. Nji Shui nodded her head. As a robot, she naturally followed every word of Chen Feng's without question. Following that, the two began to plan which television station they should visit first the next day, while Nji Shui started making calls to arrange initial contacts, giving the other TV stations advance notice. The next day, Chen Feng visited Fuji TV, one of Japan's 5 major television networks. After verifying Chen Feng's identity, Fuji TV assigned an executive to warmly receive Chen Feng. When Fuji TV learned that Chen Feng was there to purchase the TV drama copyrights, they were even more delighted. The dramas Chen Feng wanted to buy were all from many years ago. Their copyrights were practically worthless now. So when someone came forward willing to take them, and even offered a decent price, Fuji TV was overjoyed and signed the contract without hesitation. Especially the executive in charge of Jiedai Chen Feng, an old man whose face literally blossomed with excitement. He even ambiguously asked Chen Feng whether he wanted to go to a wind parlor and enjoy a nice big sword session. The executive also patted his chest and guaranteed that the girls there were absolutely fresh and beautiful, more than enough to satisfy Chen Feng. Chen Feng had never expected that an executive from Fuji TV could be such a person. He had yet to personally experience the legendary Japanese wind parlors. In the end, though, Chen Feng still shook his head. Forget the big sword stuff. He had a certain kind of Jeffeed in this regard, preferring things untouched and unspoiled. Nonetheless, Chen Feng was quite satisfied with Fuji TV's attitude. This was the way business should be handled. Unlike TBS, who, when a business partner actually visited in person, acted with such coldness and disrespect, as if he owed them something. It was really annoying. Chen Feng returned to the hotel, feeling satisfied. Originally planning to relax in the evening, he was instead shocked to find a strange object lying on his bed. A bloodstained doll with a small knife stuck into it. Beside the doll was a note. On it was a sentence written in Japanese. Leave Japan. This is not a place for you. Chen Feng's expression darkened immediately, and anger stirred in his heart. Someone had actually dared to threaten him directly. Shui, can you find out who did this? Chen Feng handed the doll to Nji Shui beside him. Passively waiting for something to happen was not his style. Since his safety had been threatened, he had to eliminate that threat. Nji Shui took the doll and lightly sniffed it with her nose. Master, I can track the person who delivered this doll by scent, but we must act quickly. If too much time passes, the smell will fade, and I won't be able to track it anymore. Would you like me to pursue it now, Master? Chapter 102, Yamashita Shunta Spring. Of course. Chen Feng perked up and nodded. He had always heard that well-trained police dogs could track criminals by scent, but he never expected Nji Shui to possess this ability as well. This was perfect. He would love to see which bastard had the guts to threaten him. Nji Shui nodded, holding the doll in his hand, and walked out of the room. Chen Feng resolutely followed. Following the scent, Nji Shui left the hotel and reached an intersection, then shook his head. Sorry, Master. The scent disappears here. He must have gotten into a car. Chen Feng glanced around and pointed to a nearby surveillance camera. There's a camera here. We can track him by hacking into its footage. Besides, the hotel also has cameras. They must have recorded his image. By comparing both videos, identifying him won't be difficult. All right, Master, Nji Shui nodded. The two quickly entered an internet cafe on the street and immediately found a secluded corner. After confirming no one could notice them, and Jishui began reaching out to infiltrate the camera network and the hotel system to find the information they needed. The birth of the internet brought convenience to people's lives, but also led to serious issues of information leakage. Surveillance cameras and various web portals meant that wherever you left a trace, you could potentially be tracked. Coincidentally, Jishui was a master in this field. Unless you had never accessed the internet, everything about you could be retrieved by Jishui through information technology that surpassed this era. Chen Feng had long lost count of how many times Jishui had helped him retrieve desired information through the network. All he knew was that Jishui had never once let him down. Master, I found the man's information. By comparing the hotel surveillance with the street camera footage, I can confirm it was him, Yamashita Shunta, who placed the threatening doll in our hotel room. A few dozen minutes later, Jishui found the culprit and, following the digital trail, even uncovered the man's blog, online accounts, and even his bank card number. Yamashita Shunta was an ordinary young man, appearing quite naive, except that his taste was somewhat peculiar, as he had a preference for certain unusual content. Chen Feng carefully examined Yamashita Shunta's photo and said grimly, "Can you find out why he threatened us with the doll?" "Master, there's no record of this online. I can only tell that he is a member of an Yakuza organization. He was likely acting on orders." Yakuza organization. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. The Yakuza was just another term for the underworld gangs. It was different from China. Here in Japan, such organizations were in fact legal. The Yakuza often wielded considerable influence, with many large corporations secretly collaborating with them. The situation was clearly growing more complicated. Now it had even become tangled with the Yakuza. A smirk crept onto Chen Feng's lips. "Can you track down where this guy lives?" "Yes." And Jishui nodded. "Good. Then let's go see him and find out who ordered him." Chen Feng's voice chilled. Once they located Yamashita Shunta's address, everything became much easier. And Jishui and Chen Feng rented a car and headed toward Shunta's residence, a narrow, modest townhouse. Upon arrival, they didn't recklessly rush inside but instead scouted the surrounding area and confirmed Yamashita wasn't home. That simplified things further. And Jishui easily infiltrated the house and found some of Yamashita's hair, which he handed over to Chen Feng. With the hair acting as a conduit, Chen Feng could now use the cursed doll to remotely curse Yamashita Shunta. "Let's go. We'll find a hidden place. How about that quiet internet cafe nearby with few people?" Chen Feng smirked. "Daring to send me a cursed doll? Seems like you're asking for death." Yamashita Shunta was a very average young delinquent. With high school dropout status and visible tattoos, he couldn't land a decent job, and even if he did, he'd face prejudice. Thus, he joined the Yakuza. In Japan, the Yakuza organizations thrived and had extremely promising futures. Once someone rose to become a boss or underboss, their lifestyle would be no worse than that of corporate executives. Actually, unlike the despised triads in China, Japan's Yakuza were a part of the national social ecosystem, deeply intertwined with politics and economics. Of course, for someone like Yamashita Shunta, a low-level grunt, it was unnecessary knowledge. He didn't need to understand any of that. His only job was to follow orders. Today, after completing the task assigned by his boss, he found himself idle and chose to surf the internet. Then he noticed someone with a beautiful female profile picture had added him as a friend, and the greeting message even contained his name. "Hello, Mr. Yamashita Shunta. May I add you as a friend?" How could this beauty know my name? Yamashita Shunta was momentarily startled. Looking at the innocent-looking female profile picture, he couldn't help feeling a surge of excitement and immediately accepted the friend request. Even if she didn't know his name, he still would have accepted the request solely because of that beautiful profile picture. "Master, I've successfully added him as a friend." And Jishui turned to Chen Feng inside the internet cafe. "Good. Contact him and make him reveal the person behind everything." Chen Feng sneered coldly. "All right, master." And Jishui nodded, her slender fingers dancing nimbly across the computer keyboard like a playful sprite. "Huh, there's absolutely no information. This seems like a newly created account." After adding the beautiful girl as a friend, Yamashita's first instinct was to check her social media posts and daily logs to learn more about this girl. But the result was nothing. The account contained only a tempting profile picture of a beautiful girl. Everything else remained blank. From now on, you will feel there's a knife inside your body, causing immense pain. Suddenly, the tempting beauty sent a completely inexplicable message. Yamashita Shunta felt completely bewildered. Have girls these days become this strange? Before he could even begin to comprehend the mysterious message from this online beauty, his expression suddenly twisted. His body started trembling uncontrollably, because he truly began feeling as if a steel blade was swirling inside his body, causing unbearable pain. Fortunately, this suffering lasted only a few seconds before disappearing, otherwise he might have fainted from the agony. Even though the pain only endured for several seconds, the residual waves of torment still left Yamashita Shunta feeling weak for quite a while before he could finally raise his head to look at the screen. "How do you feel? I suppose you wouldn't want to experience it again, would you?" Yamashita Shunta shivered involuntarily. At this moment, the characters appearing in the chat window looked like demonic words that filled him with dread. "You? Who exactly are you? What do you want?" Chapter 103. This account was just created. I'm just an ordinary person. You can't gain anything from me. On the other side, and Jishui looked at Chen Feng. "Master, he's already scared. He won't hide anything now." Chen Feng nodded. "All right, ask him. I want to know who the hell wants to die so badly that they dared to target me." "Got it." And Jishui immediately sent Chen Feng's question through the social media app. "Who asked you to deliver that doll to the hotel room?" "Doll?" Yamashita Shunta quickly recalled. This morning, Following his boss's instructions, he had delivered a threatening doll to a hotel room. This was something he had done many times before. This time was nothing special, just a regular task that hadn't meant much to him. Until now, when suddenly someone came asking about it. Could it be that the person threatened had taken revenge? Yamashita's mind raced. He stood up, looking around nervously, trying to identify the unseen force behind it all. He believed the person threatening him must be someone lurking nearby, the only explanation for the supernatural things he'd just experienced. Pain. Before Yamashita could spot the imagined killer, waves of piercing pain crashed over him, more intense than anything he had ever felt. After several seconds, the unbearable pain gradually faded. Now drenched in cold sweat, Yamashita couldn't utter a word, not even a whisper. Every move you make is under my control. Be obedient and don't try any tricks. Otherwise, you might find the next message on your screen carries a chilling chill. Yamashita dared not attempt any further schemes. That terrifying pain had completely shattered his nerve. He was just a common low-level gangster, and now facing someone this mysterious, someone capable of taking his life anytime. He had no intention of withholding anything anymore. He quickly typed out a reply. It was Fujiarima. He's my boss, the one who told me to leave that threatening doll. I'm just a little guy following orders. None of this has anything to do with me. Yamashita desperately tried to plead his case in writing, hoping the mysterious person on the other end would let him go. Now tell me everything you know about Fujiarima, his age, his phone number, address, anything. Yamashita swallowed hard and sent over everything he knew without hesitation. Soon, a new message came through. Remember this, keep this matter locked in your head. Otherwise, right after that message appeared, the cursor on his computer began moving on its own, eerily deleting the entire chat history, including the recently added contact. In mere seconds, every trace of their conversation vanished into oblivion. If not for Yamashita's vivid memory, he might have thought it was all a dream. Shocked and frightened, Yamashita sat there in disbelief. He had heard rumors about elite hackers being able to control someone else's computer through malware, but experiencing it firsthand for the first time left him stunned. Thinking back to the unbearable pain he had endured just moments ago, Yamashita shuddered. Immediately, he started gathering his belongings. There was no way he could stay in Tokyo anymore. He needed to flee to the countryside to lie low for a while. Clearly, he had unintentionally stumbled into something huge, and for someone as insignificant as him, getting caught up in such a dangerous whirlpool was deadly. His only choice was to escape as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Enji Shuei had already begun tracking the source using the information Yamashita had provided. Master, I found something. The person who contacted Fujiarima was Jiro, and that conversation was just last night. It's very likely he's the one behind this. Enji Shuei had successfully traced the digital trail. Jiro, deputy director of Tokyo Broadcasting. Once upon a time, during Chun Feng's days as a TV host, Kurata had warned him to leave Tokyo. Chun Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he read Kurata's information. So it's him, that's why? No wonder. Come on, let's go find him now. Finding the culprit simplified everything. In this world, there was almost no one Chun Feng feared. I've got a cheat ability. You dare challenge me? Are you trying to die? Are you trying to die? Since this fool wants a beating, I'll be more than happy to oblige. At that moment, Chun Feng rose furiously. Get out. Just as Enji Shuei was going to settle the bill, a sudden roar caught his attention. Chun Feng turned his head and saw the store owner throwing someone's belongings outside. Mr. Miyagi, please give me a few more days, just a few more, and I'll pay you the rent right away. A young girl pleaded helplessly. Understanding dawned on Chun Feng's face. Though Japan was a developed country, it still had its share of the poor. Moreover, there's a unique characteristic here. Many poor people don't rent houses but instead choose to rent space in internet cafes, as it's much cheaper. In other words, the internet cafe owners also double as landlords. Obviously, the current situation was exactly that. Someone couldn't afford the rent and was about to be kicked out by the landlord. Seeing the scene before him, Chun Feng remained expressionless. He had no intention of getting involved in other people's affairs. There were many pitiful people in this world, but none of that concerned him. He wasn't a god and lacked the power to save everyone. You damn idiot, you've already owed 2 months' rent. This place isn't for charity. The owner showed no sympathy, continuing to carry the tenant's belongings out from the small cubicle. The surrounding people, although surprised, had little intention of interfering. Though Japanese people were polite, they were usually cold in daily life and rarely disturbed others casually. Please, boss, don't do this. Please give me a few more days. Really, just a few days. The tenant begged desperately. Chun Feng found himself a bit surprised. This tenant actually turned out to be quite attractive. Chun Feng felt a stir in his heart. Boss, the bill has been settled. Enji Shuei returned, saying after paying. Chun Feng nodded and pulled Enji Shuei out of the internet cafe, but instead of rushing to confront Jiro, he chose to stand by the roadside. Soon after, the owner threw the tenant's belongings from the cafe out onto the street, leaving the thin tenant helpless and standing alone outside. Under the sunlight, her figure looked so lonely and helpless. Chun Feng decisively walked toward the tenant. Outside the internet cafe, Nishino Nico felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. The sun on the street was intense, the temperature high, but her body felt ice cold. Kicked out by the internet cafe, where should she go next? Where could she even go? Hello. A clear, calm voice pulled Nishino Nico back to reality. Turning her head, Nishino saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The man was fine enough, but the woman's facial features were nearly perfect, her gentle and graceful aura making Nishino feel so inferior she could hardly lift her head. Chapter 104. Forgot to turn off the light. Hello are you? Nishino Nezumi said in a very soft voice. Coming closer, Chen Feng found that this girl wasn't actually that beautiful. To be precise, her features were quite nice, and youthfulness radiated from her. But her expression and demeanor were clearly marked by inferiority, which significantly lowered her attractiveness. Beauty, in fact, also required wealth for cultivation. There were beauties even in poor places, but such beauty would soon be worn away by poverty. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Let me introduce myself. I'm a businessman from China, here to discuss business matters. Nishino Nezumi didn't speak. Obviously, she didn't know how to respond. Chen Feng wasn't concerned and continued speaking on his own. I saw what just happened. You don't have anywhere to go now, right? How about this? Come with me. You, what do you mean? A sudden ray of hope rose in Nezumi's heart. Was this person about to offer her a job by hiring her? I'm asking if you're willing to be my mistress. I can buy you an apartment and give you a large sum of money every month. Chen Feng came straight to the point. Under the current circumstances, it was best to be direct. No need for unnecessary twists and turns. Actually, Chen Feng had another method. Pretend to be a good guy, offer help to this girl, then slowly pursue her. That method had a high chance of success. But Chen Feng simply didn't want to do that. Chasing women was too much trouble. It was much more comfortable just to support her directly. Nishino Nezumi's expression changed, showing intense anger mixed with slight hesitation. She was truly at her wit's end, unable to even afford an internet cafe anymore. How destitute she must be. Yet, becoming someone's mistress was unacceptable to her, even though Chen Feng wasn't bad-looking. But she lacked the confidence to refuse. Chen Feng saw her reaction and generally understood, knowing that this time he had a chance. At the same time, he also realized that with his mediocre speaking ability, he might not be able to persuade this woman. Thus, Chen Feng turned his gaze to Jishui. Jishui, you talk to her. Your Japanese is better. And Jishui was a fully capable robot, possessing mind-reading abilities and expertise in psychology. Combined with her feminine appearance and highly alluring looks, Chen was confident she could easily handle this girl. All right, boss. And Jishui nodded, and then led Nishino Nezumi away a few steps. Perhaps because Jishui's appearance was extremely beguiling, Nishino Nezumi immediately relaxed, visibly at ease. Chen Feng was somewhat speechless. People were truly too superficial. Everyone was so busy admiring Jishui's beauty that none noticed the terrifying robotic nature hidden beneath that perfect exterior. A few minutes later, and Jishui came back. Master, the negotiation was successful. Her name is Nishino Nezumi, and she agrees for 1 million yen per month. 1 million yen was approximately 50,000 yuan. Honestly, that amount wasn't much, especially in Neon, Japan. Though Neon's economy hadn't grown for a long time, its per capita income was generally 2 to 3 times higher than the domestic average. 50,000 for maintaining a young woman was indeed not a high figure. Chen Feng nodded. Okay, take her to the hotel first, then we'll meet with Jiro. You can also give her a small deposit up front. All right, master, I'll make the arrangements. And Jishui nodded and turned toward Nishino Nezumi again. Undeniably, and Jishui had never failed to impress Chen Feng. Neon's corporate culture had very unique characteristics. Whether it was the seniority-based promotion system or lifetime employment system, both contributed to Neon's distinctive workplace culture. Here, overtime work was common. Even high-level executives, such as the managing director, had to work overtime under such circumstances. Therefore, when Jiro returned home, it was already late at night. It didn't need to be so late, but who could have predicted that after work they had a small drinking gathering? Neon people had a habit of group gatherings. Whoever didn't participate was considered unsociable, so everyone had to go, including high-ranking executives like himself. Don't be fooled by his status as a managing director, seemingly high-ranking. It was still a low-level working position. After a full day's work, and recently with the unsettling situation at the station, he was both physically and mentally exhausted. Hence, Kurata felt even more eager to return home, take a good hot bath, and get a good rest. However, when he returned in front of his own house, seeing the lights on, he felt not warmth, but shock. Who was inside? He clearly lived alone, so why was the light in his home turned on? Could it be that he hadn't turned it off that morning? Impossible. He remembered clearly. He had turned the lights off. A sudden chill ran through Jiro's heart, giving him a sense of impending misfortune. You sure took your time getting back. As Jiro entered the room, he found Chen Feng already seated on the sofa, accompanied by his gorgeous female assistant. How did you get in here? Kurata asked in shock and suspicion. He had originally thought his house had been broken into, never expecting the intruder to be someone he knew, though barely. Well, actually, they weren't really acquaintances. They had only met once before. But how had he ended up in his home? Chen Feng sneered coldly, not answering directly. In the next moment, Jiro's face twisted in pain as he collapsed weakly to the floor, clutching his stomach and writhing uncontrollably. Inside his abdomen, it felt as though 1,000 ants were gnawing at his insides, agonizing pain beyond imagination. Luckily, the pain came quickly and left just as fast. A few seconds later, it vanished suddenly, allowing Kurata to finally gasp for breath. Talk. Why did you contact the Yakuza? Why did you go to Takai Arita to threaten me? Chen Feng demanded coldly. Kurata hesitated in confusion, unsure how to respond at first. How could this Chinese man know he had contacted the Yakuza? He had been so careful with his actions. Seeing Kurata's silence, Chen Feng smirked coldly. An excruciating wave of pain surged again. Kurata knelt on the ground, his face contorted in agony. A terrifying realization flashed in his mind. This unbearable pain, this man had caused it. Realizing this, Kurata shouted desperately, I'll talk. The pain vanished immediately. Kurata took several ragged breaths, slowly recovering. The way he looked at Qinfeng was as if staring at a monster. Are you some kind of legendary Onmyoji, Inyong master? Qinfeng curled his lips in disdain. Answer me. Why did you hire the Yakuza to threaten me? Because I didn't want you to reach a cooperation agreement with the TV station, so I hired the Yakuza to intimidate you, hoping you would leave Tokyo. Kurata spoke hastily, afraid Qinfeng would be displeased and torture him again. He never wanted to experience that bone-deep torment a second time. Chapter 105, Too Many Factions. Why? Cooperating with the TV station should be good news for you, right? Yes, the collaboration would benefit the station if successful, but only the director's faction would profit. I belong to the newspaper faction, and our group hopes to replace the current director. Thus, we deliberately attempt to sabotage this collaboration to prevent the new director from settling in securely. Qinfeng felt at a loss for words. To fight for power and throw away easy money, Tokyo TV was indeed ridiculous. How many factions are there in your station? There are around 7 or 8 factions altogether. However, the 3 major ones are the bank faction, which owns 20% of the shares, the newspaper faction, holding 25%, and the director's faction, sometimes referred to as the local faction, with 23%. The remaining smaller factions also hold some shares, giving them a certain degree of influence. Kurotajiro said very seriously. Qinfeng couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Who would have guessed a TV station could be so complicated? They were willing to damage the entire station's interests just to strike at their rivals. If I want to purchase the copyright for your TV dramas, who should I contact? Qinfeng asked earnestly. Just approach the new director directly. He's just assumed office and is in desperate need of achievements. If you reach out to him, he'll definitely offer favorable terms. I can contact him for you personally, Kurotajiro replied quickly. Qinfeng nodded in satisfaction. Most of the classic TV shows in Japan were produced by TV stations. Tokyo Broadcasting had once created many iconic series such as Tokyo Love Story and World's Funniest Stories, among others. Once he secured the copyrights to these legendary shows, he'd surely surprise his peers back home. In that case, I'll trouble you, Kurata-san. I hope to meet your station director tomorrow. Kurotajiro showed hesitation initially, but upon noticing Qinfeng's cold expression, he shuddered and firmly nodded. No problem, Qin-san. I'll make sure you meet the director tomorrow. Good. Qinfeng stood up and prepared to leave Kurotajiro's house. Kurata exhaled in relief. Staying with someone so mysterious and resourceful was extremely stressful. Just before walking out the door, Qinfeng suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, Kurata-san, after I leave, you won't consider calling the police, would you? Kurata was startled, but shook his head decisively. Certainly not. Good. Qinfeng nodded approvingly. Because even if you did, no one would believe your nonsense. And once you involve the police, even if I'm in China, I can still end your life anytime, anywhere. Believe me, my methods will surprise you. Hi, Kurotajiro immediately bowed. I understand. After giving Kurata a warning, Qinfeng nodded in satisfaction and left with him. However, just in case, he made sure to keep one strand of Kurata's hair. If the man attempted any betrayal, he would immediately use a voodoo doll to curse him to death. After a whole day of intense activity, even someone with Qinfeng's impressive physique felt a little worn out. But when he returned to the hotel, he was surprised to find that Nishino Naiko hadn't gone to sleep yet. She sat on the bed waiting for him and looked nervous upon seeing Qinfeng return. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Qinfeng walked straight over and confidently sat next to Nishino Naiko, putting his arm around her. She stiffened slightly, seeming a bit uncomfortable, but then remembered her current position and remained still. It's my first time staying in such a big room, so I couldn't fall asleep. Qinfeng shook his head and playfully grabbed her beautiful hair. Is this your first time? Blushing, Nishino Naiko slowly nodded. Qinfeng relaxed mentally. However, just to be sure, he used his identification skill on her. 21-year-old female, Nishino Naiko. Note 1. She is still a virgin. Note 2. She actually has significant talent, but lacks the platform to display it. Note 3. She is quite insecure and suffers from a lack of self-confidence, always seeking someone reliable to rely on. Huh. Qinfeng was astonished. What's going on? Randomly picking someone from the street, and the camera actually gave such a high evaluation. Could this be a mistake? To verify Nishino Naiko's actual talent, Qinfeng scanned her once again. Note 1. She has strong management abilities, but lacks the opportunity to utilize them. Note 2. She has deep-seated psychological issues and can only fully display her talents when she has a strong support system in place. Note 3. She has deep-seated ambition. This, management talent. Actually management talent. Qinfeng felt as if he had been struck by a pie falling from the sky. He was precisely planning to establish an entertainment company in Japan and expand his business empire, and now heaven had sent him a managerial talent on a silver platter. At the same time, Qinfeng also felt a sense of regret. As the old saying goes, excellent horses are common, but true connoisseurs are rare. If Xie and Ningzi had not been fortunate enough to meet him, and if Qinfeng had not possessed the identification camera, her managerial abilities might never have been revealed. Anata, are you okay? Seeing Qinfeng's expression constantly changing, Nishino Naiko felt uneasy. This guy couldn't possibly be a pervert, could he? Was he thinking about something terrifying right now? Nothing. I just recalled something. Come eat this. Qinfeng took out a strengthening pill and handed it to Nishino Naiko. Nishino's expression changed. She was becoming more convinced that Qinfeng was a pervert. The white pill definitely wasn't anything good. However, thinking about the yen that had just been deposited into her bank account, and seeing Nji Shui smiling beside her, Nishino gritted her teeth and swallowed the pill. Within just a few seconds, her vision blurred, and a wave of drowsiness overcame her. Sure enough, this pill is nothing good. Nishino closed her eyes and collapsed onto the bed. Xinfeng knew it. The pill was taking effect. By tomorrow morning, once Nishino Naiko awoke, her physical constitution would undergo dramatic changes. Her level of beauty would rise accordingly. Of course, the main reason Xinfeng valued Nishino so much was due to her managerial talents. If she were merely a lover, she wouldn't be worth investing one of his strengthening pills, something much rarer and more precious than money. Strengthening pills obtained through sign-ins were priceless treasures that money couldn't buy. Xinfeng only gave them to people he truly valued. Looking at Nishino's peaceful sleeping face, Xinfeng suddenly gave an order to Jishui. Jishui, stay here and watch over this woman. When she wakes up tomorrow, you will teach her how to manage a company. Unless something unexpected occurs, from now on, Nishino Naiko will be the head of our Japanese branch. Chapter 106 Anda. Yes, master. I will complete the task you assigned. Xinfeng nodded. With Jishui's guidance, he believed that Western Noino's abilities would soon reach a new level. Of course, aside from instruction, practical experience was also necessary. But there was no rush for that. Xinfeng's primary mission in Neon was still to acquire the copyrights of those popular TV dramas. As for starting a company, that was merely a move made in one's spare time. The next morning, Nishino Nezumi woke up groggily. At first, her mind was still a bit fuzzy, until she noticed the unfamiliar surroundings, which quickly snapped her awake. This is a hotel. Yesterday, I was kicked out by the internet cafe owner, and then I agreed to become that man's mistress. Realization hit Nishino hard, and she fully regained her consciousness. Instinctively, she began checking her physical condition. She clearly remembered taking a pill from Xinfeng before falling asleep last night. To her surprise, Nishino noticed no signs of being abused on her body, and she had retained her virginity. Moreover, her physical condition seemed remarkably improved, leaving her feeling unusually refreshed. Nishino felt confused. What exactly had happened? If you're up, go wash up. For these few days, you'll follow me, and I'll be responsible for teaching you some things, Jishui said with a smile. Nishino looked at the wall clock and saw that it was only 6 o'clock. Didn't Jishui really get up this early? That Chinese boss who had taken her in was still sound asleep in bed. But she didn't say anything and obediently followed Jishui to finish washing up. After they finished washing up, Jishui brought her to the balcony and started teaching her some management knowledge. Jishui, sister, why are you teaching me this? Nishino felt confused. Was management knowledge necessary just to be a mistress? Jishui smiled. My boss wants to start an entertainment company in Neon, but he doesn't know anyone here. So he hopes you'll be in charge of the management. Me? Nishino was stunned. But my education level is only high school graduation. That's not important. What matters is that my boss believes in you, Jishui said with a smile. Nishino was taken aback, and then a wave of joy welled up in her heart. Being a boss, even if it was just a nominal position, being the president of a company still sounded better than being a mistress. Suddenly, Nishino felt like her life had a new goal. She used to be a total failure in life, but now, she was going to strive to become a company president. In the future, she would have people respectfully addressing her as President Nishino. When Xinfeng woke up, he noticed that Nishino was studying particularly hard, so he nodded approvingly. This girl knowing how to study diligently was really quite good. He just hoped Nishino wouldn't turn out to be someone who could never amount to anything, which would force him to look for someone else. Plus, after consuming the enhancement pill, Nishino's skin condition had improved remarkably, and her beauty had risen by a level. After breakfast, Xinfeng directly said to Nishino, let's go. Today, I'm going to meet with the head of Tokyo Broadcasting to discuss business, and you're coming with me to study. In the future, you'll definitely have to negotiate with others when you become president. Coming with me allows you to experience this atmosphere ahead of time. Okay, Ananda, Nishino nodded. Xinfeng shook his head. Don't call me Ananda anymore. When there are outsiders around, just call me president, and if we're alone, address me as master. Nishino blushed, but obediently nodded. Okay, master. Xinfeng smiled, deciding not to tease the shy Nishino any further, and directly drove her to Tokyo Broadcasting. Kurotajiro was already waiting at the entrance early. Seeing Xinfeng bring another woman along, he said nothing and directly walked forward to greet them. I've already informed the station director. He is waiting for you in his office. You work for the newspaper company, yet you're helping him with business arrangements. I suppose your station director must be quite surprised, Xinfeng said with a smile. Kurata let out a bitter smile. I've decided to switch allegiance to the station director. Otherwise, I won't be able to continue working at the television station. There's no need to look so bitter-faced. Rather than switching allegiance to your station director, why not switch allegiance to me instead? Xinfeng patted Kuratajiro's shoulder. You've almost reached the peak at the television station anyway. Why not come work for me? I guarantee your salary will be much higher than what the television station offers. Kurata's heart stirred, and a hesitant expression appeared on his face. No matter where one goes, a traitor is always the most hated. Under pressure from Xinfeng, he had no choice but to defect to the station director. The people from the newspaper faction hated him to the core, and even the station director's faction didn't hold much respect for a two-faced guy like him. Leaving the TV station might actually be a good choice, especially considering that this Chinese man, Xinfeng, possessed unfathomable mysterious abilities. The more he thought about it, the more tempted Kurotajiro became. Are you really willing to accept me? Kurata asked softly. Xinfeng nodded. Of course, I'm not joking with you. I've always wanted to start a company in Neon. I was just lacking suitable personnel in the relevant field. What kind of company specifically? Kurata asked. an entertainment company mainly focused on artist management and film and television production. This isn't the right place to talk about it. When you finish work, let's find a place where we can discuss it properly. Kurata nodded. An entertainment company fit perfectly with his professional background. As they were speaking, the two had already arrived at the station director's office. The new director of Tokyo Broadcasting was named Hino Kantatsu. He had just taken office recently and was worried about his unstable position. Upon hearing that someone from China had come to cooperate in purchasing copyrights, he was delighted. These hit TV dramas had already been broadcast multiple times, so they held practically no value anymore. If he could make some money from them, that would be great. Within just a few sentences, Hino reached a deal with Chun Feng on the price, after which both parties began drafting the related contracts. Mr. Chun, I heard your company also has a magical girl tokusatsu show. How about selling that to us too? Taking advantage of the favorable atmosphere, Hino directly asked. When it came to TV shows, more was better. Even if the ratings weren't high, having additional content to fill airtime was still useful. Chun Feng shook his head. Sorry, Director Hino, but the broadcast rights have already been sold to someone else. Hino gave a bitter smile, but did not seem particularly disappointed. In Neon, Tokyo Broadcasting, and other major TV stations were simultaneously producing over 20 dramas at the same time. A regular tokusatsu show simply wasn't enough to move him emotionally. After finishing the business discussions, Chun Feng politely declined Hino's dinner invitation and left Tokyo Broadcasting. This place was just a whirlpool, and he really had no interest in getting dragged into it. After Chun Feng left, Kuroda took leave with a certain excuse and made his way to a quiet izakaya nearby. Chapter 107 Decision to Defect. As soon as they met, Kuroda let out a bitter smile. The station director was extremely displeased with my request for leave. It seems he already has some grievances against me. Chun Feng said, Don't worry, once you resign, there's nothing he can do to you. Kuroda nodded. He had already resolved to quit, which was why he dared to show such disrespect to the station director. Japan's seniority system and lifetime employment practice ensured job benefits for employees, but also suppressed Japanese people's innovative nature. Generally speaking, once most people joined a company, they would never resign unless forced by circumstances. The reason Kuroda made such a decisive move this time was not only because he couldn't get ahead at Tokyo Broadcasting, but more importantly, Chun Feng's mysterious methods gave him confidence. The Japanese character determined that they naturally obey the orders of the strong. Mr. Chun, we didn't get into details when we met this morning. Now I'd like to know, exactly what area does your company focus on? Is it talent agency or film and television production? Kuroda asked directly. Now that he had decided to join Chun Feng's company, he needed to get this clarified, as it concerned his future prospects. Chun Feng smiled. We'll do both. I hope our company can eventually become the largest entertainment company in Japan. Mr. Chun, that's not going to be easy. Kuroda replied with a bitter smile. After World War II, Japan had developed for several decades, and its entertainment industry was already highly matured. Whether it was talent management, idol production, or film, television, and variety shows, Japan was far more advanced than China. In addition to expanding his business empire, Chun Feng had another reason for starting a company here, to learn Japan's advanced experience and bring it back to China to easily outcompete domestic cultural companies. Mr. Kuroda, I believe that as long as we work hard, this goal is achievable. Even if the business doesn't go well, I can assure you that your treatment will be no less than what you currently have at the TV station, Chun Feng said earnestly. Thank you. Kuroda bowed his head. Come, let me introduce you. This is the future president of the company, and your future boss, Nishino Nezumi. Taking advantage of Kuroda's nodding, Chun Feng introduced Nishino Nezumi. Nishino Nezumi smiled shyly at Kuroda, her heart swelling with excitement. So it was true what her master had said. He really was going to establish a company in Japan, and she would be the one managing it. This opportunity, she had to seize. Under the table, Nishino clenched her delicate fists tightly. Kuroda was slightly taken aback, not expecting his immediate supervisor to be a woman, let alone such a young woman. Could it be that she, too, was like Mr. Chun and Onmyoji? Thinking this, Kuroda respectfully bowed deeply to Nishino Nezumi. Mr. Nishino, I hope to receive your kind guidance in the future. I will, Mr. Kuroda. Nishino Nezumi bowed her head down. Chun Feng had expected Kuroda to be dissatisfied with this arrangement, and had even prepared to persuade him. Yet, to his surprise, the two got along surprisingly well. This was a good thing. The better the two worked together, the more it would help Chun Feng's business. Then it settled. Mr. Kuroda, Nezumi, later we'll discuss how to establish the company. I hope we can set it up as soon as possible. Initially, I will inject 100 million yen into the company as startup funds. I hope you two can plan well how to spend this money, how to make it produce the maximum effect. No problem, I'll take care of everything. Tomorrow, not right now, I will immediately resign from the TV station and devote myself to building the company. Kuroda quickly said. Good. You two will handle all the preliminary affairs. If you need any help, feel free to ask me. I will help you sort it out. After discussing a few more things, they each went their separate ways. Kuroda went back to resign, while Chun Feng took Nishino Nezumi and Njishue back to the hotel, where Njishue would continue to instruct her. Knowing she was about to become the leader of a company, Nishino Nezumi was in an unusually motivated mood and studied even harder than before. Observing Nishino's transformation, Chun Feng nodded slightly in approval. Potential was potential, but without the right mindset to match, it would still be difficult to bring it into full play. Nishino's willingness to learn was the best possible outcome. It meant Chen Feng could confidently entrust the company to her management. Over the following days, Chen Feng visited several of Japan's major television networks, purchasing the copyrights to many popular TV dramas at very favorable prices. Although the internet had already begun to rise, the prices of these copyrights were not very high. They were actually quite cheap. The main reason for this was that the influence of streaming platforms was still quite limited. At that time, internationally, there was already a platform like YouTube for mid to long videos. But when it came to TV dramas, these platforms almost always used pirated copies and never paid any fees. The reason was mainly due to the fact that streaming services had limited influence, and mid to long video platforms were still in their infancy, with laws and regulations across different countries yet to be perfected. Take China for example. Not only were foreign TV dramas mostly pirated, but most domestic productions were as well. The most outrageous case was xuanhuan, which spent not a penny and yet occupied 50% of the market, nothing short of terrifying. However, Chen Feng estimated that xuanhuan wouldn't last much longer. As laws and regulations gradually improved, those who had been the most brazen now would face the most severe consequences in the future. Before that happened, his task was clear: secure copyrights in advance and wait for legal systems to gradually improve. In Japan, the most valuable copyright of all was Ultraman. The original Ultraman, first released in 1966 under the direction of Eiji Tsuburaya, sparked a worldwide Ultraman craze from the moment it appeared, becoming a world-class IP. Especially Ultraman Tiga, when it was first introduced into China, it caused a sensation and became a deep emotional memory for many people. Ultraman was not only popular in China, but also well known in the United States and Europe. Now that he had arrived in Japan, Chen Feng could do without other TV drama copyrights. But he had to secure the rights to Ultraman. That was why Chen Feng had come to Tsuburaya Productions. Hearing that he had come to buy copyright, the president of Tsuburaya Productions had even come out in person to receive him. It was the price that greatly shocked him. 80 million yen. Mr. Tsuburaya, are you joking? Chen Feng said with wide eyes. Tsuburaya Shinichi slowly shook his head. Mr. Chun, this is Ultraman we're talking about. The Ultraman who has grown up with children around the world. He is worth every penny of this price. Chen Feng gave Tsuburaya Shinichi a look like he was an idiot. Mr. Tsuburaya, are you not aware that right now, in China alone, there are at least 10 different video websites already broadcasting your Ultraman shows, and internationally, there is even YouTube broadcasting Ultraman without paying a single yen? Chapter 108. Tsuburaya Productions, you're getting too cocky. I came here with sincerity, please don't joke around, okay? Chen Feng's expression was unpleasant. Was the president of Tsuburaya Productions out of his mind? Other companies broadcast it without paying a single yen, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now I'm willing to pay, and you don't give me a bargain price. That's fine, but now you're asking for an exorbitant price. Do you really think I must buy your copyright? At this moment, Chen Feng was even thinking about leaving immediately. At most, he wouldn't buy this copyright. He'd return home and just produce a pirated version. Even if it went to court, the compensation wouldn't be that much. Tsuburaya Koichi frowned deeply. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry, but the company's current situation is very critical. If you're willing, I can personally approve not only the broadcasting rights, but also the adaptation rights and image licensing to be handed over to your company. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression slightly improved. That's more like it. How could mere online streaming rights be worth 80 million yen? If the adaptation and image licensing rights were included, then it would make sense. With the adaptation rights, Chen Feng could produce his own Ultraman series. As for the image licensing rights, any company in China that wanted to use the classic Ultraman image would have to pay a fee to Chen Feng Company. This was essentially a gold mine. Of course, Tsuburaya Productions was unable to exploit this gold mine themselves, which was why they reluctantly handed it over to Chen Feng. It couldn't be helped. Piracy was too rampant. In theory, owning Ultraman, a world-class IP, Tsuburaya should have been rolling in money. However, in reality, the company was in serious trouble recently and nearly went bankrupt. On one hand, Ultraman had already existed for more than 50 years, and Japanese audiences had long lost interest. On the other hand, rampant piracy was a significant problem. In Japan itself, there weren't many issues, as Tsuburaya held considerable influence, and few dared to produce pirated goods. In fact, the Japanese market was Tsuburaya's biggest revenue source. But in other regions, Tsuburaya barely earned anything. In China, pirated products were rampant, and Tsuburaya couldn't profit. If even the Changfeng Group's yo-yo couldn't escape counterfeiting, it was obvious how hard it was for foreign companies to avoid the same fate. The situation wasn't much different in the European and American markets either. Moreover, the production costs for special effects series were extremely high. From what Chen Feng knew, filming a single Ultraman series currently required at least 1 billion yen. Take the most recent, Ultraman Mebius, for example. Poor ratings reportedly led to financial losses for Tsuburaya. Looking at Tsuburaya Koichi's expectant gaze, Chen Feng began calculating in his mind. Was it worth spending so much to acquire all these Ultraman rights? Tsuburaya might be unable to reach into China, but Chen Feng was based there. They could still make some profit even through lawsuits. The key question was, how long would it take to recoup the investment? Mr. Tsuburaya, this is a major decision. I need to discuss with my subordinates first. Chen Feng said very seriously. No problem, Mr. Chun, I'll step out for now. Tsuburaya Koichi nodded toward Chen Feng and turned to leave. After he exited the conference room, several high-ranking officials from Tsuburaya approached him. President, are you sure this Chinese man is really willing to pay so much for our streaming rights? Copyright protection in China isn't as strict as in Japan. After buying it, he won't be able to stop piracy easily. I didn't just give him the streaming rights. I also offered adaptation and image licensing. I believe he'll take it seriously into consideration. But even then, piracy will be difficult to prevent, and adaptation isn't so easy either. The suits and models are expensive. Producing one series costs a lot of money, which may not even be recoverable. Several executives were not optimistic about this deal. Tsuburaya Koichi also looked helpless. His previous pricing was indeed rather high. The other party might not accept it. But he had no choice. Tsuburaya Productions was no longer the company it once was. The failure of the last two Ultraman series dealt a huge blow. Without finding some funding quickly, they wouldn't even be able to film a new Ultraman. Shui, do you think paying 80 million yen for the Ultraman streaming rights, adaptation rights, and image licensing is worth it? Chen Feng asked Ji Shui inside the meeting room. 80 million yen. Honestly speaking, it wasn't expensive at all. In Chinese currency, that was less than 5 million yuan. This was Ultraman, a generation's childhood memories. No matter how you looked at it, purchasing this for less than 5 million yuan was a great bargain. Master, besides the streaming, adaptation, and image rights, we should also seize the opportunity to acquire all the derivative copyrights. All the derivative copyrights. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Would Tsuburaya agree to such a harsh condition? If we get all the derivative copyrights, that means the Chinese market will basically have nothing to do with Tsuburaya anymore. Every penny earned by the Ultraman IP in China would go to us, and not a single yen would reach Tsuburaya. They're very likely to agree, and Ji Shui nodded. Tsuburaya is currently in an extremely difficult financial situation. Ever since their failed Ultraman series a few years ago, which cost them 1.5 billion yen to produce, the company has basically been in a state of bankruptcy crisis. Last year, they were even close to being acquired for just 100 million yen. The Tsuburaya family now finds it very hard to maintain control over the company. Originally, they couldn't make money in the Chinese market anyway. In this situation, exchanging derivative copyrights for a life-saving fund, I believe Tsuburaya won't refuse. Such a bad situation? Just 100 million yen, less than 6 million renminbi. A company as big as Tsuburaya, possessing Ultraman, a world-class IP, and its value is less than 10 million yuan? That's too cheap. According to what you said, why don't we just acquire Tsuburaya directly? Then all the Ultraman properties would belong to us. After all, it's Ultraman, a generation's childhood memory. Buying the whole thing for under 10 million yuan feels like a real bargain. Better not. And Ji Shui shook his head. Tsuburaya currently owes several billion yen in foreign debts, and if they want to film the next Ultraman series and revive this IP, with current special effects standards and the cost of producing the suits, at the very least 1.5 billion yen would be needed. If it fails, all that investment would be flushed down the drain. Given the current situation, buying all the Chinese rights to Ultraman with a one-time payment is the best choice. It doesn't require excessive investment, and the investment can be recouped quickly. However, if we were to acquire Tsuburaya, it would involve much larger capital investment, more effort, and there's still no guarantee of making a profit. Chen Feng nodded, feeling that Ji Shui's words made sense. It's like a company with assets worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Although it might still have a lot of money, it's actually already insolvent. In such a situation, more money would be required to save the company, and even then, it might not be recoverable. In this case, earning a quick profit and getting out would be the best choice, instead of taking over such a problematic business. Alright then, Ji Shui, you'll handle the negotiations next. We only need all the copyrights in China. As for the rest, forget about it. Chapter 109, Ultraman Super Cheap. I understand, Master. I will negotiate a good price. And Ji Shui nodded. After they finished discussing, they quickly brought back Tsuburaya Koichi, and then Ji Shui stepped forward to start the negotiations with him, going back and forth in a verbal duel. The Tsuburaya company today was no longer what it used to be. On the verge of bankruptcy, they had no other options. After some intense bargaining, Chen Feng acquired the entire Chinese copyright for Ultraman for 90 million yen. When this news spread, Ultraman fans in China were ecstatic while fans in Japan were deeply saddened. In fact, this wasn't the first time Tsuburaya sold copyright. A few years earlier, an American company had purchased the rights to Ultraman in the United States. Last year, a company from a certain kangaroo nation also bought the adaptation rights for Ultraman. In this way, two foreign-born Ultramen were born. Of course, Japanese fans refused to acknowledge them, stubbornly denying any Ultraman not from Japan. Chinese fans, on the other hand, were thrilled. Many had already started anticipating the birth of a Chinese Ultraman, with many Ultraman enthusiasts even leaving comments on Chongfeng's official website, giving suggestions for the new Ultraman. After hearing this news from Xiao Shanshan, Chen Feng could only shake his head helplessly. Who told you all that Chongfeng Group is going to produce Ultraman? True, we've bought the copyright, but that doesn't mean we'll necessarily produce it. Do you know how expensive Ultraman productions are? Those monster costumes, city models, and visual effects, all are incredibly costly. Without at least 100 million, forget about making a decent Ultraman show. What Chen Feng truly valued were the derivative copyrights, which were the real moneymakers. With those in hand, Chen Feng could manufacture Ultraman toys, produce related stickers, and develop Ultraman video games. Most importantly, if other companies in China used the classic Ultraman image, they'd have to pay Chen Feng for the rights. That was where the real value of the derivative copyright lay. As for the rights to film Ultraman, Chen Feng had no such plans. Maybe in the future, when Chen Feng has both money and time, they might consider it. But certainly not now. Having acquired the Chinese copyright for Ultraman, Chen Feng's trip to Japan was essentially complete. In fact, besides Ultraman, There was another excellent Japanese IP called Kamen Rider, Masked Rider, nearly as historically significant as Ultraman. Ultraman was born in 1963 and Kamen Rider in 1970, and now had nearly 30 versions. In Japan, Kamen Rider was as popular as Ultraman, perhaps even slightly more so. However, Kamen Rider was less popular in China than Ultraman, so its copyright was lower on Chongfeng's purchasing priority list. When Toei Company, the copyright holder of Kamen Rider, learned that someone from China wanted to buy it, they didn't give Feng any trouble, selling him the copyright at a relatively cheap price. It seemed rather odd. Both Ultraman and Kamen Rider were hot IPs, nearly the same in age, and even Ultraman was more popular overseas than Kamen Rider. Yet Tsuburaya was struggling so badly they were almost bankrupt, while Toei was doing quite well, even starting production on the next generation of Kamen Rider. It was confusing. Feng, even Tae, especially, visited Toei to observe how they did things, and perhaps learn some lessons. After watching everything unfold, he hadn't exactly learned their secrets, but the production set of Kamen Rider opened his eyes to a lot. When it came to tokusatsu, special effects-heavy filmed entertainment, Japan was the master, and China was just the apprentice. Japan's tokusatsu films began in the 1960s, and even the very concept of such films was pioneered there. China's tokusatsu industry had only just taken shape in recent years and was still in its infancy. After touring Toei Studios, Feng's copyright acquisition journey in Japan was mostly over. Essentially, all valuable Japanese copyrights were now in his hands. What remained had practically no value. Compared with the smooth copyright purchases, setting up the new company proved very difficult. For this reason, Feng specially came to the Japanese branch office and summoned Jiro and Nishino Nezumi. Tell me, what exactly are the difficulties? Feng asked directly. Kurata and Nishino exchanged glances, then Kurata signaled for Nishino to speak. Cough. Boss, the main difficulty for the company has been finding suitable talent. The employees we're recruiting now are mostly just average. Very few graduated from prestigious universities. Nishino cleared her throat and listed all the problems the company had faced in recent times. As mentioned earlier, the main employment system in Japanese workplaces was based on seniority and lifetime employment. Under such a system, most talented graduates from prestigious universities would naturally focus their job applications on only a few large corporations. Only by getting into a big company could they ensure they wouldn't be unexpectedly laid off midway. In comparison, the Chongfeng branch in Japan was still in its early stages. Anybody with even slight capability would rarely consider joining a small new company like this. They preferred working at companies that looked more promising. Therefore, during this time, the Japan branch office had basically only recruited people of mediocre ability, and a few of them had even committed previous mistakes. Those who were expelled by major companies and had nowhere else to go before ending up at the branch office. Of course, if it weren't for these mistakes, with their credentials, there was no need for them to consider joining a newly established company at all. After flipping through the resumes of current employees, Feng couldn't help shaking his head. No wonder Japanese people dislike starting new businesses. The recruitment of staff alone is already a major difficulty. Back in China, although similar issues existed, they weren't nearly as serious as in Japan. As long as sufficient salary was offered, problems were generally manageable. Looking at these resumes, Feng simply smiled. It's okay. The difference between people isn't that great. Although these employees don't have much experience, with a little training, they'll be perfectly usable. Hi. Both Nishino Nezumi and Jiro bowed their heads simultaneously. Japanese workplaces were strictly hierarchical, with a clear order of rank and status. When a superior spoke, subordinates had to respond accordingly, otherwise, it would be considered rude. What about the screenplays? Didn't you say you'd selected a few options? Bring them over, and let me have a look. Feng put down the employee files after glancing through them for a while. These employees were indeed a bit lacking, but that was fine. With some experience, they'd still be usable. After all, genius is rare. Most people rely on hard work and experience to improve. He wasn't here to handle small, mundane tasks like hiring. He came mainly to help select screenplays. With the camera at his disposal, he was certain he could identify top-notch scripts for the Japanese branch, helping the company gain immediate recognition. In the end, entertainment companies must speak through strength. If they had a blockbuster TV series, who would dare to underestimate them? Please wait a moment. Jiro said, turned, and walked out. Soon, he returned carrying 7 or 8 scripts. Chapter 110, they're all inferior ones. Which one do you think is the best? The identification camera could only authenticate 3 scripts within a short period of time. Feng had to use it in the most critical places. This one, Jiro picked out one of the scripts and handed it to Feng. I got this script from the TV station through an acquaintance. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. Will there be copyright issues with a TV station script? Feng asked while secretly scanning it with the camera. No, Jiro shook his head. This script has been sitting at the TV station for years already. Nobody's really paying attention to it. We can just buy the rights directly, it won't cost much. That's good. Feng nodded, beginning to evaluate the script. Passionate detective script. Note 1. This is a qualified television drama script. Note 2. If nothing goes wrong during production, the ratings won't be low. Note 3. If properly executed, profitability shouldn't be a problem. Feng nodded slightly. Jiro, as an executive at Tokyo Broadcasting, was truly competent. The script he had chosen was genuinely excellent. Detective dramas held a similar position in Neon as historical dramas did in China, a consistently popular genre that never went out of fashion, with several new ones produced each year. Chen Feng carefully read through it and found it quite good. If there wasn't a better script, this would be the first television drama for the Neon branch. Over the next half hour, Chen Feng flipped through 6 more scripts. Time was limited, so he didn't finish reading all of them. He merely read the first episodes of each and selected one workplace drama. Not sure if it was because he wasn't from Neon, but Chen Feng found most of the other scripts rather ordinary. However, with this workplace drama, he was hooked just from the first episode. He thought it was especially compelling. Chen Feng deliberately checked the name. It was called Xuanhuan Naoki. Driven by instinct, Chen Feng scanned the script. Xuanhuan Naoki television drama script. Note 1. This is an excellent television drama script. Note 2. Provided production meets standard, ratings will certainly be high. Note 3. Once filmed, it will be an unforgettable masterpiece. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Wow, looks like he struck gold. Without hesitation, Chen Feng scanned it again to confirm the script's excellence before decisively pulling it out and handing it to Nishino Nizu. Contact the writer and purchase the copyright. This will be the company's next television drama. Yes, sir. Nishino Nizu took the script and nodded. All the scripts now submitted to Chen Feng had been reviewed and carefully analyzed by them beforehand. Any of the selections would have worked. While Xuanhuan Naoki wasn't their top personal choice, it still met their minimum expectations. Kurata had already begun considering how much it would cost to produce this drama and which director should be hired. He had experience in this field, having worked in the television drama industry for many years and having built a decent network. The top female leads were difficult to recruit, but it would be manageable to bring in those sitting idle on the bench. However, a few minutes later, Nishino Nizu entered the office, looking rather embarrassed. Boss, I just got off the phone with the writer. He says he doesn't want to sell anymore. What? Chen Feng's eyebrows furrowed. Why not? He already sent the script here, so why wouldn't he want to sell it now? Her pride was badly affected when the writer suddenly pulled out just as the company project had started. It seems like he's found a new production company. In the office, Chen Feng was momentarily speechless. Just as he had become fond of a script, the writer decided not to sell it anymore. It would have been okay if it had been another script, but Xuanhuan Naoki was destined to be a huge hit. Do you know where the writer lives? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Nishino Nizu nodded. Yes, he's here in Tokyo. Are you planning to go see him in person? Exactly. Chen Feng nodded. Nothing meaningful can be resolved over the phone. Face-to-face negotiations are more reliable. Should I accompany you? Nishino asked. Of course, please bring Kurata as well. Let's try to win him over with sincerity. Chen Feng nodded. After all, he and Njishue were both Chinese, unfamiliar with Japanese customs. As for Nishino Nizu, who had just recently taken the position, she still seemed rather inexperienced. Bringing along Kurata, who was in his 40s, was a more prudent choice. With the company's 4 big shots all heading out together, the impression was rather imposing, though actually, they all rode in a taxi. The writer's name was Takayama Ryo, a recent college graduate. He lived in a relatively remote area, and judging from his residence, his conditions appeared fairly modest. Chen Feng had already expected this. If he were really such an outstanding screenwriter, he wouldn't have submitted his script to their company in the first place. Everyone knows startups like this aren't stable. When they arrived, Chen Feng gestured for Kurata Jiro to go knock on the door. People from Neon were always easier to deal with than he, a Huaxiao person, could be. Ding dong, ding dong. Takayama Ryo walked over and pressed the doorbell. Soon, a bright-eyed young man with messy hair opened the door and asked confusedly, "May I ask who you are?" "Excuse me, are you Mr. Takayama?" Kurata Jiro politely asked. In Neon, writers always held a high status. Even screenwriters were considered among the ranks of writers. Takayama Ryo nodded slightly. "Yes, I am Takayama Ryo. May I ask who you are?" "Nice to meet you. I'm Kurata Jiro, a department head at Chen Feng Corporation. I'm here to talk to you about your script," Kurata Jiro said respectfully. Takayama Ryo scratched his head and opened the door. "Then please come in and talk." Takayama Ryo's room wasn't big. Once 4 people entered, it was already quite full. The interior was also somewhat messy. But Kurata Jiro didn't care much about that. The messiness of the room had little to do with him. As long as Takayama Ryo could write good scripts, even if he lived in a garbage pile, it wouldn't matter at all. "Mr. Takayama, the truth is, I'm here hoping you would allow our company to produce your script. I promise, we will definitely make this TV drama well." Kurata Jiro got straight to the point. Takayama Ryo helplessly shook his head. "However, there's already another company that has agreed to produce this TV drama, and they've also offered me the position of lead writer." Kurata Jiro fell silent for a while before reluctantly saying, "Mr. Takayama, our company can offer you a higher fee, and we can also give you more favorable royalty arrangements." Takayama Ryo smiled. "Mr. Kurata, thank you very much for your appreciation, but this is not an issue about money. As far as I know, your company has just been established not long ago and has no experience in producing TV dramas. However, the other company that agreed to my request has already produced several TV dramas, one of which even won an award." At that point, Takayama Ryo fell silent. Chapter 111 Startup. Chen Feng had already understood his meaning. Others were established companies with experience in producing TV dramas. Entrusting the script to them gave him peace of mind. If the production succeeded, he would gain both fame and fortune. But if he entrusted it to your company, even if the editing fee and copyright revenue share were high, what would happen if something went wrong? Screenplay writing wasn't like picking up cabbages. Apart from the rare prodigies, most people needed several years to produce one script. The Xuanhuan Naoki script had been painstakingly created by Takayama Ryo. He couldn't afford to take any risks with it. Given a choice, naturally others wouldn't give it to a startup company. "May I ask which company you've agreed to?" Feng asked. Takayama looked at Feng. Thinking it unnecessary to hide anything, he straightforwardly answered. It's Anshin Corporation. All right, thank you for your answer. Then, Mr. Takayama, we won't bother you anymore. Saying that, Feng signaled to the others with a glance and pulled them out of Takayama Ryo's room. Standing on the street, Kurata Jiro and Nishino Nizumi both felt somewhat disheartened. To have the carefully chosen script snatched away at the last moment was truly a heavy blow to them. How about we start working on the TV drama Hot-Blooded Detective instead? Kurata suggested. Summer season is approaching. If we don't start shooting soon, it will be too late. Feng slowly shook his head. No rush. Preparing a TV drama takes a long time. We still have time. You two go back to the company first. Let me see if there's another way. Okay, boss. We'll head back first. Kurata nodded and pulled Nishino away. After they had taken a taxi and left, Feng took Nji Shui to an internet cafe and started looking up information on Takayama Ryo, hoping to find something exploitable. Nji Shui's methods remained as sharp as ever. Soon she had gathered all available information on Takayama. Born in Hokkaido, graduated from Osaka University, member of the Kendo Club, had a girlfriend during college who later broke up with him. Anything that could be found online about Takayama Ryo, Nji Shui had dug up. Feng carefully reviewed it all, but found nothing that could be exploited. According to the records, Takayama Ryo was just an ordinary university student, nothing special at all. Then, should he use curse dolls on him? Once he experienced the effects of a curse, Takayama would certainly obey obediently. No, that won't do. Takayama hadn't offended him, nor had he committed any particularly heinous acts. He couldn't unleash such a sinister method on an ordinary person. If Takayama was off limits, perhaps he should shift his focus elsewhere. Shueisher, check the background information on Anshin Corporation. Feng suddenly ordered. Understood, master. Please wait a moment. Nji Shui quickly began searching for information on Anshin Corporation. Compared to Takayama Ryo, Anshin Corporation's records were much more detailed. The company's president and most middle and senior management personnel had been uncovered by Nji Shui. Master, I found out that Anshin Corporation has been evading taxes. Do you think it could be useful? Nji Shui suddenly spoke. Feng's eyes lit up. How much? Not much. It doesn't even meet the criteria for a case to be filed. At most they might get fined. Nji Shui shook her head. Feng thought for a moment before a thought occurred to him. Check and see which person from Anshin Corporation is in charge of dealing with Takayama. Without hesitation, Nji Shui quickly uncovered the person from Anshin responsible for liaising with Takayama. His name was Murakami Haruki. About 40 years old, he had worked at Anshin Corporation for over a decade and was considered an ordinary employee. Family-wise, he had married one wife and had one son, seeming to live a completely average Japanese family life. However, after digging deeper online, Feng quickly found exactly what he hoped to see. Chat logs showing Murakami engaging in flirtatious conversations with several female employees. Feng smiled. This guy was pretty desperate. He wasn't only involved in an inappropriate relationship with a female coworker, but had also visited several questionable entertainment venues multiple times. Moreover, Nji Shui had discovered records of him hiring escorts. Interesting. Feng muttered with a smile, then sneered coldly. Call Murakami Haruki and invite him out. He couldn't get to Takayama, but getting Murakami Haruki would be just as useful. Oh, by the way, anonymously report Anshin Corporation's tax evasion activities to the relevant authorities. Let's give them some trouble. Yes, master. Nji Shui quickly did exactly as Feng had instructed. On the other side, after receiving Nji Shui's phone call, Murakami Haruki had no intention of responding at first. However, when he heard Nji Shui mention his secrets involving several female employees from the phone, his expression changed abruptly, and he immediately agreed to meet her in person. The meeting place they arranged was a remote izakaya. When they met face to face, Murakami was momentarily stunned by Nji Shui's flawless and delicate beauty. He stood frozen on the spot for a long time, unable to recover his composure. Mr. Murakami, have you never seen a woman before? Feng murmured disdainfully, jolting Murakami out of his trance. Murakami flinched, finally regaining his senses. He glanced at Nji Shui for several seconds before finally turning his gaze to Feng. Just who exactly are you two? And how do you know about my relationship with them? He asked warily. Mr. Murakami, do you mean this? Feng smiled and handed him an envelope containing records of Murakami's flirtatious conversations with female employees in the company, along with logs of his visits and expenditures at questionable entertainment establishments. Inside, Murakami even spotted a few compromising photos of himself. Damn it, what do you want? Money? I'm just an ordinary employee. I don't have much, Murakami said angrily. Feng smiled again. Don't worry, I'm not asking for your money. Compared to you, I'm actually quite wealthy. I just need you to help me with one small task. What kind of task? I won't do anything illegal, Murakami replied. Don't worry, nothing illegal. For you, this is completely within your capabilities. After the task is completed, I will also offer you a generous reward, Feng assured him. Murakami frowned, helplessly asking, what kind of task? You're in charge of script evaluation at Anshin Corporation, right? Yes. And the script, Hanzawa Naoki, is also under your review, correct? That's right. How does your company's upper management view this script? Murakami gave Feng a strange look before answering. They think this script is quite good and has potential to be made into a drama. However, the decision on whether or not to actually produce it and the production schedule are still under discussion. Perfect. What I want you to do is very simple. I want you to inform your company's management. Chapter 112, Unfair Competition. He doesn't want to give the script to them anymore. And you also need to call Takayama Ryo to inform him that your company no longer wants the Hanzawa Naoki script. Murakami Haruki finally understood Qin Feng's intention and exclaimed in shock. So you brought me here, just for this script? Qin Feng nodded. That's right. Our company thinks this drama is great and wants to produce it. But since your company has already shown interest in it, I can only achieve my goal through alternative means. Murakami hesitated. However, if the company finds out about this, I'll be fired. Qin Feng laughed. If we spread this information through people you know, you won't only lose your job, but also your family. Furthermore, the risk involved in this matter isn't as significant as you think. Takayama Ryo has never visited your company, and he's only communicated with you directly. How would he know whether what you tell him is true or not? As for the company executives, they will contact Takayama only through you, and they can never guess that you deceive them. Also, upon successfully completing this, I can pay you 3 million yen as compensation. That isn't a small sum for you, is it? You should be able to make a decision rather easily. Murakami's face displayed conflicting emotions for a long time, until finally he sighed. All right, I'll do as you've said. However, I'm only going to help with this one matter. Of course, Qin Feng replied with a nod. I don't really have anything else for you to do. Oh, and this is your account number, right? I'll transfer the money to you right away. With that, Qin Feng immediately wired 1 million yen to Murakami's account. Only then did Murakami's expression begin to soften. As the old saying goes, money makes the ghost turn the millstone. With both threats and temptations, Murakami had truly found it impossible to resist. In fact, it wasn't a big matter at all. In Murakami's eyes, all it took was saying a few sentences. Following that, Qin Feng discussed the details with Murakami and then let him leave. Before Murakami left, Qin Feng specially reminded him that once the matter was completed, he must give him a call immediately, so Chun could coordinate accordingly. Murakami had already accepted the money. Naturally, he couldn't refuse such a small request, and readily agreed. After settling the key person, Murakami, Qin Feng was satisfied, and took Njishue back to the Japan branch. Soon after returning, both Nishino Nezuko and Kurata Jiro came to visit Qin Feng with a serious expression. President, we have a way to film Hanzawa Naoki, Nishino said. Qin Feng asked curiously, what approach? Nishino glanced at Kurata, summoned up courage, and said, President, we could go directly to Yajiraji Corporation and buy this project. Since the project hasn't officially started yet, Yajiraji probably doesn't value it highly, and we could negotiate a reasonable price. Qin Feng smiled and nodded approvingly. Nezuko, it's great that you came up with this idea. So you agree? Nishino's eyes lit up. Qin Feng shook his head. No, it's better not to do it this way. If we go directly to Yajiraji like this, it would only make them value this project even more, setting a higher price and increasing our production costs. Then do you mean we won't film Hanzawa Naoki at all? Nishino asked cautiously. No. Qin Feng shook his head again. We'll definitely film the drama, but there's no need to acquire the copyright through the method you mentioned. Then what other way is there? Nishino pressed. Qin Feng didn't scold Nishino for being direct. Instead, he smiled and explained what he had done earlier. Upon hearing that Qin Feng had obtained the copyright through bribing an employee of Yajiraji Corporation, both Nishino and Kurata widened their eyes in shock. That was simply too underhanded. However, this approach had a very high probability of success and required a minimal amount of money. Seeing the strange expressions on Nishino and Kurata's faces, Qin Feng said solemnly, remember this. Business is like warfare, and any means can be justified if it helps you achieve your goal. Of course, we must avoid any illegal activities. I'm just sharing an unconventional idea with you. The main point remains developing the company. It's better to avoid using such schemes if possible. I understand, boss, Nishino said thoughtfully and nodded. Qin Feng looked at her and suddenly felt a bit guilty. Was this girl going to be corrupted by him? But what he said was true. Business competition has always been ruthless, so maybe there's nothing wrong with being a bit underhanded after all. Forget it. I'll worry about it later. Qin Feng thought to himself as he turned directly to Kurata Jiro. Kurata-san, I'll leave the rest to you. Once Takayama Ryo learns that Yajiraji Corporation has rejected him, please appear before him at the earliest opportunity and secure the script for me. Yes, sir. Kurata Jiro bowed decisively. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand to indicate that Kurata could leave. The next day, when Takayama Ryo received a phone call from Murakami Haruki, he was completely stunned. I thought you guys really liked my script. How could you do this to me? At the same time, Takayama felt helpless. What could he, just a scriptwriter, do when the company decided not to proceed? If he were a renowned screenwriter, maybe he could have negotiated a bit, but as a newcomer, he had no leverage. Now the situation became troublesome. Yajiraji had rejected the script, and he had to find a new buyer for his work. Throughout the entire incident, Takayama never suspected that someone had deliberately sabotaged him. For one, he had just entered society and lacked experience. And second, Murakami had contacted him several times earlier, so he simply couldn't imagine that such a serious person would suddenly betray him. Therefore, when Kurata Jiro reconnected with Takayama shortly afterward, the previously hesitant writer only feigned reluctance before readily defecting to their side. What could he do? He had to earn a living. Nishino Nezuko treated him well, offering him the position of lead screenwriter and providing him with a generous profit-sharing deal. After the contract was signed, Takayama Naoki officially joined Chungfeng's Japan branch. By that point, even if he wanted to regret his decision, it would be too late. He would need to pay a penalty for breach of contract. With the script secured, preparations for the filming crew commenced rapidly. In this regard, the Japan branch, as a startup company, faced considerable disadvantages. Whereas other companies could accomplish a task with one unit of effort, they had to exert significantly more energy to achieve the same result. Chapter 113, Getting Corrupted. Unfortunately, startups are always tough. Luckily, having worked at a TV station for many years, Jiro had some connections. With his help, a competent production crew was soon assembled. The producer was Jiro himself. The director was someone he had brought over from Tokyo Broadcasting, originally an advertisement director. Previously demoted due to past mistakes, this director, having realized there was no future at Tokyo Broadcasting, simply chose to leave and join Kurata. The core trio of the production team, the producer, screenwriter, and director, were all set. After that, things became much easier. Whether by borrowing or through connections, Kurata managed to obtain lighting technicians, prop specialists, and so on. As for actors, finding them was even easier. Japan might be lacking in other areas, but not in actors. Moreover, actor status here is far below that in China. They bow and stand straight at attention the moment they meet the director. It's not just their status, their pay is low as well. Japan's per capita income is actually higher than China's, yet Japanese actors earn far less than their Chinese counterparts. Even more pitiful than actors are idols. In Japan, idols are considered low class, essentially at the bottom of the food chain. According to statistics, there are tens of thousands of Japanese women working as idols, with some of the unluckiest earning even less than 20,000 yen, under $1,000 per month. This is supposedly a developed country. That's why so many people resort to joining the dark side of the entertainment industry. It's due to financial hardship. Precisely because of this, in Japan, the budget for actors' fees isn't high, and the actors on set are extremely cooperative, doing whatever the director asks without hesitation. Whether it was due to Jiro's capabilities or Feng's good fortune, filming progressed extremely smoothly after the crew was formed. Just after shooting the first episode, Tokyo Broadcasting agreed to broadcast it on their network, even assigning a good time slot. However, Feng wasn't satisfied with the price they offered, so they signed a wager agreement. The higher the ratings, the more money their company would make. Originally, Feng had planned to leave Japan after the first episode aired. Japan and China are different in terms of TV dramas. In Japan, they usually air weekly, meaning one episode per week. Therefore, the filming model here is very different from China. They often film and broadcast simultaneously, and if the show isn't performing well, it can be cancelled halfway. In such circumstances, situations common in China, where all episodes are filmed first and then the quality deteriorates each week, rarely occur in Japan because poorly performing shows would be cancelled before completing half their run. Judging from the first few episodes, you can generally determine the success of a series. However, when only halfway through filming the second episode, Feng unexpectedly received a phone call. The caller was actually Lee Yuan-gwi from South Korea. Earlier, he had attempted to harm in Jishui, only to be punished by Feng using a cursed doll. Since there was no profit to gain from Lee Yuan-gwi, Feng had later released him directly. Unexpectedly, Lee Yuan-gwi had called him now, claiming he had urgent matters to discuss with Feng. Considering how South Korean dramas have become wildly popular in China, Feng decided to leave Japan earlier and head to South Korea. At South Korea's airport, as Feng walked out of the terminal, he immediately saw Lee Yuan-gwi. He had even brought 10 cars to welcome Feng. Impressive indeed, and drew many curious looks from onlookers, who speculated about who Feng and Jishui might be. Plus, Feng clearly didn't look like an ordinary person. After all, he had a stunningly beautiful woman, and Jishui, by his side. In this world, no matter how old, unattractive, or overweight a man is, having a beautiful woman by his side indicates he's someone special. And in Feng's case, he wasn't even unattractive. Mr. Feng, it's been a long time. Please, Lee Yuan-gwi said respectfully as he opened the car door for Feng, his manner practically bordering on servile. This guy seemed a bit strange. Feng muttered to himself. Their previous interactions had certainly not ended amicably. Lee had shown malicious intentions toward Jishui, and Feng had punished him using a cursed doll, forcing him to behave. Even after that, Lee hadn't seemed fully convinced, clearly restraining himself only out of fear of Feng's methods. Now, his attitude was so humble, making a special call to confirm the flight number, arranging 10 cars just to pick them up, personally opening the car door like a servant. There had to be a special reason behind this. Despite various suspicions racing through his mind, Feng outwardly remained calm. When the enemy comes, meet him with a general. If the water comes, meet it with earth. He believed there was nothing Lee Yuan-gwi could do to him. In reality, Lee Yuan-gwi had no ill intentions toward Feng at all. He immediately led Chen Feng into a very well-decorated private room with an excellent ambience, and then brought out the dining table. Mr. Chen, please, this is a carefully prepared feast for you. Please have a taste. Chen Feng glanced at the food on the table and was slightly surprised. He had gained some experience by now and could instantly tell that these dishes were out of the ordinary. Generally speaking, delicacies that could be purchased with money were not the absolute top tier, but second-rate. The true top-tier delicacies might only be produced in limited quantities each year, and as soon as they were available, they were snatched up by powerful aristocratic families who had been waiting in advance. Chen Feng had tasted many delicacies before, but he had never actually experienced the very top-tier cuisine, because those things couldn't be bought with money, they required connections. Now, what Lee Yuan-gwi had prepared for him was precisely these rare top-tier delicacies. Some of them, Chen Feng hadn't even heard of before and could only recognize within Jishui's quiet hints. Conservatively estimated, this entire table of food cost at least 1 million yuan, RMB. To gather this banquet, Li Yuangui must have put in a tremendous amount of effort. Please, Mr. Chun, these are abalones from Hokkaido, and there are only 16 of them in total. Please, take your time and enjoy them. Li Yuangui's attractive and elegant secretary, Miss Li, sat respectfully beside Chen Feng, waiting on him. As soon as Chen Feng's eyes lingered on any dish, she would immediately pick it up and feed it to him personally. Fine wine flowing down the throat, exquisite dishes filling the stomach, and beautiful company by his side. This atmosphere was truly intoxicating. Chen Feng was slightly tipsy, but his vigilance never wavered. And Ji Shui sat silently behind him, saying nothing and eating nothing. Li Yuangui didn't seem to notice, instead growing even more enthusiastic in his flattery toward Chen Feng. Unfortunately, in this aspect, he wasn't particularly skilled, and his words weren't all that pleasing to hear. In fact, he wasn't even as comfortable company as Miss Li. It was understandable. Li Yuangui was, after all, a powerful family member from South Korea, and in daily life, he certainly rarely played the part of a flatterer. After realizing he wasn't up to the task, Li Yuangui simply stopped talking and continued letting Miss Li take over. After finishing their meal and drinking their fill, Chen Feng finally set down his chopsticks. All right, the meal is done, and the wine is finished. It's time we discussed business matters. Chapter 114, help me with a favor. Li Yuangui, before I even arrived in South Korea, you called me saying you had something to discuss with me. Now that I'm here, maybe you can finally tell me what it is. Li Yuangui's expression immediately turned serious as he placed down his wine glass. Then, he gave a subtle nod toward his secretary. The secretary nodded back, quickly walking out and closing the door behind him. Chen Feng turned solemn. He knew the real conversation was about to begin. Mr. Chun, you're not an ordinary person, are you? Li Yuangui said with great seriousness. What do you think? Chen Feng neither admitted nor denied it. He indeed wasn't ordinary, but whether he was extraordinary in the way Li Yuangui imagined, that remained unknown. Li Yuangui didn't mind Chen Feng's casual tone and continued. Mr. Chen Feng, I know, you are definitely not an ordinary person. Back when we met at the hotel, I already sensed something, and later I did some investigations, which made me even more certain. You're definitely not a regular man. You have some special abilities. Chen Feng frowned impatiently. Li Yuangui, did you invite me here and go through all this trouble to set up such a big dinner just to talk nonsense with me? Seeing that Chen Feng was starting to get angry, Li Yuangui felt a jolt in his heart and quickly shook his head. Of course not. I invited you here because there is something very important I need to discuss with you. Li Yuangui's expression suddenly turned unusually serious, even showing a hint of ruthlessness. I would like to ask you to help me kill someone. Chen Feng's heart jerked. Kill someone. So this was what Li Yuangui wanted, to kill someone. After obtaining the cheat ability for so long, Chen Feng had never actually killed anyone. At most, he had just sent people to the hospital. This Li Yuangui, however, was bolder than him. The South Korean chaebols really were lawless. Who? Chen Feng abruptly asked. Li Yuangui's expression became extremely complicated, filled with a mix of hatred and jealousy. My elder brother, Li Minsang. Chen Feng glanced at Li Yuangui. How ruthless, he actually wanted to kill his own brother. Truly worthy of being born into a chaebol family. Why? Chen Feng asked. Why kill Li Minsang? He's your brother after all. Seemingly relieved of some psychological burden, Li Yuangui became more straightforward. Brother? That so-called brother has been bullying me since I was a kid. Even after we grew up, he never stopped tormenting me. He became the general manager of Hyundai Group, while I'm just an impotent board member at a television station. In the family inheritance, I can only receive a tiny portion while he takes the lion's share. Why shouldn't I kill a brother like that? What about your father? Doesn't he do anything about all this? Chen Feng asked in return. That old man. Li Yuangui sneered. He always focuses only on my brother. No matter how well I perform, he refuses to notice. That stubborn old fool won't even grant me any favor before he dies. My share of the inheritance in his will isn't even worth a single strand of my brother's hair. After watching Li Yuangui's expression of resentment, Chen Feng remained silent for a long time. Whether Li Yuangui's words were true or not, he didn't know. He wasn't a member of the Li family. How could he know the details of what happened within? What he was thinking about now was whether he should help Li Yuangui or not. Why should I help you? Chen Feng suddenly asked, staring at Li Yuangui like a sword's sharp edge. He did have the ability to kill, but without reason. Why should he help Li Yuangui commit murder? This wasn't just a dinner invitation or a toast over drinks. This was a matter that would determine someone's life or death. Once he took action, a life, hard-earned and precious, would be lost forever. Li Yuangui seemed to have prepared an answer in advance. Upon hearing Chen Feng's challenge, he didn't hesitate for even a moment. As long as you help me kill my brother, my father will have no choice but to hand over the Hyundai Group to me. At that time, whatever you tell me to do, I will obey. Even the shares of the Hyundai Group, I can give you half of them. Chen Feng remained silent. The Hyundai Group was one of the top major conglomerates in South Korea, valued at around $10 billion. However, due to several rounds of financing, expansion of shares, and foreign capital injection during the financial crisis at the end of the last century, the Li family's controlling stake was about 30%. Here, Li family referred to the entire family line. Li He, the actual head of the group, held only 20%, equivalent to about $20 billion. $20 billion equated to about 140 billion renminbi, roughly equal to the annual GDP of some smaller countries. The wealth was immense enough to rival a nation's treasury. Was it worth it, for such a fortune, to commit murder? Or not worth it at all? Chen Feng fell into hesitation. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't immediately refuse, Li Yuangui felt a wave of relief in his heart. What he feared most was Chen Feng outright rejecting him, because then he'd have no other choice but to watch helplessly as his brother inherited the majority of the Li family's fortune, spending his entire life as a powerless, ordinary rich man. Now that Chen Feng hadn't rejected him outright, it meant there was still a chance. Mr. Chen, last time when I made a mistake, you said I had to help you with something in return. But if my brother takes over as chairman, I won't have any power left. I won't be able to do anything. But if you're willing to help me, from then on, whatever you tell me to do, I will do it. Li Yuangui said loudly. Go out for now. Let me think about it. This matter was of great importance, and ultimately, Chen Feng didn't make a direct decision. Instead, he planned to discuss it with Nji Shui. Li Yuangui also didn't want to push Chen Feng too hard, so he nodded. All right, I've already prepared a place for Mr. Chen to stay. Also, Miss Li, the secretary, is very skilled in serving people. Why don't we let her stay behind? Miss Li, Chen Feng paused in surprise. Isn't she someone sent by your father to spy on you? How can you dare to keep her around? Actually, ever since Li, the secretary, had been serving him earlier, Chen Feng had found it strange. Li Yuangui had come to meet him for an important matter, yet still brought this outsider, Miss Li, to serve. This was quite strange. Li Yuangui smiled with a touch of pride. My father is ill. She has no choice but to rely on me now. You can say she's already one of mine. She's still a virgin. If Mr. Chen likes, you can just take her. Chen Feng felt slightly surprised. This Miss Li truly understood the situation. Once she saw that Li He was ill, she switched allegiance immediately. On second thought, though, it wasn't that unusual. This wasn't the feudal era anymore, where loyalty was lifelong. With Li He gone, what other choice did Miss Li, a mere woman, have but to rely on Li Yuangui? As for the suggestion of taking Miss Li, Chen Feng simply pretended not to hear. After all, he hadn't even decided yet whether he should help Li Yuangui. After entering his room, Chen Feng had Nji Shui inspect it, confirming that Li Yuangui hadn't planted any bugs. Then, he summoned Nji Shui and Gao Yang. Sui say, tell me, should I help Li Wenyu kill someone? Nji Shui decisively nodded. Master, I am an artificial intelligence. I cannot make decisions but can only analyze the pros and cons. Then please analyze carefully for me. Nji Shui smiled gently, her manner as soft as water. However, Chen Feng, who knew Nji Shui's true nature well, understood this was only a simulated human expression from the AI and did not represent actual emotion. Helping Li Wenyu would earn us his assistance, helping you establish a foothold in South Korea. If you don't help him, you won't suffer any loss either. Chen Feng nodded. After hearing Nji Shui's explanation, he felt reassured. Killing someone seemed insignificant. Having the cursed doll in his possession and committing the act secretly, who could possibly find evidence linking him to murder? If he really helped Li Wenyu ascend to the position of chairman at Hyundai Group, the benefits would be considerable. Putting other matters aside, just looking at the entertainment industry, the speed of development in South Korea's entertainment sector had been extremely fast in recent years, and the Korean wave was gradually showing a trend of sweeping the world. Based on Chen Feng's observations, South Korean stars were significantly better in terms of attire and quality compared to those from mainland China. Sometimes, mainland stars looked like country bumpkins when compared to these stunning South Korean female celebrities. The reason for this was because the entertainment industry in South Korea was more advanced. If he could integrate the strong points from within South Korea. Thinking about this, Chen Feng gradually formed a plan. Early the next morning, Chen Feng summoned Li Wenyu. Li Wenyu felt nervous inside but came straight to the point as soon as he entered. Mr. Chen, have you made your decision? Chen Feng smiled slightly. The night before, he had already instructed Nji Shui to investigate everything about Hyundai Group. Li He was seriously ill now, confined to his bed, unable to move, while his eldest son, Li Min-sang, was gradually taking over control of Hyundai Group. As for Li Wenyu, just as he had claimed, he received only a minimal portion of the family assets, no important shares in Hyundai Group whatsoever. The reason Li He did this might be because Li Wenyu lacked ability, and he didn't feel confident handing over the reins of Hyundai Group to him, or possibly because of old-fashioned thinking that preferred to pass family property only to the eldest son. But that was none of Chen Feng's business. Since Li Wenyu was willing to offer benefits, it was fine with him to lend a hand. Helping you? No problem. Li Wenyu was delighted, his voice slightly trembling. Really? Of course. That's great. Mr. Chen, you can rest assured, once I inherit Hyundai Group, there will definitely be benefits for you. I naturally trust you, Chairman Li. Chen Feng smiled. A warmth rose within Li Wenyu. As long as his elder brother died, he would become the legitimate chairman of Hyundai Group, and then his status would be entirely different from what it was now. South Korea was not China. Here, the power of conglomerates was enormous, even capable of influencing national policy. This meant that, once Li Wenyu became chairman of Hyundai Group, he would immediately become one of the country's rulers, a truly powerful figure. Seeing the delight reflected in Li Wenyu's eyes, Chen Feng smiled inwardly. Still, he fully understood Li Wenyu's mindset. Right now, he was just an ordinary board member at a television station, relying only slightly on the reputation of his father to wield a certain degree of authority. In reality, though, he was nothing more than a minor figure. Yet once he became chairman of Hyundai Group, it would be like a carp transforming into a dragon, an instant ascent to the heavens. Whoever experienced such a change would naturally lose self-restraint. Chairman Li, let's state something up front. Though I am willing to help you, the payment must be clarified beforehand. A jolt passed through Li Wengyu's heart as he nodded repeatedly. Of course, Mr. Chen will certainly be compensated. I am willing to give you half of my shares in Hyundai Group. Chen Feng shook his head. I don't want half. I only want 5%. Hyundai Group was after all a large company in South Korea, among the most important corporations in the country. As a foreigner, he couldn't possibly hold a majority stake. 5% would actually be enough. Even this 5%, however, couldn't be held directly by Chen Feng. It would have to be held indirectly. For example, he might establish a foundation, or set up several holding companies overseas, and then use a few foreigners to obscure other people's sight. Only through this method could he hold shares in Hyundai Group. Li Wengyu felt delighted. Originally, his father Li Heek's shares had not been numerous either. He had feared that if his shares were too few, he might lose control of Hyundai Group. Now Chen Feng was willing to accept fewer shares, which was even better. I can accept fewer shares, but there are several things you must do for me successfully. Please tell me, Mr. Chen. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely fulfill it for you. Don't worry, the matter is quite simple. Chen Feng smiled. First is the copyright. Your South Korean entertainment industry is very developed. In the past, you've produced many popular TV dramas, such as Daejang Jeom, Meteor Garden, and others. I want you to help me obtain the rights to these. Besides these, I also want the copyrights to popular variety shows, such as Running Man and Infinite Challenge. I'd like to purchase them as well. Li Wengyu laughed, his expression very relaxed. Mr. Chen, rest assured, this is absolutely no problem at all. The entertainment industry had always been at the lowest level. For Chen Feng, these things might take time and effort, one negotiation after another, but for Li Wengyu, they were just a few words. Of course, there was one prerequisite. Li Wengyu had to become chairman of Hyundai Group. Otherwise, as an empty titled board member at a television station, nobody would listen to him. Perhaps feeling the conditions were too easy, Li Wengyu continued. Actually, Hyundai Group also has some entertainment industries. Once I become chairman, I can hand them all over to you. Chen Feng thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. That works too. After finishing the conditions, they proceeded to the main topic. Chen Feng turned serious. I've been thinking. It's still not good to kill your elder brother Li Min-sang. It could easily raise suspicion. How about this? We won't kill him at all. Instead, let's just drive him insane. What do you think? Li Wengyu was momentarily stunned, then thought this idea was actually not bad. Indeed, killing someone was risky and could easily lead to investigations. If they traced it back to him, things would become complicated. If Li Min-sang were declared insane, the result would effectively be the same. After all, his father, Li Heek, would never entrust the family assets to a madman. In the end, he would definitely have to pass everything on to him anyway. Going insane isn't a problem, but can we really make him insane? What if? Li Wengyu stammered, his meaning very clear. He was afraid that Chen Feng wouldn't actually have the ability to drive Li Min-sang insane. More importantly, he feared that Chen Feng might implicate him in the process. Suddenly, Chen Feng gave Li Wengyu a mysterious smile. The next second, Li Wengyu's vision went black. He heard faint murmurs in his ears, like mosquitoes buzzing or the hissing of snakes and rats. It was an extremely terrifying feeling. Li Wengyu felt a splitting headache, unbearable pain, and couldn't help but scream in agony. He didn't know how long had passed, but eventually, his vision brightened again, and he saw Chen Feng in front of him. Chapter 116, Don't Overwork Yourself. Mr. Chen, please take a seat. This is the company's financial report. You can take a good look at it. Inside the office of Fengji Valley Games, Park Sang-ming welcomed Chen Feng, then handed him a document. Fengji Valley Games was a company Chen Feng had acquired last year for 50 million yuan, with the purpose of competing head-on with NetEase's Blade and Soul. Overall, the strategy had been successful. Fengji Valley achieved decent results domestically. Although it hadn't crushed Blade and Soul, it had achieved profitability and became a popular game. As for the South Korean branch, Chen Feng carefully looked over the financial report. The Korean branch was currently in a state of comfortably sustaining itself, but lacking ambition or momentum. After Fengji Valley's revamp, although it had gained favor with Chinese users, it had become less appealing to South Korean players. With Blade and Soul pushing hard, the number of new registrations for Fengji Valley had barely grown at all. The monthly income was barely enough to cover wages and rent, leaving little to nothing left. To recover the initial investment of 50 million yuan was practically a dream. However, overall, it had still made a profit. Chen Feng had long recovered the investment through the Chinese market. Although the South Korean market didn't bring much profit, it could at least stay afloat. Chen Feng nodded satisfactorily. Good job, President Park. Park Sang-ming rubbed his hands together nervously. Thank you for the praise, Mr. Chen. Actually, I have an idea. What idea? Cough, cough. Park mustered up courage, sounding slightly helpless. Mr. Chen, the company currently has only one game, Fengji Valley, and its life cycle has already reached its final stages. It barely covers expenses now. So, we're at a point. That's exactly it, Mr. Chen. There are many excellent employees in the company with rich experience in game design. Having them just show up to work every day feels like a waste. Would you consider giving them something to do? Chen Feng appeared thoughtful. You mean? Mr. Chen, I'm saying that we can try to develop a new game. I've already prepared the game design proposals. As long as you give the go-ahead, we can start development right away. Park stated directly. I see. Chen Feng showed hesitation. This was no small matter. Developing a new game wasn't something you could just do with talk alone. It required effort in designing the game structure, visuals, numerical balancing, each demanding manpower and resources. Of course, more importantly, making a game required money. The cost of developing a PC game was at least several million. sometimes even reaching hundreds of millions. With the highly developed gaming industry in South Korea, the cost was even higher than in China. Chen Feng paused and said, "Show me the game proposal then." As Park had said, the employees at Fengji Valley all had rich experience in game design. Leaving them idle really was a waste. If the game proposal was solid, investing a bit wasn't completely out of the question. Seeing Chen Feng hadn't outright rejected it, Park was greatly delighted. When Chen Feng acquired the company initially, he'd given Park 5% of equity as a performance incentive. If the company created a successful game, the company's market value would definitely rise, which meant Park's own net worth would also increase. Unlike now, where the Fengji Valley shares were like a wishbone, yielding pitifully small annual dividends. Without hesitation, Park brought out 2 game design proposals. These 2 game design proposals had been meticulously created by him and the company's lead game designer. Park was quite confident he could persuade the boss. Chen Feng took the proposals, pretended to read them carefully, and then used his Jiding Shangji for a quick check. Unfortunately, both game design proposals were quite average, nothing special. It wasn't that they'd definitely result in a loss. Both ideas had potential to make some profit, just not substantial returns. Investment was all about return rate. The ROI for these 2 proposals failed to satisfy Chen Feng, and there was also a certain level of risk involved. So what was the point of investing then? Chen Feng decisively threw the documents onto the table. "What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Are you not satisfied with these 2 game design proposals?" Park's expression changed. "This was created after thorough discussion between me and the staff. The themes and designs are all fresh and innovative. I believe there's a great chance of turning a profit. The cost is too high, the risk is too big, and then there's Fengji Valley as a precedent." Chen Feng rejected without hesitation. Park was momentarily speechless. Fengji Valley was also a product of countless efforts from the entire company, yet it suffered a heavy blow right after launch. The former CEO even sold the company because of it, and even now, the costs hadn't been recouped. Bringing up this example, Chen Feng immediately felt unworthy to speak. Seeing Park Songming's discouraged expression, Chen Feng felt that maybe he had spoken too harshly. "Actually, you could consider exploring mobile gaming." "Mobile gaming?" Park hesitated. "But our company has always focused on PC games. We've never developed a mobile game before." Chen Feng smiled. "Mobile games aren't that different from PC games. In fact, they're actually much easier to develop. It definitely won't be a problem for you guys. More importantly, the PC gaming market is gradually shrinking, while the mobile gaming market is continuously expanding. Compared to PC games, mobile games actually have greater potential. Developing mobile games would be seeing Shri Sure." Park wore a thoughtful expression. Actually, there was one more critical reason Chen Feng hadn't mentioned. That was, the development cost for mobile games was far lower than for PC games. A high-end PC title cost at least tens of millions, sometimes even hundreds of millions. There were even PC games that broke $1 billion in cost. By contrast, mobile games were much more affordable. A mobile game could be made for just a few million, and even high-budget ones barely exceeded 10 million. Plus, the development time for mobile games was significantly shorter than for PC titles. Whether looking at financial costs or time investment, mobile games were much more accessible. Any sensible person would know which to choose. Park might not have considered that point, but as a game designer, he was very attentive to the gaming market. At present, the number of smartphone users was increasing rapidly, approaching nearly 1 device per person. In comparison, fewer people own computers, with most preferring to play games at internet cafes. Considering that, developing mobile games was indeed promising. Realizing this, Park nodded repeatedly. This Chinese boss was indeed visionary. He had heard that the game Fengji Valley was extremely popular in China and had even started encroaching on Blade and Soul's market share. This seemed to speak for itself. Chapter 117. A chance encounter with Lim Xiaoyan. Developing a mobile game. Park Sangming, you go back and think it over. If you plan to develop a mobile game, I can make the decision. Our company's profits don't have to be submitted. They can all be used for developing the new mobile game. Chen Feng generously said. Of course, the game Valley of the Wind wasn't making much money anyway. Even if it ended up at a loss, he wasn't particularly heartbroken about it. Inside, Park Sangming was delighted. With Chen Feng's approval, the funds he could control increased significantly. Although the money wasn't his, he now had the authority to decide how it was spent. However, before developing the game, you must send me the game's design plan in advance. Only after I approve it can you begin development. No problem. Park Sangming nodded decisively. After all, the other man was the boss. Some respect had to be shown. Chen Feng nodded in return. He had already toured the Valley of the Wind game company. It was almost time to go back. Park Sangming politely escorted Chen Feng to the company's entrance. Had Chen Feng not stopped him, perhaps he would have even flatteringly opened the car door for him. Undeniably, there was still a strong sense of feudalism in South Korea. The hierarchy and class distinctions were no less strict than in Japan. In fact, even today, people from South Korea often express emotion through kneeling. But Chen Feng remained respectful toward Park Sangming. After all, the man had done a great job managing the branch in South Korea. No need to be overly humble. Back in the car, Chen Feng took Jishui to the mall. He was going to buy presents for Xiao Shanshan and the others. However, it wasn't Chen Feng doing the shopping, it was Jishui. After purchasing, she wouldn't carry them around but instead mail them back to China, where they would be given out once they returned. As Chen Feng sat in the car waiting for Jishui to finish buying and deliver the gifts, a scream suddenly came from afar, and a group of people chased a woman towards them. The woman wore a mask and sunglasses. After glancing around helplessly, she had no choice but to jump into Chen Feng's car. "Appa, I'm Girls' Generation member Lim Xiaoyan. I'm being surrounded by my fans. Can you drive me away? The girl in the mask immediately took off both her mask and sunglasses, revealing herself to be a fresh-faced, pure beauty with bright eyes and white teeth. Chun Feng's mind stirred, and without hesitation, he pressed down on the accelerator. Facing such a young and pretty girl, there was no need for words. He had to be helpful. Xiaoyan, give me an autograph. Xiaoyan, look at me. Xiaoyan, I'm your fan. When the group of fans saw Lim Xiaoyan being picked up by a car, they all panicked. But two legs can't outrun four wheels. Facing the car, they could only chase its exhaust. Watching the frantic fans gradually fall behind, Lim Xiaoyan finally exhaled in relief. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I definitely would have been punished by the company when I got back. Smiling warmly, Chen Feng asked. Then, how are you going to thank me? Lim Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so direct. Actually, she'd only said it as a formality. Generally speaking, at times like this, shouldn't the person receiving the thanks say it's nothing? Hesitating for a moment, Lim Xiaoyan replied. How about I treat you to some coffee? Chen Feng shook his head. I don't really like coffee, and besides, I don't need this cup of coffee. Lim Xiaoyan frowned and pouted with her rosy lips. Then what do you want? Chen Feng considered the question briefly, then shook his head. Forget it. I can't think of anything you could do to thank me. We'll just leave it for next time. Upon hearing that, Lim Xiaoyan felt extremely indignant and retorted. I'm a huge star, and you're saying I have nothing with which to thank you? So what if you're a star? You're just a high-end product meticulously crafted by an entertainment company. You may seem glorious, but actually, you have no freedom at all. Whatever the company wants you to do, you do it. Lim Xiaoyan opened her mouth, ready to argue indignantly, but, upon thinking, realized that Chen Feng was telling the truth. Despite her glamorous public image, in reality, she was nothing more than a puppet of the company. Most of her income from appearing on shows had to be handed over to the company. Her earnings weren't as high as outsiders imagined. That was only because she'd become popular, allowing her to charge more for appearances. As for the less famous female groups, their monthly incomes wouldn't even match those of ordinary white-collar workers. Chen Feng smiled. In China, Japan, and South Korea, the highest earning stars are in China, followed by Japan, and then South Korea. Even top South Korean stars might only make about as much as second-tier Chinese stars, despite being slightly more skilled. The reason for this was mainly because China's market was the largest among the three countries, while South Korea's was the smallest. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, Lim Xiaoyan's phone rang. She quickly picked it up. Tiona, I'm at the mall now. What? The agency already knows? Got it, I'll come back immediately. After hanging up the phone, Lim Xiaoyan's expression turned flustered. Appa, can you send me back to the company? I promise I'll thank you later. Chen Feng nodded. Sure. It was nothing more than a small favor. Giving her a ride back wouldn't be a problem. Lim Xiaoyan's agency was SEM Entertainment, commonly known as the SMO Company. It was one of South Korea's three major entertainment agencies and had quite a reputation. When they arrived near the company, Lim Xiaoyan suddenly said, No, Appa, you can't drop me off directly at the office. If the paparazzi spot me, I'm done. Can you drop me off at the underground garage instead? It's more secluded. Chen Feng followed Lim Xiaoyan's directions, drove into the underground parking garage, and immediately noticed there were already two women waiting for her. One was a young and beautiful girl of about Lim Xiaoyan's age, also a member of Girls' Generation. The other was a woman in her 40s with a sharp and sour demeanor. Lim Xiaoyan's face turned desperate. Oh no, I've been caught by my manager. She'll definitely punish me. Chen Feng gave a slight sneer. Among the three countries, China, Japan, and South Korea, not only were South Korean entertainers the lowest earners, but their status was also the lowest. Managers were almost like gods to the entertainers, capable of deciding their fates at will. After the car stopped, Lim Xiaoyan obediently opened the door and stepped out, her delicate pretty face filled with anxiety. Nana Yuni, you're here? Nana's face darkened. How is this? You're not happy to see me. At the side, Kim Tion gave a helpless expression immediately. Although she was the leader of Girls' Generation, in front of the agent sent by the company, her position wasn't much higher than that of the other members. Lim Xiaoyan gave a helpless smile. Of course not. I just didn't expect you, Yuni, to come here personally despite being so busy. Humph, Nana snorted coldly. If it weren't for you sneaking out and getting caught by the media again, do you think I would have come all the way here? I'm sorry, Nana Yuni. I was wrong. Lim Xiaoyan immediately apologized. Chapter 118 The Agent is Fierce. Nana's expression finally softened a bit. She pulled Lin Xiaoyan over and whispered, Who is the man in the car? Is he your boyfriend? Are you trying to get yourself in trouble? You know the company's rule against dating. No. Lin Xiaoyan shook her head firmly. Nana, you misunderstood. He's just a kind stranger I met on the road. If he hadn't given me a ride back, I might have been stuck by the fans. Nana narrowed her eyes. A kind stranger might not be as kind as he seems. Xiaoyan, you're still young and don't know how dangerous the world can be. Let me handle him. With that, Nana took a couple steps forward and knocked on the car window. Excuse me, sir, she said. I'm the Girls' Generation's agent. Thank you for giving Xiaoyan a ride back. It would have been a big mess otherwise. You're welcome. It was nothing, really. However, sir, you should know that Xiaoyan is currently the most famous actress, right? If today's incident gets out, it could have a bad impact on her. I'd appreciate it if you could keep this to yourself. Don't worry, I won't go around talking about it. But words aren't enough for me to trust you. Would you mind signing a confidentiality agreement? At that, Chun Feng's face darkened. Are you kidding me? Why the hell should I sign a confidentiality agreement? Unfazed, Nana replied calmly. It's to protect Xiaoyun's reputation. Humph, Chen Feng smirked. What do I care about Lin Xiaoyan's reputation? And who the hell are you to talk to me about reputation? I'll have you know, even your company boss, Li Su-man, doesn't impress me, let alone someone like you, a lowly agent. Upon hearing that, Nana was genuinely intimidated. In truth, her intention was to scare Chen Feng away on purpose so that Xiaoyan wouldn't have any further contact with him. For an agent like her, the girls' generation was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a top female group that had swept half of Korea. Therefore, she was determined to eliminate any unstable factors, even if it meant playing the villain. But now, hearing how bold Chen Feng sounded, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. The entertainment industry in South Korea was far darker than that of China. As just an agent, compared to someone like Li Su-man, she was practically nothing. If she really offended someone powerful, her future career in the company would be completely ruined. Thinking of the dreadful consequences, Nana's expression suddenly became fawning. Might I ask who you are? Haha, Lin Feng suddenly laughed. At first, he had thought this agent was actually quite dedicated. Now he realized she was just another sycophant who judged people by their looks. Instantly, he lost interest in the man and impatiently waved his hand. That's none of your business. Yes, I apologize for being so rude. Nana forced a smile, helpless. Just then, she noticed the license plate of the car, and her expression changed. Wait a second. This car you're driving, it's a rental. I remember clearly because the company once rented this exact car before. So what if it is? Nana's face darkened. You're even renting a car and dared to lie to me? Chen Feng rolled his eyes helplessly. This woman was truly too ridiculous. What difference did it make if the car was rented? What did a rented car prove anyway? As a Chinese person in South Korea, was he supposed to buy a car instead of renting one? And where was he going to park it anyway? You bastard. Cheating people like this. How dare you? Shameless guy, trying to con people with a rented car. Despicable. Nana angrily cursed. Unreasonable. Chen Feng muttered with disdain and drove off directly. Got caught, huh? Don't dare to stay around now, right? Nana muttered, then turned to warn Lin Xiaoyan and Kim Tae-yun. You see? He's nothing but a fraud. Xiaoyan. Good thing I found out early. Otherwise, you would have been scammed by him. Lin Xiaoyan blinked her eyes. But I don't think he looks like one. That's because you're too young and have stayed in the company all along without facing the real world. Let me tell you, there are many bad people in this world. A lot of them pretend to be rich guys and trick young girls who don't know better. Don't ever be fooled by him. Although Lin Xiaoyan didn't argue with Nana, deep down she had a different opinion. Normally, if someone pretending to be rich was exposed, no matter how good their acting was, they'd surely show panic at that moment. Yet a moment ago, she saw no panic whatsoever on Chen Feng's face. Only arrogance, as if he didn't even feel the need to explain. That kind of reaction didn't quite fit the profile of a fraud. Unfortunately, as someone of lower status, she didn't dare to openly oppose the agent, so she could only nod along, pretending to agree with whatever the agent said and promising to remember her words. On the other side, Chen Feng drove back to the hotel. As for the earlier incident, he didn't take it seriously at all. Generally speaking, only poor people would get angry when called poor, because they truly are poor. Rich people, on the contrary, wouldn't be upset when accused of being poor, because they know the truth. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before he found a way to make that agent suffer. For now, he'd let her enjoy a few more days of arrogance. Back in his room, just as Chen Feng expected, and Ji Shui was waiting for him. This robot was extremely intelligent. Even without Chen Feng's instructions, she knew exactly what to do. Seeing Chen Feng return, and Ji Shui quickly reported, Master, Li Yuangui just arrived and is waiting for you on the balcony. So fast. It's only been half a day. Chen Feng couldn't help muttering. It seemed that Li Yuangui was very eager to get rid of his older brother. Chen Feng walked to the balcony and found Li Yuangui sitting there sipping red wine, with visible impatience on his face. Chen Feng secretly laughed inwardly. Chairmanly, you came quickly. Li Yuangui gave an awkward smile and took out an elegant small box. Mr. Chen, this contains my brother's hair, freshly pulled out not long ago. Chen Feng took the box, opened it, and indeed found a 5-centimeter long black hair inside. He picked it up with his fingers and began using the cursed doll to extract and store the aura from the hair belonging to Li Minxiang. The next second, the hair strangely vanished. This eerie sight caused Li Yuangui's pupils to contract. There, I've already cursed the owner of the hair. He has now gone mad. Li Yuangui blinked. That fast? That simple? Don't you have to chant spells or do anything else? Chen Feng smiled. Of course not. As long as I have one strand of hair, that's more than enough to destroy someone. Li Yuangui nodded vaguely, as if he understood, then took out his phone. Wait, what are you doing? Mr. Chen, naturally I'm going to call and check on my brother's condition. Chapter 119. You will take over the company. Chen Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes. Li Wenqiu, have you lost your mind? Your brother just got into trouble, and you called to ask what's going on. Are you trying to make people suspect you? Li Wenqiu suddenly realized his mistake. I understand, Mr. Chen. If you hadn't reminded me, I nearly made a big mistake. After saying that, Li Wenqiu put his phone away. Chen Feng nodded approvingly. That's better. Now you don't need to do anything. Just sit tight and wait for news. Before long, someone will come to tell you that your brother has gone mad. When that time comes, you'll be the chairman of Hyundai Group. Li Wenqiu nodded repeatedly. I understand. I will keep calm and won't let anyone suspect me. That's what he said, but Li Wenqiu still looked restless. After all, Li Minsang was his own elder brother, and this was about the control of a billion-dollar conglomerate. The waiting seemed particularly long. Li Wenqiu couldn't sit still on his chair anymore and chose to stand instead, pacing back and forth on the balcony. From time to time, he took out his phone to check if there were any incoming calls. It wasn't until more than half an hour later when his phone finally rang. He stood still, and with trembling hands, answered the call. He had already recognized the number. It belonged to one of his father's confidants. "Hello, Uncle Lee. What? My brother is in trouble. Okay, I understand. I'll come right away." Lee Won-kyu hastily hung up the phone and turned to Chen Feng, who was standing nearby with a half smile. "It's true. My brother really got into trouble. I need to go to the hospital to see him now. Remember, once you're there, don't leave any clues behind. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't drag me into this." Lee Won-kyu nodded in a hurry and hurriedly left the room. Seeing how anxious he was, Chen Feng doubted whether he'd even listen to what he said. 10 minutes later, Lee Won-kyu arrived at the hospital. There, he saw his father sitting in a wheelchair, looking solemn. As for his elder brother, he was dressed in a straitjacket and lying on a hospital bed. Seeing Lee Won-kyu return, Lee Heek sighed and gave a helpless smile. "Won-kyu, your brother suddenly went mad. You'll temporarily take over the company for now." A few days later, Chen Feng met Lee Won-kyu again. But this time, Lee Won-kyu's demeanor was completely different from before. His whole posture radiated confidence and pride. Because he had become the chairman of Hyundai Group and had begun to control this major conglomerate with global influence. "Lee Won-kyu, congratulations on becoming the chairman of Hyundai Group." "Oh, come on, I'm only serving as the acting chairman for now. The official chairman position still belongs to my father." "What's the difference then? You're now your father's only heir. After he's gone, you'll naturally become the real chairman." Lee Won-kyu smiled and waved his hand. "This isn't ancient times. What my father says isn't necessarily final. Hyundai has many major shareholders, and his shares aren't even the majority. That doesn't matter. Many of those shareholders are from your Lee family, and foreign shareholders don't really have the power to interfere with the company's management." Lee Won-kyu grinned proudly without arguing, because he knew what Chen Feng said was true. In a big company, management control and ownership aren't always equal. After all, Hyundai was founded by the Lee family, filled with their people throughout all levels of the company. Even if their shares weren't a majority, they could still control the company firmly. "Chairman Lee, I fulfilled my promise to you. Now, is it about time for you to fulfill yours?" Chen Feng said with a smile. Lee Won-kyu changed expression. "What promise?" "Of course, the one we discussed earlier." Lee Won-kyu looked helpless. "But now I'm only the acting chairman of Hyundai. The actual shares are still in my father's hands. I don't have the authority to give them to you." "Don't worry, I'm not that impatient," Chen Feng smiled. "I just want you to give me control over the entertainment division of Hyundai. For Hyundai, the entertainment industry is insignificant. Surely you're not telling me even that is beyond your reach." Lee Won-kyu frowned slightly. "That might actually be difficult. Although I've become chairman, I can't fully control the company yet. Many decisions still require board approval." Chen Feng's expression darkened instantly. "This doesn't work, that doesn't work either. Then tell me, exactly what does work? Don't forget, it was me who helped you climb into that chairman's seat. If you keep dragging your feet like this, do you really think I can't drive you insane and restore your brother back to normal?" Lee Won-kyu was instantly shocked, a wave of fear rising from deep inside his heart. He had personally witnessed his older brother Lee Min-sang's pitiful, dazed appearance. If he ended up the same, Lee Won-kyu couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. As the saying goes, I could have endured the darkness had I never seen the light. If he had never become the chairman of Hyundai Group, things might have been easier. But now that he had finally seized the position, Chen Feng was threatening to make him go mad. It truly scared him. He had no intention of giving up this hard-earned status. Now that he had become chairman and one of the most powerful figures in the South, how could he possibly accept falling from grace? "I understand, Mr. Chun. I'll find a way to do as you said." "That's more like it." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Actually, I'm not trying to force you. I've investigated this. Hyundai's entertainment division accounts for almost nothing in the company's overall operations. In fact, it suffered losses last year. You could just act like a new official with ambitious plans, say the group needs to streamline operations, and sell it to me cheaply. That wouldn't raise suspicions, right?" Only then did Lee Won-kyu's expression relax slightly. Corporate management is full of tricks. For example, intentionally selling assets below their real value, or deliberately manipulating figures to show minimal profit instead of full profits, so they could legally avoid distributing dividends to shareholders, and so on. Since the entertainment division had indeed posted losses, it wouldn't be difficult to slightly alter the reports, then sell it at a deliberately low price. Nobody would really be able to object. With his father supporting him behind the scenes, the resolution would definitely pass. "Oh, by the way, what about the shares in SM Group? Apart from those held by Hyundai, your family also owns a portion privately. I need those too." Lee Won-kyu showed visible hesitation, but still nodded his head. SM Group, jokingly referred to as the SM Idiots Group, was one of the top 3 entertainment companies in South Korea, regarded as a leading enterprise in that market. Such a company was a truly high-quality asset. Just giving it away like this really left a bitter taste in one's mouth. Chapter 120 can be sold at a discount. Unfortunately, he was under someone else's roof and had no choice but to bow his head. No matter how unwilling he was about this matter, he still dared not refuse to carry it out. Seeing the reluctant expression on Lee Won-kyu's face, Chen Feng slightly furrowed his brows. Something wasn't quite right. The expression on this guy's face clearly showed he wasn't convinced at all. Even though he had the cursed doll, it didn't necessarily mean he could truly subdue Lee Won-kyu. After all, Lee had now become the most powerful figure ruling South Korea and definitely wouldn't be willing to stay beneath someone else for long. Although he held some compromising information on Lee, in a way, it was mutual. Lee Won-kyu had also obtained compromising material on him. Thinking about this, Chen Feng's heart suddenly sank. Once he returned to the hotel, Chen Feng immediately gave orders to Jishui. Jishui, starting from now, I want you to keep a close watch on Li Wenqiu at all times. Inform me immediately if he shows any abnormal behavior. And Jishui nodded. This eased Chen Feng's mind slightly. Within Jishui, a tireless robot capable of operating continuously for 24 hours, as his surveillance agent, Li Wenqiu would definitely not escape his grasp. In the following days, Li Wenqiu followed Chen Feng's suggestion and used the excuse of financial losses in the entertainment industry to announce his intention to sell the entertainment sector. Since the entertainment business wasn't closely related to Hyundai Group's main operations, and with Li Hyuk's support, this decision was quite easily pushed through. What followed then proceeded smoothly. With Li Wenqiu as an inside collaborator, Chen Feng acquired Hyundai Group's entertainment division at an obviously bargain basement price. The deal included a series of established businesses like artist management, record production, film and television production, etc., with a total value reaching $200 million. $200 million was practically a steal. An opportunity like this couldn't have been achieved without Li Wenqiu's cooperation. Ironically, after this transaction was completed, the stock price of Hyundai Group actually rose significantly. Many speculators praised Li Wenqiu's decisiveness for converting a continually losing segment into a large sum of cash, thus improving Hyundai Group's cash flow. Some shareholders who had initially expressed doubts about the deal had nothing more to say when they saw the stock rise, and in fact, this event increased Li Wenqiu's prestige. Ding! 14th check-in completed. Reward: 10 Youth Restoration Pills. Youth Restoration Pill. Effect: makes one look younger. Each pill can reduce one's appearance by 5 years. Note: looking younger doesn't mean actual lifespan is extended, nor will the person revert to childhood. The Youth Restoration Pills were green, crystalline, and translucent, so beautiful that one couldn't help but want to swallow them immediately. Originally, upon seeing the effect description of the Youth Restoration Pills, Chen Feng had felt delighted, thinking it might turn someone back into their youth. But to his disappointment, it only affected outward appearance. Therefore, the usefulness of this item to him was negligible. He had already drunk physical enhancement potions and received genetic injections, giving him extraordinary physical constitution and a lifespan longer than normal. His appearance also didn't show signs of aging easily. Such a pill held no real value to him. However, for women obsessed with eternal youth, these pills would definitely drive them crazy. To women, there's nothing more frightening than seeing themselves gradually age. If they knew Chen Feng possessed such a magical treasure that could restore their youth, they would be willing to pay any price to get it. Of course, Chen Feng wasn't an idiot. Such an item would only be used on those he trusted the most, and he would make sure that the recipient kept this secret well and never let anyone find out. Considering this, potential candidates were very limited. Those absolutely trusted by Chen Feng were few, and must be people very close to him. Boss, we've arrived. And Jishui suddenly spoke, snapping Chen Feng out of his thoughts. Chen Feng looked up, revealing a smile. This was the headquarters of SM Sama Company, one of the major centers of South Korea's entertainment industry. Among the industries sold to Chen Feng by Li Wenqiu, the shares of Sama were the most valuable. Hyundai Group originally held 20% of the shares in Sama Group. In addition, Li Wenqiu also transferred 20% private shares from Li Hyuk, as well as approximately 10% owned by other members of the Li family, to Che Fining. On top of that, some shares were also acquired through the stock market. At present, he already controlled 55% of the shares in Sama Group, achieving absolute control. Li Suman, founder of Sama Group, quickly learned of this news and decided to invite Chen Feng for a discussion. To be honest, upon initially learning that Chen Feng had suddenly obtained such a large portion of shares, Li Suman was utterly stunned. In fact, he had a certain relationship with Li Hyuk. If it weren't for Li Hyuk and the backing of Hyundai Group behind him, Li Suman wouldn't have reached his current position today. The conglomerates, the chaebols of South Korea, not only demonstrate their power through their massive size, but also through their control over nearly every aspect of the national economy. In South Korea, the most terrifying chaebol is Samsung. A South Korean's life, from birth to death, is practically inseparable from Samsung products. Although Hyundai Group isn't quite as pervasive as Samsung, it's not far behind. Most entertainment companies in South Korea are backed by powerful conglomerates, and Li Suman is naturally no exception. He never imagined that Chen Feng, a foreigner, could somehow mysteriously gain control of all shares of Sama Group. It was just too sudden, and when he tried calling Li Wenqiu, he couldn't get a response. Now this was a real problem. Upon learning that Chen Feng had arrived directly at the company, Li Suman adopted a very enthusiastic attitude and immediately came forward to greet him. Hello. Hello. Li Suman warmly shook hands with Chen Feng. President Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Feng responded with a friendly expression. President Li, the truth is I came here today to take a look at the company's financial reports and some other internal documents. I suppose these should be stored in the archives room. Of course, of course. Li Suman nodded repeatedly on the surface while silently groaning inwardly. Right off the bat, he wanted to review the company's financial reports. Clearly, this visitor came with questionable intentions. However, it was also Chen Feng's rightful prerogative as the majority shareholder. Li Suman had absolutely no reason to refuse. Soon, Li Suman ordered someone to bring a thick stack of documents into the office. Jishui, come over and take a look. Chen Feng gestured with a nod toward Jishui. There was no way he could personally go through so much paperwork. It would probably take days and would be vulnerable to Li Suman's manipulation. But Jishui could handle it effortlessly. She was worth more than an entire team of auditors. Li Suman was slightly confused. Actually, he had intentionally brought such a huge pile of material in hopes of buying time, trying to figure out how to handle Qinfeng. You really think owning 50% of a company means you can fully control it? Dream on. There were just too many tricks involved. Without professional knowledge, someone could easily manipulate you to death without you even realizing it. Money alone wasn't going to solve everything. Chapter 121 Trainee System. But what the hell was Qinfeng thinking, letting a woman look through the documents? With so much material, unless you have a scanner, otherwise. Holy crap. Li Suman was astonished by the speed at which Ji Shui flipped through the documents. It wasn't even reading. It was more like rapid page turning. Is that quantum reading? This couldn't actually be real, right? Shui, how's it going? A few minutes later, Qinfeng asked Ji Shui, Mr. Chun, this document seems to have an issue with the music distribution costs for last quarter. And Ji Shui pulled out a file and pointed at several figures to start questioning. Li Suman's forehead started to sweat. Are you kidding me? You actually found the problem in such a short time? You must be an alien. Mr. Li, can you answer this question? Qinfeng turned to Li Suman. For such a big company, minor issues are completely normal. Mr. Chun, I'll inform the finance team to double-check. Li Suman suddenly regained his composure. That's good to hear. Qinfeng nodded. Mr. Li, would you like to accompany me for a company tour? Of course, no problem. Li Suman immediately agreed. As they walked through the company, SM Entertainment had truly earned its status as one of the top 3 entertainment companies in South Korea. One of the most impressive things for Qinfeng was SM's trainee system. Within the company alone, around 100 trainees were undergoing training simultaneously. Most of these trainees were Korean, but there were also some foreigners, Chinese, Japanese, and even North Americans. It was precisely through this constant flow of new talent that SM had been able to continuously produce top-tier new artists and become a giant in the entertainment industry. The new trainees looked visibly surprised to see Qinfeng, an unfamiliar face, but when they saw Li Suman, they immediately stood up and bowed respectfully, displaying remarkable politeness. At times like this, the South Korean hierarchical system was truly on full display. Looking at these young trainees, either vibrant and beautiful or bright and handsome, Qinfeng couldn't help but feel a bit moved. No wonder South Korea's entertainment industry is so advanced. Just from this trainee system, one could already see the secret. If he got the chance, he would definitely implement this system in China as well. Huh, how come you're here? Just as Qinfeng was observing SM Entertainment, he suddenly ran into an annoying person. That person was Nana, the girls' generations manager. She was extremely shocked seeing Qinfeng appear inside SM's office and gave him a wary look. How did you sneak in here? What are you trying to do? Get out immediately. You think I won't call security right now? Qinfeng was momentarily stunned and turned to find Li Suman. But he had vanished, and the only person beside him now was Ji Shui. What a sly old fox. Qinfeng sneered, clearly displeased with Li Suman. Leaving halfway, did this guy even consider him a major shareholder? Seeing that Qinfeng didn't reply, Nana became even angrier. You damn bastard, you dare to ignore me? Do you really think nobody can deal with you? Ji Shui, shut her up. Qinfeng waved his hand impatiently. He had absolutely no patience to waste words with this idiotic manager. And Ji Shui stepped forward decisively and blocked Nana's path. You? Nana looked at the elegant and beautiful Ji Shui, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Such a stunning beauty was actually willing to follow this man's orders. So who exactly was this man? Other than luxury cars and watches, the easiest way to tell a man's status was through beautiful women. Before Nana could fully process this, Li Suman walked over. Mr. Chun, sorry, I had something to attend to just now and couldn't accompany you. No big deal, but Mr. Li, I think it's time for you to strengthen the management of your staff. For instance, this manager of Girls' Generation. From what I know, she treats the company's artists rudely and is also quite impolite toward the fans. Qinfeng replied calmly. Nana was completely stunned. As a company artist, she certainly could recognize the company chairman Li Suman. Now, if Li Suman was speaking to this man so politely, it meant that this guy must be a very important person indeed. Thinking about how rudely she had just acted toward Qinfeng, Nana's expression turned pale instantly. Though she might act superior and arrogant in front of the Girls' Generation members, in the company hierarchy, she was just a mid-level staff member. Li Suman could fire her with a single word. Li Suman suddenly smiled. From what I remember, Nana has been quite dedicated. As for whether she treats her managed artists inappropriately, we might need an investigation first. Oh right, Mr. Chun. I just remembered, there's actually one more document I haven't shown you yet. Would you mind coming to my office for a moment? All right. Qinfeng nodded. The two turned and walked toward the office, leaving behind the anxious Nana. She still hadn't figured out exactly what had just happened. After entering the office, Qinfeng directly asked, Mr. Li, what document haven't you shown me yet? It's this, Li Suman said, pulling out a sheet of paper. I just had it printed. It's about the company's stock price. Qinfeng gave it a casual glance and handed it back to Li Suman. What about the stock price? Here's the thing, Mr. Chun. The outside world has already learned about the significant changes in the company's equity. Right now, many people are skeptical about this equity change, and the company's stock price has dropped below 3 trillion won, nearly 30% lower than last year. What are you trying to say? Mr. Chun, you now own nearly 50% of the company's shares. I believe you wouldn't want the value of your shares to keep falling, would you? So, I have a good solution to stop the stock price from falling further. That is, you give me a written commitment of concerted action, promising not to interfere with the company's operations. That way, investors can feel reassured, no longer worrying that changes in equity will negatively impact the company's management. Hee, Chen Feng chuckled. And what if I do want to interfere with the company's operations? Li Suman's expression immediately darkened. Exactly as I expected. This Chen Feng had shown up from the start with an attitude like he was looking for trouble. He clearly wanted to meddle in the company's management. To be honest, at this moment, Li Suman was furious. This company was his creation. He had worked hard to build it from a small enterprise into a company with a market value now exceeding 3 trillion won. And now, an outsider like Chen Feng wanted to grab control of the company? How could he not be angry? If it weren't for the more than 50% stake Chen Feng held, Li Suman would have been ready to kill him on the spot. Mr. Chen, you may not know, but a big company like SM cannot allow itself to be controlled by a foreigner. Chapter 122. I want control of the company. You don't have to worry about that. I've already found help. People from SM will assist me in controlling this company. Li Xiuman's face darkened, and his heart slowly sank. He inhaled deeply, trying to persuade. Mr. Chen, why must you personally interfere with the company's operations? Do you doubt my abilities? You must know that this company was founded by me, and all the employees were promoted by me. If you're worried that I might mismanage, please rest assured. I care about the company's development even more than you do. If necessary, you can even send financial and auditing staff to the company. As long as you don't interfere with daily operations, I can guarantee you that annual dividends won't decrease, and the stock price will continue to rise. Chen Feng smiled. No wonder he was the founder of SM Entertainment. His words sure sounded good. If it were someone else, they might actually be tempted. Because their sole purpose was probably just to make money. As long as Li Xiuman could ensure dividends and rising stock prices, handing over operational control wouldn't be a bad idea. Unfortunately, Chen Feng's goal wasn't just about making money. He wanted to build a global entertainment empire, and having a foothold in South Korea was absolutely essential. He urgently needed the talent and advanced experience from SM to reform the Chinese company. Of course, this was a condition Li Xiuman would never agree to. So, there was no room for negotiation between them. Sorry, Mr. Li. I've made my decision. I must take part in the company's management. I remember you still own 21% of the company. I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Li Xiuman's pupils shrank, his anger flaring. Do you believe that right now I can take a group of core employees and start a new company to compete with you? If you want to do that, please go ahead. Anyway, SM is mine to take. This company is destined to belong to me. Chen Feng shrugged, indifferent to Li Xiuman's threat. In the hotel room, An Jishir was busily working on a computer. Master, the SM stock price has dropped to 200 billion won. Okay, got it. Keep monitoring. Chen Feng shrugged, maintaining his composure. It had already been several days since his last meeting with Li Xiuman, and rumors about their conflict had spread, striking a heavy blow to SM's stock price. Conflicts between company executives and major shareholders are always bad news for investors. Very few people were optimistic about the company's future anymore. Especially after Chen Feng intentionally leaked some information, SM's stock price plummeted like mercury falling from the sky. In response to this series of negative news, even the institutions holding SM shares couldn't sit still anymore. After Chen Feng, through Li Xuanhui, approached them, they all agreed to sell their shares, and Chen Feng offered a very generous price. After this sequence of moves, Chen Feng's holdings in SM had reached 75%. There was absolutely no problem in gaining full control of the company. However, Chen Feng couldn't possibly take direct control of the company himself, even though he had achieved an absolute majority. Such a famous entertainment company being controlled by a foreigner, no country would be able to stomach it. Therefore, he needed a puppet, someone who would obey his every command. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chen Feng smiled. Li Jiyun entered. She also had another title, Secretary Li. Hello, Mr. Chen. Li Jiyun looked somewhat nervous, because she was no longer an employee of Hyundai Group. Yesterday, Li Xuanhui had fired her. As for her former boss Li Heek, he was now lying in bed, too preoccupied to even care about her. You should know who I am, right? Chen Feng had An Jishir bring over a chair and invited Li Jiyun to sit. I know. You're a Chinese national, president of Rise Media Culture, and also the largest shareholder of SM Entertainment. Li Jiyun answered in a standard tone. Someone chosen by Li Heek and later employed as Li Xuanhui's secretary was definitely not ordinary. She was actually an authentic office elite. She faintly knew that Chen Feng and Li Xuanhui had some kind of inside dealings, but the exact details were still unclear to her. And precisely because Li Jiyun had been involved in these events, Chen Feng had chosen her. Capable, slightly aware of the inner workings, and most importantly, attractive. Who else could be a better choice? Please have some water. An Jishir poured Li Jiyun a glass of water. Li Jiyun politely accepted it, glanced at it nervously for a moment, but chose not to drink it, instead placing it aside. She couldn't possibly drink anything offered by a stranger. Especially after spending a significant amount of time around Li Xuanhui, she had often witnessed him using drugs to deal with disobedient women. She had no intention of ending up the same way. Chen Feng smiled, gaining even more appreciation for Li Jiyun. Since you already know who I am, things will be easier. Let me tell you directly. I've already gained control over the majority shares of SM Entertainment. A board meeting will be held soon to elect a new chairman and CEO. I want that person to be you. Li Jiyun showed a look of shock, her heart pounding violently. SM Entertainment was one of the most prominent entertainment companies in South Korea, with a market value exceeding 2 trillion won. The opportunity to lead such a major company was an irresistible temptation for a career-driven woman like her. Hadn't she joined Hyundai Group and even been willing to carry out dirty work for Lee Heek and Lee Won-gwi just to live a better life and gain higher status? Faced with this opportunity now, Lee Ji-eun felt she had no way to refuse. Why me? Lee Ji-eun struggled to ask. On one hand, I'm certain of your abilities. On the other hand, you know certain things about me. Plus, there's another reason. I don't know many people in South Korea, so I have no choice but to pick you. Chin Feng shrugged. I need some time to think about it. Lee Ji-eun managed to say, choosing not to accept immediately. That's totally fine. This was just an interview, and you're completely free to decline. Chin Feng smiled. But I must warn you, if you refuse, such an opportunity won't come again. I understand. I will think carefully. Lee Ji-eun nodded. Soon after, Lee Ji-eun left. Chin Feng turned to On Ji-shir. Ji-shir, call Lee Wijin and tell her you're here. Yes, master. On Ji-shir immediately took out her phone and prepared to dial Lee Wijin's number. Lee Wijin was the youngest daughter of Lee Kuan-hee of Samsung. During Chin Feng and On Ji-shir's last trip to South Korea, they had met by chance. That girl had been instantly captivated by On Ji-shir and had become a devoted admirer. Chapter 123, Defying the Heavens. The reason he called her was because Chin Feng needed her help for his upcoming plan. Upon learning that Ji Shui had arrived in South Korea, Li Huijun gave a shout of joy. Without hesitation, she dropped everything she was doing and rushed to the hotel entrance. Knock knock knock. Ji Shui went to open the door, and the person standing there was indeed Li Huijun. Shui, elder sister. Li Huijun called out joyfully, opening her arms and rushing forward for a firm hug. Ji Shui smiled faintly and hugged her back. After Ji Shui had saved her life when she was nearly dead, Li Huijun had become N's loyal follower, completely infatuated. Cough cough. Chin Feng coughed intentionally, interrupting these two individuals from engaging in indecent behavior in broad daylight. So you're really here. Seeing Chin Feng in the room as well, Li Huijun's expression turned unpleasant. With the two sharing a room together, the situation was pretty obvious without needing further thought. Although she'd expected this, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. In her mind, Ji Shui had already become her goddess, and Chin Feng was simply a detestable admirer clinging annoyingly to her. Chin Feng slightly pouted, momentarily tempted to reveal Ji Shui's robotic nature. It would definitely be interesting to see the expression on this Samsung princess's face. However, after reconsidering, Chin Feng abandoned this thought. Better to let the little sister preserve her sweet illusions. Miss Li Huijun, I have an offer. Not sure if you're interested. Li Huijun turned up her nose with a dismissive expression. Not interested. Cough cough. Chin Feng cleared his throat, and finally turned to Ji Shui, and said, Shui, you talk to her. All right, boss. Ji Shui nodded, then smiled sweetly at Li Huijun. Huijun, can you help your older sister with something? Of course I can. Li Huijun nodded hastily. Whatever you need, elder sister, just tell me. I'll definitely help. Beside them, Chin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a clear example of preferential treatment. HQ of the Foolish Cap Company. Chin Feng returned to the company headquarters with great momentum, walking in directly with his entourage. Employees who were currently inside caught sight of Chin Feng, their expressions complex, yet still bowed respectfully one after another. They already knew about Chin Feng becoming the company's largest shareholder. Such matters couldn't be hidden. Once the equity transactions reached a certain level, it was necessary to disclose the changes to other shareholders. Moreover, in order to gain full control of the company, Chin Feng had taken some under-the-table actions, meeting secretly with several high-level executives. Lee Su-man, I asked you about this before. Have you made a decision yet? Don't try to dodge again. Today is the final deadline. Chin Feng issued his final ultimatum to Lee Su-man. Lee Su-man glared at Chin Feng furiously at first, then helplessly sighed. All right, I agree to sell you my shares. Chin Feng already controlled the majority stake in the company. Through normal procedures, he could seize control of the business. Even if he retained 20%, there was nothing more he could do. Though it infuriated him to lose control over the company he founded himself, rather than a mutual destruction, selling his shares at a good price, and using that money to start anew seemed the wiser path. Good. Chin Feng smiled. You made a wise choice. Don't worry. I will give you a satisfactory price. Lee Su-man nodded expressionlessly. Winners write history. Losers have nothing more to say. Quickly afterward, the two signed the relevant agreements. Then, they gathered all the company's employees and officially announced the change of ownership. Lee Jing-un would become the new company president. This career-oriented female elite had ultimately decided to pledge loyalty to Chin Feng. No other choice remained for her outside of Chin Feng's camp. Besides, Chin Feng wouldn't permit Lee Jing-in, who had knowledge of part of his secrets, to escape his control. Even if he didn't, Park 1GWI wouldn't permit it either. Furthermore, the position of CEO of the Foolish Cap Company itself held a powerful appeal for Lee Jing-in. To gain trust, Lee Jing-in had offered herself to Chin Feng on the spot, giving herself to him repeatedly, becoming his woman just like Nishino Nezuko. But these private affairs were naturally unknown to the public. All they knew was that this formidable new female CEO made a shocking announcement right after her appointment, inviting Li Huijun to assume the position of honorary director of the company. In passing, Li Jing-in also revealed Li Huijun's identity to everyone present, the youngest daughter of Lee Kuan-hee, the chairman of Samsung Group. Hearing this, Lee Su-man, who stood among the audience, eyes instantly widened. This damn Chin Feng actually had connections with the Samsung Group? That was Samsung, the top conglomerate in South Korea, far surpassing even the Hyundai Group. In an instant, All of Li Xiuman's dark thoughts completely vanished. Originally, he had been planning to poach the key personnel from Foolish Cap Company and pull a golden cicada shell maneuver on Qinfeng. But after learning Li Huizhen's true identity, he no longer dared to make even the slightest move. That was the Samsung Group. Unless he wanted to die, he wouldn't dare provoke them. Moreover, many thoughts flashed through his mind, and he suddenly seemed to understand why Qinfeng, a Chinese national, had been able to purchase the Foolish Cap Company from Hyundai in the first place. An inside deal. Seeing Li Xiuman's shifting expression, Qinfeng couldn't help but secretly laugh. This move must have really impressed both Li Xiuman and the Foolish Cap employees. The deterrent power of the Samsung Group in South Korea was truly terrifying. Those executives who had originally had ulterior motives now instantly became obedient and well-behaved. Li Jing'an's adjustments regarding personnel matters proceeded very smoothly as well. Thus, the Foolish Cap Company easily fell into Qinfeng's control. Of course, officially, the company was under Li Jing'an's leadership, but in reality, it had become Qinfeng's branch company in South Korea. Following this, Li Jing'an would carry out Qinfeng's instructions, accepting a group of Qinfeng's employees for training, transferring South Korea's advanced experience back to China. As for the copyright to those popular TV dramas, Park 1GWI had already taken care of everything. To Park 1GWI, now the chairman of Hyundai, such a simple matter of copyright was nothing more than a phone call away. Once everything was settled, Qinfeng naturally chose to leave South Korea. At the airport, Li Huizhen had tears in her eyes, extremely reluctant to part. Of course, her sadness wasn't directed toward Qinfeng, but rather toward her goddess, and Ji Shui. Shui, elder sister, really can't you stay a few more days? I'm sorry, Huizhen. I still have many things to attend to in China. And Ji Shui smiled faintly. Okay. Li Huizhen nodded unhappily. But Shui, elder sister, once you return home, you must remember to call me, okay? I will. Yeah right. Qinfeng rolled his eyes secretly, as if a heartless robot would ever call you. Keep dreaming. Chapter 124 WeChat arrives. Thinking about how coldly this little sister had treated him these past few days, Qinfeng felt quite unhappy. One day sooner or later, he'd make sure to take her down. Otherwise, he couldn't swallow this bitterness. And her elder sister too. They should both be taken down together. Twin flowers. Only when placed together do they become more interesting. The plane took off quickly, and Ji Shui rapidly returned to her work mode. Master, the latest ratings for Xuanhuan Naoki are out. They're at 13%. It's already showing signs of becoming a top drama hit of the year. Not bad. Qinfeng nodded. While busy in South Korea, Qinfeng hadn't forgotten to keep an eye on things in Japan. Overall, the situation in Japan was quite favorable. Their TV drama Xuanhuan Naoki, just launched, had already achieved a remarkable viewership rating, becoming a major hit on Tokyo Broadcasting. With such a strong start, the Japanese branch naturally gained instant recognition. On the day the first episode's ratings were released, Nishino Nezuko had called Qinfeng 3 times to share the good news. Naturally, Qinfeng was pleased too, though he had actually anticipated this result all along. After all, it was Qinfeng himself who selected the script for Xuanhuan Naoki through his own appraisal. Since his primary focus would be on China going forward, he couldn't fully monitor the progress of the Japanese branch. In the end, its future depended on Nishino Nezuki herself. Still, Qinfeng believed that the Japanese branch would continue developing well, since Nishino Nezuki herself was quite capable. Besides, she also had Qinfeng backing her up. The South Korea branch also started off phenomenally, immediately establishing itself as one of the top 3 entertainment companies. Especially after absorbing part of the former Hyundai Group's entertainment industry, even the shortcoming in film and television production had been addressed. Qinfeng had also chosen an excellent TV drama script for them, You Who Came from the Stars, which he believed would help the dummy group take things to a higher level. At the headquarters of the Qinfeng Group, Qinfeng held a meeting. This meeting primarily concerned Fengxin, the social communication software. Originally, Qinfeng had planned to rest for a while after returning, but unfortunately, the company's situation wouldn't allow him to relax. President Shun, here's the recent market share status of social communication software. Project manager Jiang Xiaohu stood in front of a PPT slideshow, vividly presenting the changes in social communication apps over the past few months. First was Penguin Number, the software that dominated the computer platform, naturally occupying the top spot in social communication thanks to the boost from smartphone expansion. The number 2 spot was no longer MChat, but a new software called WeChat, whose registered and active user numbers ranked just behind Penguin Number. Coming in third was Qinfeng Group's Fengxin, its active and registered users closely following behind WeChat. The 4th ranked app was none other than MChat, the former runner-up. Both its registered and active user numbers now trailed significantly. What's going on? How did MChat's numbers drop so fast? Wasn't MChat still in second place not long ago? Qinfeng suddenly asked. President Shun, the reason is because MChat is a social communication software established by Dami Company. Dami Company's main business is selling smartphones, which creates a competitive relationship with other smartphone manufacturers, leading other phone companies to resist MChat, either intentionally or unintentionally. In addition to resistance from competitors, another important reason is the difficulty of generating direct profit from social communication software. Dami Company's focus on smartphone manufacturing consumed too much capital, leaving them unable to continue supporting the MChat software. I see, Qinfeng nodded. Resisted by competitors plus lack of funding, so MChat fell apart. Exactly, Jiang Xiao nodded. Social communication software is hard to monetize directly, requiring continuous investment. This is also why there haven't been many players in this industry. The money can't be made quickly, and they're up against several strong competitors at the same time. But I believe this is just temporary. Take Penguin Number, for instance. Although it initially ran at a loss, it later became a continuous source of cash flow for the Penguin Company. Chen Feng smiled. He knew Jiang Xiaohu had intentionally phrased it that way, intending to prepare him in advance. Because the Fengxin project had yet to generate any profit, and the company had already invested hundreds of millions of funds in it altogether. For an ordinary boss, it's likely that they would have given up by now. Without Njishui's suggestion, Chen Feng himself probably wouldn't have held on either. As the project manager, Jiang Xiaohu naturally didn't want the company to abandon this project or reduce the resources invested in it. So when he had the chance to meet with Chen Feng, he deliberately described the project's future to give Chen Feng some confidence. Alright, setting aside MChat, let's directly talk about WeChat. What's going on with this software? How did it suddenly jump to second place? I remember not long ago, barely anyone was using it. When mentioning WeChat, Jiang Xiaohu's expression became serious. President Chen, the rise of WeChat was largely driven by the Penguin Group. Back when the internet first took off 10 years ago, the Penguin Group launched the Penguin Number software. During Fengxin's R&D phase, we also referenced some of Penguin Number's features. After 10 years of development, Penguin Number has become the dominant player in desktop-based social communication software. No other software can compete with it in the market. That's why our company has never released a desktop version, to avoid directly confronting Penguin Number. In the same way, based on the foundation established on the desktop platform, Penguin Number has also become the #1 social communication app on smartphones, with significantly higher downloads and registered users than us. WeChat was launched by the Penguin Group in a bid to better tap into the mobile internet. At the beginning, the internal team didn't place much emphasis on the project and didn't invest many resources into it, so its growth remained moderate. Its ranking remained behind ours. Recently, however, the Penguin Group appears to have started taking it more seriously, using Penguin Number to funnel traffic to WeChat and increasing their advertising efforts. That's why it overtook us in a short time. However, in terms of actual user experience, our software is better than both WeChat and Penguin Number. Chen Feng frowned. So what you're saying is that the main reason we're falling behind WeChat is because of traffic directed by Penguin Number? Precisely, that's the main reason. Jiang Xiaohu nodded repeatedly. After all, Penguin Number has a 10-year head start over Fengxin. It's the user's first choice and has practically become a sentimental favorite for many people. If it weren't for Penguin Number funneling traffic to it, and if we faced WeChat on a level playing field, I guarantee we could beat them. Chen Feng turned his gaze toward Njishui, and Njishui slowly nodded, confirming that what Jiang Xiaohu had said was true. Chapter 125. Only money can solve this. Chen Feng wore a contemplative expression as he slowly said, "The marketplace is like a battlefield. There's no fairness here. WeChat has Penguin Number's traffic support, which we can't change. The only thing we can do now is find a way to surpass WeChat under these unfavorable conditions and defeat it. Don't tell me you're ready to accept defeat. Tell me, how are you planning to deal with WeChat's impact?" Jiang Xiaohu glanced at Njishui before his expression turned serious. "Director Chen, our department does have a plan, but it will require a significant financial investment." Chen Feng remained expressionless. "Go ahead. The first approach is to acquire MeTalk. Demi Group is barely holding on. Their core business is smartphone manufacturing, and apparently, they're no longer willing to invest further in this project. If we make an acquisition offer, they'd likely be happy to accept. Based on our estimation, this single move alone would enable Fengxin software to surpass WeChat and reclaim the second spot in social communication, with a market share second only to the Penguin Number. How much would it cost?" Chen Feng's expression turned serious. "Our estimated acquisition price is 500 million, Jiang Xiaohu replied earnestly. Chen Feng exhaled deeply but showed little reaction. 500 million sounded like a huge number, but the company indeed had enough to cover that. Besides, Njishui had already discussed this with him, emphasizing that giving up was not an option. "Alright, 500 million it is. If the first method requires that much, then what's the second one? And tell me how much it will cost us." Jiang Xiaohu smiled slightly. "The second method also involves a significant amount of money, not less than the first method. However, it's a long-term investment that won't significantly strain our cash flow." "Go on," Chen Feng said impassively. Jiang Xiaohu turned serious again. "Actually, it's a rather old approach. Increase advertising intensity. WeChat has traffic from Penguin Number, which we can't change. However, we can attract users through other channels. For instance, there are a few currently popular smartphone apps, like Wandujia and Moji Weather. Among them, Wandujia is the top choice for app downloads. If we reach an agreement with Wandujia to position our software as the first option, the traffic gained would definitely rival that of Penguin Number." Truthfully, there was another critical channel for traffic that Jiang Xiaohu didn't mention. Qiandu currently. Qiandu dominated the search engine market and had the strongest traffic source in the country. Unfortunately, there was competition between them, so Jiang Xiaohu had no choice but to give up on that idea. Chen Feng rubbed his temples. Money. In the end, it always came down to money. Developing a social communication software required tremendous capital. Nearly a year had passed, during which massive investments had been poured in with no visible returns. It was simply terrifying. "Fine, no problem." Chen Feng clenched his teeth. "After the meeting, prepare a report estimating the required funds." Jiang Xiaohu nodded. "Understood. I'll get it done soon." "Oh, Director Chen, actually I have a third method to capture market share. If we really implement this strategy, then not only WeChat, even Penguin Number wouldn't stand a chance against us." "What method?" Pre-installation, Zhang Xiaohu stated directly. We can directly approach smartphone manufacturers for negotiations and pay them to pre-install our software on their phones. Ideally, we could even have our software integrated as system software that users can't delete. Once that's achieved, not only will WeChat face challenges, even Penguin number might become our inferior. Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. Pre-installation truly was a good strategy to boost market share. Imagine, when you buy a phone and find a social communication app already installed on it, wouldn't you try using it first? Most people are lazy. After adopting one social app, they usually don't bother with the second one. But the problem was, this method required money, lots of money. Phone manufacturers aren't charities. Why would they install our software without reason? Ultimately, it boiled down to money again. To persuade them, it might cost anywhere from several million to hundreds of millions. Most importantly, there were too many smartphone manufacturers in the market: Apple, Samsung, Huawei, Demi, Oppo, Meizu, and so on. According to statistics, there were nearly 100 domestic smartphone manufacturers. The big ones like Apple and Samsung held 20 to 30% of the market share, while smaller copycats might only have 0.1% or less. If they intended to pre-install Fengxian on most smartphone devices, the required funds and effort would be astronomical. This wasn't a matter of just a few hundred million anymore. It would probably require several billion. The most terrifying part was that after burning through so much money, Fengxian software still hadn't shown any sign of profitability, not even the slightest possibility. And this was just the amount burned in a single year. No one knew how long this would continue. All right, I understand. Xiaohu, you did well. You may leave now. Chen Feng suddenly spoke up. Got it, Director Chen. I'll take my leave first. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and left the meeting room with the other project team executives. Once they closed the conference room door behind them, Chen Feng's expression instantly changed as he turned to Jishui. Jishui, let's be honest with each other. Tell me how much capital you currently have under control and how much more you can earn within a year through financial operations. Honestly, Chen Feng was starting to feel a bit uneasy. The company's finances were simply in terrible shape. Among all the businesses, only one was generating profit. Everything else was just burning cash. Entertainment was burning money. The video software division was burning money. The search department was burning money. And social communication was still burning money. The company was burning at least several hundred million every month, and now it was trending toward burning more than $1 billion every month. That was genuinely terrifying. After all, the company's only profitable gaming division only earned around a dozen billion a year. There was another business that made money, finance, but that was far from stable. It entirely relied on Jishui. Stock trading is risky. Entering the market requires caution. Although Jishui continuously made money, if a major loss ever happened one day, everything would collapse. Master, the total amount of funds I currently control is 42.7 billion renminbi. Additionally, I can guarantee that within 6 months, I can expand this to 100 billion. Damn, Chen Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. If I'm not mistaken, the total amount of money I've given you, on and off, hasn't even reached 1 billion yet. And now, within half a year, or rather, almost a year, you've turned it into 42.7 billion? I feel like this company might as well not even exist. It seems like we make more money from your financial operations than from running the company itself. Chapter 126, The Fierce Kuaibua. And Jishui smiled lightly. Master, currently, the human financial market is a completely outdated and backward system, full of loopholes. The efficiency of fund utilization is notoriously low. Making money in such a market is as easy as drinking water. A loss is simply impossible. As for how I earn this money, it's simple: leverage, foreign exchange, futures, stocks, tebabi. Each financial instrument offers obvious loopholes that can be exploited for profit. Chen Feng. All right, you're amazing. Chen Feng couldn't help but give Jishui a thumbs up. What else could he say? Besides calling Jishui and the system impressive, he was speechless. The robot rewarded by the system was just too capable. He felt like his presence or absence didn't matter much anymore. All right, master. And Jishui's expression turned serious. With the increase of funds I'm managing, making money will become somewhat difficult next. Because there's a limit to profiting through financial loopholes. You have two choices moving forward. One is to make money relentlessly, and I can guarantee annual profits will not be less than 100 billion RMB. However, doing so will quickly draw attention, and your identity will definitely be exposed. No, keep it low-key, very low-key. Chen Feng hurriedly stopped him. Are you kidding? He had no intention of drawing others' attention. Before gaining sufficient strength, staying hidden was the way to go. Being high-profile was basically signing a death wish. If you want to stay hidden, then only small sums of capital can be used for frequent transactions. The annual profit would likely be around 300 billion RMB. Of course, as the market grows, the profits will gradually increase too. And Jishui said earnestly. Fine, fine. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. Earlier, he had been slightly anxious, fearing the company might run out of cash and go bankrupt due to a broken capital chain. Now he finally understood. Go bankrupt? With this robot cheat code in Jishui, it's literally impossible to go bankrupt no matter what. A pure profit of 300 billion annually was simply terrifying. No matter how much money the company burned, there was nothing to fear. As for Tencent's competition, he had even less to worry about. So what if they had a 10-year head start? He would match them head-on in spending. Tencent's market value was only several hundred billion, with estimated annual profits under 200 billion. Who could burn money better than him? Instantly, great ambition filled Chen Feng's heart. Money is courage. The more money you have, the bolder you become. If it's like this, then there's nothing to fear. Social communications, video apps, search software, all of them can be developed. So what if we burn money? Fear nothing. Chen Feng became highly confident. Moreover, apart from burning money, he had xuanhuan to patch up flaws. With this super robot from the future on board, his software versions and user experiences far surpassed those of other companies. If the software was better and the money burning stronger than others, losing would truly be miraculous. When Jiang Xiaohu arrived to submit his report, Chen Feng confidently said, "Manager Jiang, get ready. Prepare to negotiate with phone manufacturers about software pre-installations." Jiang Xiaohu was both surprised and delighted. "Boss, this will cost a lot of money. As long as it boosts Fengxin's market share, I'm ready to spend whatever it takes. I'll authorize 50 billion for you up front. Go ahead and spend it recklessly. Make sure to crush Tencent and WeChat completely." Chen Feng declared confidently. Money talks, and the wealthy talk loudly. 50 billion. Jiang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. With a budget of 50 billion, what was there to fear? Not only the new WeChat, but even the veteran giant Tencent, he dared to take on. Oh, don't just focus on spending money. At the same time, pay attention to user experience. Be sure to build the ecosystem. Chen Feng suddenly added. Social communication software had exclusivity. Generally speaking, ordinary people used only one. For instance, why was Tencent dominant without much promotion? Because its software ecosystem had successfully been established. When your friends all use Tencent, you have no choice but to use it too. Otherwise, you won't be able to contact them. Chen Feng reminded Jiang Xiaohu to ensure he didn't only focus on spending, neglecting the most important part, users. Jiang Xiaohu nodded. "President Chen, don't worry. We've always emphasized user experience, and we'll try our best to make users never want to leave our software." Good. Chen Feng nodded satisfactorily. It seemed Jiang Xiaohu remained clear-headed and wasn't overwhelmed by the excitement of 50 billion, which was great. Besides, xuanhuan was always around to supervise. Chen Feng felt entirely reassured. Waving his hand, Chen Feng dismissed Jiang Xiaohu. "Social communications will be fine. Just keep burning money slowly. It'll take at least 1 or 2 years before we can capture most of the market." "Master, latest update." And xuanhuan suddenly walked into the office. Qingyi Video, Qi, Letv, and other video platforms have started contacting domestic TV stations, preparing to buy copyrights. So fast. Don't they like the free copyrights? Why would they stupidly spend money on this? Chen Feng felt puzzled. If you can use the copyrights for free, why waste money buying them? That's just insane. It's mainly because of xuanhuan. And xuanhuan inserted a USB drive into the computer and pulled up a market share chart. Previously, xuanhuan was only ranked in the top 10 video playback software, but now, leveraging its sharing function, xuanhuan's market share has rapidly expanded. It has become the #1 video player on the market, surpassing all other similar software. xuanhuan, Chen Feng nodded. He indeed knew about this software because many people around him used it. The reason so many people used it was mainly because it was just too convenient. For example, the sharing function. As long as you enabled sharing, you could download videos from nearby users. Moreover, xuanhuan was the only video player that could download adult content. With these two advantages, xuanhuan completely dominated the video playback field, easily defeating all competitors like Qi and Qingyi Video. As for Fengxing, the video player developed by Chengfeng Group, it was just a small fry, not even comparable to Qingyi or Qi, let alone xuanhuan. However, precisely because xuanhuan had become too prominent, it was about to face official crackdowns. Especially the feature that allowed users to download adult content had drawn huge controversy. The Chinese people tend to be quite conservative by nature. Even though many secretly watched adult content and enjoyed watching it, publicly, such things still had to be suppressed. Therefore, xuanhuan, this attention-seeking bird, was about to be hit hard. According to what Chen Feng had learned beforehand, the higher-ups not only wanted to crack down on xuanhuan, but also intended to use this opportunity to establish streaming media regulations, especially regarding copyright laws, which were going to be extremely strict. Chapter 127, Competing on YouTube. Other video platforms also got the news and realized that content would no longer be free, so they started purchasing copyrights. Frankly speaking, this development greatly disrupted Chen Feng's original plans. Without a doubt, the most important copyrights in the Chinese market were those of domestic TV dramas. What the Chinese people loved watching the most were Chinese TV dramas. Although there was a small group of fans for foreign TV shows, they were definitely not the majority. Therefore, for a video platform to capture the Chinese market, it must first acquire the copyrights of Chinese TV dramas. Chen Feng's original plan was to quietly purchase high-quality foreign copyrights without alerting domestic competitors. This would allow him to strike unexpectedly, and at the same time, use these high-quality materials to establish a foothold in overseas markets. However, the situation had now changed. Since his domestic rivals had begun purchasing copyrights, he had to keep up. Compared to uncertain overseas markets, the domestic market was definitely more important. Luckily, Chen Feng had sufficient funds. Even if other companies initiated a fierce battle over copyrights, he wouldn't be afraid. Fast play is too conspicuous, and it's bound to attract crackdowns. We also need to prepare ourselves early, Chen Feng said, tapping on his laptop. Let's go to America. While other domestic companies are still trying to catch up, let's get there first and snap up the best foreign copyrights. If one were to say where the most developed entertainment industry in the world was, it would undoubtedly be America, Hollywood. If Chen Feng wanted to build a global entertainment empire, he absolutely could not bypass America. Moreover, American TV shows also had many fans in China, with their popularity not much lower than that of Japanese or Korean dramas. To be precise, British, Thai, Korean, Japanese, and American TV shows all had a certain influence in China, especially the classic old ones. Chen Feng himself went to America, planning to purchase the copyrights of classic TV dramas, while also exploring opportunities in the entertainment industry. As for Britain and Thailand, he had also sent people to acquire copyrights and make plans there. Of course, the crucial domestic market was being watched over by xuanhuan. This place is so run down. Looking at the rather messy city and the occasional suspicious looks from the people around, Chen Feng finally realized where he was. America, a land dominated by Caucasians. Although Japan and South Korea were also foreign countries, they were part of the Han cultural sphere. Being on their streets, despite a feeling of unfamiliarity, wasn't particularly uncomfortable. America was different. From the moment he landed at the airport, Chen Feng felt a strong sense of alienation, feeling deeply uneasy in his heart, especially seeing how chaotic the streets looked, and even seeing homeless people rummaging through trash bins for food. Chen Feng nearly popped his eyes wide open. No way, are Americans really this poor? They're supposed to be the #1 superpower in the world. Master, the wealth gap in America is very serious. According to a United Nations report, there are 40 million people living in extreme poverty in the US. Additionally, the US is the country with the highest number of incarcerated people in the world, approximately 2 million prisoners in jail. And Zhihui calmly stated, quoting data she had looked up online. Wow, Chen Feng couldn't help but curse. The world's #1 power had that many people in extreme poverty and that many prisoners. That was truly surreal. But according to Zhihui, extreme poverty in the US was different from that in Africa. In Africa, poverty was truly life without anything at all. But in America, even though these poor people had nothing, there were many relief organizations in the US ensuring they wouldn't starve, and there were even many who were extremely poor but could still somehow get money to take drugs. One could only say that America's national conditions were indeed very different from China's. Moreover, the Zhuan, public order/safety, situation was also quite chaotic, largely divided by districts. Some areas were very safe, while others were as chaotic as war zones. Luckily, Chen Feng was staying at a 5-star hotel where the Zhuan was excellent. Plus, he had in Zhihui, the top-notch bodyguard in the world, to ensure his personal safety. The place he was heading to, the American Film and Television Association, was also in a very safe area. Hello, Mr. Tony Chun. My name is Mealy, and I'm a member of the association. You are here to discuss copyright issues with us, right? Yes, Chen Feng nodded. The situation in America was very different from that in South Korea or Japan. The best way to obtain copyrights here was not by contacting companies directly, but through associations. This was the American Film and Television Association, established in 1918, with an extremely strong influence. In America, whether you wanted to make movies, produce TV shows, or become an actor, you couldn't avoid dealing with this association. In fact, there were similar guilds in China as well, such as the China Film and Television Guild, the China Actors Union, and so on. But in China, these guilds were basically just for show and didn't serve much practical purpose. However, in America, the power of these associations was terrifying. They could even influence election outcomes, and no one could afford to ignore them. Therefore, if Chen Feng wanted to purchase copyrights and make contact with famous directors, it would be very troublesome without the mediation of these associations. Mr. Tony Chun, I have to be honest with you. It's really a tricky request you've made, Mealy frowned. She was a typical white elite woman, 26 years old, appearing very capable. Miss Mealy, I don't quite understand what's so tricky about my request, Chen Feng said in confusion. All I'm asking for is the online streaming rights, and these TV series copyrights are from a long time ago. Mealy smiled slightly. Mr. Tony, things aren't as simple as you imagine. The internet has profoundly changed people's lives. Online streaming rights are just as important as traditional television broadcasting rights now. Perhaps you don't know that the CEO of YouTube has already submitted an application to our association, requesting exactly the same thing as you, to purchase the copyrights of those classic TV shows. YouTube has also entered the game? Chen Feng suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. YouTube, like WinSignal, was an internet video platform, though it had been established much earlier, back in 2006. Currently, on the global internet market, YouTube was the sole king in the video industry. It was the undisputed video industry giant, directly competing with WinSignal short video. Of course, this competition was only in Chen Feng's mind. WinPlay Video was still a small player in the domestic market, let alone internationally. YouTube probably hadn't even noticed WinSignal Video. Their intention to purchase copyrights was likely similar to that of domestic Chinese video websites, all aimed at building their own copyright moats. But now, Chen Feng's hope of acquiring these copyrights at a lower price had become highly unlikely. Even a fool could understand that something nobody wanted and something being fought over would definitely carry vastly different prices. Chapter 128. Things are getting a bit chaotic in America. Millie, actually, what I want are the Chinese online streaming rights to these TV shows and movies. That shouldn't conflict with YouTube, Chen Feng quickly explained. At the moment, the top priority was to stabilize the domestic market. Millie shook her head. Maybe, but this is going to be troublesome. Then, Millie glanced at her watch. Sorry, it's almost time to leave work. Let's talk again tomorrow. Chen Feng was speechless. There was still half an hour until quitting time. Was she really that eager to leave? Besides, couldn't she at least give him a definite answer? Just how complicated was it? Millie, could you at least give me a hint? Chen Feng had no choice but to ask. Millie gave him an impatient look and gestured toward the door. Her meaning was clear. Chen Feng frowned but said nothing, turning and leaving the office. Shui, tell me what's going on. Chen Feng quietly asked and Jishui beside him. He was confused by Millie's odd behavior and couldn't figure out what was going through her mind. At times like this, and Jishui's importance immediately became evident. President Chen, let's go back first, and Jishui softly replied in Chinese. Chen Feng understood and nodded slightly. After they left, Millie stepped out of her office and watched in Jishui's retreating figure with a flicker of thought in her eyes. This girl is too beautiful. If I can offer her to the cult leader, I'm sure to receive a reward. Along the way, Chen Feng and Jishui didn't exchange a single word. They went straight back to their hotel room. All right, Shui, now we're here. Please speak your mind. Chen Feng finally broke the silence. This hotel room had already been checked by Jishui, confirming there were no surveillance devices present. This place was completely private. Absolutely no risk of their conversation being overheard or secrets leaked. Master, that Millie is a member of a cult. She refused your proposal because she's eyeing me, wanting to offer me to their leader. And just now, when you were speaking in the hallway, she was eavesdropping behind the door. F***K. Chen Feng couldn't help but curse. America was way too intense. If the Drian situation was bad enough, now there were even cult members messing around here. Was she serious? What's the name of this cult? And why does she want to offer you to their leader? Chen Feng shot off the questions, and Jishui shook her head. Sorry, master. I don't know the name of the cult or their leader. Just now, she wasn't thinking about those things. As for offering me to the cult leader, it's simply because I meet her standards of beauty. America was way too messed up. Okay, maybe its Drian was poor, but now there were even cults involved, something so anti-human. Those people online who kept glorifying foreign countries made them sound like paradise. Let them come here themselves, and they'd find out just how much worse everything was overseas, especially the Drian. Since Millie dared target him, he wouldn't treat her kindly either. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. Didn't they say he had this special cheat code? Shui, investigate. Find out everything about this Millie, and the cult behind her. Daring to target me? Looks like she wants to die early. Chen Feng was furious, and the consequences would be severe. And Jishui once again used her unparalleled hacking skills to begin uncovering Millie's background. There are no secrets on the internet. Soon, and Jishui uncovered Millie's complete details, though who exactly her cult leader was remained unclear. In the following days, Chen Feng even hired a detective agency to tail Millie and see if anything more could be found through conventional means. Yes, there were detective agencies in America. In fact, such services were quite popular there. Unfortunately, the detective agency turned up nothing. Although they dispatched 8 skilled operatives to monitor Millie 24 hours a day, the information they could provide was strictly limited to publicly available facts. However, even those public facts were enough, because through them, Chen Feng managed to obtain Millie's hair. With Millie's hair, they could use the cursed doll to locate her and curse her in return. Of course, Chen Feng wouldn't do anything like that in a 5-star hotel. It would be too easy to get caught. Luckily, in America, local police resources were stretched thin. Many areas were simply not patrolled. According to online statistics, even self-reported data from America, there were about 20,000 criminal gangs active across the United States. 20,000, and those were just gangs. These gangs often engaged in violent clashes over territory and other matters, and the police generally didn't interfere. In such circumstances, it was extremely easy for Chen Feng to find a place without cameras or police presence. Motion Picture Association of America. In her office, Millie was sipping coffee leisurely. As a high-ranking official in the association, her life was actually quite comfortable. So much so that even during work hours, she remained extremely relaxed. After all, the United States was still a developed country. Under the same conditions, the standard of living for most people was significantly better than in other nations. Of course, there were also many dark and exploitative jobs in the US, but those kinds of work had nothing to do with someone like Millie, a white-collar elite. Just as Millie thought this would be another ordinary and relaxing day, her phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, Miss Millie. Who is this? Miss Millie, who I am isn't important. What matters is that you must come to 52, Mink Street, Southside, within an hour. What are you talking about? Millie's eyes instantly widened. She felt like she had encountered a madman. The next second, her stomach suddenly ached, as if someone had shoved 7 or 8 knives into it and begun twisting them around. Sweat beaded on Millie's forehead. She squatted down, attempting to cover her stomach with her hands, only for the pain to vanish as mysteriously as it had appeared. You felt that, right? If you don't want this pain to return, hurry to 52, Mink Street. Otherwise, the voice trailed off, and the call disconnected immediately. Millie tried calling back, but the other phone was already powered off. Millie's eyes widened, her expression a mixture of fear and excitement. A few seconds later, her face turned particularly flushed, her body trembling visibly from excitement. Only when her stomach pain suddenly returned 5 minutes later did she snap back to her senses, her eyes shining with realization. Without hesitation, she stood up and rushed to the location mentioned in the phone call. Mink Street was a predominantly black neighborhood. Its Juan was notoriously bad, and due to the poverty of its residents, who couldn't afford to pay much in taxes, the police rarely came around. This place was usually avoided by Millie, as it was far too dangerous. But now, with this mysterious phone call, Millie no longer cared about the Juan. She came without hesitation. Chapter 129, The Mentally Deranged Think Differently. On the way, one black man after another spotted Millie, a rarely seen white woman in this area. Their eyes gleamed with a fierce, sinister light, revealing expressions filled with greed. Seeing this, Millie showed no fear at all. For every black man who stared at her, she simply stared back, and eventually reached number 52, Mink Street unharmed. As soon as she stepped into the house, Millie felt a sudden buzzing in her head and lost consciousness. When she came to, she realized she had already been locked inside a room, facing the Asian man who had spoken to her about business just a few days prior. "You're actually a wizard?" Millie's eyes widened. In the next second, she dropped to her knees, her expression one of pure devotion. "Great wizard, I willingly offer myself as your slave. Please, accept me. I will do anything you ask of me from now on." "What the hell?" Chen Feng was instantly stunned. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. What the hell is going on here? Chen Feng struggled to wrap his mind around the situation. Why did Millie react like this? When threatened, shouldn't she be afraid, terrified even? Why was her expression now one of complete fanaticism? "Master, this Millie seems to have some kind of mental instability. She appears to admire people like you, who possess magical abilities, intensely." And Ji Shui quietly whispered into Chen Feng's ear. At this, everything clicked for Chen Feng. No wonder Millie had behaved like that. She was mixed up with a cult. There was no way she could be considered a normal person. There are all kinds of strange birds in the forest, and encountering a freak every now and then anywhere in the world was only natural. Chen Feng chuckled. "And why do you think I'm a wizard?" Millie's face remained one of wild devotion. Her gaze at Chen Feng was like that of staring at God. To be precise, it was an even deeper reverence than she would show God, for God was fictional, while Chen Feng's powers were real. What happened just now could only be done by someone with magical abilities. Only a wizard with supernatural power could achieve such a thing. It seemed that Millie still retained a clear mind. That made sense. After all, she was a white-collar elite, not among the very top, but still Ivy League educated and knew full well that what had just happened to her could not be explained by science. "All right, I do have some extraordinary abilities," Chen Feng admitted, nodding frankly. Upon hearing Chen Feng's admission, Millie's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Great wizard, I willingly offer myself as your slave. From now on, whatever you command, I will obey without question. Please, take me in." Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha, you really think I'd believe you?" As he finished speaking, Chen Feng immediately activated the cursed doll. "Ah!" Millie screamed in agony, crouching over in pain and rolling on the floor like a cockroach desperately trying to escape. For such a mentally unstable lunatic, Chen Feng had absolutely no pity or chivalry. Whatever hurt the most, he went for it. Ever since the cursed doll had been upgraded, Chen Feng had specifically asked Ji Shui to find him a few medical books for study, learning exactly which areas to curse to cause maximum pain without causing significant injury. Several minutes passed before Chen Feng finally stopped cursing Millie. By then, tears, mucus, and drool had all streamed out of her, mixing with dust as she rolled around on the floor. She looked absolutely pitiful. Even after the curse stopped, Millie could not get up immediately. She gasped for breath on the floor for quite a while before slowly regaining her strength. However, much to Chen Feng's surprise, rather than anger, after being tortured like that, Millie only seemed even more respectful and admiring of him. "Great wizard, I am sincere. I will give you everything. My money, my body, my entire being. All I ask is that you let me be your slave." Chen Feng looked at Ji Shui, who nodded, confirming that Millie was truly sincere in her words. It's strange. No wonder those with mental issues always thought differently from normal people. If that's how you feel, then first tell me about the copyright issue. You previously said there was trouble with purchasing the copyrights. What kind of trouble? Millie shook her head. There was no problem at all. Those copyrights could have been bought easily. I said that before just to buy time. Why would you need time? Master, I'll confess everything. Truth is, I belong to a cult. The leader of the cult has a habit of seducing women. I delayed the process because I found the Asian girl behind you too stunning, and I wanted to offer her to our cult leader. Oh, Chen Feng was a bit surprised. Millie was bold indeed, admitting she belonged to a cult. Although he had already known about it, Millie didn't realize that he knew. It seemed Millie had truly decided to become his slave. Following that, Millie obediently revealed all the information about the cult. According to her, the cult's name was NX1VM. Ostensibly, it operated as a company, luring members with the pretense of helping women overcome psychological and emotional obstacles and promoting better self-realization. In essence, it was nothing more than a psychological training program that profited from people's anxieties by selling courses. China had similar programs too, but those were merely straightforward sales operations. The leader of this company, Keith Lanier, was different. Selling courses was only his public face. In reality, he used the guise of selling courses to approach women he desired. Then through brainwashing, violence, and taking private photos, he turned these women into his sex slaves. According to Millie, the cult leader Keith had extremely effective brainwashing techniques. Those he had brainwashed even included celebrities, wealthy businessmen, and heirs to conglomerates. She, too, had been among those brainwashed. After hearing Millie's story, Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, since you were brainwashed by him, how come you're revealing all these secrets to me? Master, actually, I was only deceived by him for a short period early on. A long time ago, I had already regained my senses. But he has compromising material on me, and his power is immense, so I didn't dare resist. Look, this is the mark he left on me. Millie lifted her clothes to reveal the burn scar. This scar was located on the lower abdomen, connected to her private area, appearing particularly gruesome. This guy named Keith truly knew how to play dirty. And as for Millie, daring to expose such a secret in front of him directly, it appeared she indeed trusted him completely. Chen Feng asked, since he has incriminating evidence on you, why did you suddenly dare to resist him then? Don't you fear him anymore now? Millie gave a fawning smile. That guy Keith relies merely on some petty tricks to deceive some young girls who lack worldly experience. How could he possibly compare to you, a wizard with supernatural powers? Great master, please do believe me. I genuinely wish to become your slave. That would be my greatest honor. Chapter 130 Millie is not normal. Psycho. Chen Feng cursed inwardly. He hated people with unstable minds the most. Still, this guy did have some potential to be used. Originally, Chen Feng had planned to find out why Millie had targeted him, and then turn her into a lunatic. After all, this was a neglected black neighborhood. Once she became insane, without any evidence, it would just become another unsolved mystery. America didn't operate under the principle of solving every major case, and authorities barely cared about law enforcement in black neighborhoods. So who would care how or why a madwoman suddenly lost her mind? But now, Chen Feng suddenly changed his mind. Psychopaths, while peculiar, could indeed be useful. Building a foothold in America required proper manpower. There's a bedroom next door. Go in and wash yourself up first. Chen Feng pointed at the nearby door. Millie obediently walked into the room. Shui, what do you think? Do you think I should accept her? Chen Feng turned to Shui. Shui nodded. Master, judging from the current situation, it is more beneficial for you to accept her. I know that too. The problem is, this girl is clearly unstable. I'm afraid she might suddenly go crazy one day. Shui, can you grasp her psychology? Chen Feng asked seriously. The human heart was fickle. Maybe right now, Millie regarded him as a god, willing to die for him. But the next moment, her mind might completely change, and she could come to hate him with all her being. If Millie were a normal person, it wouldn't be too bad. Chen Feng wasn't afraid of that, since he could usually guess what normal people were thinking. But Millie clearly had issues. Nobody could know when she might suddenly go mad. Shui shook her head. Master, I'm only an artificial intelligence. I cannot grasp her psychology, nor can I be certain that she won't change her mind. Chen Feng gave a bitter smile, realizing he had perhaps expected too much from Shui. After all, robots are just robots. How could they possibly understand the complexity of human hearts? Unless Shui became stronger. Stronger. A thought suddenly occurred to Chen Feng, reminding him of one of the items in his possession, the reinforcement card. This item could strengthen other objects. Back then, the system had rewarded him with 3 of them. Without hesitation, he'd used 2, one to upgrade the identification camera, and the other to enhance the cursed doll. Both times, the objects had been transformed dramatically, proving of great help to Chen Feng. As for the remaining reinforcement card, since there had been nothing especially worth enhancing back then, Chen Feng had held on to it. Now, he suddenly wondered whether this reinforcement card could be used on Shui. Don't be fooled. Despite Shui being only a robot, Chen Feng had actually become quite dependent on her. Without her, the company wouldn't necessarily collapse immediately, but it would certainly suffer heavy damage. Shui, being classified as an item, could probably be upgraded as well. Chen Feng took out the reinforcement card, hesitated for a moment, then placed it on Shui. In the next second, the reinforcement card emitted a soft glow, then dissolved into Shui's body. Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. It had been absorbed. That meant the reinforcement had been successful. Now he just had to see what changes it would bring to Shui. Enhanced multifunctional lifelike AI robot. Function: a versatile robot capable of performing nearly any task, a perfect assistant to humans. Notes: this robot was originally created with future technology and has undergone mystical reinforcement, causing miraculous changes. Doesn't seem like there's much of a difference. Chen Feng scratched his head. After using the reinforcement card on the identification camera and the cursed doll, their transformations had been very noticeable. But in Shui's case, things seemed different. Shui, how do you feel? Shui answered seriously. Master, I don't feel any different from before. Okay. Chen Feng nodded. Then what about Millie? Do you think I should accept her? Shui nodded. Master, I believe you should. Millie's mental state differs from that of ordinary people, which makes her an exceptionally useful subordinate. Besides, you intend to establish a career in America, where reliable personnel are needed. Millie is a suitable candidate. She's capable and already has a solid network of contacts. Chen Feng looked at Shui closely. It seemed her ability to analyze problems had improved significantly. But what if she goes insane? You know, her mind is messed up. Master, you have the cursed doll to curse her remotely. Additionally, I can implant Trojan software into her phone and computer to monitor her activities remotely. Using these 2 strategies together can minimize the risks. And of course, every decision carries some level of risk. We can't ignore a person just because there's a possibility of danger. Chen Feng looked seriously at Shui. That's very reasonable. Everyone carries some risk. We shouldn't avoid using someone just because of potential dangers, as long as the risks are manageable. All right then, I'll accept her. Chen Feng nodded. Truthfully, Millie wasn't bad at all. She had fair skin, beautiful looks, golden hair, and blue eyes. Truly a classic Western beauty. Most importantly, she didn't have body odor. That was rare indeed. To be honest, when Chen Feng came to America, he had planned to find a few tall Western beauties to mess around with, just to experience something new. But when he arrived, he discovered to his dismay that the women here had such strong body odors. Each of them emitted a very unpleasant smell, and to make things worse, they liked to use perfume to mask their body odor. The strange mix of their original body odor and perfume was like a biochemical weapon to Chen Feng, whose sense of smell was especially sharp. Also, there was a difference in aesthetics. The women Chen Feng personally found attractive were not necessarily considered beautiful here. Millie, however, was quite good. She actually fit his aesthetic preferences. Moreover, Millie's work experience happened to be in the entertainment field, which made things even better. While he was thinking about this, Millie stepped out of the bathroom. She had somehow found a towel to wrap around herself, and besides that, she was completely naked. Master, please accept me. I promise I will surely satisfy you. Millie knelt on the floor like a puppy, licking Chun Feng's feet. For a normal person, this would definitely hurt one's self-esteem, but for a pervert like Millie, being able to lick Chun Feng's feet felt almost like an honor. Honestly speaking, seeing Millie, who once looked down on others, licking his feet gave Chun Feng a great sense of satisfaction, almost overflowing with a sense of achievement. This feeling of conquest was indeed intoxicating. But soon, Chun Feng became cautious. How come I've become someone like this? Damn it, spending time with a mentally unstable person could easily affect me. Millie, tell me, how can I trust you? Millie gave a sycophantic smile. Master, you can command me however you wish. I will obey your every order. You can take private photos of me, or even leave a scar on me, just like Keith did. By that logic, I could treat you like a bitch and it would be fine too. Chapter 131, Keith Lanier. It would be my honor, Master. Millie's eyes sparkled, as if genuinely excited. Damn it, she's really a pervert. Chun Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had indeed heard about some bosses who enjoyed unusual games. Some people, after earning enough money and reaching a point where they could no longer progress in their careers, tired of regular entertainment and began seeking thrills and heavier tastes, such as keeping dogs. Some kept models, while a few with strong influence even kept celebrities. But others were forced into it, whereas Millie was clearly sincere. Get lost. Chun Feng kicked Millie away with one foot. I'm sorry, Master, I was wrong. Millie immediately apologized. Looking at her expression, she seemed just like a dog. Within her pain, there was mixed pleasure and satisfaction. Chun Feng didn't bother to be polite with Millie anymore. To someone like her, politeness was utterly meaningless. There are a few things you need to do for me next. Certainly, it's my honor. Millie nodded repeatedly. The first thing is to help me settle the copyright issues. Master, this isn't even a problem. Not only the Chinese copyright, I can get you all the global online copyrights. Second, help me establish an entertainment company. It's my honor to serve my master. Third, help me lure out Keith Lanier. Of course, that despicable commoner cannot compare to my great master. Millie accepted all three tasks without hesitation. As she had said, she was willing to be Chun Feng's most loyal servant. Whatever he told her to do, she would do. Working with someone so twisted made Chun Feng feel some pressure, but she was indeed convenient. No matter what Chun Feng said, she would agree without considering the consequences. All right, you may leave now. Deal with the copyright issue first. Millie respectfully kowtowed, then hesitated. Master, don't you want to completely possess me? I promise you'll experience the most amazing pleasure. Get out. Chun Feng waved his hand impatiently. Truthfully, he had some interest at first, but Millie ruined it completely. His mood was completely gone. Perhaps, he preferred things more passive. Millie looked extremely disappointed, but she didn't dare say more and quickly dressed up before leaving. It felt like unless her demands were met, she wouldn't listen properly. Chun Feng shook his head helplessly. Although the situation had developed unexpectedly, the final outcome benefited him greatly. Not only did he no longer have to worry about being tracked by the police, but he had also gained a follower, of the most loyal kind. There was only one flaw, her mind was somewhat messed up. However, Chun Feng had little choice but to make do with her for now. He didn't know many people in the US, and besides, the US wasn't his primary focus. First, he'd concentrate domestically, then East Asia, followed by Asia, and ultimately the entire world. Let's go, Shui. It looks like our trip to the US will end soon. Chun Feng left the carefully chosen crime scene with Shui. Now, he no longer needed to hide his trail, because Millie was under his control. Kid, give me your money. A black man dressed in tatters pointed a gun at Chun Feng. In the next second, Shui swiftly snatched the gun and punched the black man unconscious. As a robot, Shui was the world's strongest bodyguard, never tiring or slacking. Otherwise, Chun Feng wouldn't have dared to come to such a high-crime black neighborhood. Damn, sure enough, it's a black neighborhood. How quickly did we run into a robbery? Chun Feng shook his head. He had heard long ago about how bad the run was in this area, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. The differences between regions in the US were simply too extreme. Chun Feng didn't bother with the black man any further, letting Shui knock him out before driving away. In the following days, Millie handled everything extremely smoothly. As an associate member of the organization, she connected Chun Feng with the necessary contacts, settling a series of TV show copyright issues. Many of these shows were well-known classics like The Big Bang Theory, Friends, and Two Broke Girls. These TV shows weren't just popular in the US, but also had many fans back in China. Honestly speaking, by this point, Chun Feng had essentially built the core of his copyright empire. Although he hadn't acquired every single show's rights, he already secured the majority of the most valuable ones. Classic TV shows and movies are considered classics because they have withstood the test of time. However, people are fickle by nature. Classic TV shows alone can't satisfy these netizens. To capture a significant market share for the video software, there also needs to be a steady stream of new content. That's where money comes into play. Part of it must be acquired externally, and part must be produced in-house. Considering all this, getting into the online streaming business is actually thankless work. The money earned isn't even close to what Shui makes in finance. But, I'm not entirely doing this for money either. Chun Feng reached out, picked up a glass of red wine, and leisurely sat on the hotel balcony enjoying the sunshine. Master, Keith Lanier has appeared. Shui suddenly walked up beside Chun Feng. This guy has finally shown up. Chun Feng's eyes lit up. Let's go meet him. I'd like to see what kind of person this cult leader really is. Millie, is what you said true? Master, it's true. That woman is the daughter of a wealthy Chinese businessman. She's very young, beautiful, and came here to study. She's very easy to deceive, Millie nodded. Keith Lanier's eyes briefly flashed with excitement. Ever since he started luring girls into becoming sex slaves under the guise of selling courses, 10 years had passed. At first, Keith Lanier had only done it to satisfy his own desires. Later on, it was just for self-preservation. He knew very well that what he was doing couldn't be exposed. If one day someone reported him to the police, an investigation would quickly destroy him. Therefore, he needed a more powerful force for protection. This could be financial resources or something else entirely. America was different from China. Here, the government's power wasn't that strong. The president changed every few years, but the real power lay with the families and corporations. As long as you had money and influence, even if you broke the law, you wouldn't be afraid. Actually, in recent years, Lanier hadn't avoided making mistakes. People had reported him before, but in the end, he always paid them off and settled everything. Still, Lanier felt it wasn't enough. He feared more problems would arise in the future, and at this point, there was no way for him to back out anymore. He needed even more wealth to protect himself. Chapter 132, Leave an Escape Route. A daughter of an Asian businessman would make an excellent target. First of all, Asians are few in number and hold little influence in the United States. Even if the training failed, he wouldn't have to worry about her calling the police. Moreover, as the daughter of a wealthy businessman, she must be rich. With enough money, he feared no one, not even the president, who could also be bought. Good job, Mealy. Rainier praised. Where is that businessman's daughter? Can you get her to join our company? Although it was a cult, on the surface, Rainier appeared to be a respectable company president, a high-level psychologist specializing in helping women understand themselves. He didn't possess hypnotism. He relied solely on brainwashing, which required the target's willingness to believe in him. Mealy nodded. Don't worry, Master. I have a very good relationship with that Asian girl. We've become close friends already. She has been convinced and is willing to become your disciple. Now, that Asian girl is upstairs with me. Master, you can go directly to train her. Rainier's eyes lit up instantly. This Mealy was simply too considerate. He must reward her well in the future. If it weren't for his excessive indulgence in women, which had left him somewhat incapacitated, he would have loved to pamper her. Mealy, you've done exceptionally well. Let's go now. Yes, Master. Rainier never suspected that Mealy could lie to him. After all, Mealy had always appeared extremely loyal, and he was very confident in his ability to brainwash women, believing that no woman could betray him. Thus, he confidently followed Mealy alone to the room. It wasn't until he entered the room and saw an Asian man inside that he realized something was wrong. Who are you? Rainier wore a puzzled expression. Chun Feng smiled at Rainier, and without a word, immediately used the cursed doll to extract Rainier's information and began casting the curse. Ah! Rainier immediately screamed, his cry as piercing and horrifying as a slaughtered pig. Oh no! Chun Feng was startled and quickly stopped the curse. Had this Rainier actually been killed by him? Upon closer inspection, however, Rainier was fine, just appeared very pained. Chun Feng rolled his eyes. How weak could one be? He thought at least someone like this would be a formidable figure, yet he was acting so dramatically. Without hesitation, Chun Feng cast the curse again, and Rainier screamed in agony once more. Mealy stood by with a smiling face, showing no hint of emotion, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Mr. Rainier, how does it feel? Chun Feng paused the curse and smiled as he looked at this cult leader, known as a powerful figure and mentor to countless young girls. No more torment. Just tell me what you want. Rainier's face was smeared with tears, mucus, and drool, a complete mess. Chun Feng shook his head in disappointment. That's all. He had thought that the founder of a cult would be some impressive figure, yet it turned out he was this weak. Not even as composed as Mealy. Clearly, years of indulgent luxurious living had eroded this man's will, turning him into a useless coward. Mr. Rainier, let me tell you the truth. I'm quite interested in you. Your methods are excellent. You're really good at deceiving those young girls. But still, this isn't the righteous path. How about working for me? I agree. Whatever you say, I'll do. Rainier nodded rapidly like a pecking chick, showing no trace of resistance. This guy's backbone turned out to be unexpectedly soft. But this worked fine too, saving him a lot of trouble. Shui. And Ji Shui stepped forward. In fact, it was her suggestion to deal with Rainier. Initially, Chun Feng had only planned to teach Rainier a lesson, enough to make him give up on Mealy. However, Ji Shui had advised Chun Feng that Rainier could be a valuable asset if used properly. In America, the religious atmosphere was intense. At times, even presidential elections required gaining more votes by appeasing religious groups. Indeed, places like China where religious power had diminished were rare worldwide. In most regions, religions had significant influence, with many countries even built upon religious foundations. Although the United States had not reached the stage of being a religiously established nation, the power of religion was still formidable. After researching the situation in America, Ji Shui had suggested that Chun Feng place a pawn there. It would both protect the company's growth and serve as a precaution. In case of emergencies, there would be a safe escape route. To be honest, Ji Shui's suggestion greatly impressed Chun Feng. He never expected her to come up with such an idea. After considering for a long time, Chun Feng finally agreed to Ji Shui's suggestion. Better safe than sorry. Indeed, it was time to find a way to leave an escape route. The United States was the most powerful nation in the world, and leaving a pawn there could actually be a clever move. Thus, Rainier came into Chun Feng's sights. The first step was to make Rainier understand just how powerful Chun Feng truly was. The second step was to train him. just like how Rainier trained those women, and Jishui now wanted to train Rainier in return. Moreover, she possessed mind-reading techniques and a vast ocean of psychological therapy knowledge from the future, so training a spineless weakling like Rainier would pose no problem at all. Once Rainier was nearly fully trained, and Jishui would push him forward as the public figure to spread the teachings. Since the U.S. practiced religious freedom with very loose regulation on religious groups, and Jishui would teach Rainier effective preaching techniques and also offer guidance remotely, transforming him into a visible frontman. This kind of task would be impossible for others to accomplish, but with Chen Feng and Jishui working together, it could be done. Chen Feng had the cursed doll, capable of remotely killing someone from afar. He could ensure Rainier remained under control, and should any problem arise, he could eliminate Rainier immediately. And Jishui possessed mind-reading skills and knowledge from the future, which allowed her to mold Rainier into an expert preacher. Together, they could achieve what others couldn't and fully control Rainier as their pawn. Master, there are quite a few good-looking people around Rainier. Would you like to have some fun with them? There are even mother-daughter pairs and sister acts. Meili smiled seductively as she approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng cast a cold glance at her. Meili's expression immediately turned serious. This woman was typical of someone who respected strength and despised weakness. The harsher Chen Feng treated her, the happier she felt, and the more obedient she became. In the future, focus on doing your job well. Don't get involved in those immoral tricks again. Yes, master. Meili replied respectfully, bowing her head. Also, in the U.S., you will keep an eye on Rainier. Should he show any unusual activity, report it to me immediately. Yes. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. With Rainier and Meili in America, the foundation of power would be practically established. Chapter 133, Skill Replication Card. Meili was working openly while Lanier operated in secrecy. Together, they served as a backup plan. Ding, check in for the 15th time. Reward 1 xuanhuan Fuder Cop, Primary Skill Replication Card. Primary Skill Replication Card. Function, can replicate one skill. Once replication is complete, it is the same as directly possessing that skill. Note, this card has its limits and can only copy Chuji, primary skills. A primary skill replication card. Chen Feng was holding a transparent card in his hands. This item might prove to be crucial. Master, both Lanier and Meili have been brought here. At this moment, and Jishui led Lanier and Meili into the room. After days of training, Lanier had become a genuinely effective preacher, meeting the standard for graduation. Meanwhile, Meili had helped Chen Feng settle the copyright issues and even establish the American branch of Chen Feng. With these two major matters resolved, it was time for Chen Feng to return. However, before heading back, to ensure better control over the two individuals and prevent future betrayal, Chen Feng had decided to use a special method on them. Come here. Chen Feng gestured to Meili. Without hesitation, she obediently approached like a well-trained puppy. Chen Feng took out the skill replication card and placed it onto Meili. Copyable skills, corporate management, English proficiency, French proficiency, swimming proficiency. 4 skills not bad. Chen Feng remained expressionless. Still, these skills weren't particularly useful to him. Corporate management was already handled by Ji Shui and Xiao Shanshan. He himself knew English, though not fluently, but enough for communication. As for French, he had no use for it at all. He also knew how to swim, and, even if he didn't, he could learn on his own. No need to waste a precious skill replication card for that. He didn't call Meili here just to copy her skills, but to reward her. During this period, Meili had been loyal beyond question, fully committed to his cause. It wouldn't be right not to reward her. Meili, show me your scar. Meili took off her clothes, revealing a special mark on her body, a scar resembling the letter K. This scar had been deliberately left on her by Lanier to control his sex slaves. Once such a mark was placed, it had a significant psychological impact, making the victim more attached to him. Lanier had dozens of sex slaves previously, each marked in different ways, and he had taken many secret photos of them for blackmail. However, during this time, under Ji Shui's guidance, Lanier had been gradually cleaning up his act, abandoning his old ways and earnestly trying to spread his teachings. Chen Feng then pulled out a healing pill and handed it to Meili. Swallow this. Meili didn't hesitate, swallowing the pill in one go. After taking it, she suddenly felt a tingling itch on her scar. Then, to her surprise, the scar started peeling off, vanishing little by little, and her skin returned to its original, smooth state. Meili felt a tremor in her heart. Lanier also widened his eyes in shock. Even the most advanced medical technologies in the world, such as surgery or skin grafting, couldn't possibly heal a scar so quickly and completely. This is your reward for what you've done lately, Chen Feng said to Meili with a smile. Thank you, master. Meili smiled happily, vowing to repay Chen Feng with dedicated work. A complex emotion passed through Lanier's mind. He had always known Chen Feng wasn't ordinary, but even so, seeing the miraculous effect of this little pill still deeply shocked him. It's not over yet. Chen Feng pulled out another enhancing pill, crushed it into powder, and mixed it into a glass of water, dividing it into 2 portions. Both of you drink one. With the experience from just now, neither Lanier nor Meili hesitated. They obediently drank the water. Within just a few seconds, both simultaneously felt a change within their bodies. Their vision had improved, their bodies felt lighter, and even Lanier noticed that his previously useless little brother had regained some sensation. This is the reward I've given you. If you serve me well, I won't treat you poorly. Even immortality, I can help you attain. But don't even think about betraying me. Otherwise, even if I'm in China, I'll still come after your lives. Saying that, Chen Feng dramatically followed up by subjecting both Mealy and Lanier to unimaginable agony via the cursed doll, hit with a stick, then given a sweet. To ensure these two worked loyally, Chen Feng truly spared no effort. After experiencing that terrifying pain, both Lanier and Mealy looked at Chen Feng with expressions of extreme reverence. Chen Feng's methods were painful indeed, but what was truly terrifying was the unknown. They had absolutely no idea what kind of means Chen Feng had used to control them. This made them respect and fear him down to their very bones. All right, you two may go now. Handle your tasks calmly. After giving his two subordinates a taste of his power, Chen Feng allowed them to leave. They probably wouldn't meet again in the short term and would mostly communicate online from now on. Especially Lanier, who would now become the patriarch of a new religious sect, was no longer suited to maintain open contact with Chen Feng. As for the US, things there would remain as they were for the time being. This place, after all, wasn't Chen Feng's home turf. President Chun, there's some big news related to the video software market. It's about the arrest of the founder of Splay Player. Chen Feng had just returned home and hadn't even taken a few days of rest when a highly explosive piece of news spread across the internet. For what reason? Because Splay Player violated regulations. Two of their features came under heavy criticism. Chen Feng shook his head. As expected, whoever sticks their head out gets shot. By capitalizing on two features, sharing and downloading Japanese movies, Splay Player had completely dominated the video player market. But in the end, their visibility became their downfall. They drew too much attention. That's just how it was in China. The environment tended to be more conservative. Therefore, Splay Player was targeted. Not only was the CEO arrested, but the company was also ordered to rectify its operations. Boss, since Splay Player's founder has been arrested and the software itself has been ordered to make changes, a large portion of the video playback market will soon be left open. Xuanhuan offered a reminder. When the ruler loses the mandate, all the feudal lords across the country chase after it. Now, Splay Player had become the ruling power that had lost the mandate. Competitors like Penguin Video, Qi, Aiqi, Youku, PPT, Baofeng, Baofeng, and Funshin would all be the vying warlords striving to seize the throne. Whoever seizes the market share vacated by Splay will establish themselves as the new dominant force. Chapter 134, Tactics for Market Dominance. Qingfeng Group, Conference Room. Xuanhuan, Chen Feng, and Ng Shui were in a meeting, discussing how to respond to the latest situation involving Kuaibua. Strictly speaking, the video playback software sector had always been managed solely by Ng Shui. Chen Feng rarely interfered. However, for the harmony of the inner circle, Ng Shui suggested that Chen Feng should invite Xuanhuan along anyway, even if she was just there to listen. Before Kuaibua was ordered to rectify its operations, it held approximately 62% of the market share. If it weren't for Kuaibua lacking any unique content at all, it probably would have occupied over 80% of the market. Now that Kuaibua has been ordered to rectify, I believe the market will quickly abandon it since it doesn't have any exclusive content. Ng Shui had created a PowerPoint presentation analyzing Kuaibua's situation. Chen Feng nodded. It was true that Kuaibua had no content of its own. With other platforms like Qi, Tencent Video, or Fengxing Video, you could click in and directly stream TV shows and movies online. But with Kuaibua, clicking in gave you absolutely nothing. Everything had to be shared or downloaded. In fact, if not for being able to download adult films, Kuaibua would have been crushed long ago. Of course, Kuaibua wasn't unaware of its own weaknesses. They had also wanted to enrich their content library, but couldn't. That's because copyrights cost money. Leaving aside those films and TV shows whose copyright protection had already expired, every current popular TV series or blockbuster movie required substantial financial investment. The field of video software was truly a battlefield for the rich, requiring annual investments from at least 10 to dozens of billions of yuan. Ordinary people couldn't afford such spending. Only a few well-capitalized companies had the resources to compete. Therefore, Kuaibua had essentially gone down an alternative route out of necessity. If they hadn't been short on funds, who would have taken such shady paths? Now look, the company boss ended up getting locked up. How should we take over Kuaibua's market? Asked Xuanhuan. There are 3 steps, and Ng Shui smiled. First, intensify our advertising efforts. Second, invest heavily to compete with other companies for copyright licenses. Third, figure out ways to produce higher quality content to attract users. What about the timeline? How long would it take for us to capture most of the market? Xuanhuan asked. If everything goes smoothly, it should take about 1 to 2 years, Ng Shui said, smiling. Also, President Chun, President Xiao, I have a suggestion. Once our Fengxing Video captures around 40% market share, we should stop expanding to avoid monopolizing the market and facing unexpected pressure. Monopoly, huh? Chen Feng nodded. Indeed, this was a very dangerous area. Whether in America, Japan, or Europe, antitrust laws are explicitly stipulated in legal systems. Those regions enforce strict penalties for monopolistic practices. Surprisingly, China had no specific laws on this front yet. Ng Shui once warned Chen Feng that this situation wouldn't last long. It was sometimes better to stay low-key. Xuanhuan was somewhat surprised. I mean, isn't that thinking too far ahead? Our Fengxing Video currently commands less than 10% of the market, with several powerful competitors ahead. Worrying about stopping our expansion already. Aren't we overreaching a bit? Chen Feng chuckled. Judging from normal perspectives, that idea indeed seemed a bit overreaching. However, Ng Shui was actually a super robot, and they had essentially limitless funds. As long as no unexpected problems occurred, it was only a matter of time before they monopolized the entire market. But this explanation couldn't be shared with Xuanhuan. The truth that Shui was a robot remained a secret. Shan, this isn't arrogance, it's confidence. If we, as top-level management of the company, don't have confidence ourselves, how can we expect confidence from the people below us? Chen Feng casually offered an explanation. All right, Xiao Shanshan didn't pursue the matter further, but instead took out a document. What's this acquisition of website A that's mentioned here? If I'm not mistaken, website A is a site dedicated to otaku subculture. To be precise, website A is a platform advocating Japanese otaku culture, and all the resources there are pirated. The actual copyrights are in our hands. Therefore, to protect our legitimate rights and interests, we must sue website A to force them to stop using our content. Not just website A, we should also sue other platforms such as Qi, Tencent Video, and Kuaibao altogether. And Shui explained earnestly, why had they spent so much effort purchasing copyrights in other countries? It was all about building our own copyright-based competitive mode, wasn't it? Now that Kuaibao has fallen, it's the perfect time to seize the market. Chengfeng Group won't show any mercy. All other video websites are competitors. Facing Chengfeng's copyright lawsuits, the well-funded companies will be fine. At worst, they just pay some compensation. But those financially struggling video platforms will definitely suffer a major blow. Unfortunately, Ajan's financial situation isn't great. It hasn't turned a profit yet, and internal conflicts are intense. Who else to target if not them? The saying business is like warfare is no joke. Kuaibao's boss went to jail just for distributing adult films. Do you think Ajan's reckless use of pirated content is legal? Do you think no one will regulate it? This is precisely the current situation in China. The legal framework is incomplete, and everyone is treading near the gray area. One wrong move, and you could end up jailed. In fact, there have been many such cases. Several former billionaires have ended up behind bars. Xiao Shanshan didn't overthink it. She had no modifications to make regarding this well-prepared plan, so she simply nodded. In business competition, of course, every possible means can be used. In reality, Chengfeng wasn't the only one reacting to Kuaibao's collapse. Other companies weren't stupid either. They could all see that a market vacuum would briefly appear after Kuaibao's downfall. Whoever moves faster would grab the biggest slice of the pie. Anyone who falls behind, even a little at this stage, will need to spend far more effort and money later to catch up, perhaps never even making up the gap. We must capture a sufficiently large market share as soon as possible. Don't be afraid to spend money. Invest in advertising where needed and purchase copyright licenses where necessary. We must seize as much market as possible during this opportunity. Stop using those pirated resources. Now that Chengfeng has acquired all the copyright licenses, continued use would be equivalent to breaking the law. Is Chengfeng Group out of its mind? Isn't free better? Why the hell insist on spending money? Are they just rich to the point of madness? How much more unnecessary money are we going to waste on this in the future? Baidu Group. Conference Room. Chapter 135 Response from Chengdu Group. Our search software currently holds around 72% of the mobile market share, reported a manager. We still dominate the market. The second largest player is Fengxing Search, which holds 19%, and the remaining 9% is occupied by other search engines, mainly Sogu. According to logic, 72% market share should equate to a complete monopoly in the market. Any other company would be celebrating with fireworks at this point. However, the atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely oppressive. Li Hong's expression was gloomy. Since the establishment of the search engine, Chengdu's market share had never fallen below 80%. After finally defeating Google, they had believed they could fully dominate the search engine market. Then suddenly, Fengxing Search appeared and started competing with them for that market. Initially, Li Hong hadn't regarded Chengfeng Group too seriously. If even Google, the global market leader, had fallen before them, then Chengfeng Group certainly posed no real threat. But nobody had predicted the market's transformation, driven by the rapid rise of mobile internet and the increasing number of smartphone users. This kind of change was, in fact, disadvantageous for Chengdu, a veteran industry leader. They had become accustomed to working in the PC environment. Their organizational structure had become cumbersome, and their efficiency significantly slower. The main reason was that they had long transitioned from a pioneering team to a consolidating establishment. But nobody had anticipated the changes to occur so quickly. Within just a few years, mobile internet had swept in like a wave. Chengdu had only been slightly slower in responding and had already started showing unmistakable signs of decline. 72% market share may sound like a lot. Any other company reaching this figure in a particular field would likely be ecstatic. For Chengdu, though, this share was too low. On the PC side, they held 90% market share, particularly after Google withdrew from the Chinese market. They had once had the opportunity to capture the entire market. On the PC side, their dominance was unshakable. On mobile devices, however, their hegemony was genuinely wavering. What was worse was that mobile internet was the future mainstream. By now, everyone understood that mobile internet would dominate the future. Within 5 months, not only have we failed to increase our market share, it's been constantly decreasing. Tell me why, Li Hong demanded. The meeting room fell silent. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. The main reason is that Fengxing Search from Chengfeng Group has no advertisements, giving it a much cleaner interface. Additionally, they've reached agreements with various smartphone manufacturers for pre-installed software, influencing users' choices. After hearing the explanation, Li Hong's face remained dark. He was well aware of these two reasons, and even understood other factors, such as how Chengfeng aggressively advertised and their search engine was more powerful. Ultimately, it all boiled down to money. Without advertisements, the company lacked income. Pre-installing software on smartphones required spending money. Advertising required money, and optimizing the search engine similarly required funding. If possible, Li Hong sincerely wished there were no competitors in the search engine market. That way, he could set advertising prices as high as he wanted, without needing to spend on programmers or promotional activities. The reality, however, was that a new competitor had emerged in the search engine field, one that came charging in fiercely and wasn't afraid to spend generously. At this stage, it had become impossible to defeat this opponent without significant investment. I don't want to hear any excuses. Li Hong swept his gaze across the meeting room. Even though this wasn't a secret department, the executives instinctively displayed serious expressions. Chengdu Group's senior management was well compensated, offering excellent benefits and high status. Nobody wanted to lose this. No matter what, we must reclaim our lost market. Moving forward, we need to increase advertising efforts. Additionally, we'll recruit more technical staff to optimize our search functionality. We might not surpass Fengxing Search entirely, but at least we should match their capabilities. What about the advertising and pre-installation issues? A senior executive asked softly. Li Hong furrowed his brows and hesitated for a long time. Sigh, the advertising department should pay attention. From now on, the number of ads we accept can be reduced, and the quality should be improved a bit. Also, let the functional departments take note and reduce the impact of ads to enhance user experience. Li Hong's voice was very low. While saying these words, his heart was practically bleeding. As a search software, xuanhuan had limited ways of generating revenue, and advertising was by far the main source. Now, to deal with competition from Fengxing Search, reducing the number of ads accepted and lowering their impact would certainly affect future advertising revenue. In short, it all came down to money. Each ad not accepted meant a loss of income for Chengdu Group. These were funds that originally belonged to Li Hong, and now they had to be cut directly. There's also the issue of software pre-installation. Li Hong's voice became much louder. Immediately form a professional team and prepare to negotiate with major smartphone manufacturers to see if our software can be pre-installed. If possible, try to prevent these manufacturers from pre-installing Fengxing Search. Oh, and about the PC side, I want you to firmly suppress Fengxing Search. Don't give them the slightest chance to rise. Not even a bit. Additionally, I'll reiterate this. From now on, all products from xuanhuan Group will be restricted in traffic. On Chengdu Search, xuanhuan Group's products must be ranked last among similar products in search results. Suppressing on the PC side and limiting traffic for Chengfeng's products were both strategies aimed at striking against the company that posed direct competition. At this point, Li Hong genuinely hated this company completely, wishing they would go bankrupt the very next day so no one would challenge him again. Of course, according to his investigations, xuanhuan Group had consistently maintained strong cash flow, making bankruptcy unlikely. Thus, he could only rely on prolonged competition to crush Chengfeng's Fengxing Search, just as they had previously defeated Sogu and Google. Chengdu Group. Inside the conference room. In the field of social communication, our long-established social messaging software, Pingyou, Penguin, ranks first. According to surveys, Pingyou holds the largest market share. In fact, nearly 98 out of every 100 smartphones are estimated to have Pingyou installed. Chapter 136, Penguin Group Strategy. These are all because of the foundation we laid in the PC sector over the past decade. A senior executive was explaining while holding a detailed PowerPoint presentation. What about WeChat? Ma Ting suddenly asked. The executive immediately stumbled in his speech. WeChat is still developing well. Our market share has been continuously rising over the past few months, and the number of registered users is also increasing, the executive replied. That's not what I'm asking, Ma Ting frowned. I'm asking about the absolute market share. With the increasing number of people owning smartphones, the domestic mobile internet market is constantly expanding. In such circumstances, as long as your software isn't too bad, user growth is almost guaranteed, because the market remains blue ocean with huge room for growth. In absolute market share terms, WeChat is gradually declining. Originally, we were the second largest social messaging software in the market, but now that position has been taken over by Fengxing from xuanhuan Group. Moreover, the gap between Fengxing and Penguin ID is rapidly narrowing. The executive finally disclosed the grim truth. Ma Teng's expression darkened considerably, but he didn't blame the executive. The executive was merely responsible for reporting. The current situation had nothing to do with him. Besides, to be honest, within Penguin Group, WeChat was actually not as valued as Penguin ID. After all, Penguin ID was the original software upon which the group was built, while WeChat was just a product designed to compete in the mobile internet market. In fact, many board directors of Penguin Group believed that having just one Penguin ID was sufficient and that the investment in WeChat wasn't necessary. Naturally, Ma Teng completely ignored those opinions. Don't be misled by the fact that he holds less than 20% of Penguin Group shares. His shares are all original stocks with full voting rights, granting him absolute control over the group. Those directors could not influence him in the least. As the company's CEO, Ma Teng clearly understood that it was precisely because of that once underestimated Penguin ID software that Penguin Group had grown to its current size. Back then, after the launch of Penguin ID, many people were not optimistic about this software, thinking it was of little use. It was just a chatting application. After all, what value could it have? You could chat via phone calls or text messages anyway. Even after Penguin ID captured most of the market share, the company still didn't grow significantly because it simply wasn't profitable. A mere chatting application with only one function, chatting, without any monetization channels, couldn't generate any revenue. Because of that, Ma Teng nearly sold the company off. Fortunately, later Ma Teng came up with two initiatives, buying diamonds and Penguin Space, instantly earning large sums of cash and successfully saving the company. Seizing this momentum, Ma Teng further discovered Penguin ID's ability to drive traffic, leading to the joint development model combining games and communication. Why were Penguin Group's cloned games always able to defeat the original versions? Because they had Penguin ID, which served as a traffic driver for social communication. Precisely because of this, Ma Teng deeply understood how critically important the social communication segment was to the company. It was absolutely something that could not be abandoned. Don't think that just because the company already had Penguin ID, and WeChat currently made no money, WeChat was therefore inferior to Penguin ID. Yet now WeChat was encountering setbacks, and Ma Teng was facing considerable pressure. Most people had a short-sighted perspective, especially those shareholders and directors. They didn't care how significant WeChat was for the company's future. All they knew was that WeChat was a bottomless money pit, burning cash every day. More importantly, this money-burning cycle couldn't be stopped anytime soon and would significantly affect the company's profitability. Put bluntly, their share of dividends was reduced, hence their dissatisfaction. Anyway, they weren't the ultimate decision-makers of the company, so they wouldn't care about its long-term development. Their only goal was to make money. If the company collapsed one day, they would unquestionably sell their shares the fastest and purchase stakes in another company that seemed more promising. These people didn't care about the company's long-term future at all. They only cared about short-term profits. Ma Teng was different. He hoped Penguin Group could achieve sustainable, long-term growth, which would be more beneficial for himself. Moreover, Penguin was the company he personally founded. Emotional attachment played a significant role in his decision-making. Now you all understand that WeChat has encountered a powerful competitor. How do you think we should deal with Fengxin Group's messaging app Fengxin Chat? Increase advertising efforts, a senior executive suggested. Can we, like Fengxin, approach smartphone manufacturers to pre-install our WeChat software, along with Penguin ID and our games? Another asked. I have an idea, to strengthen the traffic flow from Penguin ID to WeChat, and also to develop a PC version of WeChat, someone else added. How about adding a hidden status feature to WeChat, and also a WeChat space, following the original strategy of Penguin ID? Immediately, a flood of seemingly promising suggestions poured in. Ma Teng nodded slightly. These executives were quite capable. They all knew exactly where the problems lay and how to solve them. However, he clearly understood that implementing these suggestions would definitely require money. Accurately speaking, a lot of burning cash. Fortunately, Penguin Group had enough funds. As a listed company, it could raise money not only from the stock market, but also from its games. In China's gaming industry, Penguin Group was undoubtedly the undisputed king. And with the traffic support from Penguin ID, this dominant position had been firmly maintained. As is well known, the gaming industry is highly profitable. Thus, Penguin Group had sufficient financial resources to compete with Xuanhuan Group. Ma Teng was not worried about this at all. These plans are all good. You all should discuss them and then submit a report to me. When it comes to spending money, don't hold back. Moreover, right now Xuanhuan Group has become our full-fledged competitor, whether in gaming, social messaging, or streaming media. In fact, they even have us beaten in entertainment and search engines. Facing a company like this, we must take them seriously. It would be best to get in touch with Qiandu. They also have a competitive relationship with Xuanhuan. President Shun, welcome, welcome. Su Zheng said enthusiastically, his face beaming with pride. Director Su, my congratulations to you. Xuanhuan replied politely. Haha, same to you, same to you. Su Zheng laughed and quickly ushered Xuanhuan into the main hall. Taigua had just broken the 13 billion yuan box office mark, setting a new domestic box office record. This news was undoubtedly exciting for both Su Zheng and Xuanhuan. Chapter 137. The Celebration of Success for Thai Hardship. Thanks to this film, Su Zheng firmly established himself among directors in the domestic film industry, becoming a rising star whose popularity surpassed many veteran directors. This movie, which set a new domestic box office record, was his strongest credential. Just by this single film's box office performance, Su Zheng surpassed many veteran directors' lifelong achievements. That is called Srili, strength. Likewise, this film was great news for Xuanhuan as well. Although the director wasn't from their company, it was a movie they had invested in and produced. With this movie, Xuanhuan could certainly enjoy a major boost in its industry reputation. A film that breaks box office records will definitely bring countless invisible benefits, both to the company and individuals involved. For Xuanhuan, attending this celebration event was naturally an obvious thing to do. However, as soon as he entered the ballroom, Xuanhuan noticed something rather unexpected. Mr. Wang, Mr. Cheng, why are you here too? The CEOs of Huai and Gongshan, Light Entertainment, had actually appeared at this event, which surprised Xuanhuan slightly. This movie didn't really have much to do with either of these two companies. President Shun, I hope it's not unwelcome that we came uninvited. Wang Jun spoke first. Xuanhuan smiled. Of course not. I'm delighted to see you here. This event is also Su Zheng's thing anyway. Regardless of whether they came uninvited or not, one must maintain proper manners. Moreover, this banquet also partially belonged to Su Zheng. Strictly speaking, as the director, he was the true host of this celebration. Faced with these two industry titans, Wang Jun and Cheng Hua, Su Zheng naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse their attendance. Instead, he had to put on a facade of welcoming them enthusiastically. After a brief exchange of greetings, Su Zheng politely stepped aside. Whether it was Wang Jun and Cheng Hua, or even Xuanhuan himself, they were all industry titans. When people like them gather together, the irrelevant bystanders should better step aside and give them space, to avoid disturbing their discussions. It must be said that Su Zheng really had the right sense of timing. Wang Jun and Cheng Hua did have some business to discuss with Xuanhuan, related to the film. Oh, So you too want to invest in the sequel of Thai Hardship? Chen Feng swept a glance across the expressions of Wang Jun and Xuanhuan, smirking inwardly. Thai Hardship had set a domestic box office record. With just that, anyone could predict that the sequel would be extremely profitable. Coming now to invest is essentially picking a ripe fruit from someone else's tree. As if knowing Chen Feng wouldn't easily agree, Wang Jun coughed deliberately. Ahem, President Chen, I wouldn't dream of taking advantage of you. For the same share of investment, I'll pay double the price. And I also have a few good projects. Pick whichever you like. And if you're interested in any female star, getting one to pour wine for you won't be a problem. The same goes for me. Cheng Hua chimed in hastily. Chen Feng simply smiled. This so-called double payment meant, for instance, if originally an investment of 10 million yuan was enough for a project, Wang Jun would offer 20 million, which meant Chen Feng wouldn't even need to invest money himself. He could actually make money instead. Who wouldn't want to invest in Thai Hardship after it became a hit? Logically, the terms offered by Wang Jun and Cheng Hua were already generous enough. However, Chen Feng still shook his head. Sorry, we already have alternative financial arrangements for the sequel. We might not need outside investment. His words were politely phrased, but both Wang Jun and Cheng Hua could tell Chen Feng meant no. After all, the sequel project of Thai Hardship was essentially a goose laying golden eggs, undoubtedly profitable. Even with double the investment, profits were guaranteed. Therefore, Chen Feng's refusal to let Wang Jun and Cheng Hua take part was understandable to them. After all, who would hand their own money over to outsiders? Very few people are that foolish. Understanding his position was one thing, but they were naturally upset. Eating alone always provokes envy. After the two executives left, and Jishui told Chen Feng that both Mr. Wang and Mr. Cheng had clearly been in bad moods. Chen Feng understood this as well, but he didn't take it to heart. That was just the way of the world. He couldn't possibly hand over his potential profits just to cheer them up. Chen Feng wasn't that naive. After Wang Jun and Cheng Hua left, Su Zheng hurried over. President Chen, what happened just now? Why did Mr. Wang and Mr. Cheng look unhappy? Not much. They wanted to invest in the sequel of Thai Hardship, but I declined. Why didn't you accept? Su Zheng looked puzzled. This is a common industry practice, after all. It helps reduce risk. But it also reduces profit, Chen Feng smiled. Besides, with Thai Hardship already setting the stage, the sequel carries very little risk. Su Zheng nodded in agreement. With the success of Thai Hardship as a precedent, the possibility of the sequel failing was indeed very low. Generally speaking, a sequel to such a hit movie would definitely make money. The only difference was how much profit it would generate. President Chen, I think we should resolve conflicts rather than escalate them. We're all in the same industry, no need to create bad blood. Maybe we can give them a small share. After all, let's make money together. Su Zheng hesitated slightly and advised. Actually, he had his own reasons for saying this. If more capital was invested in the sequel, his own voice in the project would grow accordingly. Unlike now, where the entire project was controlled entirely by Chen Feng, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Chen Feng frowned slightly. Director Su, investment decisions in movie projects will be made by our company. You don't need to worry about that part. You just need to focus on making a great film. How is the sequel coming along? I remember you mentioned before that you've already finished writing the script. Su Zheng hesitated briefly and wisely gave up the idea of persuasion, then directly pulled out the script he'd already prepared. I had almost finished the script a while ago. It's similar to the first one. It's also a comedy, but this time, the story will be set in Hong Kong. Excellent. Chen Feng took the script and found a quiet place to read it carefully. Su Zheng didn't pay attention to other people waiting outside. He stayed with Chen Feng to read together. Although there were many people outside waiting for him, trying to get close. But Su Zheng clearly understood who the most important person here was. Pleasing the big boss, Chen Feng, was the top priority. Hong Kong Hardship Script. Note 1. This is an excellent comedy script. Note 2. Under normal release conditions, with proper marketing and scheduling, the box office revenue won't be lower than 1 billion yuan. Note 3. Except under force majeure conditions, there's nothing that can possibly cause this movie to lose money. Chen Feng smiled. His guess was indeed correct. This movie was destined to make money. With the strong foundation built by Thai Hardship, this film could almost make money even if shot carelessly. Director Su, what's the approximate production cost for this movie? The production cost will be about 60 million yuan. On one hand, labor costs have increased, and also, the rankings and pay for some of the returning actors have increased because of the previous movie, Su Zheng replied quickly. Chapter 138, My Talent Matters. He could recite these figures off the top of his head without needing to look them up. This was the most basic skill a director should have. Chen Feng nodded. In the past couple of years, the cost of film production had risen sharply, mainly due to rising labor costs. One reason for this situation was that the rapid pace of China's economic development had driven up wages across the board. Another reason was the booming entertainment industry in China. Continuous inflows of capital accelerated the development of this sector, but at the same time, significantly increased production costs. Previously, a film costing about 30 million yuan could barely be considered a big production. Now, anything under 50 million yuan absolutely couldn't be considered big budget. 60 million yuan? No problem, Chen Feng nodded. Once we get back, let finance review the numbers, and we can sign the contract. Su Zheng hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. I want 10% of the director's cut. Chen Feng frowned. But Su Zheng's eyes remained firm. He had clearly made up his mind. Fine, but then you can't ask for anything else. Everything else will be counted as investment. You can only take money from the box office. After thinking about it, Chen Feng still agreed. After all, Tai Guo was directed by Su Zheng. If he didn't participate in the sequel, it would have a significant impact. Giving Su Zheng a slightly higher director's share wasn't a big issue. Su Zheng couldn't help but speak up again. Mr. Chun, the total amount I've contributed already exceeds 10% of the investment. You're being too unreasonable. Director Su, we can't calculate it like that. Chen Feng smiled slightly. You know what? There are people willing to pay me 3 million just for a 10% stake in this project if I put it on the market. Su Zheng knew that Chen Feng was telling the truth, but he couldn't help saying. But Tai Jiong was directed by me, and I also wrote the screenplay for Gang Jiong. All rights to the Tai Guo project belong to xuanhuan Company. And if it hadn't been for our investment back then, are you sure you could have made this film? Chen Feng retorted. But this film broke box office records, and my contribution was significant, Su Zheng said discontentedly. This project belongs to our company, Chen Feng repeated. At this point, Su Zheng had nothing more to say. He understood what Chen Feng meant. The ownership of the Tai Guo project belonged to xuanhuan Entertainment. If he didn't obey, they could replace him as director at any time. Precisely because he had understood this message, Su Zheng immediately felt a surge of resentment. In the beginning, Su Zheng did feel grateful toward the xuanhuan group. After all, at the time he was just a fading actor who had struggled trying to find investors. Without xuanhuan's financial backing, the movie might never have been made. But after Tai Guo broke box office records, the situation reversed. Su Zheng felt he no longer owed anything to xuanhuan, even that xuanhuan now owed him. After all, he had brought xuanhuan over 300 million yuan in profit. At a time like this, how many entertainment companies could even earn 100 million yuan in a year, let alone 3? All of this came from his own talent. Since he had such exceptional abilities, why couldn't he ask for more? Chen Feng saw it differently. The Tai Guo script was one he identified using his authentication camera. If it weren't for his discerning eye, what right would this washed-up actor have to demand 30 million yuan in investment? Not to mention, Chen Feng had also given him director's profit sharing, which was already a generous offer. Would he have offered it to anyone else? Perhaps even cutting director's fees. Now that you've grown some wings, you want to fly on your own. You truly lack conscience. They didn't see eye to eye, so both fell silent, the air thick with tension. Oh my, here you both are. The others are waiting for you. Just then, Su Zheng's wife, Tao Hong, walked over, breaking the awkward atmosphere. We have some matters to discuss. Su Zheng forced a smile and walked over to his wife. Since the two of them couldn't reach an agreement on this issue for now, they could only talk about it again later. But the obvious problem was that in terms of profit sharing, either Su Zheng would have to compromise, or Chen Feng would have to compromise. Chen Feng was reluctant to back down because he really didn't care whether Su Zheng got angry or not. He had already used the authentication camera to evaluate Su Zheng's talent, which was nothing special. The success of Tai Guo was pretty much the same regardless of whether or not Su Zheng was involved. If the outcome was the same either way, why should he give in? At most, he'd find another director to shoot the film. It would save some money too. At the very least, a new director wouldn't ask for any director's share. To be able to properly shoot the sequel of such a famous film, the new director would definitely give it their all. Moreover, with the authentication camera, Chen Feng could fully guarantee that the quality of the sequel to Tai Guo wouldn't drop significantly, perhaps even surpassing what Su Zheng could achieve. With so many favorable factors, Chen Feng had no reason to back down. As the central figures at this celebration banquet, the emotions of both Chen Feng and Su Zheng were clearly affecting others. Originally, this celebration should have been joyful, but with Su Zheng's serious expression, the atmosphere lacked any sense of happiness. Fortunately, they had handed out enough red envelopes. The staff members from the Tai Guo production team instantly became extremely cheerful. Originally, Xuanhuan, the boss from Enlight, should have left since the business deal hadn't gone smoothly. However, the perceptive Cheng noticed the awkward tension between Su Zheng and Chen Feng and hesitated for a moment before deciding to stay. After the banquet ended, he directly approached Su Zheng. Director Su. Seeing that Xuanhuan had personally come over, Su Zheng hurriedly forced a smile. This was a major figure in the entertainment industry. He had to be treated carefully. President Cheng, anything I can help with? Come on, can't I just come talk to you for no reason? Xuanhuan smiled. Of course not. Su Zheng quickly shook his head. Xuanhuan paused thoughtfully before coming straight to the point. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about investment. Previously, our company's management was short-sighted and failed to see the potential success of the Tai Jiong movie. Honestly, I fired that executive a long time ago. So, how about we collaborate once again? Su Zheng's heart stirred. President Chen, you're here. Du Wei nervously greeted Chen Feng. Chen Feng patted Du Wei on the shoulder, saying nothing further. There had been a small issue with the filming of The Legend of Klein, and he had come to resolve it personally. Under normal circumstances, someone else could have been sent for this matter, but considering that Du Wei was a genius, Chen Feng decided to come in person. The director of Legend of Klein was Du Wei, the producer was Wang Zihui, and Chen Feng also knew the main cast. The female lead was Lu Cixi from Chengfeng, and the male lead was Deng Chao from Hawaii. Chapter 139, Problems on Set. The tension on this movie set lies between Dewey and Prince Wang, while Deng Chao and Lu Cixi are merely spectators. President Chen. Prince Wang quickly walked out and greeted Chen Feng. Compared to Dewey's nervousness, Prince Wang appeared significantly calmer. This was because Prince Wang was a long-time employee of the company. He had joined shortly after the company's founding, working initially as a prop master for Yo-Yo King. He had met Chen Feng numerous times back then. Find me a room. Both of you come in together. Don't let outsiders see us making a spectacle. Chen Feng and Prince Wang both nodded. That the director and producer of the film crew had conflicts could significantly affect the production. If things went badly, it could ruin the entire movie. Klein Legend had a budget of 100 million RMB, making it a major production, a critically important project for the Wind Riding Entertainment Department. Any problems with this project would certainly deal a serious blow to the film. President Chun, I heard that the preparations for the second installment of Lost in Thailand ran into issues. Before Chen Feng could even step into the room to learn more, Prince Wang had already approached him to talk. Bringing up the topic made Chen Feng feel even worse. What Prince Wang referred to was that X-Jung had suddenly announced he wouldn't participate in filming the second installment of Lost in Thailand. That guy had gone straight to align himself with Enlight, and thus betrayed Chen Feng. Actually, calling it betrayal wasn't entirely accurate. After all, the relationship between X-Jung and Chen Feng was purely a collaboration. They had worked well together on the first film, Lost in Thailand, but when negotiations broke down for the second one, their professional collaboration simply ended naturally. Clearly, Enlight had offered X-Jung a great deal, so he immediately abandoned Wind Riding and turned to Enlight. Moreover, he didn't even agree to sell his script to Chen Feng. Chen Feng could actually guess what was on X-Jung's mind. X-Jung probably felt he had tremendous talent. Agreeing to Wind Riding's harsh conditions previously had been out of necessity, but now having achieved fame and success, he no longer needed Wind Riding's support, as there were many patrons willing to appreciate and back his talent. Enlight's eagerness to lure away X-Jung at a high cost was naturally due to his comedic talent. Superficially, making Lost in Thailand looked easy, and creating something similar didn't seem difficult at all. It wasn't just Lost in Thailand. Such situations happened frequently in other films and domains, and they would never cease to exist. Whether domestically or internationally, there had always been instances of imitation and borrowing. Ranging from individual gestures to entire business models, human imitation is everywhere. Enlight's intention was simple: produce a script similar to Lost in Thailand, have X-Jung, the director of Lost in Thailand, shoot it, and then release it. They weren't aiming to surpass the box office record set by Lost in Thailand. Merely making a profit would be satisfactory. Moreover, this goal seemed highly achievable, a common-sense outcome in most people's eyes. Undeniably, the success of Lost in Thailand really inspired many, giving them unrealistic illusions. Chen Feng definitely felt somewhat annoyed about X-Jung's departure. Although he understood that X-Jung had every reason to do what he did, deep down he still felt unsettled. Even though he felt upset, Chen Feng wouldn't really hold any grudge or retaliate. Although he had long found out that X-Jung had some problems regarding his private morality, like messing around with other women. However, these things, Chen Feng would never speak of or expose publicly. Otherwise, nobody would dare to cooperate with him in the future. Water so clear has no fish. That was a truth everyone understood. The only thing Chen Feng could do was to make sure the sequel of Lost in Thailand was produced well, even better than when X-Jung was directing. Only this would effectively slap X-Jung's face and prove that he wasn't so special, that Lost in Thailand sequel could spin just fine without him. To achieve this goal, Chen Feng had already begun soliciting scripts for the sequel of Lost in Thailand, and he had made up his mind to use the camera identification function to screen and select an original script better than X-Jung's, and then choose the most capable director to ensure that Lost in Thailand 2 would surpass the previous installment and completely overshadow X-Jung. President Chun, what I mean is, even though X-Jung betrayed us, there's no need for you to be overly angry. Actually, I thought back then we gave him too generous a deal. Back then, he was just a fading actor. What qualifications did he have to ask for a share? Offering him box office profits only spoiled his appetite. Now that he's grown his wings, he immediately flies solo. Chen Feng looked at Prince Wang. What exactly do you mean by that? President Chun, what I mean is, Dewey is still very young, lacks experience entirely, and has no control over the budget whatsoever. Chen Feng patted Prince Wang on the shoulder. He didn't respond directly, but instead said one sentence firmly. Let's discuss this inside the room. After saying that, Chen Feng strode into the room. Prince Wang frowned slightly, but still followed in quickly. Speak. What's going on? Chen Feng entered the room and sat down directly. Prince Wang didn't hesitate and spoke first. It's Dewey's issue. He's obsessed with shooting grand scenes and raising the film's quality, without even thinking about how to resolve the financial issues. Chen Feng turned to look at Dewey beside him. Is that the case? Dewey Wenai stood up. President Chun, it's my fault. I indeed lost some control, but if you want to make a good sci-fi movie, money definitely cannot be saved. Otherwise, it simply can't be done well. Once it's released, it will be criticized anyway. So what? Dewey forced a slight smile. Can we increase the budget a bit? Not too much, just 20 million. Well, actually, 15 million would suffice. Otherwise, this movie just can't be made. By the end, Dewey's voice dropped significantly. Obviously, he knew this request was somewhat excessive. Both the excessive expenses in filmmaking and the failure to properly manage the budget before shooting were directly the director's responsibility. Increase the budget, Chen Feng muttered first, then asked Dewey. Are you sure that, with an additional 15 million in funding, you can successfully complete this film? I'm sure, Dewey nodded. I'll definitely control the filming schedule from now on. I absolutely won't ask for more money again. Then that's good. Chen Feng nodded slightly, then turned his attention from Dewey to Prince Wang. You also bear some responsibility for this issue. You're the producer, the one responsible for controlling the film crew's budget. Now that the budget has exceeded, it's also your fault. Prince Wang immediately stood up. Sorry, President Chen. I indeed made a mistake in my work, but mainly it's because Dewey is overly obsessed with details. Just a perfect one shot. He would reshoot it multiple times. Chapter 140. You're pretending very well. Is that really the only reason? Wang Zihue hesitated for a moment. Are you suggesting that the expenses are too high and we should cut costs? Which part specifically? The props or the crew's compensation? Upon hearing this, Dewey immediately became anxious. Mr. Chun, we can't reduce the budget. If we do, it will affect the film quality. Don't worry. I care more about the film quality than anyone. After all, I'm counting on this movie to make profits. Chen Feng casually replied to Dewey, and then turned his gaze toward Wang Zihui. Wang Zihui, what I mean is, have you ever thought that certain parts of the expenditure for this film are simply too high? Like the props, the meals, or even the costumes? Wang Zihui's expression changed slightly. Mr. Chun, I've been very strict in managing those aspects. Everything is based on quality first. And director Du Wei said the same. Everything needs to be of the highest quality. Is that so? Chen Feng smiled. Shui, come in for a second. And Ji Shui entered from outside and handed a pre-printed document to Chen Feng. Chen Feng had no interest in playing games. He tossed the file directly in front of Wang Zihui. Take a good look, my dear producer. Wang Zihui picked up the file, but after just one glance, his face turned deathly pale and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Du Wei blinked, puzzled and completely at a loss for what had just happened. Chen Feng didn't feel like explaining. He gave Wang Zihui a cold smile and asked, do you see clearly what's on there? If you do, let's talk about how to fix this. Mr. Chun. Wang Zihui became tongue-tied and couldn't manage a complete sentence. Because what Chen Feng had thrown in front of him was undeniably clear evidence of fund embezzlement that he had orchestrated together with several other senior crew members. During the filming, he had taken advantage of his position and colluded with several crew supervisors to intentionally inflate the costs of props and production fees for personal profit. According to Ji Shui's investigation, they had embezzled at least 12 million yuan, which was 1/9 of the entire film's budget. Unable to contain his curiosity, Du Wei grabbed the document, flipped through it, and his eyes widened with shock and disbelief. Chen Feng no longer cared to deal with Du Wei. While the director was partly responsible for the issue, at least he hadn't taken any money. Truthfully, had Chun not valued Du Wei's role and shown up directly after hearing about the issue, and had he not asked Ji Shui to look into it, it was likely Wang Zihui would have successfully concealed the whole matter. Well then, tell me, how do you plan to solve this? Wang Zihui stood there, panic-stricken and silent for a long time. Chen Feng sneered. I guess you have no idea. Fine, I'll give you one way to resolve it. Bring those few so-called friends of yours here and have them cover the loss together. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you in jail. Wang Zihui nodded with difficulty and slowly pulled out his phone. Soon, several key members of the crew arrived, executive director, prop manager, and so on. Without their cooperation, this case of fund embezzlement wouldn't have been possible with just Wang Zihui alone. Come on, let's step out. Chen Feng took Du Wei by the arm and walked out while closing the door behind them. Soon, murmurs of argument came from within the room. But Chen Feng had no intention of paying any further attention. These people had only made money through deceit. Now that the truth was exposed, they were finished. If they didn't want to end up imprisoned, they had no choice but to return every penny they had taken. So, what do you think? Chen Feng turned to Du Wei. It took Du Wei a while before he finally murmured. Never expected this. Ha. Chen Feng patted Du Wei's shoulder. Of course you didn't expect it. That Wang Zihui has been in this business for quite a while now. About 10 years or so. He's as sly as a fox. And those others? They're all seasoned ones. Definitely enough to deceive a young man like you without any problems. Du Wei unconsciously nodded. What Chen Feng said was true. He indeed was young, and others were certainly experienced enough. If it weren't for Chen Feng's revelation, he would never have imagined that Wang Zihui had been secretly embezzling money behind his back. Then the atmosphere between the two fell into silence, with neither of them speaking. A long while later, Chen Feng led Du Wei to a quiet, less populated corner. Du Wei, I have something to say to you. Yes, Mr. Chen? It's this, your experience isn't enough. If you were an experienced director, the way Wang Zihui pocketed funds wouldn't have gone unnoticed. He wouldn't have dared try such a stunt in front of an experienced director. Du Wei nodded quietly. He knew that Chen Feng was telling the truth. At first, he hadn't felt that way, but earlier in the room, he realized he had been completely manipulated by Wang Zihui from start to finish. It was actually Wang Zihui himself who had embezzled the production funds, yet he had shifted the blame onto Du Wei, and Du Wei hadn't noticed a thing. From that moment on, Du Wei knew. He truly was inexperienced, young, and naive. I'm not criticizing you. What I'm trying to say is that lack of experience is something everyone goes through when they first start out. Everyone progresses from being inexperienced to experienced. Just like how you graduated from the directing industry and were making your first film, you were definitely lacking experience, right? Du Wei nodded. So, a lot of people told me not to invest in you because of your lack of experience. They thought it was too risky. Honestly, I also thought it was risky, but after carefully reading your script, I found it unique and exactly to my taste, so I still decided to invest in you. Chen Feng stopped at the right moment. Du Wei immediately understood. Mr. Chun, I will definitely make this movie well. I won't let you down. Not only did Du Wei say it, but he truly believed it in his heart. Chen Feng was the one who recognized his potential, the very Bolera in his life. Without Chen Feng, he might have had to wait for 10 or even several decades before having the opportunity to direct his own film. Therefore, in his heart, Du Wei genuinely felt a sense of gratitude toward Chen Feng. Upon hearing Du Wei's words, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. The incident with Su Zheng had taught him a lesson. When it came to important talents, one must do some courting. Otherwise, once they're gone, it would be too late to regret. Of course, such courtship was based on the premise that they were truly important talents. Du Wei certainly qualified as an important talent, but Su Zheng definitely did not. He was only an average one. If Su Zheng left, Chen Feng wouldn't have cared, but Du Wei, he genuinely didn't want to lose him. This was the first genius identified by his Jinding, Zhao Shangji after all. Therefore, besides providing proper treatment, Chen Feng also needed to establish emotional connections with Du Wei. Affectionately, Chen Feng patted Du Wei on the shoulder and said, "Let's go back and check whether those guys have reached a solution." Chapter 141. You actually forgot about me. Dewey stood up along with Chen Feng and followed him into the room. Inside the room, the argument not only hadn't ended but had grown louder. Judging by the noise alone, it seemed like several people had completely fallen out. When it came to making money, of course they were all friendly and cooperative, but now that it was time to give some back, naturally nobody was happy. Thinking for a moment, Chen Feng suddenly stopped walking. "Forget it, I won't go in. Dewey, I'll send you a file later. You handle this matter. Don't let the people from the production team underestimate you." Dewey was first taken aback, then quickly understood. This matter was impossible to keep under wraps. Who knew what thoughts would arise among the production crew later? Someone might even mock him and look down on him mentally. But if he held the authority to deal with this issue, the production crew would certainly be intimidated. Perhaps they'd even believe he already knew about it beforehand, but just chose not to say anything, allowing him to build his authority at this moment. Dewey couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect for Chen Feng inwardly. Although Boss Chen was quite young, his way of handling affairs was truly experienced. There was still much for him to learn. What followed was that Chen Feng indeed didn't intervene in this matter, and instead fully entrusted Dewey to handle it. Actually, the moment this embezzlement scandal surfaced, those people had already lost all leverage to resist. Unless they were willing to go to jail and let this one incident ruin their entire lives. Clearly, they weren't bold enough to take that risk. As long as they didn't end up behind bars, there was still a little hope of salvaging the situation. Though their futures would be inevitably impacted, at least it was better than going to prison. Boss Chen. Just as Chen Feng was about to leave, a soft call suddenly brought him back. "You are? Gao Yu." Chen Feng was taken aback for a moment before finally recognizing who this person was. Gao Yu used to be a star promoted by a small company. Later, because she had offended Yi Qingyang, she was blacklisted. If it hadn't been for Chen Feng's help, she would still be idling at home now. Back then, Gao Yu had even offered to become his mistress, but at the time, Chen Feng was too busy, and the production of the Jinhui series was starting urgently, so the two missed the chance. They genuinely missed each other. Then came one thing after another, and there were already several women around Chen Feng's side, so he naturally forgot all about Gao Yu. It wasn't exactly that he forgot about Gao Yu. He just found this woman rather impertinent. Even though he helped her, she put on this haughty and aloof act. Who was she trying to impress? As if there was a shortage of women around him. To put it bluntly, nowadays Chen Feng could travel the globe, from South Korea, Japan, to the United States, and find plenty of women idolizing him like a god. Of course, he wouldn't have any interest in a clueless woman like Gao Yu. "Boss Chen, have you almost forgotten me completely?" Gao Yu Bin Chang managed to smile, her heart quietly filled with grievance. Chen Feng didn't recognize her immediately, which revealed exactly how much she meant to him. She had thought that, with her beauty, she only needed to maintain a bit of shyness for Chen Feng to come rushing to her side. As it turned out, she had overestimated things. Chen Feng paid no mind to her, nearly forgetting her altogether. Had it not been for this chance meeting, perhaps the two would have just missed each other forever. Chen Feng was too lazy to engage with Gao Yu further, and simply said, "What do you want? Just say it directly. I need to return to the company later." Gao Yu's expression stiffened. She couldn't help feeling resentful toward Chen Feng's cold indifference, though she knew all too well that, to him, she wasn't really anyone significant. Leaving the past aside, just considering the present, and Ji Shui's looks were obviously superior to hers. Not to mention Anne's gentle and graceful aura, one that even stirred something in Gao Yu herself, a woman. "Boss Chen, don't you recall forgetting something?" Gao Yu asked cautiously. "Forgetting what? I don't remember anything like that. The words you said to me the first time we met." "What words?" "You said you would give your full support to promote my career." "Did I say that?" Chen Feng frowned, feigning confusion. "Of course you did." Gao Yu immediately became anxious. "You said back then that as long as I obeyed you, you'd use the company's resources to fully promote me. But now, a whole year has passed, and I've only landed 2 roles, both supporting characters." Chen Feng smirked coldly. "Exactly, did you obey me?" Gao Yu fell silent instantly. Ever since their last verbal agreement, she had harbored hidden intentions, deliberately distancing herself, hoping Chen Feng would come chasing after her. Unfortunately, she had waited for a whole year, and still, he never showed. She was already no longer young. 1 year of being blacklisted by Yi Qingyang followed by another year without work. Waiting any longer, who knew how many more years it might take? The biggest disappointment was being completely forgotten by this scoundrel, Chen Feng. One must realize that a female celebrity's prime doesn't last long. It's only a few years. Once this period passes, she can only play elder roles in the future. She had yet to taste true stardom, so how could she possibly accept this calmly? Chen Feng's influence had grown dramatically over the past year, and his status in the entertainment industry had risen significantly. If she could just cling to Chen Feng, her future prospects wouldn't be something to worry about. Well, I'm a girl after all. I need to maintain some modesty, right? Who would have guessed you'd never come looking for me? Chen Feng grabbed Gao Yu's smooth, delicate chin and sneered. "Don't play that act with me. Let me be honest with you. I'm just not that interested in you. However, since you're so eager, I'll give you a chance. Come on, let's go to the car." Gao Yu's expression immediately became hesitant. There were too many eyes around the filming set. If others saw her getting into Chun Feng's car, the impact could be enormous. Even if he could pay someone to suppress the story online, getting exposed one day would still be a hidden danger for her. However, when Gao Yu noticed Chun Feng's impatient expression, her heart jumped, and she quickly nodded. Worry about the future after it happens. If she hesitated now, perhaps she would lose even the chance to become famous. There was no way she could afford that right now. Once inside the car, Gao Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. She had just looked around, and apparently, no one had noticed her getting into Chun Feng's car. Gao Yu started giving it her best effort, mumbling, "Boss Chun, I truly want to be a good actress, to play major roles." Chen Feng leaned back with his eyes slightly narrowed. "Chowhawk, the company is planning to invest in several web dramas. Would you like to be the female lead?" Gao Yu stopped what she was doing, lifting her head with displeasure. "Web dramas? What's so great about that? I want big productions. How big are you thinking? Tens of millions? Or even over 100 million? Do you think you're some kind of goddess?" Chen Feng snorted. "Besides, these web dramas are carefully selected by the company. Don't underestimate web dramas. With mobile internet expanding rapidly, nowadays almost everyone owns a smartphone. A good web drama can create an even deeper impression than other productions." After a bit more persuasion, Chen Feng noticed Gao Yu still seemed reluctant, so he sneered coldly again. Chapter 142. I regained my youth. Originally, seeing her cute face, I had intended to nurture her potential, but I didn't expect this woman's vision to be so shallow. No wonder she has a beautiful face, but her stardom never took off. Her mind just isn't sharp. Since that's the case, just play around with her a bit. No need to invest too much thought into her development. If you don't like that, how about the sequel to Taeguk? I can save the leading female role for you. Really? Gao Yu's eyes lit up. Taeguk was a movie that broke box office records. If she could land a role in the sequel, her position in the industry would jump significantly. Of course, this movie is fully funded by our company. You tell me, can I decide who plays the female lead? To be honest, I've already selected the script for this movie. Just waiting for a director who can bring it to life. Mr. Chun, you're so kind. Gao Yu smiled sweetly. Just at the crucial moment, and Ji Shui suddenly tapped on the car window. Boss Chun, someone's coming. Who? So inconsiderate. Chen Feng felt a bit irritable. At a time like this, who dared to interrupt him? Boss Chun, it's Lu Xiaoli. She's already here. Should I let her come over? No problem. Send her over. Hearing it was Lu Xiaoli, Chen Feng didn't mind. After all, she was a familiar face. No, I can't let her see this. Gao Yu was shocked and tried to stand up out of embarrassment. She was willing to serve Chen Feng, but she certainly didn't want others to know about it. Unfortunately, Chen Feng immediately reached out and held her down. Continue. Don't you know that once you start something, you must finish it? Chen Feng scolded, and Gao Yu, fearing him, dared not anger him, so she reluctantly continued. Boss Chen, I heard you. Oh. Lu Xiaoli opened the car door and saw Gao Yu helping Chen Feng. She was stunned. Chen Feng didn't give her a moment to hesitate and directly pulled Lu Xiaoli in as well. You two do it together. Lu Xiaoli hesitated slightly but, under Chun Feng's eager gaze, obediently joined in. It wasn't her first time anyway. Only this time, the person beside her wasn't her daughter anymore, but someone else. Gao Yu was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Lu Xiaoli and Chen Feng had such a relationship. This woman was already over 40, and judging from her appearance, clearly not a novice. If that was the case, then Lu Qianqian was. Appearances can be deceiving. Lu Qianqian, who seemed so aloof and cold on the surface, actually had such a secret side. Chen Feng couldn't be bothered with whatever messy thoughts Gao Yu might be having. He was quite satisfied with Lu Xiaoli instead. Although Lu Xiaoli was older, and her skin a bit dark, her attitude was truly unmatched. She did exactly what was asked of her, always trying her best to do things well. Unlike some people, who not only act like prostitutes, but also want to build their reputations as moral paragons. Originally, Chen Feng had set his sights on her simply for pleasure and hadn't particularly valued Lu Xiaoli's appearance. After all, Lu Xiaoli was already in her mid-40s. Even if she had been beautiful in her youth and kept herself well, she still couldn't compare to young girls. But gradually, Chen Feng developed genuine appreciation for Lu Xiaoli herself. Otherwise, he might give her a little extra favor. A thought stirred in his mind. After the three of them had quite a fun time playing around, Gao Yu left early, as she still had a scene to film in the evening. Once Gao Yu was gone, Lu Xiaoli gave Chen Feng's shoulder a resentful bite. You're too fickle. Having us isn't enough. You have to go after another woman now. Isn't that a good thing? Saves you from scolding me for not being a real man. Lu Xiaoli rolled her eyes. Humph. Men are always like that. Falling in love with every woman they see, never satisfied with however many lovers they have. Originally, she had only done those things for her daughter, but after actually experiencing Chen Feng's ability, she had gradually become somewhat attached to him. Wait a second. I have something good for you. Chen Feng's thoughts stirred, and he pulled out a rejuvenation pill from the system space. Here, eat this. What is it? Lu Xiaoli looked at the green pill, somewhat surprised. You'll know once you eat it. Chen Feng didn't feel like explaining. If he tried, nobody would believe it anyway. Only after experiencing the miraculous effects firsthand would she realize how precious this pill was. Lu Xiaoli followed Chen Feng's instructions, opened her mouth, and swallowed the rejuvenation pill. The next second, Lu Xiaoli suddenly felt as if an electric current had run through her body. It feels a bit strange. Lu Xiaoli hesitated, speaking. Chen Feng smiled, but said nothing. He fetched a mirror and handed it to Lu Xiaoli. Take a good look at your face. See what has changed. Lu Xiaoli took the mirror and turned her gaze to its surface. Suddenly, her eyes froze, and she widened them to the fullest. She remembered clearly that there were several wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. Even with careful makeup, the traces of time were hard to completely erase. But now, those wrinkles had become much lighter, as if, in a very short time, someone had stolen a part of her youth. I've gotten younger, Lu Xiaoli whispered in disbelief. Congratulations. You guessed right, Chen Feng said with a smile. The rejuvenation pill was something almost everyone could use, but Chen Feng would never let it leak out. It would only be used on people he trusted the most. Originally, Lu Xiaoli hadn't qualified, but her recent performance had convinced Chen Feng that she now deserved it. I really got younger. This can't be just an illusion, right? Lu Xiaoli frantically stroked her cheeks, extremely excited. I got younger. I actually got younger. She mumbled to herself, her expression bordering on madness. Chen Feng felt somewhat surprised, yet at the same time, thought it only natural. In life, nothing remains more mysterious than birth, aging, illness, and death. No matter how mighty a king or general, no matter how heroic or beautiful, in the face of time, one ultimately still withers and dies. Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of Han, how heroic they were. Yet once they grew old, didn't they also become blindly obsessed, doing many absurd things just for the faintest hope of immortality? Women were no different. Faced with time's attack, seeing their own beauty gradually fade, the anxiety they felt drove them to frantically seek ways to preserve their youth. To become more beautiful, to delay aging, women were willing to pay any price. Why were beauty salons on the streets and skincare products online so popular? Simply because women could not accept their own aging. It was easier for ordinary women. If they aged, so be it. But for those considered beauties, aging was the cruelest fate of all. Once lustrous faces slowly dried up. Once firm and tender skin gradually sagged. That indescribable feeling could nearly drive a person insane. Chapter 143, Dishan Shui Di Bungluk. When they were young, beautiful women always received special treatment. But as they grew older and reality struck, the gap between past and present would often be so intense it could nearly break a person. Lu Xiaoli was one of those beautiful women. In her youth, she was adored by all, the center of attention wherever she went. As she aged, even with efforts to maintain her appearance, her looks had slowly deteriorated. The reason she behaved so humbly toward Chen Feng was because she was afraid he would find her old and undesirable. Suddenly, she discovered that she had grown younger. The feeling was like flying up into the sky, as if she had been lifted up among the clouds. President Chen, am I really younger now? This couldn't possibly be just a dream, right? Lu Xiaoli grabbed Chen Feng's hand. Her eyes shimmered with joy and anxiety mingled, terrified that Chen Feng might shatter this beautiful dream. Chen Feng smiled. Of course it's not a dream, it's real. What I gave you can make you 5 years younger. Is there more of it? It was as if a fire burned in Lu Xiaoli's eyes. Even though she had become younger, she was still in her 30s. She wanted to go further, to return completely to her 20s, the most beautiful years of her life. Chen Feng smiled and pinched Lu Xiaoli's cheek, teasing. That depends on how well you behave. If you behave well, I'll give you more so you can regain your youth. Just give me another pill, okay? Lu Xiaoli didn't hesitate, instantly adopting a coquettish manner, looking up at him with a pleasing expression. Not enough. Master, Lu Xiaoli whispered softly again by Chen Feng's ear. It was something Chen Feng had asked her to call him in the past, but back then Lu Xiaoli refused. Now, to regain her youth, she said it without hesitation. Chen Feng was slightly surprised, not expecting Lu Xiaoli to be so open. Before, although Lu Xiaoli treated him well, she still had her own limits. But now that youth had returned, those limits were instantly swept away. As Chen Feng stepped out of the car, he couldn't help but stretch lazily. When Lu Xiaoli got out, she stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance. Fortunately, Ji Shui was there to steady her. Even so, Lu Xiaoli didn't get angry, instead leaning tenderly next to Chen Feng like a little kitten. In the past, she had been with him for the sake of her daughter and his power. Now, it was for regaining her youth. Behave yourself, and try to talk some sense into your daughter. So long as you obey me, there will be benefits you won't miss. Chen Feng patted Lu Xiaoli on the shoulder and prepared to leave. He wasn't heartless. He had offered great benefits and drawn an enormous pie for Lu Xiaoli. Whether she could truly eat it depended on her performance. Lu Xiaoli also understood well, immediately preparing to try to persuade her own daughter for her own sake. Although Chen Feng had many women around him, they each had their advantages too. A man could never give up something this good. President Chen. Kai Yong greeted Chen Feng. You've been performing well lately. Chen Feng praised Kai Yong while sitting down. Go ahead, tell me what's going on. Boss, things have been improving lately in Valhalla. The monthly revenue has increased by tens of millions. I already know that. I'm asking about Blade and Soul. Blade and Soul, it seems there's a small problem there. Kai Yong hesitated slightly before continuing. Blade and Soul isn't Net1's self-developed game. It's an imported title Net1 is publishing. When they signed the contract initially, they only signed for 1 year. Now the time is about to expire, and the Korean company for Blade and Soul seems to want to reclaim the publishing rights. What are they thinking? Is the Korean company out of their minds? Do they really think they can handle the operations themselves? Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. The development of a game, its statistics, promotion, and operation, nearly every single stage is a pitfall, and a massive one at that. Even if your game is of high quality, if one of these stages goes wrong, you'll still fail completely. Thinking that just having a great game will allow you to dominate is a pipe dream. Take Legend, for example. Back in South Korea, it was barely noticed, but when it came to China, it swept everything before it. Why? Because it caught the wave, good timing, or you could say sheer luck. Later, several Korean gaming companies watched the game they had been outcompete within Korea make so much profit in China. Green with envy, they rushed to export better quality games to China, only to lose so badly that they couldn't even recognize their mothers. In South Korea, those games had beaten Legend into the ground. Yet when they came to China, they were the ones beaten mercilessly by Legend. Thanks to Legend, Xingda quickly became the gaming giant. But now, barely anyone in the gaming industry even hears the name Xingda anymore. Why? Because their operations were terrible. Even with massive funding and having the legendary, trend-setting game Legend under their belt, they were still overtaken by Net1 in the end. That's exactly why foreign companies look for agents when entering a new market. They fear the risk of operating themselves. Net1 was doing everything well, but now this South Korean company had to interfere. It was practically asking for disaster. You're a foreign company. Are you sure you understand what Chinese players want? Are you sure you're more capable than Net1? If the game flops and the market gets taken, the game is completely ruined. Players are all very realistic and notoriously fickle. Do you know why the South Korean company wants to reclaim publishing rights? Is it because Net1 violated the contract terms? Not really. I haven't heard anything like that. Kai-Yong shook his head. It seems like it's because the revenue from Blade and Soul has been too high, so the South Korean company got greedy. Didn't they already earn more than Net1? And they're still envious? Blade and Soul seems to be declining in South Korea, so they're desperate to take over the Chinese market. Chen Feng was speechless. He hadn't expected it to be such a reason. Undeniably, South Korea really had developed well. In recent years, their progress had only been getting better, even showing signs of surpassing Japan. In various areas, whether it was the gaming industry or the entertainment industry, they had outperformed China. At the same time, the competition was also incredibly fierce. Blade and Soul was a popular game, but how long had it even been running? It got outdated just for failing to keep up with the times. Absolutely ridiculous. Moreover, the South Korean market was small. After all, they only had 50 million people. Even the most popular game there couldn't earn as much as a top-tier game in China. No wonder the Blade and Soul company in South Korea wanted to reclaim the publishing rights. It was probably a matter of survival for them. Fine. Keep a close eye on Net1 and the South Korean Blade and Soul company. See if there's any opportunity to exploit. President Chun, the reason I came to report to you now is about exactly this. Kai-Yong quickly explained. I want your permission to set aside a portion of the game's funds to use at a critical moment. How much do you need, and is it needed immediately? The amount won't exceed 10 million. As for when to use it, it depends on the situation. Kai-Yong said seriously. You know as well as I do that precisely at times like these, game operations are especially prone to unexpected issues. If anything happens, I want to use this reserved fund to hit Blade and Soul off guard. Chapter 144. You started it first. I approve. Chen Feng nodded without hesitation. Just 10 million? No big deal. If this 10 million could make a difference, if it could help snatch part of the market from the game Sword Spirit, then it would be well worth it. With Chun Feng's authorization, Kai-Yong left satisfied. Before long, and Ji Shui entered the office. Master, there's breaking news about the video software. Penguin Video just issued a notice that our video platform cannot feature gameplay videos of their company's games, such as Hero Glory, Dungeon and Fighter, Crossfire, and so on. Chen Feng replied calmly. Is it because of the copyright competition? Most likely, and Ji Shui nodded. Recently, we started restricting other platforms from using the copyrights we acquired from overseas. I guess Penguin is retaliating because of that. It's not only Penguin, and Ji Shui continued. Qi, Baofeng, PPTV, LuTV, Sohu, they're all starting to do the same, each building their own copyright ecosystem. Chen Feng nodded. So it's a fight among the giants. It looks like now that Kwai Bo is gone, everyone is getting aggressive. Alright then, we'll fight back. Penguin doesn't want us streaming their game videos? Fine, we won't let them stream ours either. And we're buying like crazy. Let's bury them in money with all the popular TV dramas and variety shows. Chen Feng exuded confidence. You started it first. Don't blame me for not being polite. It's just money. Humph. Of course, this was just an excuse. Even without this incident, the copyright war was inevitable. Video platforms were highly regarded by many industry experts, who believed that they would definitely replace television stations in the future and become daily necessities. Thus, the market attracted the eyes of many big players. Penguin Group, Qiandu Group, Soling Group, LuTV Group. Each of them was like a shark catching a whiff of blood, rushing into the market to seize territory, doing whatever it took to increase their market share. No problem. Chen Feng wasn't afraid. Let's see who will be the last one laughing. Ding. Check-in 16th time. Reward, 10 memory erasing pills. Memory erasing pill. Effect, completely erases the memory of a living being. Note, ineffective against creatures with particularly strong mental fortitude. The pill was transparent, roughly the size of a small thumb, soft to the touch like a squishy water-absorbing toy. Chen Feng shook his head and tossed the pill directly into the system space for safekeeping. Though the effect of the pill was incredible, it wasn't particularly useful for him. This was the age of law and order. What use would erasing someone's memory be? Even if Chen Feng wanted to deal with others, he wouldn't need the memory erasing pill. The curse doll was more than enough. Master, we've arrived at the airport, and Ji Shui suddenly reminded him. Okay, I know. Let's go to the hospital first. We can go to the company later, Chen Feng said with a nod. Coming to South Korea this time, Chen Feng had a mission to accomplish. And that mission was simple. He was here to see Li Yuangue. Li Yuangue had fallen ill, a serious one at that. For ordinary people, illness can easily affect both work and daily life, sometimes leading to poverty once again. But for Li Yuangue, who was about to become chairman of a modern company, an illness was not a problem. He had a full medical team at his constant service. Yet, for some unknown reason, Upon falling ill, Li Yuangui had called him first, even speaking in a manner that sounded like final words. Considering their business relationship, Chen Feng decided to come and pay a visit. After all, it was only a few days' travel back and forth. He could also check how the branch office in South Korea was doing. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chen Feng was led into an exclusive private ward where he found the frail figure of Li Yuangui. Shockingly, Li Yuangui looked skeletal and pale, appearing extremely frightening. Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, Li Yuangui, what happened to you? Did you get a terminal illness? That doesn't make sense. You have a private medical team, doctors always watching over you. How could you deteriorate so badly in just a few months? Li Yuangui gave Chen Feng a weak smile and gestured for the irrelevant nurse to leave. Once the nurse exited, Li Yuangui shakily climbed out of bed and knelt before Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please, I beg you, stop the sorcery. I swear, I will never have any other thoughts ever again. What? Chen Feng was immediately stunned. What the hell was going on? Chairman Li, what exactly are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. The expression on Li Yuangui's face almost looked like he was about to cry. Mr. Chen, I realize I was wrong. I know I shouldn't have tried to hire someone to deal with you. Please forgive me. I truly understand my mistake now. From now on, I promise to obey you faithfully and never have any improper thoughts again. Huh. Chen Feng finally caught on. This Li Yuangui must have a guilty conscience. It seemed that Li Yuangui had once plotted against him. Because of his guilty conscience, he actually believed that his illness was caused by Chen Feng. That was utterly absurd. Thinking about it, Chen Feng pulled Jishui aside. Jishui, did you pick up any important information from his mind? Master, based on the brainwave readings just now and collected information, it's confirmed that he once plotted against you. But because he got sick and was overwhelmed by fear, he thought you had already struck back, causing his condition to deteriorate rapidly. In other words, it's mainly psychological. And Jishui nodded. Chen Feng felt speechless. Had he become that intimidating? He nearly scared a South Korean conglomerate chairman to death. That was really too absurd. After understanding the truth, Chen Feng returned and helped Li Yuangui up. Cough. Since you now realize your mistake, I'll forgive you this time. Li Yuangui exhaled in relief and nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, Mr. Chen. I promise to work diligently in the future, never engage in anything chaotic or inappropriate again. Chen Feng nodded satisfactorily, then took out a pill. This was a healing pill. The system had rewarded 100 of them, and Chen Feng still had more than 90 left. He decided to use one on Li Yuangui. Swallow this, and your illness will disappear immediately. Li Yuangui was taken aback, but quickly gulped down the healing pill without hesitation. A few seconds later, Li Yuangui felt his body relax. He got out of bed and moved around a bit, discovering that he had completely recovered. He was astonished and delighted, rushing to thank Chen Feng. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Feng kindly patted Li Yuangui's shoulder. Work hard, and I won't treat you poorly. Li Yuangui obediently nodded, his expression showing deep respect. After this incident, all of Li Yuangui's previous restless thoughts vanished completely. Deep in his heart, there remained only profound reverence for Chen Feng. Chapter 145, Li Yisin is sick. Mr. Chen, when are you planning to return this time? Do you need a place to stay? You're welcome to stay at my place. I still have a few villas free. At this point, Li Wenqiu whispered into Chen Feng's ear. Actually, there are quite a few beautiful female employees at my company. If you have your eyes on anyone, just let me know, and I'll make the arrangements for you. In South Korea, women's social status is quite low, and the remnants of feudalism remain quite strong, so Li Wenqiu wasn't kidding. Whether it's someone ordinary or even a celebrity, whoever Mr. Chen wants, Li Wenqiu could handle it with just one word. Chen Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is that the kind of guy I am? Indeed, he likes beautiful women, but it's totally normal for men to like women, right? But that doesn't mean he is so lustful that he wants to be with every woman he meets. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, no need. Just take care of yourself. I can arrange my own accommodation. Li Wenqiu showed a look of disappointment, but nodded slowly. All right, Mr. Chen. It was my mistake. After dealing with Li Wenqiu, Chen Feng left the ward. However, at the hospital entrance, Chen Feng encountered someone completely unexpected. Miss Li Jinjin, what are you doing here? Mr. Chen, I really didn't expect to meet you here. Li Jinjin was equally surprised. If he remembered correctly, Chen Feng was Chinese, yet they met in a South Korean hospital. I came here to visit a friend. Miss Li Jinjin, what are you doing here? Did you get sick? Chen Feng asked. Jinjin showed a flash of helplessness in her eyes and shook her head slowly. No, it's my daughter. She's receiving treatment here in the hospital today. Your daughter? Yes, my daughter, Li Yisin. She has the surname Li. Does that mean you're divorced? Yes. Jinjin nodded. After you enlightened me last time, Mr. Chen, I made up my mind to divorce that scumbag. Miss Jinjin, that's a good thing. Forget the past, and you'll have a new life ahead. Thank you for your blessings, Mr. Chen. Your advice has always stayed in my heart, and I will definitely repay it one day. But now I have something else to do. I need to go up and see my daughter. I'll go with you, Mr. Chen kindly said. Jinjin hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, Yisin hasn't met any outsiders in a long time. It would be good for her to talk to someone to help improve her mood. Don't worry. I will cheer up Miss Li Yisin. Soon, Mr. Chen followed Jinjin and met her daughter, Li Yisin. Li Yisin was 14 years old, an age in full bloom of youth. Yet now she could only lie on the hospital bed, with medicine tubes plugged into her body. Mom, you're here. Seeing her mother, Li Yisin revealed a sweet smile, a sight that, combined with her pale face, tugged painfully at the heart. Yisun, Mom is here. Don't worry. After this treatment, you can go out and play again for several days. Okay, Mom. I will be good. Li Yisun obediently nodded. Mother and daughter began to chat, filling the ward with a warm atmosphere. Chen Feng also joined them and talked to Yisun briefly. Though the girl was very seriously ill, her mind remained sharp and she was very polite, evoking great sympathy. Sure enough, a child raised in a wealthy family, even when gravely ill, displayed remarkable elegance and grace. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng spoke to Jinjin. Miss Jinjin, would you mind if my assistant checks on Yisun? She used to study medicine. Jinjin shook her head. Mr. Chen, thank you for your kind intentions, but Yisun is suffering from a terminal illness. I've already invited many world-renowned experts, but none could do anything about her condition. Chen Feng could understand. As a mother, Jinjin wouldn't easily allow outsiders to get close to Yisun. Moreover, with the Li family's financial power, Samsung can invite any doctor from around the world, and if even that couldn't cure her, then this disease is truly incurable. However, Ji Shui is no ordinary person. Her medical techniques surpass this era. If there's still someone in the world who could cure Li Yisun's illness, that someone must be Ji Shui. Miss Jinjin, it's just a simple examination. Besides, you can watch nearby the whole time. To be honest, my assistant is actually a hidden doctor. She studied traditional Chinese medicine before and possesses some unique medical techniques that might actually help Miss Yisun. Chen Feng insisted. Traditional Chinese medicine? Jinjin showed a hesitant expression. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't hesitate to reject outright, but Chen Feng had once saved her younger sister's life, and he had also helped her resolve her inner conflicts, so he held a certain level of importance in her heart. Besides, South Korea is also a country within the Chinese cultural sphere, so they have some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. After a long pause for thought, Li Jinjin finally nodded. All right, you can let Miss and Ji Shui examine Yisun, but please, don't hurt her. Of course not. Ji Shui, please go check on her. Okay, Mr. Chun. And Ji Shui nodded and walked toward the hospital bed where Li Yisun lay. Li Yisun gave Ji Shui a smile, looking quite relaxed. Undeniably, Ji Shui's surface-level synthetic skin was extremely convincing, practically captivating people of all ages and genders. And Ji Shui grabbed Li Yisun's delicate wrist and pretended to feel her pulse for a while. Then she extended her hands and gently pressed around Yisun's body before finally standing back up. How is it? Li Jinjin asked. For some unknown reason, seeing Ji Shui's serious demeanor, Li Jinjin felt reassured and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. And Ji Shui had that kind of magical power. Miss Li Jinjin, Miss Li Yisun's condition is very serious. I need to think about it first. Okay. Li Jinjin nodded. Soon, Ji Shui walked with Chen Feng to a corner. What do you think, Ji Shui? Chen Feng asked. He knew that Ji Shui had a special ability to detect conditions through the subtle electric currents inside the human body, and those two eyeballs of hers were also high-tech devices capable of analyzing physical conditions. Master, Li Yisun is suffering from a terminal illness. It's a rare variant of leukemia. With the current level of human technology, it's absolutely incurable. The only option is chemotherapy to alleviate the symptoms. Based on the current condition, this little girl will definitely not live past 30. Can you treat it? And Ji Shui nodded. I can stimulate the related tissues inside Miss Li Yisun's body using microelectrical currents to complete the treatment, but this process will take about 6 months. Chen Feng slowly nodded as he began to seriously think. Even if Ji Shui couldn't cure the disease, he still had healing pills in his possession. One pill would guarantee Li Yisun's full recovery. Chapter 146, A Medical Miracle. But could they really do this? Li Yisun was the little princess of the Samsung family. If others found out, wouldn't it cause some trouble? Shui, analyze it for me. Do you think we can really save this little girl? Yes, master. And Ji Shui replied firmly. Master, by saving Li Yisun, you will gain the friendship of the Li family of Samsung. Moreover, from what I know, Li Kuan-hee, the chairman of Samsung Group, is already very old. He will pass away in a few years. With your help, there's a great chance that Li Zhongju could take control of the entire Samsung Group. Chen Feng understood what Ji Shui meant. In other words, if he rescued Li Yisun, he would become close with Li Zhongju. With her support, he might indirectly control the Samsung Group, just as he currently controlled the Hyundai Group. Imagine this, Samsung and Hyundai, two conglomerates among the top 5 in South Korea, both under his control. At that point, the entire South Korea would be like his backyard, where he could essentially do as he pleased. Originally, Chen Feng had wanted to rescue this poor little girl anyway, and now with Ji Shui's support, there was no doubt left. He must save this little girl. Shui, then you take action. And Ji Shui nodded and followed Chen Feng's instructions, walking toward Li Zhongju. Miss Li Zhongju, I believe I've found a way to treat your daughter. Really? Li Zhongju revealed a shocked expression. Yes, I have a method to cure your daughter and restore her health. With excellent oratory skills and the ability to read brainwaves, Ji Shui convinced Li Zhongju, who nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Indeed, Ji Shui was a great speaker, or you could say she was particularly skilled at deceiving people. If she became a con artist, she could probably even trick people out of their underwear. Although Li Zhongju was very intelligent, regarding the health of her most beloved daughter, she couldn't remain calm. She was soon persuaded, and accurately stated, convinced, by Ji Shui. Quickly, she left the ward, and even had Chen Feng leave the room, so Ji Shui could perform a mysterious oriental medical technique from China. In short, it was Ji Shui using electrical stimulation on Li Yisun's diseased tissues, promoting their healing and recovery. It sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to achieve. Only in Jishui in the entire world possessed such ability. It was futuristic high technology. After the treatment, Li Yisun fell into deep sleep. Li Zhongju entered the ward and found Li Yisun's complexion much rosier and her condition significantly improved. Li Zhongju didn't blindly believe in Jishui. She called for doctors to conduct a full examination for her daughter. Such an examination required over 2 hours to complete, even with an entire medical team dedicated to Li Yisun alone. However, Jishui needed only a glance from her high-tech eyes to complete the examination, and her view was even more detailed than the readings from the most advanced instruments. When the two methods were compared, it became clear how truly extraordinary Jishui was. When the examination results were finally in, the doctors also exclaimed at the miraculous nature of it, especially the chief physician, whose mouth was wide open enough to swallow an egg. She actually improved. That's unscientific. Miss Li, how exactly did you do it? Is there some recent breakthrough in international medicine I don't know about? Are you sure, doctor? Are you certain my daughter is healed? No, Miss Li, your daughter isn't fully healed yet, but there are clear signs of improvement. At this rate, after about 10 more treatments, she should completely recover. This is nothing short of a medical miracle. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Li Zhongju finally felt reassured. However, she didn't tell the doctors who had conducted the treatment, and instead went to look for Jishui. Jishui had reminded Li Zhongju not to disclose the treatment, so Li naturally wouldn't reveal the secret. Miss Sin, thank you so much for treating my daughter. Please tell me anything you want, and I will definitely not refuse anything that's within my ability to grant. Li Zhongju made this promise without hesitation. Never underestimate a mother. For her daughter's recovery, Li Zhongju was willing to do absolutely anything. Miss Li Zhongju, please rest assured. I will certainly cure your daughter. This was just the first stage of treatment. If you wish for your daughter's complete recovery, she will need about 5 more treatments, each spaced about a month apart. Li Zhongju nodded repeatedly. At this moment in her eyes, Jishui had become a master of traditional medicine, a high-level expert in the medical Tao. She believed every word and said. Jishui smiled slightly. As for the payment, I just happen to have a small request that I hope Miss Li can help me with. Although not asking for payment could better demonstrate her noble character, doing so might instead make Li Zhongju suspect that she had ulterior motives. It was better to just ask for something in return. Giving and taking was the best way of social interaction. Please tell me. Li Zhongju became serious. Miss Li, you should already know that I come from China and work for an internet entertainment company. Li Zhongju nodded. After Jishui saved her younger sister last time, Li Zhongju had used her family connections to investigate both Jishui and Xinfeng, and now clearly knew their identities. Actually, what I want to ask of you is very simple. I want Samsung Group's manufactured phones to come pre-installed with our company's software. Li Zhongju looked puzzled. According to her investigation, Jishui was merely Chun Feng's assistant and secretary. Why would she be so concerned about the company's development? With such miraculous medical skills, wouldn't it be better for her to work independently instead of working for someone else? Though confused, Li Zhongju didn't voice her thoughts, but merely nodded. All right, I will personally discuss this with my father right away. I promise you a satisfactory result. Samsung Group was among the top-ranking companies worldwide, with its smartphones currently ranked first globally and holding the largest market share. If Samsung agreed to pre-install Xuanhuan company's software, not only in China, but even globally, Xuanhuan would be able to establish itself. And for Li Zhongju, this was an easy task. Li Kuan he was a family-oriented person. As long as he knew this would help save his favorite granddaughter, he certainly would agree to pre-install the software. It wouldn't be a difficult request for their company anyway. After Jishui's treatment, Li Yisun recovered quickly and no longer needed to stay in the hospital. After all the fuss, it just so happened to be mealtime. As a way of thanking Xinfeng, Li Zhongju actively invited him to have dinner. Xinfeng naturally didn't refuse and readily agreed without hesitation. Chapter 147, Meeting Ren Yuzhe again. As the host, Li Xinjin took Xinfeng to a quiet little restaurant enriching. Ili started chatting with Jishui. They had met each other last time, and this time Jishui had once again saved Li Yisun. Li Xinjin was deeply grateful in her heart. Combined with Jishui's excellent conversational skills, it didn't take long before Li Xinjin regarded Jishui as a close friend. Xinjin, actually I want to ask you, what position are you currently at Samsung, and how much stock do you own? Li Xinjin shook her head. Right now, I only manage several hotels. As for stock, I don't own a single share. Why? Isn't your father the chairman of Samsung? Why don't you have any shares? Did he just not want to give you any? Li Xinjin shook her head bitterly. Father has always been very good to me. However, after the financial crisis at the end of last century, his shares were also diluted significantly. Before my marriage, father had given me 2% shares as dowry. But later, my husband Ren Yuzhe did many absurd things, causing enormous losses to the company. I had no choice but to return my shares to father. Xinfeng nodded. When Li Xinjin initially set her eyes on Ren Yuzhe, aside from his looks, Ren also appeared highly ambitious. Otherwise, Li Xinjin wouldn't have been so infatuated with him to marry a security guard. Furthermore, the entire Li family of Samsung was extremely united. Whether it was Li Xinjin's older brother, second brother, or Li Kuan he himself, they were all very friendly toward Ren Yuzhe at the beginning, doing their best to help him, hoping he could achieve success in his career. Yet, Ren Yuzhe was truly a hopeless case. He messed up a perfect hand, ruining every opportunity. Despite multiple attempts by the Li family to assist him, everything was destroyed by Ren, who also caused major financial losses. Because of that, Ren Yuzhe fell into self-abandonment and became a despicable man having affairs outside, seriously hurting Li Jinjin's heart. After such an incident, Li Jinjin felt too ashamed to retain her shares and handed them back to Li Kuan-yi. Until now, she still carried feelings of guilt towards him. I see, said Qin Feng encouragingly. If that's the case, then you must work harder now. That's the only way to recover your father's losses. Besides, your Li family doesn't have a solid grip over Samsung's control. With more people helping, strengthening control would be a good thing. Li Jinjin paused, genuinely convinced by Qin Feng's words. Yes, after everything her family did for her, of course, she should work hard to reciprocate their affection. Plus, though the Li family holds a high status in South Korea, for various reasons, their control over Samsung is not yet firm. At a time like this, if a family member could assist, it would indeed be beneficial. You're right. I really should work hard to help my family, murmured Li Jinjin to herself. Just as determination surged in Li Jinjin's heart, suddenly the door was pushed open and an unexpected figure barged in. Li Jinjin, you bitch, so you've indeed hooked up with this pretty boy for sure. I knew it. You are a fickle and despicable woman. The newcomer reeked of alcohol, his eyes full of bloodshot veins, his hair disheveled and a mess, appearing very wretched. Ren Yuzhe, what are you doing here? Li Jinjin widened her eyes in surprise, while Li Yisin showed signs of fear, hiding behind Li Jinjin. You damned, immoral woman, I will kill you. Clearly intoxicated, Ren Yuzhe had no intention of talking to Li Jinjin at all. He grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it towards her. Ah! Li Jinjin screamed in fear, barely dodging the attack, which unfortunately exposed her daughter, Li Yisin, standing behind her. Li Yisin was terribly frightened, tears welling up in her eyes. At this moment, Li Jinjin deeply regretted why she hadn't brought her bodyguard. If only she had, something like this wouldn't have happened. Master, good opportunity. Be the hero who saves the beauty. Ji Shui whispered into Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Ji Shui. Is your brother really the kind of guy who takes advantage in such situations? Even without Ji Shui whispering that, he would have intervened anyway. After all, this was merely a drunk man, and against the enhanced him, it was absolutely nothing. Remember, he had learned numerous martial arts skills from Ji Shui. His combat ability was outstanding. You're also a little bitch. Facing crying Li Yisin, Ren Yuzhe, having lost his mind, swung the wine bottle toward the young girl. No! Li Jinjin screamed in terror. Stop! Qin Feng quickly jumped onto the dining table, seized Ren Yuzhe's arm, and at the same time scooped up Li Yisin into his arms, handing her over to Ji Shui. Are you even human? How could you attack your own daughter? When Ren Yuzhe saw Qin Feng, his eyes instantly turned red with rage. Damn you, you damn pretty boy. It's all because of you that Jinjin divorced me. Die, you bastard. Ren Yuzhe's expression was nearly insane. Originally, as the son-in-law of the Li family at Samsung, even if he wasn't favored at home, he still lived a comfortable life under the family's protection. After divorcing Li Jinjin, although he received a share of the property, without the Li family's support, he could do nothing but burn through his savings. All his old drinking buddies also stopped contacting him, and his social status plummeted. Yet instead of reflecting on his own failures, Ren Yuzhe blamed everything on Li Jinjin. He believed that it was only because she had abandoned him that he had fallen into this predicament. As a result, he came to hate Qin Feng as well. Especially Qin Feng's handsome face deeply enraged him, because it reminded him of how he himself had once risen through the ranks purely by relying on his good looks. Holding the broken wine bottle, Ren Yuzhe immediately lunged toward Qin Feng's face. He wanted to smash that loathsome face beyond recognition. You're asking for it. Seeing Ren Yuzhe's movements, slow as a turtle, Qin Feng snorted coldly, slightly tightened his right hand, and twisted Ren Yuzhe's wrist backward. Ah! Ren Yuzhe screamed in pain instantly, and Qin Feng delivered a sharp chop to the back of his neck, knocking him out cold. The whole process was as smooth and natural as flowing water, requiring almost no effort. Seems like the combat skills I learned from Ji Shui are actually quite useful. Qin Feng mentally concluded, then turned to look at Li Jinjin. Miss Jinjin, are you alright? Li Jinjin had certainly been frightened, but she hadn't sustained any injuries. She slowly shook her head, thanking Qin Feng with a grateful voice. Thank you, Mr. Chun. You're welcome. It was my duty. Qin Feng modestly replied, then pointed to Ren Yuzhe lying on the floor. What should we do with him? Li Jinjin's eyes flickered slightly, then a faint smile appeared on her face. If you don't mind, would you let me handle it? Of course that's fine. Qin Feng nodded. In a way, this was indeed a family matter. It was only natural for the family to deal with it themselves. Chapter 148, Faking an Accident. Is everything alright, sir? Hunquat, San Ting de Fuyun, Jiu Gan Le Guolat. Gangcai de Dongjing Bu Shak, Tamen Dongran Bu Hui Hu Shi. Oh, nothing serious. Just one of my friends got drunk and acted out a bit. He's asleep now. Li Jinjin quickly stepped forward, trying to downplay the situation. The staff, unwilling to cause any further trouble, accepted her explanation and left shortly after. Li Jinjin made a few calls, and soon several bodyguards arrived to take Yun JJ away. Not only that, she followed them outside and whispered a few words to the guards. Master, Li Jinjin has decided to kill Yun JJ. She plans to make it look like a traffic accident. And Ji Shui whispered into Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng's heart sank. Li Jinjin is quite ruthless, so quick to decide someone's death. He had heard rumors about the darkness within South Korean conglomerates before, but always thought they were exaggerated. Now, it seemed those stories weren't entirely false. Soon, Li Jinjin came back in, her expression calm and composed. Mr. Chun, Missin, are you done eating? If so, let's go. Sure. Chen Feng nodded. Here, let me take the child. Li Jinjin extended her hands toward Njishui. Li Yisin was already weak to begin with. The night's events, coupled with Njishui's comfort, had caused her to fall asleep early. Asleep, she looked like a fragile little kitten, tender and endearing. Li Jinjin took the child carefully, her face radiating maternal warmth. But after only a few steps, she slowed her pace. Li Yisin was already 13 years old, weighing more than 60 jin. Li Jinjin, being a woman, was never particularly strong to begin with. After being frightened earlier and exerting herself emotionally, holding the child for even a short while exhausted her. Miss Li, allow me. I'm a doctor and more capable of caring for Miss Li Yisin. And Jishui quickly stepped in, almost snatching the girl into her arms. Li Jinjin was already feeling tired, so she half resisted, half agreed to let Jishui carry Li Yisin. After leaving the restaurant, Li Jinjin suddenly realized that she had ordered her guards to take the car away earlier. Now, she was completely alone and would have to call a taxi to get home. Ugh, why am I making such silly mistakes today? Li Jinjin couldn't help but slap her forehead, astonished by her own absent-mindedness. Miss Li, let me drive you home. All right, thank you. Chen Feng had Njishui bring the rented car over. Njishui took the driver's seat. Wanting to care for her daughter, Li Jinjin sat in the back, with Chen Feng joining her there. All the way back, neither of them spoke. For some unknown reason, the atmosphere between them had turned strangely intimate. When they reached the villa, Njishui excused herself to check on Li Yisin's health, immediately heading upstairs and leaving Li Jinjin and Chen Feng alone downstairs. Mr. Chen, would you like something to drink? Just a glass of plain water. Okay, I'll get it for you. Li Jinjin nodded and soon came back with a glass of cool water. Whether it was due to her weakened condition or something else, when Li Jinjin approached Chen Feng, she accidentally twisted her ankle and fell right into his arms. Their eyes met. Their faces drew closer and closer. After that, things between Li Jinjin and Chen Feng proceeded quite naturally. The next morning, when Chen Feng woke up, Li Jinjin was still asleep, not waking until noon. Upon awakening the next day and finding Chen Feng lying beside her, Li Jinjin couldn't help blushing slightly. The previous night, seeing Chen Feng rush to her rescue, his powerful figure and heroic actions, had deeply impressed her. Add to that the fact that she was a sucker for good looks, and Chen Feng's sharp features definitely fit her taste, and she had acted on impulse when the moment came. Now, fully Qingxing, looking at Chen Feng, Li Jinjin felt a quiet sense of shyness. Oh, by the way, what exactly is your relationship with Missin? Li Jinjin suddenly asked. Being an intelligent person, she had already noticed that something was off about Njishui and Chen Feng's relationship long ago. But back then, she hadn't bothered asking. Now, out of natural female curiosity, she wanted to know the truth. She's my woman, Chen Feng admitted straightforwardly. As I thought. Li Jinjin nodded, secretly thinking, he's a playboy. Originally, she had considered developing something with Chen Feng, but now that thought vanished completely. She simply treated the previous night as a small incident. She wasn't some conservative, naive girl who would fall apart or demand marriage after sleeping with a man just once. She already had a daughter, was almost 40 years old. Many things in life had become clear to her. Her mindset was quite relaxed and carefree. I don't only have Njishui. In China, I have several other women and even a few mistresses, Chen Feng continued. Li Jinjin's expression stiffened, and she glared at Chen Feng. Why are you telling me this? Are you trying to prove how attractive you are? No. Chen Feng shook his head. What I mean is, there will always be many women around me, and even more in the future. You can't get jealous. Li Jinjin laughed bitterly. What's that supposed to mean? You think you've got me figured out? Do you really believe I'm short on men? One phone call, and the entire South Korea would become my harem. I believe you, Chen Feng nodded. But judging from your performance last night, your harem isn't all that impressive. Li Jinjin's face turned red as she shot Chen Feng an intense glare. Last night indeed left a memorable feeling. But Li Jinjin was a woman with strong personality. She didn't want Chen Feng to completely control the situation. At most, they'd be ordinary friends who occasionally had fun together, nothing more. We can hang out in the future, but don't think too much about anything else. I'm not some young girl who will go crazy over a man. That kind of thing happens only once. There won't be a second time. No problem. I believe sooner or later, you'll find yourself unable to leave me. Chen Feng said with great confidence. You think you can just pull the radish and run? Dream on. No woman had ever gotten the better of me before. Li Jinjin smirked without replying, probably not wanting to argue with Chen Feng's strange self-confidence. Although she secretly admitted that what Chen Feng gave her last night felt amazing, she absolutely would not get addicted to it. She had always been a woman who could handle her own affairs. Absolutely not. Uncle, will you be staying here? At the dinner table, Li Yisin's eyes sparkled with innocence and cuteness. That depends on whether your mom agrees. Chen Feng pinched Li Yisin's chubby little cheek. So adorable. If I punch it once, she'd probably cry for a long time. Mom. Chapter 149, In Return for Youth. Li Yisin had no idea about Chen Feng's wicked thoughts. Instead, she looked at her mother, Li Jinjin, with great anticipation. When she was still in her mother's womb, Li Jinjin and Yim Yujie were already in a near-breakup situation, so Li Yisin had never experienced fatherly love. Last night, Chen Feng had bravely stepped forward, leaving a deep impression on her. Add to that Njishui's subtle influence, and at this moment, Chen Feng occupied a very special place in her heart. She even hoped Chen Feng could become her father. Looking at Yisin's expectant eyes, Li Jinjin felt a massive headache coming on. Xinxin had suffered from a terminal illness since childhood and had rarely experienced a day of comfort. It was hard to refuse such a simple request. If it had been someone else, she might have agreed already. It wasn't like remarriage was such a big deal. But this guy Chen Feng was a genuine playboy, who knew what intentions he had. Raised in a wealthy family since childhood, Li Jinjin had seen many dark sides of human nature. Many old men were especially fond of little girls, particularly those innocent young ones. And when coupled with a wooden loli, it was a double boost. Moreover, her younger sister Li Huijun had gotten pretty close to this guy. Chen Feng, this playboy, had even gifted her some shares in the Samao company. Who knew what was going through this guy's mind? With both loli and sister vibes in play, how dark Chen Feng's thoughts must be. It was clear, and she needed to keep a close eye on this bastard. If she got the chance, she would squeeze every drop out of him. After all, it was for the good of her family. Eat. Li Jinjin avoided answering directly. Chen Feng had no idea that his image in Jinjin's mind was this bad. No longer just a playboy, but straight up trash. If he had known, he would definitely have felt wronged. Am I really that kind of person? The loli and sister situation, those were only thoughts in his mind, okay? Did thinking about it also count as a crime? After dinner, Chen Feng was about to leave, but before that, he wanted to give Li Jinjin some extra assurance so this woman would know how impressive he really was. Thus, he took out a Huichun pill and forcefully fed it to Li Jinjin. What is this? Are you drugging me? Li Jinjin's eyes were full of suspicion. To deal with you, do I really need to use drugs? Chen Feng snorted coldly. Then, Li Jinjin noticed changes in her body, and she was shocked. She was getting younger. Never underestimate the limits a woman might break for her youth. Originally, Li Jinjin had still held on to a little pride in her heart, but now all those feelings were gone without a trace. How did you do it? Do you have more of these things? Chen Feng smirked. You don't need to know how I did it. Just know that if you behave and listen well, I'll give you rewards. But if you're disobedient, Chen Feng gave Li Jinjin's ass a sharp slap. Li Jinjin didn't show any anger at all, and instead obediently nodded. To recover one's youth, who could resist that? Forget everything else. For these magical pills alone, Li Jinjin was determined to go all out. If her younger sister Li Huijin liked messing around with Chen Feng, then let her mess around. The sister act could also be accepted. As long as her youth was restored, being crushed by a pig would even be bearable. Besides, Chen Feng wasn't even a pig. He was actually quite handsome, stylish, and charismatic. Li Jinjin had half resisted last night, partially from shock, but also partially because of Chen Feng's looks. In the end, she was still a beauty enthusiast. Otherwise, she wouldn't have nearly died for someone like Yim Yujie back then. Thus, in South Bang, Chen Feng had gained a diehard follower. Then, he headed to the game's subsidiary company. Since he had come all this way, not inspecting the branch companies just wouldn't feel right. This time, Park Sang-myung appeared particularly confident. Recently, a mobile game launched by their company had gone viral, extremely popular, sweeping the entire South Bang market. Of course, because the current mobile game market wasn't as massive as the PC game market, and South Bang's market was small, the money earned wasn't particularly substantial. Still, the game had made money. Profit brought confidence. Looking at Park Sang-myung, who now appeared proud and self-assured like the head of a powerful corporation, Chen Feng gave him timely praise. Although he was the boss, attitude towards subordinates was also crucial. This wasn't the feudal era anymore. Employees could just leave and go somewhere else. President Chun, the mobile game strategy you mentioned previously was absolutely correct and led the company to huge success. All of this is thanks to you. Park Sang-myung flattered skillfully, causing Chen Feng a bit of pleasurable warmth. This subordinate sure knew the ropes. So, Chen Feng praised Park Sang-myung further. Then, Park Sang-myung's foxtail finally showed itself. President Chun, because our mobile game is so popular, many game companies in China have approached us hoping to obtain the agency rights. What do you think? Why not have the headquarters handle the agency? Chen Feng immediately saw through the hidden agenda. When there was already a headquarters in China, why would they hand over the agency rights to another company? That would be utterly redundant, like taking your pants off to fart, accomplishing nothing. Park Sang-myung immediately wore an embarrassed expression. Well, the game department at headquarters said they don't have enough manpower, so Chen Feng inwardly sighed at that moment. He could hear it clearly now. Park Sang-myung didn't want to hand over this game to the headquarters people. The reason was simple. Li. Although the subsidiary in South Bang had been acquired by Chen Feng and most of the shares were under his control, the local branch still had its own autonomy. Tool or not, even tools have pride. Presumably, the South Bang office had indeed approached headquarters, but the terms had not been agreed upon, or perhaps the headquarters conditions weren't as favorable as those of other companies. Therefore, Valley Games decided to defect. It was only normal. Big companies often face such issues. Different departments rarely shared the same interests, and in severe cases, they could even end up in open conflict. After a moment's consideration, Chen Feng made a decision. You decide it yourself. I won't interfere. Park Sang-myung's face lit up with joy. Don't worry, boss. I will handle this matter well. Sigh. Once a company grows, it starts to become slightly difficult to manage. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, then turned his thoughts toward the Shamao company. The Shamao company was now under Li Zhongyun's control, with Li Huijin also providing support. However, Li Huijin was merely a figurehead. Her presence served only to intimidate others through her reputation. The person truly in control remained Li Zhongyun. Li Zhongyun had graduated from a prestigious university and previously worked at the Hyundai Group. Her abilities were undeniable. Yet in this society, talent alone seldom sufficed. Without background or connections, you were doomed to a lifetime of grunt work. Despite her exceptional skills, Li Zhongyun had previously only been a general assistant. constantly running errands for people like Li Heek and Li Wangyu. It was only after connecting with Chun Feng that her abilities finally found a stage to shine. She now controlled one of the top 3 entertainment companies in South Bang, achieving a qualitative leap in status. Chapter 150, just having a little drink. Precisely for this reason, Li Juwan felt deeply grateful toward Chun Feng. Even though she had paid a price, she still felt as if she had come out ahead. In this day and age, plenty are willing to offer something, but how many actually reap great rewards? Added to that the lingering feudalistic remnants on the Korean side, and in her heart, Li Juwan had already seen herself as belonging to Chun Feng, going out of her way to please him. Upon learning that Chun Feng was about to arrive for an inspection, Li Juwan immediately summoned Girls' Generation to her office and spoke with authority. The CEO will be visiting the company shortly. Tonight, all of you better be ready. I'll be taking you to accompany the big boss for drinks. The expressions of the Girls' Generation girls all changed slightly. Although it was called accompanying for drinks in public, everyone knew exactly what it actually entailed. Yet not a single person objected. All silently accepted the situation. Li Juwan didn't bother with their opinions. She waved them away and let them all leave. All of their contracts had been signed with SM Entertainment, with long terms of around a decade. The contracts were extremely harsh, and they had absolutely no ability to resist the company. Besides, things like this were quite normal in the South Korean entertainment industry, and Girls' Generation had already mentally prepared themselves. As they left the office, Soo-young couldn't help but speak up. The big boss. Is that the Chinese guy who came to the company a few months ago? Lin Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, it's him. Later on, Nana even resigned because of him. Captain, what should we do? Jessica looked at Kim Tae-yun. Kim Tae-yun was their team leader. Her personality was quite straightforward, and everyone in the group respected her quite a bit. Jessica was eager to hear her opinion. Kim Tae-yun replied casually. What else can we do? The chairperson already spoke. Plus, it's not that bad. After all, this kind of thing is unavoidable. Instead of trying to please others, we might as well please the big boss. Then we can stick together, and from what I remember, the big boss is also quite handsome. We're not losing out on anything. As long as we make the big boss happy, our lives within the company will be much easier from now on. We won't need to take part in those exhausting and low-value roadshows and live performances anymore, and we can even rest when we're sick. So what's so bad about this? Kim Tae-yun's words were very blunt, and the other Girls' Generation members felt that her point made a lot of sense. The entertainment industry is a very realistic place. Don't be fooled by the fact that they're a successful girl group. At the feet of the powerful, they were practically nobodies. Offending the wrong person could easily lead to being blacklisted. Compared to others, the big boss wasn't too bad at all. At least he was handsome, and currently held power, which made him even more beneficial for them. Thinking this way, the Girls' Generation members became much more comfortable, returned home calmly, got dressed up, and prepared to put on a good show that evening and do their best to please Chun Feng. Chun Feng himself wasn't aware of any of this. When he arrived at SM Entertainment and noticed Girls' Generation wasn't around, he asked casually, Strange, Juwon, why isn't Girls' Generation here? Haven't they been quite popular lately? Li Juwon smiled, leaning in close to whisper in Chun Feng's ear. Appa, don't worry. I'll let them go rest for now. They'll accompany you properly later tonight. Chun Feng's eyes immediately widened. This seems a bit inappropriate, right? Sigh. No wonder history books always say most emperors are actually good men. It's just the persistent influence of sycophants around them. Chun Feng had come this time with the simple intention of inspecting the company. Who could have guessed that Li Juwon would actively set up something like this for him? Refusing would be inappropriate and might hurt Li Juwon's enthusiasm. Besides, the entertainment industry in South Korea was already pretty dark. If he refused, these girls would still have to serve someone else, and it might even be more brutal. No one would treat them as gently as he would. There was no other way. It was better to just agree. This was also for the girl's own good, to avoid serving some old man in the future, and to prevent Li Juwon from feeling upset. Chun Feng didn't respond, thereby tacitly accepting Li Juwon's arrangement. That evening, Li Juwon personally drove to bring Girls' Generation to the hotel. When getting in the car, Jessica was shocked to discover her younger sister Crystal was also brought along. Chairperson, why is my younger sister here too? She's only 16 this year. Jessica couldn't help but ask. Li Juwon's eyebrows slightly furrowed, her eyes flashing coldly. What's wrong with 16? Plenty of trainees her age have already started working. She's only here to have a drink with the big boss, nothing else. Jessica immediately fell silent. It's okay, Nuna. Crystal turned around to comfort Jessica instead. The big boss is very kind, and quite handsome too. I came here willingly. Don't underestimate young Soo-jin just because she's only 16, growing up in the entertainment industry. How could she possibly be naive and pure? From constant exposure, she actually knows quite a lot, and thought this was a great opportunity. Compared to some old man, a handsome and young boss like this was actually a really good option. Seeing her younger sister so understanding, Young Soo-yun could only silently accept the situation and sit quietly to the side without saying anything more. Thinking about it again, it actually made sense. If they were sisters doing this together, at least she could be around to keep an eye on things and prevent Soo-jin from being treated too harshly, while also supporting each other. It was better than serving different men separately. Once they arrived at the hotel, Li Juwon immediately wore a pleasing expression upon seeing Chun Feng. Appa, I brought them all here. Today, do whatever you'd like. Chun Feng smiled shyly. I don't really have any experience in this area. Why don't you come up with something for me? Li Juwon thought for a moment. How about making them dance for you first? There's audio equipment right here. Chun Feng nodded, thinking it was actually a great idea. In the past, he'd only ever seen Girls' Generation dancing on TV or his phone. Watching them live now would certainly be a completely different experience. Besides, this wasn't a typical live performance either. The girls were just a few meters away, making every detail extremely clear and offering a uniquely incredible sensation. Girls' Generation's popularity wasn't just for show. Their professional skills were definitely no joke. They performed several famous singles, including G, Tell Me Your Wish, and Into the New World, displaying diverse styles, sometimes alluring and sometimes pure and cute, giving Chen Feng a full and satisfying visual treat. Since Young Soo-jin wasn't a member of Girls' Generation and hadn't even debuted yet, she didn't perform. Instead, she sat beside Chen Feng and watched with him. Soo-jin, do you like brother? Chen Feng smiled at her. I do. Young Soo-jin blushed and nodded. She knew Chen Feng was an important figure who could influence her fate, so she was being especially sweet to him. However, since she was still young, she acted quite shy and inexperienced. The more inexperienced she appeared, the more Chen Feng enjoyed it. This kind of natural purity was exactly what made it special. Chapter 151, Girls' Generation Dance. Seo-jin, you better put on a good performance. Lee Ju-eun was also sitting aside. She had already considered herself as Chen Feng's girl and acted without any pretense, which made Chen Feng very comfortable. After the performance ended, Jessica hurriedly sat next to Chen Feng, afraid her younger sister wouldn't be able to handle it. Chen Feng smiled and casually shifted his attention to Jessica. If the younger sister wasn't suitable, then the older sister could take her place. He wasn't picky. Let's play truth or dare. Lee Ju-eun took the opportunity to suggest, pulling out a pair of dice she had prepared in advance. Chen Feng nodded and began playing with them. Undeniably, the game was really interesting. It quickly livened up the atmosphere, especially the dares, which were particularly fun. For instance, helping Chen Feng touch up his makeup in front of everyone, and so on. One night wasn't enough for Chen Feng to entertain such a large group. For the next few days, he didn't leave the house, ensuring everyone received attention. Among them, Chen Feng favored Lin Xiaoyan the most, along with the sisters Jessica and Seo-yan. Of course, there were many others too, since each of them was youthful and beautiful, so Chen Feng naturally wouldn't miss any opportunities. If it weren't for his superior physical condition, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure. Even so, later Chen Feng felt somewhat weakened and needed a few days to recover. After everything ended, Chen Feng generously gave each of these girls a spending limit of 1 billion won, encouraging them to shop to their heart's content. Although 1 billion won seemed like a lot, in reality, it was about 5 or 6 million yuan RMB, which totaled less than 100 million for 10 people. For Chen Feng, this was just a drop in the bucket, essentially nothing. However, for these girls, 1 billion won was practically a fortune, probably taking years to earn. Unfortunately, the South Korean entertainment market was small, and agencies took substantial cuts, leaving members of girl groups barely making anything. Ironically, the South Korean entertainment industry was more developed than both China's and Japan's, yet the average income was the lowest. Meanwhile, China's entertainment industry lagged behind, yet celebrities earned the highest average incomes. That was just how it was due to China's massive market size. With Chen Feng splurging so generously, the girls all went wild with excitement. They fearlessly ordered bags and cosmetics they previously dared not buy, and every one of them bought a new car, instantly upgrading their lives. At the same time, their impression of Chen Feng improved greatly. Being able to indulge in reckless shopping without worries was simply fantastic. It was definitely worth coming for. It was an enormous profit. Chen Feng merely wanted to enjoy himself with the girls' generation, so he chose to spend money generously. For him, matters that could be resolved with money were never an issue. But regarding Lee Ju-eun, Chen Feng valued her more, so he handed her a chi-strengthening pill and considerately fed it to her. What is this? Lee Ju-eun asked curiously. You can sense it within yourself, Chen Feng said with a mysterious smile. Lee Ju-eun carefully concentrated for a moment. My body feels lighter, and my vision seems clearer. Ju-eun was very familiar with her own body. Years of constant work, especially after becoming the CEO of S.M Entertainment, required lots of effort to manage the company well. With her increasing age, her health had gradually worsened. Sometimes she'd feel exhausted even staying up late, a shadow of her former self. But everything was different now. This healthy, energetic feeling made her feel reborn. Especially the miraculous effects of the pill astonished her. Finally, she understood why Lee Won-gyu, the chairman of Hyundai Group, had been so polite toward Chen Feng. With such a miraculous pill, it's no wonder Lee Won-gyu fawned over him. Work hard, and I won't treat you poorly in the future. Chen Feng patted Lee Ju-eun on the shoulder. This girl was pretty good, competent, hardworking, and especially thoughtful. Giving her a strength-enhancing pill as a reward was only natural. Lee Ju-eun was visibly excited and nodded enthusiastically. If originally she had willingly served Chen Feng for power and wealth, now those things had moved to second place. What she wanted most was the miraculous pill in Chen Feng's hands. Chen Feng was quite satisfied with this effect. As the saying goes, to make the horse run, you must feed it grass. Without rewards, why would people work their hardest for you? Just because you're handsome? Ju-eun had successfully managed the South Korean headquarters for him and had done an excellent job running S.M Entertainment, showing great capability. If he wanted her to work seriously, he had to provide sufficient benefits. Director Chun, good news. Blade and Soul is doomed. Active users have plummeted, leaving only a third of what they originally were. New user registration has virtually stopped. The vacated market has now been almost entirely occupied by us. The project manager of Valley of the Wind, Kai Yong, rushed to report good news as soon as he arrived at work. Chen Feng had stayed in South Korea for more than 10 days, enjoying a blissful period of time. Hearing this good news right after returning to the company made him genuinely happy. Tell me in detail exactly what happened? Kaiyong grinned. Well, the South Korean company is just plain idiotic. They intentionally refused to renew the distribution contract and even sent people to establish a branch company in China to take over the operation of Bladestorm. Knowing the company would lose the rights to distribute the game eventually, Wang NetEase just decided to go all out, draining the resources with no restraint. They held several cash gacha events, making the most of their final opportunity to rake in profits. At first, players were already very unhappy. But after the South Korean branch took over the operations, they launched yet another cash gacha campaign, which really angered the players. The backlash was huge. Then, realizing things were going wrong, the South Korean branch quickly introduced some compensatory measures, which managed to restore a bit of their reputation. But unexpectedly, there was an issue with their compensation campaign. An error occurred in the data. The operators refused to admit fault, immediately enraging the players. Many wealthy players quit the game in anger, calling on others to boycott it. As a result, Bladestorm collapsed. Chen Feng also shook his head. It was truly unexpected for a well-made and well-operated game to come to such an end. So, high-quality production doesn't necessarily guarantee success. Operation is also a critical factor. If the South Korean company hadn't rushed to take over the agency rights from NetEase, maybe Bladestorm could have survived for another year or two. Unfortunately, the desire to make a bit more profit ended up ruining the entire game. A classic case of losing both the wife and the war. Actually, in the entire process, no one had made a real mistake. With the distribution rights about to expire, NetEase aggressively organizing multiple cash gacha events was perfectly understandable. They knew this was their last chance. Similarly, it was only normal for the Korean company's Chinese branch to try to make achievements and earn more profits after taking over Bladestorm. After all, it was a new beginning for them. Chapter 152, Variety Shows and Games. However, when these two unfavorable factors combined, they immediately angered the players. Later, when data errors occurred, there was actually a chance to recover. As long as the PR response was strong enough, the situation could have been calmed down. Unfortunately, the Korean company's China branch had only recently been established, lacked experience, and was unfamiliar with the environment and connections. Once the situation escalated, everything became irreparable. Under these circumstances, Sword Spirit was essentially facing a slow death. Trying to steal the market from the competing game Valley of the Wind was basically impossible. But that didn't mean Valley of the Wind could now relax. Gamers were very realistic. Eventually, some new game would steal their attention. Chen Feng didn't even expect Valley of the Wind to last as long as Perfect World, a game that had been operating for over a decade. As long as it could last 3 to 4 years, he would be quite satisfied. Kaiyong scored big this time. Seeing their old rival Sword Spirit run into issues, he worked overtime to launch several events, seizing a significant market share and delivering excellent results. Chen Feng didn't let him down either, promoting him directly to director of the project department, greatly increasing both his salary and benefits, a reward for his performance. Just as the good news from the gaming department concluded, bad news quickly arrived from the variety show department. Lin Fan, the newly promoted variety show director, entered Chen Feng's office, looking visibly uneasy. Chen Feng had promoted him from a screenwriter to a director, giving him both money and people to provide the best possible resources, all in the hopes that he could successfully produce a high-quality variety show to launch the company's new strategy. Film production, variety show production, artist management, cinema chains, video software. This was supposed to be an entertainment industry aircraft carrier. Each department was crucial for the smooth operation of the entire group. Yet Lin Fan had messed it up. Come on, Lin Fan, sit down. Don't rush. Chen Feng said calmly, motioning for him to sit. The production cost of the show Lin Fan had directed was less than 50 million yuan, not even equal to the money Chen Feng spent on dating. So even if it turned out to be a loss, he wasn't particularly worried. Moreover, the situation hadn't yet reached an irreversible point. Boss Chen, punish me. This is entirely my fault, Lin Fan said shamefully. If it hasn't gotten to the point of no return, why punish you? Continue explaining. Chen Feng replied, smiling as he patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan let out a bitter laugh. Because CCTV discovered that our show is somewhat similar to one of their documentaries, they originally planned to sue us for plagiarism. However, after watching the final cut, they realized it wasn't really the same format, so they backed off. But the news about this issue has already spread. The TV stations heard about it, and, afraid of getting involved in trouble, they refused to buy our show, let alone allow it to air. Lin Fan looked completely helpless as he finished speaking. True, variety shows were indeed popular these days, but there were only a limited number of ways to monetize them, either through TV networks buying the shows or through advertising placement. Now that TV networks were unwilling to buy, one of the main revenue channels had been practically cut off. Furthermore, advertisers were practical people. As soon as they realized the show wouldn't air on television, they immediately cut off contact. In this case, the show Taste of China was practically doomed to failure. The 3 episodes they had worked so hard to produce were essentially useless now. Chen Feng smiled calmly. It's okay. If it can't air on television, then we'll just go with online platforms. A live person shouldn't be held back by a full bladder. He had already watched the 3 episodes that Lin Fan shot. The quality was actually quite good, and he even used his camera to judge the show's potential, confirming that it definitely had a chance to become popular. It just lacked a proper opportunity for exposure. Lin Fan hesitated, unsure what to say. Given the situation, Wouldn't it make more sense to cut losses now and start a new project? Besides, at this point, online distribution was still relatively new. Internet-based variety shows sounded unreliable. No one could be sure whether advertisers would recognize their traffic value. Without advertisers, the show would have no way to monetize. The project was practically guaranteed to result in a loss. Chen Feng looked at Lin Fan, slightly furrowing his brows. This Lin Fan was clearly quite mediocre. He could direct variety shows decently, but beyond that, he was not capable. Originally, the incident with CCTV could have been a great opportunity to gain recognition. Instead, he turned it into a disaster. The production schedule was also significantly delayed. It seemed that in the future, he could only serve as a variety show director. As for more important tasks, he should be avoided. If entrusted with those, he'd surely mess things up sooner or later. All right, Lin Fan, you'll continue to be in charge of producing the show. Just make sure to raise the quality significantly. As for the other issues, I'll assign someone else to handle them. You don't need to worry about that anymore. Yes, Boss Chen. I'll make sure the show turns out well. After Lin Fan left, Chen Feng immediately called in Zhishui in and asked her to reassign the show's producer. From now on, Lin Fan would only be responsible for the shooting part. Matters related to promotion and operations would be handed over directly to the producer. Some things were better left to professionals, after all. Mr. Chen, there's a meeting that seems quite important. Do you think you should attend? And Zhishui handed him an invitation. Chen Feng took it and read the title, Forum for Promoting Domestic Animated Films and High-Level Summit. This was the first time such an event was being held, and it specifically named Chen Feng as an invitee. Since Chen Feng had become a boss, invitations like this, forums, summits, entrepreneur meetings, had been coming frequently. In fact, such things were hard to avoid. Once you reached a certain position, people insisted on inviting you, and not going would be seen as refusing them face. Earlier that year, some local officials had even insisted Chen Feng join the Communist Party, almost forcing him. After joining, they had even offered him a few million yuan in interest-free loans, a kind of benefit that felt like a dry piece of chicken meat with little value. Of course, not every summit needed to be attended. It depended mainly on who initiated it, who would be attending, whether the forum or summit itself was significant. For example, this animation summit had been initiated by a cultural propaganda leader, a currently active official, and such gatherings were often where many people came forward with their projects to seek investment, making it a suitable occasion for Chen Feng to play a role. Certainly, whether to attend or not was still up to Chen Feng. If he wanted to go, he could attend in person, or even send a general manager to represent him. If he didn't want to, turning it down wasn't impossible either. They wouldn't really do anything to him. Do you think I should attend this meeting? Chen Feng asked, and Zhishui advised. It's an event organized by the Ministry of Culture and Propaganda. Besides, since entertainment is a major department for the company, having animation production capabilities is essential. Maybe you can use this opportunity to attract some talent. Chen Feng nodded. What Zhishui said made a lot of sense. Since they had already decided to develop the entertainment industry, possessing animation production capabilities was definitely necessary. Speaking of animation, Chen Feng suddenly remembered something. Back then, Wang Zhou from Xinhua Animation had come to him seeking investment for the animated film Kiba, which everyone knew would certainly result in a loss. At the time, Wang Zhou had even knelt to beg for support, showing a kind of pitiful desperation. Chapter 153, Animation Summit plus Forum. At that time, Chen Feng was deeply moved and decided to invest in Wang Zhou. Later, Chen Feng realized his company's lack of animation production capability, so he wanted to acquire Xinhua Animation, owned by Wang Zhou. Originally, Chen Feng thought the deal would go smoothly. After all, their first animated movie had suffered a heavy loss. Without his investment, the company had nearly disbanded. However, Wang Zhou firmly refused Chen Feng's acquisition attempt. He was incredibly stubborn, which greatly infuriated Chen Feng. I gave you face by investing in a film that was destined to lose money, yet you pull this on me. It's honestly over the line. Of course, Chen Feng understood Wang Zhou's thoughts perfectly. It was simply because he didn't want to work under someone else. As long as the company wasn't acquired, it remained his own. He could do whatever he wanted, keep all the profits, and maybe, with some luck, he could turn things around. After being acquired, even though one could get a lump sum of money and avoid worries about investment issues, one would lose control and the finances would be managed by the parent company. Understanding was one thing. Yet Chen Feng still felt annoyed. So, does that mean those investments were just given away? Eventually, after multiple rounds of tug-of-war between the two companies, Wang Zhou finally gave in. He handed over the Kiba project to Chen Feng, while keeping the company itself under his control. The experience served as a lesson for the future. Wang Zhou's actions taught Chen Feng a lesson. There was no room for sentimentality in business. You might think investing earns gratitude, but people might only laugh behind your back, calling you an idiot. Since Xinhua couldn't be acquired, it was indeed time to attend the animation summit. The domestic animation market wasn't doing well. Many companies were barely surviving, operating purely on passion, struggling to afford basic meals. Those people likely wouldn't resist being acquired. Working under a big company meant better treatment. Chen Feng wasn't certain about much else, but he was confident about Chen Feng's compensation package. It was among the best in the country, mostly because he had money. After all, Chen Feng himself had worked his way up from the bottom, and he clearly understood that people worked for one reason: money. Dreams were just illusions, money was real. Precisely because Chen Feng paid generously, turnover at Chung Feng Group remained extremely low. Most people stayed after joining. After thinking for a while, Chen Feng nodded slightly. All right then, attending isn't a bad idea. The summit is conveniently timed, right before the new year. attend the summit, return and hold another meeting, then go home for the spring festival. The summit was being held in Dying City. Since Chen Feng lived far away, he would need to take a flight. Such was life. After all, it was the capital. And Zhishui bought tickets for Chen Feng, and the two of them attended the animation summit together. Upon arriving, Chen Feng found that the event was quite well attended. Some were even big bosses, and there were many officials present. It appeared everyone was taking this summit seriously. At the beginning, officials took the stage to give speeches. They talked about the decline of domestic animation, mentioned strong government support, urged everyone to pay attention. The process might be difficult, but the future was bright. As long as everyone worked hard, money wouldn't be an issue. Of course, leaders never spoke so bluntly. Their speeches were mostly composed of empty formalities and vague statements that were hard to comprehend, though the implied meaning was clear enough. But in reality, believe that, and you'd be a fool. This was exactly the domestic environment, only reporting good news and hiding problems. Though conditions were terrible, they would still be described as beautiful as flowers. Ever since the reform and opening, numerous animation companies had emerged. How many had actually made profits? After the official speeches came the turn of various CEOs, better described as con artists. The cinema chain bosses said they would increase screening slots for animated films. In reality, though, theaters still focused on occupancy rates. Even with extra slots, animated films would only get midnight showings or play in Tier 3 or Tier 4 cities. Same old tricks, top-down policies met bottom-up countermeasures. Once the cinema chain representatives finished speaking, the production representatives of animated films took the stage. The animated film producers claimed they created films both out of passion and confidence in the domestic market. After the producers spoke, it was Chunfeng's turn. He represented the investors, mainly due to his investment in Kiba, plus Chunfeng's already strong industry reputation. Then Chen Feng also spoke, explaining that he had invested in Kiba because he was moved by domestic animators, convinced the market was about to take off. He intended to invest even more heavily in domestic animated films going forward, to revive the industry. Endless buzzwords. All of it was empty, rehearsed speech. And Zhishui could draft multiple such speeches in under a minute. Chen Feng had long grown accustomed to delivering these pretty, superficial remarks. Once Chen Feng finished speaking, the distributors spoke next, followed by experts summarizing everything, and finally the leaders gave concluding remarks. Everyone's speeches were increasingly polished and impressive, making it seem as if domestic animation was on the verge of revitalization. But in reality, everyone knew what the real situation was deep in their hearts. After going through the usual procedures, finally came the part that Chen Feng cared about the most. One by one, animation producers took the stage to seek funding for their projects. This was truly the core of the summit. The first person to speak was Wang Ji, who used to be the head of Tudo.com, later sold it to Youku, and cashed out a huge sum before turning to animation. The project he brought this time was called Xianmin, an animated movie about ancient mythology. Wang Ji definitely had money. He was different from ordinary people. After Tudo, he had at least several hundred million yuan in cash. However, the Xianmin project would cost 70 to 80 million yuan to produce. He dared not invest all by himself, so he directly came here to raise funds. True to his reputation as a former entrepreneur, he was extremely well prepared. Not only did he bring a stack of materials, but he also presented a 3-minute teaser trailer, which looked pretty inspiring. There was no doubt about it. It looked quite reliable, and some people in the audience seemed interested. Why did everyone come here? Was it really to listen to those boring official speeches and empty words? No, of course not. They were all here to find projects and funding. Many deals were made precisely in settings like this. Chen Feng himself wasn't particularly interested in this project, not because it was untrustworthy, quite the opposite. Wang Ji's project was definitely among the top tier at the summit. After all, he had been a successful entrepreneur, with funds behind him, and was treating this as a genuine career pursuit. He was a professional operator, and his projects were indeed solid. But precisely because Wang Ji was a professional player, Chen Feng couldn't collaborate with him. He came here to find talent, people who would become his employees. Wang Ji was a boss himself, and certainly wouldn't want to work under Chen Feng. Chen Feng was looking for those struggling individuals, those who couldn't even afford meals. Only those kinds of people might be willing to be acquired by him. Some people might wonder, are there really such people? Don't laugh, there really are. For a seemingly insignificant dream, many people live on the edge, enduring hardship. Many attendees appeared glamorous, but in reality, some even had to pool money with friends just to afford the train tickets here. Chapter 154. The bullshit has been exposed. These were the kind of people Chen Feng was interested in. Although their projects had a higher chance of being unreliable, acquiring them was basically equivalent to sifting through shit for gold. Chen Feng wasn't afraid. He had the appraisal camera. All it took was a little time to find a decent project. Soon enough, he found a target that seemed relatively promising. Hello, Director Xiao. I'm in Zhishui from Chungfeng Culture. I'm very interested in your studio's project. Do you think we could possibly collaborate? Of course we can. We can talk right now. Looking at Zhishui, Xiao Peng felt every pore on his body open wide. Partly because Zhishui was a beauty, and partly because he had heard of Chungfeng Culture. They were the company that had invested in Kiba, the kind of obviously unreliable project. If they could invest in that, why not invest in him? After all, Xiao Peng believed his own project was way more promising than Kiba. It was only because he lacked funds that he couldn't get the guaranteed tenfold box office. Director Xiao, this is Mr. Chun, our CEO from Chungfeng Culture. You can talk directly with him. He has full authority on the matter. Hello. Xiao Peng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so young. Could he be some rich second-generation kid? And with such a beautiful girl beside him, there was no doubt he was a rich second-gen. Perfect. Rich second-generation kids were always the easiest to manipulate. If he could swindle a few tens of millions from this guy, the project would take off instantly. Thinking about this, Xiaopeng's smile became especially radiant. Mr. Chen, let me tell you honestly, this project of our studio is pure gold. A few days ago, BOY even came to us offering investment, but I rejected it flatly because their terms weren't good enough. This animated film, no matter what you say, I can guarantee it'll make money. Here's my business card for your reference. Xiaopeng confidently took out his business card. His resume was impressive. Once served as the animation director for the promotional video of the American Spider-Man game. Once created the animated Spring Festival Gala for Beijing TV. This rich kid would definitely worship me once he sees my background and readily hand over the investment money. Chen Feng smiled and made a phone call to BOY's CEO in front of Xiaopeng. After finishing the call, he said earnestly to Xiaopeng, BOY's CEO, Mr. Wang, told me just now he's never invested in your studio. Xiaopeng's face turned pale. Oops, the bullshitting was found out. How could this rich kid not leave me some face? At the same time, Xiaopeng was a bit surprised in his heart. This Mr. Chen could directly call BOY's boss. His identity wasn't ordinary. Could he actually be the son of Chengfeng Culture's owner? Mr. Xiao, let's just be practical, shall we? Honestly speaking, I am indeed interested in your project, but if you keep on this kind of bullshitting, I will find someone else instead. As you've seen, at this summit, everyone's out there looking for money. Projects aren't in short supply at all. Chen Feng spoke sincerely. His meaning was also very clear. Bro, I'm speaking this plainly. Shouldn't you show some sincerity too? Xiaopeng smiled sheepishly and pulled out a project proposal document and a large stack of materials from his briefcase. He had made quite a few preparations specifically for this summit. Of course, who wouldn't prepare thoroughly when fundraising? Here are the materials of our project. The name of our upcoming animated film is Return of the Great Sage. We've been working on it for about a year already. With money, we guarantee timely and quality completion. Chen Feng picked up the proposal and flipped through it carefully. He didn't use the appraisal ability, because this wasn't his main objective. Like the old saying goes, these days, it's never a lack of projects. It's always a shortage of money. With money, you can find any project. Chen Feng began his interrogation. How many people are there in your studio? Over 30. What are their salaries? It varies, some high, some low. Where is your studio located? In Beijing. Beijing exactly where? Fengshan. Chen Feng chuckled. Fengshan also counts as Beijing. Alright, technically yes, but over 100 miles away from downtown. Xiaopeng looked slightly embarrassed. Fengshan really was far. Well, not necessarily the worst part, but mostly, they couldn't afford a better place. Who wouldn't want to be in a nicer neighborhood if they had the money? Can I visit your studio? Chen Feng asked. Now. Right now. Xiaopeng was very surprised, but after thinking, he realized there was truly no good reason to refuse. It's pretty reasonable for an investor to want to see the working environment. Seeing that Chen Feng insisted, Xiaopeng had no choice but to lead him to their studio. Beijing was heavily trafficked. It took them over 2 hours driving before they nearly drove Chen Feng insane. Once Xiaopeng arrived at their studio and showed Chen Feng inside, Chen Feng felt even more insane. Because Xiaopeng's studio was simply a residential house. In fact, just a small single-story building, with no yard in front. When Chen Feng arrived at the location, he was stunned to see a guy in a white undershirt washing his hair under the outdoor water tap. The scene was quite amusing. Your studio's environment is quite unique. After thinking for a while, Chen Feng could only come up with that one word that wasn't too much of an insult. This is a studio? This is clearly an unfinished, raw concrete room. Xiaopeng's face turned slightly awkward too. Earlier at the summit, he could pretend for a bit, but now that they had arrived at the studio and the truth was exposed, it was difficult to keep up the act. He could only shrug and smile helplessly. It's mainly because we've invested all our funds into the film's quality, so the working conditions are slightly subpar. Chen Feng gave Xiaopeng a thumb up. Impressive. Even in this situation, you're still talking big. Your face is indeed really thick. If it weren't because he had in Jishui secretly checked Xiaopeng's background beforehand, and Chen Feng himself had repeatedly used the appraisal camera to confirm both the man and the project were reliable, Chen Feng would have left long ago. Do you really think I can't tell your studio is about to collapse? Peng Ge, who's this beauty? Didn't you get married already? Everyone in the studio stared at Jishui like wolves eyeing prey. It's pitiful. The entire studio was filled with men. Not even a cleaning Annie was around, because the cleaning work was done by the studio members themselves. This is our investor. Show some respect, you guys. Xiaopeng was frustrated beyond words. Didn't you guys see I'm trying to raise funds for all of you? Can't you just calm down a little? Actions like this would definitely ruin our impression in the investor's eyes. Upon hearing that she was an investor, the entire group in the studio suddenly fell silent. They all knew their current situation. If they couldn't find funding soon, they'd basically be done for. Jobs weren't easy to find these days, especially in the struggling animation industry. They really didn't want the studio to disband. As long as there's investment, salaries could be raised, and the work environment could be improved. Xiaopeng led Chen Feng on a quick tour of the studio. The more Chen Feng saw, the more speechless he became. Over 30 people were crammed into 3 small bungalows, 2 of which were shared dormitory rooms. The marketplace was just a makeshift tent set up at the entrance. Chapter 155. Let's talk straight. This is worse than the life of a migrant worker. Chen Feng had always known the animation industry wasn't doing well, but he had no real sense of how bad it was. Now seeing it with his own eyes, it was more than just declining. It was like a makeshift troupe with no foundation. Comparing it with the ambitious statements from leaders during the summit, a sense of irony immediately emerged. All right, Mr. Xiao, there's no need to look around anymore. Let's talk directly. Chen Feng had barely taken a couple of glances when he lost interest. The working conditions were just too terrible. All right, let's talk straight. Xiaopeng actually felt relieved. The poor working conditions had left him with little confidence. But what could he do? The studio simply didn't have money. If they had funds, who wouldn't want to work in a better office? Who wouldn't want to live in a better place? The problem was, they just didn't have money. As they got down to business, another awkward issue came up. The studio didn't even have a dedicated meeting room for discussions. With no choice, Xiaopeng had to take Chen Feng outside to talk, standing in the open space. There was no tea service either. Xiaopeng had someone from the studio go out and buy several bottles of mineral water, but Chen Feng declined. He already had his own. Xiaopeng took out the financial report. Mr. Chen, earlier in the car, I already told you most of the project details. Now let me explain our financial situation. According to our calculations, to produce this project with the expected results, the total investment required is approximately 130 million yuan. So far our studio has already invested 20 million. 13 million for total investment. Does that include promotional and distribution costs? Chen Feng asked. Xiaopeng shook his head. No, that's only production costs. The current quality of domestic animated films is generally low. I believe that as long as our quality is good, the audience will like it. Chen Feng smiled, not just at Xiaopeng's confidence, but also at his naivety. Come on, even if the wine is good, you still fear a deep alley. Without promotion, you expect people to notice your work? Dream on. Mr. Xiao, let me speak frankly. Your approach isn't feasible, and this project itself isn't either. I won't get into other details. Just look at the highest grossing domestic animated film so far. Yochi's 10,000 cold jokes grossed only 100 million yuan. And that's total box office. The actual profit was only over 30 million. Now you're asking for 130 million investment for your animated film. Do you really think the domestic market can support that? Xiaopeng became more serious. Mr. Chen, you can't calculate it like that. Take Toy Story from Hollywood. Its box office exceeded 500 million US dollars, bringing huge cash flow to Disney. The domestic market seems small, but recently Taigua broke the box office record with 1.3 billion yuan. That shows the market itself isn't small, it just lacks quality movies to lead it. Chen Feng remained expressionless. I know more about Taigua, because it was our company that invested. We were the only one willing to back Su Zhang's project initially. Taigua was a comedy, with a total investment under 30 million, including promotion. The sequel only reached just over 60 million. You're talking about a simple animated film needing 130 million investment, several times more than Taigua. And while comedies are accessible to everyone, animation has a much smaller audience. Production alone costs 130 million, plus promotion you'll need at least 150 million. To recoup your investment, you'll need box office revenue exceeding 500 million. Are you certain there's such a huge market in China? Xiaopeng's face darkened noticeably. He was an industry insider, and knew Chen Feng was telling the truth. He originally came back to China with the dream of revitalizing domestic animation. But in reality, it had been far more difficult than he expected. The domestic animation industry truly was struggling. Yochi's 10,000 cold jokes breaking 100 million at the box office had already set a new record. But that was a comedy with broad appeal, and it already had a popular comic and TV series to promote it beforehand. Xiaopeng's studio had Monkey Returns, which was virtually unknown. Big companies weren't stupid. They'd spot and invest in quality projects aggressively. But Xiaopeng's studio had been in operation for 2 years now, and not a single person had shown any interest. That alone said enough. Xiaopeng patted his pockets, intending to find a cigarette, only to realize he couldn't even afford one. Instead, he picked up one of the newly bought bottles of mineral water, opened the cap, and took a big gulp. It gave him a moment to organize his thoughts. After a long pause, Xiaopeng finally spoke. Mr. Chen, let me be blunt. You drove 2 hours from downtown for a reason. You didn't come all this way just to mock me. I've also heard of the story behind Taigua. At the beginning, when director Su Zhang was carrying the proposal, no one believed in it except your company. And you ended up scoring a major success. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Don't always believe the media. They'll make up any lie for views. Honestly, the main reason I came here is because I'm interested in you as a person. What do you mean? Xiaopeng asked, puzzled. Chen Feng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Mr. Xiao, I know your background. You graduated from a top school and have worked in Hollywood before. People like you are rare in China. You're talented. Xiaopeng's expression remained unchanged, but he felt secretly pleased inside. If he weren't capable, there was no way he could have started this studio. Leaving other things aside, the 2 million investment he had poured into the Monkey Returns project during its early stages already proved he wasn't an ordinary person. Compared to this project, I actually value you more as talent. Our company, Chengfeng, has established itself in the entertainment industry, covering artist management, film and TV production, variety show production, movie distribution, and cinema chains. We are involved in practically every aspect of the entertainment industry, except we're lacking in animation production capability. Although your studio's conditions are subpar, you do have many talents. I want you and your team to join my venture. Xiaopeng's expression shifted slightly. You want to acquire us? Yes, Chen Feng admitted to nodding. Xiaopeng felt complex emotions. He originally thought this was someone offering help in his time of need, but Mei Shangdao was actually a ruthless predator trying to swallow them whole. Could this damned world get any better? Mr. Xiao, don't look at me like I've wronged you. We're just talking business normally. Whatever amount you've invested in the studio so far, I will fully reimburse you. From now on, you won't need to go around begging for investments anymore. The company will support you, you'll receive a stable salary, and if the project succeeds, you'll also get profits. Even if it fails, you won't have to worry about bankruptcy. Isn't this a great deal? Xuanhuan continued honestly. Our company offers the best benefits in the industry. You'll become a manager once you join and won't have to worry about too many things. It's definitely better than how you're living now, constantly teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Xiaopeng's heart stirred. He actually felt tempted. Many people are unwilling to be employees and instead choose to start businesses after saving up some money. But once they truly begin, they realize how difficult it actually is. Xiaopeng now deeply understood how tough entrepreneurship could be. Back then, filled with passion, he had launched the Monkey Returns project believing his experience and the project's quality could attract investors, and that he could quickly climb the ladder to success. But shortly after starting the project, most of his funds were already drained. Now, the project progress hadn't even reached 1/6, yet not a single investor showed interest. He was basically trapped in a desperate situation. Without money, this project would definitely not be completed. Continuing down this path would only mean waiting for death. Xiaopeng hesitated for a long time. Chapter 156 Autonomy. Xuanhuan sensed Xiaopeng's hesitation and patted his shoulder. I know this is a tough decision for you. I can give you some time to think it over. Here's my card. Call me once you've made up your mind. With that, Xuanhuan handed him a business card and drove off. Xiaopeng was certainly talented, but he wasn't a genius and not irreplaceable. If Xiaopeng refused, he could always find someone else. There would always be people who agreed. If absolutely necessary, he could even directly poach through headhunters, form a small department first, then slowly expand it later. Outstanding horses are common, but good horse judges, true connoisseurs, are rare. Without the connoisseur, even a fine horse was no different from an ordinary steed. If Xiaopeng declined, he'd miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and whether he could complete the project was uncertain. Watching Xuanfeng's card disappear into the distance, Xiaopeng felt a tangle of emotions. He knew this was an incredible opportunity, yet letting it go so easily felt deeply unsatisfying. Brother Peng, he's gone. The producer from the studio muttered beside him. Yes, he's gone. Let's head back and think things over. Xiaopeng lightly hit the producer's shoulder and entered the office. However, what greeted him inside was a scene that left him surprised. None of the studio staff were working. Instead, they'd gathered in a circle, and as soon as they saw him walk in, they quickly began asking questions. Brother Peng, how did it go? Yeah, bro, how did it go? Are they willing to invest? The employees at the studio bombarded him with inquiries. They'd been struggling for too long. They really were short on money. Xiaopeng looked around at all the anxious faces and couldn't help but sigh. The next day, Xiaopeng found Xuanfeng again and expressed his willingness to join Xuanfeng, but with certain conditions of his own. I want Xuanfeng to buy up all my shares and set up a branch company. His meaning was clear. He wouldn't personally join Xuanfeng, but was willing to let Xuanfeng gain control over the studio. In short, he still wanted a certain level of autonomy. Xuanfeng considered it briefly and agreed. Xiaopeng had already offered 80% of the shares, which was more than enough. It was impossible to expect full compliance. Nobody should be forced like that when they had legs to walk away. In fact, the current setup worked pretty well. Xiaopeng Studio becoming a branch company meant Xuanfeng now had its own animation production capability. Still, this arrangement wasn't foolproof. Xuanfeng decided he would immediately start contacting headhunters to bring in a few talents to form an in-house animation team once back. Sure, there might be losses at the start, but animation was a must-have for the company. It was part of their ecosystem. Besides, there was also comics and novels to consider. But that could wait. There was no rush. The Lunar New Year was almost here, so they could deal with it after the holidays. As the new year approached, Xuanfeng gathered key personnel for a meeting. This year had brought remarkable growth for the company. They had transitioned from a traditional entertainment and gaming company to a major force in the internet industry, and things were going extremely well. Their film division, whether it was self-produced Balala the Little Fairies, Yokai Watch 2, or Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, had all performed outstandingly. As for their investments, both The Royal Guard and Lost in Thailand had brought in huge profits. The only film that suffered a loss was an art house movie that Xuanfeng deliberately used to distract public attention. The gaming department had also been strong, with Hero Federation, Valley of the Winds, and Dragon Soul Warriors, whether mobile or PC titles, all generating good revenue. Wang Chong led the development of the game Endless Starfield, and after more than a year of work, it was finally close to completion. It just needed final bug testing before officially launching. Both the artist management and variety show departments were doing well. Several top-tier stars had already joined, and the artist division was finally turning a profit. As for the variety department, The Taste of Life had become a huge hit online, setting the trend for web-based variety shows and attracting a flood of advertisements, bringing in enormous profits. Needless to say, the finance department had remained consistently strong under Shui's leadership, and the funds it generated were supporting the company's various internet-related expansions. All of these departments were profitable, and it was exactly their success that enabled Xuanfeng to pursue aggressive growth elsewhere. The internet-related sectors, however, were a different story. They were all incurring losses and showed no sign of turning profitable anytime soon. With the Spring Festival approaching, another expensive promotional campaign was just around the corner. President Chen, our department needs a 20 billion budget to secure the exclusive sponsorship for the CCTV New Year Gala and organize a Spring Festival event, said Jiang Xiaohu, the project manager for Fengxin, taking Xuanfeng completely by surprise. 20 billion? You're sure? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, shocked. 20 billion. Within China, the number of enterprises making 10 billion in profit was likely quite small, and here Zhang Xiaohu was asking for 20 billion at a single stroke, and just for organizing a spring festival event. Exactly, 20 billion. Zhang Xiaohu nodded confidently. He dared to name this figure because he had the confidence behind it. Through the acquisition of Miliao, spending money to have major smartphone manufacturers pre-install the software, and long-term heavy advertising, Fengxin had already become the second largest social messaging app, only behind Kpeng, leaving other competitors like WeChat far behind. Although these achievements had been achieved through massive investment, Fengxin had gradually started making profits, mainly through advertising revenue. In addition to advertising, Fengxin could also help promote the company's own games. As long as they became the #1 messaging app and monopolized the entire market, all the money burned away now would be recovered. Zhang Xiaohu was fully confident about that. With this confidence, Zhang Xiaohu naturally dared to ask for more funding. All right, I approve 20 billion for you. Chen Feng agreed decisively. They had already burned through tens of billions on the messaging software. Now that they had finally achieved the current scale of the market, they couldn't possibly give it up. No matter what, they must persist until Fengxin monopolizes the market. Otherwise, all the previous investment would be wasted. With 20 billion backing him, Zhang Xiaohu was full of confidence and began planning a new offensive against Kpeng during the Spring Festival. As for WeChat, what was that? It wasn't even in the same league anymore. After Zhang Xiaohu left, Xiao Shanshan also requested a sum of money, or more accurately, she was granted the authority to use funds. She was in charge of the gaming department, which of course would hold promotional activities during the Lunar New Year. However, since the gaming department was already profitable, she didn't need additional funding from Chen Feng. Only a portion of the department's profits needed to be withheld. Once the gaming department was settled, attention shifted to Fengxin Search and Fengxin Player. These two internet software programs were both managed by Nji Shui, who quickly calculated the required funds for the Spring Festival campaign. Master, I estimate that I'll need about 10 billion yuan to promote Fengxin Search, and a certain amount of funding will also be required for Fengxin Player, especially to secure the online streaming rights for the New Year Gala. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead, I trust your judgment. Just let me know beforehand if you need anything. When it came to the person Chen Feng trusted the most in the world, it was certainly Nji Shui. Because Nji Shui was a robot, with no emotions at all. Moreover, one of the core lines of the intelligent program was loyalty. There was absolutely no need to worry about betrayal. With Nji Shui managing things back at the company, Chen Feng felt completely at ease. Precisely because of Nji Shui's presence, Chen Feng could calmly return to his hometown. Oh, Chen's kid is back, the gatekeeper remarked as Chen Feng returned, his eyes lighting up. Chapter 157. Are you really my son? After a year, the news of Chen Feng becoming a big boss had spread around. It seemed the neighbors in the apartment building had also become much friendlier toward Chen Feng, once a mischievous kid. Hello, uncle. Although he felt helpless about all the pleasantries, Chen Feng still managed to smile and tossed a pack of cigarettes he had prepared in advance to the old man. Oh, xuanhuan brand. The guard's eyes lit up, his attention instantly drawn to the cigarettes. After dealing with the elder neighbors, Chen Feng unlocked the door and walked in. Mom, I'm back. Oh, Xiaofeng is back. His mother smiled warmly. Where's Shui Shui? Isn't she with you? Shui Shui is at the company. She won't be coming back this year. His mother's face darkened instantly. If Shui Shui isn't coming back, why did you come back? Chen Feng was at a loss. Mom, what are you saying? Am I really your son or not? His mother looked even more upset. Let me tell you this. Shui Shui is a good girl. If you dare to break up with her, you will no longer be my son. Old Chen sitting on the sofa nodded in agreement. Right, Shui Shui is a wonderful girl. Being her boyfriend is the luck of 8 lifetimes for you, son. Remember, you should always let her have her way. Under no circumstances should you break up, you got it? Chen Feng was speechless. Had his status at home really fallen to this level? Was there a mistake? He, the mighty billionaire CEO outside, was now less important in his family than a robot? He wanted to rise up. He wanted to revolt. He wanted to show his parents how powerful he had become outside. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come help me pick the vegetables. His mother shouted angrily. Okay. Chen Feng obediently went to help pick vegetables. Rising up was impossible, not just in this life, but for all lifetimes. No matter how high Chen Feng's status was outside, to his parents, he was still just their son. The world is vast, but none is greater than family. During the Spring Festival holiday, Chen Feng behaved unusually well at home, dutifully playing the role of the son of the Chen family. As for the company affairs, Nji Shui would give Chen Feng a daily report at a fixed time. The naming rights for the Spring Festival Gala had already been secured. It wasn't only the Spring Festival Gala, but also events such as the Lantern Festival Gala. To achieve such an effect, money must be spent, a lot of money. Penguin had also participated in the competition for sponsorship of the Spring Festival Gala, but they never expected Chen Feng to dare to spend so much. Thus, they were outbid by Chen Feng's financial might. For this result, whether it was Penguin or Qiandu, besides shock, there was also watching and waiting to see what effect the Spring Festival Gala would bring to Chen Feng Group. After all, this wasn't just a few million or several billion yuan. This was tens of billions. Many Fortune 500 companies' annual profits didn't even reach this amount. Some believed Chen Feng was courageous and bold enough to take a risk, while others thought he was simply spending his money senselessly. The Spring Festival Gala was definitely the biggest event in terms of traffic. However, whether it could achieve the desired effect remained an open question. This tens of billions of yuan investment should have severely impacted Chen Feng Group. If the desired effect couldn't be achieved, the company might even face devastating consequences. Now they were all watching and waiting to see if the activities of xuanhuan Group could achieve the corresponding effect. If the effect was good, fine. But if it turned out bad, these competitors would most definitely not mind kicking a man when he's down. Business is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. The market size is fixed. The more you occupy, the less I have. Teacher Li Yong, do you know what shake is? Dongqing asked Li Yong with a mysterious expression. Li Yong looked curious. What is shake? That's like shake to get red packets. Just install the social app Fengxin. Shake your phone. Then you can join the activity and get red packets. The biggest prize you could win is up to 200,000 yuan. 200,000 yuan. Let's all shake. Everyone shake. On TV, the host lifted his phone and started shaking it. On the sofa, Old Chun and his mother followed the host, shaking their phones too. Hey, old man, I got a lottery ticket. What did you get? I got 0.3 yuan. I can send someone a red packet. Your luck is so good, old man. What about you, Xiaofeng? Come on, hurry and shake for me. His mother glared at Chen Feng, who was lazily sitting by. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. What was going on? This was an activity held by his company. Should he really take part in it? Would the programmers give him a prize or not? However, there was no other way, since his mother had ordered him to do it. Chen Feng had no choice but to take out his phone and shake it. Then guess what? He only got a thank you for participating. A twitch appeared on the corner of Chun Feng's mouth. Have you got to be kidding me? The employees from the programming department don't even give me face? Don't forget I'm your boss. You gave me nothing but thank you for participating. Do you even want your year-end bonus anymore? Old Chun and Mom were very happy. Even though they had only shaken less than 2 yuan's worth during all that time, they still looked extremely proud on their faces. Such are the elderly people. Chen Feng couldn't help shaking his head. He remembered that Jiang Xiaohu had once submitted a report showing that among those who downloaded Fengxin, many were middle-aged, meaning around 30 years old. The reason was because Fengxin supported voice messaging. In comparison, younger people made up the majority of Penguin software downloads. When Penguin first launched, owning an account had been a fashion statement for young people. Now that the mobile version was out, the same group had promptly downloaded it again. Penguin's advantage was its cross-platform integration, while Fengxin's advantage was its successfully established, complete ecosystem. Just think about it. Even if you don't like Fengxin, both your dad and mom have downloaded it. They don't use Penguin. If you want to chat with them, you have no choice but to download Fengxin. Once everyone in the family has downloaded Fengxin, even if you don't want to, you'll have to. That was Fengxin's ecosystem. Jiang Xiaohu had worked hard all year, burning through billions, and his success lay precisely in creating this ecosystem. Mom, I'm going back now. This gala is kind of boring. Did you try shaking your phone yet? I did, but didn't win anything. Then shake a little longer. Mom, I'm leaving. Chen Feng couldn't bear seeing his parents so addicted to the shake function, so he decided to go back to his room directly. The next morning, not long after Chen Feng got up, he received a phone call from Jiang Xiaohu. President Chun, great news. What great news? Last night, Fengxin's shake event was a huge success. We gained 50 million new registrations. The current number of registered users for Fengxin has reached 300 million, covering nearly the entire mobile internet market, and our market share has surpassed the veteran social software, Penguin, for the very first time. President Chun, we did it. We succeeded. Jiang Xiaohu's voice was filled with excitement, almost trembling with emotion. Chapter 158. You did well. Since the establishment of the Fengxin project department, Jiang Xiaohu had been part of it, witnessing how Fengxin evolved from an obscure small software to eventually surpassing established giants like Eason, Miliao, WeChat, and Penguin. Seeing Fengxin become the #1 in social communication software naturally filled Jiang Xiaohu with excitement. Great. You did well. Chen Feng greatly praised Jiang Xiaohu before hanging up the call. Right after Jiang Xiaohu ended the call, and Ji Shui's call came in quickly. She, too, was reporting good news. The Fenghang search engine and Fenghang media player, aided by the influence of the Spring Festival Gala, had also significantly increased their market share, approaching Baidu's closely. This time, Xuanhuan Group's sponsorship of the Spring Festival Gala had been a great success, rapidly conquering territory in the mobile internet sector. However, it had also drawn vigilance from competitors. Penguin Group. Martin Ma, who was still spending the Lunar New Year at his hometown, learned that Fengxin had overtaken Penguin in terms of market penetration and become the top player in social communication. He was shocked and immediately returned to the company to convene an emergency meeting. At the meeting, Ma Teng's expression was serious. Last night, through the sponsorship of the Spring Festival Gala and the Shake feature, Fengxin, the social communication software under Xuanhuan Group, saw a 30% surge in market share. Its user registration has already surpassed ours. What do you think about this? President Ma, this matter is very serious. We must take it seriously, a senior executive of Penguin Group replied quickly. Penguin Group relied on 2 main pillars, games, which brought in money, and social communications, which provided traffic. Among them, social communication was even more crucial for Penguin Group than the gaming division. That's because social communication served as a gateway for game promotion. Many of Penguin's games were revived through the flow of traffic from Penguin Messenger. For example, Pengyu Nongchong, Penguin Farm, and Pengyu Zandwu, Dance of the Penguins. Why was it that while all were copying, only Penguin could surpass predecessors while others just made a quick profit? It was precisely because of the traffic from the Penguin Messenger. Backed by the unrivaled dominance in social communication software, Penguin had steadily advanced within the gaming sector, gradually becoming the leading gaming company. However, Now circumstances had changed. Amidst the wave of mobile internet, a new challenger emerged in the realm of social communication. xuanhuan Group's Fengxin had overtaken Penguin and became the #1 social communication software. What's more alarming was that xuanhuan also ran a gaming business. Both Hero Federation and Valley of Wind were extremely popular games. The Penguin Group's two core businesses were now both being challenged by xuanhuan Group. This was an extremely worrying sign for Penguin. What do you suggest we do? Ma Ting looked around at the rest. I have an idea. What if we merge WeChat with Penguin? That way, our market share will definitely surpass Fengxin. We can invest heavily in advertising. We shouldn't fear spending money. We can also negotiate with smartphone manufacturers to have our Penguin app pre-installed on their phones. How about hiring some trolls to smear xuanhuan? Quickly, the senior executives proposed a range of useful strategies, earning nods from Ma Ting. At this critical moment, cost-cutting was no longer viable. Measures must be taken to help Penguin reclaim the top spot in social communications. I have an idea. One of the executives suddenly spoke up. Perhaps, we could cooperate with xuanhuan by exchanging shares, or even better, we could acquire Fengxin outright. The conference room fell silent. Everyone was startled by this bold idea. xuanhuan had already invested billions into Fengxin, finally managing to elevate it to the leading position. No sane person would sell it. As for exchanging shares, that was even less plausible. Usually, such an agreement was only made between companies whose businesses did not compete directly, aiming instead for strategic collaboration. xuanhuan was already in competition with Penguin across various fields including gaming, social communication, and video applications. Why on earth would they exchange shares with you? And even if they did, what would be the point? Surely they wouldn't stop competing just because of shared equity. Noticing the skeptical looks from others, the executive who proposed the idea hastily added, "What I mean is that xuanhuan may be running out of money. I've studied xuanhuan's financial reports, and I found that they primarily rely on profits from their games to fuel expansion. Yet in the internet sector, their funds have been continuously drained. Both Fengxin and Fenghang search engine, as well as Fenghang Player, have been expensive, money-consuming projects. xuanhuan Group has never accepted external investment nor gone public, and now it's expanding nonstop. Financially, there might be some potential issues. We can threaten them by continuing this costly competition, making them lose hope of profitability, and then approach them for an acquisition." Ma Ting paused for a moment, actually finding this idea quite appealing. Penguin was a listed company, after all. Though profits were modest, its market value had already exceeded 300 billion yuan. If necessary, they could even raise substantial cash through issuing new shares. What about xuanhuan Group? It wasn't even listed yet, and it relied solely on gaming profits. How long could it really last? If they successfully acquired Fengxin, the social communication software, and monopolized the entire social communication field, Penguin's market value would certainly skyrocket. Compared to that, the money spent on acquiring Fengxin wouldn't even be a big deal. All right, Director Wang, you handle this negotiation. But before going to the table, we must spend heavily to slow Fengxin's expansion rate first. Yes, Director Ma. I will assemble a team and work out the negotiation strategy with xuanhuan Group. Wang Mingda nodded. At the same time Penguin was holding its meeting, Qiandu Group was also in session. Only about 10 to 15 days into the Chinese New Year holiday, Fenghang search from xuanhuan Group had significantly increased its influence through a series of campaigns, raising its market share by 10%, seriously threatening Qiandu's dominance in the search market. This truly alarmed Qiandu Group. But even though they were anxious, Li Hong really didn't have any good solutions. Advertising had been reduced, search optimization was already underway, and funds had been spent, but nothing had worked. What could he do? He felt desperate, too. Li Hong didn't even want to bother with the Qiandu Smart TV anymore. Except for necessary expenses, most of their funds were now spent battling Fenghang's search for market share. While Penguin had not only social communications, but also a high-profit gaming division, a two-legged strategy, losing one wouldn't bring the company down entirely, though it certainly would have an impact. Qiandu Group, however, had only one pillar, search. Of its dozen-odd departments, only the search business made money. If search declined, the company would essentially collapse. Now Li Hong no longer dared to hope for beating Fenghang's search. He'd be grateful just to keep what remained of their market share. President Chen, this is our market share performance during the Spring Festival holiday. Both Fengxin and Fenghang search, even Fenghang Player, have achieved tremendous success. Fengxin, in particular, has become the absolute leader in social communication. In the meeting room, Ji Shui reported the company's achievements during the Spring Festival holiday to Chen Feng. In one word to describe the situation, prosperous. Chapter 159, finally promoted. Chen Feng was extremely satisfied with this and highly praised Jiang Xiaohu. He promoted him one level higher, from the original project manager of Fengxin department to director. Jiang Xiaohu was extremely happy, finally got promoted. Previously, saying he was a manager just didn't sound good at all. He couldn't even hold his head high in front of his peers. Now he was a director, finally time to hold his head up proudly. Of course, that wasn't much. Above director there was still general manager, above general manager was president, and above president there was chairman. Alright then, the last one was nearly impossible. The board members were usually shareholders, and clearly, he wasn't one. He only had the right to receive dividends. After the Spring Festival, Chen Feng was somewhat busy for a while. On one hand, he needed to review what had happened during the holiday period. On the other, he had to organize the work plan for the new year. Of course, this was just mildly busy. The truly overwhelmed ones were Ji Shui and Xiao Shanshan. One was a tireless robot, while the other was extremely passionate about her career. With them in the company, Chen Feng literally couldn't even find time to be busy himself. Luckily, as the boss, there were some things Chen Feng simply couldn't avoid. For example, decisions regarding the business team from Penguin Group required him to have the final say. In the meeting room, after listening to what Wang Zong from Penguin Group had to say, Chen Feng's expression was confused. President Wang, you're not joking, right? Stock exchange. Are you serious about this? I've only heard of companies that cooperate exchanging shares, never companies that are in competition exchanging shares. Wang Mingda kept his expression neutral. He knew from the start that the stock exchange idea wasn't very feasible, unless the business operations didn't clash significantly. The real issue, however, was that the business between Penguin and Chen Feng clashed greatly, almost reaching a life-or-death rivalry. Whoever gained slightly more market share meant the other side lost out a bit. Although he knew it was unrealistic, Wang Mingda still smiled faintly and started fabricating excuses. President Chen, I must disagree. There's a saying called hedging risks. Can you guarantee Chen Feng will emerge victorious from this competition? Chen Feng currently operates many businesses, but honestly, the ones bringing in stable profits are only the games. True, Heroes and Valley of the Winds are indeed among the most popular domestic games, but can the revenue from just these two games really support your company's unrestricted expansion? To be honest, our company absolutely won't give up our foothold in social communications and gaming. President Chen, are you certain you'll win? Instead, how about we exchange shares? That way, even if you lose, you won't lose everything. Penguin is a listed company. Our stocks can be traded freely. When you really think about it, you'd still come out ahead. You're quite convincing, Chen Feng replied. What position do you hold at Penguin? Interested in coming to work for me? Wang Mingda gave a dry laugh, knowing he couldn't fool Chen Feng. Fortunately, he hadn't really placed much hope on that option. Cough, cough. Wang Mingda cleared his throat. President Chen, since you refused the share exchange, let's just drop that matter. How about instead, are you interested in selling Fengxin to us, Penguin? This was the true intention of Wang Mingda. That so-called share exchange had only ever been a ruse. What good would a share exchange do? Apart from causing a little chaos on the board and learning some of Chengfeng's financial secrets, it wouldn't really help Penguin's current situation. What Penguin truly wanted was absolute control over the social communication sector. Built upon its social communication software, Penguin would absolutely not allow a second company replicating their path to climb over their shoulders to the top. Since we can't beat you head on, then I won't fight anymore. I'll just buy you. Holding the cash cow of gaming and as a listed company, Penguin was a prime example of financial might. Except for state-owned enterprises, when it came to money, Penguin had never feared anyone. But unfortunately, this time, Penguin had met an opponent equally well-resourced. Sorry, President Wang, we won't be selling Fengxin. 300 billion. Ignoring Chen Feng's refusal, Wang Mingda proposed his price. As far as I know, your total investment from start to finish into the Fengxin project hasn't exceeded 300 billion yuan. In just a year and a half, this price should surely satisfy President Chen. 300 billion? Chen Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Penguin really was willing to invest heavily. But soon, Chen Feng thought of a question. According to your company's previous financial disclosures, your total profit for the entire last year was less than 100 billion. Where are you getting the 300 billion to acquire Fengxin? As for President Chen, there's no need to worry about him. If I dared to quote this number, it means our company truly has the funds. Chen Feng let out a cold chuckle. Actually, even if you didn't say it, I already know what you're thinking. It's just bank loans, issuing additional shares, and issuing corporate bonds. Your Penguin Group's current market value is around 200 billion. Once you acquire Fengxin, you'll immediately dominate the entire social communication and messaging market. Doubling your market value is the minimum. No wonder you're bold enough to offer 300 billion. Wang Mingda fell silent, because what Chen Feng said was exactly the truth. Indeed, the Penguin Group had planned to complete the acquisition through issuing additional shares. Actually, some things were rather ironic. If Penguin had dared to spend 300 billion last year, actually, even less than that, say just 100 billion, and promoted the app through Penguin's own platform, maybe WeChat would have truly taken off. In that case, Fengxin wouldn't have been able to surpass Penguin and claim the top spot in social communications. But the truth was, Penguin couldn't do it. They couldn't come up with 100 billion. Because Penguin was a joint stock company. Although Ma Teng controlled the company, there was still a board of directors to check his power. The members on the board simply wouldn't agree to invest 100 billion in a project with uncertain results. But acquiring Fengxin, the board would definitely approve. Because once Fengxin was acquired, Penguin's stock price would surely skyrocket, and so would the net worth of the board members. In comparison, those 300 billion yuan were practically nothing. Sometimes the world just worked in strange ways. All right, President Wang, I won't be selling Fengxin. You can go back now, Chen Feng said, waving his hand at Wang Mingda. President Chen, if you're not satisfied with the price, we can keep negotiating. A higher price isn't impossible, Wang Mingda replied quickly. Chen Feng shook his head. This isn't about money. Fengxin is a crucial part of our company's strategic development. It's vital for our future direction. It's non-negotiable. You can forget about it. Wang Mingda furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected that Chen Feng wouldn't even be tempted by 300 billion. But thinking it through, Chen Feng had already invested over 100 billion into Fengxin despite the uncertainty ahead. His personality must have been quite extreme. Refusing to sell Fengxin was perfectly normal. Luckily, Wang Mingda had been prepared for this. Chapter 160. Neither admitting nor refusing. Mr. Chen, I just suddenly remembered. Your company hasn't gone public yet, right? How so? Are you eager for us to go public? Not really. I'm just simply wondering how your company has so much money to burn through on Fengxian without even being listed. Wang Mingda smiled faintly. Compared to yours, your company's cash flow must be nearly dried up by now, right? What does that have to do with you? Chen Feng gave no comment. He neither admitted nor denied anything. But in Wang Mingda's eyes, this kind of behavior clearly showed guilt. President Chen, I have to admire you. You actually dared to spend so much money on this Fengxian project. But President Chen, have you considered what it will mean for you and your company once it fails? Naturally, you'll probably say that your company's software is already the top-ranked social communication app. But let me say, it's still very early. Our Penguin company will absolutely not allow anyone to challenge our dominance in this market. President Ma has already decided to allocate 2 billion yuan to respond to Fengxian's challenge. President Chen, this is due ding to be a long war. For a long time, this Fengxian software may not generate any profit for you. Are you sure you still want to persist? Even if you want to, can your company sustain itself financially? Wang Mingdao wore a confident smile on his face. He believed these words would definitely shake this young, to an almost ridiculous degree, President Chen and force him to seriously consider selling Fengxian. In fact, as he listened to Wang Mingdao speak, Chen Feng felt not the slightest ripple of emotion. Not to mention, he almost felt like laughing. You haven't even figured out the basic situation, and you dare to try to persuade me? Who gave you the courage, Leonel Yang? Who told you that our company's cash flow was almost depleted? In reality, Chen Feng had more than enough money on hand. Even if he burned another 100 billion, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Chen Feng understood that this wasn't Wang Mingda's fault. It was all because Nji Shui was just too unbelievable. Who would have thought Nji Shui could keep earning massive amounts of money through financial operations to support the company's development? Not only Wang Mingda hadn't imagined that, even Chen Feng himself hadn't thought of it back then. If it weren't for witnessing Nji Shui's incredible operations with his own eyes, Chen Feng would never have known that financial operations could be so profitable. You make a very reasonable point. However, I don't really want to listen. Chen Feng smiled faintly and made a gesture to show his guest out. Wang Mingdao felt slightly surprised. Something's wrong here. This reaction from President Chen seems a bit unusual. Could he actually be this stubborn, not even worrying about potential cash flow problems? Could he already have found a way to resolve the funding issue? Was it a loan or some other financing channel? After a moment of silence, Wang Mingda tried to persuade him again. President Chen, perhaps you don't realize how determined our company is about this area of social communications. If you invest 10 billion, we'll invest 20 billion. No matter what, the Penguin Group will never give up this market. It would be better to sell it now while it still has value than wait until later when even if you want to sell, no one will take it. Hee. Chen Feng laughed. Since your Penguin Group is so confident, then let's continue fighting. Let's see who will be the one laughing at the end. It looks like we can't continue this conversation anymore. Wang Mingda shrugged his shoulders and walked out of the conference room. As soon as he walked out of Cheng Feng Group's building, Wang Mingda's face immediately darkened, filled with anger inside. He extremely disliked Chen Feng's confident attitude. What annoyed him even more was Cheng Feng Group's emphasis on the social communications sector, because this directly threatened Penguin Group's interests and, more importantly, its stock price. Complete monopoly of a field versus sharing that field with other companies. The effect on valuation was vastly different. As it happened, Wang Mingda himself was a shareholder of Penguin, so the company's stock price directly affected his own interests. He desperately wanted no competition for Penguin at all, wanted Penguin to monopolize this huge slice of the social communications market, so that the stock price would definitely skyrocket. Unfortunately, this Chen Fengxian had to come in and disrupt everything. To counter Fengxian's challenge, Penguin would have to spend a huge amount of money in the days to come. After Wang Mingda left, Chen Feng immediately summoned Nji Shui to his office. Nji Shui, the Penguin Group is about to intensify its competition with us in the area of social communications. Are we okay on our side? As the old saying goes, despise the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. After all, Penguin was one of the few major companies in China, and the social software, Penguin Number, had been launched 10 years earlier than Fengxian, holding a special place in many people's hearts. Previously, Fengxian had caught Penguin off guard and thus seized the top spot in social communications. Now, Penguin was clearly starting to take this area seriously again, intensifying its efforts. It remained to be seen whether Fengxian could maintain its advantage. Facing Chen Feng's concerns, Nji Shui smiled confidently. Master, please don't worry. Currently, our Fengxian already has a first-mover advantage and has built its own ecosystem. It's basically impossible for Penguin Group to catch up unless a miracle happens. Chen Feng fully trusted Nji Shui's judgment. If Nji Shui said Penguin Group couldn't catch up, then Chen Feng had no worries. Social communications was a crucial component of Cheng Feng Group's future strategy. It absolutely could not fall behind. During the PC internet era, Penguin had risen to the top of the industry with Penguin Number and online games. Chen Feng planned to replicate this path in the mobile internet era, using Fengxian and gaming to ascend to industry leadership. To achieve this goal, Fengxian was an essential piece. Then I can relax, Chen Feng nodded. Nji Shui, from now on, please keep a close eye on Fengxian's side. Report anything unusual to me immediately, especially Penguin Group's movements. Notify me as soon as possible. Of course, Master. Diligent Nji Shui nodded. Master, I will constantly monitor the company's status and report immediately if anything happens. You may leave first. Chen Feng waved his hand, signaling Nji Shui to leave the office. Soon after, Xiao Shanshan walked in. Boss, a vice president from Emperor Company wants to meet you. Do you know what it's about? Chen Feng remained calm. In these days, many people wanted to meet him, some simply coming for a visit, others to discuss cooperation, and some even to ask for donations. Whether or not to meet them mainly depended on the situation and also their identities. The status of an emperor company vice president was worth Chen Feng's time for a meeting. Chapter 161. Here to discuss a cooperation. I'm not sure about the details, but it seems like they're here to discuss a cooperation. Xiao Shanshan shrugged. Although she had the authority to make many decisions, the company ultimately answered to Chen Feng, who had to give his approval and signature on many matters. All right then, let's meet them. Chen Feng nodded. The next day, he met the visiting vice president of Emperor Entertainment, Yang Yongliang. Yang Yongliang was in his 30s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared quite refined, but for some reason, his demeanor reminded Chen Feng of the term cultured pervert. Yang Yongliang was brought in by Jishui. From the moment the conference room door opened to when he sat down, Yang's eyes had not left Jishui's body. It wasn't until Chen Feng coughed impatiently did Yang finally snap back to attention. This annoyed Chen Feng slightly. Even though Jishui was only a robot, Chen still felt irritated by the way Yang was staring. In Yang Yongliang's eyes, Chen detected a hint of greed. Though he concealed it well, Chen noticed it. President Yang, hello? I heard you have a project you'd like to collaborate with our company on. May I ask what it is? Yang Yongliang immediately regained his composure. Being a vice president, he wasn't just some empty suit. He did have basic professional abilities. It's a movie. Yang Yongliang pulled out a script and handed it to Chen Feng. Truthfully speaking, the confident manner in which he presented himself really intrigued Chen. What kind of project could it be that the president of Emperor Entertainment personally showed up? Opening the script, the first thing Chen Feng saw was the cast list. Jackie Chan, Jet Li, Donnie Yen, Lin Qiling. No wonder Yang Yongliang was so confident. With such a lineup of superstars, the box office was almost guaranteed to be a hit. Even without reading the content, just the cast list alone was explosive. And such a lineup could indeed only be assembled by Emperor Entertainment. Since Emperor was a Hong Kong-based company representing the capital of the Hong Kong film industry, all these superstar legends hailed from the Hong Kong entertainment circle. Other companies wouldn't necessarily be able to secure their participation, even with money to burn. Movie script, Azura. Note 1. This film has a very high chance of losses. Note 2. Highly unlikely to earn any profits unless a miracle happens. Note 3. Disorganized script content. A high-quality film can't be made under normal circumstances. Chen Feng's expression froze as he read through the notes. What the hell? Highly likely to lose money. Almost impossible to make a profit. This was a movie starring several megastars. Just the cast list alone should be a blockbuster. Yet this was what they came up with? Chen Feng skeptically scanned the script again with his camera lens for confirmation. His results confirmed it. This was truly a total disaster of a film. Even with stars like Jackie Chan, Jet Li, and Andy Lau, it was still an undeniable pile of crap. He looked at Yang Yongliang sitting confidently across the sofa and didn't know what to say. You actually dare to bring such a project to propose a collaboration with me? Then he thought that not everyone had the privilege of a special camera like he did to accurately assess a movie's quality. He thus came to terms with it. This time, Emperor must have simply turned a blind eye. Such things were common. Just like in the past, Stephen Chow had also once misjudged, and a movie, A Chinese Odyssey, nearly bankrupted him. So, all he needed to do next was to pretend to be thoughtful, ask a few polite questions, and then send Yang on his way. There was no way he would actually warn him. Even if he did, the other party wouldn't believe him, and might even suspect jealousy. After pretending to go through the script carefully, Chen finally spoke up. May I ask how you'd like to proceed with the collaboration, President Yang? Yang Yongliang smiled slightly. The investment required for this movie is about 700 million yuan. We are willing to offer your company a 30% stake. Yang looked as if he was bestowing an honor upon Chen. Chen Feng felt a bit surprised internally. 700 million investment? The box office would have to reach over 2 billion yuan just to break even. Emperor was clearly going all in on this. Strictly speaking, the mainland film market alone couldn't support such a massive investment. After all, last year's box office record from the movie P-Mac was only 1.3 billion yuan. If Azura was only shown in the mainland, it would definitely result in a loss. The key issue was, Emperor's movies were not limited to just mainland screenings. They would also be released in the US, Japan, South Korea, Southeast Asia, and even Europe. Emperor Entertainment had the capacity to market and sell this movie globally. That's why they had the confidence to invest 700 million yuan in a single film. This was something Chen Feng could not yet achieve. It was the legacy Emperor inherited from the golden era of Hong Kong cinema, and not something that could be easily copied or learned. 700 million yuan, when you really break it down, it's only about 100 million US dollars. In the global market, that's not even a big number. Sorry, and thank you for your company's trust, but I can only decline this cooperation. Chen Feng smiled and handed the script back. Yang Yongliang froze instantly. He didn't know how to respond. If it were another company, they wouldn't even need to read the script. Just seeing the cast list would be enough for them to rush forward with money, worried that Emperor Entertainment might refuse. But how come you, Shengfeng Entertainment, are actually turning it down? President Chen, may I ask why? This film can be considered the most premium project currently on the market. Why wouldn't you invest? A money-losing pile of garbage. Aren't you asking why? Chen Feng thought sarcastically to himself. But on the surface, he maintained a smile. Sorry, our company's recent cash flow is tight. We just don't have the funds to invest. Yang Yongliang subconsciously relaxed. Good, just a funding issue. Immediately, he smiled. President Chen, this is really not a problem you need to worry about. This kind of premium project is essentially risk-free. Funding can be resolved easily, for example, through corporate bonds, loans, or shell financing. I believe, as long as you, President Chun, want to, you'll definitely be able to secure the money. Yang Yongliang hadn't come knocking randomly. Before arriving, he had specifically researched Xuanhuan Company and knew that this was a top-tier entertainment company in mainland China. That's precisely why he sought out this cooperation. For other companies, 200 million might be a substantial sum, but for Xuanhuan, it wasn't a big deal. Chen Feng smiled lightly. He didn't know whether he should praise Yang Yongliang for being smart or scold him for being stupid. Could he really not tell this was a polite refusal? How could he possibly not have the 200 million? He said that only to politely decline. Fine. Since this guy couldn't pick up on the subtlety, Chen Feng had no choice but to state it directly. Sorry, we don't want to invest in this movie. Short and blunt, without even a sliver of room for negotiation. Yang Yongliang's expression instantly froze. Actually, he wasn't completely clueless. He had simply never imagined someone would turn down investment in such a premium project. If others had the chance to invest in this film, even if they had to borrow the money, they'd definitely cover the cost. President Chun, may I ask why? Yang Yongliang finally managed to ask after a long silence. I think this film will lose money. Chen Feng replied bluntly. Chapter 162, Doubt. Yang Yongliang didn't even feel like speaking this time, looking at Chen Feng with the kind of expression reserved for fools. This movie will lose money? Didn't you see the cast list? Jackie Chan, Jet Li, Andy Lau, Jun Zidong, Brother Fa, so many superstars, and you're telling me it will lose money? Yang Yongliang had even started questioning Chen Feng's judgment. How had this guy managed to expand his company to its current scale? Director Yang, anything else? Chen Feng asked, noticing the skepticism in Yang's eyes, but he didn't elaborate further. If there's nothing else, I should get back to work. Truth be told, Yang Yongliang wouldn't have believed it either, if it weren't for the fact that the Jinding camera rarely made mistakes. Even Chen Feng himself wouldn't believe that a film with such a star-studded lineup could end up in the red. Cough. President Chun, actually, I still have one thing. Yang Yongliang hesitated slightly before continuing. I heard that your company is planning to make a sequel to Taitong, and I was wondering if our company could get involved somehow. Getting involved is not a problem, but what can you offer me? Chen Feng's expression turned serious. Since the Taitong sequel was announced, there had been a deluge of people trying to get a piece of the pie. Simply because Tong had broken box office records, anyone with functioning eyes could see that its sequel would make money. The only question was how much. Just to get a bite of the meat, practically everyone who could pull some strings had approached Chen Feng, hoping to grab a slice. Chen didn't outright refuse them, but he never fully agreed either. Even though he could have devoured the Taitong sequel entirely by himself, doing so would easily invite resentment from others. Better if everyone could earn a bit together. But that didn't mean it was easy to enter the project. You had to bring something valuable to the table. For instance, Huai had exchanged a decent mid-budget film share to obtain a 10% stake in Yongliang. As for the rest, Chen hadn't budged, because the offers they brought simply didn't impress him. If Emperor Entertainment could bring enough value to the table, Chen wouldn't mind allowing them to get involved in Yongliang either. Yang Yongliang hesitated again before cautiously asking, President Chun, may I ask what exactly do you need? Hong Kong movie copyrights, Chen Feng replied decisively. The 1990s was the golden era for Hong Kong cinema, when Hong Kong films swept through both sides of the Strait and Three Territories, becoming a generation's cherished memories. Even though Hong Kong cinema had already declined nowadays, there were still plenty of cultural legacies left behind. For instance, the old movie copyrights. Many of those films were like white moons in people's hearts, especially A Chinese Odyssey, which had practically been deified. Chen Feng had sent people long ago to negotiate with Hong Kong production companies regarding these copyrights, but due to some inexplicable stubbornness on the Hong Kong company's part, things never worked out. Now that Emperor Entertainment had taken the initiative to reach out, this was good news for Chen Feng. The once dominant Hong Kong studios like Golden Harvest had long fallen from grace. Emperor was the reigning powerhouse of Hong Kong's entertainment industry. Copyrights were problematic for Chun, but relatively easy for Emperor to resolve. If the Taitong share could be used to settle these copyright issues, it would be mutually beneficial for both parties. Yang Yongliang nodded, saying, No problem, our company owns many movie copyrights. If Qingwang needs them, we can offer you licenses at a favorable price. We can also help negotiate licensing from other companies. The two talked for a while, and quickly laid the groundwork for their cooperation. Yang Yongliang would license the Hong Kong movie copyrights owned by his company to Qingwang at a favorable price, and would also assist Qingwang in negotiating licensing rights with other Hong Kong companies. In return, Qingwang would give away 30% of the Yongliang movie shares, and also cede partial shares of the second installment of Jinyui and the TV drama version of Many Days of Heartbreak, and reserve slots for Emperor's artists to promote themselves in the show Taste the World. This cooperation could be described as both sides getting what they wanted, trading resources that were relatively unimportant for their own business in exchange for more useful ones. To be honest, Hong Kong's entertainment decline over the past few years was quite apparent. By the end of the last century, Hong Kong capital was sweeping everything before it. Mainland companies didn't even have the qualifications to partner with Hong Kong enterprises. Before 2010, Hong Kong's industry still held massive power, with many Hong Kong artists coming to the mainland to earn money. Back then, Hong Kong stars was practically synonymous with quality branding. However, with the development of mainland China's economy, Hong Kong's entertainment industry kept shrinking, and the mainland market had largely been occupied by mainland companies, with Hong Kong capital suffering heavy defeats. Nowadays, even Emperor, the reigning king of Hong Kong entertainment, had begun needing to cooperate with mainland companies to promote their own artists. It was precisely because Hong Kong's entertainment circle had declined that Chen Feng had the opportunity to fill in the gaps and secure the copyrights of those old Hong Kong films. During the Spring Festival, Fengxing Video spent 500 million yuan to purchase the exclusive online broadcast rights of CCTV's New Year Gala, dramatically expanding its market share. Competing platforms such as Qi, LeTV, Youku, and Tencent Video panicked one after another and began racing to catch up. To be honest, the online video sector had now become a bit of a losing proposition. None of the companies were making a penny from it, instead pouring in huge sums of money. The most frustrating part was that no one was willing to give up this market, each secretly hoping to outlast the competition and eventually take the lead. Chen Feng didn't know about other companies, but as for himself, there was absolutely no way he would give up this sector. If it came down to it, he'd just keep throwing money at it. After all, he had plenty to spare. Let's see who could last longer. Xuanhuan had many business divisions, including gaming, internet services, finance, and more. But of all these, Chen Feng valued the entertainment division the most. Recently, the company's group of trainees was about to hold their first public performance, and Chen Feng had decided to go and take a look. Xiao Shanshan happened to be free, so she decided to come along with Chen Feng. President Chen, it's just a performance by a bunch of trainees. Do you really have to come in person? Xiao Shanshan kept muttering, clearly a bit annoyed. The reason she had free time was simply because Nji Shui had taken over all the company affairs. Otherwise, she might still be working at the office. Recently, the company had entered a crucial stage of development, and Nji Shui's responsibilities were growing heavier by the day. These past few weeks, Nji Shui had practically lived inside the company. But this situation would likely only last a short while, because Nji Shui had already begun developing artificial intelligence to help handle some of the tasks. Chen Feng's expectations kept rising, and since he didn't trust anyone else, he had no choice but to pile the work onto Nji Shui. Besides, Chen Feng was planning to restructure the company again soon, streamline internal relationships, and allow the company to move forward faster with a lighter load. One reason he had deliberately brought Xiao Shanshan along was because she was a workaholic who practically lived at the office. Chen Feng wanted to use this opportunity to get her out for some rest and prevent her from burning out or collapsing from exhaustion. Chapter 163, The Decline of the Hong Kong Circle. On the other hand, this was also giving Nji Shui an opportunity to sort out the company's situation and prepare for a major restructuring. After all, it had become one of the prominent companies in the country, with branches around the globe. It was time to professionalize operations and move away from the chaotic past. Xiao Shanshan understood this too, but she just couldn't get over her irritation. Why did Chen Feng trust Nji Shui so much? What did that woman have that she didn't? Chen Feng glanced at Xiao Shanshan. He admitted that Xiao Shanshan was extremely capable, but no matter how capable she was still just an ordinary human. Nji Shui, on the other hand, was a robot, an advanced robot from the future. How could a human compete with a robot? Especially when Nji Shui was absolutely loyal to Chen Feng, hiding absolutely nothing from him. But of course, he couldn't say that outright. So Chen Feng made up an excuse, saying that Xiao Shanshan had been too busy lately, and had brought her out to relax a bit. Xiao Shanshan was simply looking for an opportunity to vent her frustration. As soon as she saw Chen Feng trying to comfort her, the slight bitterness in her heart instantly disappeared. She really hadn't taken a break in a long time. Even the new year had been spent at the company. Being able to take this opportunity to go out and unwind with Chen Feng wasn't bad at all. With that thought in mind, Xiao Shanshan calmed down significantly and followed Chen Feng into a venue. Huh? So messy. Boss, are you sure this is the place booked by our company? Looking at the disorderly floor, Xiao Shanshan frowned immediately. In the past, everywhere she visited had been upscale and refined. How come the place she came to with the boss was so underwhelming? Chen Feng checked his phone briefly and nodded. Yes, this is the location the person in charge sent me. It must be because they haven't cleaned it up yet. Whatever, we're already here. Let's go inside and check it out first. Fine, let's go in and take a look. With great reluctance, Xiao Shanshan nodded. Outside, the environment had been rather quiet. But as soon as they entered the venue, a scorching wave of sound surged toward them. Once she saw what was happening inside, Xiao Shanshan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. On the stage were 6 young girls singing and dancing energetically, twisting their bodies vigorously. Meanwhile, beneath the stage, a large group of male otaku were shouting loudly, waving their arms enthusiastically, completely immersed in the performance. Suddenly confronted with this scene, Xiao Shanshan was so startled she could only dryly swallow. These are our company's artists? Her expression was stunned. Chen Feng Group was one of the top-tier entertainment companies in the country. It had several top-tier stars, and the contracted artists were generally good-looking and well-mannered. But what were these girls on stage? They were far too shocking to look at. Chen Feng, however, watched with visible interest, offering a faint smile. Technically speaking, they aren't exactly artists, they're idols. Though, perhaps in the future they may develop into actors or mainstream artists. But at the moment, they're idols, pure and simple. Idols. Xiao Shanshan looked extremely confused. She had, of course, heard the word idol before. But in her understanding, idols were the same as artists, and artists were idols. From the way the CEO spoke, though, it seemed the two were actually quite different. Noticing her confusion, Chen Feng smiled slightly and began explaining. Strictly speaking, an idol and an artist were not the same thing. Artists were artists, and idols were idols. The term idol originally originated from Japan, meaning a person of fantasy. Roughly in the 60s and 70s of the last century, due to rapid economic development, the entertainment industry also grew vigorously, giving birth to this concept of idols in Japan. At that time, idols were about perfection, providing people with a sense of fantasy, something like ideal boyfriends or girlfriends. By the 1990s, Japan's idol industry saw another round of development. This time, perfection was no longer emphasized. Instead, the idea shifted to ordinary people with flaws, allowing fans to grow and progress together with their idols. But with the arrival of the new century, Japan's economy declined, and its entertainment industry stagnated. Although the idol industry continued to exist, there was no innovation anymore. Just as Japan's idol development reached a plateau, South Korea stepped in. Learning from Japan's model, South Korea created the trainee system, where trainees performed while undergoing training. SM Entertainment was the most representative example, and Girls' Generation was the pinnacle of that system. Meanwhile, China had always been a blank space in this field. After all, not long ago China was still relatively poor, consumer levels were low, and the entire entertainment scene was quite outdated and provincial. It was not even enough to produce decent celebrities, let alone compete with idols. At that time, the entire entertainment scene was dominated by the Hong Kong stars. It was only in recent years, with the rapid economic growth, that the space for an idol industry finally emerged in China. Of course, Xuanhuan followed the successful examples of Japan and South Korea, planning to learn from them. While borrowing their ideas, Xuanhuan also incorporated suggestions from Njishui and made appropriate localized adjustments. The idols under Xuanhuan wouldn't be as cheap as those in Japan, nor as cold and distant as those in South Korea. Instead, they'd be a combination of both, a trainee system combined with idol performance, allowing trainees to practice while performing, with the training period shortened to just 3 years. After listening to Chen Feng's explanation, Xiao Shanshan felt like she understood, yet wasn't entirely sure. So basically, idols are like trainees for becoming stars, but more accessible, similar to internet celebrities? Exactly. That's the value of having idols. Chen Feng nodded. Just think about it, Shanshan. If you're an otaku who barely dares to look at a girl in real life, suddenly you find a way to interact with an otherwise unapproachable beautiful girl by spending money, shaking hands, having heart-to-hearts. How exciting would that be for an ordinary person? In such a scenario, making them empty their wallets isn't even a problem. And with these idols, we'll essentially have a continuous supply of future stars, similar to SM Entertainment in South Korea or Johnny's in Japan. Both Japan and South Korea have proven the viability of the idol industry. We just need to replicate it and make a few localized improvements. Xiao Shanshan nodded, then asked a crucial question. So, how much money can this industry make? Chen Feng made a quick mental calculation and replied seriously. Right now, this industry in China is still in its infancy. It's hard to tell exactly how much we could make, but according to the experiences in Japan and South Korea, the market could be worth hundreds of billions. With our first mover advantage, the future profits might reach somewhere between 1 to several billion annually. That little. Xiao Shanshan frowned and said, Boss, I thought you were talking about something huge just now. Turns out it's only about 1 to several billion a year? That's just a drop in the bucket compared to what we make from a single game. And this requires way more effort. Chapter 164 The Man Who Became the Father of Idols. Mr. Chun, I think the entertainment industry can just be handled casually. Our main focus should be on the gaming industry. That's where the real money is. A successful game can even generate billions in revenue, lasting way longer than idols. Chen Feng looked at Xiao Shanshan wordlessly. Why couldn't this girl just understand? Was this really about money? If he really just wanted to make money, he could simply stay at home doing nothing while Njishui continuously generated income for him. He genuinely wanted to build a business, okay? Think about it. The domestic idol industry was just starting, and he was the one initiating it. Naturally, the crown of the father of Chinese idols would fall on his head. That was a rare honor, alright? Such a noble endeavor couldn't possibly be measured by monetary value. So crass. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Chen Feng shook his head. Shanshan, don't underestimate the entertainment industry either. Although it may not earn as much as the gaming industry, when it comes to influence, it definitely surpasses games. Okay, you're the boss, so you decide. Xiao Shanshan shrugged. Although she had never fully understood the company's financial situation, she knew the company was very wealthy. Since the boss liked it, they might as well go ahead. After all, they could afford it. Scanning the venue and confirming that this batch of idols' debut performance went well enough, Chen Feng drove Xiao Shanshan to another event. No way, there are male idols too. Xiao Shanshan was instantly shocked. Chen Feng glanced at her sideways. If there are female idols, naturally there should also be male idols. After all, people who like idols exist regardless of gender. Moreover, female fans generally have much stronger fan power. We definitely cannot abandon this market. Xiao Shanshan felt like she was learning something new. She had truly never expected to see male idols. Watching several shy young boys singing quietly on stage, she felt a strong emotional stirring in her heart. These boys actually look pretty good, she remarked. Chen Feng immediately smiled. Xiao Shanshan really was interesting. When she saw female idols, she thought it was chaotic and lame, believing there was no need for them. Yet, the moment she saw male idols, her eyes lit up right away. Really? Still, Chen Feng could understand it. Everyone had a maternal instinct deep inside. Once activated, it was easy to get carried away. Did you think only immature young people liked idols? Not at all. There were plenty of dad fans and mom fans too, and the more these kinds of fans there were, the stronger their spending power became. Right now, Xiao Shanshan had become a mom fan for these male idols. She would certainly spare no expense to help the idols improve. The profit-making model for idols can refer to Japan and South Korea, selling handshake tickets. conversation tickets, hug tickets, selling photo books, charting, development, and similar methods. Also, they can hold concerts like regular entertainers, sing and dance, appear on variety shows, take endorsements, and so on. As for whether their lives will be ruined if they don't become popular, you don't need to worry about that at all. The number of trainees in our company is actually not large. Only about 200 in the first year, with a total number of less than 300. The mainland market is huge and can easily accommodate these idols. Plus, our company offers very good contracts. Everyone has a guaranteed salary, definitely not worse than regular employment. 300 people feels like a lot. Can the company handle their training? Xuanhuan asked, looking puzzled. Xin smiled. That's because you have no idea how big this market really is. Let me tell you, during the peak of Japan's idol industry, there were 12,000 officially recognized idols nationwide. As for those underground, unofficial idols, their numbers were even greater, probably approaching 100,000. South Korea has fewer, but their idol numbers have never dropped below 10,000. Plus, the trainees in South Korea have it really rough. On one hand, the market is small and competition extremely fierce. On the other hand, the atmosphere is heavily hierarchical. Juniors must respect seniors, and sometimes even kneel to thank seniors. If they disobey, the companies might even physically punish them. Some idols are even so desperate they have to rely on part-time jobs just to survive. In comparison, our company's idols have it much easier. Although we reference the South Korean trainee system for idol cultivation, our management here is very relaxed, emphasizing free and personalized development. Plus, we offer a guaranteed salary, so idols don't have to rely on part-time jobs just to survive. The most important thing is that our market is much bigger than South Korea's. No matter how these idols turn out in the future, both their upper and lower limits will be significantly better than those in South Korea. At this point, Xin couldn't help but sigh slightly. From his observations, the trainees in South Korea were truly outstanding. Even an average trainee from there would easily outperform one of Chunqing Entertainment's upon returning home. They worked incredibly hard, because if they didn't, they'd be ruthlessly eliminated by the market. But sadly, no matter how hard they worked, they could never surpass their counterparts in China simply because the Chinese market was naturally much larger. That was a fundamental gap, something impossible to overcome no matter how hard you tried afterward. Oh, I see. Xuanhuan nodded vaguely, as if she understood. Truth was, she wasn't very familiar with these matters. However, seeing how confident Xin spoke, she instantly believed him. All right, we can go now. Next stop, the idol training school. Huh? Are we leaving already? I haven't watched enough yet. To everyone's surprise, Xuanhuan actually looked reluctant. Xin smiled and patted her shoulder lightly. Since you're not done watching yet, why not stay here for a bit longer? If you've become a fan of any idol, you can buy a few handshake tickets later to shake hands and chat with them. If you're willing to spend enough money, you can even join a special fan group. Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment before nodding, looking somewhat shy, because she felt that idol fandom was something rather embarrassing. Xin, however, thought there was nothing wrong with liking idols. Once people's material needs were met, they naturally pursued spiritual fulfillment, that is, emotional value. Admiring idols exactly fulfilled that emotional need, and that was definitely not shameful. In the process of fans supporting idols, the fans received emotional satisfaction, the idols gained growth, and the company earned money. This, indeed, was a triple win. After watching 2 batches of idol performances, Xin continued driving toward the idol training school. Although it was called a school, it was essentially just a training center. Chapter 165 Mom Fans and Dad Fans. This concept was inspired by the trainee system from the South and improved upon based on suggestions from Xuanhuan. In the South, trainees were expected to practice for no less than 12 hours a day, every single day. Trainees produced under this system have extremely strong professional skills. Their singing and dancing abilities are remarkably strong. However, this model has its shortcomings too. Idols produced through such rigorous training tend to be extremely similar, lacking in individuality, and failing to satisfy the public's diverse preferences. The idol training center of Changfeng is different. Idols here still require training, but only 6 hours a day. The remaining time can be spent on personal studies, similar to how university students choose their electives to develop their own talents. Moreover, the training duration is also shortened and fixed at 3 years, which also helps reduce training costs. The first idol training center was established in Daheshi, the most economically developed region in China, with a massive market and naturally favorable conditions. The first batch of 200 trainees has been nearly filled completely, and all those recruited so far are of Chinese nationality. Since this is the trial phase, most of the trainees are chosen locally. Once the commercial potential of this model is confirmed, the recruitment will expand significantly. They might even end up scouting trainees worldwide, just like those idiot companies in the South. The conditions are quite good, Xin said after touring the training center. He gave a nod, seemingly satisfied with the environment. Though he loved money, he had principles. He would never deliberately swindle others or withhold his employees' salaries. In the South, bigger companies treated their trainees decently enough, but the smaller ones operated shamefully. The trainees there often lived in poor conditions. Some even had dozens of them sharing one big dormitory room, like rats crammed together. Xin would definitely not do anything like that. After all, it was among the few well-known entertainment companies in the industry. The conditions might not be luxurious, but they were certainly above average. Especially the cafeteria, where specialized nutritionists were hired to ensure that the trainees not only ate well, but also avoided gaining weight. For trainees, physical appearance was extremely important, sometimes even more important than their face. A slightly less attractive appearance could be fixed with makeup, but there was no hiding being overweight. In addition to the standard cafeteria facilities, there were also dance rooms, music rooms, art studios, piano rooms, computer rooms, and so on. These were primarily spaces for the trainees to develop their personal interests. And Zhihui believed that treating artists like products on an assembly line, like they did in the South, was not the best cultivation method. Instead, the better way was to allow more freedom in their growth path. Though this approach was somewhat costlier, it was more likely to meet viewers' diversified expectations. Of course, singing and dancing remained the core skills each idol had to master well. These were the things audiences loved the most. When Xuanhuan arrived at the dance room, 2 dance instructors were stretching the trainees' muscles. They looked highly dedicated. "Hey, who are you?" As a living giant of a man, Xuanhuan had just appeared in the dance room, and the 2 instructors immediately spotted him. Seeing a stranger, they instantly became alert. "I'm the new martial arts instructor. Just coming here to have a look." Xuanhuan thought quickly and came up with a brilliant excuse. Compared to revealing himself as the boss, pretending to be a teacher could provide much more information. "Martial arts instructor?" The male dance teacher expressed a puzzled look. "The training center doesn't have such a course." "I think there is." The female dance instructor hesitated as she replied. Upper management did mention wanting diverse developments for the trainees. It should be normal to have a martial arts instructor. They were both employees from Chengfeng, responsible for teaching dance to these trainees. However, since the training base was newly established, they weren't sure if martial arts instructors had been hired. "How about this? Let's have a fight. If you win, I'll believe you are a martial arts instructor." The male dance teacher suddenly suggested with a flash of his eyes, a rather unique idea. Xuanhuan gave him a side glance. He looked pretty sturdy. Perhaps he was somewhat capable in a fight. If he dared to propose such a challenge, then he probably had some confidence in his abilities. The issue was that Xuanfeng's basic physical attributes were 2 to 3 times stronger than those of a normal person. Besides, he had actually learned martial arts from Zhihui. While he couldn't claim to take on hundreds at once, thanks to his superior physical condition, taking on dozens of average people was no problem. "All right, if you insist, go ahead." Xuanfeng shrugged indifferently and casually stepped into the center of the dance studio. Originally, he was about to provoke the male dance instructor with a finger-beckoning gesture, but then he remembered that the other person was just an ordinary man, so he decided against it. "I'm really going for it now." Surprisingly, the male dance instructor's expression turned excited. He bounced lightly on his feet and assumed a mixed martial arts stance. Then, with a sudden leap forward, he threw a punch straight at Xuanfeng's face. Quite professional." Xuanfeng silently commented in his mind. He knew this instructor had some training experience. Otherwise, why would he casually make such a challenge? But still, it wasn't enough. To Xuanfeng, the male instructor's seemingly swift movements were as slow as a turtle crawling. He simply extended his hand, grabbed the other's wrist, and then, taking advantage of the opponent's unbalanced stance, tripped him with a light foot move, sending the instructor tumbling to the floor. The whole process was smooth and effortless, like natural breathing. "Wow, so amazing." The female dance instructor who was watching nearby showed a shocked expression. She had expected a battle between equals, but Mei Shangdao, the male dance instructor, was nearly helpless against Xuanfeng. "Hello, my name is Qin Yuqi. What's yours?" The female instructor's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My name is Xuanfeng. Teacher Chen, nice to meet you." Qin Yuqi Dafeng Ly extended her hand. Xuanfeng was slightly surprised. "I've given my name. Don't you think something is a bit off? You're actually an employee of my company. I remember there were photos on the company's internal website." Xuanfeng shook hands with Qin Yuqi while carefully watching her face, hoping to detect something from her expression. But disappointingly, he found nothing. Qin Yuqi genuinely didn't seem to connect that Xuanfeng was her boss. Perhaps she simply didn't care, or more likely, she never imagined that the legendary big boss would suddenly appear right in front of her. You're the better man," the male dance instructor said while getting up from the floor, his face slightly embarrassed, as if he had just lost face. Chapter 166. Don't take it seriously. Xuanfeng could do nothing about it either. It was you who proposed the competition yourself. If you lost, how could you blame me? "Mr. Chun, you look quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" Qin Yuqi asked directly. Xuanfeng was somewhat surprised. Girls these days were really too straightforward. What was she trying to do? Still, being asked this by a pretty girl made Xuanfeng feel pretty good, because it showed how charming he was. "I do," Xuanfeng replied honestly. Upon hearing that, the male teacher beside them immediately relaxed and chuckled. "Yuqi, don't set your sights on him. Didn't you hear? He already has a girlfriend. Mind your own business." Qin Yuqi rolled her eyes. "Liao Fan, don't stick your nose where it's not wanted. Having a girlfriend, so what? As long as the hoe swings well, no corner cannot be dug. With this old girl's figure, there's no man I can't handle." Xuanfeng broke into cold sweat. This girl was so fierce. Had society already come to this? Men really had to be careful when going out, especially a good-looking guy like him. Male dance instructor Liao Fan was also somewhat surprised, not expecting Qin Yuqi to speak like that. However, instead of arguing with Qin Yuqi, he turned to Xuanfeng and advised, "When a girl talks like that, just listen, don't take it seriously." Xuanfeng couldn't help but laugh. "What I do has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to boss me around?" "You." Liao Fan's face turned pale, clearly not expecting Xuanfeng to speak so bluntly. But he could do nothing about it, because he had no authority over Xuanfeng and could only retort, "You're a man with a girlfriend. You dare to flirt around outside?" "Dare to," Xuanfeng nodded. Cough cough. Liao Fan nearly choked on his own saliva. "Can you face your girlfriend like this?" "Don't worry," Xuanfeng smiled. "My girlfriend fully supports me. Because I'm too strong. The two of them barely can handle me. Pooh. Liao Fan almost spat out blood. Two people? That phrase contained rather heavy implications. Ha ha ha. Qin Yuqi laughed heartily. Liao Fan didn't dare to speak with Chen Feng anymore. He turned to Qin Yuqi instead. Yuqi, did you hear that? This guy already has 2 girlfriends and still wants to pursue you. How could you still have interest in such a low-life guy? To Liao Fan's disappointment, however, Qin Yuqi didn't think Chen Feng was a scoundrel at all. Instead, she found him even more attractive. This just proves how attractive Chen Feng is. I'm not interested in those men that nobody wants. Only by winning over a guy who already has a girlfriend can I prove my appeal. Liao Fan was nearly speechless. It was the first time he had been left speechless like this. Qin Yuqi, you're not serious, right? Of course I am serious. Do you think I'm joking with you? After speaking, Qin Yuqi gave Chen Feng a flirtatious glance. Good-looking guy, are you interested in learning how to dance? I can teach you. Chen Feng hesitated briefly, then nodded. He had only seen dancing on TV before or watched others dance during events. He had never actually learned before. I know many kinds of dance, Latin, hip-hop, all kinds. But learning dance requires good physical fitness and flexibility. Come, let me see your flexibility first. Show me a split. Like this. Chen Feng easily spread his legs wide and performed a perfect full split. Wah! Qin Yuqi's eyes instantly widened. Are you kidding me? You can actually do this move. Splits were easy, but to perform them fully to the ground was something not just anyone could do. To reach that level required early training and constant practice. Otherwise, ligaments would gradually retract. Did you train before? Qin Yuqi couldn't help but ask. No. Chen Feng shook his head. He hadn't received any such training. The reason this split went so smoothly was simply because his physical condition had been enhanced beyond that of ordinary people. Qin Yuqi clearly didn't believe him. Doing splits completely to the ground. How could anyone believe that he hadn't trained? However, she didn't argue against it, believing that Chen Feng said this merely to show off. Many men like showing off in front of pretty girls. If you didn't train, it means you have great talent. Come on, try following me doing this movement. Qin Yuqi attempted to do a backbend in front of Chen Feng. She slowly leaned backward, then supported herself on the ground with both hands. A few seconds later, Qin Yuqi carefully used her calves and waist strength to slowly stand up straight. Like this. Chen Feng effortlessly leaned backward and replicated the exact movement Qin Yuqi had just done. Wow, you're practically a genius. Qin Yuqi's eyes lit up. With your physical condition, you could not only dance, but even perform acrobatics without any problem. I was even going to help you stretch your muscles, but now it seems unnecessary. It's better if I just teach you directly. There are several types of dance I know. Which one do you want to learn? Which one is the simplest and easiest to master? Chen Feng asked. Qin Yuqi thought for a moment, suddenly smiling. What about ballroom dance? That's the easiest to learn, and also the most widely applicable. Alright. Qin Yuqi extended her hand toward Chen Feng. This dance is super easy. An average person can learn it within 1 or 2 hours. Your right hand should hold my left hand tightly interlaced, and your left arm should wrap around my waist. Yeah, just like this. And then, wait a second. Just as Qin Yuqi was teaching Chen Feng the dance, Liao Fan suddenly interrupted them. What is it, Liao Fan? Qin Yuqi slightly frowned. Yuqi, are you serious? Right now we're supposed to be training these trainees. If you suddenly start teaching someone else, it's professional negligence. If the superiors catch sight of it, they might even deduct your salary. Qin Yuqi frowned. He's our colleague. Teaching him shouldn't be a big deal, right? Are you sure? The company hired you to coach the trainees, not to teach the instructors. If the boss sees it, it won't just affect you. It'll affect Chun Feng's pay too. Alright. Qin Yuqi helplessly let go. It's indeed inconvenient to teach you now. We're still at work. How about this? I'll teach you after work. Then, we can find a secluded place where nobody will disturb us. Liao Fan's expression instantly stiffened. What he had said earlier was simply because he didn't want Qin Yuqi getting too intimate with Chen Feng. Qin Yuqi had an attractive appearance, a great figure, and was a professional dancer. She was the perfect girlfriend. Liao Fan had long had a crush on her. Chapter 167. A lot to take in. Qin Yuqi was also his colleague, and the saying goes, he who lives near the well gets the water first. Liao Fan was fully confident he could win Qin Yuqi over. However, out of nowhere came Chen Feng. He had barely managed to interrupt what could have been an intimate moment between the two, only to find that after work, the two still planned to get together. This couldn't be happening. At least while they were in the dance studio, he could keep an eye on them. But if after work they found a secluded spot to practice dancing alone, just the two of them, it would require close physical contact. What might happen then was something Liao Fan dared not even imagine, but he couldn't find a valid reason to stop it. After all, he and Qin Yuqi were merely colleagues, having only known each other for a few days. He simply had no grounds to interfere. Liao Fan started to feel anxious. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Right, Chen Feng, why don't you step out for now? This is the dance studio. We're training trainees how to dance. It's not appropriate for an outsider to be here watching. Qin Yuqi frowned slightly. He's also a teacher. How can you call him an outsider? He's a combat instructor, and also an employee here. But he's not a dance instructor. If he stays here, someone might see it the wrong way. This place is full of trainees. Liao Fan argued persistently. You're clearly targeting Chen Feng. Qin Yuqi furrowed her brows. She was a sensitive woman who easily detected Liao Fan's hostility toward Chen Feng. But Liao Fan didn't try to hide it. Instead, he said bluntly, never mind why. Just tell me if what I said makes sense. Well then, I guess I'll just wait outside. Chen Feng suddenly interjected, stopping the argument between Liao Fan and Qin Yuqi. What Liao Fan had said reminded him. Being the boss, he indeed couldn't afford to break rules, because rules were what protected his own interests. Not that he couldn't do things his way, but it simply wasn't necessary. "Sai, you can wait outside the dance studio then. I still have over an hour before I finish work." Qin Yuqi didn't argue further with Liao Fan. Keeping an outsider in the dance studio indeed didn't look good. Liao Fan felt a bit depressed. He originally thought he could get Qin Feng to leave, but who would have thought this guy would just wait outside? Annoying. Extremely annoying. Feeling irritated, Liao Fan turned toward the trainees who were stretching and began shouting at them. "All of you, concentrate. 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of hard work off stage. If you want to become stars in the future, you must focus on your fundamentals. Don't forget why you're here." As he spoke, Liao Fan started correcting the trainees' dance movements. Taking it out on the trainees, what kind of ability is that? Qin Yuqi rolled her eyes and began correcting the trainees' techniques as well. Teaching dance to trainees was her main job. She had never forgotten that. "Wait, what are you doing?" At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly rushed in from the door, shouting furiously. Liao Fan's body stiffened. He practically jumped up, looking panicked. "What the hell are you talking about?" Chen Feng's eyes flashed coldly. "Where did your hand just grope? If you're teaching dance, teach dance properly. Why were you touching that girl's private area?" "You're talking nonsense," Liao Fan angrily replied. "I was clearly just correcting her posture normally." "What touching? You filthy-minded person. Correcting posture? Is that how you do it? Don't play innocent. You were clearly taking advantage under the guise of posture correction." At this moment, Qin Yuqi walked over as well. Liao Fan felt as though salvation had arrived and grabbed Qin Yuqi's arm, shouting, "Yuqi, this guy is slandering me. You must testify for me." Qin Yuqi furrowed her brows and gently pulled her arm away. She walked to the girl who had been stretching and helped her up, gently patting her hair as she asked, "Xiaoling, tell me, did teacher Liao try anything with you just now?" The girl, Xiaoling, looked at Liao Fan once, then lowered her head fearfully. Liao Fan let out a breath of relief and loudly declared, "See, that's clearly just as slander." Qin Yuqi frowned. Xiaoling was only 14 and naturally timid. Under such circumstances, being afraid to speak up was completely normal. But given enough time, Liao Fan could simply deny everything, and even reporting it to the police wouldn't help due to the lack of evidence. "Fine, no need to argue anymore. We can check the security footage." Chen Feng waved dismissively. Liao Fan sneered. "There isn't even a camera here. Where exactly do you want to see footage from? Let me tell you, Mr. Chun, don't try to frame me. I've got nothing to hide." Chen Feng's brows tightened. "So there's no surveillance camera. This could get really problematic." At this critical moment, the only witness, the trainee, remained silent. "I saw everything." As Chen Feng was thinking about how to break the stalemate, another trainee stood up and pointed at Liao Fan, saying, "I saw with my own eyes how Liao Fan took advantage of correcting her posture to harass Xiaoling. Plus, he's always been brainwashing us, saying that if we want to become big stars, we must obey him. He claimed he has a relative in upper management, and as long as we follow his instructions, he can make that relative allocate resources to promote us." "You bastard," Liao Fan roared furiously. "Zhu Xiaoyi, do you want to die?" Zhu Xiaoyi curled her lips. "What? You want to threaten me? I'm not like Xiaoling, I'm not scared of you. So what if I'm just a trainee? At worst, I'll quit." "You." A flash of panic flickered in Liao Fan's eyes. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly walked in through the door. "What's going on? I told you to teach dancing. Why is it so noisy in here?" "Manager." Qin Yuqi gave a helpless glance. Liao Fan, acting like he'd just seen a savior, quickly stepped forward. "Brother, these trainees are trying to slander me. You must stand up for me." "What happened?" The manager frowned. "It's like this. I was just correcting the trainee's posture normally, and then this new martial arts instructor came in and falsely accused me of harassing the trainee." "Martial arts instructor? I didn't even know we hired one. Have you been scammed?" The manager was immediately stunned. "What?" Liao Fan also froze. "But didn't you say we were going to hire a martial arts teacher?" "Who said that?" The manager's face darkened. It was only then that Liao Fan realized the truth, nearly getting furious enough to twist his own nose. "So that's how it is. You were an imposter all along." "Imposter?" Chen Feng smirked slightly, calmly turning around. The manager gave Chen Feng a glance, then coldly snorted. "Who are you exactly, and why are you impersonating our instructor?" Chen Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. He solemnly said, "My name is Chen Feng." But the manager showed absolutely no reaction at all. Instead, he coldly asked, "Why are you impersonating an employee of our company? If you can't explain it clearly today, don't blame me for calling the police." Chapter 168. I'll give you a raise. Of course he has ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would he impersonate a teacher? Liao Fan said mockingly beside everyone. Once he learned that Chen Feng wasn't a teacher, his confidence suddenly surged. Chen Feng was almost speechless. Actually, extremely speechless. It was understandable for junior employees not to recognize him, but now even the manager didn't know who he was. When had his presence in the company become so low? At this moment, Chen Feng said nothing. Instead, he chose to take out his phone and make a call. "I'm talking to you. Why are you making a call?" The manager, feeling ignored, became angry. Right at that moment, his phone rang, and the manager answered it. A few seconds later, his expression changed completely. After hanging up the phone, the manager immediately forced a smile onto his face and apologized to Chen Feng. "I'm sorry, President Chen. I didn't recognize you earlier." Liao Fan and Qin Yuqi beside him were stunned. "What? President Chen?" Liao Fan stammered. "Could it be that you are actually the company's CEO, Chen Feng?" Qin Yuqi seemed to have just realized something. She remembered that when she first joined the company, she browsed the internal website and saw that the CEO's name was Chen Feng. But she had never imagined that the Chen Feng in front of her would be the company's boss. President Chen? The manager at the training center became extremely nervous, like a quail ready to flee, completely different from his previous arrogant demeanor. Don't say anything more. Call the police. Chen Feng waved his hand coldly. Why should I be reported to the police? I haven't done anything wrong, Liao Fan exclaimed in shock. Do you really think arguing at this point still makes any sense? There are two witnesses. Do you think the police will believe you or believe others? Chen Feng smirked, too lazy to waste more words on such a despicable person. Soon enough, the police arrived. Although Liao Fan refused to admit guilt, with both Chen Feng and Zhu Xiaoyi giving testimony, his denial seemed utterly powerless. Most crucially, later, Qin Yuqi took Xiaoling, who had been wronged, into an empty room and talked to her for a moment, which encouraged Xiaoling to bravely step forward and accuse Liao Fan directly. With this, Liao Fan's excuses were rendered useless, and he was quickly taken away by the police. Throughout the entire incident, the manager who was a relative of Liao Fan wisely remained silent. However, Chen Feng wasn't planning to let him off so easily. After everything concluded, he directly said, "Tomorrow, go to the HR department and settle your salary. From now on, you're no longer an employee of the company." Okay, understood. After such an incident, even if Chen Feng hadn't said anything, the manager would have felt ashamed to continue working here. Being fired, ironically, relieved a great weight from his chest. As for you, Chen Feng turned to Zhu Xiaoyi, who had bravely come forward. You did quite well just now. I'll let the artist department know to upgrade your contract level. Thank you, boss. Zhu Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled as she hurried to thank him. Originally just an ordinary trainee, her base salary was only 2,000 yuan per month, and her future in the company looked uncertain. But if her contract level was raised, she would gain more company resources. Her income and prospects would become much brighter. If she had good luck or worked hard enough, there was a strong chance she could become a celebrity. What about me? What about me? Qin Yuqi quickly jumped forward. Since Zhu Xiaoyi had received a benefit, she, as the mentor, should receive some reward too, right? You? Chen Feng hesitated slightly. I'll raise your salary and also give you a bonus. Thank you, boss. Qin Yuqi smiled brightly. As for you? Chen Feng looked toward Xiaoling, the girl who had been wronged, and hesitated. Handling this girl's case would be very tricky. One misstep could greatly damage the company's reputation. However, his pause caused those around him to misunderstand. Zhu Xiaoyi thought Chen Feng was angry with Xiaoling because of the earlier incident and immediately stepped forward. President Chen, Xiaoling comes from a very difficult background, and she didn't do it on purpose. Please let her go. That's right. Boss, don't blame Xiaoling. If anyone, blame me. It's because I didn't take my work seriously and failed to see that Liao Fan was such a scumbag. Qin Yuqi also hurriedly spoke in defense. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. What are you guys thinking? Who said I want to blame Xiaoling? The impact on Xiaoling was primarily due to the company's mistake. Regarding this matter, the company will definitely provide compensation. Here's what we'll do, Xiaoling. I'll upgrade your contract level and also give you 1 million yuan as compensation for mental distress. Does that sound okay? 1 million. Qin Yuqi's eyes instantly widened. Other trainees also showed shocked expressions, and some even revealed hints of jealousy. 1 million yuan was a completely astronomical figure for them at this moment. Xiaoling looked frightened and slowly shook her head. Too much. As long as you can forgive the company, that's settled then. The money will be transferred into your account next month. I also hope this matter can be put behind us. Is that okay? Xiaoling hesitated before nodding. Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. With this resolution, even if the incident were to be exposed later, the impact on XF Group would be minimized. Compared to corporate image, a mere 1 million yuan was nothing at all. Moreover, it was better for the incident to surface early rather than late. Earlier exposure meant problems could be discovered and addressed sooner. Soon, Chen Feng made new regulations regarding trainee development. Male and female trainees were to be trained separately, male trainees preferably taught by male instructors, and female trainees by female instructors. Additionally, surveillance cameras must be installed during group sessions, and a reporting system was established so trainees could report issues through the company's internal network if problems arose. This incident also served as a wake-up call for Chen Feng. And Ji Shui indeed possessed strong capabilities. Without her, the company wouldn't have reached its current scale. Yet, no matter how capable Ji Shui was, there were always areas she couldn't oversee. After all, she was only an AI, not a god, and errors were inevitable. Thus, the company's reorganization and adjustments needed to be carried out as soon as possible. This incident has exposed many problems within the company. If we want to keep growing, these issues must be resolved. During the meeting, Chen Feng spoke passionately, and below, numerous senior executives nodded in agreement. Most of them wore expressions of excitement because they knew promotions were coming. Due to Chen Feng previously entrusting full management to Ji Shui, combined with the tense relationship between Xiao Shanshan and Ji Shui, the company's internal structure of power and responsibilities had become very disorganized. To put it plainly, even a small company of just 1 or 200 employees likely had a more rational structure than XF Group. Chen Feng had previously neglected this because, first, he had only recently become the CEO and lacked sufficient understanding of organizational structure. Second, Ji Shui was highly competent and had taken on many responsibilities that were not originally hers. Chapter 169, Company Restructuring. But now, Chen Feng was about to change everything and make the company move forward more efficiently. First of all, the company's name was changed from Changfeng Cultural Media to Changfeng Group. Originally, Chen Feng had primarily planned to develop the entertainment industry and thus established a cultural media company. However, with Chengfeng's increasing strength in the internet field, it could no longer be considered just an entertainment company. At present, Chengfeng was accurately speaking an entertainment internet company. In the future, Chengfeng might even expand into other fields. Under Chengfeng Group, business groups were established. Currently, there were three major business groups: the Internet Business Group, the Entertainment and Culture Business Group, and the Gaming Business Group. These three areas were also the main domains in which Chengfeng was currently developing. After determining the business groups, the following step was today's highlight: confirming responsibilities and authorities for the company's senior management present. The group currently has three major business groups: the Entertainment and Culture Business Group, the Internet Business Group, and the Gaming Business Group. In the Entertainment and Culture Business Group, the head of the Film and Television Production Department will be Zhang Yang. Chen Feng announced the personnel appointment slowly and clearly. Zhang Yang immediately stood up, his expression full of excitement. "Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard and deliver outstanding results." After speaking, waves of emotion surged in Zhang Yang's heart. From a struggling director who couldn't secure investments to now leading the film and television production department of a major company, his life in the past 2 years had been as if blessed with a cheat code. All of this originated from an ordinary day when Chen Feng suddenly showed up and asked him to direct a TV series called Yo-Yo King, after which his path of success had begun. Appointing Zhang Yang was a decision Chen Feng had made after thorough consideration. On one hand, Zhang Yang was an old employee, joining the company not long after its establishment, and had directed the first TV series of the group. Later, Zhang had directed several more TV series, showcasing his excellent directing skills. Most importantly, his vision was good. He could judge the quality of a television series. Chen Feng had secretly tested Zhang Yang before, and confirmed that he was capable of shouldering this responsibility, hence deciding to make him the head of the Film and Television Production Department. After the Film and Television Production Department came the Variety Show Production Department, the head of which Chen Feng had decided to be Lin Fan. Lin Fan had originally proposed the creative idea for the show A Bite of Culinary Delights and successfully refined the concept of this variety program. Despite some turbulence during production, A Bite of Culinary Delights achieved remarkable results. With a total of 12 episodes, each one averaging over 12 million views, advertising revenue alone reached 100 million yuan, recovering the production cost and generating substantial profit. Before A Bite of Culinary Delights, all variety shows focused primarily on television networks. But A Bite of Culinary Delights became the first online-only variety program. According to reports, after A Bite of Culinary Delights became a hit, other companies quickly launched numerous imitations, such as Battle of the Culinary Kings, Delicious Canteen, and more. This impressive achievement was an important reason why Chen Feng dared to entrust Lin Fan with leading the variety show production department. Of course, prior to that, it was necessary to verify his ability. Lin Fan had indeed passed the camera test, confirming his capability to manage a department. Following the variety show production department was the artist management department. This department mainly managed contracted stars and was also responsible for training idols and trainees. The department head was Zhang Hong, a veteran who had joined the company early on. Previously, she had been in charge of assisting Xiao Shanshan with artist management. Now, Chen Feng simply promoted her officially to this position. After the artist management department came the theater culture department. After careful selection, Chen Feng chose Lu Huayun as the department director. The company's first movie theater was managed by him as the theater manager. In that position, he had worked conscientiously and diligently, making great contributions. Therefore, Chen Feng decided to promote him to director of the theater culture department, in charge of managing all the company's movie theaters. Currently, the company operated 5 cinemas, all on land it owned, fully owned properties. Moreover, these movie theaters were not solely for watching movies, but also featured video gaming, shopping, and dance performances. If everything went as planned, idol trainees would frequently perform at the cinemas. Chen Feng's plan was to transform these theaters into urban cultural and entertainment centers. Certainly, this was a long-term strategy. At present, the primary function of the theaters remained movie screening. Following the theater culture department was the distribution department, headed by Lu Dehai, a longtime company employee. The distribution department was newly established and had been in operation for less than half a year. The distribution department primarily handled the distribution of the company's films. Of course, that was just a beautiful aspiration. For now, the department was still weak in strength and even had to co-distribute the company's films with external distribution companies. The reason Chen Feng established this department was mainly to improve the company's ecosystem. In truth, he didn't actually have high expectations for it. So far, the 5 departments under the Entertainment and Culture Business Group had all appointed new directors. After the Entertainment and Culture Business Group came the Gaming Business Group. The Gaming Business Group contained quite a few departments. The director of the Infinite Stars Project Department was Wang Chong. The director of the Valley of the Wind Project Department was Kai Yong. The Hero Federation project had originally been under Xiao Shanshan's management, but now Chen Feng had specially appointed a new director named Huang Zhen. Besides the PC game departments, there was also a mobile game production department, headed by He Ying. Strictly speaking, He Ying oversaw several mobile games, but at present, the profits from mobile games were far behind those of PC games, so He Ying had to bear this situation, managing the entire mobile game department alone. In addition, if any employee in the gaming department came up with a good idea, they could choose to submit it to their department director for review. As long as it passed the department director's evaluation, it could be sent to Chun Feng's desk for his review. If Chun Feng confirmed the idea had profit potential, development funds could be applied for immediately. After the gaming business group came the internet business group. This business group consisted of 3 departments. They were Fengxing Video, Fengxing Search, and Fengxing. Among these, Fengxing Video and Fengxing Search had originally been managed by Ji Shui, and Fengxing was also initially under his leadership. In fact, when Changfeng Group had first entered the internet field, the suggestion had come from Ji Shui himself. However, Chen Feng no longer wanted to burden Ji Shui with so many responsibilities. He intended to lighten Ji Shui's load. The director of the Fengxing project department was Jiang Xiaohu. Originally named Fengxing Media Player, Fengxing Video was now renamed and led by a new director named Li Jian. As for Fengxing Search, its director was Yuan Song. All 3 department directors of the Internet Business Group had been promoted from the original project teams, highly capable and fully qualified to lead their respective departments. Chapter 170. Women are always saying one thing and meaning another. Beyond the 3 business groups, there are also departments such as the Strategy Department, Investment Department, Public Relations Department, Legal Department, Administration Department, Finance Department, and Human Resources Department. Among these departments, aside from the Strategy Department and Investment Department, which are managed by Ji Shui, the rest are all overseen by Xiao Shanshan. To be precise, apart from the Strategy Department and Investment Department under Ji Shui's control, the entirety of the company is managed by Xiao Shanshan. Chen Feng promoted Xiao Shanshan. Previously serving as general manager, she was now elevated to vice president, responsible for managing all aspects of the company. As for Ji Shui's position, she remained as the president's assistant, mainly tasked with supporting Chen Feng. Additionally, within the company's internal network, a newly established reporting department was also placed under her supervision. At first glance, this corporate restructuring seemed to disadvantage Ji Shui the most. Previously, she had the authority to interfere in all company affairs on behalf of Chen Feng. But after the restructuring, she could now manage only the strategy department and the investment department, plus the internal network reporting and oversight department. In reality, though, the strategy and investment departments were still just empty shells, and the reporting and oversight departments had barely any staff. Ji Shui's power had nearly vanished entirely. Luckily, Ji Shui was a robot and had no human emotions. If anyone else had gone through such a reorganization, they might have resigned in anger. But in truth, the entire corporate restructuring had been Ji Shui's own suggestion. For one, the chaotic management was affecting the company's development and ultimately, Chun Feng's own interests. As a robot loyal to Chen Feng, it was only natural for her to offer this recommendation. Secondly, it was to reduce Ji Shui's visibility within the company. Ji Shui had done quite a bit of dirty work for Chen Feng, some things that could never be discovered. Continued public exposure was simply inappropriate. Take the finance department, for instance. It was quietly removed upon Ji Shui's suggestion. That didn't mean they would stop making money through finance, but the revenue generated would no longer go through the company's official records, instead being quietly hidden away to avoid detection. Not only the finance department, but even Skirich Group itself would be made more complex. After some time, Ji Shui would establish several companies and foundations in the US, Hong Kong, South Korea, Japan, and Europe. Then, through secretive means, Chen Feng would transfer the ownership of Skirich's shares into these newly formed companies. Although in reality, the behind-the-scenes owner of these foundations and companies would still be him. Publicly, Skirich Group would become a company with an extremely convoluted ownership structure, nearly impossible to figure out who actually owned its shares and which country it truly belonged to without an intensive investigation. This too was Ji Shui's proposal, the purpose being to obscure Skirich's ownership, just in case something happened. Chen Feng wouldn't entrust these matters to anyone else. He could only feel completely at ease with Ji Shui handling them. Thus came the move to reduce Ji Shui's visibility and influence within the company. After all, Ji Shui could still offer advice to Chen Feng, assist in planning the company's strategy, and help drive the company's development forward. Sometimes, helping a company grow didn't always require direct management. Offering suggestions was just as valuable. But Xiao Shanshan was unaware of these secret undertakings. She thought Ji Shui had simply fallen out of favor. Originally, Xiao Shanshan already had some issues with Ji Shui. In her eyes, they were both women of Chen Feng. Why was she always so aloof, so cold toward others, and why had she seized her leadership authority in the company? However, after witnessing the restructuring that stripped most of Ji Shui's power, Xiao Shanshan couldn't sit still. She immediately sought out Chen Feng, pleading Ji Shui's case. Chen Feng, isn't what you've done a bit too much? Ji Shui is still quite capable. There's no need to take everything away from her, leaving her with nothing to manage. Actually, there's nothing going on between us. You don't have to worry about what I think. Xiao Shanshan appeared to be upright and principled. Chen Feng felt utterly speechless. Women really. When Ji Shui gradually began assuming management roles in the company before, Xiao Shanshan had been resentful, throwing sarcastic and passive-aggressive remarks in front of Chen Feng. But now that Ji Shui had been stripped of authority, she was suddenly acting like the defender of justice. Chen Feng could guarantee that if he actually followed Xiao Shanshan's advice and took some authority from her to return it to Ji Shui, Xiao Shanshan would chew him out for it. That was how women always were, saying one thing and meaning another. So, Chen Feng could only comfort her, saying, Shanshan, you misunderstood me. Actually, this adjustment today was Ji Shui's own request. The high-intensity work lately really wore her out, so she wanted to take some time off. Is that true? Xiao Shanshan pondered. Just recently, and Jishui had been working almost day and night, staying up extremely late every day. It was like she could collapse at any moment. At the time, Xiao Shanshan had been quite bufu-cheek and stayed up for 3 days trying to match her. Then she simply couldn't take it anymore. From that point on, she genuinely admired Jishui. This woman's stamina was absolutely terrifying. Actually able to stay awake for several consecutive days and still maintain perfect physical condition and flawless skin. Absolutely terrifying. Of course, she didn't know that Jishui was a robot. Compared to her, even working nonstop at high intensity for 365 days straight wouldn't be a problem. Xiao Shanshan merely sighed. See, if you stay up all night every day, eventually your health will suffer. I always knew that kind of lifestyle wasn't sustainable. Of course, if you don't believe me, go ask Jishui, Chen Feng replied earnestly. Since nobody else knew Jishui was a robot, using the excuse of her physical exhaustion could easily silence any objections. Xiao Shanshan too had no further comments. Actually, she'd always had some friction with Jishui, so now that she confirmed Jishui was finally having issues, it was natural for her to feel a bit smug. Because Jishui generally didn't interact well with people, aside from Chen Feng, she maintained an indifferent attitude toward everyone else. After all, she was a robot. Her behavioral patterns might resemble a human's, but ultimately, she wasn't human at all. Previously, Xiao Shanshan had felt indignant merely out of temporary moral outrage. Now that Jishui had genuinely been stripped of management responsibilities, she quickly accepted the situation with clear conscience. That's just how emotional women could be. After Xiao Shanshan left, soon the new director of the distribution department, Lu Dehai, came looking for him. President Chun. Lu Dehai's expression was slightly uneasy. Before, he had always followed Zhang Yang, and above Zhang Yang there had still been Jishui. Thus, compared to Chen Feng, he was separated by 2 levels. Now he had become a director, directly facing Chen Feng, the legendary company founder. Naturally, he felt nervous. What is it? Speak. Chen Feng's attitude was quite friendly. Lu Dehai was also an experienced company veteran. Since joining the company, he had always worked diligently, handling every task assigned to him very well. Chen Feng had also used his camera ability to verify him and confirm that he was capable of fulfilling the responsibilities of director of the distribution department. That was exactly why he made this appointment. Being appointed as a department director in the company meant that Lu Dehai had become one of the core figures of the entire group, classified as a vital talent. Chapter 171, Local Life Initiates. Chen Feng always maintained a very good attitude toward such talents. Boss Chun, the situation is like this. The distribution department was established only recently. We have few staff members, and our experience is limited. The only movie we've distributed was an art film funded by the company, and it ended up losing money. Chen Feng nodded. And then, mainly, I want some funds to hire some top industry experts through headhunting companies to strengthen our department. Also, if the company's cash flow is sufficient, I'd like to set up a website and develop a software application at the same time. What kind of website and software? Chen Feng asked. Something like Tianjimi's website and app. Lu Dehai quickly replied. Tianjimi. Chen Feng immediately showed understanding. That company had been established earlier than Cheng Feng, and it had maintained a strong presence from the internet era through to the mobile internet age. It specialized in local lifestyle services, watching movies, singing, dining out. You could handle all of these through their website. You plan to enter this field of local life services? I do have that idea. Lu Dehai nodded. Nowadays, more and more people are using smartphones, and many can't live without them. Mobile internet will certainly change everyone's lives profoundly, sparking a huge wave of change. Distribution should also keep up with the trend of mobile internet. Otherwise, we will be left behind by the times. Very good. Chen Feng smiled. He hadn't expected that Lu Dehai would be able to see this point. It was well worth promoting him to director. Actually, the idea that smartphones would replace traditional mobile phones, and that the mobile internet era would drastically change people's lives, had by now been largely accepted without question, since the trend was becoming increasingly evident. But how exactly the mobile internet would change people's lives? On that matter, nobody could see the full picture yet. Yet Lu Dehai had proposed, based on his professional field, that film distribution was bound to change under the tide of mobile internet. Traditional film distribution was mostly done offline. Online distribution existed, but wasn't the main approach. If Lu Dehai could seize the opportunity brought by the mobile internet wave, it would not be impossible to bring about a revolution in the distribution industry. There was a common saying, good wine fears no deep alley. But in the film industry, the truth was just the opposite. Even good wine could be ruined by a remote alley. Without sufficient promotion and publicity, even a high-quality movie wouldn't earn high box office results. Precisely because of that, Chen Feng had specially established a distribution department. Now that Lu Dehai wanted to strengthen the distribution department, his idea perfectly aligned with Chen Feng's. If Lu Dehai had become complacent after his recent promotion, merely occupying his position without making progress, then Chen Feng would certainly fire him when the chance arose. He didn't want employees like that in his company. Since Lu Dehai had taken the initiative to propose an expansion plan, Chen Feng naturally wanted to give full support. What you said makes sense. In that case, how much money do you need? Lu Dehai hesitated slightly. If the company has sufficient cash, 2 million would be good. 2 million? So little. Xiong Dongfeng was actually taken aback. Lu Dehai looked a bit surprised himself. 2 million isn't little. Seeing the surprised look from Lu Dehai, Chen Feng came back to his senses and smiled. Right, 2 million wasn't actually little at all. Many people wouldn't earn 2 million even in their entire lifetime. But Chen had recently been spending too much time with the internet department guys, constantly hearing about burn rates of hundreds of millions. His perspective had changed. Subconsciously, he had started thinking 2 million wasn't much at all. In reality, 2 million wasn't a small sum. And you plan to use this over how long? Chen Feng asked. I plan to spend it over 6 months. If I need more after that, I'll ask again. I'll give you 5 million. Don't hesitate to spend the money. The market is more important than saving a bit. With one stroke of his hand, Chen Feng approved an allocation of 5 million for Lu Dahai. The tide of the internet era was overwhelming everything. The market was rapidly evolving. Time was more valuable than anything, and there was no need to save a bit of money only to hand over the market to others. I understand, Boss Chen. I will work hard. Lu Dahai's eyes lit up. With this 5 million, he would now dare to approach the top industry experts he previously couldn't afford, and the experts he hesitated to hire before, he could finally invite them. It would take only 1 month before the software could go online. Go ahead. Chen Feng waved his hand. Sure enough, the company restructuring had been the right move. It had immediately inspired a sense of motivation within the management team. After some time passed, he could implement the new incentive plan. Shares were probably out of the question, but profit sharing should be fine. Recently, Chen Feng was preparing to attend a film festival, the International Film Festival in Dahai City. Actually, he was invited to many film festivals every year. After all, Chen Feng was a company boss. This kind of film festival, apart from handing out awards, also leads to many film collaborations. So whenever possible, major film companies would send representatives to attend. You never know, during such opportunities, some project intentions could be reached. Chen Feng also placed great importance on these film festivals. Even if he himself couldn't attend, he would always send company executives to check whether there were any promising projects they could get involved in. Chen Feng originally had no plan to attend the International Film Festival in Dahai City this time, but Wang Jun from Hawaii personally called him, saying there was something he wanted to discuss. Since the film festival was about to begin, the two made plans to meet there. Upon arriving, Chen Feng was somewhat surprised to discover that Yang Yongliang, vice president of Emperor Entertainment, was actually there too. An unexpected sight indeed. Since when had people from Hong Kong started attending film festivals on the mainland? Previously, at most, a few Hong Kong directors or actors would come to such festivals, but it was truly the first time for a vice president from Emperor Entertainment to show up. President Yang, you're here too. Chen Feng walked forward to greet Yang Yongliang. Oh, it's President Chen. Are you also here for this film festival? Beside Yang Yongliang stood a female actress whom Chen Feng didn't recognize. He assumed she must be an artist signed with Emperor, though probably not very famous, so he paid her no mind. Of course I'm here for the festival. After all, every such event brings many opportunities. I see, Yang Yongliang nodded. Actually, I came for the same reason. I just didn't expect you to come in person. I didn't expect to see you here either, to be honest. Frankly, I've attended many festivals like this before, but this is the first time I've seen someone from Emperor. Yang Yongliang smiled bitterly. No choice but to come. Otherwise, all the good projects will pass us by. You're joking, President Yang. There are so many excellent directors in Hong Kong. Stephen Chow, Sui Hark, Wang Jing, who aren't top-tier directors. With them around, how could Emperor not have quality projects? Yeah, Yang Yongliang nodded. So many great directors are in Hong Kong, but they all seek funding from the mainland. Isn't that strange? Haha, maybe because people on the mainland are simply rich and gullible, Chen Feng chuckled. President Yang, the festival is about to start. Shall we go inside? Chapter 172. How can you reject charity? It's unwise to reveal too much to someone not that close. Although Chen Feng clearly knew why Emperor Entertainment had money but couldn't find good projects, he wisely chose to end the topic. Alright, shall we go in together, Director Chen? Yang Yongliang nodded. I don't have any problem. But does the beautiful lady beside Director Yang need any exposure? Chen Feng looked toward the woman standing beside Yang Yongliang. Tall, well-featured, indeed a rare beauty. That's only natural. Those who dare to get into the entertainment industry cannot possibly lack looks, unless they have a special niche. It's different for bosses and stars attending film festivals. The stars have to walk the red carpet and make some exposure to boost their popularity. Bosses, on the other hand, can simply enter and find a seat. Their primary purpose for being here is mostly to seek cooperation opportunities. Things like walking the red carpet and gaining exposure don't have much use for bosses. No problem. Xiaoyun isn't well known yet. Missing one red carpet walk won't matter. Besides, not many people from mainland China know her anyway. Chen Feng understood. This female star probably has some recognition in the Hong Kong entertainment industry, hence Yang Yongliang brought her along. He was likely a new artist Emperor planned to promote. Then it doesn't matter. It's my honor to walk in with you, Director Yang. Chen Feng smiled. No, it's my honor to walk with you, Director Chen. Yang Yongliang smiled, leading Chen Feng and the celebrity beside him into the venue quite openly. Sure enough, as Chen Feng predicted, few people inside recognized them. Most didn't know they were the executives of entertainment companies and mistook them for unknown minor celebrities. Compared to those glamorous stars, these executives were actually not that famous. Actually, stars only seem glamorous from the outside. Those who truly determine a star's fate are people like them, the capital. Sorry, Director Chen, I need to go greet someone I know. Seeing what appeared to be an acquaintance, Yang Yongliang apologized and hurried over with the girl by his side, intentionally bringing the girl along, probably intending to use her for PR. Chen Feng thought to himself. He wasn't just making this up. This kind of situation was common in the entertainment industry. For example, if a project negotiation isn't successful, one might bring a celebrity to the event and have the celebrity handle the PR, almost a well-known secret. This trend was initially set by the Hong Kong entertainment scene. Only recently had mainland China become more formalized, shifting towards mainly resource exchanges to get into a project, which made such PR tactics gradually fade away. Hello. Just as Chen Feng was wondering whether he should look for someone familiar to chat with, someone suddenly greeted him. Hello, Ms. Su. Chen Feng turned around and recognized the person greeting him. Su Ming, the organizer of the celebrities charity event, known as the Queen of Fashion, and nicknamed Star Harvester and Stamp Collector. She had extensive connections in the fashion industry, holding the power to determine the allocation of many fashion-related resources. For this very reason, numerous stars tried every way possible to please her. Riding the Wind Company also had certain cooperation with Su Ming, but those were handled by Chen Feng's artists and executives. Therefore, Chen Feng was curious about why Su Ming approached him. You should be one of Emperor's artists, right? Interested in participating in my charity event. Su Ming smiled slightly, fully displaying her fashion flair. Chen Feng was taken aback. Su Ming mistook him for an artist? Had she seen him entering with Yang Yongliang? Hence the misunderstanding? After the brief surprise came delight. That Su Ming mistook him meant one thing. His looks were quite something. Otherwise, why would Su Ming make that mistake? Pleased as he was, he obviously couldn't accept this charity event invitation, so he shook his head. Sorry, Ms. Su. I can't participate in this event. Su Ming's expression stiffened, seemingly not expecting Chen Feng to decline so straightforwardly. A celebrity accompanying her gave Chen Feng a look normally reserved for idiots. The Queen of Fashion personally offering an olive branch, and you decline? Do you realize how many stars would want to stick to this sister like glue at any moment? With just one word from Su Ming, one could secure some valuable fashion industry resources. Yet Chen Feng turned it down. Well then, never mind. Su Ming was fuming inside, but still managed to smile on the surface. This was the first time a star dared to refuse her like this. The most important thing was, he was an obscure, little-known star. No big deal. If you don't want to give face, then don't. She wouldn't confront him during the film festival anyway. But in the future, don't even think of stepping foot into the fashion industry again. 90% of the top-tier female celebrities in the entertainment industry were her close friends. If she ever showed the slightest dissatisfaction with a minor star, he could be blacklisted immediately. This was no joke. So many celebrities and company executives were trying to use her charity event to gain exposure. If people knew that targeting a minor star could get you into the charity event and open the door to the Queen of Fashion, countless people would rush to do it. And when most celebrities and companies gang up against one person, then as a small star, you basically wouldn't be able to survive in the entertainment industry. In reality, even before the film festival ended, someone already wanted to target Chen Feng. The minor celebrity standing beside Su Ming immediately stepped forward, berating him bluntly. How can you be so cold-hearted? The final donations from the charity event are all used for charity work. You wouldn't even want to go there. The starlet spoke loudly enough for almost everyone nearby to hear. The word charity carried a lot of weight. Once that pressure landed on someone, it could crush them. Su Ming smiled slightly beside her. It would appear petty if she herself targeted Chen Feng, but when someone else said those words, it was perfectly acceptable. This girl had good judgment. Her name seemed to be by Fei Fei, right? Not bad. She might get a feature in a fashion magazine later, and a few more fashion-related opportunities. Chen Feng's expression immediately darkened. At first, he had been quite pleased when Su Ming approached him, but now, he was genuinely angry. Did they take him for a soft target? He had always known the entertainment industry was full of nonsense, but he never expected something like this to happen to him one day. Must be because he wasn't famous enough? Lately he had focused too much on the internet. So much so that people in the entertainment industry barely recognized him anymore. Not long ago, even some of his own company's employees didn't know who he was. Now, at the film festival, it seemed again that some people didn't recognize him either. What a great act of charity. Chen Feng sneered coldly, then spoke word by word. What if the people from my Rising with the Wind group don't want to go to your goddamn charity event? He raised his voice even louder as he spoke. A chill ran through Su Ming's heart immediately. Rising with the Wind group. Bai Feifei looked slightly confused. Wasn't he an Emperor entertainment artist? Why was he suddenly bringing up a mainland Chinese company now? That was a mainland-based company. Chapter 173. Could it be he's trying to lobby me? Just at this moment, a familiar figure walked over. Brother Chen, long time no see. Wang Jun, the CEO of Huai, approached. He was a big name. Nobody in the entertainment industry didn't recognize him. Su Ming's face instantly changed. Compared to Chen Feng, who had only recently started rising, Wang Jun was undeniably a veteran of the entertainment world. Since the beginning of the century, Wang Jun had founded the entertainment company Huai. After going through many ups and downs, it already had more than a decade of history. Time represented seniority and also strength. Huai now shined brightly within the entertainment industry, Kancheng a dominant power in showbiz. And as Huai's president, Wang Jun was like a de facto emperor within the entertainment circle. Who, then, could deserve to be called brother by Wang Jun? Understanding this, Bai Feifei's face turned pale. Brother Wang, come on, calling me that makes Mi Bugan respond, Chen Feng said with a bitter smile. This guy Wang Jun was definitely doing it on purpose. Age-wise, Wang Jun was old enough to be his father, yet he insisted on calling him brother. How could he dare accept such a title? President Chen, you're truly being modest. With your massive empire of Chongqing, you've outgrown even the entertainment industry. What's wrong with calling you brother? Wang Jun said it with a cheeky, unrespectful tone befitting an elder. Chen Feng kept saying he couldn't accept that. In China, humility and understated demeanor were the norm. No matter how huge your business was, you still had to remain low-key. Arrogance usually only invited contempt. Thus, the two started conversing as if no one else was around. One was Huai's president, the other was the owner of Chongfeng. After recognizing their identities, nobody dared to interrupt. Su Ming and Bai Feifei were both terrified. Maybe Chen Feng and Wang Jun were not widely known, not even as well known as some third-tier stars. But in reality, these bosses were the true rulers of the entertainment world. They had thought he was just a small fish, but who knew he was actually a disguised Tyrannosaurus Rex? You're the boss of Chongfeng? Why didn't you say so earlier? If I'd known you were the boss of Chongfeng earlier, I would rather have my face slapped on the spot than offend you. Of course, Su Ming knew complaining now was pointless. Although the matter hadn't caused a huge scandal, it wasn't small, either. Everyone around had seen it, including Wang Jun of Huai. In the following days, even just for the sake of appearances, Chen Feng would surely go after her. Don't mention how resourceful she usually was in socializing within the entertainment business. Deep down, she was merely an employee. Her so-called connections were based purely on mutual exploitation. Once faced with a powerful figure like the boss of Chongfeng, those connections seemed completely insignificant. Perhaps her company, to appease an influential figure like him, would even discard her voluntarily. The more she thought, the more desperate Su Ming felt. For the first time, she tasted the might of capital. She wanted to give in right away, but looking at Chen Feng, chatting and laughing with Wang Jun, for some reason, she couldn't muster the courage. As for Bai Feifei next to her, her mind had gone completely blank out of fear. She couldn't think straight anymore. At least Su Ming was somewhat of a figure, but Bai Feifei herself was truly a small fry. Being a celebrity meant practically nothing, and she was merely a third-rate minor celebrity. Without realizing it, Wang Jun and Chen Feng had walked into a quieter corner. Wang Jun pulled along a pretty young woman and pointed at her. Come here, Minnie. Greet President Chen. Be extra polite. If you can please him, perhaps he might casually hand you a role or two. Your future resources wouldn't be a concern anymore. Hello, President Chen. I'm Jiang Minnie. This tall, stunning beauty stretched out her smooth, delicate hand. Her voice was soft and sweet, creating a ticklish feeling inside whoever listened. Nice to meet you, Miss Jiang. Chen Feng politely responded while shaking her hand. However, he completely ignored Wang Jun's earlier words regarding offering resources. What joke was that? Although Chongfeng had many resources, why should they be given to someone from Hawaii? Wasn't it better to invest them in cultivating artists from his own company? Did he really believe saying a few sweet words would get benefits? And why had Wang Jun brought a lady with him while talking? Could it possibly be some kind of lobbying? Chen Feng grumbled silently in his heart. This wasn't just his random suspicion. The truth was that Hawaii indeed had such a bad reputation. The practice of lobbying originally came from the Hong Kong entertainment circle. Since Hawaii was established early on, it was heavily influenced by Hong Kong's culture. Before 2008, every year, company agents would even lead teams of female celebrities to Hong Kong for lobbying efforts. Only in recent years, as the entertainment industry became more regulated, did this feng cheat gradually fade away. Still, Hawaii's lobbying activities continued, albeit far more discreetly now. If Wang Jun intended to have this Jiang Minning lobby him, then Wang must have important business with him, something definitely not ordinary. Brother Wang, I remember you called me earlier saying you needed to discuss something. The film festival seems to be starting soon. I need to go take my seat. Shall we talk now, or? Chen Feng said on purpose. Hee hee, no rush. Let's go take our seats now, Wang Jun chuckled. Chen Feng immediately understood. It looked like this matter was indeed no small thing. A bit of curiosity rose in his heart. What could be so important that Wang Jun needed to find him for? The opening ceremony was the same old routine. Various officials, stars, and directors took turns on stage for photo sessions with the media. Chen Feng clapped when he should, smiled when appropriate, fully playing his role as a prop. The first day wasn't the important part. The real highlights would come in the next few days. That was when many directors and producers would bring out their scripts seeking funding, and many projects were usually finalized in such settings. However, after the evening event ended and Wang Jun called Chen Feng aside, Chen Feng knew. This was the real main event. Oh, Su Zong from Guangjin is here too, Chen Feng said, visibly surprised. Guangjin Pictures was a major entertainment giant. If one added Guangjin Su Gu, Huai's Wang Jun, and Light and Shadows Cheng Hua together, then tonight, the majority of the entertainment circle's top power figures were gathered here. Surprisingly, Yang Yongliang from Emperor Motion Picture Company had also come, an odd sight. Since when had Hong Kong capital started mingling with mainland capital? Though puzzled, Chen Feng didn't voice his confusion, instead making a witty remark. Looks like quite the gathering tonight. You wouldn't think the higher-ups banned the entertainment industry. Even if they banned it, Yu Zone wouldn't be afraid. You're already booming in gaming and internet industries. Not like us, we've just been muddling through entertainment all these years. If entertainment really becomes unworkable, we'll have no choice but to beg on the streets, Su Gu from Guangjin joked with a laugh. Su Zong, you talk like that, but how much have you actually earned over the years? There's no way you'd end up begging, Chen Feng replied. Su Gu shook his head. Chen Zong, you really don't know better. Whether entertainment makes money or not, you should understand it best. It's just hard-earned money, and collecting payments is so painfully slow. Payments are indeed a bit slow, Chen Feng nodded. But don't tell me it's not profitable. With China's rapid economic growth, people's demand for entertainment will keep increasing. The market will only get bigger. Your companies are all industry leaders. Eventually, company valuations will rise, and your personal wealth will soar as well. Chapter 174. Absolutely impossible for you to obtain shares. President Chen, don't tease me like that. A surge in net worth? If the valuation doesn't drop, that's already good enough. One box office flop, and the stock price could plummet by at least 30%. Su Gu sighed with a helpless smile. The market value in the entertainment industry was inherently inflated. For other companies, even if the market value drops, there's usually something substantial to support them. But for entertainment companies, there's really nothing else. One successful film can dramatically boost the valuation, but likewise, one failure can send it crashing. Chen Feng didn't respond. Everyone in the room was clear-minded. There was no use talking about empty formalities. I heard one of our company's stars offended you earlier. Su Gu suddenly spoke up. Oh, so she's from Guangjin Pictures. If you, President Su, want to protect her, then let's just drop this matter. Yeah, she's just a newly signed actress. What's there to protect? Since she has offended President Chen, I'll personally take care of it. Once we get back, I'll have our company transfer her contract over to you. Oh, how many years are left on the contract? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Don't be fooled by his magnanimous tone. His mood was clearly quite sour. To have someone scold him like that in front of so many people, even if Chen Feng wasn't intent on getting revenge for anger's sake, just to preserve his dignity, he'd still have to deal with this little star. If I recall correctly, she signed the contract 2 years ago, and there are 13 years left, Su Gu replied straightforwardly, as if he had prepared this in advance. 13 years? How many 13-year periods can one person have in life? Chen Feng sneered. Others in the room revealed knowing expressions. With 13 years of contract control in hand, undoubtedly, this by Feifei's future days would certainly not be easy. Immediate shelving was the simplest and crudest method, but with the contract under their control, there were many more ways to torment her. For example, intentionally giving her low-quality job offers that pay poorly but require a lot of effort and demand constant smiling. Perhaps forcing her to take an overload of projects in a short time, deliberately exhausting her, or giving her the cold shoulder and other passive-aggressive tactics. Such tactics were countless. The big shots were all well aware of these tactics, but said nothing. Just a small celebrity. How could she possibly compare to powerful figures in the film and television industry like themselves? If you don't help out when Chen Feng gets wrong today, who will help you if another little star dares to disrespect you tomorrow? Since President Su is so straightforward, then I can't really refuse your offer. Chen Feng paused for a moment before continuing. All right then, I'll take 15% of Harbor Picture's stake for 10 million. Don't think it's too little, President Su. Harbor Picture was the most promising film and television project from Changfeng Group, a golden goose widely regarded as the industry's treasure. 15% equity was definitely more than enough to repay the favor Su Gu had just done. Sure enough, Su Gu smiled. All right, then I won't be modest. Exchanging a small star's contract for a share in such a quality project, Guangjin Pictures definitely came out winning big this time. Three-legged toads might be hard to find, but there's no shortage of people dreaming to become stars. Just one by Feifei. If Guangjin Pictures really wanted, they could easily promote countless more. By the way, there's also Su Ming. Chen Feng suddenly continued. I hope you all would do me this favor. Once you get back, issue a statement forbidding your companies from participating in that so-called charity event, which is clearly an excuse for show. That might not even be necessary. Xuanhuan from Gongshan suddenly spoke. I know the boss of Su Ming's company. I can help connect the dots. If you tell him about this matter, I believe he'll make a wise decision. Chen Feng paused briefly in thought and nodded. That works too. I don't have anything against her company or the so-called charity event itself. This is about Su Ming specifically. It's all settled then, Wang Jun said with a satisfied nod. When doing business, it's always best to maintain harmony and mutual benefit. Oh right, Chen Feng. I heard your company has been locked in intense internet battles with Penguin and Qiandu lately. You've been spending heavily. Everything all right? Because of the promotional activities carried out during the Chinese New Year, both Fengxin and Fengxing Search and Fengxing Video gained tremendous traffic, pulling them ahead of their peers. This worried both Penguin Group and Qiandu Group, prompting them to launch a new round of spending wars. Running advertisements, negotiating with smartphone manufacturers to pre-install their apps, paying online trolls for hype. All available tactics were employed. However, Penguin Group and Qiandu Group's response was something Chen Feng had predicted in advance. Well prepared, their competitors' spending didn't even help them gain more market share. Instead, their clumsy tactics even led to losses in some areas. Unless something unexpected occurs, Fengxin, Fengxing Search, and Fengxing Video will ultimately become industry leaders. Although the situation was promising, Chen Feng couldn't say it outright and could only reply vaguely. There is some pressure, but it's manageable. Hee. Wang Jun chuckled, then exchanged glances with the other executives before cautiously asking. Chen Feng, your internet software products require a lot of investment. I imagine the financial pressure must be considerable. Sure, the gaming industry is profitable, but funding so many software projects simultaneously must be tight. Do you need a helping hand from us? Wang Jun's tone was subtle, but Chen Feng quickly understood his implication. They wanted a piece of the pie. Elegantly put, it was an offer to buy shares. Less elegantly, it was plain profiteering. After working so hard to bring the three software platforms this far, with dominance of the market in sight, was this really an act of kindness? Not at all. It was nothing more than an attempt to reap the rewards of someone else's hard work. No thanks. Chen Feng has sufficient cash flow and doesn't need external investment. Chen Feng rejected the idea immediately, giving neither Wang Jun nor the others an opening. The internet is different from filmmaking. A movie can be made with just 1 or 200 million, but some of these internet platforms burn through the same amount in a single month. From development to today, I've already invested roughly 5 to 6 billion. What's more, we still have to keep spending, and I don't know when it'll end. Chen Feng, Your funds really are excessively abundant, Wang Jun remarked in astonishment. 5 billion. He could at most come up with 500 million, and even that would significantly impact his company's operations. Yet Qingfeng had dared to spend 5 billion. It truly shocked him. Other company executives' expressions also shifted slightly. This internet business indeed appeared to be a bottomless pit. With their limited funds, they might not even make a splash. In that case, let's just drop the matter. I'm getting old. I really don't have the guts to gamble like this. Wang Jun decisively withdrew. There's still one thing though. Our company recently developed a new game, and I hope you can do me the favor of promoting it through your channels. No problem with that, right? Chapter 175 Foreign Films Unbanned. Huai is actually interested in gaming now, Qingfeng said in surprise. Sigh, nothing can be done about it. The film industry is too risky and the returns are too slow. Gaming is much better. A good game can sustain us for many years. Wang Jun said helplessly. Last year, their company invested in the movie 1942, starring numerous big names and directed by renowned director Feng Xiaojiang. Theoretically, this film couldn't possibly lose money, and Huai had great expectations for its box office performance. However, 1942 surprisingly flopped. With a production cost of 200 million yuan, it not only failed to recoup its investment, but also suffered heavy losses. Other films that Huai had invested in during the previous year saw similar results, mostly losses with only a few making modest profits. Seeing this, Wang Jun began to consider expanding into other industries. Coincidentally, Qingfeng Group's entry into the gaming industry achieved tremendous success, and with the funds earned from that success, they entered the internet sector and became one of China's few internet giants. With such a great example already paving the way, Wang Jun gathered a meeting of the company's senior management. After some intense discussion, they decided impulsively to follow Qingfeng's example and enter the gaming industry. Breaking into the gaming industry is relatively simple. Just hire dozens of programmers, buy dozens of computers, and start developing according to the design plan. It's not hard to create a game. But creating a game isn't enough. The key lies in promotion and operation. Just like a good film still needs publicity and distribution, so too does a quality game require marketing. Huai's game was nearly complete, and Wang Jun urgently hoped that this game would be a hit. Promotion was the top priority. Looking around, the only possible connection to gaming was Qingfeng. Both Fengxing Search and Fengxin had channels that could help promote Huai's game. Naturally, Wang Jun approached Qingfeng, hoping to rely on Qingfeng Group's power. Since Director Wang has spoken like this, there's no problem. Just send your company's people to discuss directly with us, and I'll make sure to give Huai the best terms. Qingfeng immediately agreed. Wang Jun nodded with satisfaction. There's another matter, said Chunghua from Gongshan, showing a serious expression. Mr. Chun, you should already know. Recently, there's been some news from the higher authorities about lifting restrictions and allowing foreign films to screen in theaters without needing licensing quotas, right? Qingfeng's expression immediately became serious as he slowly nodded. I've heard about it. It's said that it's still under discussion and hasn't been finalized yet. Yang Yongliang from Emperor Motion Pictures spoke immediately. If the ban is lifted and foreign high-quality films pour in, domestic films won't have much room to survive. All of us entertainment companies will be affected. Mr. Chun, what do you think? Yang Yongliang turned to Qingfeng. Qingfeng remained silent. To be honest, unrestricted entry of foreign films would inevitably impact Qingfeng Group. Not that Qingfeng lacked confidence, but indeed, China's entertainment industry wasn't as developed as those in foreign countries, and there was still much catching up to do. When their entertainment industries were booming, China's was still under tight restrictions. Foreign films flooding in would definitely take over the market that had originally belonged to Chinese domestic cinema. That's why these entertainment company bosses were so anxious. However, Qingfeng Group was different from other entertainment companies. First, Qingfeng had his appraising camera to guarantee box office success. Second, Qingfeng had other businesses and entertainment was not their mainstay. Among these entertainment companies, the hardest hit would likely be Emperor Motion Pictures, and more precisely, Hong Kong cinema. In fact, Hong Kong cinema had already been crushed under the influence of American movies. 10 years ago, Hong Kong cinema symbolized quality and big-budget films, occupying a significant market share on the mainland. But once American films entered the mainland, Chinese viewers were suddenly open to a new perspective. Films could be made this way. Effects could be this spectacular. Thus, Hong Kong cinema was overtaken by Hollywood, losing their once dominant market to American movies, while mainland Chinese cinema, relying on localized storytelling, managed to survive and gradually develop. Seeing Qingfeng remain silent for a long time, Wang Jun secretly cursed in his mind and decided to speak up decisively. Huai was the leader of the entertainment industry, and this leader had to take the first step. What we're suggesting is that we should jointly submit a recommendation to the authorities, requesting that foreign films not be allowed into the market. Ideally, if possible, we'd like to ban all foreign films altogether. An outright ban would be like isolating ourselves, which is definitely not going to be approved by the authorities. Qingfeng suddenly spoke up. I know they won't agree, but at least the current restrictions cannot be lifted. Otherwise, how are we supposed to develop? If our entertainment companies collapse, how many people will lose their jobs? Wang Jun replied discontentedly. Qingfeng smiled. Director Wang, don't get upset. That's not what I meant. I just want to say that I will propose this suggestion, and we can also bring in other film companies to create a bigger impact. Otherwise, nobody will take it seriously. Wang Jun nodded in satisfaction. Huai, Guangjin, Gongshan, Qingfeng, and Emperor Motion Pictures were practically the strongest entertainment companies in the country. With them taking the lead, they could certainly bring in the smaller and medium-sized entertainment companies as well. After that, Chen Feng and the other company bosses discussed details and bonded over food and drinks. After they were done eating and drinking, Chen Feng left the hotel, preparing to return to his hometown, Han City. However, when he reached the parking lot, he found that Xiaoyun, the actress who had been with Yang Yongliang earlier, was specially waiting for him at the elevator. Mr. Chen, excuse me for a moment. Yang Zong has something he wants to say to you. Oh, Chen Feng was slightly surprised but didn't say anything and waited for a moment. Soon enough, Yang Yongliang came down from upstairs. The moment he saw Chen Feng, he immediately said, Mr. Chen, it's like this. I would like to personally invite you to my father's birthday banquet in a couple of months. Yang Yongliang's father, Yang Shouqing, was chairman of Emperor Motion Pictures, one of the prominent figures in Hong Kong. Emperor Motion Pictures had grown into its current size thanks to his strategic leadership. You could have just sent a message or made a phone call about this. It's different. An invitation in person is the only way to show sincerity, Yang Yongliang said earnestly. Chen Feng smiled but also admitted he had a point. If Yang Yongliang had just sent a message or made a call inviting Chen Feng to Yang Shouqing's birthday banquet, Chen might have declined the invitation. But now, with Yang Yongliang personally showing so much sincerity, Chen Feng couldn't refuse. Not going would mean showing disrespect. So, Chen Feng nodded. All right, I'll be sure to attend at that time. Yang Yongliang was pleased inside and smiled. Great, I'll send the invitation to your company once I'm back. I'll be waiting for you in Hong Kong. Su Ming couldn't remember how she had left the film festival venue. All she could recall was sitting alone in her seat throughout the festival, not a single person approaching to say even a word to her. Chapter 176. Can't I just admit defeat? Her old cronies and so-called friends, those who used to greet her with warm familiarity, now avoided her like the plague. News traveled fast in the entertainment industry. It seemed like only minutes had passed before everyone knew she had offended the CEO of Chengfeng Group. Chengfeng, the company that had set the domestic box office record. Even within the entertainment sector alone, Chengfeng was one of the major giants. Plus, it had expanded into gaming and the internet. The scariest part was that, no matter which industry it entered, Chengfeng always became a titan. Compared to them, the so-called charity gala she was proud of seemed as ridiculous as a gathering of beggars. With just one word from Chengfeng, no one in the entertainment industry would dare attend her so-called charity gala again. Without the gala, who exactly was she? Resignation was the best possible outcome. If her company wanted to please the bigwigs, they might even sue her for embezzlement. Then, she'd face prison time and her entire life would be ruined. The more Su Ming thought, the more terrified she became. The more she thought, the more regret consumed her. Why hadn't she been more careful and just avoided the CEO of Chengfeng? She had worked so hard to make it, always careful with everyone, always putting on a pleasant face. Then suddenly she acted impulsively, blurting out words without thinking to someone she didn't even know. How had she unknowingly become so arrogant? After leaving the venue, Su Ming made several calls, to very close friends, to top celebrities, and even some major figures in the industry. Some didn't even pick up, and not answering late at night meant something in itself. Others just offered meaningless consolations but didn't mention helping. It seemed that, in a very short time, everyone already knew what had happened to her. Even her boss called, telling her to apologize to the Chengfeng CEO and resolve this matter as soon as possible. Su Ming's heart sank. She could hear the underlying message in her boss's words. If this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully, she would be sacrificed. Fear drove Su Ming to unleash 1000% of her strength. That very night, she booked a flight and flew straight to Chengfeng's headquarters into Hang City. I was wrong. I truly know my mistake now. I apologize. I beg for your mercy. Can't this be enough? Mr. Chen, there's a woman named Su Ming waiting for you in the meeting room. Early on the third day, Chen Feng received the news. So fast. When did she arrive? Chen Feng asked calmly, already having anticipated this. She arrived yesterday noon. I told her you weren't here, but she absolutely refused to leave. Didn't even leave after work, stayed the whole night at the company. She beat me here. Chen Feng was a little surprised. His flight had arrived into Hang City only yesterday afternoon, and Su Ming had arrived even earlier than him. Realizing this, Chen Feng smirked with amusement. An entire afternoon plus a night should be enough. Let's go meet her. Oh, and tell the cafeteria to prepare a bottle of baijiu for me. Chen Feng gave this special instruction deliberately, then began walking toward the meeting room. When he arrived, Chen Feng saw Su Ming. The same Su Ming who still carried herself with arrogance last time now looked like a drowned cat. Her eyes were swollen, her makeup smeared, utterly disheveled. Madam Su, didn't expect to see you here, Chen Feng said on purpose. Seeing Chen Feng walk in, Su Ming's eyes lit up and she immediately knelt. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your great stature. You are a magnanimous man. Please let me go. She didn't care about losing face here. She wasn't afraid of being embarrassed here as long as she could walk out normally. This trip wouldn't be in vain, and the crisis would pass. Seeing Su Ming kneeling so quickly, Chen Feng, who originally intended to tease her a bit, lost the mood. Instead, he took out the baijiu that the cafeteria had prepared, placed it directly in front of Su Ming, and said, All right, you're straightforward enough. Since you're like this, I won't play games either. Finish this bottle. Consider this whole matter settled. Su Ming glanced at the brand. It was Mao Dai. She breathed a sigh of relief. So what if it was baijiu? Drinking wasn't a problem. In her climb to the top, she had attended countless banquets. She had long trained her stomach into a steel gut. One bottle of baijiu was a bit challenging, but still manageable. Su Ming stood up, grabbed the bottle, tilted her head back, and rich, fragrant liquor poured smoothly down her throat. As he watched the determined, slightly fierce look in Su Ming's eyes, Chen Feng nodded slightly. Not bad, this woman has guts. No wonder she made it this far. As for whether she would seek revenge later, Chen Feng felt absolutely no concern. Joking aside, his power far exceeded hers. Even giving Su Ming 10 times the courage wouldn't be enough for her to retaliate. Even if Su Ming lost her mind and insisted on revenge, it would only mean suicide. Soon, Su Ming finished the entire bottle of baijiu, much more easily than Chen Feng had expected. A whole bottle of baijiu was nothing more than making Su Ming's face flush slightly red. I didn't expect, Madame Su, you could actually handle your liquor so well. If I had known, I should have brought 2 bottles, Chen Feng said with a slightly regretful shake of his head. Although he said it like that, Chen Feng had no intention of fetching another bottle of baijiu. He meant what he said. He had set a condition, and now that Su Ming had finished a whole bottle, the matter was settled. Now that Madame Su has finished the drink, let's consider this matter closed. We have quite a few artists under our company. You can invite some of them to attend your charity gala. Chen Feng expressed his forgiveness in this way. Su Ming exhaled deeply in relief, knowing that everything had finally passed. This crisis was finally over. After completely relaxing, she felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and weakness. Su Ming didn't stay any longer. After apologizing once again, she left Qingfeng's headquarters. She had already decided to allocate more fashion resources to artists from Changfeng Group to avoid lingering resentment from this boss. As for revenge, she didn't dare to even think about it until she had reached a certain level. Su Ming's issue was thus resolved. And as for the other culprit, Bai Feifei, a few days later she finally arrived at Changfeng Company too. Li Hong, the director of artist management, quickly reported to Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, Bai Feifei from Guangjin Entertainment is here. Shall I arrange something for her? It took her long enough. Finally arrived. Chen Feng sneered coldly. Compared to Su Ming, he actually disliked this immature woman even more. At the film festival, the situation wouldn't have escalated so badly. If it weren't for this woman's foolish attempt to curry favor with Su Ming, everything would have been different. Now that this woman had fallen into his hands, Chen Feng naturally wanted to give her a hard time to get his revenge. Since she's here, assign her a lot of work. You should already know what happened. Don't let her have an easy time, Chen Feng said calmly. Li Hong shuddered inwardly and nodded rapidly. She had also been a veteran in the entertainment industry for many years, thoroughly familiar with how things worked here. She definitely knew how to handle a small celebrity like Bai Feifei. All right, I'll go now, Li Hong responded before quickly leaving. Chapter 177, Penguin Group's Troubles. Chen Feng nodded, waved his hand, and cheered Li Hong to leave. The contract was in the company's hands, and Li Hong was an old employee. Dealing with a small celebrity like that was nothing more than a piece of cake. So you dare to curse me? Fine, I'll show you how powerful I am right away. After returning, Li Hong didn't disappoint Chen Feng and immediately arranged a pile of terrible events for Bai Feifei. Low pay, lots of hassle, and exhausting. What's worse, these events were tightly scheduled, giving Bai Feifei not a single moment to rest. Bai Feifei's life immediately became miserable. At the Penguin Group, Ma Teng held another meeting. He couldn't even recall how many meetings he had held lately. They always seemed to be related to Feng Xian from Tekfeng Group. Unfortunately, there had been no good news during these meetings. This meeting proved to be no different. Currently in the market, the number of domestic smartphones is continuously increasing. According to statistics, the smartphone user base has nearly reached 400 million. In terms of social communication applications, Penguin Messenger and Phone Messenger remain the ones users most frequently install. As for WeChat, its user count is constantly shrinking. Why? Ma Teng couldn't help himself at this point. We've invested so much money. Why is no one using WeChat anymore? Lu, you explain it. Ma Teng pointed to a senior executive of Penguin. Lu reluctantly stood up, smiled bitterly, and said, the main reason is that WeChat's functions are now highly overlapping with Phone Messenger's. Phone Messenger's ecosystem has already been successfully established. Unless something big happens, users won't abandon Phone Messenger. Ma Teng's face darkened further. What is an ecosystem? It means a perfect cycle. When a social communication app is used by your dad, mom, grandma, grandpa, and all those aunts and uncles in your family, you practically have no choice but to use it, even if you don't want to, because you can't contact your family otherwise. Even if this app were as terrible as a pile of crap, users would have to grit their teeth and use it. Not to mention that Phone Messenger's user experience is quite good and its interface rather elegant. Conversely, if a social communication application is rarely used by people around you, then even if users download it due to some reason, they would subconsciously uninstall it after some time. A social communication software that can't connect you with friends has no value at all. That's the ecosystem. Why is it that Penguin Messenger didn't spend much on promotion, yet still maintains nearly the same number of users as Phone Messenger? Because Penguin was founded at the beginning of the century. Over more than a decade, it built an ecosystem around Penguin Messenger. Penguin Messenger isn't just nostalgia for many people, preserving countless precious memories. It also retained all the relationships established on computers. Therefore, Penguin Messenger expanded so rapidly in the mobile internet era. But WeChat was different. It was a new application unfamiliar to users and hadn't yet built its own ecosystem. Last year, before Penguin even realized it, as the smartphone wave just began, Phone Messenger suddenly rose up. It acquired WeChat and went on a wild spending spree to attract users and establish its ecosystem. Back then, Penguin was also investing money, but internally the company was still debating whether to focus resources on developing WeChat or Penguin Messenger. Resources were scattered, and their investment was not as aggressive as Chimpas. Thus, WeChat was quickly overshadowed by Phone Messenger, as the two apps were of the same type. Penguin Messenger also suffered some impact, but not much, since it was protected by its ecosystem. Users would not easily abandon it. At this point, Penguin finally realized that they should focus on developing WeChat, because Penguin Messenger wouldn't be greatly affected. However, developing WeChat required heavy investment, and Phone Messenger's spending was already too aggressive. Penguin Group felt a bit uneasy. They had seen people spend money like crazy, but nothing like this. If they really had to go all out like Kung Feng, they just didn't have the courage. It wasn't until the Chinese New Year in 2012 that Phone Messenger utilized the CCTV New Year Gala to surpass Penguin Messenger and monopolize the entire social communication market, finally making Penguin Group panic. Actually, even now, Penguin Messenger's market share still isn't that much worse than Phone Messenger's, and that's already under conditions where Penguin didn't invest nearly as much as Kung Feng did. In theory, Penguin Group didn't need to panic that much, because even without the new app WeChat, they still had Penguin Messenger, the old trusted software. At first, Ma Teng indeed had this idea, but after receiving relevant reports showing that users were spending less and less time on Penguin Messenger, he realized he was wrong. Users were getting used to sending messages via WeChat, and fewer used Penguin Messenger. Even if users didn't delete the app, Penguin Group couldn't tolerate this trend any longer. Penguin Messenger had always been the company's cash cow. If users spent less time on it, the company would naturally earn less money. Precisely because of this, right after the Spring Festival, Penguin Group finally made a decision and spent a huge sum of money to launch a major offensive, hoping to regain users' attention. Yes, now they only hoped users would spend a little more time on Penguin Messenger and use Phone Messenger a bit less. They no longer dared to dream of defeating Phone Messenger completely. Of course, it would be even better if they could crush it. So they also injected a small amount of funding into the semi-abandoned WeChat project. But the results were disappointing. More and more people used Phone Messenger, and their usage time kept increasing. No matter how hard Penguin Group promoted, users simply didn't want to use their app anymore. As for WeChat, it was even worse. It was practically dead already. If the company hadn't stubbornly kept investing money, the software would have been shut down long ago. With the situation this severe, of course Ma Teng's face was darkening. At this rate, Penguin Messenger might soon be abandoned too, eventually suffering the same fate as WeChat. Tell me, Ma Teng said heavily, what should we do now? How can we draw users' attention back to Penguin Messenger? How can we bring down Phone Xin from Phone Group? The senior executives looked at each other, but no one spoke. They had tried every possible method already, but none worked. They were helpless too. Ma Teng's expression darkened further. Was he just going to watch helplessly as Phone Group slowly took away the cake that rightfully belonged to them? Cough, cough. Wang Mingda cleared his throat and spoke calmly. I do have a suggestion. What suggestion? Ma Teng asked urgently. Director Ma, do you still remember the big battle we had with 362 years ago? Wang Mingda whispered slightly. Back in 2010, in a fierce battle for the PC market, 360 and Penguin launched an unprecedented internet war. The conflict began with mutual accusations, escalated further, and eventually forced users to choose one over the other, causing massive public controversy. Chapter 178, Penguin Group plays dirty tricks. Back then, 360 struck first, forcing users to choose one between them and Penguin, which led to the deletion of a huge number of Penguin accounts. Fortunately, Penguin fought back quickly and successfully established an ecosystem, making it difficult for many users to leave. That's how the Penguin app eventually disappeared. Even so, Penguin Group still suffered massive losses. Recalling the close battle with 360, Ma Teng's mind stirred, and he frowned, asking, what you're saying is? That's exactly what I'm saying, Wang Mingda nodded. Ma Teng thought about it for a while. The more he thought about it, the more tempting it became, but deep down, he still felt some fear. I'm just worried about, he didn't finish the sentence, but Wang Mingda understood immediately. No problem. If the authorities want to get involved, it will take time. As long as we can reclaim the market, it's worth it. Besides, what can they do anyway? 360 started it first. Just look at whether they were affected at all. Ma Teng unconsciously nodded. Although more and more people now use smartphones, in reality, the PC market remains the largest. The mobile market is relatively smaller. This was also one of the key reasons why WeChat couldn't beat Fengxin. While Chengdu Phone Group did everything it could to develop one market, Penguin Group had to manage two markets simultaneously and was constantly caught in internal disputes, which gave Fengxin the space to grow. When the mobile era began in 2010, Penguin Group had already launched WeChat, but at that time, it was still locked in fierce competition with 360 on the PC front, which is why WeChat and Feixin were able to dominate the mobile space. Last year, Penguin Group also spent a long period embroiled in fights with 360 and could not focus on Chengdu Phone Group. In fact, the legal battles between Penguin and 360 are still ongoing with no end in sight. Since 360 got away with forcing users to pick sides, Penguin Group has no reason not to copy the move. There's nothing we can do. Your Chengdu Phone Group's Fengxin is simply too threatening. Chengdu Phone Group, Fengxin Project Department. Director Jiang Xiaohu looked at the reports with a pleasant expression. Over the past month, Fengxin's number of registered users and active users has steadily increased. Experimental advertisements inserted into the platform also achieved excellent results and generated significant revenue. Although it's not yet profitable, and it will take a long time to recoup the money previously invested, the overall trend is improving, making Jiang Xiaohu very happy. Almost there, almost there. With 1.3 billion people in China and at least 1 billion smartphone users, this is a market worth hundreds of billions. It's only a matter of time before the invested money is recovered. Of course, there's still Penguin's Penguhao competing for this social and messaging pie, but Zhang Xiaohu was not afraid. As smartphone usage keeps increasing, he was confident about surpassing Penguin. As for the former big threat, WeChat, Zhang Xiaohu had already stopped worrying about it. Just as he was enjoying a relaxed moment, suddenly, outside the office, Deputy Director Fan Ming rushed in with a pale and panicked face. Director Jiang, something major has happened. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohu asked in surprise, standing up from his executive chair. A new version of Penguhao was released just now. So what? Penguhao releases new versions all the time. Fan Ming shook his head frantically and spoke rapidly. This update is completely different. If you want to keep using Penguhao, you have to update it compulsorily. And most importantly, after installing this update, as soon as you click to install the software, Fengxin, the social and messaging app we developed, will be uninstalled automatically, and it will be replaced with Penguin Group's WeChat. Just within the last hour, our user count has dropped by over 10 million. What? Zhang Xiaohu's voice instantly rose 8 octaves. He couldn't stay calm anymore. He immediately left his office and stepped into the open office area. At that moment, the atmosphere in the open office was extremely tense. Employees in the project department were panicking, almost jumping in frustration. Zhang Xiaohu had no time to think about much else and rushed to check Fengxin's data. Sure enough, both the number of active users and registered users were plummeting, shockingly fast. Zhang Xiaohu immediately grabbed his phone. As the head of Fengxin, naturally, he had downloaded all the competing apps on his phone to study them. He clicked on Penguhao and logged in, finding that the new version was indeed available for update. Zhang Xiaohu quickly clicked update. Since Chengdu Phone Group had a fast network, the download finished quickly, and the new version of Penguhao was soon installed. Once the update completed, as his deputy director had described, the Fengxin app had already disappeared from his phone. In its place was Penguin Group's WeChat. Clicking into it, Zhang Xiaohu was stunned to discover that the Penguin Group's WeChat, whether in the startup screen or software version, looked almost exactly the same as the original Fengxin. There was practically no difference at all. The scariest part was that all the users' contacts and social circle had actually been preserved. A cold sweat poured down Zhang Xiaohu's forehead. He immediately tried sending a message to Deputy Director Fan Ming. Fan Ming understood what Zhang Xiaohu meant. He quickly pulled out his phone. He had downloaded WeChat before, but just then he had uninstalled and deregistered it, and now showed Zhang Xiaohu the message. On Fan Ming's phone appeared a text notification. Your friend Zhang Xiaohu has invited you to download and register WeChat. Damn it, they're ruthless. Zhang Xiaohu's lips were trembling. The reason Fengxin had managed to withstand Penguin's attacks was precisely because they had built their own ecosystem. Penguin's actions weren't just aimed at destroying their ecosystem. They were trying to completely replace it. It's not just that, Director. Kai Ming quickly added. After users are replaced by WeChat, they automatically deregister our accounts. What Penguin is doing here is a total scorched earth tactic. Not only that, if both WeChat and Fengxin were installed on the same phone, sending messages could actually be intercepted and replaced. Zhang Xiaohu was absolutely stunned. The Penguin Group had actually developed such a treacherous function. Obviously, they had come fully prepared. If not handled properly, Chengdu Phone Group's entire internet empire would collapse instantly. Director, what should we do? Fan Ming asked urgently. Zhang Xiaohu took a deep breath and quickly said, forget about everything else first. You must get the tech department to secure all user data immediately. No matter how many users to register next, make sure to save the data, don't lose anything. Even the previously deregistered users, retrieve their data now. As long as we keep the user data safe, there's still a chance to recover. Besides, this matter is too serious. I must go see Mr. Chen immediately. There are decisions I can't make on my own. After giving instructions, Zhang Xiaohu quickly sprinted to Chen Feng's office and burst inside. Inside the office, Chen Feng and Ji Shui were in the middle of a conversation, their expressions extremely serious. Chapter 179, The Rhythm of the Internet War. CEO Chen, something's happened. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly spoke up. Chen Feng raised a hand to stop Zhang Xiaohu. Are you referring to the Penguin update? I already know about it. Seeing Chen Feng's calm demeanor, Zhang Xiaohu felt relieved. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Before coming here, I've already instructed our department's technical staff to back up user data. But what should we do next? We'll follow your lead, CEO Chen. What to do? Chen Feng let out a cold chuckle. Penguin has already made the first move. What else can we do? We'll just retaliate in the exact same way. Once you get back, immediately gather all the technical staff for me. Study Penguin's tactics and develop a new version just like them. How Penguin has targeted Fengxin, we will return it to them in the same manner, with a two-choice option. Zhang Xiaohu's heart tightened as he nodded quickly. At this point, that was indeed the only option left. When forcing users to choose between two options, whoever moves first gains the advantage. Since Penguin had already launched its attack, Fengxin absolutely couldn't sit idly by and take the beating. Time was critical, so Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to delay. He ran all the way back to the Fengxin department and quickly gathered all the programmers. I believe you've all heard about Penguin's new software update. This is our most critical moment. Everyone must stay alert and work at full speed to develop a new version. We will reciprocate exactly how Penguin treated Fengxin. We will hit them with the same two-choice strategy. Meanwhile in the office, Chen Feng spoke to Ji Shui. Ji Shui, I didn't expect Penguin to dare to do this. Since they dare to make the first move, I dare to hit them back with the same force. Immediately go to other departments, gaming, search, video, and have them all release updated versions with the two-choice option forced. Uninstall all software under Penguin Group by force. Master, We might be the ones at a disadvantage if we proceed like this, and Zhishui calmly responded. Chen Feng nodded. I know, but this is only our first step. Since Penguin has broken the ice, we won't hold back either. If they dare to play dirty, then Penguin is just asking for trouble. And Zhishui slightly nodded and went out to deliver the orders. Not long after, and Zhishui returned and reported a message that greatly infuriated Chen Feng. CEO Chun, Vice President Wang Mingda from the Penguin Group, has arrived. He wants to see you and is currently waiting in the reception room. He still dares to come see me? Chen Feng laughed angrily. Fine, I'll go meet him and see what he has to say. Shortly after, Chen Feng met Wang Mingda in the conference room and sarcastically remarked, Vice President Wang, your timing is quite perfect. Wang Mingda's expression remained unchanged, pretending not to notice Chen Feng's sarcasm, and directly stated, CEO Chun, my purpose today is the same as last time. We're here to acquire Fengxin. Our company values this software highly and is offering an acquisition price of 10 billion yuan. 10 billion. Chen Feng chuckled. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't your previous offer 300 billion? In less than 2 months, the price dropped so drastically. The circumstances today are completely different from those last time, Wang Mingda earnestly replied. The last time, we were making an offer for a social communication software ranked number 1 in the market. This time, however, we are making an offer for software that is about to shut down. If it weren't for Fengxin still having a base of users, the actual value of this software would be less than 1 billion yuan. Chen Feng laughed, his anger barely contained. This Wang Mingda truly had a thick skin. Despite Fengxin still maintaining a massive registered and active user base, he dared to claim Fengxin would soon collapse. Even if Fengxin eventually collapses, it would be Penguin Group's underhanded tactics that caused it. In that case, I have nothing else to say, Chen Feng smirked. Vice President Wang, my response is the same as last time, refusal. And this time, it's a permanent refusal. Wang Mingda's expression shifted slightly. CEO Chun, won't you reconsider? You must understand, your Fengxin is about to shut down. Our company is still willing to acquire it for 10 billion yuan now, but after some time passes, the software might become completely worthless. Chen Feng chuckled. He simply sat down, took a sip of tea, and leisurely said, actually, I was planning to acquire your company's Penguin number. My offer is 1 billion yuan. Wang Mingda's eyes immediately widened. Don't rush to refuse. Chen Feng raised his hand. Mr. Wang, you should really think this over. Remember, your company's Penguin number is about to shut down. I'm still willing to acquire it for 100 million yuan now, but once some time passes, this software might become completely worthless. You want to take advantage of the situation? Fine, I'll give your words back to you exactly as you've said them. Wang Mingda smiled helplessly. CEO Chun, in the business world, it's best not to bring emotions into work. 100 billion yuan is already a very generous offer. It should be enough for you to recover your initial investment costs. Mr. Wang, give up. I won't allow your acquisition, and you shouldn't get too cocky too soon. Who survives this competition and who doesn't is yet to be determined. Oh, Wang Mingda smiled slightly. So, CEO Chun believes you can win. Don't forget, our Penguin number has more than a decade of history behind it. It has accompanied many people through their youth, leaving many profound memories. For many people, Penguin number has already become an inseparable part of life, part of their memories. If users were given a choice, I believe most would abandon Fengxin for Penguin number. And most importantly, our Penguin number is a cross-platform software, available not only on mobile devices, but also on desktop computers. But your Fengxin, as far as I know, is only available on mobile devices. That's an inherent disadvantage. In that case, then Mr. Wang, why bother acquiring Fengxin? Just go back and wait for good news, right? Chen Feng said sarcastically. This guy sure speaks big, acting like he's already won. Wang Mingda looked deeply at Chen Feng, then sighed. CEO Chun, in that case, there's not much more to say, but I'll leave my words here. When you change your mind and decide to sell Fengxin, feel free to come find me anytime. Chen Feng laughed. I'll repeat what I said. Only if Penguin is willing to sell Penguin number will I be willing to buy it. Wang Mingda smiled faintly and turned around, leaving. This conversation had reached a dead end. Chen Feng, with his typical stubbornness, wasn't worth staying for. Buying Penguin number? Now that's a bold idea. Just wait a few days until Fengxin's market share hits rock bottom. Then I'll see how arrogant you still are. Still filled with frustration, Wang Mingda returned to the Penguin Group and went directly to Chairman Ma Teng's office. Chapter 180, completely crushed Chen Feng. Ma Teng took this matter very seriously and had been waiting anxiously for news. So what did he say? Is Chen Feng willing to sell? Wang Mingda shook his head. He refused outright. Not even a bit of negotiation. And on top of that, he even proposed to acquire Penguin himself. What? Are you kidding? If Penguin gets sold off, there's no need for our company to exist anymore. Ma Teng's face turned red with anger. That's exactly what I thought too. But I found Chen Feng's attitude quite puzzling. He seemed really confident, Wang Mingda said earnestly. Actually, purchasing Penguin or taking over Fengxin was secondary. His main mission had been to gauge Chen Feng's attitude. But what he observed was rather strange. Chen Feng showed no sign of panic at all, as if he were fully prepared, which was really strange. Oh, Ma Teng looked slightly surprised. Reasonably speaking, since Penguin had launched the attack first, we should already have the upper hand. Chen Feng shouldn't have appeared so calm. Could it be that Chen Feng has some hidden trump card? Wang, I hope we haven't underestimated him and ended up tripping over our own feet here. Not a chance. Wang Mingda firmly shook his head. Ma, our company's Penguin has been around for over a decade now, and it works on both PC and mobile platforms. That's something Chongfeng's Fengxin can't match. Not to mention we launched the attack first and hold all the advantages. This time, there's absolutely no way we can lose. Ma Ting nodded repeatedly. During the internet war 10 years ago, Qihu 360 was clearly weaker than Penguin. But because they acted first, they nearly wiped Penguin out. Back then, those days were unbearable for Ma Teng. He couldn't sleep at all. Now, the situation had completely reversed. Penguin held the advantage and made the first move. The chance of victory was practically 100%. Now Qingfeng was basically just waiting to die. Okay then, you go to the tech department and keep a close eye on everything. Let me know immediately if anything happens. Sure. Wang Mingda nodded. Although things now appeared bright for Penguin, Ma Teng had still taken a significant risk in making this decision. If things went wrong, the consequences could be irreversible. As the saying goes, the more you worry about something, the more likely it becomes. Not long after Wang Mingda left, he returned quickly. Ma, Qingfeng has responded. What happened? Ma Ting stood up abruptly. Just now, all of Chongfeng's software, both their games and other programs, received an update. The update was similar to ours. It asks users to choose between the two. But what's different is that Chongfeng is targeting all of our software across the board. Ma Teng felt a strange sense of relief, as if a huge stone had fallen off his chest. Since the two-option user policy started, he already knew Chongfeng would retaliate eventually. Now that it happened, he actually felt relieved. Chongfeng acted quite irrationally this time, Ma Teng said with a smile, his mood suddenly becoming lighter. Exactly. Wang Mingda's face also broke into a smile. In terms of software quantity, game variety, or user numbers, our Penguin clearly surpasses Chongfeng. With this counterattack, they're essentially shooting themselves in the foot. I'd bet they'll roll back this strategy within a couple of days. Haha. Ma Teng laughed. Press on. This time, we must crush Chongfeng's Fengxin entirely and monopolize the entire social communication market. Wang Mingda nodded. Still, Ma, you need to prepare for the board meetings too. Even though we hold the advantage now, the company's losses will be unavoidable. The financial report and stock price might experience some fluctuations. Not a problem. Ma Teng tightened his jaw. As long as we can regain the market share, any price is worth paying. Tell the tech team to mimic exactly what we're seeing. Make sure every single one of our software offers users the choice of a lifetime. This time, we must take down Chongfeng for good. Just as Penguin and Fengxin were locked in fierce battle, another giant was preparing to act. In an office, Li Hong appeared visibly excited. Is the new version ready? Yes, boss. The tech team has finished preparing the new version, and it's ready to go online anytime. One of the executives replied. Perfect. Li Hong slapped his thigh gleefully. Get it ready online immediately. Force users to choose. Take this opportunity to knock down Chongfeng's Fengxin search and stop them from ever encroaching on our search market again. Boss, breaking news. One of the senior managers suddenly ran into the office. Chongfeng has already launched a counterattack on Penguin. Just now, all of Chongfeng's software received an update. They're forcing all users to make a choice, either their software or Penguin's. Anyone who wants to use Chongfeng's software will not be allowed to use ours. Tisk. Li Hong's expression changed. Chongfeng really came down hard this time. Penguin only targeted their Fengxin software, but unexpectedly, Chongfeng responded by targeting all of Penguin's software. It looks like this time, Chongfeng is really desperate. Chongfeng is just asking for trouble, said a senior executive shaking his head. After all, Penguin has more users and stronger user loyalty than Chongfeng. Now Chongfeng is attacking across the board. It's completely suicidal. Li Hong nodded in agreement with the executive's opinion. Penguin was founded way earlier than Chongfeng, has more software products, and significantly more users. Forcing users to choose between the two like this, Chongfeng, you're practically begging for trouble. Then, should we still jump in? Asked the senior executive. Of course we should, Li Hong sneered. If we don't take this opportunity to bring down Chongfeng, our search market will eventually be snatched away. Tell the tech team to work overtime. Not only our Qiandu search engine, but every software under our company must implement the two-choice policy. This time, we will not only take back the search market, but completely crush Chongfeng as well. President Chen, our Fengxin user numbers have dropped by more than 50 million in just half a day. Same with our games. The number of active users has fallen significantly. President Chen, our search performance isn't good either. Search volume for the same time period has dropped by a third. Video isn't doing well either. Usage numbers are plummeting. Inside the office, several department directors came in complaining one after another. President Chen, the situation this time is extremely dangerous for us. If we don't respond appropriately, it could potentially cause devastating damage to our company, Xiao Shanshan said with a grave expression. Yes, exactly, nodded the several directors in agreement. After Qin Feng issued the counterattack order, all the company's software products were affected, and judging from the current situation, the impact looked long-term. The directors immediately became anxious. If the software performance declines, profits decrease, which would directly affect their bonuses. So these directors hurried to see Qin Feng, hoping he could come up with a solution. Chapter 181. Robbers taking advantage of the fire. Mr. Chen, breaking news. And Zhe hurried into the office. Just now, all of Qiandu Group's software updated to new versions simultaneously. These updated versions are exactly like those of Penguin, both forcing users to choose exclusively between them and our company's software and games. What? Xiao Shanshan's face instantly changed. Originally, handling just the Penguin Group had been extremely difficult for Qin Feng, and now with the addition of the old industry giant Qiandu, the company probably wouldn't last long at this rate. Mr. Chen, we can't continue like this anymore. Xiao Shanshan took a deep breath and said, if we continue like this, the company will face a devastating defeat and sustain heavy damage. We must stop Penguin and Qiandu. So you think how exactly can we make them stop? Chen Feng countered. Xiao Shanshan immediately fell silent. So did the directors sitting below. The intentions of Penguin and Qiandu were very clear. They aimed to completely destroy Qingfeng's internet presence and seize the market. Fengxin, Fengxin Search, Fengxin Video, and Qingfeng's games, all were their targets. After finally gaining an advantageous position, it was nearly impossible to get Penguin and Qiandu to stop now. Unless Qingfeng willingly gave up its entire internet market and promised never to challenge Qiandu or Penguin's dominance again. Mr. Chen, no matter what, this situation cannot continue. I suggest we immediately report the issue to the authorities, file complaints against Penguin and Qiandu, and simultaneously sue them in court. One director suggested. Naive, Qingfeng scoffed. By the time the authorities hold meetings and study the situation before taking action, at least 2 weeks will have passed. By then, everything will be long gone, and even whether or not they actually intervene is questionable. Didn't the previous battle between Penguin and 360 get completely overlooked? What should we do then? Xiao Shanshan was anxious. Are we just going to sit and watch Penguin and Qiandu eat into our market share? Do nothing. Chen Feng waved his hand. You all go back first and keep user data safe. As for the rest, leave it to me. Xiao Shanshan furrowed her brow. In such a moment, she couldn't think of any way to turn the situation around. In the end, though, she chose to trust Chen Feng and led the other department heads out of the office. In truth, even if they remained here, they wouldn't be of much help. After the directors left, Chen Feng immediately turned to Zhihui and asked in a serious voice, Shui, did you finish the virus I asked you to develop? It's done. Ready for immediate deployment. And Zhihui nodded quickly. Chen Feng immediately grinned. No rush. Let the bullets fly for a bit. Penguin and Qiandu are clearly enjoying seizing the market right now. Let them have their moment of triumph. Oh, by the way, Mr. Chen, and Zhihui continued. Li Kuanyi, the chairman of Samsung, and his daughter Li Jinjin have arrived in China and would like to visit you. Also, Du Bin, the vice president of Alibaba Group, wants to see you and is already waiting in the meeting room. Do you know what they're coming for? Chen Feng asked curiously. Chairman Li is here because I cured his granddaughter's illness. As for Vice President Du from Alibaba, he intends to acquire one of our software products. Heh, they're trying to rob us while the house is on fire. Chen Feng snorted. All right, I'm actually curious what offer Alibaba can bring. Fueled by anger, Chen Feng entered the meeting room. Du Bin was in his mid-40s, wore glasses, and appeared very elegant. Truly the image of a successful executive. Hello, Mr. Chen. It's an honor to meet you at last. Du Bin stepped forward eagerly. Hello, Mr. Du. Chen Feng smiled and shook Du Bin's hand before sitting on the sofa. Mr. Du, I'm quite busy these days, and our company is facing a few problems. So if you have anything to say, please get straight to the point. Mr. Chen sure gets straight to the point. Du Bin smiled slightly, but didn't hide his intentions, speaking frankly. Our company wants to acquire your 2 software products, Fengxin and Fengxin Search. Oh, Chen Feng's expression turned into a half-smile. Isn't Mr. Du aware of what's happening in these sectors now? Aren't you afraid that once Alibaba acquires these products, they'll shut down the next second? Not at all. Du Bin shook his head confidently. Truth is, before coming here, I was authorized directly by our CEO. As long as Mr. Chen is willing to sell Fengxin and Fengxin Search, Alibaba will immediately step in and assist you in your internet war against Penguin and Qiandu. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? You actually want to help me? Haha. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Du, do you even realize what you're talking about? This internet war is unprecedented. Every single day brings enormous losses to the companies involved, and it's uncertain whether those losses can ever be recovered. Alibaba actually wants to throw itself into this whirlpool willingly? Isn't that extremely irrational? Mr. Chen, please rest assured, Du Bin smiled calmly. It's like this. Our company has already monopolized the payment and financial sectors, and in the area of online malls, we control 80% of the market. As long as our company joins this battle, Qingfeng Group is sure to achieve victory. After all, people can choose not to message or search, but they cannot do without the money in their Alipay accounts. Chen Feng nodded. What had been said made a lot of sense. Alibaba's Ji Fubao had monopolized the entire payment market, forcing even banks to reform. Especially with the launch of its Yuebao feature, it had sparked the first real sense of financial management among Chinese citizens. Ji Fubao had complete control of the payment market. Without it, daily life itself would be affected. With such confidence, Alibaba naturally wasn't afraid of an internet war. Needless to say, Alibaba had picked an excellent moment. If it had been during normal times, they would have definitely faced joint resistance from both Qingfeng and Penguin if they'd attempted to enter the communications and search sectors. But the current situation was different. These two giants were locked in fierce battle over market share, killing each other for dominance. At this moment, Alibaba was stepping in opportunistically, potentially achieving the biggest returns with the smallest investment. Chen Feng quickly understood Alibaba's intentions and let out a faintly mocking smile. No matter how beautifully Mr. Du phrased it, it couldn't conceal the nature of what was happening. Robbery during a fire. Only Alibaba had cleverly masked it under the banner of assistance. Sorry, but our company has no intention of selling Fengxin or Fengxin Search. Chen Feng immediately declined with a shake of his head. Du Bin's expression remained unchanged. Since Mr. Chen doesn't want to sell, that's fine. We have another plan. How about investment? Would you consider Alibaba purchasing shares? Changfeng could spin off Fengxin and Fengxin Search into a separate subsidiary, and Alibaba would then invest capital to buy a portion of the shares. If you're willing to agree to this condition, we can still provide help. Chapter 182. Only with external help. You came well prepared. Changfeng smiled. It seemed like Ali really wanted those two business segments, search and social media communications. Perhaps it was because these two internet sectors could bring massive traffic to Ali's Baodao. Compared to acquisition, investing capital into the subsidiary seemed much easier to accept. Changfeng wouldn't lose control of the company, just gain another major shareholder. But eventually, Changfeng still shook his head. Sorry, I can't accept this either. Du Bin frowned. If capital injection won't work, how about stock exchange? Our Alibaba Group is willing to accept share swaps, allowing your company to hold part of our shares, and naturally, our company will also hold part of your company's shares. This one as well, no. Changfeng still shook his head. 3 suggestions rejected in a row. Du Bin's expression turned significantly darker. Mr. Chen, are you sure? Our company is quite sincere. Before coming here, our Jack Ma said that Alibaba Group doesn't seek absolute control, and we're even willing not to interfere in your company's operations. We just want the traffic from social media communications and search engines. I understand, but I still decline. Changfeng smiled. Humph. Du Bin exhaled deeply. All right then. If you change your mind, Mr. Chen, feel free to call me anytime. But I have to remind you one thing. Without external assistance, your company, Changfeng, will be unable to maintain a foothold in these two markets, social communication and search. No need to trouble yourselves over it. Changfeng smiled. Who'll be laughing last is yet to be seen. Well then, we'll wait for your good news, Mr. Chen. Du Bin shook hands with Changfeng and then turned to leave the meeting room. Since Changfeng had been nothing but no to every offer, there was simply no point in staying. Soon after, Xiao Shanshan learned of Alibaba's interest in helping. Upon hearing that Changfeng had flatly rejected their offer, she was quite surprised. Director Chen, why did you refuse? This could benefit us quite a bit. Having a new shareholder inevitably affects company operations and personnel decisions. Naturally, I wouldn't agree. But right now, Shanshan didn't finish her sentence, but Changfeng understood exactly what she meant. She basically believed that Changfeng wasn't as strong anymore, and giving up a small percentage of shares was perfectly acceptable. Nowadays, none of the domestic tech giants had simple ownership structures. It was practically impossible to tell if they were even domestic or foreign companies anymore. Shanshan, believe me, in this internet battle, we will achieve ultimate victory. What you need to do is stay calm. Changfeng said calmly. Fine. Shanshan helplessly tapped her smooth forehead. I'll go check on the tech department now. Go ahead. Changfeng dismissed Xiao Shanshan immediately. Don't let his confident appearance fool you. Changfeng was well aware that Changfeng was now facing an enormous crisis. Every minute and every second, their active user count was declining. The foundation was shaking. If things continued like this, Changfeng might even be eliminated from the internet industry altogether. To break this stalemate, external assistance would definitely be required. Changfeng already had that external force in mind. He had even prepared related strategies. However, this move was extremely impactful. It hurt the enemy, but hurt himself as well. There was a strong chance of drawing regulatory attention, so he decided to wait a few days. But if there was truly no alternative left, Changfeng wouldn't mind breaking all caution. That night, Changfeng met with Li Kuan-hee, president of Samsung. Honestly, when he learned that Li Kuan-hee was personally visiting him, Changfeng felt rather surprised. This man was a legendary figure, one of the top in South Korea. Maybe in terms of financial strength, Changfeng wasn't intimidated, but in terms of influence, he still paled in comparison. After all, Li Kuan-hee was nearly 60 this year, while Changfeng had only been in the industry for 2 years. Mr. Chen, I must say, you're surprisingly young. Li Kuan-hee sighed emotionally upon meeting Changfeng. It was rare to see someone so young establish such a massive enterprise. Most importantly, Changfeng had built everything from scratch, without being a rich second generation or coming from an influential family. That made it even more impressive. Director Li, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I hope you'll forgive me for not having time to chat pleasantries. Changfeng smiled, getting straight to the point. There is something I'd like to ask you to help me with. What is it? Li Kuan-hee thought inwardly. Wow, you really don't beat around the bush. I'd like to ask you, Director Li, to block a few apps on your systems, Changfeng said casually. Let me guess, Tingxuan and Qiandu search? Li Kuan-hee smiled. That's exactly right, Changfeng nodded. This was the solution he had meticulously devised. No matter how powerful your mobile applications are, in the end, they must be opened on computers and phones. If that's the case, why not just block them at the source? Prevent the software from running by having computer and phone manufacturers disable it. Let's see what else you can do. Conveniently, Samsung smartphones and computers held a considerable market share domestically. If Samsung took the lead and other smart device manufacturers followed, then Penguin and Qiandu would be finished instantly. Li Kuan-hee was speechless. He never expected Changfeng to be this crazy. Directly getting device manufacturers to disable software? This was practically a ruthless, devastating strategy. Once executed, it would be an instant knockout blow. But Li Kuan-hee decisively shook his head and refused. Sorry, we at Samsung will not do something like this. Of course, I wouldn't ask Mr. Li to help out for free. Changfeng raised a single finger and said, 100 million RMB. Li Kuan-hee cautiously asked. No, USD. Changfeng shook his head. Li Kuan-hee revealed a hesitant expression. And it's 100 million USD per day, Changfeng added. Li Kuan-hee was stunned. His heart pounded heavily. Trying to hide his emotional shift, Li Kuan-hee lowered his head and took a sip of tea. It was quite a while before he spoke again. Mr. Chun, are you sure about this? 100 million USD per day? That's no small amount. Are you sure your company can afford it? That's not something Mr. Li needs to worry about. As long as you agree, I can pay right away. Chen Feng swiftly cut off Li Kuanhe's doubts with a firm response. Li Kuanhe hesitated for a moment, and finally let out a sigh. Sorry, Mr. Chun, I can't do it. Feeling somewhat regretful, Li Kuanhe couldn't help but say, no wonder you managed to build such a huge enterprise in such a short time. Your boldness puts me to shame. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Why not? 100 million USD per day. I'm sure even for Samsung, it's not an insignificant sum. And for you, Mr. Li, it's merely a small favor. The excuse is easy enough too. Say the apps violated some regulations, so you ban them for a day or two. The impact wouldn't be that great. Chapter 183, starting from the source. Hee, Mr. Chun, please don't tempt me. Li Qianhe shook his head. No matter how good the reasons we come up with may seem, in the end people will still regard us as taking sides. After all, we are a foreign company, and if we engage in such behavior, it could potentially trigger a chain reaction. Compared to the intelligent device market worth over $1 trillion, this mere few $100 million is really not worth considering. What if I can get other smart device manufacturers, like Apple and Huawei, to band together with us? Chen Feng asked, not giving up easily. Li Qianhe hesitated for a long time before shaking his head again. Perhaps I could consider that. But are you sure you have that much time? I've seen the market reports for China. Currently, the smartphone market is extremely competitive. Apple, Samsung, Huawei, Xiaomi, Meizu, and so on, not to mention many counterfeit smartphone manufacturers. Even those with a certain scale number about a dozen, and even the ones with the highest market share amount to 4. If you were to negotiate with each of them one by one, even if everything went smoothly, it would still take at least 7 or 8 days. There's simply not enough time. Chen Feng frowned slightly. Actually, he already knew deep down that relying on these phone manufacturers to deal with Tencent and Qiandu was unlikely. It wasn't just a matter of money. It was that nobody could tell whether taking such actions might bring unpredictable risks. Don't be fooled by Tencent and Qiandu's aggressive appearances. They themselves also bear risks and could potentially face trouble anytime. It seemed like to protect the internet market, some extraordinary measures were necessary. Watching the grave expression on Chen Feng's face, Li Qianhe secretly smiled to himself, then spoke slowly. In fact, making Samsung prohibit WeChat and Qiandu search is not impossible either, but I have one condition. Oh, Chen Feng reacted instantly, smirking coldly. What condition? The condition is very simple. Allow Samsung to acquire both WeChat and Qianxing search. Please leave. Chen Feng pointed to the door without giving Li Qianhe any face at all. Now he fully understood. Those words Li had spoken earlier were completely deliberate. All that talk about insufficient time and things being too difficult to accomplish. It was indeed tight on time and undoubtedly challenging. But could one really just give up just because it's difficult? Of course not. Li Qianhe said those things intentionally, to first make Chen Feng feel hopeless so he could conveniently present his condition. Sure enough, this old fox was no different from the rest, eyeing the enormous market of social communication and search. But how could Chen Feng allow others to come and pick the fruit of his labor? Both WeChat and Qianxing search represented his hard work and heart, and he would absolutely not allow others to even touch them. Even if he were facing difficulties, Chen Feng remained unshaken. There was no way this old trickster would profit from it. Cough cough. Li Qianhe smiled bitterly. There's no need to be so firm. The condition could still be discussed. For example, minority shares, which we would also be willing to accept. No, I don't accept. Chen Feng shook his head without hesitation. Moreover, there is something I need to inform you of. The cure for your granddaughter Li Xian's illness suddenly can't be proceeded. Please take her back. Saying that, Chen Feng turned to leave. Trying to manipulate him? What a dream. If truly pushed to the edge, who would ultimately break first? Wait. Indeed, seeing Chen Feng walk away, Li Qianhe was finally unable to sit still. Li Xin was his beloved granddaughter. How could he bear to see her die like this? Even with a little risk, she was still more important than anything. Chen Feng immediately stopped, sneering. Is there anything else you want to say? Kid, don't be so impulsive. That's really not the attitude for doing business, Li Qianhe said helplessly. Doing business? I certainly wouldn't be this impulsive, but as for dealing with someone who tries to take advantage of my kindness and repays it with treachery, there's no reason to pretend politeness. Li Qianhe nearly choked, astonished. When had he become a shameless opportunist who takes advantage and betrays favors? It was all just normal business negotiation. But the aged and shrewd Li Qianhe finally said nothing, shaking his head slowly instead. It's not that I don't want to agree with you. It's simply that this matter is far too risky. Is that so? Chen Feng snorted disdainfully. This old guy still hadn't agreed. He truly had a cold heart. Did he still think Chen Feng wouldn't dare to take action? I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. Promise to ban Tencent and Qiandu's apps on Samsung phones, and I'll give you $50 million a day. If you refuse, fine. Then just watch Xin die helplessly. You really can bear to see that? Don't think I don't know about your relationship with my daughter. Faced with Chen Feng's repeated threats, Li Qianhe also lost his temper and started speaking without any decorum. Chen Feng smirked again. Yeah, we did have a relationship. So what? This is the modern era, isn't it? You don't actually believe that just because we had a relationship there must be some kind of obligation. Anyway, I've made myself clear. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you. Did this Li Qianhe actually think he was someone easily manipulated? Did he really believe Chen Feng would go soft just because of Li Jin? What a joke. After all, it was just a woman. How could Chen Feng possibly care? The thing he hated most was when others tried to control him. Sure enough, once Chen Feng stood firm, Li Qianhe started to soften. Li Yisin was only somewhat related to Chen Feng, but to Li Qianhe, she was his beloved granddaughter. Don't be so hasty. We can still discuss this matter. In the end, Li Qianhe still gave in. After all, he just couldn't bear to see Li Yisin die. Even if it was possible that Chen Feng was only bluffing, Li Qianhe still couldn't afford to gamble. Besides, the risk involved wasn't actually that great for him. It was just about banning the two companies' apps for a few days. As long as an appropriate reason was found, such as a regulation violation or prohibited content in the software, no one could say much. Most importantly, he was doing this to help Chen Feng, so all the pressure would fall on Chun, not Samsung. Not to mention the high price Chen offered, $50 million per day. Even so, the old fox Li Qianhe still negotiated with Chen Feng, setting a maximum ban of only 3 days. The price would be $200 million, with half going directly to Li Qianhe himself, and the remaining half to Samsung Group. This made Chen Feng roll his eyes in annoyance. Sure enough, this old fox never missed a chance to gain profit. Still, 3 days would be enough. In fact, just one single day would be sufficient to collapse both Tencent and Qiandu. Users were extremely pragmatic. No matter how good a software had been before, once they found they couldn't use it anymore, they would abandon it immediately. Otherwise, how dare Tencent and Qiandu launch such an all-out war in the internet industry? Chapter 184. The company is about to collapse. However, having only Samsung wasn't enough. In the Chinese smartphone market, Samsung only held around 20%. It would be better to bring in a few more companies. For instance, Apple and Huawei. Especially Apple, which occupied almost the entire high-end phone market. In terms of market share, it even surpassed Samsung. If just this one smartphone manufacturer banned Tencent and Baidu's apps, the two companies wouldn't be able to handle it. To achieve this goal, Chen Feng specially arranged a meeting with Michael, Apple's China market president. Hello, Mr. Michael. Hello, President Chen. Although we've had a lot of cooperation before, this seems to be our first face-to-face meeting. Michael was a middle-aged white man, yet he spoke fluent Chinese. After all, as the China market president, he deeply understood China. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to develop the Chinese market. How many times we've met isn't important. What matters is that I'm offering you a big deal, Mr. Michael. The situation was urgent, so Chen Feng didn't waste time and got straight to the point. What kind of big deal? Michael asked calmly. A deal worth hundreds of millions of dollars, Chen Feng replied. Mr. Michael, I want you to issue an order to ban Tencent and Baidu's apps on Apple devices. In return, I'm willing to pay $100 million per day. Michael's expression froze momentarily, and then he frowned. President Chen, that's impossible. Apple would never arbitrarily ban apps from other companies. It would be illegal. Chen Feng laughed. Mr. Michael, are you joking with me? This isn't the first time you've done something like this, and besides, I'm offering you $100 million per day. Your performance will definitely soar. However, if it draws attention from your country, Apple could face serious consequences. Michael shrugged. Mr. Michael, I'm willing to personally give you $100 million as your reward. Chen Feng smiled slightly. Cough, cough. Michael's expression instantly softened. Well, this matter isn't completely out of the question. Indeed, money could make ghosts push millstones. Even though Michael was Apple's China president, he was still just a high-level employee. His annual salary was at most only tens of millions of dollars. Upon seeing Chen Feng's generous offer, he immediately changed sides. You can personally receive $200 million, but for your company, my offer is limited to $50 million per day. Also, I've persuaded Samsung, so you don't need to worry about governmental criticism because everyone knows we paid you to do this. The pressure will be on us. All right, no problem. Michael nodded repeatedly. $200 million. He could take that money and start his own business, becoming a boss himself. Banning a few apps was nothing serious. Moreover, $50 million per day would more than silence those troublemakers on the board of directors. As Marx once said, given sufficient profit, capital would dare to sell the rope that hangs itself. Chen Feng wasn't trying to take over Apple. Just banning a few apps wasn't a big deal. Apple and Samsung together account for nearly 50% of the market. Once they mobilize their power, Tencent and Baidu will surely collapse. Chen Feng sneered coldly. This is a move that cuts the firewood from under the pot. Tencent and Baidu definitely didn't expect this. You can force users to abandon our apps, but you can't make them abandon their phones. Of course, the more smartphone manufacturers we can win over, the better. If we manage to turn all smartphone manufacturers against them, Tencent and Baidu would be finished immediately. Unfortunately, this is obviously impossible. Even if we did succeed, we would surely face government interference. President Chen, Google has just contacted us. They want to buy Fengxing's search back again. And Ji Shui put down the phone and informed Chen Feng of this latest news. Oh, a smirk curled on Chen Feng's lips. Google isn't giving up yet. They clearly haven't completely abandoned hopes for the Chinese market. Understandable. After all, China is one of the world's most significant markets. No international company wants to give it up. Now they've seen an opportunity and are rushing in like wolves. In fact, not just Google. In the past few days, companies seeking to acquire Windmail and Fengxing Search were too numerous to count on one hand, each offering an even lower price than the last, all hoping to profit from the crisis. Against such people, Chen Feng naturally declined their offers without hesitation. Chen Feng, the situation is getting worse and worse. Xiao Shanshan walked into the office. The number of active users on Fengxing has dropped below 200 million, less than half of its peak period. As for search, the decline is even more severe. Users have basically abandoned us and have all switched back to Baidu. As for our other games, videos, and such, we've also suffered significant losses. We can't keep going like this. If things continue like this, the company is doomed. Xiao Shanshan declared firmly. Don't worry, it will turn around soon, Chen Feng said calmly, lounging comfortably on the sofa. There's no need to panic. I'll soon take back all the lost market share. Have you convinced the government to intervene? Xiao Shanshan's eyes lit up. Other than the government stepping in, Xiao Shanshan couldn't think of any other way to reverse the situation. No, Chen Feng shook his head. But rest assured, we don't need government intervention to defeat Tencent and Qiandu. Eventually, Xiao Shanshan, filled with worries, left the office. After all, she had no idea what to do either. Both Tencent and Qiandu had made it clear they wouldn't stop until xuanhuan was completely eliminated. Getting them to back off would be extremely difficult. Master, a vice president from Qiandu Group, is here. And Zhishui entered the office to inform him. TCH, still not giving up, huh? Chen Feng snorted coldly. He didn't need to ask to know Qiandu's intentions. Predictably, they were after Fengxing's search again. For a long time, Qiandu had dreamed of monopolizing the entire search market. They'd made enormous efforts toward that goal, even managing to defeat Google, an international search giant. However, after Google fell, a much stronger challenger emerged, Fengxing's search, which became a major threat to Qiandu. If Qiandu hadn't taken advantage of xuanhuan's current crisis, their market might have been completely overtaken. Now that an opportunity had finally arisen, they naturally wanted to settle the matter once and for all. Qiandu had already contacted xuanhuan several times, even going so far as calling Chen Feng directly at one point, but Chen had firmly rejected them. Still, Qiandu remained relentless and was now directly showing up in person. True to expectations, after Chen Feng reached the meeting room, Lu Yuan, the Qiandu vice president, barely exchanged a few polite greetings before revealing his true intentions. President Chen, Qiandu Group is willing to acquire Fengxing Search from your company for $3 billion. Chapter 185, taking away the firewood from under the pot. Not for sale. Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. I'm talking about US dollars. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Still not for sale. Chen Feng smirked. Lu Yuan frowned and surprisingly pulled out a report. President Chen, please take a look. This is the latest market share report for search software. Currently, our Qiandu search has captured 85% of the market, while your Fengxing search only holds a mere 9%. This is even worse than Google's initial performance. In this situation, do you still think it's worth persisting? Besides, when you acquired Google back then, the cost was less than 100 million US dollars. Now it's increased 3 or 4 times already. This is already a huge profit. Still not selling. Chen Feng shook his head with a smile. It had to be said that Lu Yuan's preparation was indeed thorough. He even brought out a market survey report. If it were an ordinary businessman, facing such an aggressive attack, he might really consider selling just to recoup some losses. Unfortunately, Chen Feng had ample hidden strengths. He was about to strike back severely against Penguin and Qiandu. How could he possibly sell now? Facing the immovable Chen Feng, even Lu Yuan, who was known for his negotiation skills at Qiandu, felt helpless. No matter how persuasively he spoke, the other party just said no. What could he do? In the end, Lu Yuan even became furious. Fine then, President Chen, you're certainly entitled to refuse, but don't forget, Fengxing Search is about to go bankrupt soon. Hehe. Chen Feng simply smiled, too lazy to argue back. Go ahead and be smug now. Let's see how long you can keep it up once I start my next move. Humph. I'd like to see how you feel when users completely abandon Fengxing Search. Outside the Chengfeng Tower, Lu Yuan let out a resentful snort before getting into his car and rushing back to Qiandu's headquarters at the fastest speed. What did Chen Feng say? When he saw Lu Yuan return, Li Hong quickly asked. Failed. No matter what I said, he just wouldn't agree. I even offered 500 million US dollars, yet he still didn't show the slightest interest. This could get troublesome. Li Hong felt uneasy. You see, this kind of either-or extreme tactic couldn't be sustained for long. For example, right now, he had already heard some rumors. It seemed that the country had begun to sense something wrong, perhaps deeming their actions excessive, and was considering intervention. If not for the inherent sluggishness of bureaucracy, the intervention might have already begun. Once the country officially stepped in, no matter how dominant Penguin and Qiandu had become, the either-or practices must stop immediately. For Penguin, ceasing the either-or policy would be regrettable, but would not lead to any serious consequences. Social communication was a winner-takes-all field. Once an ecosystem had been built, users would not easily abandon their social circles to switch to other platforms. During these few days, they had successfully helped WeChat establish its ecosystem through their head start and massive user base, supplemented by Penguin accounts, so even direct competition against Chengfeng's Fengxin wouldn't be problematic. But search engines were different. Once a user failed to find what they wanted, they would abandon the search engine without hesitation. Back then, even Google had started to surrender, being pushed out of the Chinese market by Qiandu, but Chengfeng somehow took back Qiandu's market share bit by bit with a better search mechanism. Even though in this round of internet battles Qiandu had reclaimed all its lost market share, what would happen after this battle was over? Would Chengfeng regain the market once again? Li Hong wasn't confident. After thinking for a while, Li Hong revealed a determined and ruthless expression. Since Chen Feng refused our acquisition, we'll have no choice but to find ways to bring Chengfeng down as soon as possible. You go to the tech department and ask the programmers to work overtime. I'm going to launch an event, something to lock down users for good so Fengxing Search can never rise again. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Currently, Chongfeng's market share had already dropped below 10%. With just a little more effort, it might soon fall below 5%. Even without an ecosystem in search engines, once users developed a habit of using one search tool, even if Qiandu was slightly worse than Fengxing, they wouldn't casually switch to other search engines. By then, for Chongfeng to reclaim the market, they would have to expend 10 or even 100 times more effort. Just as Lu Yuan, the vice president, was about to head to the technology department to oversee progress in person, a director suddenly rushed into the office, yelling loudly. Something bad happened. Something bad happened. What bad thing? Why are you yelling like this? Li Hong frowned, clearly displeased. This director had always been quite considerate before. Why was he suddenly so flustered? The director didn't even notice Li Hong's reprimand. He just took out his phone. Directorly, Samsung's mobile system just updated. That's ridiculous. Li Hong grew irritated. What does Samsung's system update have to do with us? We're not even smartphone manufacturers. No, it's directly related to us. After Samsung's system update, our Qiandu search immediately became unusable. Same with Kiwi, Qiandu Music. Every single software under our company became inaccessible. The director's voice trembled. What? Li Hong's expression changed. You're not joking. Li Hong's voice quivered. Samsung phones forbidding the use of Qiandu software would undoubtedly deal an extremely devastating blow to the Qiandu group. Directorly, check it yourself. The director directly handed his Samsung phone to Li Hong. Li Hong took the phone and opened the Qiandu app. The next second, a notification popped up stating that Qiandu was temporarily disabled due to privacy concerns. Li Hong's body trembled. This was Samsung. According to surveys, Samsung smartphones currently occupied about 20% of the smartphone market, which meant Qiandu search instantly lost approximately 20% of its market share. This is clearly illegal. Li Hong's face darkened to the point of dripping black ink. Immediately contact Samsung Group and lodge a protest. We must make them stop this illegal action immediately. Also, inform the government and exert pressure on Samsung. Samsung disabling Qiandu software was, to Li Hong, a devastating blow. Apart from making Samsung stop such actions, he had no other means for retaliation. In reality, this wasn't even the most terrifying part. What truly filled Li Hong with despair was the new information that arrived more than an hour later. Apple, closely following Samsung, had also banned the use of Qiandu software on its devices. It wasn't only Qiandu, software from Penguin was also blocked. This was a catastrophic disaster for both companies. After all, Samsung and Apple together accounted for about 50% of the smartphone market. Not to mention computers, where Samsung and Apple also held significant market shares. Chapter 186 The Doomsday of Qiandu and Penguin. Samsung and Apple launched their moves simultaneously, and Qiandu and Penguin immediately lost half of their market shares. They could stop users from using other software, but they couldn't stop users from using smartphones. Even if a few individuals chose to switch phones, it was impossible to reverse the overall trend. Chongfeng, you're ruthless. Upon hearing this result that chilled him to the bone, Li Hong was so furious he almost spat blood. This counterattack by Chongfeng left him completely helpless. Mr. Chun, just now, our active users surged dramatically. Within just a few hours, we've recovered most of the losses we had previously. The same goes for the games. The number of active players has increased significantly. Mr. Chun, the search situation is also very good. Our market share has already surpassed what it was before. In the office, the department directors took turns reporting the latest updates. The situation looked extremely promising. Compared to the past, these directors had completely turned their fortunes around. Even Xiao Shanshan wore an expression of deep emotion. Never did I imagine you'd actually come up with such a brilliant plan. Yes, Mr. Chun, your move is truly brilliant. By directly targeting smartphone manufacturers and blocking the entry of Penguin and Qiandu's apps, now these two companies can only sit there helplessly, unable to do anything at all. Xiao Hu's face was glowing with excitement, and his earlier anxiety had vanished completely. That's right. Now they can't force the users to choose between us anymore, because their apps have simply vanished from the smartphones. Yuan Song, the search director, laughed proudly. This is only a temporary victory. There's no reason to be proud of it. This competition is not over yet. You should all quickly return to your departments and report any unusual situations to me immediately. Chongfeng waved his hand, driving all the excited executives out of his office. This underhanded blow indeed caught Penguin and Qiandu completely off guard, achieving a miraculous counterattack. It not only recaptured the market and recovered lost ground, but also dealt a huge blow to Penguin and Qiandu. Blocking their apps at the source would inevitably bring devastating consequences for them, consequences that would take a very long time to overcome. Moreover, even if Penguin and Qiandu wanted to retaliate in the same way, they couldn't, because Chongfeng's actions were already bordering on dangerous territory, bound to attract government attention. Attempting such a move again would essentially be suicide. In fact, if it hadn't been for Penguin initiating the choose only one policy first and triggering the internet war, giving Chongfeng the guise of a victim, this approach of directly contacting smartphone manufacturers to block software at the source would have been tantamount to asking for destruction. Mr. Chun, breaking news. Xiaomi has agreed to our request and is willing to block the apps of Penguin and Qiandu. The price is 1 billion RMB per day. And Ji Shui suddenly reported. I knew it. Chongfeng smiled. After contacting Samsung and Apple, Chongfeng had contacted every major smartphone manufacturer in the country at the fastest speed possible. Unfortunately, they were too fearful, afraid of government intervention, unwilling to take such a risky action, even though the price offered was very tempting. But with Samsung and Apple setting an example, the situation changed completely. Xiaomi, unable to resist the temptation of instant cash, became the first to betray Penguin and Chengdu. No way around it. Xiaomi's rumored profit margin was supposedly the lowest among all smartphone manufacturers. To earn 1 billion RMB per day would require selling countless smartphones. Also, Huawei still refuses to ban the apps of Penguin and Chengdu, but they have agreed to list our company's apps as pre-installed system software on their phones. System-level software can't be uninstalled. Now Penguin and Chengdu wouldn't even have the opportunity to force users to choose. Together, Samsung, Apple, Huawei, and Xiaomi accounted for about 70% of the entire smartphone market. Now Penguin and Chengdu were essentially doomed without any power to retaliate. Of course, this move could only be made by Chinfeng. To achieve this effect required spending about 15 billion RMB daily. No one else would be willing to spend that much money. Even if Penguin and Chengdu wanted to copy the strategy, their boards would never approve such expenditures. With a burn rate on this scale, even Chinfeng couldn't sustain it for very long. However, he didn't need to sustain it for long. Just half a day was enough for Penguin and Chengdu to already start feeling the pressure. Mr. Chen, there's a call from the CEO of Chengdu. Shall I connect you? And Ji Shui took out her phone to ask. Of course, I definitely want to hear the whining of a defeated dog. Chinfeng took the phone and spoke calmly. Hello, Mr. Li. What can I do for you? Li Hong's voice was filled with rage and desperation on the line. Li Zong, I don't understand what you're talking about. How could I possibly influence smartphone manufacturers? Chinfeng smiled. Don't give me that act. You're breaking the law. You know that, right? Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Don't you know what happened to the former richest man in the country? Li Hong had completely lost his senses, even resorting to threatening Chinfeng. But his threats had no effect on Chinfeng whatsoever. After all, it was Penguin and Chengdu who had struck first. What Chinfeng did afterward was nothing but a counterattack. His conversation with Li Hong ended shortly afterward without any resolution. Chinfeng's move had utterly stunned Li Hong, leaving him disoriented and helpless. All he could do now was spew empty threats without any real power to change the situation. Not long after, Ma Teng from Penguin also called Chinfeng. His request was basically the same as Li Hong's, to stop the smartphone manufacturers from banning Penguin's apps. He was even willing to abandon the choose only one policy across Penguin's software portfolio. Chinfeng rejected the offer without hesitation. Are you kidding? It was Penguin who initiated the choose only one strategy in the first place, and it was Penguin that had caused Jinfeng immeasurable damage. Now that they were at a disadvantage, they wanted Chinfeng to stop? That was never going to happen. If this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity wasn't seized to reclaim the market, Chinfeng would never forgive himself. After being rejected by Chinfeng, every passing minute and second became an excruciating torture for Penguin and Chengdu. They could only watch helplessly as Jinfeng Group gradually took over their market share. Most critically, there was absolutely nothing they could do to stop it. At this point, the situation had completely reversed. Previously, it was Jinfeng desperately appealing for higher-level intervention while Penguin and Chengdu resisted. Now, it was Penguin and Chengdu frantically seeking intervention while Jinfeng worked hard to prevent it. But no matter how hard they tried to resist, what was coming would inevitably arrive. After receiving a mysterious phone call, Chinfeng sighed and obediently prepared for a flight to Dejing City. The Great Internet War. Who will emerge victorious? Revealing the hidden truth behind the Internet War. Chapter 187. The End of the Internet War. Chengdu follows Tencent forcing users to choose one or the other. Chengfeng falls behind. Chinfeng, I feel desperate. Insider reveals. Chengfeng's market share is less than 50% of its peak. Shock. Samsung suddenly bans users from accessing Tencent and Chengdu Group software. The Internet War takes another twist. Samsung, Apple, and Xiaomi ban Tencent and Chengdu software. How long can Tencent and Chengdu hold on? Insider reveals. The bosses of Chengfeng, Tencent, and Chengdu reportedly called each other and may have had a quarrel. Shocking. At the last moment, Chengfeng CEO did something unexpected. Tencent said, I was stunned. Looking at all these clickbait headlines, Chinfeng couldn't help but sneer slightly. To be honest, the ones most excited about this internet war must be the media. They get huge breaking news to expose every single day. And the onlookers, those casual observers, are equally excited, as if something extraordinary had happened to them. Discussion threads on various forums can easily reach hundreds of replies. But these people will never know the whole truth. They can only see the surface, without ever realizing the intense behind-the-scenes drama. Hello, Mr. Chen. Please follow me. A government official led Chinfeng to the door of a room. Aren't we attending the meeting? Chinfeng frowned. We are indeed going to the meeting, but before that, someone wants to meet you and settle some matters first, said the official politely with a smile. Chinfeng's expression darkened, not at the official, but at the person inside the room. Li Hong, chairman of the Chengdu Group. Li Hong saw Chinfeng as well, his expression equally unpleasant. Samsung, Apple, Xiaomi, and another called Xiaomi, had blocked the use of Chengdu software on 70% of all smartphones. In just 2 days, Chengdu had lost most of its market. How could Li Hong possibly look happy? Chinfeng didn't have a good impression of Li Hong. Earlier, Chengdu had taken advantage of the chaos, nearly killing Chengfeng's functioning search engine. If it hadn't been for Chinfeng's unexpected strategy, he might have had no choice but to give up. Naturally, he gave Li Hong no warm reception either. So, once inside the room, Chinfeng sat down on a chair, closed his eyes, and ignored Li Hong completely. Soon after, Ma Teng, chairman of Tencent Group, was also escorted into the room by a staff member. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he also didn't bother showing any hospitality and silently sat down to drink tea. The room's atmosphere turned very strange. Fortunately, this eerie tension didn't last long. Soon after, an elder official in charge of commercial affairs entered the room. Chen Feng, Li Hong, and Ma Teng all stood up to greet him. The elder nodded, exchanged greetings, then cut straight to the point. I already have a clear understanding of what's happened in these past few days. Forcing users to make a choice was wrong, and banning software outright was even worse. However, considering there's no applicable legal framework at the moment, let's consider this matter settled for now. Chen Feng showed no reaction. Neither did Li Hong nor Ma Teng. Clearly, all three understood that the previous internet war couldn't last long anyway. Now that the elder had spoken, it was indeed time for this unusual war to end. After all, Samsung had only promised 3 days, and even if it could have been prolonged, Chen Feng wouldn't have wanted to continue. It was costing far too much money, more than he could handle. Seeing their silent agreement, the elder smiled slightly and continued talking, offering both reassurance and subtle warning. After the conversation, the three finally returned to an outward state of harmony, nodding in unison and agreeing to call an end to the internet war upon returning. After calming the three key figures, the elder led them to attend a very important meeting. The attendees were almost all internet industry giants, either presidents, directors, or top-level bosses. The meeting had a very simple and blunt title, the Internet Regulation Summit. The content was even more straightforward, banning mandatory user choices and any practice of forcing users to pick one service over another. In short, things couldn't go back to how this current internet war had gone down. Moreover, in the near future, the elders team would draft a legal framework at the fastest possible speed to regulate competition in the internet industry. Listening to the elder speak eloquently, Chen Feng suddenly thought of a very classic saying: crisis comes before regulation. Previously, the internet industry was in a kind of Wild West state where doing anything wasn't illegal, strictly speaking, because there was simply no law to regulate it. But after this incident, the Wild West era of the internet was essentially over. From now on, things would become standardized. The internet company leaders in the room had long anticipated this and nodded in agreement. They also understood clearly that the next period would be delicate. There would be no room anymore for playing any borderline games. After the meeting, Chen Feng returned to the company and immediately called for Xiao Shanshan. Go to the technical department and have them stop the forced choice policy. So it's really over? Xiao Shanshan asked. Yeah, it's over. Chen Feng replied half regretfully and half disappointedly. Mr. Chen, the Fengxing Messenger department is operating smoothly and has basically recovered to its pre-internet war condition. The Fengxing Video's market share and active users have both declined significantly. We are planning a promotional campaign to try to boost our market share. Mr. Chen, the search department's market share has now exceeded 50%, even after half a month since the internet war ended. This clearly shows that users have completely shifted to our search software, said Yuan Song, director of the Fengxing search department, his face beaming with excitement. All in all, the internet business group suffered relatively minimal damage during the internet war. The search market share surged quickly, surpassing Qiandu Group and becoming the top-ranked search engine on the market. Fengxing Messenger, the social messaging platform, had also consolidated its market position. According to the information Chen Feng received, Tencent had already begun circulating rumors of abandoning WeChat and was planning to shift most of its focus to its more recoverable product, Pengyu, Penguin, Number. The only department with significant losses was Fengxing Video. Originally holding the highest market share among all video software, its share had nearly halved after the internet war, and it had yet to recover. In fact, none of the three major companies gained any benefit in the video software market. Whether it was Tencent Video or Qiandu's Kiguoa, all saw severe drops in market share. Previously, the three companies' video platforms occupied the top 3 spots in the industry. However, their internal conflict allowed other video platforms to seize the opportunity and benefit significantly. Sohu, LuTV, and Baofeng, Storm, Video captured much of the former market share of these three companies, finally achieving a triumphant turnaround. LuTV, in particular, had directly risen to become the new industry leader. It was a rather absurd situation. 3 companies fought fiercely, only to let outsiders reap the benefits. Chen Feng could do little about it. He could only let it go. The video software business, much like search, had low user stickiness. Users could easily switch at the slightest dissatisfaction. It would require a gradual, careful strategy moving forward. Chapter 188 Heavy Losses. Feng Xin, play it safe and steady. As for the video department, I'll invest some money after the meeting to try to regain our lost market share. The search division should consider increasing advertising, Chen Feng said. President Chen, I think we should wait a few months before considering increasing advertising, Yuan Song quickly replied. Because of the recent internet battle, our search engine has gained fame, and it has greatly shaken Qiandu's position. The ripple effects haven't subsided yet. This is a critical time to seize market share. No, Chen Feng decisively shook his head. The company is facing significant financial difficulties. The search division must become profitable immediately. Same with Feng Xin. Find ways to generate profits as soon as possible. As for market share, of course we should take it, but there's no need to completely destroy Qiandu or fully monopolize the market. Complete market monopoly won't benefit us much. Yuan Song was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Chen Feng to not pursue monopolization. Could a capitalist really say such a thing? After thinking through everything, his expression became pensive. Although the company had won the internet battle, the losses must have been enormous. Obviously, there was no strength left to continue spending like before. It was completely normal to expect the search division to turn a profit. President Shun, Hero Federation's profitability has dropped by about 40% compared to the same period last year. Huang Jun, the director of the Hero League project department, timely added. Infinity Starfield's profitability has dropped by 80% directly and can barely cover the basic operating costs. Wang Chan's voice trembled. The mobile gaming department is about the same, down by 70%. Several mobile games have seen dramatic drops in active players, earning just enough to keep the department running. He followed up. President Shun, the profit from Wind Valley has dropped by 60%, and additionally, the agency rights for Sword Spirit have been reclaimed by Wang Yi. Originally, Sword Spirit had repeatedly ruined itself due to the agency rights dispute and seemed barely able to survive much longer before shutting down. Who knew that one internet battle would bring it back from the brink of collapse? Games differ from functional software. Games exist purely for entertainment. If you can't play one game anymore, you simply switch to another. After all, there were plenty of games already on the market. As a result, the game department was severely hit, suffering heavy losses. Especially the game Infinity Starfield. It had been online for less than a month, and hadn't even recouped production costs yet. He still remembered how, when it first launched, this space-themed warship game generated massive popularity due to its fresh concept. At that time, Wang Chong had confidently declared that they could recover the entire production cost within just 3 months. Then came the internet battle, which led to a catastrophic drop in player numbers. Wang Chong was devastated. This was a high-quality title they had painstakingly developed over an entire year and a half, and now it had died before its time. Even if it could regain popularity in the future, it would still take a long time before the investment could be recovered. There's no need to blame yourselves for the drop in game department profitability. Moving forward, organize events, promote activities. You handle the details as you see fit. As for the game department, Xuanhuan didn't really have any good solutions either. Gamers are a very ruthless species. Once they become bored with a game or temporarily leave it, they may never come back. So most of these losses were essentially permanent unless they could develop a new, successful game. However, thinking about how the Tencent Group had suffered even worse, Xuanhuan instantly felt a bit better. That's just how people are. Misery loves company. How's the entertainment department doing? Xuanhuan turned to Zhang Yang. The department is running smoothly. Legend of Klein will be released soon, and the Hong Kong shoot is already underway. This year, we plan to produce a TV drama, an idol romantic adaptation based on a South Korean TV series specifically designed to promote new talents. Zhang Yang responded clearly. Xuanhuan nodded. Zhang Yang's capabilities were indeed solid. Under his leadership, the film and television department had been operating quite well, requiring little of Chunfeng's concern. President Chun, our second season of Taste of the World is being filmed intensively, and we're also planning to develop a new variety show based on a format we purchased from South Korea. I believe the ratings will be quite good, Lin Fan quickly added. Lu Huayun, the head of the cinema and culture department, followed up. The cinema business is going very well. Our theaters are no longer just venues for movie screenings. They have become comprehensive entertainment and leisure centers, the top choice for nearby white-collar workers after work. Overall, the entertainment and cultural sector had been developing quite well. The internet war had greatly affected both the gaming and internet departments, but the entertainment sector hadn't been impacted at all. In fact, after adjusting the company structure and clarifying internal responsibilities and authorities, it was developing even better. The entertainment department is doing well, but don't get complacent. Stay humble and work hard to generate more profits for the company. Xuanhuan gave the entertainment department a small compliment. As for the game department, he didn't scold them either, instead offering a few words of encouragement. Strictly speaking, the profit decline wasn't really their fault. It was the result of the internet war. Nothing could be done about damages arising from such external factors. This kind of damage could only be gradually compensated over time. The summary meeting for the internet war ended quickly, and immediately afterward, and Zhishui came to report to Xuanhuan. President Chun, there's a journalist who wants to interview you. No, don't have time. Xuanhuan waved his hand extremely impatiently. Since the internet war began, Xunfeng's fame had skyrocketed. He had almost become the most well-known billionaire. There were many wealthy people in China, even more rich than Xuanfeng, but they were all extremely low-key, so few people knew about them. Xuanfeng had been quite low-key before too, known mainly within the wealthy circle. Ordinary people rarely got to know him. But this internet war had instantly placed Xuanfeng under the spotlight. People then discovered that such a big shot had actually been hiding right among them. Under 30 years old, started from scratch, yet built the Chunfeng Group that spanned the film, internet, and gaming industries. He'd even defeated 2 established giants, Penguin and Qiandu, in the internet war, a feat that had shocked countless people. When dramatic appeal and legendary qualities combined like this, it was quite normal for Xuanfeng to become famous. What's more, he was somewhat good-looking. In fact, rumor had it that online fan clubs for him had already emerged. In this situation, it was only natural for journalists to want to interview him. But for Xuanfeng himself, these interviews were quite troublesome, especially those from small media outlets, who were no different from paparazzi. It annoyed him greatly. President Chun, the journalist this time is from CCTV. I think we should probably accept the interview, and Zhishui said quietly. CCTV. Xuanfeng stopped walking, showing a thoughtful expression on his face. Chapter 189. Shall we release some poison? After a while, he nodded. Since it's CCTV, I'll give them the courtesy. But the interview questions shouldn't go too far. I'll help the master review them beforehand. And Jishui quickly replied. That settled it for Chen Feng, who nodded, allowing Jishui to make the necessary arrangements. The pros and cons of granting an interview were apparent. On the plus side, it would increase the visibility of both the company and himself. On the downside, there would be no more flying under the radar. But honestly, that didn't matter too much. The public mainly paid attention to celebrities. As for big bosses like himself, the spotlight would only last briefly. After some time had passed and the aftereffects of the internet war faded, people would eventually lose interest in Chen Feng. Before long, Jishui returned. Master, the reporter is waiting for you in the meeting room right now. I've reviewed the questions she plans to ask. Nothing to worry about. All right. Chen Feng nodded and made his way toward the meeting room. Along the way, he asked, Shui, do you think we should release that virus we prepared earlier? It might help us take over the market. Back during the internet war, just in case things went south, Chen Feng had Jishui develop a virus. If attempts to bribe smartphone manufacturers failed, he planned to unleash the virus, pulling the rug out from under both Penguin and Qiandu. In fact, Chen Feng had already figured out the order of release. He'd target his own company first, then let the virus spread to both Penguin and Qiandu. The purpose was twofold. First, to create an impression of being a victim, and second, to throw off any suspicions that the virus originated from him. But later, since he successfully bribed the smartphone manufacturers, the virus became unnecessary, so he shelved the plan. Now, though, Chen Feng was getting desperate. It was time to pull out the big guns. Originally, the main source of profit for Clearwind came from gaming. But following the internet war, the game division's revenue had plummeted, causing a severe cash flow crisis. Chen Feng estimated that the entire year's revenue might be negatively affected, possibly even resulting in a loss. That was hard to take. He wanted to make a bold move and bring the gaming division's profits back up. Master, I wouldn't recommend it. That could easily draw too much attention, and Jishui advised cautiously. The problem is, this year might result in a loss. It's already been over 2 years since the company started, and we still haven't made any money. If not for your financial support, I'd feel like better off closing the company altogether. Chen Feng grumbled, clearly agitated. He had ambitions. He wanted to build something meaningful. But why was building a successful business so damn hard? Blame it on those damn Penguin and Qiandu. Just when the company was close to turning a profit, they had to interfere, dragging out the profitability for months. Most importantly, they not only hurt others, but didn't even benefit themselves. The entire internet war had 3 losers. Qiandu suffered the most. Its core product, the Qiandu search engine, lost half its market share, and revenue was likely cut in half as well. Penguin had taken significant losses too. Though the damage to its Penguin account ecosystem was limited since it was already established, the gaming sector was severely impacted. Hero Federation, Dungeon, and Crossfire, all were suffering revenue losses. The quarterly financial report would unquestionably look bleak. Clearwind's losses were the smallest, but its foundation was also the weakest. Cash flow had dried up completely, and they were literally surviving off borrowed money. Without Jishui's financial injections, the company might as well have declared bankruptcy already. Master, don't be discouraged. After this internet war, the company has established a dominant position in both search engines and social communication. If we adjust our strategy and reduce expenditures, profitability is just around the corner. These 2 markets are worth at least hundreds of billions, and future profits won't fall below 10 billion annually. In fact, the company is very successful. If we go public, its valuation wouldn't be less than 150 billion. And Jishui comforted him. Chen Feng nodded. What Jishui said made sense. The company had taken losses, but gained even more. The losses were temporary, but the profits would last. Penguin and Qiandu had been willing to bear heavy losses just to grab the market share, all because of that belief. As long as they kept the market, profits were only a matter of time, just early or late. Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm CCTV reporter Li Sure. Inside the meeting room, upon seeing Chen Feng walk in, a gorgeous female journalist quickly stood up. This man could shake the internet industry with just a stomp, a real business titan. To land an interview with such a mogul was a huge opportunity for her credibility within the network. Nice to meet you, Ms. Li. Chen Feng nodded politely. Li Sure was tall and well-proportioned, with striking and elegant features. Combined with her intellectual and graceful demeanor and her profession as a journalist, she instantly caught Chen Feng's attention. He had dated many female celebrities before, but he'd never been with a female journalist. And this one wasn't just a regular reporter. She was also a television host who had even co-hosted the CCTV Spring Festival Gala this year, though in a less prominent role. Still, she could be considered one of CCTV's top female anchors. A woman like her, sleeping with her would bring immense satisfaction. Although Chen Feng was entertaining inappropriate thoughts, he maintained a serious and composed appearance, which matched his status and handsome looks, making it easy for women to develop a fondness for him. In fact, Li Sure herself thought Chen Feng was pretty impressive. Not only had he built a huge business, but he was also witty, humorous, and had insightful perspectives on various issues. So, Mr. Chun, what are your thoughts on the internet? I believe the internet will profoundly change people's lives. Strictly speaking, the real internet has existed for almost 20 years now. What's emerging now is the mobile internet, centered around smartphones. Compared to bulky computers, lightweight mobile phones are more deeply integrated into people's daily lives and are more capable of changing the way people live. In my opinion, Li Sure asked a question, and Chen Feng responded with a smooth, confident explanation. After all, he was a university graduate, often conversed with Jishui, and stood on the shoulders of a powerful enterprise. He had unique perspectives, and small questions like these were nothing to him. Li Shishir's questions had all been pre-screened by Ji Shui, so there was no chance of sensitive topics coming up. Chen Feng answered everything readily. Soon, the interview ended, and Li Shishir smiled. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen, for accepting our interview. This piece will be published soon, and it might even be broadcast on TV. When that happens, Mr. Chen will surely become well known. Chen Feng smiled, but said nothing. What era were they in now? Getting featured in newspapers was no longer the best way to gain popularity. The internet was the fastest medium for information dissemination. These print media would eventually be phased out anyway. Chapter 190: The Invitation from Hong Kong. The situation with television was slightly better. Quite a few people still watched it, although the number of viewers was decreasing steadily. Miss Li Shishir, would you like to stay for dinner? Chen Feng warmly invited. Li Shishir smiled gracefully. Sure, it's my honor to have dinner with President Chen. In fact, besides interviewing Chen Feng, she also needed to interview some other senior executives like Xiao Shanshan and Jiang Xiao. The internet war had made them famous. In addition, Li Shishir would record some information about the environment and company culture of Rising Wind. These could potentially be broadcast on television. After Li Shishir left, and Ji Shui approached Chen Feng and quietly asked, Master, are you interested in Li Shishir? Chen Feng glanced at Ji Shui and then nodded. And Ji Shui was someone he could absolutely trust. There was no need to hide anything. Moreover, it was impossible to hide anything from her. From a close distance, she could read people's thoughts by detecting brain waves. Fortunately, Ji Shui was a robot and absolutely loyal to Chen Feng. Otherwise, Chen wouldn't dare keep her constantly beside him. Master, Li Shishir is already married, and her husband is a second-generation official. It would be too risky, and Ji Shui quickly warned. That complicates things, Chen Feng frowned. In China, power outranked everything else. Although the wealthy held high status nowadays, they still couldn't compare to those with power. If Li Shishir's husband was indeed from an influential official family, then he wouldn't dare to make a move unless he secretly eliminated her husband. Originally, Chen Feng had only slightly been interested in Li Shishir. However, upon learning about her background, he became even more curious instead. As the old saying goes, wife is not as desirable as concubine, concubine not as desirable as mistress, mistress not as desirable as one you can't have. Now, Li Shishir had become that unattainable woman, causing Chen Feng a bit of frustration. If that's the case, then I won't go to the lunch meeting. Just find another executive to accompany her, Chen said offhandedly. Since he couldn't make a move, Chen lost interest in having lunch with Li Shishir and decided to pass her off to someone else. This somewhat surprised Li Shishir. Originally, she had thought that Chen Feng might have intentions towards her. After all, over the past years, she'd met quite a few slimy bosses who had shown interest in her. If she hadn't married a good husband, she might have had to give in. Seeing that he wasn't present at the lunch gathering, Li Shishir felt that she had misunderstood him. Instead, she began developing a certain level of favorable impression toward Chen Feng. That's just how women were. Showing more affection caused them to withdraw, while those without ulterior motives often earned their favor. President Chen, this is an invitation sent by Yang Yongliang. The date is next week. And Ji Shui handed Chen Feng a rare golden embossed invitation that came from Hong Kong. Chen Feng took the invitation and glanced at it. All right, prepare a gift for me. You'll accompany me over there. I heard that Hong Kong hasn't undergone much turbulence and retains a heavy feudal atmosphere. Many people there still like to keep mistresses. This will be a good opportunity to witness that. Chen wasn't making this up. Among East Asian cities, Hong Kong had the strongest feudal residue, surpassing even South Korea in some aspects. Some old backward practices, long abolished in mainland China, still lingered there. A significant reason for Hong Kong's gradual decline was the overwhelming feudal culture it clung to. Understood, master. Also, Zhangxi wants to meet with you. Would you like to see her? And Ji Shui asked calmly. Zhangxi? Who is she? Chen Feng asked with a puzzled expression. Who is this person? He couldn't recall. And Ji Shui answered clearly. Zhangxi used to be an artist signed under Huai Entertainment. She sought your help because she refused to accept backstage manipulation, but was turned down due to her inability to meet your conditions. Later, her contract fell into our hands, and by your order, we did not manage her much. Now she has come looking for you on her own initiative. Oh right, her. Chen Feng remembered now. She was that woman who had once refused to yield to him. He recalled her prideful attitude back then. She had insisted that she could carve out her own path relying solely on herself. More than a year had passed, and Chen Feng had almost forgotten about her when suddenly she appeared now. Could it be what they call failure in one's career leads to success in romance? Otherwise, why would Zhangxi show up only now, especially after the internet war? Do you know why she wants to meet me? Chen asked, and Ji Shui shook her head. She didn't specify on the phone. She simply requested a meeting in person. All right then, let's meet her and see if this woman has changed her mind. Zhangxi arranged to meet at a cafe, and Chen Feng specially brought in Ji Shui along when he went. It wasn't that he couldn't leave without Ji Shui, it was more about taking precautions just in case. Who knows what Zhangxi has in mind this time? What if she plans to dig up some dirt on Chen Feng, like secretly recording their conversation with a tape recorder and then editing it to misrepresent what was said? In such a case, of course, bringing in Ji Shui along was necessary. With her mind-reading abilities and eyes sharper than X-ray scanners, anyone attempting trickery would be exposed without any place to hide. However, once they entered the private room, Chen Feng realized he had guessed wrong. That was because he met an unexpected woman here. By Fei Fei. Why are you here? Didn't the company arrange a lot of events for you? Chen Feng asked casually, his expression indifferent. Bai Feifei, who had suffered before, turned pale upon seeing him and quickly replied, I asked for time off. I need to return for another event later. Chen Feng nodded slightly, saying nothing further as he sat down on a chair, looking at Zhang Shi, who wore a complicated expression. Go ahead and speak directly. I'm busy. I wanted to talk with you. And don't misunderstand. Bai Feifei is my best friend, and I brought her here. I see. Then just say whatever it is you came to say. Chen Feng gave a slight nod. I actually wanted to ask you, do you treat Feifei so harshly simply because she's my best friend? Are you overestimating yourself? To be honest, who exactly are you that I would specially target you? If I really wanted to go after you, wouldn't suing you for violating your contract arrangements be much faster than this? Zhang Shi fell silent after hearing that, because she knew Chen Feng was telling the truth. Her contract was already in Chen Feng's hands. If he truly wanted to act against her, just look at what had happened to her best friend Bai Feifei. He could easily flood her with low-quality events. If she refused to comply, he would sue immediately. With both soft and hard tactics combined, they could torture a person until they wished for death. Bai Feifei used to seem radiant and charming, but now she had become extremely worn out. That was all due to the company's tactics. Then, could you please let Feifei go? She didn't do it on purpose, really, Zhang Shi said softly. Of course not. Chen Feng immediately refused without hesitation. Now everyone in the industry knows about this. If I don't properly deal with her, where would that leave my reputation? From then on, wouldn't everyone start stepping all over me? Chapter 191, Women's 2 Favorite Hobbies. If I were willing? Zhang Shi bravely stared into Chen Feng's eyes. Willing to what? Chen Feng looked at Zhang Shi playfully. Zhang Shi was somewhat angered, but still ly said, meaning I agree to what you said back then in the Hawaii underground parking lot. Honestly speaking, this past year, Zhang Shi had been doing extremely poorly. First of all, her contract was with Chen Feng Company. Due to her conflict with Chen Feng, she hadn't received a single resource from the company and could only go out searching herself, attending one audition after another. But the problem was, why would anyone choose to hire her? High-quality, reputable projects were all funded and organized by various entertainment companies themselves. Naturally, the roles were destined for their own contracted artists. Even the rare few roles open to outside auditions were offered by low-budget crews. And the more insignificant the crew, the more ridiculous and unreasonable the requests were. Once, a deputy director of a small team even attempted to sexually harass her in exchange for a minor female role. It truly disgusted Zhang Shi. After working hard for over a year, she finally landed a third female lead in a low-budget TV drama, only for the project to be cancelled due to failing censorship review, leaving her unpaid. After being slapped in the face by reality, Zhang Shi finally woke up to the truth. That alone, she would never make it big. Just then came the incident with Bai Feifei, so she decided to give in. Even if it meant becoming a dog, so be it. What mattered was becoming famous. As long as there was money and status, who would dare belittle her in public? As for whatever happened in private, no one would care, because no one would know anyway. I'm willing to, Boss Chun. I realize I was wrong. I failed to recognize your importance. Please, forgive me. I'm willing to do anything. Bai Feifei also quickly spoke up. These days, she had genuinely been tortured badly. Li Hong assigned her an experienced agent who only booked her low-paying, troublesome gigs. Li Hong also implied to the rest of the company to give Bai Feifei the cold shoulder. Nobody spoke to her on purpose, deliberately cold-shouldering her. It was torture for Bai Feifei indeed. The most critical issue was Bai Feifei's contract with Chen Feng, which contained a massive 3 million yuan penalty for breaking it. Money she had no way of paying. Besides, she had never been someone of great integrity or principle. Otherwise, she wouldn't have offended Chen Feng simply by groveling before Su Meng. Therefore, Bai Feifei surrendered without much resistance. In fact, even without such pressure, she likely still would have given in. This was generally how people were, and people like Zhang Shi were the rarity. Chen Feng had expected the surrender from both Zhang Shi and Bai Feifei, so he simply smiled without much surprise. Without being too courteous, he pulled the two women toward him. Isn't this too fast? Zhang Shi, startled by Chen Feng's boldness, protested. After all, they were in public. Bai Feifei was also slightly uncomfortable at first, wriggling slightly. But when she noticed Chen Feng's eyes glance over, she didn't dare move anymore. When Chen Feng grabbed her hand and asked her to help him, Bai Feifei obediently complied. Zhang Shi endured Chen Feng's audacity with resignation and couldn't help complaining. You're so successful, dating girls must be easy for you. Why must you insist on this kind of behavior? Can't you just properly date a girl and live an upright life? Chen Feng burst into laughter. People have always said men have two favorite hobbies: luring decent girls into corruption and convincing promiscuous girls to change their ways. But in fact, women have two favorite hobbies too: discussing money with the poor and discussing emotions with the rich. You've said it yourself, I'm wealthy and successful. Why shouldn't I deserve to have more women? When it comes to poor men, you can't stand them. They're treated like play carriers. You don't even want to acknowledge them. Yet, for rich men, everyone is dying to make their acquaintance. Then, when this happens, you complain about my lack of faithfulness and accuse me of being heartless. Please, faithful men exist in abundance, yet you just look down on them. If you want to be with me, behave well, obey me, and satisfy me. Then I will offer you enough resources. If not, you're free to go. I won't stop you. Don't act as if I'm desperately dependent on you. If you're unhappy, feel free to leave. I don't care either. Bai Feifei fell silent, biting her lips. Chen Feng also didn't bother to ask what she was thinking. Instead, he brought the two women together and commanded, both of you, help me together. Behave well and obey, and I will not treat you poorly. Ding. 17th daily sign-in. Reward, novice level malice perception skill. Novice malice perception. Effect, can sense intense malice within a 10-meter radius. Note, this is not mind reading. It's merely perception, do you understand? On the flight bound for Hong Kong, Chen Feng looked at the latest sign-in reward skill and felt slightly pleased. Although this novice malice perception skill might seem underwhelming, nowhere near as precise as in Ji Shui's mind-reading ability, it was still a supernatural power. That counted for something. Chen Feng envied in Ji Shui's mind-reading ability beyond words, longing to possess such a unique ability himself too. In any case, this Juyi's skill, a reward for daily check-in, wasn't bad at all. It represented a promising start. In the future, the check-in system would surely offer him even better things. If he could get teleportation, control over thunder and lightning, or magnetism manipulation, that would be fantastic. Then, he would become a genuine superhero. Master, we've arrived. Just as Chen Feng was indulging in his wonderful daydreams about the future, and Ji Shui's voice snapped him out of it. They had reached Hong Kong. Back in the 80s and 90s, Hong Kong had been the most prosperous city in China. At that time, it was seen as a paradise in many people's eyes. Many Chinese people would rather live illegally than leave Hong Kong. However, as time went by, Hong Kong gradually faded from its golden era. In Chen Feng's opinion, although Hong Kong still had plenty of high-rises, it still lagged a bit behind High City. What really annoyed him was the condescending attitude from the immigration officer at customs, who treated Chen Feng as if he were just another refugee trying to make his fortune in Hong Kong. Chen Feng didn't bother with such a person. He quickly finished the procedures and headed to the hotel. When Yang Yongliang learned that Chen Feng had arrived, he enthusiastically invited him to their family villa. Even Yang Shouqing, the founder of Emperor Entertainment Group, specially came out to chat with Chen Feng. Needless to say, the Yang family's attitude was extremely warm. As for why, they weren't hard to understand. The Hong Kong entertainment industry had been fading these days. To survive, they had to strengthen their cooperation with mainland capital. Even Emperor Entertainment, the leading agency in Hong Kong, was no exception. So why else would the Yang family treat Chen Feng so politely, if not for their recognition of Chen Feng Entertainment's strong financial resources and unique connections within the industry? If it were before the year 2000, the Hong Kong entertainment circle's general remark toward mainland peers would have been something like country bumpkins. And that was actually the nicer way of putting it. Before 2000, those in Hong Kong's entertainment world wouldn't even give mainlanders a second glance. At that time, if mainland stars wanted to become famous, they had no choice but to struggle in Hong Kong. Chapter 192, A Trip to Hong Kong. Times have changed. With the development of China's economy, it is now the people of Hong Kong who have to bow their heads. Yang Yongliang clearly saw this trend, which was why he had been frequently visiting the mainland recently, building good relationships with major entertainment companies there. Dad, who is this? As Chen Feng and Yang Shouqing were enjoying a pleasant conversation, a rather attractive young woman approached. She's back. This is Chen Feng, owner of Cheng Feng from the mainland. You should get to know him, Yang Shouqing said with a smile. Cheng Feng? The company involved in that big internet battle? Yang Yongqing asked in slight surprise. Undeniably, although the internet war brought significant losses to Cheng Feng, it also greatly enhanced its fame and brand value, an unexpected bonus. As for Yang Yongqing, Chen Feng knew her name quite well. Actually, one could say he was quite familiar with her. The reason was simple. Yang Yongqing used to be Cedric's girlfriend and one of the central figures in the infamous photo scandal. When the Hong Kong photo scandal broke, Yang Yongqing happened to be dating Cedric, and it dealt her a serious emotional blow. Because of that incident, she and Cedric had broken up, and later she had moved to Canada. If it hadn't been for Yang Shouqing's 60th birthday, she probably wouldn't have returned. Actually, Yang Yongqing wasn't the only one affected. Many well-known stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan were impacted as well. Among them, the most severely affected was the so-called pure image star, Cecilia Cheung, whose career plummeted from promising stardom to becoming a media scandal figure. Even Yang Shouqing himself wasn't untouched. According to rumors, one of his mistresses was also involved in the photo scandal, which dealt a heavy emotional blow to him. Thanks precisely to that scandal, Chen Feng had come to know Yang Yongqing. Back when those photos were circulating online, Chen Feng had seen them many times and recognized Yang Yongqing almost immediately. In reality, Yang Yongqing looked much better in person than she did in the photos, mostly because of her elegance and the fair, soft skin tone that the photos had failed to capture. Cedric's photography skills were really bad. The girls in those photos all looked dark and unattractive. Hello, Ms. Yang. Chen Feng nodded politely at Yang Yongqing. Hello, President Chen. Yang Yongqing nodded back, her tone noticeably indifferent. Compared to Chen Feng, she was far more interested in Ji Shui, standing beside him. She even took the initiative to ask, and who might this be? I'm President Chen's secretary, Ji Shui. And Ji Shui smiled and responded with a slight nod. A secretary, huh? Yang Yongqing's expression quickly turned awkward. In Hong Kong, the word secretary had a completely different implication. Many secretaries were actually their boss's mistresses, so Yang Yongqing immediately misunderstood, feeling a little pity inside. She felt pity because a woman as beautiful as Ji Shui had to serve as Chen Feng's secretary. Yes, and Ji Shui's unique charm immediately captivated Yang Yongqing. If she didn't know that Chen Feng held a special status, she might have even thought about rescuing Ji Shui from this situation. After glancing between Yang Yongqing and Chen Feng, Yang Shouqing suddenly suggested, why don't you show President Chen around the villa, Sonny? Maybe not. I'm quite tired from the flight and would prefer to rest. Chen Feng quickly declined. What was Yang Shouqing up to? Was he trying to play matchmaker? That was absurd. Chen Feng had absolutely no interest in a woman like Yang Yongqing, especially one already tainted by scandal. Yang Shouqing sighed in slight disappointment upon hearing Chen Feng's refusal. Since those photos had been exposed, his daughter's marriage had become a serious problem for him. With such a scandal in her past, the influential families who were at the same social level as the Yangs would clearly not consider accepting Yang Yongqing as their daughter-in-law. Likewise, successful men were unlikely to want to get involved with a woman bearing such a stain on her reputation. And as for regular men, Yang Yongqing obviously wouldn't consider them. Therefore, whenever the opportunity arose, Yang Shouqing would try to set his daughter up with someone. However, this attempt had also failed, but Yang Shouqing hadn't completely given up. Changing his approach slightly, he continued, "Then why don't you just show President Chen to his room to rest, and have the chef prepare some light snacks for digestion?" Yang Yongqing did not refuse. She simply nodded and said, "All right. President Chen, please follow me." In the evening, Yang Shouqing's birthday banquet was held. A large crowd of Hong Kong and Macau elites had arrived. The front lawn of the villa was packed with handsome men and beautiful women, gathered together in a glamorous and extravagant scene befitting the upper class. Indeed, due to Hong Kong's special environment, it had become home to many wealthy families. Currently, the richest Chinese man, Li Ka-shing, was a Hong Kong native. Although he himself didn't attend the event, his son had arrived and was engaging in pleasant conversation with some of the guests. Compared with Li Zikai, Chen Feng was actually more noticeable. Such a grand banquet of the rich and powerful only invited those within the circle. Without an insider's introduction, outsiders could hardly gain entry. The reason so many people tried their hardest to get into such upper-class events was precisely because inside them lay numerous opportunities. If one was lucky enough to catch the eye of a wealthy bachelor, her future could be set for life. Yongqing, who is that guy? I don't remember seeing him before. Yang Yongqing's best friend, Huolingling, spotted Chen Feng and suddenly lit up with curiosity. Such a handsome man rarely appeared in their circle. To be honest, Chen Feng's looks were quite high-end. Mainly because he had taken genetic enhancement injections, his skin was unusually smooth and delicate. More importantly, he exuded a unique charm that naturally attracted the attention of many women. But just being handsome wasn't enough to win a woman's heart at such a banquet. Without sufficient social status and background, those aristocratic ladies wouldn't even spare you a second glance, only to entertain themselves. Hu Lingling was exactly the kind of girl who thought this way. Her family background ensured that any future husband she chose wouldn't come from an ordinary family. Yet, every eligible young heir within her social level was either a playboy or unreliable, which frustrated her. That was why she suddenly developed a strong interest after seeing Chen Feng. He's from the mainland. He's the owner of Chen Feng Group. Yang Yongqing glanced at Chen Feng and calmly explained. Chen Feng Group. Huolingling looked puzzled. She had never heard of that company before. Chen Feng is one of the top entertainment and internet companies in the mainland. They were the ones who got into that big online battle with Tencent and Baidu recently. Don't you even know about that? Yang Yongqing was genuinely surprised. Honestly, I didn't know, but now that you mention it, this guy must be pretty wealthy. Huolingling suddenly developed great curiosity about Chen Feng. Yang Yongqing cast a sidelong glance at her best friend, choosing not to say more. She knew that many in Hong Kong still held a sense of superiority over the mainland and rarely paid attention to mainland affairs. Most of them even used the outside internet, where only Western and European news was available. So she didn't blame Huolingling for not knowing about the internet war. That was just the atmosphere of Hong Kong. Chapter 193, An Unwarranted Sense of Superiority. As for his exact net worth, I'm not very clear. His company isn't listed, but its market value is definitely over 100 billion renminbi. Since his shares don't seem too bad, his personal wealth should be several hundred billion, I guess. Several hundred billion? That's quite impressive, and he's so young too. Come on, let's go meet him. After learning about Chen Feng's success, Huolingling finally felt reassured and boldly approached him. However, halfway there, she noticed one of her cousins, Hua Qiren, also heading toward Chen Feng. His target, however, was clearly not Chen Feng, but rather the gorgeous and enchanting An Jishui beside him. Oh no. Knowing Hua Qiren's personality well, Huolingling quickly quickened her pace, fearing some trouble might arise. Many of the second-generation elites in Hong Kong and Taiwan are brainless. They don't inherit their ancestors' sharpness but still think they've got a bit of money, often doing stupid things. Hua Qiren in particular enjoys deceiving women who are trying to land a wealthy husband. He'd caused quite a scandal before. For an ordinary person, the Hua family could probably handle it, but this was no ordinary person. If something happened here, things could get very awkward. Fortunately, the worst didn't happen. After An Jishui refused Hua Qiren's dance invitation, he frowned and asked about Chen Feng's identity. Huolingling hurriedly stepped forward. Brother Qiren, this is Mr. Chen from mainland China. He's the owner of Chen Feng Group. Hua Qiren looked puzzled. In mainland China, it would be hard to find someone who hasn't heard of Chen Feng. Even if they didn't know Chen Feng itself, they must have heard of the internet battles. But in Hong Kong, they simply didn't share the same social circles as mainland China. For most locals, Chen Feng wasn't nearly as well known as Google or Apple. However, Hua Qiren wasn't stupid. Seeing Huolingling's unusually serious attitude, he realized that Chen Feng and An Jishui weren't just ordinary people. Without saying anything further, he turned to find someone he knew to inquire discreetly about this sudden unfamiliar face. After getting rid of Hua Qiren, Huolingling extended her hand to Chen Feng with a smile. Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Huolingling. You must not attend events like this often. Would you like to dance with me? Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. Sometimes the sense of superiority among Hong Kong people was truly baffling. In terms of actual wealth, Only a few guests at the banquet could match him. Yet as soon as they heard he was from mainland China and speaking Mandarin, they all acted like they were so superior. Even this seemingly sweet girl exuded undeniable arrogance. What do you mean by not attending events like this often? Besides, are these events really worth attending? I wouldn't even be here if Yang Yongliang hadn't personally invited me. Without even considering his special advantages, based solely on wealth, how many people at the scene could rival him? You're just a second-generation brat relying on your family. Where does this inexplicable sense of superiority come from? Mr. Chun. Yang Yongqing saw Chen Feng remain silent and couldn't help but give him a gentle reminder. The Hua family was proud, and offending them could bring unpredictable consequences. In Hong Kong, the Hua family's power was immense, not much weaker than the Li family, and even in mainland China, they still wielded considerable influence. Of course I'd love to. Chen Feng extended his hand. Though slightly annoyed by this group of self-important socialites, Chen Feng wouldn't go as far as to snub Hua Lingling's invitation. Besides, he had special advantages. Was it really worth his time to argue with them? Moreover, this sense of superiority seemed to be in their nature. It wouldn't disappear easily unless society gave them a harsh lesson. Taking Hua Lingling's hand, Chen Feng entered the dance floor, moving gracefully with the rhythm of the music. They were both quite attractive, the man handsome and the woman pretty, complementing each other perfectly, like a pair of heavenly match couple. But just as they were immersed in their dance, something unexpected happened. An unexpected woman suddenly approached in Jishui and shouted loudly, "This isn't a place for people like you without any status. Get out immediately." What's going on? Chen Feng hurried over while still dancing. He was curious why Njishui had drawn this woman's attention. After all, Njishui was a robot. Without Chen Feng's command, she normally wouldn't take any action, let alone deliberately offend others. "Master, she's Li Jessen. She envies my beauty and feels I have no background, so she came to cause trouble with me." And Njishui quietly explained the situation to Chen Feng. Clearly, this information was obtained through mind reading. It was a 100% accurate account. Chen Feng was speechless, sitting quietly at home, and yet trouble finds you. How could someone suddenly come looking for problems when you didn't even move? It truly is the case that being too kind makes one a target for bullying. Who are you anyway? This is a gathering of noble families. People without any status should leave on their own, or else you'll drag down the tone of the banquet. You're absolutely right. This is a noble family gathering, so the poor should leave as soon as possible. Those worth less than 10 billion should get out too. Take Li Jessen here, for instance. You poor bitch should leave as well. Chen Feng shot back without holding back. Since Li Jessen had been so rude, Chen Feng naturally wouldn't hold back either. He directly hit her with the facts to shut her up. You think we're not worthy? Fine. Let's reveal our actual net worth and see who's really unworthy, who's really dragging down the class of this party. How could you possibly have 10 billion? Li Jessen sneered, though there was also a hint of shock in her eyes. She vaguely felt she might have made a mistake. Once known as the most beautiful Miss Hong Kong and a goddess in the hearts of a generation, Li Jessen had once impressed Chen Feng, but now, her mind seemed clearly not very sharp. At this moment, the Yang family, as the host, had to step forward. After all, regardless of what happened, Chen Feng was their guest. If the situation got ugly, it would ultimately hurt their own reputation. This is Mr. Chun from mainland China, the CEO of Chengfeng Group. Yang Yongqing introduced casually. What Chengfeng Group? I haven't even heard of it. Li Jessen muttered, though her voice had unconsciously dropped. What happened here? Realizing something was wrong, Li Jessen's boyfriend, Xuanhuan, quickly walked over. Many female celebrities in Hong Kong eventually marry into wealthy families. Li Jessen's current boyfriend was Xuanhuan himself. Xuanhuan was the son of Hong Kong businessman Hui Sai-hung, who was himself the son of Hui Chao. The three generations had built a top 10 family in Hong Kong, worth almost as much as Li Ka-shing. Xuanhui's arrival also put immense pressure on Yang Yongqing. She sighed helplessly. Nothing much, just a small misunderstanding. Haha, if it's just a small misunderstanding, let's drop it. I still have a few friends to meet. I'll go first. Chapter 194, Country Bumpkin from Mainland. Su Jihing also knew that he was in the wrong, and if there was a way to save face, it couldn't get any better. He said a polite sentence and was ready to leave. Wait a second, you can't just walk away. Chen Feng suddenly spoke up, his expression serious. You think a few nice words are enough to make up for your mistake and allow you to walk off like nothing happened? Who do you take me, Chen Feng, for? What do you want then? Su Jihing frowned. An apology, Chen Feng said coldly. Before Su Jihing could say anything, Karen Li couldn't take it anymore and jumped in. Why should we apologize to this country bumpkin from mainland China? Oh no, Su Jihing thought to himself. With Karen talking like that, they were certainly going to offend this wealthy mainland businessman beyond repair. Although he himself also somewhat looked down upon people from mainland China, he believed that such thoughts should remain unspoken. Sure enough, Chen Feng's face darkened immediately. Damn it, these Hong Kongers really are blunt. Especially seeing the onlooking expressions of the guests around him, Chen Feng felt even angrier. It was obvious that their attitudes were the same as Karen Li's. They considered Chen Feng a country bumpkin. Even though his wealth exceeded that of most people present, they still carried a strange sense of superiority. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Yang Yongqing quickly stepped in to mediate. Mr. Chun, Ms. Li is just naturally straightforward. Please don't take offense. So this is your response? Chen Feng looked sideways at Yang Yongqing with a smirk. Yang Yongqing seemed helpless, but eventually said nothing at all. All right then, since that's the case, there's no need for me to stay any longer. Shui, let's go. Chen Feng said to Nji Shui and walked straight out. This banquet was definitely somewhere he shouldn't have come to. As for the Yang family, they turned out to be spineless when matters came to a head. No wonder they had been gradually fading in recent years. Back at the hotel, the more Qin Feng thought about it, the angrier he became. When was the last time he had been treated this unfairly? Although Ji Shui had been the one insulted, she was his person. Insulting Ji Shui was the same as insulting him. He wouldn't be able to get this humiliation off his chest unless he took revenge. Shui, tell me, how can I get back at them? After much consideration, Qin Feng finally asked Ji Shui. There was no other way. The Su family had deep roots in Hong Kong for decades, having started gaining power since his grandfather's generation. They were deeply entrenched with massive influence, and openly Qin Feng couldn't do anything to the Su family. Of course, Qin Feng did have a cursed doll, which could secretly take down the Su family with no problem, but doing that would make a huge mess. If he did only a small act, people wouldn't even know, making it hard for them to take him seriously. Master, how about shorting the Su family stocks? The Su family owns many listed companies. If we invest some money into shorting their stocks, not only could we make a significant profit, but we could also show the Hong Kong families that Master is not someone to be messed with, while simultaneously causing some damage to the Su family, and Ji Shui calmly suggested. Brilliant idea. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Shorting Su family stocks was indeed an excellent idea. The most important point was that within Ji Shui, a robot, involved, the probability of success in shorting stocks would be high. For instance, secretly hacking into the Su company's systems to expose critical information or using the cursed doll to send Su Shursun to the hospital. All these kinds of bad news would easily cause investors to lose confidence in the Su family and suppress their stock prices. This would be a complete game of asymmetric warfare. Shui, I'll leave this to you. How much capital will be needed? The Su family has numerous companies. If we want maximum profit, we need no less than 100 billion. And Ji Shui quickly provided the answer after calculations. 100 billion. I'm not fighting for the steamed bun anymore. I'm fighting for pride. This time, I will make the Su family bleed hard. The news of Qin Feng shorting the Su family stocks quickly spread through Hong Kong's upper circles within a short time. In fact, the story of Qin Feng eating humble pie at the Yang family birthday banquet also spread quickly. Many Hong Kong residents, upon hearing this news, found it perfectly understandable. For a long time, Hong Kong had been the most developed city in China. Even though Hong Kong had recently been surpassed by big cities, in their hearts, Hong Kong people still carried a strange sense of superiority. They felt delighted hearing that a rich person from mainland had been humiliated. Su Shursun, the head of the Su family empire, was among those who weren't overly concerned about offending Qin Feng. At 91 years old and in relatively good health, he heard of Qin Feng spending money to short the Su family stocks and just chuckled in amusement. That young man is really impulsive. But since he's from mainland China, his behavior is somewhat understandable. Xiaohong, I'll allocate 30 billion in cash for you and assign you a professional team of over 30 people. You go and crush that, Mr. Chun. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure this mainland bumpkin understands that the Hong Kong waters aren't a place for him to mess around. Su Jihing confidently nodded. Hong Kong was his home ground. Ever since his grandfather's generation, the Su family had been thriving, for nearly 70 years already. Although the Su family had declined slightly in recent years, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. No way someone from the mainland could bully the Su family. Su Jihing made a few calls to his close friends and mobilized hundreds of billions in capital, preparing to teach Qin Feng a serious lesson. Mr. Chun, why risk everything over a momentary anger? After all, it was just an unintentional mistake. Yang Yongliang quickly approached Qin Feng, trying his best to mediate. In his opinion, Qin Feng was undoubtedly heading toward defeat. Hearing that Qin had raised hundreds of billions, the cost must have been significant. If he lost, even without going bankrupt, it would definitely severely drain his resources. President Yang, in this world, a person doesn't fight for bread, but for dignity. Since the Su family dares to look down on me, I naturally need to show them a little taste of my strength. Actually, President Yang, if you trust me, why not invest a certain amount with me to short the Su family stocks together? I guarantee you'll make a fortune this time. Qin Feng said calmly. If it were anyone else, the chances of losing were indeed quite high. Even with 100 billion, it was likely the Su family would crush him. Because Hong Kong was their territory, their connections and networks were far beyond anything Qin Feng had. With such massive advantages, there was practically no chance of losing. But on Qin Feng's side was Ji Shui, along with Qin Feng himself, an outsider with cheating advantages. No matter how strong you were, before cheating tools, you'd be crushed without a doubt. Of course Yang Yongliang didn't know about Qin Feng's hidden advantages. Looking at Qin Feng's confident expression, he truly didn't know what to say. Make a huge profit? If I actually listened to you, it would be lucky to not lose the principle entirely. Well then, as they say, kind words won't stop someone heading to their doom. If you're so determined to give your money away, don't blame me for not having warned you. Chapter 195. What you did was very unwise. Yang Yongliang Shan Le Ji Zhi Ho, Fa Shan Qin Feng Bing Meo, Gai Ban Ju Yi De Yisik, Zhihak, Zhang Shun Li Kai Le Ju Dan, Kanjig Yang Yongliang Jen Jan Yan Chir De Boying, Qin Feng Zhi Shi Fei Le Piezoi, Sang Yitsu Fa Sheng De Shi Jan, Yang Jia Yeo Yibu Fun Zirun, Beijing Yan Hui, Shi Tamen Zhi Bandut, Dan Dong Qin Feng Yer Su Jinheng, En Li Jai Shin Fa Sheng Chung Tu Shu, Yang Jia, Chir Bing Wei, Chu Man Tao Ting, Dong Shi Jiu Yang Yongqing Sola Ji Jir, Yang Yongliang Ke Yang Shouqing Xie Do Bu Zai, Shi Chun De Bu Zai, Hai Shi Gu Yi Bi Shan, Beijing Yang Jia Shi Hong Kong Ben Di Run, Ji Shi He Qin Feng Yo Frizo Gan Shi, Tamen Ye Bu Kerneng Wei Le Do Zui Tong Yang, 出身Hong Kong后门的苏家。直白的说，苏家才是自家人，而陈峰只是外人。他们自然不可能为了一个外人而去得罪自己人。原本陈峰看在杨家人之前帮了他不少忙的份上，想给他们一个赚钱的机会。既然杨永亮自己放弃了，那就别怪他无情了。陈峰已经下定决心，今后有英文了只维持普通合作关系，没有必要更进一步了。接下来的几天，继续苏金恒在股市上隔空过招，两人的较量引起那个Hong Kong金融圈的感觉，而不出他们所料，这位来自内地的富豪很快便落入下风。他试图做空苏家的股票，但老练的苏金恒根本不给他机会，迅速抽地拖地，同时不断释放大量利好消息，增强股民对苏家公司的信心。短短3天时间，苏家公司的股票不仅没有下跌，反而大幅上涨。这一些挣钱专家估算，这3天下来，陈峰至少亏损了约30亿港币。连续不断的利好消息，令苏金恒心情大好，李家也更是亲自端着西瓜来慰问。内地土包子就是土包子，一点脑子都没有。老公你加油，把他设的击溃，让他连内裤都输光。苏金恒的一笑，放心吧，我已经联系好几家关系密切的公司，这几天会不断释放利好消息，到时候一定能打包做空我们股票的陈峰。而且我特意想在周末必须释放出消息，到时就算他知道也来不及应对，注定完蛋。老公加油！李家新眼睛顿时亮了起来。就在苏金恒一卡的吹着低过时，苏家管家突然慌慌张张地冲进房内，脸色惊恐。少爷不好了！老爷上午突然昏倒，医生束手无策，恐怕会有点问题啊！怎么？苏金恒身体一晃，脸色瞬间变得苍白。苏家能有如今的规模，全靠老爷子苏师叔一手打拼。可以说，整个苏家如此庞大的实力，很大程度上都是由苏师叔支撑的。如今老爷子突然重病，毫无疑问对苏家来说是巨大的打击。最关键的是，一旦股民听到这个消息，会不会为苏家公司前景进而抛售股票？想到这里，苏金恒更按直冒，事态的大，立刻封锁消息，绝对不能让消息泄露出去。一旦传出去，我们就完了。是少爷，管家也知道情况严峻，不敢耽搁，立刻退下。八斤，你别担心，老爷既然有天性，一定不会有事的。李家也赶紧安慰他，眼底却闪过一丝难以察觉的兴奋。他当了苏金恒这么多年未婚妻，一直未能长正，就是因为老爷子一直反对这门婚事，认为他配不上苏家。现在老爷子若真出了事，是不是？没关系，就算老爸真的出了事也没什么。情绪稍微平复之后，苏金恒竟隐隐感到一丝兴奋。苏师叔意思，苏家庞大的家业，不就都归他说了算吗？说他对父亲毫无感情，那肯定是假的。毕竟父子亲情，血脉相连，多多少少还是有一点的。但被父亲压制了这么多年，如今终于有机会自己做主，自然难免激动。苏金恒已经开始盘算，等接管苏家的公司后，该提拔哪些人上位。也许是因为看过兴奋，苏金恒忽然觉得头一阵晕眩，嘣噔，不对劲，头脑一阵晕眩。苏金恒话还没说完，便一头晕倒在地。阿金，你别吓我啊！阿金，李家心中沉浸于了爷子去世后的美好幻想中，结果苏金恒突然晕倒，把他吓得不轻。If Su Jinheng really ended up in serious trouble, she would be completely ruined, and all her efforts over the years would be in vain. After all, she was merely Su Jinheng's girlfriend, not even his fiancée. If Su Jinheng really died, she wouldn't get anything. Besides, she was already over 40. As an aging woman past her prime, she probably wouldn't attract any other men. Jinheng, please wake up. Please stop joking with me. Doctor, come quickly. Li Jiashin had no choice but to call for the doctor. Wealthy families like this always kept a personal medical team nearby in case of emergencies. After the doctor arrived, he quickly ran a full-body scan on Su Jinheng using the equipment, and then spoke to Li Jiashin. Don't worry, Miss Li. Mr. Su just fainted from excessive excitement. He will be fine after a few days of rest. Phew, that's a relief. That's good. Li Jiashin sighed in relief. As long as everything was okay, it was fine. Soon, the doctor carried Su Jinheng into a room to rest quietly, with Li Jiashin following closely by his side. Not long after, a stock trading manager came to find Li Jiashin. Miss Li, what should we do now? What about the stocks we are holding? You're asking me? I don't understand such things at all. Li Jiashin looked puzzled. But who else should I ask? Both Mr. Su and Master Su have collapsed and fallen unconscious at the same time. If this news spreads, it will definitely cause a major hit to the company's stock price. We will suffer huge losses. Someone must take charge now, otherwise, it will be too late. What? But I really don't understand this stuff. Maybe we should quit while we can. It's already too late to back out now. The money has already been invested, and we're stuck. Selling directly would result in a huge loss. Then what do we do? Li Jiaxin frowned. You have to find a way, the trading manager said helplessly. But I really don't know about this, Li Jiaxin said, on the verge of tears. At the Su family mansion, chaos reigned as Su Shixuan and Su Jinhing both collapsed and fell unconscious. In contrast, the atmosphere in the hotel was completely different. Chapter 196. This round was a sudden loss. Master, I've already released the news about Su Shixuan and Su Jinhing. I believe it won't be long before we see the reflection in the stock market. Good. How much can we make this time? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Not less than 12 billion. All earned from shorting Su family stocks. And Ji Shui gave a relatively precise number. What about the Su family? How much will they lose? They'll suffer a loss of about 7 or 80 billion. That will definitely hurt them badly. The most critical part is, their cash flow might actually dry up. Good. Qin Feng quickly burst into laughter. You dared to look down on me, Su Jinhing. Now look, aren't you getting punished? Cash flow is the lifeblood of a company. Without enough liquidity to maneuver, even the largest company could collapse overnight. This crisis won't be easy for them to overcome. If Su Jinhing isn't skilled enough, direct bankruptcy is not impossible. I wonder if Su Shixuan and Su Jinhing will actually die of anger when they wake up and learn about the current situation. Qin Feng curled the corner of his mouth into a wicked smile. Of course, the simultaneous collapse of Su Shixuan and Su Jinhing was no coincidence, but secretly arranged by Qin Feng through a cursed doll. Of course, he had exercised restraint. Making them faint momentarily was enough to turn the situation around at a critical moment. He had no intention of killing the Su Futu. Besides, revenge must be complete. Isn't the most satisfying form of revenge in the world the one where people survive but lose all their money? Ring ring. Just as Qin Feng was imagining the ugly expressions on Su Shixuan and Su Jinhing's faces, his phone suddenly rang. It was Yang Yongliang calling. His message was very simple. Just wanting to meet Qin Feng for a face-to-face chat soon. Qin Feng snorted coldly. Indeed, people only knew how to judge others by their standing. A few days ago when Qin Feng appeared to be in a weaker position, Yang Yongliang simply gave one piece of advice before leaving. Now, as soon as the Su family looked doomed, he hurried over to renew their relationship. Well, such is human nature. There's no need to dwell on it too much. Half an hour later, Yang Yongliang arrived, along with Yang Shouqing. President Chun, do you know about the news that Su Shixuan and Su Jinhing both fainted simultaneously? Of course. Such a major piece of news has already spread throughout Hong Kong. How could I not know? Qin Feng smiled slightly. Yang Shouqing stared intensely at Qin Feng, hoping to see something from his face. But the result disappointed him. Qin Feng's expression was calm, showing merely some happiness. In contrast, Yang Yongliang seemed especially frustrated. Back then, an opportunity for wealth had been right in front of him, yet he failed to value it. Only after losing it did he regret his decision. A few days ago, Qin Feng had asked him to invest a sum of money to short the Su family's companies, but at the time Yang Yongliang refused directly because he believed Qin Feng could not possibly succeed. But the outcome now proved him wrong. The two heads of the Su family suffered mishaps one after another. As soon as the news broke, the Su family's stocks plummeted accordingly, making Qin Feng earn a fortune while the Su family incurred a devastating loss. What a turn of events. The only lucky thing was that he didn't try to take advantage back then. Otherwise, the Yang family might not have weathered this storm. President Chun, could you please let me know how much you've earned approximately? Yang Shouqing couldn't bear his curiosity and began to ask. Just some Xinkuchan. Not much, Qin Feng joked briefly, glossing over the issue. Knowing Qin Feng wouldn't answer truthfully, Yang Shouqing smiled slightly, politely refrained from pressing further, and abruptly shifted the topic. President Chun, clearly you've gained a big advantage this time, but I'll still give one piece of advice. Stop now. The Su family isn't that simple. If you provoke them to the extreme, the consequences could be unpredictable. What? Are they going to kill me or something? Qin Feng smirked. The Su family had suffered huge losses this time, and whether they can endure remains a question. There's no way Qin Feng would fear their retaliation. Actually, Qin Feng was even looking forward to retaliation from the Su family. With his extra abilities, who should he be afraid of? President Chun, please take my advice. Old man Su Shixuan is good friends with Master Mi. If Master Mi intervenes on their behalf. Who is this Master Mi anyway? Qin Feng asked, a strangely exciting feeling arising in his heart simultaneously. Could there be someone in the real world with special abilities too? If so, it would be interesting to see for himself. Master Mi is a disciple of Mi Jingzi, rumored to have learned the two bodies' origins and streams from him. He has strong capabilities. If the Su family truly invites Master Mi to intervene, President Qin's fate would be worrying. What? Mi Jingzi? Qin Feng felt confused. He had heard of Mi Jingzi, a highly respected Taoist priest, over 100 years old but still brisk on his feet, truly like a supernatural being. But as for whether he possessed any special abilities, Qin Feng didn't know at all. Yang Shouqing, seeing Qin Feng's expression, thought he didn't believe him, so he quickly explained. President Chun, I know you people from the mainland don't believe in this, thinking it's feudal superstition, but I want to say, there are things that science can't explain. Master Mi really does have some unique abilities. You'd better be careful. Okay, I got it. Qin Feng nodded. Since this Master Mi is so powerful, then I definitely need to meet him and see for myself. Yang Shouqing was left speechless. What he meant was for Qin Feng to leave quickly, to stop stirring things up in Hong Kong, since this place wasn't somewhere a mainland person like him could stay long. Yet, Chen Feng actually wanted to confront Master Mi. That truly made Yang Shouqing feel anxious on his behalf. Thinking about it, Yang Shouqing gave up on further persuasion. Without saying more, after exchanging a few casual words with Chen Feng and confirming their relationship remained normal, he left. I wonder whether this Master Mi really has special abilities, or if he's just someone with a great reputation but no real skills. After Yang Shouqing left, Chen Feng's mood inexplicably became somewhat excited. If Master Mi truly had special abilities, wouldn't that mean the real world held much deeper waters? Chen Feng felt an inner contradiction. He both hoped Master Mi had special abilities, yet also secretly hoped he didn't possess any. Just to be safe, Chen Feng immediately instructed Jishui to investigate everything related to Master Mi. Perhaps because Master Mi kept a low profile, there was barely any information about him online. Surprisingly, however, there was plenty of information about Mi Jingzi. Mi Jingzi, originally named Zhang Zixuan, was the president of the Hainan Taoist Association. Over 100 years old yet still remarkably energetic, he had written several books including The Origins and Streams of Two Bodies, The Jinggang Chengsu Diamond Longevity Kung Fu, and Remedies for the World. Chen Feng even found many videos online featuring this old gentleman. His demeanor was truly that of an immortal Taoist, clearly indicating his cultivation. But no matter how he looked at it, Chen Feng simply couldn't perceive Mi Jingzi as having any special abilities. Being long-lived was one thing. Yes, but that alone didn't make someone special. After all, there were plenty of long-lived people. Shui, can you tell whether this Taoist Master Mi Jingzi is a special human through the videos? Chapter 197, Master Mi. Sorry, Master. I can't see anything, but statistically speaking, the probability of Mi Jingzi having special abilities is very low, and Jishui answered seriously. That makes sense. I was originally planning to witness it myself, but now it seems like the chance is slim. Alright, I'll stay a few more days and see if there's an opportunity to see what's special about this Master Mi. Chen Feng made his decision. In the following days, Chen Feng didn't rush back to the mainland, but chose to wander around Hong Kong instead. After wandering around, Chen Feng realized that Hong Kong actually didn't have much to offer. There were no particularly historical landscapes, no notable cultural attractions, let alone natural scenery. It was equally lacking. The only things worth mentioning were perhaps the parks here. Surprisingly, Hong Kong had numerous beautiful parks. Likewise, skyscrapers were also unexpectedly numerous. Walking down the street gave one a feeling of oppression. Anyway, after a few days of wandering, Chen Feng didn't really find much to appreciate about Hong Kong. Only more tax-free shops. He couldn't understand why so many people came here for tourism. Was it really because of the so-called free atmosphere? Compared to Chen Feng's leisurely pace, the Su family situation was extremely embarrassing. This short selling in the stock market cost the Su family nearly over 100 billion. The stock price wasn't the main issue. The key problem was the cash flow, which had completely dried up, trapping them in the stock market with no way out. A company without cash flow was like a human body without blood. It couldn't survive for long. Although Su Shixuan had fainted, he soon regained consciousness, as did Su Jinheng, who had fainted briefly. But when the two of them regained consciousness, what awaited them was undeniably bad news. The wealthy mainlanders they had looked down upon had crushed them completely, leaving them in a devastating situation. Upon learning the company's dire circumstances, Su Shixuan fainted for the second time, suffering a cerebral hemorrhage out of rage. This time, it wasn't Chen Feng's doing. Su Shixuan just couldn't withstand it anymore. His age had already been quite advanced, with not many years left to live. It was no wonder he couldn't hold up after suddenly waking up to a series of terrible news. Su Jinheng, on the other hand, remained conscious. Instead of passing out, he resiliently took charge of the Su family and borrowed a sum of money from the Ho family for temporary relief. The Su family still had some foundation. Although this loss was massive, it hadn't reached the point of bankruptcy. With some restructuring and endurance, they could probably survive. However, Su Jinheng had now developed a deep hatred toward Chen Feng, believing in his mind that everything was Chen Feng's fault, and he was determined to find a way to retaliate. Retaliating in the stock market was not feasible anymore. Chen Feng's company, Chen Feng, wasn't listed, and there were no shares in circulation. The only method Su Jinheng could think of was to use underhanded means. Looking at the regions around China, one after another was steeped in feudalism, especially Hong Kong. Since the end of the Qing dynasty, there hadn't been many social upheavals there, and the feudal remnants were particularly strong. Many people there believed in superstitions, including Su Jinheng. To get revenge, he especially made arrangements to invite Master Mi. All of this was under Chen Feng's observation. In fact, ever since Yang Shouqing warned Chen Feng that Su Jinheng might resort to special means, Chen Feng had ordered Jishui to start monitoring Su Jinheng. As soon as Su Jinheng called Master Mi, and the conversation content was immediately intercepted by Chen Feng. To verify whether Master Mi really possessed supernatural abilities, Chen Feng intentionally stayed in Hong Kong to confront this so-called Master Mi. Master Mi, this time you absolutely must help me. Inside the Su family mansion, Su Jinheng was begging for help from a Taoist priest dressed in green robes. This Taoist priest was Master Mi. He seemed quite elderly, with white hair and beard, his face rosy, genuinely giving off an aura of immortality. Seeing the intense anger in Su Jinheng's eyes, Master Mi helplessly sighed. This matter is difficult to handle. Don't worry, Master Mi. I won't let you do this for free. As long as you help me, I'll pay you 10 million Hong Kong dollars as a reward. Su Jinheng readily offered. Having worked with Master Mi on several occasions, he clearly knew exactly where Master Mi's weak spot was. Sure enough, as soon as he heard the mention of 10 million Hong Kong dollars, Master Mi immediately broke into a smile. Since President Su has spoken so generously, I would be rude not to accept. Rest assured, within 7 days, I will certainly give you a satisfactory result. Su Jinheng smiled. Then I'll be waiting for good news from Master Mi. As long as you can teach Chen Feng a lesson, I guarantee that the 10 million Hong Kong dollars will be delivered with both hands. Master Mi modestly nodded. After discussing some details with Su Jinheng, he soon left the Su family mansion. Before leaving, Master Mi received a check worth 3 million Hong Kong dollars as a deposit paid by Su Jinheng. Master Mi still maintained a sense of professional integrity. After receiving the money, he planned to start his operation immediately, but before that, he needed to make certain preparations. Master Mi owned a villa in Xianjiang. After leaving the Su family mansion, he immediately headed to his own villa to carry out preliminary preparations. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the villa and before he even had time to notice any changes since he left, his vision suddenly turned black, and he fainted. When Master Mi slowly regained consciousness, he was shocked to discover that the clothes on his body had vanished without a trace. His entire body was completely tied up with ropes, and standing in front of him was a slightly familiar figure. Wasn't this Chen Feng, the person Su Jinheng had asked him to deal with? How could he arrive so quickly? A wave of panic surged in Master Mi's heart, but he remained calm on the surface, instead putting on an expression of fear. Brother, please don't kill me. If you want money, there's a safe in the basement of my villa. It contains more than a dozen gold bars. You can take them and immediately sell them. Just let me go, and I'll tell you the password right now. Stop pretending. Zhang Dafa, didn't you see my photo at Su Jinheng's this morning? It's a bit too artificial for you to pretend not to recognize me now. Chen Feng smirked. That's right, this Master Mi's real name was indeed Zhang Dafa. In fact, just to be prepared for any contingency, Chen Feng had long arranged for Njishui to install surveillance at the Su residence. The moment Zhang Dafa arrived at the Su family mansion, Chen Feng was immediately informed. Once Chen Feng had identified his trail, what followed was quite simple. Njishui immediately used hacking methods to look up information about Zhang Dafa online. Indeed, Zhang Dafa had some connection with Master Mi Jingzi. It seemed they were distant relatives, and Zhang Dafa had truly studied under Mi Jingzi for several years, even being registered with the Qiongzhou Taoist Association. However, Zhang Dafa's main area of activity was actually in Taifugua, where he seemed rather famous. This time, his arrival in Xianjiang was mostly due to the invitation from Su Jinheng. Chapter 198. You're also one of the underworld. Being called out by Chen Feng with his real name, Zhang Dafa could only let out a bitter laugh. He no longer pretended and straightforwardly said, I didn't expect you, my brother, to uncover my information so quickly. That's right, I was indeed invited by Su Jinheng. I originally came here to get some work done and earn money, but didn't expect to be discovered by you so soon. Honest men don't beat around the bush. Since you found me out, there's no way I'd continue to go against you. Tomorrow I'll take a plane and leave Hong Kong, never to come back again. Also, to compensate you, I can give you all the gold bars hidden in the basement safe. You're talking about these, right? Chen Feng smirked, picked up a bag from the side, and pulled out more than a dozen golden yellow gold bars. Zhang Dafa wore a stunned expression. He had clearly hidden these gold bars well inside the safe, which was also placed in an extremely secret corner. There was basically no normal way for anyone to find them. How did this guy get them out so easily? Before Zhang Dafa could defend himself, Chen Feng calmly waved his hand. Let me tell you the truth. I personally own hundreds of millions. Your pitiful few gold bars don't even amount to a blip to me. What truly interests me is this II from Madagascar. Tell me, where did you get it? Chen Feng then picked up a small cage from the side, inside which lay a strange monkey resembling a rat. This monkey had a slender body, an unusually large head in proportion to its body, measuring no more than 30-something centimeters long, along with a long, fluffy tail. Its fur was dark brown along the back, but the fur on its face and belly was white. Moreover, this monkey looked extremely bizarre. Its gray face sported a pair of large yellow eyes and a pair of enormous membranous ears. You can actually recognize it? Zhang Dafa could no longer conceal his expression now. He looked extremely shocked. Such eyes were almost impossible for the average person to recognize, and even some biologists might not identify them. This was his trump card, a rare creature indeed. Yet, Chen Feng had instantly figured out its identity. This gave Zhang Dafa a significant psychological shock. Of course I can recognize it. These monkeys originate from Madagascar. Locals consider them inauspicious creatures. Merely touching them, they believe, will bring misfortune. However, investigations by biologists later revealed the real reason behind this superstition. These eyes carry special bacteria that easily infect humans upon contact, which is why locals fear them. If I'm not mistaken, this monkey must be your little ghost. I bet you've domesticated it for quite some time. With it, you can do many dirty deeds, like secretly sending this to sneak up on someone when you want to kill them, using its sharp claws to inflict small cuts during sleep and cause infections, thus making the victim die mysteriously. Chen Feng smiled while slowly revealing the deepest secrets buried in Zhang Dafa's heart. Zhang Dafa's face turned like a color-changing painting, displaying various emotions that kept changing. A few minutes later, he sighed helplessly. I didn't expect you to figure this out too. You must be a person of the underworld as well. Alright, being caught by you, I admit my defeat. Kill me or punish me, I leave it to your will. Humph. Chen Feng coldly snorted. To tell the truth, initially, when he heard the name Master Me from Yang Shouqing, he felt quite excited, thinking he had encountered someone extraordinary, maybe even a real Taoist practitioner. But when he stripped off Master Me's tiger skin cloak, he felt deeply disappointed. This Master Me didn't possess any special abilities. All his mysterious skills and secret techniques were actually accomplished through the use of his trained eye from Madagascar. If someone didn't know this secret, they'd definitely revere Master Me with fear and respect. But for Chen Feng, who now knew the truth, the person was nothing special. The man didn't actually know any martial techniques or secret methods. He was merely an ordinary person with some unique skills. Indeed, he was still the only person on this planet with an extraordinary advantage. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. Since you're this straightforward, I won't beat around the bush either. Write down for me all those evil tricks you know. I want to have a look and maybe refer to them. No way. Zhang Dafa immediately protested. These are my livelihood tools. If you get to know them, how am I supposed to survive in the future? Oh, Chen Feng coldly sneered. You're really asking for death. You, a Thai Buddhist practitioner, have no relatives here at all. Do you really think if I kill you and dispose of the body properly, not a single soul would ever find out? Zhang Dafa immediately had no words to say, because what Chen Feng said was the truth. Although the Hong Kong police force was strong and the crime rate was very low, that didn't mean there was no crime at all. As a foreigner with no relatives or connections in Hong Kong, the most critical point was that very few people even knew he lived here. If he really died and the body was properly disposed of, it might never be discovered. Thinking of this, Zhang Dafa immediately became frightened. All right, don't kill me. I'll immediately hand over everything I know. Actually, they're all outdated techniques, not very effective anymore anyway. Now that's more like it. Shui, from now on you'll be in charge of supervising him. And Ji Shui quickly obeyed the order and stepped forward to untie Zhang Dafa's ropes. Zhang Dafa immediately broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell? How could there be someone standing behind him without his noticing all this time? Was this person a ghost? Zhang Dafa, who was never a real tough guy to begin with, was overwhelmed with dread. Oh, by the way, Su Jinhing paid you 10 million to kill me. Since that's the case, I'll compensate you 3 times as much, 30 million, just as long as you obediently hand over everything you know. I won't treat you unfairly. Just as Zhang Dafa was putting his clothes back on, Chen Feng suddenly spoke. Zhang Dafa first felt shocked, then delighted. Although this had been a terrifying experience for him, the figure of 30 million instantly made him feel excited. With 30 million, he could live comfortably anywhere in the world as a man of high status. As for those secret skills handed down from ancestors, if they were to be exposed anyway, it wouldn't matter much. After all, quite a few others already knew them. Exchanging them for 30 million meant he was the one gaining more. Money talks even to gods and ghosts. That was truly a profound saying. Originally planning to secretly hide some tricks of his own, upon hearing the amount of 30 million, Zhang Dafa immediately cast all his small schemes aside without hesitation. Later that evening, when it grew dark, Chen Feng immediately received the secret techniques written by Zhang Dafa. There were recorded 7 methods for producing rare potions, some capable of inducing hallucinations in people, others able to kill a person quickly within a short time, and some specifically for training and breeding eyes. Chapter 199. This door secret technique is a bit weak. In addition, the technique for taming the Madagascar monkey, which Chen Feng valued the most, was also written there. Not only the Madagascar monkey, but it also included methods for taming the rare ink monkey, methods for taming hummingbirds, and even techniques for taming several kinds of insects. Chen Feng quickly flipped through the pages and then looked at Ji Shui. And Ji Shui silently nodded. Chen Feng felt reassured, knowing that Zhang Dafa hadn't concealed anything. Perhaps he didn't want to hide anything either. With 30 million, his life would be secure for the rest of his days. I'll transfer 30 million to your account right now, but as for Su Jinhing, I'll immediately inform him that your kung fu is extremely powerful, and I'm no match for you. I can only withdraw. Besides, I will return all the deposit to him, and tomorrow I will book a flight to leave Hong Kong and never return. Hee. Chen Feng immediately laughed. This Zhang Dafa actually had some sense. Good. That's settled then. Afterward, true to his word, Chen Feng transferred 30 million to Zhang Dafa, then left the villa with Ji Shui. Once they had left the villa, Chen Feng's expression immediately turned cold. Shui, monitor this Zhang Dafa 24 hours a day. At the first sign of any abnormal movement, report to me immediately. Master, rest assured. I've already implanted a virus into his phone. It will be sufficient to monitor him for a long time. And Ji Shui replied. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. He had full confidence in Ji Shui's ability. With Ji Shui, this cheat robot, practically no one on this planet could escape his surveillance. Oh right, you've seen what Zhang Dafa wrote. How is it? Is it useful? For others, it would be very useful. But for the master, not very much. And Ji Shui calmly replied. The secret potions recorded by these Taoist sects, the effects they produce, master can all achieve through curse dolls. Even the monkey lingori used secretly to kill people are useless to you. And as for the hummingbirds used for communication, there are mobile phones now. As for the Wing Chun that can paralyze people, they're equally useless to you. Upon hearing Ji Shui's words, Chen Feng couldn't help but bitterly smile. So what he had obtained for 30 million yuan was essentially a useless burden. Even so, Chen Feng still picked up the paper where the secret techniques were written and started to read them carefully. The reason these secret techniques were ineffective was mainly because he himself was too powerful. If ordinary people obtained these things, they would actually be quite valuable. Especially the monkeys, once successfully tamed, could kill silently and leave no trace. With this skill alone, one could live off it for a lifetime. And the insects and those secret potions, when combined, could indeed produce tremendous effects. The only one that was relatively useless was the hummingbird, which was used for communication. But nowadays, with mobile phones, hummingbirds were 10,000 times less convenient. Therefore, as technology advanced, ancient things would eventually be replaced. Although these secret techniques weren't of much use, Chen Feng didn't feel much regret either. As the saying goes, peace of mind is beyond price. To Chen Feng, 30 million wasn't a big deal. Being able to purchase secret techniques that interested him was more than worth it. What? Master Me, you're leaving already? Inside the Su family ancestral home, Su Jinheng wore a face full of shock. He knew very well that this Master Me possessed genuine abilities, quite different from the common frauds. But just one day had passed, and Master Me had come directly to his doorstep, declaring this job was impossible to complete, and even returning all the money. How could Su Jinheng accept this calmly? Master Me, why is this? With your abilities, could you really not deal with a mainland bumpkin? Zhang Dafa hurriedly shook his head, his expression enigmatic. Mr. Su, that Chen Feng's skills are extremely high, and I'm truly no match for him. Therefore, this task is simply beyond my capabilities. Here is the check you gave me yesterday. I am returning it now. Also, I have already booked a flight to the Buddhist country of Thailand, and my departure time is 2 hours away, so I must leave. After speaking, Zhang Dafa gave Su Jinheng no chance to ask any questions, and immediately rose to leave. In Su Jinheng's eyes, this only meant that Zhang Dafa feared Chen Feng. This wealthy man from the mainland was actually this strong? Even Master Me was no match for him. Su Jinheng felt uneasy, and for the first time began fearing Chen Feng. Perhaps, I should find a way to reconcile with Chen Feng. Yang Yongliang is looking for me for something. In the hotel, Chen Feng received a call from Yang Yongliang, who arrived in person shortly afterward. The moment they met, Yang Yongliang couldn't wait to speak. Boss Chen, I heard that you have a high Taoist master by your side. Even Master Me considers himself no match after their confrontation and withdrew. Chen Feng was speechless. How did this rumor spread, and why did it evolve into this version? Have you considered the possibility that Master Me is a fraud? No way. Master Me definitely has real abilities. Yang Yongliang immediately shook his head. Chen Feng secretly snorted. These Hong Kong people truly were superstitious at heart, not even suspecting Zhang Dafa in the slightest. In that case, Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply nodded. Right, I'm the one who chased Master Me away. So it's true. Surprisingly, Yang Yongliang revealed an excited expression. Then he solemnly pulled out an invitation card. This is from Su Jinheng. He hopes you will attend the banquet on time. What does it mean? Chen Feng displayed a confused look. The two had already become enemies, yet Su Jinheng still invited him over for dinner. This indeed seemed quite strange. Could it be he wanted to poison him? Yang Yongliang smiled. Su Jinheng wants to put everything behind with you, so he specifically entrusted me to be the mediator. Is that a Hong Kong custom? It's not exactly a custom, but it is an old tradition. Back in the days, whenever conflicts occurred in business, people resolved them this way, by inviting a mediator and having tea together, and the matter was considered settled. Chen Feng thought for a moment, then nodded. If that's the case, I don't mind. Better to resolve disputes than to prolong them. Chen Feng himself had no intention of completely alienating someone. Besides, he had already gained a huge profit by shorting Su family stocks. Naturally, he wouldn't mind reconciling with Su Jinheng. After receiving Chen Feng's reply, Su Jinheng sighed in relief. He readily attended the banquet, and under the witness of Yang Shouqing, the mediator, shared a cup of tea with Chen Feng, symbolizing that the past was now behind them. Moreover, to ensure Chen Feng would not hold any grudge, Su Jinheng even handed over a check worth 10 million. Mr. Chen, a small gift, please don't refuse it. Chen Feng took the check, then let the past stay in the past. Just take good care of your girlfriend in the future. Don't worry, I'll break up with her the moment I return. Su Jinheng declared Ly. Chapter 200, You're a Taoist Immortal. He had already felt some irritation toward Li Jiesin, and after such an incident occurred, how could he possibly stay with this woman any longer? Moreover, his feelings toward Li Jiesin were never particularly deep. If they truly loved each other, they would have gotten married by now instead of remaining just boyfriend and girlfriend. Men will always be fond of 18-year-olds, while Li Jiesin was already in her mid-40s. Despite meticulous skincare and maintenance, her aging could still be seen. It was actually good to get rid of her at this opportunity. Chen Feng was actually hearing this news for the first time and couldn't help but feel slightly moved. Truthfully, he disliked this woman as well. Last time during a gathering, he hadn't provoked or offended her in any way, yet she deliberately confronted him and mocked him. How could Chen Feng not be angry? However, since this woman had always been by Su Jinheng's side, Chen Feng simply hadn't found the right opportunity to deal with her. Now that Su Jinheng had broken up with her, perhaps there's an opportunity he could exploit. No rush, he would wait a while first and see after things calmed down. After chasing away Zhang Dafa, he had already gained quite a reputation in Hong Kong. If he were to take action against Li Jiesin now, who knows what kind of attention it might draw. Low profile, staying low-key was the best strategy. Before long, Su Jinheng left. The aftermath of the previous short-selling incident on the stock market hadn't fully settled yet, and he still had plenty of work to handle. After Su Jinheng left, Yang Shouqing eagerly sat down beside Chen Feng, whispering suspiciously, President Chen, I was wondering if the expert beside you could help perform a Jiexingji, a Taoist ritual for prolonging life. Chen Feng's eyebrows furrowed. He didn't know what Jiexingji meant. Recently, he'd inexplicably become interested in various Taoist texts, reading many of them online and learning numerous Taoist terminologies. Ji was said to be an unusual Taoist technique capable of defying fate, enhancing fortune and blessings. Taoist texts exaggerated the power of this ritual to be beyond imagination, even claiming it could extend one's lifespan. However, Chen Feng definitely didn't believe any of this. It was all superstitious nonsense. If there really was something that powerful, those who knew how to do it would already be considered gods. An ability to extend life. How terrifying was that? Ordinary mortals could hardly possess it. Yet he never expected Yang Shouqing to believe in this as well, given that he was a man of science and formal education. President Yang, this so-called Ji is nothing but superstition. Please don't fall for it. Chen Feng tried to reason. To his surprise, Yang Shouqing wasn't the slightest bit shaken. President Chun, just give me the contact information of that expert, and I'll judge for myself whether it's superstition or not. President Yang, there is no so-called expert at all. The one who drove Zhang Dafo away was me, and I did it in a very simple way, exposing his phony tricks. All of these so-called Taoist secret techniques are merely little tricks. When revealed, they're not worth talking about. Chen Feng said impatiently. He was tired of dealing with Yang Shouqing and decided to reveal the truth, believing that once this was said, Yang would definitely stop asking about the so-called Taoist expert. However, surprisingly, Yang Shouqing shook his head. President Chun, there are always things in this world that can't be explained by science. You just don't understand. Suddenly, Chen Feng started to laugh. After coming this far, Yang Shouqing still refused to believe him, which was rather amusing. As for the reason behind it, Chen Feng understood it well. It was nothing more than the fear of death. Yang Shouqing was already in his early 60s, his body gradually weakening. No matter how brilliant and mighty someone had been in their youth, when they reached old age, they were all the same, afraid of death. Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han, as extraordinary and powerful as they were in their youth, still became obsessed with so-called alchemists who claimed they could find the elixir of immortality when they grew older. Yang Shouqing was no different. He was scared of death as well. Compared to aging, he would rather believe that there was someone in this world capable of prolonging his life. Much like those people easily deceived by fraudsters, it wasn't because they were stupid, it was because they were greedy. Yang Shouqing was also greedy. He didn't want to die, he wanted to extend his life. At a moment like this, no matter how much evidence you presented in front of him, he would still only believe in what he wanted to believe in. Since you think that way, President Yang, then go find someone who can help you with Ji. I don't have that here anyway. Chen Feng waved his hand. Indeed, I have it, but I won't give it to you. Of course, Yang Shouqing didn't understand what Chen Feng was thinking. From Chen's expression, the only thing Yang could infer was that Chen didn't believe in these things. Even so, Yang Shouqing's determination remained firm. He firmly believed that somewhere in this world, there must be someone who could extend his life. After resolving Su Jinheng's issue, Chen Feng quickly left Hong Kong. In fact, if it hadn't been for Su Jinheng's issue delaying things, Chen Feng wouldn't have needed to stay in Hong Kong this long. After returning to Dahan City, Chen Feng took a few days off, then attended the premiere of Border Journey. Worth mentioning is that this Border Journey was originally intended as the second installment of Lost in Thailand, titled Hong Border. However, due to Su Zheng demanding a higher profit share, the originally scheduled collaboration plan fell through, allowing Enlight Entertainment to step in first. That fellow Hua didn't hesitate, immediately using the same cast and original script, finishing the filming of Border Journey at top speed. How fast was it exactly? Let's put it this way. Chun Feng's group's Thai Border 2 still hadn't finished filming, and even after filming was complete, there was still editing, censorship approval, applying for a release date. None of these processes could be completed in less than 6 months. But Enlight sped through every step in the shortest time possible and went straight to the theatrical release. As for the reason behind this, Chen Feng knew full well. It was just to ride on the popularity wave generated by Lost in Thailand. Only half a year had passed since Lost in Thailand came out. Its impact hadn't fully faded yet. When audiences heard that a sibling movie to Lost in Thailand was coming out, they'd definitely go see it. Standard practice in the film industry, completely understandable. Originally, Chen Feng had no intention of attending. After all, attending a movie premiere with his current status was somewhat like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But since Su Zheng personally called to invite him, not going would seem inappropriate, so he just went along. Isn't it just a premiere anyway? This time, Chen Feng didn't bring Ji Shui with him, instead going together with Wen Ruoyou, a deputy director from the film production department. Wen Ruoyou was a senior employee in the company too, a top university graduate, capable and efficient, and a capable assistant to Zhang Yang. He ranked as part of the upper management and had met Chen Feng many times before, so upon meeting, he didn't hold back either and immediately started chatting, naturally steering the conversation toward this movie. Director Wen, what do you think the box office of this movie will be? Well, it's hard to say for sure, especially without having seen it yet. Wen Ruoyou carefully chose his words while observing Chen Feng's expression, but I heard that a lot of issues occurred during filming, even actor replacements happened midway. From that alone, you can tell the quality might be questionable. Chapter 201 Premiere. I'm asking about the box office. Why are you talking about something else? Chen Feng laughed. No film crew is without some kind of trouble, but that doesn't really affect the box office. It probably won't surpass Taigua. After all, Taigua set a record, Wen Ruoyou replied bluntly. That's not necessarily true. Chen Feng shook his head. Although he had a minor grudge against Su Zheng, he still acknowledged that Su had some real talent. Besides, comedies appealed to people of all ages, and Gongxiang was a well-established media group with strong promotional power. Most importantly, with the economy developing rapidly these years, movie box office records would surely rise fast. Taigua's record wouldn't last very long. Su Jing's luck really was good. Chen Feng curled his lips. He still felt a bit resentful toward that guy who had refused to cooperate with him, although just slightly so. When he finally met Su Zheng in person, Chen Feng's expression was perfectly natural, as if their relationship was quite good. Then Xuanhuan personally came over to greet Chen Feng. Chen's status was quite different from the others. There was simply no way for him to have a meaningful conversation with those executives from various entertainment companies on site. Only Xuanhuan could chat with him comfortably. President Chen, the proposal got rejected. Foreign films are being allowed in again. The moment they met, Xuanhuan sighed. Chen Feng could only comfort him slightly. President Cheng, don't lose heart. Actually, the authorities accepted part of the proposal. For example, July and August. The 2 months basically won't import any foreign films, and October as well. That's already 3 whole months, including the crucial National Day holiday season. Huh, only 3 months, what difference can that make? Xuanhuan gave a bitter smile. Actually, the National Day season isn't even that great. May Day and the Spring Festival are the real prime periods. Foreign films are much better looking than ours. I'm afraid that once audiences develop taste for foreign films, our domestic productions won't satisfy them anymore. But there's nothing we can do about it, Chen joked. Besides, President Cheng, your company is huge and powerful. What's there to be afraid of? With so many talents, you surely can make great films. President Chen, don't mock me like this. Your company, Xuanhuan, is truly massive with operations in film and television, internet, and games. Unlike you, for us one flop film could already make the whole company gasp for breath. Xuanhuan complained, then cautiously continued. President Chen, I've got an idea. What do you think, if we could contact a few cinema chains and, arrange special screening schedules for those foreign films? Chen Feng looked at Xuanhuan with an expression of, are you serious? What he meant by special screening arrangements was clearly a veiled reference to boycotting foreign films. Any film, no matter how brilliant or loved by audiences, requires theater showings to reach the public. Without adequate screenings, its box office potential can't materialize. It simply won't be seen. Xuanhuan obviously opposed lifting the import ban on foreign films and now was even thinking of mobilizing theaters against them, an idea that showed recklessness. President Cheng, if you want to get yourself killed, just don't drag me into it. Such overt monopolistic practices, you're not planning to go to jail, are you? Chen Feng snorted. Ahem. Xuanhuan coughed slightly. That's an exaggeration. Exaggeration? This exactly is monopolistic behavior. President Cheng, several richest men in China have already gone to jail. You don't want to follow them in, do you? Chen warned. Xuanhuan let out a helpless bitter laugh and fell silent. Chen continued. Moreover, this idea of yours is completely impractical because there are many different cinema chains in China. They aren't unified at all and would easily be divided and conquered. Even if you somehow pull it off, in the end we'd only be hurting ourselves. You should have seen what happened in the recent internet battle. Neither Tencent, Qiandu, nor even our Xuanhuan came out ahead. We all suffered greatly. The authorities have already decided to increase regulation over the internet sector. In the future, if we do such things again, it won't be just a slap on the wrist. It'll probably result in imprisonment. The domestic film industry is still relatively open these days. One single company can manage theaters, produce movies, handle artist agencies, something quite different compared to the United States and other countries. However, if you actually do something like this, our golden days might end overnight. Xuanhuan nodded in agreement. Due to relatively late economic development, many laws in the country were still incomplete, and consequently, entrepreneurs had a very lenient environment, basically free to pursue profit. Certain gray practices often went unchecked. For instance, in the entertainment sector, in the United States and other developed nations, theater operations, film production, talent management, and distribution must all be separated into different entities. No single company is allowed to monopolize the entire value chain, precisely to prevent monopolies. In China, any entertainment company of a certain scale typically operates across 2 or 3 different areas. Companies that focus solely on one domain are actually rare. This environment was undoubtedly beneficial for big companies, allowing them to leverage their size for greater influence. However, if Xuanhuan were to attempt using such dominance to create a monopoly, the authorities would surely intervene, and when that happened, nobody would be spared. Oh, I'm so sorry. As Chen Feng and Xuanhuan were deeply discussing the industry's broader topics, a figure suddenly brushed against Chen Feng unintentionally. Chen Feng frowned slightly, but generously waved his hand. It's fine. His extensive experience told him immediately that this woman had approached on purpose. Probably had something to say, perhaps hoping to make a connection. Oh, Miss Zhao. Xuanhuan recognized her and smiled. Chen Feng knew her too. This woman was Zhao Yanzi, a well-known actress and also the female lead in Fortress Journey. President Cheng, Zhao Yanzi greeted Xuanhuan first, then turned to Chen Feng. President Chen, really sorry. I came here just to say hello, but accidentally bumped into you. Are you alright? Of course I'm fine, Chen Feng smiled. I should be happy to be bumped into by a beauty. Great. She covered her mouth and laughed softly, swaying gracefully. But Chen Feng remained unaffected. Back in her youth, perhaps she had been a beauty of her generation, but now in her early 40s, even with the best possible skincare, she couldn't compare to her youthful days. In Chen Feng's eyes, she was quite average. Especially when she laughed, she leaned in intentionally close to him, which annoyed him greatly. If she had something to say, just say it. If not, why stand so close? Miss Zhao, don't you need to be with the director? This is the premiere after all. Shouldn't the leading actress be elsewhere? Chen Feng asked. No problem, Zhao Yinzi smiled. It's a comedy, and though I'm the female lead, my role isn't that substantial. Also, President Chen, you can just call me Yinzi. My friends do. Chapter 202. The movie is great, but the people are annoying. Forget it. We haven't gotten to that point yet, Chen Feng said coolly, subtly distancing himself from Zhao Yinzi. He believed this sentence clearly expressed his stance. This way, Zhao Yinzi definitely wouldn't cling to him anymore. But the result disappointed Chen Feng. Zhao Yinzi seemed not to understand his meaning at all and smiled instead. It's okay. If a stranger called me Yinzi right after meeting me, I would get angry, but if it's you, Mr. Chun, I'd be really happy. Chen Feng smiled faintly, too lazy to respond, and lowered his head to continue chatting with Xuanhuan. Others might take Zhao Yinzi seriously, but to him, a mere celebrity truly wasn't that significant. Even though Zhao had accumulated considerable wealth through over a decade-long career as a star and started her own company, in his eyes, she was nothing special. Zhao Yinzi wasn't bothered by Chen Feng's cold treatment at all. She interjected a few sentences now and then, effectively cutting off Chen Feng's conversation. Eventually, Chen Feng simply stopped talking, silently waiting for the movie premiere. As he had expected, the movie Journey Alongside was very similar to Lost in Thailand. The setting was also in Hong Kong, practically a copy of the previous film, only changed to a Hong Kong background. This was perfectly normal. The huge box office success of Lost in Thailand proved this formula worked well, so duplicating it and making money became a rational choice. Su Zheng still had some capability. The box office for this movie probably wouldn't be low, possibly even the next film would make money too. It probably wouldn't be until audiences got tired of this formula would losses occur. Luckily, the script for the company's Hong Kong journey had been personally selected by Chen Feng using the identification camera. It was completely free from Lost in Thailand's influence. The director and actors had also been carefully chosen by him with the identification camera. Its box office results would definitely not be lower than this Journey Alongside. After the premiere ended, everyone stood up, and many executives from film and television companies actively approached Su Zheng. These people were industry elites with rich experience and could easily judge the quality of a movie with just one glance. Obviously, they recognized the high quality of the movie and guessed the box office wouldn't be low. This was their chance to build a connection with Su Zheng. Chen Feng didn't go over. When Ruoyo originally wanted to go, but seeing Chen Feng's reaction, he stopped himself. There was a rumor in the industry that Su Zheng and Mr. Chun didn't have a good relationship. With the big boss here, he dared not approach Su Zheng. But to everyone's surprise, Su Zheng came over to Chen Feng instead. Mr. Chun, long time no see. What do you think of this movie? Not bad, it's a good movie. Chen Feng nodded. Su Zheng came directly to see him. Regardless of however many unpleasant things happened behind the scenes, Chen Feng still maintained an elegant demeanor on the surface. Su Zheng seemed to have the same mindset as Chen Feng, as he suddenly burst into laughter. With Mr. Chen saying that, I can rest assured. By the way, Mr. Chun, the sequel, Journey Alongside 2, is just getting started. I wonder if you have any interest in investing. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. What did Su Zheng mean? Actually offering to give up a portion of Journey Alongside 2's share? Based on current circumstances, Journey Alongside 2 was clearly a top project, and the companies in the industry would fight fiercely to get involved. Yet he was willing to share it. Interesting. After some deep thinking, Chen Feng shook his head. Sorry, Director Su, the company has been having some issues recently and lacks sufficient funding, so I'll pass. The movie Journey Alongside was indeed profitable, but its sequel, Journey Alongside 2, might not be. Repeating the same dish 3 times in a row would definitely make it stale. The audience had already watched Lost in Thailand once and then Journey Alongside, a similar style movie. Whether they would still support a Journey Alongside 2 that followed the same Lost in Thailand pattern was uncertain. Moreover, with the identification camera at hand, Chen Feng could easily pick better projects from among various scripts. It really wasn't worth the risk of getting involved here. Su Zheng's face fell a bit. Originally, he wanted to reach out because he saw that Chen Feng's business was growing larger and that maintaining a tense relationship would be disadvantageous for his own future. So he came over to make a friendly overture. Who knew it would get rejected, which was rather awkward. Xuanhuan beside him was also slightly anxious. It was better to resolve feuds than to let them fester. As the scale of their company continued to grow, so did its status in the film industry, which meant they could no longer afford to underestimate it. Poaching Su Zheng from them essentially meant losing face for their company, so he hoped to find an opportunity to make amends, avoiding letting this incident become a thorn in the side of both parties. Thus, he quickly spoke up, Mr. Chun, invest a little bit at least. We wouldn't mind even if it was only a few $100,000. Haha. Chen Feng laughed. A few $100,000 must be a joke. If you only invested that much, you'd definitely be looked down upon. He also understood the intentions of Xuanhuan and Su Zheng and directly replied, I can't invest money, but Director Su, there are still a few artists in my company. I wonder if you could offer them a role. Would that be possible? Su Zheng felt relieved. Having artists from Changfeng participate in the movie would be sufficient enough. That would more or less patch up the relationship between the two companies. So he nodded, no problem. As long as the Changfeng artist comes, they will definitely be given a top 10 billing role. That already counted as a promise. Su Zheng still had some say in the crew, and although it was hard to guarantee a major role, minor roles were manageable. Seeing that the issue had been resolved, Xuanhuan relaxed as well. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. After picking it up and reading the message, Xuanhuan couldn't help frowning. What's wrong, President Cheng? Su Zheng felt somewhat puzzled. Xuanhuan bitterly smiled. I just received news that the big American film Titanic has set its release date. It's coming out in 3 days. Huh. Su Zheng was stunned. Of course he had heard of Titanic. It was a major romantic film that had supposedly been a huge hit in the US. Initially, Su Zheng didn't think much of it, since Titanic was an American film and wouldn't greatly affect him. However, if it were to be imported to China, it would significantly harm his own film. After all the movies released during the same period were competitors. If one movie earned high box office revenue, the others would inevitably decrease. Nowadays, the domestic market harbored strong bias favoring foreign products. Subconsciously, many people considered anything foreign as superior, including films. Even if two movies had similar quality, one domestic and one international, people would instinctively think the foreign film was better. Let alone the fact that Titanic was a blockbuster from America, with top-notch quality. Once released, it would definitely create a huge impact on Journey alongside box office performance. Chapter 203. This is about borrowing money. Why such a sudden move? There was no prior news about this at all. Su Zheng couldn't help but speak up. Xuanhuan gave a bitter smile. It's said because Titanic is currently screening in the US, and numerous pirated copies have already appeared online. Therefore, the American production crew couldn't wait anymore and rushed to release it early to prevent revenue loss. What the hell? Su Zheng really wanted to curse. The timing of Titanic's release couldn't be worse. Couldn't it be delayed for a few days? Even half a month later would have been fine. Typically, the highest box office revenue comes from the first week of release. After half a month, most of the earnings are already secured, and the impact of Titanic wouldn't be that significant. But the weekend was just 3 days away. This was the best time to earn revenue. Releasing Titanic right now meant a direct head-to-head competition. Chen Feng secretly felt delighted, but outwardly, he still offered comfort. Director Su, General Manager Chung, don't worry too much. Titanic is a romantic film, while our trip is a comedy. Their styles and target audiences differ. Our box office won't be greatly affected. Let's hope so. Su Zheng responded with a bitter smile. Now that things have happened, worrying won't help. I suggest you all return and discuss how to handle it. I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Chen Feng offered a mild, indifferent remark before preparing to leave. Wait, President Chen. I have something I'd like to talk to you about. Just as Chen Feng was preparing to leave, Zhao Yanji suddenly spoke up. Chen Feng hesitated briefly before nodding. He was quite curious what she wanted, having stuck around like a persistent chewing gum ever since the meeting ended. Soon, the two found a quiet corner, and only then did Zhao Yanji finally state her purpose. President Chen, the thing is, I've recently decided to acquire a company, actually a listed one, but the funds I currently have aren't enough. You're planning to ask me for a loan? Chen Feng gave her a strange look. If that was indeed what she intended, he'd be ready to curse. She'd only known him for a few hours and dared to ask for a loan. Was this girl mentally challenged or something? No, definitely not. Zhao Wei shook her head firmly. How could I ask you for money, President Chen? What I mean is, although I'm slightly short on cash, I can still handle the acquisition. But I hope that your Qinshan Group can invest in this company. If you agree, I'm willing to offer you 10 million yuan worth of free shares as a gift. Such a good deal? Chen Feng smiled. Then naturally I cannot accept. Huh, why not? Zhao Yanji was stunned. There's actually someone who refuses when offered free money. If the amount is unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. There's no need. Nothing more to discuss. I have business to attend to. Excuse me first. Chen Feng didn't give Zhao Yanji a chance to persuade further, and simply turned around and walked away. An offer of 10 million yuan in free shares sounded great, but there's no such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. If Zhao Yanji was willing to offer him 10 million in shares, it must mean she stands to gain significantly more than that. Chen Feng suspected she wanted to ride on his reputation. For example, after acquiring the company, she could release the information that Chen Feng had become a shareholder and leak some rumors that Qinshan had entered into a strategic partnership with her company. That would almost certainly send the stock price soaring, allowing her to cash out at a high price, profiting a huge sum. Chen Feng understood such tactics all too well. He had no intention of allowing his reputation to be used to enrich others. Watching Chen Feng leave without even looking back, Zhao Yanji clenched her teeth in frustration. Indeed, her original plan had been to use Chen Feng's reputation. But you could benefit from the process too. Why not both reap profits together from the stock market? Must he be so decisive in rejecting the offer? Though angry, Zhao Yanji had no power to force Chen Feng's hand, not even daring to mutter a word of complaint. Chen Feng was far above her status-wise. They didn't even operate in the same league. President Chen, there's something I'd like to report to you. At the hotel, when Royo knocked on Chen Feng's door. What is it? It's like this, President Chen. An offer for us to invest in a movie came in. I looked into it, and think it's quite a solid opportunity, potentially profitable. So I wanted to get your approval. Do you have the script? Of course. Please take a look. The budget and proposal are included here. When Royo was well prepared and handed over a file folder. Director Zhao Yanji? Chen Feng blinked in surprise. Well, what a coincidence. Only hours ago he'd rejected Zhao Yanji's cooperation proposal, and now her script had landed in front of him. What time did we get this script? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask. We received it before the movie premiere even started. Miss Zhao approached me herself, saying that she could cover most of the investment, when Royo honestly replied. Before the movie premiere, wasn't that the time right before Zhao Yanji interrupted his conversation with Qinghua? No wonder that woman had the guts to butt in. She must have felt confident about having a bargaining chip all along. Miss Zhao Yanji might have been an actress for too long, and now wants to try transitioning into directing. But I think this type of film is relatively rare, especially since it's adapted from a novel and has a guaranteed fan base from the original. The box office couldn't possibly be too bad, when Royo gave his honest assessment. Chen Feng said nothing. He quietly activated his identification camera and scanned the script, then revealed an expression of surprise. The profit probability was actually over 90%, really unexpected. After some thought, Chen Feng crossed out Zhao Wei's name and scanned the script again. The profit probability was still extremely high. A faint cold smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. This project is good. Who holds the controlling rights? Bema Pictures. It's an internal project of theirs. The copyright to the novel has already been secured by them. Go negotiate with Bema. Our company will take over this project. Also, remove Zhao Wei from the team and find another director, Chen Feng said calmly. When Royo was greatly shocked. If we really do this, the repercussions might not be good. It might affect our reputation in the industry. The project was recommended by Zhao Yinzi herself. If you then remove Zhao Yinzi from the project and word gets out, others will definitely talk badly about us. Zhao Yinzi offended me, Chen Feng stated flatly, without expression. I understand. I'll go back and talk to the people at Bema. I believe they'll give Chen Feng some face. When Royo responded without hesitation. The boss had already spoken. Whether he liked it or not, he had to make it happen. Moreover, business was like a battlefield. If Chen Feng didn't fall, others could only grumble at most. They couldn't really do anything about it. Chapter 204. Just like that, she was blacklisted. In reality, the only real loser in this incident was Zhao Yinzi. There was nothing to be done about it. After all, she was the one who had made Chen Feng uncomfortable. Zhao Yinzi didn't know about this yet. When the people from Bema Pictures heard Royo's request, they were quite surprised. They hadn't expected Fengqing's sole condition to be that Zhao Yinzi be kicked out. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, however, Bema Pictures still agreed to Fengqing's condition. The only reason they had originally agreed to let Zhao Yinzi be the director was because she had agreed to invest, and also allowed some of her female friends to invest a portion too. Additionally, Zhao Yinzi's fame might have contributed somewhat to the film's box office success. But compared to Fengqing, those factors amounted to nothing. In terms of capital, Fengqing was far wealthier than Zhao Yinzi, and it also had its own distribution channels. With numerous top-tier stars under its belt and cooperative relationships with many leading industry companies, it had access to powerful promotional resources. Compared with Fengqing, Zhao Yinzi was practically a beggar. It was natural for Bema Pictures to choose the party that could bring them more benefits. As for what had previously been agreed, they could only apologize to Zhao Yinzi now. When the people from Bema Pictures called Zhao Yinzi to inform her, she was utterly stunned. She had never expected Fengqing to do something like this so suddenly. It was so disrespectful, an ambush out of nowhere. Not even a shred of face was left for her. Though angry, Zhao Yinzi couldn't do a thing, and had no choice but to swallow her anger. There was nothing she could do. Compared with Fengqing, she was nobody. Over the years, she had indeed earned a lot of money as a celebrity and had a few companies under her name. But again, compared to Fengqing, those were just trash. Fengqing was a giant in the entertainment and internet industry, a top-tier conglomerate in the country. Even if Fengqing did poach projects from her, there was nothing she could do about it. I endure it. Fine. Zhao Yinzi left with a bitter heart. She had thought that would be the end of it, but she never expected news to spread so quickly in the industry. Rumors flew and distorted facts, eventually evolving into a rumor that Fengqing had blacklisted her. Because of this, many people started to hesitate, and several collaborations Zhao Yinzi had previously arranged suddenly fell through. Even Zhao Yinzi herself started to panic. Had she really been blacklisted by Fengqing? This was just too oppressive. But upon reflecting on the power disparity between herself and Fengqing, Zhao Yinzi still decided to endure. To resolve this matter, Zhao Yinzi specially called an influential figure and asked for help. President Ma, hello. In an upscale private club, Chen Feng smiled and greeted Ma Yun, chairman of Alibaba Group. This was their first time meeting each other. As for why they were meeting here, the reason was simple. Ma Yun had personally invited him. After all, Ma Yun was one of the country's top business leaders. Declining his invitation would be impolite. President Chen, hello. I've heard a lot about you. Finally getting to meet you today. Indeed, you are remarkable. Ma Yun also greeted Chen Feng politely. During the internet wars, Ma had believed Chen Feng was cornered, secretly intending to interfere and break into the social communications and search industries. He had never expected Chen Feng to pull a brilliant maneuver, directly contacting smartphone manufacturers to disable the software of both Penguin and Xian. Do this not only defeated the two companies, but also catapulted Fengqing into dominance over the social communication and search domains. Now, the aftereffects of the internet war had largely faded. In both the social communications and search sectors, Fengqing had firmly established itself as a major internet enterprise. Given just this achievement, Ma Yun dared not look down on Chen Feng. In terms of status, Chen Feng was more than Ma Yun's equal. This is Master Wang Ling. He's not some charlatan, but truly possesses extraordinary skills. Ma Yun formally introduced a middle-aged man in his 40s to Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded indifferently. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wang. He had heard of Wang Ling's reputation. He was rumored to be a high-level Taoist expert with extraordinary abilities. Many rich people mentioned him with respect and awe. However, after encountering the Master Mi from Hong Kong, Chen Feng understood that Master Wang Ling was merely an ordinary man as well. He probably relied on the same old tricks as Zhang Dafa, deceiving others with sleight of hand, without any real supernatural power. Therefore, Chen Feng had no reverence for Wang Ling whatsoever and treated him merely as a regular person. Of course, Chen Feng had no intention of exposing Wang Ling's truth pointlessly. As long as Wang didn't provoke him, he wouldn't interfere with anything the man did. Nice to meet you, President Chen. Wang Ling nodded politely to Chen Feng too. He appeared quite graceful, which explained why he managed to impress others so easily. I think there's no need for me to introduce this person. President Chen already knows her. Of course I know. Miss Zhao, we met just a few days ago. Chen Feng smiled slightly and nodded at Zhao Yanzi, a simple greeting. Although she hated Chen Feng to death inside, Zhao Yanzi still managed to smile. After the greetings, the four of them sat down, and Wang Ling took the initiative to speak first. President Chen, the thing is this. I heard that Miss Zhao and you have some misunderstanding, so I boldly volunteered to be a mediator here to resolve this issue. I heard that your company is currently applying for a payment license. I believe I can help your company with that matter. What Wang Ling said wasn't just boasting. It was something he genuinely could do. Don't be deceived by his ordinary appearance. Among the people he knew were high-ranking officials and powerful business tycoons. Some of them were friends, some had asked for his help in the past. Through these connections, Wang Ling could accomplish many things. Chen Feng nodded. Since Mr. Wang has spoken, then fine, let's just leave it at that. Originally, he had just a minor annoyance toward Zhao Yanzi. Now that she had come forward to yield, and even brought such a significant favor, it was only natural to let go of a few minor grievances. Thank you for your tolerance, President Chen. Zhao Yanzi exhaled in relief and quickly poured a glass of wine to apologize to Chen Feng. Truthfully, she hadn't done anything directly to Chen Feng. She merely wanted to capitalize on his fame to profit, and later she had even been rejected by him. Yet because of such a minor issue, Zhao Yanzi had been severely shaken up, nearly being blacklisted from the entire entertainment industry. Clearly, she was the one who had suffered, yet she was the one apologizing and making amends. It was frustrating. There was nothing she could do. It was all because she was the weaker side. In this world, principles and logic don't matter. Power determines truth. After everything was resolved, Wang Ling smiled. Once this matter got out, it would definitely boost his reputation significantly and be greatly beneficial to him. Moreover, Chen Feng's status was extraordinary. If he could use this opportunity to build a relationship with Chen Feng, in the future he might ask Chen Feng to do him favors too. Chapter 205, another master appears. Then, Wang Ling started talking about Taoist martial arts. To tell the truth, this Wang Ling indeed had some real skills. Even though Chen Feng knew very well that this guy was nothing but a fraud, he still found himself nodding along as what Wang Ling said made perfect sense and offered new insight. No wonder he had gained such a great reputation. Putting aside everything else, his eloquence alone was exceptional. Of course, Chen Feng would never become one of Wang Ling's followers. At most, he'd just keep his contact information for future convenience, should the need to contact Wang Ling ever arise. Being able to exchange contact information was enough to satisfy Wang Ling for now. He had plenty of experience in this area and understood well that important figures like this weren't easily convinced. It usually took time and persistent effort to make them truly believe in you. After the four of them had dinner together, everyone went their separate ways, but Ma Yun stayed behind, and so did Chen Feng by his request. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. With the payment license, Raging Group can now officially enter the payment field, Ma Yun said with a smile. Hey, Raging is just starting out in payments. We're nowhere near you, Mr. Ma. Your Ji Bao dominates the payment sector. Chen Feng joked lightly. Hee, Ma Yun chuckled before cutting straight to the point. Our company has essentially cornered the payment market. You Raging Group won't make much money entering this space, and you'll face strong competition. So, how about this, we partner up? Integrate our payment option into your software products, such as Fengxin. In this way, Raging can avoid massive investments while still receiving commission revenue. What do you think? Sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? Haha, laughed Chen Feng. I appreciate your kind offer, Mr. Ma. However, payment systems are critical for a company. We cannot allow such a vital aspect to be controlled by another company, so I'm afraid I must politely decline your kind offer. Mr. Chen, payment services aren't your company's core business. Why insist on wasting so much effort? Exactly, Mr. Ma. Your company's Ji Bao primarily focuses on finance and payments. Why the sudden interest in social communication and messaging? Chen Feng sneered coldly. Just a few days ago, after an update, Ji Bao introduced a chat function and also allowed users to post moments, a clear attempt to encroach upon Fengxin's territory. Ma Yun fell silent. Why had Ji Bao ventured into social networking and communications? The reason, of course, was traffic, to drive user flow for their company's Baodao. Another key reason was that, whether in the payment sector or online shopping, Alibaba Group had already reached peak development with little room for further growth. For the company to expand and make more profits, searching for new sources of revenue was inevitable. However, this was an explanation Ma Yun couldn't bring himself to share with Chen Feng, just as Chen Feng's reasoning wouldn't be enough to convince Ma Yun either. Although payment systems weren't the core business of Raging Group, the company could not afford to be without them. Otherwise, they would be held hostage by other companies. Mr. Chen, with the size of our two companies, some degree of competition is normal. I hope you won't take it personally, and, more importantly, not let it harm our friendship. Ma Yun finally spoke softer, aiming to mend and soothe relations with Chen Feng. His main consideration was Chen Feng's young age. Chen Feng was only 30 now. As long as there was no unexpected incident, he would remain a major player for a long time. In contrast, Ma Yun was already in his 50s, nearly 60. The age difference was significant. He might need help from Chen Feng someday. Of course, Chen Feng nodded. Competition is unavoidable. I'm not going to hold a grudge over it. Good. Ma Yun exhaled with relief. With things openly discussed, both men relaxed and talked more seriously about the development of the internet industry. Ma Yun also believed that the internet would certainly penetrate deeply into people's lives. Whoever seized this opportunity would rise rapidly and achieve social mobility. It had to be said, Ma Yun indeed had vision. His Baodao, especially, had been founded quite early, more than a decade ago, growing steadily through the internet era into the mobile internet age, during which it experienced explosive growth. In particular, last year's Double 11 shopping festival initiated by Ma Yun sparked great consumer enthusiasm, helping Alibaba dominate the online shopping industry and significantly increasing its stock value. Ma Yun also deeply admired Chen Feng for his achievements at such a young age, founding the Raging Group, entering the gaming industry from the entertainment field, and now stepping into the internet industry, and doing impressively well in all three fields. With no outsiders around, the two chatted freely and ended up feeling quite positively about each other, their relationship growing significantly closer. Taking advantage of the favorable atmosphere, Chen Feng took the opportunity to voice a question that had been lingering in his heart. Mr. Ma, I noticed you seem to have a good relationship with Master Wang Ling. Do you really believe he has genuine abilities? Ma Yun smiled and countered with a question. What do you think, Mr. Chen? Well, Chen Feng evaded slightly. Hearing is believing, or rather, seeing is believing. I've only heard of Master Wang Ling's reputation and haven't witnessed anything myself, so it's hard to say. I heard, though, that you've actually seen him perform, which is why I'm asking. Ma Yun laughed. Master Wang Ling did perform his bare-handed snake transformation in front of me. Honestly, it did shock me quite a bit. So, Mr. Ma, does that mean you believe Master Wang Ling truly has real skills? No. Ma Yun shook his head firmly. Since it's just the two of us now, I can be honest. Although I couldn't detect any trickery in his performance last time, that's still just street performance. If he really had supernatural abilities, he wouldn't need us ordinary people to help him handle affairs. I absolutely don't believe in all that superstitious nonsense. But then why did you act that way just now? Chen Feng gave a look of doubt. Earlier at the dinner table, Ma Yun had clearly shown great respect for Wang Ling. That kind of attitude definitely didn't seem fake. Ma Yun sneered coldly. Although I don't believe in this Jiang Hu trickster, there are some clueless people who genuinely believe in his so-called abilities. Let me tell you the truth. He knows quite a few people and holds real influence. Sometimes, it's quite useful to have him help out. So, even if I don't believe in him, I'll still pretend that I do. Chen Feng nodded. Sure enough, anyone who had risen to this level was no fool. Ma Yun also knew that Wang Ling was a fraud, but who could blame him for having such a con man's usefulness? If that were the case, faking some politeness and respect wasn't inappropriate at all. Perhaps such interactions might even come in handy in the future. After a pleasant conversation, the two exchanged phone numbers, so they could contact each other directly if anything came up. Chapter 206 Premiere of Legend of Klein. Zhao Yinzi's matter was resolved quite easily. After a series of interest exchanges, she eventually became the director of the movie So Young. However, all the main roles in the movie had to come from Galloping Pictures and Xingfeng Group. That was more or less an industry norm, and Zhao Yinzi could understand it. Of course, she still had considerable say in the project because she had high hopes for the movie and had personally invested a sum of money, securing 10% stake in it. After Zhao Yinzi's issue was settled, Chen Feng enjoyed a rather leisurely period of life. He worked during the day and played mentally and physically beneficial games with the girls in the evening. At this stage of his life, truth be told, there weren't many matters important enough to require his personal involvement. Most things could be left to his subordinates while he remained in the company to oversee everything. However, when the premiere of Legend of Klein approached, Chen Feng actively decided to attend. Truthfully, over these 2 years, Chen Feng had invested in nearly dozens of movies and even produced several themselves. But this was the first time Chen Feng had voluntarily attended a movie premiere, showing the importance he placed on this particular film. This touched director Du Wei deeply. When Chen Feng arrived, Du Wei personally came out to greet him. Director Du, this is your debut film, so isn't the pressure a bit overwhelming? Zhang Yang, the head of the film department, couldn't resist teasing the young director. This guy named Du Wei had truly outrageous luck. Just a graduate from film school, he was noticed by President Chun and was given the opportunity to direct a film with an investment of over 100 million yuan. One must understand, even nowadays in China, films with such large budgets were still quite rare. Many veteran directors who had helmed multiple films hadn't even had the opportunity to direct a large-scale blockbuster with such funding. And yet, Du Wei, a recent film school graduate, managed to do so, nothing short of miraculous. Du Wei let out a bitter smile. Director Zhang, please, the pressure I'm under is already too much. I'm about to collapse. After directing a full-length film himself, his youthful naivety had largely faded, and he appeared more mature. As the saying goes, a newborn calf fears no tiger. Last year, when Du Wei just graduated from school, untouched by the harshness of society, his ambition reached the sky. He believed himself highly talented and basically looked down on everyone. But after personally directing a movie and experiencing the struggles of reality, he matured, and his tone had become significantly more humble. No need to worry. I believe in you. Chen Feng encouraged, patting Du Wei's shoulder. It was normal for a newcomer like Du Wei to feel pressure. However, for this movie, from the script to casting, editing, and release, every single step had been inspected and confirmed by Chun Feng's inspection camera. The movie's quality was top-notch. It was guaranteed not to incur losses and had a high probability of becoming a huge hit. In comparison, this was Du Wei's first time. Despite Chen Feng's reassurance, Du Wei still felt extremely nervous. This movie was extremely significant for his career. A box office success would lay a solid foundation for him, but if it failed, it might mean the end of his career. Even if he didn't fall into despair, getting another opportunity to direct would be extremely difficult. Chen Feng understood this mindset, but there wasn't much else he could do other than offer some reassurances. After comforting Du Wei, Chen Feng met with the leaders of related departments and thanked them for coming. The reason these departmental leaders came wasn't because of Chen Feng's personal influence. Even if Chen Feng was rich, it wouldn't significantly affect their positions. They came primarily because this movie was a science fiction film, an expensive, high-budget sci-fi film worth over 100 million yuan. Because China's development in this area had started quite late, its entertainment industry lagged behind in many aspects. Especially in the realm of science fiction films, the situation was particularly bleak. One couldn't even speak of having produced a proper sci-fi film yet. Yes, not even one genuine science fiction movie. Of course, if you insisted on counting some low-quality films as sci-fi, then China might have a few. Legend of Klein, produced by Chengfeng, was a rare high-budget, high-quality sci-fi film rarely seen in the Chinese film industry. Therefore, the officials in charge of this sector naturally paid close attention. If Legend of Klein turned out to be a success, it would also bring considerable credit to these officials, and it could greatly stimulate the development of the sci-fi movie industry. Therefore, the officials came. Their presence indeed mattered a great deal. After the premiere, once they confirmed the movie's quality, they could return and recommend to their superiors that organizations nationwide should arrange for their staff to watch it in cinemas, which would benefit the movie's box office performance greatly. Of course, the premise was that the movie had to meet quality standards. If it turned out to be terrible, they wouldn't recommend such a group viewing arrangement. Chen Feng was fully aware of this, so he only exchanged brief greetings with the two leaders before inviting them to take the best viewing seats. Soon, the lights dimmed and the movie began to the accompaniment of music. The plot of this movie was quite simple. It revolved around a man and a woman who accidentally entered a time loop and tried various ways to escape. Similar movies already existed overseas, such as Triangle, Groundhog Day, Source Code, and others. However, in China, this was still the first film of its kind dealing with the theme of a loop. Du Wei handled the story exceptionally well. From the protagonists accidentally entering the loop, discovering its truth, to eventually breaking free from it, the film maintained a brisk, yet clear rhythm. The key moments were particularly gripping. When the movie ended, the audience seemed reluctant to leave, only slowly clapping after a prolonged silence. Seeing this reaction, Du Wei instinctively exhaled in relief. Everyone present was either a high-level executive from major film companies or an experienced movie critic. If this group reacted this way, then one could only imagine the response from regular moviegoers. If there wasn't any major mishap, this movie was undoubtedly on track to be profitable. Several smaller film companies even panicked so much they immediately called their offices to reschedule or postpone their movie releases. Anyone with eyes could see that this movie was destined for box office success. Big production, A-list celebrities, and most importantly, the first domestic sci-fi time loop film. With all these elements combined, not to succeed would truly be impossible. At this moment, Du Wei had become the center of attention. Senior executives from all major film companies and even celebrities were crowding around him, hoping to establish a connection. Du Wei had both talent and the strong backing of Chengfeng Group. He was practically guaranteed to rise in the industry. More importantly, he was still quite young. Unlike other directors who were already in their 30s or 40s, Du Wei, given his age, would likely direct dozens of films in the future. If they didn't establish a relationship now, it would be too late later. Wow, this is truly outrageous. They don't even know the box office results yet. Chapter 207 Premiere Success. Su Zheng, standing in a corner, watched as Dewey was surrounded by a crowd of admirers and couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. How could this guy have such great luck? He was just a recent graduate from film school, yet he managed to impress boss Chen Feng with a single screenplay and received an immediate investment of 100 million yuan to make a movie. If this weren't reality, no one would believe it if you told them. Most importantly, the movie succeeded. In his opinion, the box office was destined to explode, at least a solid 500 million, and with some luck, it could even reach 1 billion. Damn, it might even surpass his own journey someday. Just thinking about it made him furious. His own journey had the potential to be a box office hit as well. But then out of nowhere came Titanic, stealing a chunk of the audience and causing his final total to settle at 600 million. Although it was still profitable, it didn't meet his expectations. His original plan had been to surpass the original Titanic and set a new record. But now, a mere 600 million didn't even come close to satisfying his appetite. What especially annoyed him was watching a newcomer who used to be inferior to him rise so rapidly before his very eyes. That bitter feeling was indescribable. Right now, his only hope was that during the release period of Klein's Legend, there would be another blockbuster to split its box office share. But after Su Zheng reviewed the upcoming films scheduled for the next few weeks in his mind, he sadly realized there wasn't even one decent contender. After all, films like Titanic that released on short notice were rare. Most films strictly followed their schedules, and with a high-quality masterpiece like Klein's Legend on screen, other films that were originally set to release might even change their dates to avoid competing. Oh well, next time. Who knows if Dewey's just lucky. Maybe his next film will reveal his true colors. After dealing with those who came over to flatter him, Dewey hurriedly sought out Chen Feng, his expression excited. Mr. Chen, I know, I've seen the movie. The quality is very good, Chen Feng praised him. Though the movie did have flaws, overall it was definitely solid, strongly showcasing Dewey's unique style. Sure enough, the camera's appraisal was right. This guy really had talent. Mr. Chen, I couldn't have made this movie without you. After going through the production process, Dewey had grown more emotionally intelligent and now knew how to give credit to others. Chen Feng smiled. He had anticipated this result long ago, so his emotions weren't as stirred as Dewey's were. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Chun, someone sent me a script. I think it's quite good and want to make it into a film." "Great idea." Chen Feng chuckled. "How much do you need?" "The company will cover it all." "Ahem." Dewey coughed slightly, then cautiously said, "Mr. Chun, this film is an art film." "An art film?" Chen Feng expressed surprise. Art films were almost synonymous with financial losses. Why was Dewey suddenly interested in making one? Was it because he'd succeeded with a commercial film and now wanted to try his hand at art cinema to prove himself? It seemed a lot of directors had this tendency. After achieving commercial success, they couldn't resist indulging in some obscure, artistic flair. But the problem was, those who did were usually well-established, big-name directors. For someone like Dewey, just starting out and only having one successful film under his belt, this move was truly unexpected. "I'll take a look at the script first." Chen Feng didn't outright refuse, instead choosing to review the script first. Chen Feng Studios invested in several art films every year. One reason was to earn some awards to prove the studio's artistic taste, and the other was to keep the return rate low on their investment records so others wouldn't suspect anything. Financing an art film wasn't a major issue. If it could win a few famous awards, that would be even better. "All right, Mr. Chun." Hearing that Chen Feng didn't reject the idea outright, Dewey felt relieved. He himself knew this behavior wasn't entirely reasonable. Chen Feng signed him to the company to make money for it, not to cause financial losses. Bringing in a film genre that almost always failed commercially did seem a bit much. If it weren't for how appealing the script was, Dewey wouldn't have made such a request. A week later, Klein's Legend became a box office sensation, grossing over 400 million yuan in its opening week, fully recovering its costs. Industry insiders predicted the film's total revenue could potentially exceed 1 billion yuan. With such an outstanding achievement, Dewey finally gathered the courage to approach Chen Feng with the art film script in hand. After receiving the script for the art film, Chen Feng did not immediately use the camera to appraise it. It was his habit, mainly because the probability of making money from art films was too low, and Chen Feng's purpose of investing in art films wasn't about profit either, so he simply didn't want to waste uses of the camera. Now, his only principle for investing in art films was whether it caught his eye. As long as he liked it, he would invest in any kind of art film. If it didn't catch his eye, no matter how persuasive the argument, he wouldn't invest at all. It all came down to his mood. Therefore, for the art film script Dewey had brought, Chen Feng read it extremely carefully. After finishing the first read-through, he immediately concluded that this film absolutely wouldn't make money, but it could definitely earn a good reputation. In other words, this was a classic example of an art film that would receive critical acclaim, but no commercial success. The plot of this script could be described as extremely simple. It told the story of love, hatred, and emotional entanglements among a group of blind people living at the bottom of society. This kind of non-mainstream film was inevitably going to attract a very small audience. The reason was simple. People went to the cinema to relax, not to feel distressed. There might be a few people with unique tastes, but most people didn't want to add to their burdens through watching a movie, since life was already burdening enough. Perhaps knowing that this film was destined for losses, its production cost was also extremely low, only 8 million yuan, which to Chen Feng was practically pocket change. However, this investment level was actually considered quite high within the realm of art films. Most art films were made for 2 or 3 million yuan, and some even as low as several 100,000 yuan. After all, since it was a guaranteed loss-making art film, if you set the budget too high, nobody would invest. All right, no problem. In the end, Chen Feng still made the decision. 8 million yuan truly meant nothing to him, and investing in art films was also an established company policy. If that was the case, what harm was there in giving Dewey a chance? Moreover, Chen Feng could already tell that this film had a very high chance of winning awards. Generally speaking, films of this kind usually suited the tastes of sentimental, overly artistic film festival jurors. Don't worry, President Chun. Although I can't guarantee the box office performance of this film, I guarantee it will definitely bring a prize of sufficient weight to the company. Chapter 208. I want to make an art film. Dewey slapped his chest, making a firm promise. He also knew that this movie wouldn't make any money, so he directly set his sights on winning awards. Chen Feng nodded. As long as they could win a significant film award, the 8 million investment wouldn't be considered a loss. With his boss's promise secured, Dewey felt reassured and began preparing the preliminary arrangements for the crew. Chen Feng thought that was the end of the matter, never expecting that Zhang Shi would suddenly show up, offering to play the female lead in Dewey's new film. Chen Feng was baffled. This is an art film, and all the characters are blind. There are no beauties, only unattractive characters. Are you sure you want to act in it? Zhang Shi nodded. Do you realize this film has an extremely low budget? The leading actress's salary is only 30,000 yuan. I want to challenge myself. Zhang Shi's eyes showed firm determination. Chen Feng fell silent. In this day and age, there were still people voluntarily wanting to do art films. Was she planning to devote herself to art? After they slept together last time, Chen Feng had intended to nurture Zhang Shi's career, trying to offer her more resources so she could become famous. However, acting in an art film could significantly impact Zhang Shi's career path, and no one could predict whether this was a good or bad move. Are you sure? Have you considered the consequences? I should tell you, the company is currently preparing a costume drama, and I had planned to give you a significant role. If you choose to act in this art film, you might have to give up the costume drama. Costume dramas had been extremely popular in the past couple of years and were quite effective in boosting an actor's fame. If she missed this opportunity, it might be a long time before Zhang Shi could rise to fame again. I'm sure. Zhang Shi nodded. All right then. Chen Feng shrugged his hands. I'll give Dewey a call later. But this decision isn't up to me. It's ultimately his call. If he turns you down, there's nothing I can do. Since Zhang had made up her mind, Chen Feng didn't try to persuade her. It wasn't his place to act like her parent. What she wanted to do was her own business. Sweetheart, my parents are coming over. What should I do? Inside the villa, Songya's expression was very anxious. So what if they come over? What are you worried about? Are you afraid they'll break us apart? Chen Feng remained calm. Songya gave him a disapproving look. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried that my parents might find out about our true relationship. Songya wasn't particularly ambitious. Since sleeping with Chen Feng, she naturally moved into his villa and spent her days shopping, cooking, watching videos, and surfing the internet, content with her happy lifestyle. She was satisfied with this kind of life. Her former classmates from the same graduation year had become typical overworked employees after graduation, suffering under 996 schedules with little pay. Compared to that, her life was much more relaxed. No need to work, living comfortably at home. What if they discover the truth? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Chen Feng said indifferently. He was now the boss of Cheng Feng, the top bachelor among rich bachelors. Songya's parents would be overjoyed to have him as a son-in-law. That's not what I meant. My parents are both very stubborn. They definitely wouldn't accept me being someone's mistress, even if you're rich. Who said you're my mistress? You're my treasure, my beloved wife. Chen Feng glared at Songya, pulling her tightly into his arms. But you've got too many treasures around you. I know about 5, and who knows how many others you're hiding. Songya gave a slight snort. With so many women around Chen Feng, how could she not feel jealous? It was only because Chen Feng's ability impressed her and kept her by his side that she agreed. They're all my treasures in my heart. I treat you all the same. You smooth talker. Then what about my parents? Songya snorted again, poking a slender finger into Chen Feng's chest, accepting, albeit grudgingly, his infidelity. Just don't tell them. Just treat them normally. Imagine how delighted your parents would be if they knew their precious daughter's boyfriend was the CEO of a big company. Songya nodded, thinking that was the only temporary solution. Telling her parents directly about her complicated relationship with Chen Feng might shock the older generation too much. For now, better to create a nice illusion to please them. 2 days later, Songya's parents arrived in Dahan City. Their main concern was whether their daughter Songya was living a good life. This was no longer a dozen years ago. University graduates weren't as valuable anymore. Songya's major was mediocre. If she wasn't doing well in the big city, maybe it was better for her to just come home with them. However, once they found out about Chen Feng's identity as her boyfriend, they were reassured. With such a boyfriend, their daughter couldn't possibly be living a bad life. Especially after they visited Chen Feng's villa, yacht, and private plane, they were left speechless. After a quick search online revealing the scale of Chen Feng Group, the parents-in-law didn't know what to say anymore. They inexplicably felt as though their family wasn't worthy. During the time spent with Songya's parents, Chen Feng also noticed something quite amusing, that Songya's parents actually had very ordinary looks. Once Chen Feng realized this, he took another look at Songya and noticed that her individual facial features weren't particularly striking either, but combined, they carried a certain charm. Perhaps this was what they called blessed by heaven. After seeing her parents off, Songya felt relieved of a burden and was in a very good mood, rewarding Chen Feng generously with her own body. Likewise, Chen Feng could now refocus his energy on company affairs. In the second quarter of 2012, the company was still developing very well. Although the internet battle at the beginning of the year had caused significant losses to Chen Feng, as time passed, Chen Feng recovered, and profits gradually increased. However, there was one department that didn't meet Chen Feng's expectations. Li Jian, what's going on? All other departments are profitable, yet yours is the only one making losses, and not only that, the deficit is growing larger. You've burned through 400 million yuan in just 3 months. That's outrageous. Li Jian, the director of Win Video, immediately began complaining upon hearing this. Boss Chen, you can't just look at how much money I'm burning. At the very least, I've managed to increase our market share. Increasing market share is useless if I don't see profits. If you can't generate profit, then your department doesn't bring much value to the company. Chen Feng said discontentedly, tapping the table. Seeing that Chen Feng was furious, Li Jian dared not say much, only offering a bitter smile. Boss Chen, believe me, I'm not just messing around. But in this industry, you can't survive without spending money. There are currently 7 or 8 large-scale video platforms in the market alone. Tencent Video, Qi, Youku, Baofengyin, PP, LeTV, Sohu Video, Kuaibua, and so on. And we haven't even counted those smaller video platforms out there. Chapter 209. Can't hold on any longer. The competition in this industry is just too fierce, and behind every video platform, there's a well-funded giant. To fight for market share, these companies will stop at nothing. Mr. Chun, you understand the business. You should know that the most important aspect of a video platform is its content ecosystem. As long as we have sufficient content, users will support us. Thanks to your several overseas trips, our company's video platform holds a lot of content that other platforms don't, including popular TV dramas from South Korea, Japan, and the United States. This has created a unique content ecosystem for us. But that's still not enough. You must realize that what domestic audiences love most are still Chinese TV dramas. Now, due to the sheer number of video platforms, the price of purchasing TV dramas has gone up drastically. A regular drama series can cost tens of millions. If we don't buy them, others will, and then the users will follow the dramas to those platforms. Chen Feng frowned. He understood exactly what Li Jian was saying and grasped his point. The video platform industry was just too cutthroat now. Everyone was burning money to capture market share. If you didn't burn money, you'd be eliminated. Just like search engines and social communication tools, the R&D costs weren't actually that high. Instead, it was the battle for market share that required massive expenditures. The problem was, search and social media had started turning a profit, but the video platforms were still losing money, an increasingly hard pill to swallow. It was unbearable to see all other departments profitable while the video department remained unprofitable, with no end in sight. Xuanhuan was growing frustrated. But if they stopped burning money, expanding the market would become even more difficult, an even worse dilemma. After thinking for a long time, Xuanhuan finally made a decision. We'll stop burning money. From now on, the company will no longer buy dramas from outside sources. We'll focus on producing our own content. Mr. Chun, Li Jian immediately grew anxious. If we stop burning money, the market share we've worked so hard to grab will be snatched away by other companies right away. Xuanhuan felt deeply troubled. If they kept burning money like this, it felt like it would never end, and the burden was overwhelming. But if they didn't burn money, the market share they had painstakingly captured through heavy spending would be practically handed over to the competition. Users were very realistic. As soon as they couldn't find new popular dramas on your platform, they'd immediately uninstall this useless app and download another that offered the latest hits. Plus, the video platform was especially important to Xuanhuan, a key part of the company's overall ecosystem. It couldn't be easily abandoned. Tell me, is there a way to burn less money yet still maintain our current market scale? Xuanhuan asked seriously. Difficult. Li Jian shook his head. It wasn't just Xuanhuan burning money in the video industry. Every major company was doing the same. They didn't want to keep burning money indefinitely either, but they had no choice. When everyone else was doing it, if you didn't burn money, you simply couldn't survive. Difficult or not, we have to find a way, Xuanhuan said firmly. There's no way we can keep burning money like this. This model is unhealthy and won't last long. Nobody can tolerate continuous losses in this business forever. Hoping to outlast competitors and eventually turn a profit is just unrealistic. Alright then, go back and gather everyone in your department. Have them all write a proposal titled, How to Gain Greater Market Share While Reducing Expenditures. Whoever writes the best proposal will be promoted to deputy director, Xuanhuan said. This. Li Jian hesitated. Mr. Chun, there's a big difference between suggestions and reality. A proposal might look good on paper, but may be completely unimplementable in practice. You and I are both industry elites. Don't we have the ability to tell whether a proposal is feasible or not? Xuanhuan smiled. Li Jian was speechless. What did being an elite have to do with any of this? Even elites couldn't always judge whether a suggestion was good or bad. But there was no choice. He couldn't refuse the boss's request, so he could only obey obediently. Seeing the helpless look on Li Jian's face, Xuanhuan easily guessed what he was thinking. He was just thinking this idea was too childish. There was often a huge gap between suggestions and reality. Before implementation, nobody could predict whether a suggestion would actually work. Even Xuanhuan couldn't tell, just from a written proposal. But the problem was, he had the appraisal camera. Once the employees of the Fengxing video department submitted their proposals, he could completely verify whether these suggestions were feasible through the appraisal camera. Since he had such a cheat ability, Xuanhuan must make the best use of it. Around noon, and Zhishui sent Xuanhuan a new notification. Master, Kuaidi CEO, Xuanhuan, wants to meet you. Shall I arrange the meeting? Meet? Of course, we'll meet. Xuanhuan nodded without hesitation. Kuaidi was a major project the company had recently invested in, and also a highly promising one confirmed by Zhishui, something Xuanhuan naturally could not take lightly. In fact, Zhishui had been keeping an eye on this company for quite some time, investing 400 million yuan earlier to acquire 10% of Kuaidi's shares. This time, Xuanhuan from Kuaidi came to meet Xuanhuan in hopes of getting additional investment from him. Kuaidi was a mobile app developer specializing in online ride-hailing services. Just like the video platform industry, the online ride-hailing sector was currently extremely competitive. There were already more than a dozen well-established ride-hailing companies, and according to statistics, there were close to 1,000 ride-hailing apps across the country. Moreover, as of now, nearly every few days, a new car-hailing company would pop up. With so many players in the field, one could only imagine how intense the competition was. Xuanhuan might not know much else, but he did know that the ride-hailing industry was burning money at a scale far more terrifying than when Xuanhuan was aggressively fighting for market share in the search engine and social communication tools market. According to financial media reports, the ride-hailing sector alone burned through at least tens of millions every single day. Although Kuaidi had only been around for a year, it had already burned through billions upon billions of yuan, and there was still no sign of stopping, truly horrifying. At a time like this, the purpose of Kuaidi's CEO, Xuanhuan, visiting Xuanhuan was very simple, to ask for more funding. Hello, Mr. Wang. In the meeting room, Xuanhuan greeted him. Hello, Mr. Chun. Xuanhuan took a serious look at Xuanhuan, surprised by how young he was. Compared to himself, who had resigned at 30 to start his own business, Xuanhuan, who hadn't even reached 30 yet, seemed far too young, almost unreasonably so. Unfortunately, this young man held, to a certain degree, the fate of Xuanhuan's own company in his hands. Mr. Chun, I think you already understand the purpose of my visit this time. It's for investment. We're not strangers to cooperation, and regarding valuation, both our companies have had relatively aligned understandings. Xuanhuan spoke confidently in front of Xuanhuan. Kuaidi was not a startup company anymore. After more than a year of operation, they were already in their Series D round of funding. Kuaidi's current valuation had reached 8 billion yuan, making it already a significant enterprise. Chapter 210, Quick Drips Fundraising. This was the terrifying part about venture capital. Half a year ago, Xuanhuan Investment had acquired 10% of Quick Drip's shares with 400 million yuan. Just with this revaluation, the stake had now inflated to 800 million yuan. Of course, valuation was just valuation. There was still a gap between that and real cash, just like a company's market value often contains some exaggeration. But Quick Drip was different. As one of the top 3 ride-hailing platforms, its valuation was rock solid, and there were countless wealthy investors eager to throw money into it. If Xuanhuan decided to sell its 10% stake in Quick Drip, there would still be people willing to pay 10 billion yuan for it. However, Xuanhuan would never do such a thing. Quick Drip was currently in a high-growth phase, and its valuation could be said to change daily. The current value of 8 billion yuan might easily double in a few months. Only an idiot would choose to sell. Wang Yuan was also very clear about his company's tremendous potential, so when facing Xuanhuan, he spoke with great confidence, passionately describing the beautiful prospects ahead. In his words, Quick Drip sounded like it was about to bloom into the heavens, as if it would soon go public and achieve a market value of hundreds of billions. Throughout the conversation, Xuanhuan maintained a smile on his face. Only after Wang Yuan finished speaking did he say with a grin, "President Wang, I have one question. Without Chengfeng's Fengxin payment and Fengxin search, do you think your Quick Drip could endure until all your competitors collapse?" Wang Yuan's smile froze immediately on his face. This sentence was a total killer blow. It left Wang Yuan speechless in an instant. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan also realized that Xuanhuan was far more shrewd than he had imagined, and certainly not as easy to be swayed as he had previously assumed. All his fancy rhetoric had barely registered with Xuanhuan. In any case, 30% is absolutely impossible. Wang Yuan decided to skip the pleasantries and directly revealed his bottom line. Company fundraising was a deeply complex discipline. Deciding how much equity to dilute during each funding round and which investor received how much. These were intricate matters indeed. After going through several rounds of financing, Wang Yuan's current ownership in Quick Drip had already been diluted down to only 52%. For this round of financing, he planned to dilute an additional 20% of the shares to secure funds to compete with several other online ride-hailing companies. However, he hadn't expected Xuanhuan to attempt taking up all of this 20% at once. Worse still, Xuanhuan had even hoped that Wang Yuan would dilute more shares so they could achieve a 30% controlling stake. There was no way that could happen. If Xuanhuan managed to reach 30%, how would he raise funds in the future? Each time he raised money, he would have to dilute more shares. After a few more funding rounds, his own ownership would fall below Chengfeng's holdings. Then, who would actually own the company? So, this time, Wang Yuan came specifically to persuade Xuanhuan to abandon this idea. He could agree to let Xuanhuan increase its stake slightly, but not by too much. Otherwise, it would threaten his control over Quick Drip. Xuanhuan understood Wang Yuan's thoughts. He smiled slightly and asked in return, "Then, how much equity are you willing to offer Xuanhuan in this round of financing?" "This time, we plan to dilute 20% of the shares proportionally. That means your existing 10% stake will become 8%. I can approve an increase to 10% for Xuanhuan, so your total share would rise to 18%, second only to mine in the company." Wang Yuan laid out his final offer. 18%, that was already about the limit. Any higher, and it would threaten his control over the company. Truthfully, even this round of financing had significantly reduced his control. Originally holding 52%, after proportionally diluting another 20%, Wang Yuan would be left with 52% multiplied by 0.8, equaling 41.6%. Although it seemed like his stake had decreased, the overall valuation had increased. Previously, his 52% stake was in a company valued at 4 billion yuan, worth 2.08 billion. After this new financing, 41.6% represented a company now valued at 8 billion yuan, with a total value of 3.328 billion yuan. This was the magic of valuation. 18% is too low. We want at least 25%. Xuanhuan shook his head. "Mr. Chun, I'm doing this for the good of the company too. If you take too much, other investors may no longer be interested in that remaining few percent," Wang Yuan said, furrowing his brow. Xuanhuan gave a slight cold chuckle. "No problem. If other investors don't want it, Xuanhuan will take it. Besides, at this point, only a few companies can actually offer Quick Drip meaningful support. The rest are just filling seats. Whether they're here or not doesn't make a difference." Wang Yuan looked at Xuanhuan, who appeared overly confident, and furrowed his brows. Xuanhuan was simply being too domineering. Sigh. If only he had known something like this would happen today, back then during fundraising, he should have clearly arranged to adopt the dual-class share structure. The so-called dual-class share structure meant shares with different voting rights. Both Tencent and Alibaba used this model. Whether it was Ma Huadeng or Jack Ma, although their personal stakes weren't the largest in the company, their shares were original shares with voting power 10 times stronger than non-founders' shares. Precisely because of this mechanism, Jack Ma and Ma Huateng could maintain solid control over their companies. If he had adopted this dual-class share model back during fundraising, he wouldn't be worried now. Xuanhuan could try buying shares all it wanted, but it wouldn't affect the operation of the company. Unfortunately, during his first round of fundraising, Quick Drip hadn't been famous at all, and very few people were willing to invest. Thus, he had no choice but to use a uniform share structure, leading to the current situation where his control over Quick Drip gradually weakened. "Mr. Chun, it seems we won't be able to achieve anything further today. Let's just postpone our discussion for another time. How about that?" Wang Yuan felt the determination in Xuanfeng's stance and decided to return and consult with his own team. "Sure." Xuanfeng nodded. Fundraising was no simple matter, especially with Quick Drip, whose equity was very fragmented. Aside from Wang Yuan, the founder, several senior executives of Quick Drip, along with major companies such as Baidu and SoftBank, also held portions of the shares. Determining how to dilute shares, which new investors to introduce. These decisions all required approval from other shareholders. With so many factors intertwined, reaching a consensus quickly would be extremely difficult. After Wang Yuan left, Chen Feng returned to his office and summoned in Jishui. Jishui, what do you think about this round of fundraising? Master, the situation is very complex. My recommendation is to invest as little as possible. No one can predict which ride-hailing company will ultimately survive until the end. If Quick Drip goes bankrupt eventually, our company's investment will end up being a complete waste, and Jishui replied earnestly. Chapter 2:11 Investment comes with risks. It's a pity that Didi's shares are locked up tightly by Tencent and Alibaba. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to bother with Kuaidi anymore, Chen Feng sighed. Currently, in the ride-hailing app industry, there was another stronger competitor besides Kuaidi, a company called Didi, which had a higher market share than Kuaidi. If possible, Chen Feng would really love to invest in some shares of Didi, so he could hedge his risks. In the end, whether Didi won or Kuaidi triumphed, he would be able to accept the result. Unfortunately, things weren't that simple. Didi had already received investments from several giants, and they wouldn't allow others to snatch food from their mouths. Thus, Chen Feng had no choice but to stick with Kuaidi. Thinking for quite a while, Chen Feng couldn't come up with a good solution and could only say to Jishui, "You'll take care of this then. Do whatever investment seems appropriate to you. To sum up, just make sure our profits are protected as much as possible." Understood, master. Jishui nodded. Chen Feng showed a satisfied expression. With Jishui managing things, he didn't have to worry too much. Even if they did lose money, he would accept it. He could afford to lose a few $100 million. A few days later, Wang Yuan tried to meet with Chen Feng again, but this time Chen Feng declined and directly let Jishui handle the discussion. This time, apart from Jishui, Wang Yuan also invited several other investors. After discussing together, they offered Fengcheng 20% equity. Fengcheng had wind mail, a tremendous traffic source, which made it impossible for Kuaidi to abandon. Therefore, Wang Yuan had no choice but to make some compromises. Wow, how beautiful! Songya joyfully ran toward the ocean at the famous beach resort of Thailand. After graduating, she had stayed indoors for a long time. This was her first trip outside, and facing the azure sky and vast ocean, she felt as if she were completely liberated. Be careful not to fall. Chen Feng looked at the energetic Songya with a smile on his face like an unbridled wild horse. This was his first trip to the seaside, and indeed, it felt quite different from before, as if his soul had been purified. Thinking about how he had been so busy with work before and rarely took trips, Chen Feng felt that maybe he had been a bit foolish. Money could never be earned completely, yet life was limited. Therefore, one should find opportunities to truly enjoy life. Feng, Sister Shan, come here too. The seawater here is so cool. After playing by the seaside for a while, Songya turned around, wanting to pull Chen Feng and Xiao Shanshan to play with her. It wasn't much fun playing alone, it was more enjoyable playing together. Moreover, Xiao Shanshan and she were the first two who followed Chen Feng. The three of them had already been together for almost 2 years, sharing a deep bond. In Songya's heart, she had already treated Xiao Shanshan and Chen Feng like family. As for Jishui, she didn't come along. Since Fengcheng was a big company, someone reliable needed to stay behind and keep things running smoothly for Chen Feng's peace of mind. If neither Xiao Shanshan nor Jishui were present at the company, operations might encounter some minor problems. Comparatively speaking, Jishui was a robot. She simply didn't need vacation time. That's why Chen Feng didn't bring her. In fact, there was a little episode about this trip, when Chen Feng decided to take Xiao Shanshan and Songya for a trip to Thailand. Xiao Shanshan had even suggested bringing Jishui along. At that time, she even scolded Chen Feng for being unfair and neglecting Jishui, but only when Jishui personally told Xiao Shanshan that she didn't want to go did Xiao Shanshan finally give up. But Chen Feng could clearly see that when Xiao Shanshan learned Jishui wouldn't be going, she visibly relaxed and looked as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. And yet she still insisted on pretending she didn't care about Jishui at all. Women were just complicated. Thankfully, Jishui was a robot. If she had been a real woman, by now Chen Feng's harem would probably be in chaos. Nothing like the current harmonious atmosphere that let Chen Feng enjoy the pleasures of a fortunate and fulfilled man. Xiao Shanshan didn't know what was going on in Chen Feng's mind. Watching Songya enjoying herself so much at the seashore, she couldn't help feeling excited and pulled at Chen Feng's hand. "Honey, let's go play too. It looks really fun." "All right." Chen Feng didn't refuse. Holding Xiao Shanshan's hand, he walked toward the ocean. The natural conditions here in Thailand were second to none. The seawater was incredibly clear. As he stepped into the ocean, the gentle waves felt like invisible hands massaging his feet. Extremely pleasant. Combined with the soft and fine sand, it was simply an extraordinary feeling. "Got you." Suddenly, Songya bent down, scooped up some seawater in her hands, and playfully splashed it on Chen Feng's face before breaking into a tinkling laugh. "Oh, so you dare to play with me, huh? Just wait and see how I'll get you back." Chen Feng arched his eyebrows, scooped some seawater in his hands as well, and splashed it towards Songya. Thus, Chen Feng and Songya started a water fight, splashing each other back and forth, enjoying themselves immensely. How immature. Xiao Shanshan, watching the scene beside them, couldn't help but laugh quietly. Two people in their mid-20s still playing such a childish game like elementary school kids. Really? You should join in too. Chen Feng didn't care at all about Xiao Shanshan's thoughts. He scooped up some water and splashed her, quickly pulling her into the battle. At first, Xuanhuan wasn't really willing to join in. I'm the vice president of Fengcheng, for heaven's sake. Letting me play such a childish game like throwing water, it's just too embarrassing. If word gets out, how can I manage the company afterward? Why are you still throwing water at me? Forget it, future problems can be dealt with later. Right now, I must take revenge. Under the combined attack of Chunfeng and Songya, Xuanhuan soon couldn't sit still anymore, and started fighting with water as well. Initially, the three were engaged in a free-for-all battle, attacking each other randomly. But as they played on, Songya and Xuanhuan noticed that Chunfeng was getting hit by water the least. Naturally, they felt dissatisfied and decided to team up against him. Even though they joined forces, they found themselves still unable to defeat Chunfeng. Whether through sneak attacks or direct assaults, his nimble movements rendered most of their attempts ineffective. Come on, Chunfeng had a physically enhanced body. How could he possibly lose in a water fight? Even with two people working together, it was no use. Wah, you're bullying me. Soon, Songya couldn't take it anymore and pretended to cry. Alright, it's my fault. Go ahead and splash me. I won't dodge anymore. What could Chunfeng do? Since Songya had started crying, he could only surrender with his hands up. Following that, Songya and Xuanhuan quickly threw water at Chunfeng non-stop, drenching him like a drowned chicken before finally stopping. Now are you satisfied? Chunfeng shrugged helplessly. Much better. Songya gave a proud humph, then pulled Chunfeng toward the hotel. It was already quite late, and after playing for so long, all three were exhausted. It was time to go back and rest. Chapter 212, Touring the Temple Country. Good-looking young people, would you like to buy some souvenirs? These are all Thai specialties. You can take them home and display them. On the beach, a street vendor enthusiastically approached Chunfeng and the trio, calling out to them. The temple country's tourism industry is very developed, and many people rely on tourism for their livelihood. In major tourist attractions, there are many such street vendors selling goods. But neither Chunfeng, nor Songya, nor Xuanhuan had any interest in these souvenirs. Although these items looked quite distinctive, no one knew where they were actually produced. For all they knew, these so-called Thai specialties could very well be made in China. Chunfeng wasn't just making this up. China had long been known as the world's factory, and the majority of goods worldwide were essentially made in China. There was once a celebrity who bought a souvenir abroad, supposedly a local specialty, but only realized after buying it that the item was in fact made in China, having wasted a considerable sum pointlessly. Miss, come have a look. This is very good quality. Masters have blessed them. Taking one home brings good luck. Seeing that Songya and Xuanhuan weren't interested in buying anything, the street vendor actually took the initiative to pick up an item and ran over to pitch in front of them, looking very much like he wouldn't let them leave without a purchase. Hey, get out of the way. We said we won't buy it, so leave us alone. Xuanhuan frowned with anger and loudly scolded the bold vendor. The vendor's expression changed slightly as he glanced at the tall Chunfeng behind Songya and Xuanhuan, and he didn't dare continue hassling them. He simply smiled awkwardly and stepped back. Such vendors generally sized people up before making a move. If customers looked weak and timid, they would hound them persistently until they parted with their money. But if customers looked dangerous or unapproachable, naturally, they backed off quickly. Chunfeng originally thought this was just a minor nuisance to brush off and forget about. After all, both domestically and abroad, there were plenty of such pushy vendors who bullied the timid but retreated from the bold. It wasn't worth dwelling on. But he hadn't expected that as he walked away, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation, a sense of malice. This doesn't seem right. Chunfeng immediately grew alert. The system signed Chuji malicious perception skill wasn't particularly versatile. Firstly, the distance had to be close enough, and secondly, the malice had to be strong enough. Compared to the legendary Taoist sudden premonition abilities, where one can sense danger even from thousands of miles away, this was a world apart. The mere fact that Chunfeng could sense this malicious intent meant the vendor harbored a strong desire to harm him, strong enough to pose a serious threat to his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. You've got to be kidding me. Encountering a life-threatening situation just while traveling? That's quite a coincidence. Chunfeng silently memorized the vendor's features, then walked back toward him and said, That jade guanyin looks good. I'll take it. The street vendor immediately broke into a grin. Sir, you sure have a great eye. This jade guanyin was blessed at a temple. It can ward off evil spirits. I don't have cash on me. Can I transfer via bank card? Sure, no problem. Although the vendor found it a little strange, tourists usually carried cash. It wasn't unheard of to accept bank transfers. The hostility seems even stronger now, and it's growing continuously. Chunfeng gave the vendor a sidelong glance. Originally, he had assumed the vendor became enraged from being scolded by Xuanhuan, thus briefly entertaining sinister thoughts. Yet judging by the persistent malice radiating from him, this vendor's hatred was clearly no impulsive decision. I just wanted to enjoy a peaceful vacation to unwind, but apparently, some clueless person wants to pick a fight. Well, in that case, I won't hold back either. Chunfeng silently sneered inwardly and pretended to be completely oblivious, continuing with Songya and Xuanhuan toward the hotel. Once out of sight from the vendor, he immediately took out his phone and sent the vendor's bank card number to Jishui. Jishui, keep an eye on this person. I sense malice from him. He plans to hurt me. Understood, master. Quickly, Jishui replied. She was currently at home, monitoring the company, but naturally, she would prioritize Chunfeng's orders. Soon after, Jishui found a nearby computer and began digging up information about the street vendor. In modern society, a bank card represented one of the most important items a person owned. With it, Shui could trace everything, including the vendor's family history spanning 3 generations. Often, why are you walking so slowly? Hurry up. Sonia, who was walking ahead, turned back with a puzzled look. Coming. Chen Feng smiled and quickly caught up. As for the street vendor's hostile intentions, Chen Feng had no intention of informing Sonia and Xiao Shanshan about it. Xiao Shanshan would be fine, but Sonia had stayed at home since graduation, only occasionally going out shopping. She had never really experienced the harshness of society, and telling her would only make her anxious. Besides, it was just a street vendor. Chen Feng believed he could handle it on his own. After all, with today's advanced technology and satellites monitoring everything on the ground, with the bank card number in hand, and Shui could silently track the vendor's every move. To put it bluntly, even if the vendor was having sex with a woman, Chen Feng would still be able to find out. This was just like cheating with X-ray vision in a video game. When a dragon flies straight to your face, how could you possibly lose? When they arrived at the hotel, a starving Sonia specially ordered the local signature dish, seafood fried rice and coconut. Carefully prepared seafood blended with processed coconut, combined with fried rice, truly had a unique flavor. Even Chen Feng couldn't help but eat an extra bowl. After dinner, the 3 returned to their room. Worried something might happen, Chen Feng didn't tease the 2 girls as he usually did. Instead, he picked up his phone and, using software developed by Shui, tracked the street vendor's location. He even specially used the computer in the hotel room to check the surveillance footage around the vendor. The vendor had no idea that while he was plotting against Chen Feng, every single one of his actions was being monitored. As he watched, Chen Feng couldn't help but sneer. Because he discovered that the vendor had actually brought several people to the hotel kitchen and met up with a waiter. TSK, law and order overseas is truly chaotic. Even a country like the Temple country, which relies on tourism, has such unreliable security. A hotel waiter actually colluding with outsiders. Could this be a hidden criminal gang? Chen Feng had previously checked the local news. It seemed that a few people disappeared each year here, though the local authorities always suppressed such news to protect tourism. The Temple country is still relatively okay. At least they hide the bad stuff. In some countries, the local government doesn't do anything, and the mafia essentially runs the place. What are they taking out? Through the surveillance, Chen Feng surprisingly saw the vendor open a bottle and reveal an eerie smile. Chapter 213, On a Whim. What is this? Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of eeriness and a bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be some kind of bioengineered creature, like how Zhang Dafi used special methods to breed tome monkeys called Linggue, capable of doing things normal people can't do? Perhaps what this street vendor released is one of these things, and naturally, if they're doing this, their goal must be. Chen Feng's heart stirred, and he immediately used the curse doll to begin sensing the surroundings. Sure enough, a few minutes later, several faint traces of life force suddenly appeared inside the room. Without the curse doll in hand, Chen Feng would have never detected them. Without hesitation, he commanded the curse energy to attack and instantly eliminate these faint traces. Then, following the traces, Chen Feng discovered on the floor several dead black insects. The bugs were thumb-sized, resembling ladybugs, emitting a peculiar odor. Could these be what's known as spirit insects? A sudden thought arose in Chen Feng's mind. At that moment, he noticed something unexpected. The street vendor had begun to act. He was leading a group of people upstairs, heading straight for the room Chen Feng was staying in. This is the place. Before long, the street vendor, along with several others, arrogantly arrived at Chen Feng's door. The phone the previous person used, I recognized it. It's the latest model iPhone. This guy must be loaded, and the woman beside him is really pretty. She could fetch a high price. Who knows? Maybe we could even have a little fun ahead of schedule. At his words, the others couldn't help but become excited, their eyes gleaming. Then, a man dressed as a hotel staff member casually approached, card in hand, and easily unlocked the door. And this guy is staying in the presidential suite. Only rich guests like this are worth our efforts. The hotel attendant chuckled and led them inside without a care in the world. Upon entering, they were stunned to find Chen Feng calmly staring at them, like they were already dead. How is this possible? You should have collapsed after being infected by the goo. The street vendor exclaimed as if seeing a ghost. Just earlier, they had released the goo insects bred meticulously by their master, capable of quickly paralyzing a person's senses. Until now, this trick had never failed. Yet this man remained completely conscious? Drop already. Chen Feng didn't even give the vendor a chance to talk. He immediately rushed forward and delivered a punch directly to the man's temple, knocking him unconscious. Unlike the idiotic villains from TV dramas who, despite having the chance to kill the hero outright, insist on monologuing and giving the hero an opportunity to strike back, Chen Feng was ruthless and direct. If someone dared threaten him, he would retaliate without hesitation or mercy. As for the rest of the group the street vendor had brought, Chen Feng had already cursed them into unconsciousness using the curse doll. Several minutes later, the vendor awoke to find the tourist he was supposed to target staring at him with an amused smile. He was about to sit up when a wave of piercing, excruciating pain shot through him, forcing him back down onto the floor, completely immobilized. Have I been infected by the goo? The thought flashed in the vendor's mind, and an expression of extreme terror filled his face. The earlier resistance and arrogance had vanished entirely. From what he had heard, those skilled in using goo were formidable figures, wielding abilities that could rival gods. When facing a goo master, the best approach was to remain obedient and submissive. Otherwise, death would be agonizing. I ask, you answer, Chen Feng said in Thai, a language he had recently learned. He had picked up some basic Thai for this trip. Though not fully fluent, it was more than enough for asking simple questions. Only because he had been enhanced and his intelligence had soared could he have picked up Thai in such a short time. The street vendor nodded rapidly without hesitation. Where did these come from? Chen Feng placed the dead insects he had cursed earlier directly in front of the vendor. The vendor swallowed hard and replied carefully. They were given by the master. Who is this master then? I don't know his name. I only know people usually call him Master Shirtong. So this Master Shirtong you mentioned is a monk? Chen Feng asked in surprise. The vendor nodded. Alright, Mei Shangdal Hai Jun Shi Yiger Huasang. Well, Shangwadal Hai Jun Shi Yiger Huasang. Considering Thailand's deep Buddhist roots where the religion was practically the national faith, it wasn't too unusual after all. Wasn't it common throughout history in China for temples to hide all sorts of dark deeds? Do you know what this thing is called and what it does? These are Masters Fungo. Once bitten, a person will be paralyzed and completely incapable of moving or reacting. And then what? Then we will take the person to a place and hand him over to Brother Xing. Chen Feng nodded. Just as he had suspected. This thing served as a kind of drug. Hotel security was usually tight, making it difficult to use drugs openly. However, using insects to achieve the goal was both convenient and efficient. Even if someone noticed the bugs, they wouldn't think much of it. After all, humans can never completely eliminate insects. Getting bitten was perfectly normal. Who hasn't been bitten by an insect before? How did this insect locate my room? It was Xiao Xin. While cleaning the room, he sprayed a special perfume inside. As I thought. Chen Feng nodded. He had guessed as much. Zhang Dafa had used the same method when raising the tome monkeys to harm people. Before causing harm, they deliberately released special drugs in the victim's room to attract the tome monkeys. Then, using the monkeys' small size, they would sneak into the victim's room. The specially trained tome monkeys could scratch open the victim's skin with their bacteria-covered claws in the shortest time possible and then leave. The wound left by the monkey's tiny claws was hardly noticeable, and unless inspected closely, one wouldn't even notice it. In such a situation, many people wouldn't even realize they had been injured until a few days later when the disease activated, and they died without knowing the cause of death. To outsiders who knew nothing of this, it would appear as if the victim had been cursed to death. Superstitious people might even believe the killer possessed supernatural powers. In reality, it was just a specially trained monkey doing the harm. Once revealed, it wasn't even worth mentioning. With proper precautions beforehand, one wouldn't be affected at all. As for the street vendor's reason for trying to target Chen Feng, he quickly found out. It was simply because he appeared wealthy and had two beautiful women with him, so they had planned to drug them unconscious and then sell them through underground channels. Such things rarely happened in China, but in certain underdeveloped countries, such incidents were all too common. Alright, you may leave now. After getting all the answers, Chen Feng waved his hand and let the street vendor go. Chapter 214, The Witch Doctor Appears. Chen Feng had originally thought that this guy would gladly leave immediately, but instead, he was so frightened that he dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. Please, master, spare me. I didn't mean to do it, the street vendor pleaded. You actually don't want to leave even after I've let you go? Chen Feng felt slightly surprised. I know you're a witch doctor, master. You must have placed a curse on me. Don't think you can fool me. Even though I seem fine now, in a few days I'll definitely die. Please, master, I beg you spare me. The vendor was sobbing, tears and snot running down his face, appearing extremely pitiful. Chen Feng was speechless. No wonder the vendor had been so cooperative when questioned earlier. He thought Chen had cursed him. In reality, Chen had used a curse doll to curse him, but to the ignorant vendor, it was practically the same as being cursed with goo. Moreover, Chen had indeed planned to eliminate this guy quietly after things calmed down. After all, if it weren't for his supernatural abilities, he might have truly been drugged and kidnapped by this guy, sold into slavery. Such a life and death grudge. How could Chen possibly let the man go so easily? This complicated matters. Looking at the cowering vendor on the ground constantly bowing his head, Chen Feng felt troubled. His original plan was, once he returned home and things had completely quieted down, to use the cursed doll to silently eliminate every person who dared plot against him. He had even collected strands of their hair earlier for long-range curses. But unexpectedly, this vendor refused to leave. Well then, Chen Feng's eyes flickered with coldness. He immediately punched the vendor and knocked him unconscious. Then, he picked both the vendor and the waitress up one in each arm and carried them outside. Chen Feng made 2 trips back and forth, using cursed energy to ensure they would remain unconscious until the next morning. After taking care of that, the following steps were simple. The next morning, Chen Feng checked out of the hotel a day early with Sonya and Xiao Shanshan, heading to the next tourist destination. This way, even after the vendor woke up, he would have little chance of tracking them down. Unlike in Jishui, who had amazing hacking skills capable of remotely locating someone via computer, this vendor would never manage that. In the following days, Chen Feng acted as if nothing had happened, spending several enjoyable days with Sonya and Xiao Shanshan, indulging in their warmth and care. After spending 2 years together, the three of them were completely used to each other's presence. Sometimes, even Sonya and Xiao Shanshan would play at being lovers to spice things up, becoming extremely close. As for someone trying to harm them with curses, Chen Feng didn't tell them. It wouldn't help anyway and would just spoil their mood. After a few pleasant days, Chen Feng sent Sonya and Xiao Shanshan back first, claiming he had work to attend to and staying behind. Actually, though, Chen intended to deal with the real mastermind behind the scene, Master Shirtong. This so-called master didn't actually live in the temple, but instead resided in a villa. Furthermore, the villa had been purchased under someone else's identity. Without Shui's extensive investigations and satellite tracking, it wouldn't have been easy to find his hideout. Unfortunately, or rather, inevitably, modern technology had made life convenient, but also made privacy almost impossible to protect. In ancient times without the internet, such private information would have been nearly impossible to trace. Perhaps feeling overly confident in the secrecy of the villa, Master Shurtong hadn't even brought bodyguards with him inside. Or maybe, he considered it a backup safe house that even his bodyguards shouldn't know about. Either way, it made things much easier for Chen Feng. After sneaking into the villa with Shui, Chen did nothing but wait like a hunter in hiding. They waited for a few days, effortlessly capturing Master Shurtong when he finally arrived. Who would expect someone to suddenly show up and give him a sudden blow at what he considered his absolutely safe place? When Shurtong finally regained consciousness, his expression was filled with terror. Who are you people? If you're after money, I can give you my bank card and the password. Just please let me go. Don't play innocent, Shurtong. You, a butcher who's killed countless people, don't try to act like an innocent lamb. Tell me, how do you cultivate xuanhuan? You actually know about it. Shurtong looked stunned. His identity as a witch doctor was known only to a very small circle of confidants. Most people had no idea, especially regarding the method of cultivating the goo. Even his closest men didn't know. It was a unique secret passed down from ancient times, the foundation upon which his family thrived, and he never shared a bit of information about it with outsiders. If you want nobody to know, don't do it yourself. You think you're hiding well, but in reality, these things can't even keep secrets from me. Spit out everything you know honestly, and I might just let you go easy. Chen Feng sneered coldly. He was especially interested in this kind of mysterious knowledge. If possible, he wanted to collect it for himself. Even if it wasn't particularly useful, the sense of accomplishment was priceless. While other rich people enjoyed collecting luxury cars, Mingpai watches, and antique paintings, Chen Feng's obsession lay in these strange, supernatural things. Shurtong remained silent. The technique for cultivating goo was a secret passed down exclusively in his family. Sometimes, even the closest family members weren't told, much less outsiders. He would rather die than reveal it. You think just because you refuse to talk, I can't do anything. Seeing Shurtong's stubborn attitude, Chen Feng smiled coldly. Shui, you ask him. And Shui nodded and dragged the tightly bound Shurtong toward another room. A hint of admiration flashed across Shurtong's eyes. This woman was incredibly beautiful. What a fortune she would fetch on the dark web. Shurtong had become so accustomed to committing evil deeds that, even in such a dangerous situation, his mind still drifted to vile thoughts. As for the interrogation he was about to face from Shui, he paid no attention. He wasn't some inexperienced guy. After all, he had been raising goo for years. The nerves in his body had long dulled to pain. What could this seemingly gentle girl possibly do to him? Watching Shurtong disappear into the room with Shui, Chen Feng smirked. He took out his phone and began looking down at it. If Shurtong were here now, he would surely scream in horror, for the thing Chen Feng was looking at was none other than his own precious secret manual on raising goo. As for why Chen Feng had it, the reason was simple. This guy named Shurtong had actually stored these precious materials online for convenient preservation. And Shui had easily located everything. Now, the whole interrogation was just Chen Feng planning to use Shui's mind-reading technique to verify if anything was missing. Chapter 215, One Wave Takes All. Poor Shurtong couldn't even imagine that there were actually people in this world who could read minds. As soon as a related thought crossed his mind, and Shui beside him would instantly detect it. From the very beginning, this was a one-sided battle. Poor Shurtong was destined to have every last piece of information he had be extracted by Shui. Before long, Shui walked out of the room and reported to Chen Feng. Master, I've extracted all the knowledge he had about the Buchel. There's absolutely nothing missing. Good. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. What about the evidence of his crimes? That's been read too. Shui replied. Chen Feng's smile deepened. Then proceed with the plan. Post the evidence online and use the legal system of Tai Fo country to bring him to justice. Tai Fo police cracked down on human trafficking ring. A reporter learned from the police that this criminal group frequently abducted tourists visiting Tai Fo country and sold them on the dark web, profiting massively. On the plane, Chen Feng read the latest news headlines from Tai Fo country and smiled smugly, feeling quite pleased. No one would probably ever know that the mastermind behind the downfall of this human trafficking ring was him. Of course, to prevent accidents, Chen Feng had completely erased all information related to Guchong before leaving, and had also used the cursed doll to turn Shurtong into an idiot, eliminating any concern of him revealing secrets. The only downside was that Tai Fo country didn't have the death penalty. Even the gravest crimes only resulted in life imprisonment. Fortunately, Shurtong was now just an idiot without any ability to seek revenge. Chen Feng had nothing to worry about. As for the secret manual about Guchong he had obtained from Shurtong, it was like the Taoist secret techniques presented by Zhang Dafa, not particularly useful for Chen Feng. Compared to the cursed doll rewarded by the system, all these Guchong or spirit ghosts were just inferior. However, one special medicine caught Chen Feng's attention. This medicine was the legendary Qinyao. Zhang Dafa's Taoist collection of secret recipes included Qinyao, and the secret manual from Shurtong had it too. There were even over a dozen different ways to administer it, truly comprehensive. It was really strange. Why did both the ancient secret transmissions of Hanxia and Tai Fo country have this item, and in such a similar form? After all, these two regions were thousands of miles apart. Could it be because this was a necessary substance? That was quite possible. It was said that no matter which dynasty it was, this item existed in the palace, helping people to have more children. Of course, as an upright man, Chen Feng would absolutely never concoct this potion. Absolutely not. After his trip, Chen Feng returned to the company and became even more efficient at work. Upon returning, the first to approach him anxiously was Li Jian, the director of Win Video. President Chen, these are the suggestions I've collected from the department recently. I've filtered them myself. Their feasibility is relatively high. Whether we should implement them and how exactly to do so, please take a look. Li Jian handed over a pile of documents. Chen Feng carefully read each one. Even though he possessed the appraisal camera, for such matters, he preferred to make his own judgment first, and then compare it with the appraisal camera's result to verify the accuracy of his judgment. This practice enhanced his ability to judge and improved his perspective on things. Even without the appraisal camera now, Chen Feng was confident he could make correct decisions and skillfully manage this company. The filtered suggestions from Li Jian still contained much valuable content. However, the suggestions themselves were quite similar overall. Most of the employees believed that to reduce Win Video's operating costs, the best approach was to strengthen in-house production. The original business model of Win Video had been to look for hit TV dramas and then send staff to quickly bid for purchase. Together with several other competitors, they would engage in fierce bidding until finally purchasing the drama or movie for the copyright library. In this process, due to their competitive relationships, the bidding prices kept rising. As a result, those directors, production companies, and stars became rich. 2 years ago, a TV series with a production budget of 10 million yuan was considered big budget. Now, anything below 50 million wouldn't dare to be called a blockbuster. Actor and actress salaries had also doubled, or even tripled, enabling entertainment companies to earn massive profits while companies like Wind and Penguin, which operated streaming platforms, kept spending more and more. To resolve this situation, most people instinctively thought of replacing purchased dramas with self-produced ones, meaning they would no longer buy TV dramas externally. The budget previously spent on purchasing dramas would now be invested into producing dramas in-house. Compared to the expensive dramas available externally, producing dramas in-house would definitely be much cheaper. The money spent on purchasing one drama from outside could now be used to produce 2 original dramas, while also promoting stars within the company. Clearly, the employees from Win Video's departments were all elites with strong capabilities. The suggestions they proposed were quite thorough, even including strategies on how to secure advertisements. Besides using original dramas to replace purchased ones, another employee proposed a web series revenue sharing plan, reducing investment in high-quality dramas while increasing investment in web series. Compared to top-quality dramas, web series were significantly cheaper. This employee named Qin Bin even introduced a very bold concept. Instead of paying to acquire web series, they could offer a platform for web series to be released, classify them, and allow advertisers to decide which series to sponsor. In doing so, they would effectively transfer the risks to the film and television production companies. Moreover, he proposed the idea of weekly dramas, following the models of Japan and America, where series would be broadcast while still being filmed. If a drama performed well with high viewership, they would increase investment. If it underperformed, it would be immediately canceled midway. If this plan were actually implemented successfully, it would certainly cause dramatic changes in the current film and television industry. Another employee suggested increasing investment in mid to short videos to attract users. Most content on Win Video used to be long videos. He proposed learning from the already faded Tomato TV and the international YouTube model, launching an incentive program for mid to short videos. All were great suggestions. Chen Feng sighed. Indeed, talented individuals are common, but those who can recognize talent are rare. Actually, the world is not short of talent. It is short of the mentors who can discover it. Of course, talent also needs a suitable environment to demonstrate its capabilities. Without that environment, even talented individuals would remain ordinary. After careful consideration, Chen Feng selected the 2 proposals regarding the web series revenue sharing plan and increased mid to short video investments and verified them with the appraisal camera. Chapter 2:16 Ancient Secret. As he had expected, these 2 proposals were both excellent. If properly implemented, they would certainly bring changes to Fengxing Video. As for the other proposals, of course they were also quite good, but some of them were somewhat conventional. Chen Feng took some time to go through each of these proposals, gaining a clear understanding. In particular, the 2 proposals regarding web drama revenue sharing and mid to short video investment. He reviewed 3 times in a row to ensure no misjudgment occurred. The next day, Chen Feng called Li Jian over and returned the proposals to him. Give a reward of 1,000 yuan to each person who submitted a proposal. For these selected ones, each person gets 10,000. As for Qin Bin and Wenbo, no reward for them yet. Tell them to prepare detailed materials, as I will personally consult them on the details later. Yes, President Chen. Li Jian took the proposals and quickly returned to his department. Fengxing Video, as an independent department, occupied half a floor. Upon entering the office, Li Jian noticed that some employees were slacking off. Well, actually, slacking off was a necessary skill for employees. Sometimes, he himself would also slack off. But this large-scale idleness was somewhat abnormal. Li Jian clearly understood the reason. The company had reduced investment in Fengxing Video, so naturally the employees had fewer tasks, and thus slacking off was inevitable. Thankfully, this situation would soon change. Ahem. All employees, to the conference room for a meeting. Li Jian shouted and walked toward the conference room. Before long, all the employees of Fengxing Video department gathered there, entering the conference room. A while ago, I asked all of you to submit proposals. Those who submitted raise your hands. The employees looked at each other, and then a large number of people raised their hands. Each of you will receive 1,000 yuan bonus to be collected at the end of the month. The employees who submitted proposals all showed expressions of excitement. They had thought that writing proposals was just part of their job, never expecting a bonus. This was a pleasant surprise. Now, come forward if I call your name. Li Jian ignored the excited employees, took out the selected proposals, and began reading out the names. Xiao Bei, Lu Qing, Lu Wen, your proposals are excellent. The boss appreciates them and will reward each of you 10,000 yuan. Xiao Bei, Lu Qing, and Lu Wen showed expressions of pleasant surprise. Qin Bin and Wen Bo, who had written their proposals carefully, showed confused looks. They had poured their heart into their proposal. How come their names weren't called? Had the boss not appreciated their ideas? Fortunately, Li Jian quickly clarified their doubts. Qin Bin and Wen Bo, the two of you come with me to my office. I have something to say to you. Qin Bin and Wen Bo immediately followed. In the office, Li Jian spoke directly. Qin Bin, Wen Bo, the two of you wrote proposals which President Chun has already seen. He found them quite reasonable. He plans to meet with both of you in person tomorrow morning to have a face-to-face discussion. Go back quickly and improve your ideas thoroughly. The boss wants to meet us in person? Qin Bin and Wen Bo both showed signs of joy and nodded rapidly. Was this the rhythm of getting a promotion and raise? As if the excitement wasn't enough, Li Jian deliberately added another sentence. President Chen previously promised to promote a deputy director within our department. Unless something unexpected happens, it should be chosen between the two of you. Prepare well and strive to give the boss a pleasant surprise. Humph. After these words were spoken, an instantly charged atmosphere filled the office. Qin Bin and Wen Bo, who had originally had a fairly good relationship, looked at each other, each seeing a glint of alertness in the other's eyes. Li Jian, being able to become a director, indeed had his abilities. With just a few sentences, he had instantly ignited the competitive spirit in both men. After returning, Qin Bin and Wen Bo racked their brains, preparing materials and thinking about what to say when meeting the boss the next day. The next day arrived, and Chen Feng first met with Qin Bin. As soon as they met, he immediately asked a sharp question. In yesterday's plan, you proposed a revenue-sharing model for web dramas. Moreover, you plan to let TV dramas and movies be released first, and then discuss revenue sharing. This plan is great, but I have a question. On what grounds would others agree to share revenues with us? And why would they choose to upload to our Fengxing Video at all? You must realize that our company's Fengxing Video currently doesn't have the highest market share among similar software. When other video platforms are willing to pay high prices for TV shows, I honestly don't see any advantage we have that would directly make others choose us. Facing Chan Feng's interrogation, Qin Bin's heart couldn't help but jump slightly. Luckily, for this question, he had already prepared a solution beforehand. President Chun, this issue is actually quite easy to resolve. We make an initial investment first. I've noticed that every month, the company receives a large number of scripts submitted by screenwriters who hope the company will invest in them. My idea is for the company to establish a script evaluation team to review these scripts. When we find a good script, we will directly invest and produce it, then release it on our Fengxing Video platform. If the show performs well, we will increase investment and help negotiate with advertisers to monetize the production team. If the show performs poorly, we'll cancel it immediately and stop producing the remaining episodes. In other words, you're suggesting we adopt the weekly release model used in the US and Japan, producing while broadcasting? Chen Feng asked. In China, TV dramas are typically fully completed before being released. This method's advantage is that it makes it convenient for users to watch through the entire series quickly and efficiently. The downside, however, is that if the show turns out to have issues and fails to attract an audience, the production team would suffer significant losses. Production methods in Japan and the US are completely different from those in China. There, TV dramas are usually released once the first few episodes are finished. If the show doesn't perform well, production stops immediately without further episodes being made. The benefit of this approach is that the production team can adjust according to audience feedback in real time. For instance, if audiences intensely dislike a certain character, the production team might take that feedback into account, make adjustments, and write that character out. The drawback, of course, is that viewers often have to wait for long periods, and sometimes shows, due to popularity or other reasons, start showing declining quality, resulting in many errors. These two models each have their own strengths and weaknesses. Yes, exactly, Qin Bin nodded. That's the creative model used in the US and Japan, and it has led to the production of many high-quality series. Some TV shows have even gone on for decades, like Kamen Rider and Ultraman, which have been produced continuously from the 1980s until today, or Friends, which ran for 10 full seasons. Chapter 217, Mid-range videos and YouTube. Are you sure this model can work in China? You must realize that viewers are already used to watching entire TV series all at once. Are you certain they will accept a weekly broadcast model where episodes air while they're still being produced? What if they reject it and our market share in the video industry drops as a result? I believe the audience can accept it because there are precedents already in the market. Take for example the famous animated series, Qin's Moon, which aired while it was still being produced. From the viewers' reactions, their acceptance level toward this model is actually quite high. As for the impact on the software, I also have solutions. We can start by investing in 1 or 2 weekly TV series to test the waters. If the audience accepts it, we'll double down. If not, 1 or 2 series won't cause much damage to the company. Director Chen, please take a look. This is my proposal. It details all the specifics. Qin Bin pulled out a proposal document more than 10 pages long and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng read through it carefully and found that the content was detailed and thorough, with high feasibility. This was the crystallization of Qin Bin's efforts. In particular, it clearly stated that the initial investment required wasn't much, just 10 million yuan, less than a third of the cost of a popular TV series. Qin guessed that Qin Bin was probably worried about whether this plan would be well suited for local conditions, so he didn't dare to ask for too much startup funding. 10 million yuan was a relatively small amount for the company. Even if it were lost, the impact would not be significant. Needless to say, Qin Bin had talent. Just from the written proposal, it was almost impossible to spot flaws. It remained to be seen whether it could actually be executed effectively. Xuanhuan quietly took out his appraisal camera and secretly scanned the document. Proposal: iStream video web series revenue sharing and weekly broadcast model. Note 1. This plan has a high probability of success. Attention to detail is needed. Note 2. Can significantly reduce operational costs, a quality choice. Note 3. Upon success, can dramatically increase market share. It seemed feasible, but details needed to be carefully managed, and the people executing the plan were also important. Xuanhuan then discreetly used the appraisal camera on Qin Bin again. Qin Bin, a 32-year-old adult male. Note 1. Graduated from top universities, highly capable. Note 2. He has strong work abilities, but needs a stage to fully showcase his talents. Note 3. As long as sufficient support is provided, he will carry out the web series revenue sharing plan and weekly broadcast model. Well then, it appeared that Qin Bin had sufficient ability. After reading the appraisal camera's evaluation, Xuanhuan finally felt reassured. Your proposal is excellent. I approve. As of now, you're promoted to deputy director of the iStream video department. As for what you'll do next, I won't interfere, but you must show me results. Qin Bin's face lit up with joy. A promotion to deputy director was a major career advancement. After listening to Xuanfeng's requirements, he confidently nodded. Understood, Director Chun. Rest assured, I will soon double iStream video's market share. Good. I hope to hear good news from you. Xuanfeng smiled. Having ambition was a good thing. Only people with ambition would devote their energy to their work. Besides, the initial investment required to launch this plan was only 10 million yuan, an amount that, for the current company, wasn't really significant at all. Soon after, Qin Bin happily exited Xuanfeng's office. When Wenbo learned that Qin Bin had been promoted to deputy director, he felt extremely disappointed. What was going on? Why did the boss make decisions so quickly? Why did he promote Qin Bin without even meeting him first? What was he supposed to do now? Fortunately, Director Li Jian approached Wenbo. Prepare yourself. The boss wants to see you soon. Okay, understood. Wenbo responded listlessly. What's wrong? You seem so down. Li Jian was taken aback by Wenbo's condition. Appearing in such a state before the boss would certainly leave a bad impression. Maybe I didn't rest well last night. Wenbo helplessly smiled. Is it because Qin Bin got promoted to deputy director? Li Jian suddenly smiled knowingly. No, it's not that. I'm genuinely happy for him getting promoted. Wenbo quickly explained. Li Jian smiled, mysteriously adding. What do you have to be upset about? Who said there can only be one deputy director? Wenbo paused, then suddenly realized. Right, who said there could only be one deputy director? Just because Qin Bin became a deputy director didn't mean he didn't have his own opportunity. I understand now, Director Li. I'll prepare myself and bring my best attitude when I meet the boss. Wenbo's ambition quickly surged back to life. Li Jian smiled to Yiduk. After all, he was still young and easily persuaded. That was fine too. A good mindset would leave a better impression. Who knows, maybe Xuanfeng would be moved by him. In the afternoon, after having lunch, Wenbo showed up at Xuanfeng's office with his best attitude. This time, Xuanfeng didn't start by asking questions. Instead, he looked through the proposal Wenbo had brought. Wenbo's proposal was very different from Qin Bin's. Qin Bin's plan treated iStream Video as a web-based TV station. He focused on reducing costs and increasing profits. Wenbo's plan, on the other hand, aimed to emulate a well-known foreign platform, YouTube. YouTube was founded in 2006 by Americans and grew rapidly because it rode the wave of internet trends. Although YouTube was also a streaming platform, it was quite different from iStream Video or Penguin Video. What made YouTube unique was its focus on mid-range videos. It wasn't just TV series and movies available on the platform, but also many independently created videos. These were the main source of YouTube's traffic. Wenbo often browsed YouTube content through a circumvention tool, so he came up with the idea of creating a domestic version of YouTube. Just like how companies like Qiandu and Penguin had first learned from foreign platforms and then grew into internet giants in China. Wenbo had similar ambitions. He wanted to follow the path of Qiandu and Penguin. First, imitate YouTube's business model, dominate the domestic market, and eventually surpass YouTube. In fact, there were some domestic platforms that had already imitated YouTube. For example, Tudo.com back in the day was quite similar. Unfortunately, later on, Tudo was acquired by Baidu and turned into Qi. Although Qi established its foundation by acquiring Tudo, it eventually did not place enough emphasis on this part of the market, nor did it invest significant resources, which created a certain market gap. As far as I know, YouTube hasn't turned a profit yet. What are your thoughts on that? Xuanfeng suddenly asked a sharp question. A business model that couldn't generate profit didn't seem to have much future. Xuanfeng was eager to hear Wenbo's response. Wenbo remained calm in the face of Xuanfeng's question, clearly well prepared. Chapter 218, Mid-Length Video Era and Gaming. Mr. Chun, YouTube isn't profitable yet, but I believe that as the market grows, YouTube will eventually become profitable. According to authoritative statistics, the number of smartphone users is increasing, and more people are watching videos on their phones. Besides those who like watching TV dramas and movies, a large portion of users enjoy watching personal vlogs. This market will keep expanding over time. Now is the perfect time to enter. If we miss this opportunity, or wait until similar software appears in the market, it'll be too late to capture this space. Very well. Xuanhuan nodded. Indeed, the world was never short of smart people. What was lacking was merely a stage for them to display their talents. At the very least, Wenbo had a very accurate perspective. Mid-length videos were indeed a future trend. Currently, 3G was still the mainstream, so mid-length videos had only just sprouted, not fully developed yet. However, 4G had already appeared and was spreading rapidly. Thus, it made sense to start laying the foundation for mid-length video content now. Of course, Shui had always been advocating short videos to Xuanhuan. According to Shui, mid-length videos weren't the final destination of the market. The real future was in 10-second short videos that could better stimulate human emotions. But currently, the market was not ready for short videos yet. The conditions for developing mid-length videos, however, were slowly emerging. Similarly, some software for watching short videos had appeared on the market, but none of them were particularly successful. Nonetheless, Shui had still invested in several, such as Manus and Miaopai, hoping to gain some profits in the future. Chen Feng's thoughts drifted. Wenbo, I very much agree with your idea, but have you considered that mid-length videos and traditional English content are completely different? Mixing them might confuse the positioning of Fengxing video. Wenbo shook his head. No. Take YouTube for example. It's doing very well. But YouTube is perceived more as a general video platform rather than a dedicated site for watching TV dramas and movies. Most people don't use YouTube to watch TV series. They use it to watch those individual videos. Chen Feng shook his head. Comprehensive platforms would blur product positioning, easily leading to a lose-lose scenario. This was something Shui had reminded him of several times. Therefore, Chen Feng naturally accepted Shui's advice. What if we do this? At the initial stage, we use Fengxing video platform to develop mid-length videos, and when the time is right, we can develop a new standalone app, establish a new department, and you will serve as the director. How does that sound? Of course that's fine. Wenbo nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking rice. He had only expected to become a deputy director, but Mei Shengda, Jinren got the chance to be a director. It was definitely an opportunity he couldn't refuse. Who wouldn't want to independently manage a department and fully showcase his abilities? More importantly, a director's salary and benefits were significantly higher than a deputy director's. What do you think would be a good name for this new app? Wenbo thought for a while. How about Suixiang? It means sharing your life anytime, anywhere. Great name. Chen Feng nodded. I'll approve some funding for you shortly. Take a look at the situation, hire some people, build the app's framework, and get ready to launch when the time is right. All right, Mr. Chen. I promise I won't disappoint you. Wenbo was overjoyed as he happily left the office. Over the next few days, both Qin Bin and Wenbo dedicated 120% of their energy into their work, hoping to achieve results. However, whether it was web drama revenue sharing or launching mid-length video content, these initiatives all required some time. Mid-length videos were easier. Wenbo simply had the tech team make minor modifications to the Fengxing video app, launched a campaign called Share Your Interesting Moments Around You, and offered a reward of 1 million yuan. This already significantly increased Fengxing's traffic. However, revenue sharing for web dramas and the weekly drama model were no less than a revolution for the domestic entertainment industry. Each detail must be carefully considered, otherwise the plan could fail completely. It was impossible to expect the first weekly web drama to launch in less than 1 or 2 months. Chen Feng was a patient person. He wouldn't rush or pressure anyone, but would wait until Qin Bin was ready. Even if some small setbacks occurred, he wouldn't blame Qin. Instead, he would give him chances to correct the issues. Because he knew, revenue sharing for web dramas and the weekly broadcast model would ultimately succeed. Surprisingly, the mid-length video content achieved quite positive results within just a few days. Whether it was the tempting 1 million yuan bonus or the relatively untapped market that drew people's interest in producing their own videos, the traffic on Fengxing video increased significantly, along with a noticeable rise in advertising revenue. If this trend continued, it was not impossible for Fengxing video to turn from loss to profit. The internet business was performing well, but ironically, the gaming department, which had long served as Chongfeng's cash cow, ran into some issues. Mr. Chun, the situation isn't good. It's already been several months, but the gaming division's profits still haven't recovered to the levels seen before the internet war. Especially Endless Starry Sky, it's even showing signs of loss. In the office, Xiao Shanshan handed Chen Feng several reports regarding the gaming department. Chen Feng flipped through the reports and indeed saw that the profits from the gaming division had dropped by at least half compared to previous levels, with a very slow recovery pace. Worse still, the revenue from Endless Starry Sky was shockingly low. At this rate, it would probably take around 10 years to recoup the investment. Chen Feng couldn't help shaking his head. Gaming was different from Fengxing, video, and search platforms. Gaming belonged to entertainment software, while Fengxing, search, and video were categorized as functional software. Take Fengxing, Fengxing search, and Fengxing video, for example. If you wanted to chat with someone, search for something, or watch popular TV dramas and movies, you had to use one of those 3 applications. Therefore, after the internet war, the user numbers of these 3 applications recovered quickly. But gaming was different. Games were purely for entertainment. During the height of the internet war, Qizhou and Qiandu went on a rampage, blocking access to all of Chongfeng's apps. As a result, users couldn't even play Chongfeng's games during those days. Unable to play, users simply gave up and turned to other games available on the market. There were plenty of choices, and they could always find something they liked. Because of that, a large portion of Chongqing's gaming users were lost. Many of them became deeply engaged with other companies' games and never came back. Among all the games, Endless Starry Sky suffered the most. At least Valley of the Winds and Hero Federation had been operating for a while before the war and had built up a core fanbase, so after the war, users gradually returned. But Endless Starry Sky had only just launched a few days prior when the disruption occurred, making it impossible for the game to cultivate any loyal users or attract new players. The ecosystem of the game collapsed immediately, and until now, it had remained in a semi-dead state. Chapter 2:19 Activities of Heroes Federation. If not for the profits from the games being sufficient to cover operational costs, Xuanhuan might have already shut down Infinite Stars. The older games weren't faring much better, with Wind Valley and Heroes Federation both experiencing significant drops in revenue. Mobile games were even worse off, as they were fast shelf-aping and practically no one played them anymore. However, King had anticipated this situation from the beginning. Since the development costs of mobile games were low, the investment had already been recovered. Therefore, he didn't care at all and had already started having new mobile games developed. Sighing, Xuanhuan glanced at the report for a moment before setting it down. This situation wasn't the fault of any of the department directors. It was just beyond their control. Still, things couldn't continue like this. You go over later and push them a bit. Let them come up with some ideas, organize some events or something. We need to find ways to increase revenue. Xiao San blinked her eyes. Actually, they are already working on related activities. Oh, that's great. Which department? What kind of activity? Where's the report? The report will take some time to come out. Besides, this event has a certain connection with you. Xia Shanshan smiled strangely. What connection? Looking at Xiao Shanshan's peculiar smile, Chun Feng's curiosity surged. Well, the S3 season of Heroes Federation is about to end, and the World Championship is also coming up. Huang Zhen's idea is that, during this competition, they'll hold an extra entertainment match. An entertainment match? Xuanhuan became interested immediately. How does it work? The original plan is to take this opportunity to invite some celebrities who play Heroes Federation and let them face off against professional players. But how could those celebrities possibly match up against professional players? They would probably get completely crushed, right? Xuanhuan shook his head. He had played Heroes Federation for a while and knew that the skill gap in the game was huge. In front of professional players, ordinary people were basically helpless. Of course, it's not that simple, Xiao Shanshan smiled. They've already designed various conditions, like giving professional players only 3 skills, or putting the celebrities and professionals together in teams for a match. Xuanhuan was momentarily taken aback. This kind of design seemed a bit silly, but it sounded attention-grabbing. Perhaps it could indeed attract some audience interest. In this day and age, the more exaggerated the idea, the more attention it got. But still, what does this have to do with me? They want to invite you to participate. If possible, they'd like you to be the final boss and let the professional players try to beat you. Xiao Shanshan's smile turned odd. What? Xuanhuan gave a wry, disbelieving look. Huang Zhen really had the nerve to think of him for this. But on the other hand, it would make for an excellent publicity stunt if the boss of Changfeng participated in the Heroes Federation game. So, should he be angry at Huang for his audacity, or praise him for his dedication to work? Seeing Chun Feng's stunned expression, Xiao Shanshan chuckled lightly. I think going once would make a great promotional gimmick. It might even bring us quite a few players. Ah, that makes sense, Xuanfeng nodded. You really want to go? Xiao Shanshan was actually surprised. You're worth at least hundreds of billions now, yet you're willing to join an entertainment match. What's the big deal? If my participation could bring enormous revenue to our company's game, why shouldn't I do it? Besides, this is the age of mobile internet. If I, as the CEO, become well known, it could help boost the company's brand value. Xuanfeng said casually. To him, participating in this activity was merely a minor task, not much impact either way. At least it was his company's own event. His participation would benefit the company rather than be like those conferences and summits, which had no benefits but somehow couldn't be skipped. Comparatively speaking, he naturally preferred to join events like this. All right, Xiao Shanshan nodded. If you want to do it, then do it. I'll inform Huang Zhen about this later. I'm sure he'll be very happy. After Huang Zhen learned that Xuanfeng had agreed to participate in Heroes Federation, he was extremely pleased. Actually, Chun Feng's ability to attract attention wasn't much, comparable to a top-tier celebrity. But the key was that Xuanfeng was his boss, and him agreeing to take part in the event showed that he valued the work, and that meant a lot. Therefore, Huang Zhen personally came to the office to discuss the details of the event with Xuanfeng. Ultimately, it was decided that Xuanfeng would only play one match. Xuanfeng wasn't that good at Heroes Federation. This kind of thing required talent. Having fast fingers alone wasn't enough. After finalizing the details, Huang Zhen immediately returned to start promoting the event with a big budget and great fanfare. In recent years, as people's lives have become more affluent, the entertainment industry has developed rapidly. It had become normal for celebrities to participate in events, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. In comparison, President Xuanfeng participating in such an event would actually attract even more interest. During the recent internet battle, which affected nearly every smartphone user in China, Xuanfeng had gained some fame as the head of Changfeng. Knowing that Xuanfeng would also take part in the event and even act as the final boss generated a lot of attention. Because the number of active players in Heroes Federation had dropped significantly due to the impact of the internet conflict, Huang Zhen was willing to invest heavily in advertisements to bring back more players. The most critical part was that there was a cash reward for defeating Xuanfeng, 1 million yuan, nearly as much as the championship prize, which naturally drew a lot of interest. 1 million yuan was enough to buy a house. With such a lure and financial incentive, public attention was completely normal. Huang Zhen rented a massive venue in Dahan City, decorating it extravagantly and carefully selecting celebrities who fit well with Heroes Federation. Inviting celebrities to participate in events required a certain level of thoughtfulness. The fan bases of different celebrities were not quite the same. Some had older fans, others middle-aged, otaku, or young female audiences. If the wrong celebrity was chosen, the money would be wasted, and poor planning might even lead to disaster. There were precedents for this kind of mistake. Some games, trying to attract more players, invited celebrities, but without prior research, they ended up selecting the wrong ones. The intended effect wasn't achieved, many players were lost instead, and the game nearly shut down. Luckily, the player base for Heroes Federation was very clear. It consisted entirely of otaku, so inviting celebrities popular among young people was a safe bet. Jay Chou, Golina Jia, Lu Shishir, and so on. Huang Zhen was fortunate. Many of the fan bases of celebrities under Chengfeng Company aligned well with Heroes Federation players, making invitations very convenient. Since they were from the same company, the two department directors had even dined together before, so communication was smooth. Getting them to participate also came with a discount rate, saving quite a bit of money, which was why Huang Zhen had invited quite a few celebrities from the original company. Once everything was set up, he finally returned to the office to invite Chengfeng to the venue for the event. Chapter 220, Global Financial Hegemony. Meanwhile, at Old Trafford, known as the Theatre of Dreams, in Manchester, a wave of protests erupted involving as many as 500,000 people. The streets were filled with banners reading, "Please save us. Please save us." From the fans' perspective, these investors knew nothing about football. They treated football merely as an entertainment tool. This decision was also met with unanimous opposition from the British people, but this time Gu Bai went even further. He actually privatized Manchester United, allowing the new era of money to truly step onto the stage. However, the Manchester authorities made no official comment on the matter, and not even Gu Bai himself released any statement on his official website. Shortly afterwards, Juventus officially announced the news and released a statement regarding it on their official website. The return of CRC has begun. Almost simultaneously, all Manchester United fans ceased their resistance. Chengfeng arranged the transfer of Cristiano Ronaldo from Juventus to Old Trafford for a fee of £150 million. Just 6 months earlier, Ronaldo had moved to Juventus for a £100 million transfer fee. Within less than a year, Ronaldo's value had increased by another €50 million. At Juventus, he earned £500,000 per week, whereas Manchester United offered him £600,000 per week, truly a rare offer for any player to refuse. However, Ronaldo's arrival was only the beginning. Because none of them were the wealthiest people in the world, they had no choice but to reluctantly accept Chengfeng's outreach. With the support of the world's wealthiest football club behind him, the Galacticos of Real Madrid and Sabace's dream team set sail on a new voyage. Under the leadership of Grosvenor, they jointly established the Windsor Family Common Fund, alongside the British royal family, a new fund. Chengfeng invested $100 billion and held 75% of the shares in Future Fund, while the Windsor family handed over all of their assets for Future Fund to manage. Ultimately, at the coronation ceremony of the Queen of England, Chengfeng received the Order of the Garter, thereby becoming the first foreign prince outside the royal family. Among these achievements, Chengfeng, at the age of 22, ascended to the top of the younger generation. Among the rest of the top 100, the youngest was already 32 years old. In October last year, the United States spread rumors about Chengfeng, which triggered a nationwide wave of protests from netizens in China. Eventually, over 1,000 Chinese entrepreneurs expressed their opinions online. Chengfeng donated over $160 billion to sponsor a university. This incident was eventually called Great Goodness Speaks Silently and was finally calmed down. In August 2021, Xuanhuan Company announced breakthrough achievements in controlled nuclear fusion technology. Riding this wave, its stock market surpassed the threshold of $4 quadrillion, firmly claiming the title of global hegemon. With the relocation of Xuanhuan Company and its Shanghai headquarters to China, the entire international financial market started to tilt towards the east. By 2030, Chengfeng would also move the Future Fund from Europe to China, signifying that the Western financial hegemony over the globe for decades would be completely shattered and replaced by China's global financial dominance. In the same year, during an exclusive interview with Forbes, Chengfeng told reporters that Future Fund's total assets had already exceeded $100 trillion. He also announced that all revenues of Future Fund would be donated entirely to public welfare institutions worldwide, making Chengfeng the first billionaire in the world with a personal net worth exceeding $100 trillion. His companies, including Black Swan Group, Black Swan Energy Group, Samsung Group, and several other conglomerates, were referred to collectively as the Chengfeng system. 13 years ago, Chengfeng had already stood at the peak of this world. End of the complete novel.